Many today do not question their beliefs or where they come from, and that's because they don't know their history. Today we're going to go on an epic adventure through the history of cosmology to see what it has to tell us about the occult origins of heliocentrism. Welcome to the Heliocentric Conspiracy. Welcome to the show, everybody. Hope you're having a wonderful day wherever you happen to be. Get your seatbelt, get some popcorn, because today is going to be a very powerful and very enlightening and edifying episode. Of course, I can't even really call it an episode. It's going to be practically a mini-series, because we're going to go on an epic adventure through history to really put together the pieces of the enemy's work throughout the last 2,500 years or so and realize the conspiracy behind cosmology and modern science and modern cosmological beliefs. So welcome to the Heliocentric Conspiracy. This episode is going to be part of the cosmology series, but really it's going to be kind of a standalone thing as well, so I hope you really enjoy it. We've covered many important things in the series, so make sure if you have not seen the series that this is part of. This is actually episode number 5 in that series. But nevertheless, again, it's kind of a standalone thing. But if you have not watched the series, make sure you go and watch that, because it gives you a lot of context up until today. Today we'll be doing a very deep and detailed dive into that context. But it's also very important that you go watch those previous episodes, like what the Bible says about cosmology, ancient cosmologies, why cosmology matters, and of course the fatal error of Eratosthenes, which all of these will be playing into today's episode as well. Either way, if you're a veteran or a noob little fox at this topic, you will learn quite a lot today. And that's my goal. And when I say conspiracy, I really mean it. I really, truly mean conspiracy. And hopefully today you will see that this conspiracy is thousands of years old. For those who are skeptical, I encourage you to consider all of the evidence that I'm going to present today and consider it with an open mind. For those who are experienced on this topic, today will edify you even more in your own battles, in your own conversations, in your own defenses of what you believe. And of course, it'll also set up the next episode, which is very, very important. So make sure you tune in for that one. It's going to be 15 problems with the circular flat earth model. So today and next time are going to work together to really paint the picture of a marvelous mystery, which is biblical cosmology. This is not a completely exhaustive episode on everything, every absolute evil thing that the enemy has done in terms of science and cosmology. Absolutely not. You could probably spend an entire channel every single week talking about these things and never be done. But it will be very, very comprehensive. My goal, again, is to show you through history, to put together the pieces, the unbroken chain of the heliocentric conspiracy, and how it is not divorceable from the occult. And you will see that today, I promise you, if you have an open mind. Of course, the evidence speaks for itself, but either way, the open mind is an important ingredient. There are many people that all they do is they focus on cosmology. That's not me, that's not this channel. My goal is to give you a one and done situation with this series, to give you the truth, and then you can go do more research if you want to. But this series is going to be extremely comprehensive and also very unique. The viewpoints that I'm presenting here today are probably other people have talked about these things. Probably some of them know, because this is going to be very detailed, but most of these things probably you can find on the internet or find other people talking about them. However, the next episode, where we talk about the problems with the circular flat earth model and the flat earth movement, not too many people are talking about. So that's going to be a very interesting episode as well. And altogether, this series, my goal is just to give you a one and done, one-stop shop place to really get everything that you need. And again, if you want to dive more into this topic, that's really for you to do. This is just a resource, and to basically arm you to the teeth and sufficiently in your own arguments to give you the truth and to help you help others come out of delusion. Now, it's very important, as a preface to all of this, that I am not against science. I love science, actually. Science is one of my favorite topics. I love being scientific. However, science has been corrupted by the enemy, folks. And this is something to come to terms with. Wherever you land on this topic today, before we get started, you need to realize that science is not immune from the devil's schemes. And the secular world, and even the Christian world today, people believe that science is this objective beacon of truth that is immune from the devil's corruption. And today you will learn that that is not the case. Hopefully you've already learned that. Hopefully you know about things like the Flexner Report before the health industry got started and taken over by J.P. Morgan and Rockefeller in the 1900s, how they discredited every naturopathic and other type of institute in order to establish their own curriculum and their own health thing, their own health world, where 150 years later now, almost 120 years later, the health industry is owned by Rockefeller and JP Morgan, and they dictate what people learn and what they do. Of course, we know that because, Rockefeller discovered that you can make, patent medicine from petrochemicals, and the rest, as they say, is history. So that's a long time coming. Of course, the jib jabs, if you know about those and the history of those, the Keyes study in the 50s to the 70s. Ansel Keyes, he basically he was the chief of the American Heart Surgery Association, and basically falsified a study on fats and saturated fat. And for literally decades, people listened to his advice. And as a result, people are even more sick now because they've got on this low-fat diet and all this low-fat stuff and high sugar and so on and so forth. 2020 should have proven to you that health is already corrupt, very corrupt. Look at the Lancet study that happened with the whole COVID thing, where they retracted the study. It was so embarrassing. The Lancet is like, the epitome of the authority, the medical authority in the modern day, and they had to retract that study. So health and science are not immune from the devil's schemes. When the Bible calls the devil the god of this world, there's a reason why he's called that. It is because God has allowed him to take control of the entire world, especially before Jesus returns. So if you are awake on the end times, then it should be no problem for you to accept the reality that everything, including science, has been corrupted by the devil. So what does that mean then? That means that maybe what you've been told in scientific places, like cosmology, like the origin of the universe and how it happened, maybe that's a lie too, just like all this other health stuff that I talked about. So very, very important, because as Christians, we should embrace science and scientific thinking. In fact, there are many Christian scientists, and even when you study the Bible, if you watch my How to Be a Berean video, it's about being scientific in your research. You should be scientific. You should test a hypothesis. You should gather the evidence on both sides. You should be very scientific. So science is a gift from God, and we should be scientific in our thinking. Of course, when you're scientific, it makes you realize that you've been lied to by science. And that's really the point of today. God created science and the laws of physics and chemistry and the universe to reveal his glory and his genius. And science, as a practice, as a gift from God, as an ability to use the analytical brain that we've been given, science is there to reveal the glory of God. But because the enemy has hijacked science, science has become a vehicle to reveal the glory of man, to hide God in the process, and to ultimately bring you to a new world order, which you will realize today as well, because all roads lead to Rome. I believe biblical cosmology because of the science. That is the most scientific thing that you can believe. The heliocentric model is a spiritual belief system. It is not based on science, and I intend to prove that to you today. And today we're going to go on a very specific journey to examine the scientific history of heliocentrism. We're not going to look so much at scientific proofs, because again, those other previous episodes I mentioned in this series, we look at that. Not everything, because again, this topic is something you could spend forever and ever and ever and on. And it's not about finding all of the answers. It's about marveling at God. And hopefully the next episode, 15 Problems with the Circular Flat Earth Model, will prove that to you as well. That there are things you cannot answer that will remain a mystery on this side of eternity. And that's by design, because you're not supposed to know everything. You're supposed to marvel at God. And of course, science today has tried to put itself as the authority, as the Antichrist between you and Christ, in the sense of, look at me, marvel at me, marvel at Neil deGrasse Tyson, marvel at Carl Sagan, marvel at all these sorcerers weaving their magical spells for you. Marvel at them, don't marvel at God. They're explaining to you how it works. See, it works like this. Just look at this little CGI thing and, oh, wow, it's so great, and it works like this and it works like that. And in the process, they redirect your consciousness, your attention, your marveling away from God and to themselves and their own system. So today is going to be a focus on history, because you have to understand where this belief comes from and how it originates from Satan, from the mystery religion, and how it's been actualized in the modern day through the false prophet, which is the United States. Most people don't understand their history, let alone the elaborate schemes of the devil over the last 2,500 years to change cosmology. They don't realize the influence of the occult, the secret societies, on all things, folks. Really, you will marvel, like John marveled when he saw a vision of mystery Babylon. He marveled greatly because of this great evil. And you will marvel today. You will marvel at the evil and how well coordinated it is, and how consistent and how persistent it is throughout history to try to claim the world for itself. It's really, truly profound. Very, very profound. But most people don't realize, as a result of these secret societies and various occult forces and the enemy carefully weaving all these things into, of course, the final deception, that heliocentrism is not a scientific belief system. It is dressed up in science and math, but there's nothing scientific about it. And if you can come to terms with that, you will be free of the many spells that come along with it, like sci-fi, like, climate change, and all of these, wonders and signs and false miracles and delusions. Today, I'm going to prove to you that the heliocentric system is an ancient spiritual belief system. It's not based on science whatsoever. And of course, this is a big rabbit hole. But today we're going to go down it. We're going to go down it with courage and persistence and thoroughness. And we'll come out on the other side with some very, very interesting realizations. So make sure you hit that subscribe button. Share this with friends. Make sure you comment. Leave your thoughts and see what you think. And watch the whole thing. Don't comment after watching just 20 minutes. Even though you may be inspired to comment something positive, go ahead and do that. But a lot of people seem to come to these things and comment, after the first 10 minutes, they see something they don't agree with, and they leave a comment that later they answer themselves. So make sure you watch before you comment to help others learn as well, so that when they read your comments, their interest is piqued and they're not discouraged. This episode is probably going to be in several parts with the timestamps. I'm not going to post it in parts because, again, it's part of a series, but it will have timestamps, so you can go through them on your own. Of course, on YouTube, it's a little easier to do that. And the references, of course, will be posted along with the references of the cosmology series. Remember a few important points before we begin. Revelation 13:2 tells you that the dragon, Satan, gave his authority, his throne, and great power to who? The Catholic Church. Now, that's very significant, because that means that during the church age, which is what John's visions in Revelation have to deal with, the church age, meaning the period of time between Jesus' first advent and his second advent, that period of time is called the church age, where the church is the central part of the story, and Christ is in heaven ruling while his enemies are being put under his feet. So that period of time, Satan has been thrown down to earth. He's bound in the sense that he can't prevent God's plan of the gospel and all of these things being fulfilled in prophecy. And he has been allowed also to deceive the world ultimately into a new world order that pays him worship right before Jesus returns to destroy it. He's been allowed to do that. So the church age is a very active period of history. And to help you focus so that you don't get lost in all of the weeds of the devil, the Bible tells you in one line exactly what you need to know. That the devil in this church age focused all of his power and authority and throne in one place, one organization, and that is the Catholic Church. That means that the mystery religion of the ages, Mystery Babylon, from Nimrod and that whole system that continued all the pre-flood religion, the evil religion of the ages, that whole system, the mystery religion of the ages, is going to be actualized in the Catholic Church, in the Catholic system, the Catholic ideal in the church age. It's going to manifest physically as a new world religio-political order, just like it was before the flood, and just like it was through all of these pagan empires, with a man on the throne that controlled both religion and politics. That's going to happen worldwide, and that's going to happen through the Catholic system. Now, if that's news to you, and that's a surprise and a shock, then watch my End Time series, my Great Delusion series, watch my various playlists like Christian Nationalism, Dark Delight, so on and so forth. You'll be very edified by those things. But nevertheless, the Bible tells you straight up who you need to focus on. Now, that's very important because you're going to see all of these threads from paganism, from ancient cultures, all together weave into the Catholic Church over history and over time, where, of course, it confirms the Bible, because the Catholic Church is the locus, the foci, the center of satanic activity in the church age. Now, again, if that sounds crazy, watch my videos and playlists that I mentioned. Today, you're going to see these threads come together from all around the world and all around history into the Catholic system, because people believe Catholic cosmology if you believe in heliocentrism. You don't realize that. You think it's this objectively true, scientifically deduced idea, but it's not. It's Catholic, and really it's mystery religion. But of course, again, in the church age, that mystery religion is Catholicism. Remember episode number 3, where we have over 18 examples of advanced ancient cultures that knew what the cosmology of the earth was. These cultures created megaliths and things that we could not produce today. They were able to time eclipses and celestial events with great accuracy, like the Mayan calendar. And yet their views of the earth were very different. So what does that tell you? It tells you something very interesting. Today we're going to look at about 2,500 to 3,000 years of history so that you can see how busy the enemy has been to consolidate his power in the church age with all of the mystery threads and false delusions and lies and false signs and wonders throughout the world, and condense them into one place, which of course is the Catholic system. And also how that conspiracy is shaping through the false prophet, which is the United States, to ultimately serve the beast. So again, welcome to the heliocentric conspiracy. Onward to part 1, Ancient Times.
In Alexandria at that time, there lived a man named Eratosthenes. One of his envious contemporaries called him Beta, the second letter of the Greek alphabet, because he said Eratosthenes was second best in the world in everything. But it seems clear that in many fields, Eratosthenes was alpha. He was an astronomer, historian, geographer, philosopher, poet, theater critic, and mathematician. He was also the chief librarian of the Great Library of Alexandria. And one day, while reading a papyrus book in the library, he came upon a curious account.
Far to the south, he read, at the frontier outpost of Syene, something notable could be seen on the longest day of the year. On June 21st, the shadows of a temple column or a vertical stick would grow shorter as noon approached. And as the hours crept towards midday, the sun's rays would slither down the sides of a deep well, which on other days would remain in shadow. And then, precisely at noon, columns would cast no shadows, and the sun would shine directly down into the water of the well. At that moment, the sun was exactly overhead.
It was an observation that someone else might easily have ignored. Sticks, shadows, reflections in wells, the position of the sun, simple, everyday matters of what possible importance might they be. But Eratosthenes was a scientist, and his contemplation of these homely matters changed the world, in a way, made the world. Because Eratosthenes had the presence of mind to experiment, to actually ask whether, back here near Alexandria, a stick cast a shadow near noon on June the 21st. And it turns out, sticks do.
All right, well, welcome to part one. Let's get this show on the road. We're going to start from the beginning, right? The ancient times. Now, of course, not the very, very beginning, like in Genesis, but the beginning of these mystery religion threads where you start to see them in ancient cultures, like the Greeks and the Babylonians and so on, and how they start to weave together through time, which is a very fascinating thing to trace. We're looking from about 600 BC to around 900 AD. So about 1,500 years worth of history. Most of the world believed in an enclosed cosmology, and we documented that in the previous episode on ancient cosmology. So if you haven't watched it, again, go check it out. Very clearly, most of the world, and in fact, up until, like I said, around 600 BC, around there with the Greeks changing some of the cosmology, most of the world, even the Greeks, again, all believed in an enclosed cosmology with a flat plane and local light sources. They had various takes on how it worked and so on, but ultimately it was all the same. So go watch that previous episode if you haven't seen it. There are a few exceptions, and those who were exceptions, like the later Greeks, and I say later because the earlier Greeks, like with Homer, they didn't believe in the cosmology that came later. The later Greeks, like Pythagoras, which we're going to document very well here, were neck deep in the occult. And that's why, again, you cannot divorce the occult from heliocentrism. You can't. Every instance, you will see for yourself, every person who developed this theory was an occultist. You cannot divorce the two. The Greeks were a major player in this particular evolution. We saw how Eratosthenes, in the last episode, made a fatal error by ignoring refraction, but nobody's ever called into question his experiment because the establishment doesn't want to do that. Obviously, they want to keep you deluded because if there is refraction and the experiment needs to be done again, and you can get the same result with a local light source through a lens, what does that tell you? tells you that the entire model used to explain reality is an illusion. And of course, that's the problem, because Eratosthenes didn't know about refraction. And I'm sure even if he did, he probably would have done the same thing that NASA does today, which is project their expectations onto reality and fudge the numbers and figure, oh, well, refraction is not that significant, and just mathematize the spell into your mind. Of course, NASA knows the truth. They know the true cosmology, and of course, so do all the people at the top. But they want you to believe a lie, which, of course, there's a purpose for that lie, and that's the whole point of today. It's designed to bring the world under the beast. Nevertheless, the Greeks' beliefs persisted throughout history because we're under the mystery religion, and Satan weaved what he started with people like Pythagoras into other empires, other places, and these beliefs traveled through time, through these various empires, and again, ultimately manifested in the Catholic Church. You will see it for yourself. So let's begin with Pythagoras, but a very important thing to remember is that, again, the Greeks in 800 BC, like around Homer's time, and some of those older Greek histories, originally had a similar cosmology to practically the rest of the world, and we documented that very well in depth in episode 3. Was it 3 or was it 2? I forget, one of those, but ancient cosmologies. Around the 6th century, it began to change with people like Pythagoras, who is a very key figure in this change, but he's also a very key figure in the occult and mathematics and science. So let's look at it a little bit about Pythagoras. This is from, I had to go on the Wayback Machine. This is actually the Theosophical Society. AU, I think that's, was it Australia maybe? I'm not, or Australia or Austria, one of the two. But either way, Theosophical Society. You won't find this link anymore if you just go to it because they took it down. But this was a presentation on the occult teachings of Pythagoras by Simon O'Rourke. There he is with a little boy, if you know what that's all about. But it says this: Pythagoras of Samos was an ancient Ionian Greek philosopher. He adhered to the teachings of Orpheus, studied under Thales, and in early life, realizing great exponents of philosophy, lived in exile to their birthplace, traveled widely to Chaldea, i.e. Babylon, Egypt, Persia, and India to seek the ancient wisdom. Later, some such as the 2nd century BC novelist Antonius Diogenes suggested that Pythagoras discovered all his doctrines himself by interpreting dreams. He began teaching at the age of 58, and about 530 BC, he traveled to Croton in southern Italy, founding an occult school in which initiates were carefully chosen before being sworn to secrecy. They lived together in an active brotherhood without distinction of race, creed, sex, caste, or color, including married couples, practicing communal, disciplined lifestyle for many years. According to Iamblichus, many of these men and women, known as Pythagoreans, later gained renown in government, in the arts and philosophy for their contribution to society until later persecutions by the Catholic Church, which persecuted all of these mystics and basically absorbed them into herself. This talk will compare some key ideas of the Pythagoreans with similar ideas found in Theosophy. He taught that the principle or the beginning is in the universe, is in the universe unity, that justice is the mother of and the nurse of all things, that amity or friendship is equality. Equality is friendship. To act by everyone in the same manner as if you supposed yourself to be that one, and that one to be you, and to tread the middle way, to remember uniformly, mildly joyful, and not at one time hilarious and at another sad, and also to abide by the precept as duly by law, thy homage pay first to the immortal gods, then to thy oath, and last to the heroes illustrious. Most importantly, the spiritual path of the 2,500 years ago provided the same conditions and teachings for spiritual progressions today. So, was Pythagoras a very influential person in science and philosophy? Absolutely. Pythagoras was a key player in Satan's scheme because Pythagoras shifted the rest of Greek thinking for the long haul. And of course, Greek thinking was imported eventually into Rome, and Rome into the Catholic Church. So all of these things are one by one. Unless you understand how the dominoes are stacked together, you're not going to understand where you are at in the flow of time. And it's been a lot of time. We're at the end. So it's important to come to terms with these things. But Pythagoras was very much into the occult, and as you can see, very much a kind of antichrist in place of God as a savior in a sense, giving advice on how to basically walk the narrow road, but it's a counterfeit narrow road. And it seems good on the surface, and the Greeks who love philosophy were all about it. So this is from ProQuest.com. It's an academic paper. It's titled Pythagoras, the Cult of Apollo and the Birth of Philosophy. And this is a paper, let's see if the manuscript has been produced, yada, yada, quality. I don't think I can read anything here because you have to be a member, but I wanted to show you that there are papers about the cult of Apollo and the birth of philosophy with Pythagoras, because Pythagoras actually is the one, I believe, who coined the term philosophy, philosophia, which is the love of knowledge or the love of wisdom. But he had his own cult, and of course, that picture in the Theosophy presentation showed you he was with a little boy, which is very important to understand, because these things there's nothing new under the sun, right? That people do today, people did 2,500 years ago. But this is from Transcend Media Service. Pythagoras and his theory of reincarnation. Let's see, by Igor Bucher, Pravda. The name of Pythagoras is known to all from school, but many people associate his name with a theorem in geometry, like the Pythagorean theorem. Meanwhile, this ancient Greek philosopher, mathematician, and mystic was the first man who coined such terms as philosopher and philosophy. He was also an advocate of the doctrine of reincarnation. Did you know that? The transmigration of souls. In some ways, he even shadowed forth ideas of communism. Of course, it tells you kind of where he was born and some personal things here, but they're not super important. As we know, Pythagoras left his native Samos and settled in Italy, which in ancient times was known as Vitalia. According to Timaeus, Pythagoras was the first one to say friends share everything, and friendship is equality, i.e. the common good. The communist principle of equality in the Pythagorean Brotherhood was conducted fairly consistently. No Pythagorean was allowed to own private property. They even shared such personal items as utensils for eating. It seems that even Soviet communal apartments or dorms did not have such rules. The origins of the communist utopia can clearly be seen from Plato's The Republic. In turn, Plato was heavily influenced by Pythagorean teachings. For the Pythagoreans, the authority of their teachers was unquestioned. So does this sound like a cult to you already? Of course it does. His statements, proven or not, were treated as ultimate truth. The Greeks loved to challenge everything, dispute begets truth, trying to find for and against arguments. However, when it came to the statements of Pythagoras, they fully accepted the words of their philosopher. Similarly, how Christians accept the words of Christ and Muslims. Yeah, it's not the same thing. This is a category error because Christ is God. Muhammad is a false prophet, and Pythagoras was also a false prophet. But Pythagoras was treated as a god, meaning they obeyed him as absolute truth. Kind of like how the Pope is obeyed today with infallibility. Same thing. Nothing new under the sun, folks. Always a man on the throne to lead people astray. The words of Muhammad, yada yada. Okay, the Pythagoreans, according to Iamblichus, ascribed Pythagoras to the rank of gods, as a good and humane demon. So a demigod of some kind was in their mind with Pythagoras. According to Pythagoras, the human soul can migrate from one human body to another, but also to the bodies of other creatures, such as animals or even plants. With each new incarnation, the soul loses the memory of the past. So every time we all live our lives it's as if we live for the first time. The man known as Pythagoras died in 497 BC in Metapontum, a town in southern Italy. So, did you know that Pythagoras was all about reincarnation and very much received as a god by his peers, and also influenced Plato, who influenced later thinking in communism and the Jesuits and so on and so forth? Do you see how all of these threads are woven into the ultimate deception? So, Pythagoras had a cult that worshipped Apollo. We know that Apollo is Satan, just one of many faces that Satan puts on. Apollyon the destroyer. NASA loves Apollo for their missions, and we're going to see that quite a bit in a future section. Pythagoras had one of the first secret societies of the mystery religion with initiations and oaths and, esoteric, exoteric, that kind of stuff. He studied under mentors from Egypt and the East, like Orpheus, and I forget the other one, but he studied all the mystery religions materials from Egypt And from the east, they migrated into Greece through Pythagoras and other people eventually later, like Plato and Aristotle and so on and so forth. But all of these mystery threads, Satan is weaving into various cultures and empires because every empire has an expiration date. So Satan has to constantly move these things through these various empires, through people like Pythagoras, so that they can continue to exist and be repackaged. That's the enemy strategy. Remember that Egypt had sorcerers way back when Moses was taking people out through the Exodus. This was around 1500 BC, that Egypt had these sorcerers that could replicate certain miracles through their secret arts or dark arts. So we know that Egypt and the occult was, one and one. And of course, all these people today, trace their bloodlines back to Egypt and so on. And there's an obelisk in the center of the Vatican. So look, nothing new under the sun. It's all the same mystery religion, folks. But these things are very well documented even in the Bible. Pythagoras also was very communistic with the common good. And obviously he brainwashed people so bad that they even had to share utensils and they didn't think much of it. So we're talking hardcore, trauma-based mind control type of stuff, and cults, initiations, and all of the things that you know about today being done a long time ago. And Pythagoras was very influential in shaping the view that the earth is a ball, because he influenced Plato, and Plato was a huge figure in philosophy in many ways and Platonic thinking. Plato was obsessed with spheres. You're going to see that in just a second. He was obsessed with the sphere, not so much from a mathematical perspective, but as a philosophical conjecture. He was all about the abstract. And so he figured that the earth has to be a sphere. And of course, Pythagoras was one of the first to suggest that the earth is a ball based on the same thing, because they were occultists. The sphere represented the perfect, it was almost like an idolatrous thing for them, but it was the perfect shape. And so they figured, well, the earth must be a sphere. And that, of course, set the stage for other people like Eratosthenes, who came several hundred years later to be... Remember, Eratosthenes was the chief librarian of Alexandria, which was the seat of the occult. And so, go figure, these things just translated through generation after generation. But these things aren't based on science. Notice that not at one point were they doing serious science. They're just doing philosophy and conjectures and math. Math can mathematize anything. You could say the earth is a mug, and you could create all kinds of rules and shapes and things to justify that the earth is a mug. I mean, math is just a way to represent things. It doesn't mean it's the truth. And hopefully if you watch the episode number 4 with Eratosthenes, you realize that. But now you don't have to be a math genius. You don't even have to be good at math. You just have to understand that math, although, like, for example, 1 + 1 is 2, that's a true statement. Math can create true statements. However, a mathematical expression does not mean that you are reflecting reality. It doesn't. It doesn't at all, because it might be something else and it might be a different expression. And that's the whole point of that episode. So make sure you go watch that. Nevertheless, a couple hundred years later, around 400 BC, you had Plato. And he was obsessed with spheres and spherical things from a philosophical point of view. We looked at that in the episode on Eratosthenes. He believed that they were the symbol of perfection. So Earth being, created by the gods was also probably a sphere because it was perfect and so on. Plato was obviously very influential in the world with philosophy. Today we still have Platonic ideas like the immortal soul, but you could see where Plato got his ideas, and you could see where Pythagoras got his ideas of reincarnation from the East. These things are long, long threads, folks. The only way to know how the devil is going to deceive you is by studying history. It's like with the charismatic movement. I talk about this in The Great Delusion. In my series titled The Great Delusion, I go through thousands of years of history, from all the way to Kundalini practice in the East, ancient times, thousands of years ago, to modern day charismatic NAR, quackery. There's an evolution there that is so profoundly meticulous. And you can see how just meticulous the devil is throughout history to move these threads through various people and to keep them continuing and repackaging them and moving them in this movement and in that empire and in that place and that and so on. And how the Kundalini spirit today that is taking over the world, the false counterfeit Holy Spirit, and it's manifesting through the Catholic Church, of course, who reined it all in because, again, the devil gave the Catholic Church his power and throne, great authority. The devil has to, if the devil wants to be worshipped, he has to actualize everything into one system. He has to. So meaning he has to pick something to be that system. And of course he picked the Catholic Church. That's what the Bible tells you. Anyway, a little bit of a tangent. After Plato, you had Aristotle, 300 BC approximately. And he also believed in a spherical earth. He was very influential. And so by the time you get to Eratosthenes in 200 BC, who was, again, chief librarian of Alexandria, totally neck deep in the occult, he wrote a book on Plato. We looked at that. He very much idolized these people. He created his famous experiment with the shadows, but it was a total lie, and it was totally influenced by the occult teachings and beliefs that he had been raised with and that he believed. Now, of course, again, you could say that maybe if he knew refraction, maybe he might question. I don't think so. I think even if he understood refraction, he would have tried to fit it into his presupposed occult thinking, which is exactly what people do today. So there's that. A couple hundred years after that, another important development is the Vedic texts, like the Surya Siddhanta in 500 AD approximately. These are pagan sources, obviously, that a lot of Eastern mysticism comes from. I'm sure the East was corrupted long before the Surya Siddhanta. I'm sure that given everything we know, right, like with the mystery religions, like with yoga, the Kundalini spirit, all of these things, I wouldn't be surprised if the East believed in a ball earth and a rotating earth a little bit older than 500 AD. I would not be surprised. But remember that we saw some of those ancient cultures from, episode 2, I think, or episode 3, whatever, where we looked at ancient cultures, and the Indian area, the East, believed in an enclosed flat plane. The question is, when did this change like the Greeks? The Greeks, again, with Homer, 800 BC, flat plane with enclosed light sources. And the gods were up there, somewhere in the sky, and you had a flat plane. That changed with Pythagoras. The question is, when did it change for India? Did it change in 500 AD, or did it change a little bit before that? I'm not too sure. But you can see the devil going and integrating all of these different threads, changing it here, changing it there. Let's start flip. Let's get this momentum going. Let's get that momentum. And then they'll all intersect eventually into one particular vehicle, which again is the Catholic Church. But very similar to the Greeks, from truth to error. And they started pushing. You'll see as we go through some of these where the Muslim world picked up on these Eastern things because of their contact with the Indians. And they started talking about the revolution of the earth, and very, very interesting thing how it just, again, all comes together from different places. And unless you have that bird's eye view, it's so easy to just think that this is just a natural, spontaneous consensus of science, which of course is very far from the truth. Then you had this, the Hermeticism and the Emerald Tablet, which was around 700 to 800 AD. Of course, we're going to look at that. This is from Art, Science, and Design. Hermeticism, the nexus between science, philosophy, and spirit. Very interesting little article. Last week I summarized the history of alchemy in Europe, the Middle East, India, and China. Alchemy is a tradition spanning millennia that influenced the development of modern chemistry, medicine, philosophy, and psychology. Western alchemy blends Greek, Egyptian, Islamic, and Jewish traditions, and it is a branch of Hermetic philosophy, which is based on the works of Hermes Trismegistus, meaning thrice great Hermes. This is a person, whoever he is, whether it was the devil himself or an amalgamation of various antichrists, that you need to understand his influence in this particular view of heliocentrism, because you will see him over and over again. It is debated why Hermes Trismegistus was called the thrice great, but it is thought that it is because he knows three parts of the wisdom of the universe: alchemy, astrology, and theurgy, the operation of the gods. Hermes credited the creation of astrology to Zoroaster, founder of the Zoroastrian religion, a Middle Eastern philosopher living sometimes in the second half of the second millennium BC. So again, these things are very old, folks. Hermes Trismegistus is considered the founder of science, religion, mathematics, geometry, alchemy, philosophy, medicine, and magic. Gosh, does that not sound like the devil's right-hand man? He is a combination of the Egyptian god Thoth of wisdom, learning, and communication, and the Greek god Hermes, messenger of the gods. There he is. giving you the false light and the dualistic occult scheme. Again, duality is not evil, folks. That's something that we need to get in our heads, is that duality is not evil. Duality is hijacked by the enemy. God created duality. God created the sun and the moon, night and day, yin and yang, left and right, up and down. And it's beautiful. It's the dance of life. But the enemy hijacks this to make himself look glorious and to make himself and his false gospel of being like God look like the truth. So these things are very ancient. The Egyptians, and of course, it continued on to other places like the Greeks and Romans and so on. He's also credited to have written somewhere between 20,000 to 36,525 works, of which 42 were kept in the Great Library of Alexandria, which was destroyed multiple times. Unfortunately, but against all odds, a small handful of Hermes texts remain today, most of which are compiled into the Corpus Hermeticum. Against all odds, they just remained. It is said that Hermes Trismegistus received his divine wisdom in meditative trances. He covered topics such as medicine, chemistry, law, art, music, magic, philosophy, geography, mathematics, and anatomy. His knowledge was so vast and all-encompassing that the ancient Egyptians called him the messenger or communicator of the gods. Kind of sounds like Prometheus, kind of sounds like, again, that serpent in the garden that's bringing you the secret knowledge. Same idea, folks. Just different packaging. Who was Hermes Trismegistus? Hermes Trismegistus may have been an actual living king, philosopher, and priest, as well as a sage, scientist, and sorcerer. Does this sound like a counterfeit of Melchizedek? Of course it does. He was known by many names, and he was considered to be an amalgamation of several people and mythological figures of ancient history. The main function of the various incarnations of Hermes is to transcribe the word of God, and his main symbol is the caduceus or serpent staff. Now again, this is coming from a theosophical pagan source, so it's not true. But notice the Antichrist, against Christ and in place of Christ. Historical and mythological figures associated with Hermes Trismegistus. Thoth, Egyptian paganism. Egyptian god of wisdom, learning, and communications. He is the scribe of the gods and was believed to have invented language, the alphabet, and writing. Well, God created languages. Remember at the Tower of Babel? Different languages. The Egyptian credited him as the author of all works of science, philosophy, religion, wisdom, and magic. It is believed that Thoth would have actually been an Egyptian priest, king, and philosopher who would have lived somewhere around 2000 to 1200 BC. Hermes, which is another influence. The Greeks identified Thoth with Hermes, the son of Zeus, and the god of science, commerce, language, and writing, as well as the messenger of the gods and the first teacher of alchemy. Hermes was also believed to be the inventor of astronomy, astrology, mathematics, geometry, medicine, botany, theology, and all branches of knowledge. Mercury, Roman paganism. The Roman adaptation of Hermes is the god Mercury, who is the patron of commerce. So you can see throughout all these empires, a new name, a new face. Enoch, Metatron, figure in Judaism and Christianity. Well, not real Christianity, but Kabbalistic Judaism for sure. Enoch is the great-grandfather of Noah, who ascends to heaven and becomes the archangel Metatron, celestial scribe. This is not true, because Enoch was given a peaceful death. And again, if you know the truth about the afterlife, watch my Afterlife series, you can see how these people are very deceived, because they believe in the Pythagorean Platonic mystery religion idea that your soul persists after you die. It persists because you can be like God, you're self-existent. And of course, if that's the truth, then all these fairy tales can come to life, like Enoch going to heaven, which he did not. He did not ascend to heaven. Jesus tells you in John 3 that nobody has ascended to heaven except the Son of Man. And so what does that mean? Well, that means that Enoch is disqualified from ascending to heaven because Enoch was before Jesus. It means something is lost in translation there, because reading it as Enoch ascending to heaven contradicts what Jesus says. We know Jesus can't contradict himself or lie. So that means something is lost in translation. And what's lost is that Enoch was given a peaceful death. Just like other people. Moses, Aaron, peaceful death. Abraham, peaceful death was given to people as a blessing. And especially in Enoch's case, he was a prophet and he was surrounded by Nephilim and corruption, and he was prophesying against it. So God rescued him and probably took him to a place, gave him a peaceful death, so that the next thing he would be aware of is the resurrection. But notice the fairy tales. Idris, prophet of Islam, synonymous with Enoch. Moses, Judaism, Islam, Christianity. Moses was an Egyptian prince of Hebrew heritage who lived in Egypt somewhere between 2000 and 1200 BC. He established a monotheistic religion in pagan Egypt, but was forced to exile. He's credited with writing of the Torah and the Ten Commandments, which were given by God through Moses. So again, this is what the occultists believe. Remember, if you've seen my Sacred Name documentary, you can see we document there quite a bit, especially is Yahweh a pagan god in that particular segment, that the pagans and the Gnostics, for them, they don't care. Whatever, they'll just bring in whatever god or figure from other religions and appropriate certain spiritual things to them. They have no clue whatsoever. So just because these people are importing Moses into their belief system doesn't mean that they believe in the Moses of the Bible. They're making their own counterfeit Moses, and of course, this is what the mystery religion does. It's a mishmash. Where God is one and consistent throughout history, the devil does the opposite, and he has many things, and it's a mishmash. That's the mystery religion. A couple more here. Akhenaten, he was a pharaoh from 1300 BC. He attempted to make pagan Egypt monotheistic under one sun god. His mother, Tui, was likely of Hebrew origin, and he was driven out of Egypt like Moses. The city with the most statues of Akhenaten is the city of Hermopolis, which is dedicated to Hermes Trismegistus. Nabu, Babylonian, god of writing and wisdom, scribe of Marduk, and keeper of the tablets of destiny. Now, so far as anything that I've read to you has to do with science. No, this is all occult stuff. So remember and keep this in mind. Here's the caduceus with the little snake on a pole. In modern day term, the term hermetically sealed is commonly used to mean airtight and impervious to gases. The word hermetic today typically means secret or sealed. Hermeticism was generally veiled in secrecy, and only those who were truly ready could receive the Hermetic teachings. Remember all this stuff, folks, because when we come to Newton, who was all about Hermetic stuff, and all these other people who are influenced by Hermeticism, you'll understand. Hermes is also said to have had magical powers that could seal a box or chest in such a way that it could never be opened. Hermes' symbol, the caduceus, is also the modern symbol of commerce and medicine. That's right, because we're still under the mystery religion. Hermetic philosophy. Hermetic philosophy or Hermeticism is one of the oldest religions and philosophical traditions. A synthesis of religion philosophy, which flourished in Ptolemaic Egypt. Hermeticism was not embodied in a single religious group, but instead it was a philosophical system that is at the root of many traditions, some of which are still alive today, with an exclamation point. Yes, of course, many are still alive today. Hermeticism is a blend of ancient Egyptian religion, philosophy, science, and magic with elements of Greek paganism, Alexandrian Judaism, ancient Sumerian religion, and Chaldean astrology and astronomy, and Zoroastrianism. It is a mishmash of beliefs. Do spirituality your own way, Cain style. It is associated with the philosophical schools of Platonism, Neoplatonism, Stoicism, and Pythagoreanism. I've talked about Platonism and Neoplatonism and their influence on the occult, belief of basically going to heaven after you die, having an immortal soul in my Afterlife series. A lot of great history there. Hermeticism is said to hold Theologia, a doctrine that claims a true theology at the root of all religions that was given to man in antiquity. Hello, hello, forbidden fruit. The Hermeticists believe in one transcendent God and that all is one in the universe. Remember this too, the monad. We're gonna look at that quite a bit. Though they also believe in the existence of other beings, such as aeons, angels, and elementals. Hermeticism influenced Judaism, Islam, and Christianity, especially the early Christian Gnostics, who were considered heretics. That's right, they were heretics. The devil was on both sides, the dark and the light, and you can see this throughout history, that it's been very pervasive. The destruction of the Hermetic wisdom. Much of the Hermetic and alchemical literature was destroyed, and the remainder shifted to the Islamic world in 400 and 600 AD, and eventually merged in medieval Europe into the Renaissance. Keep that in mind too. The Christians, starting with Emperor Constantine and his successors, erased almost every trace of Hermeticism from 312 AD until well into the 6th century, putting to death thousands of pagans, many of whom were Hermetic, and destroying temples and sacred texts. What did I tell you? That the Catholic Church judged the pagan system? God uses one wicked group to judge another wicked group. That is why every empire the devil starts has an expiration date, and he knows that. So he has to constantly move these things from one to another. As God is judging these pagans with other wicked people, with institutionalized religion, the devil is incorporating that into institutionalized religion. And then Rome becomes the seat of the occult. So it's just a constant move. But of course, God comes to judge everything at the end. But this is the ping pong dance over history. Being opposed by the church, the Hermetic tradition was forced to the occult underground and permeates Western esoteric traditions. This includes secret societies such as the Freemasons, Rosicrucians, Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, Thelema, as well as modern paganism, New Age, and Wicca. Remember all of these because they're going to come into play. Developing the heliocentric theory, they will. The Theosophical Society, the philosophy behind the Waldorf Rudolf Steiner schools, is also influenced by Hermetic philosophy. Was there anything else That's right. Here's the Emerald Tablet, by the way. We're going to read a little bit about that. It's a reconstruction, but this is a very prized text to the occultists. The separation of spirit and science. While Hermeticism was influential in the rise of modern experimental science, part of the Hermetic tradition had to be repudiated in order for science to emerge. This includes a separation of science from religion and the spiritual world, as well as removing illumination as a way of obtaining knowledge. That's right. Science became atheistic. It became dark. And of course, the true initiates always knew the old, ways of thinking. And of course, through the Renaissance, the Enlightenment, you'll see as we get to that part in history, it was a resurgence of the old ways and a return back to the mystery schools. But moving on. Until the mid-17th century, natural philosophy generally described nature as an organic, dynamic, living, interconnected organism. There was no clear distinction between astronomy and astrology, alchemy and chemistry, science and magic. The scientific revolution separated these disciplines and brought a mechanistic view of nature, a focus on rational and logical thought, and a separation of religion and spirituality from the pursuit of knowledge, which, by the way, that wave, just like with communism, is coming undone in the present age through the quantum deception. We're going to talk about that. Through New Age, through all of these things coming back to uniting science and spirituality under the beast. It had to be separated so that it could be united. Just like the division between communism and religious nationalism had to create a false dialectic so that eventually it could be integrated. The same thing happened with science and is happening now as we are moving into the quantum New Age understanding of the world, which really is just sorcery. But moving on. In science, a phenomenon that is being observed is separated from the soul and the internal value system of the observer. When science observes a phenomenon, it assumes that its nature, the perceptual, is the actual. However, in the modern fields of relativistic and quantum physics, what was I just saying? Observation affects the process being observed with a different outcome than if the process were unobserved. In Hermeticism, that which is being studied is a reflection of the observer, and the two are intrinsically linked. This is central to Hermetic philosophy, as seen in the famous phrase, as above, so below. The universe is a symbolic reflection of what is happening inside ourselves. The quest for knowledge becomes a spiritual journey to return to a state of unity with the divine known as the great work of humankind. Didn't Aleister Crowley talk about the great work and how the great work will happen in the year of the snake, which is, I believe, 2025? That's coming up. You go, all are one, as above, so below. So this is what the occultists believe. Very, very important, because the Emerald Tablet is something that a lot of them, like Newton, were very much into. Newton actually translated the Emerald Tablet into English. This is Emerald Tablet on Wikipedia. The Emerald Tablet, or Smaragdine Tablet, is a compact and cryptic Hermetic text. It was a highly regarded foundational text for many Islamic and European alchemists. This is what you need to know, that as the Catholic Church judged the Hermeticists and paganism was crumbling, because remember, Satan chose the Catholic Church as his vehicle. We're done with this paganism thing. We can't be obviously against Christ. We have to create a counterfeit. So it's time to judge and destroy these things. Okay, well, God judges these pagan powers with Satan's counterfeit, and of course, Satan's counterfeit absorbs the secret knowledge. As these things are transpiring, the Islamic world is coming up through Muhammad. Muhammad happened around 600 AD, approximately. Visions from an angel of light. Creates a counterfeit religion, greatest false prophet in history, and absorbs all of these, mystery religion. Within I talk about this in my Did the Catholic Church Create Islam video, where after Muhammad dies, now Muhammad was a false prophet, but after he died, right after him, what's his name? Ibn Abdullah, I forget the guy's name, something Ibn Abdullah. Anyway, the guy who came in right after him was a Gnostic. He was actually a Jew, and he was a mystic, and he basically infiltrated Islam and brought Gnosticism, Manichaeism, which also was being judged by these new counterfeit powers to the Catholic Church through Constantine. All of these mystery religion things went underground into secret societies, and they migrated into Islam and eventually back into Europe and so on and so forth. Because the Crusades, gosh, there's just so much to talk about. The Crusades, when they went back in the Middle East, that's when the Templars cross-pollinated with the Kabbalah and the mystical practices, and they brought all that to Europe. And of course, Rome was already, in some sense, the seat of the occult after Alexandria was burned down. But it's just a constant cross-pollination. And so you can see these things moving and migrating to different places throughout history. But moving on. Though attributed to the legendary Hellenistic figure Hermes Trismegistus, the text of the Emerald Tablet first appears in a number of early medieval Arabic sources, the oldest of which dates to the late 8th or early 9th century. It was translated into Latin several times in the 12th and 13th centuries. Numerous interpretations and commentaries followed. Medieval and early modern alchemists associated the Emerald Tablet with the creation of the Philosopher's Stone and artificial gold production. It's also been popular with 19th and 20th century occultists and esotericists, among whom the expression "as above, so below," a modern paraphrase of the second verse of the tablet, has become an often cited motto. This is the translation by Isaac Newton. Let's read it. "'Tis true without lying, certain and most true, that which is below is like that which is above, and that which is above is that which is below, to do the miracle of one only thing. And as all things have been and arose from one by the mediation of one, so all things have their birth from this one thing by adaptation." So again, this is false light, folks. There's some truth here. Yes, there is one being that created all things. But this is lying to you about the nature of that being and how to be in relationship with that being. So that's why this is Antichrist. Spirit of Antichrist, folks. Didn't just start with the cross. The spirit of Antichrist against Christ, against God, against salvation has been around since the very beginning, since Genesis 3. "The sun is its father, the moon is its mother, the wind hath carried it in its belly, and the earth is its nurse. The Father of all perfection in the whole world is here. Its force or power is entire if it be converted into earth. Separate thou the earth from the fire, the subtle from the gross, sweetly and with great industry. It ascends from the earth to the heaven, and again it descends to the earth and receives the force of the things superior and inferior. By this means you shall have the glory of the whole world, and thereby all obscurity shall fly from you. Its force is above all force, for it vanishes every subtle thing and penetrates every solid thing. So is the world created. From this are and do come admirable adaptations whereof the means is here in this. Hence I am called Hermes Trismegist, having the three parts of philosophy of the whole world. That which I have said of the operation of the sun is accomplished and ended." So very sun-centric, very pagan, very occult, very fertility rite, dualistic type of stuff. But this is the Emerald Tablet. So that made its way into the Islamic world with the Islamic secret societies and the occult that basically migrated from Manichaeism, from Platonism, from all the Greek Hellenistic stuff. It migrated into these other places and eventually back into the Catholic Church through the Crusades. Do I have anything else? I do, but we're going to talk about Hermes really quick. Hermes basically will be popping up in a lot of places in this presentation, so I wanted to document who he is. Of course, we don't know who he is. Who knows if he was a real person or a combination of people? I don't have an opinion either way. I think he could very likely be just a combination of people, because pagans and mystics and the whole tradition is always about exaggeration. So I don't trust a word of what they say. However, you can see that they've taken certain things and twisted them to the truth. Yes, there's one creator, but they're not going to give glory to God. They're going to make a counterfeit creator. And of course, that counterfeit creator is Satan. So again, who knows if he was a real person? Again, he strikes me as a counterfeit of Melchizedek, a king and priest. Of course, we know that that was a picture of Christ. Whether Melchizedek was a pre-incarnate version of Christ or just somebody that the Bible mentions to you without a genealogy on purpose to paint a picture of Jesus, I don't have an opinion on that either way. I think he was likely probably a real person, the king and priest. But I'm not 100% dogmatic on it. I think it could be either way. The point is that Melchizedek has both the office of politics and religion, spirituality. He's both heaven and earth, right? That is the priesthood that Christ follows in, the priesthood of an immortal life that is ruler over heaven and earth. Well, Hermes Trismegistus, the pagans calling him a king and a philosopher and a priest and all this stuff, really basically what? He's all things, political and spiritual, which to me is a counterfeit of Christ. So it's very clear that there's some antichrist things going on there. He offers the forbidden fruit of self-salvation through alchemy and Gnosticism, just mystery religion, forbidden fruit from Genesis 3. There's nothing different. The devil has to show his cards, folks. And if you know the devil's cards, then it's easy to see right through them. He formed the basis for many scientific thinkers, including people like Newton and Francis Bacon and all these people who were basically part of the quote-unquote scientific revolution and, of course, heliocentrism. So Greek knowledge, who came from Egypt through Pythagoras in the East, eventually migrated into the Arabic world. Constantine and the Roman Empire wiped out the Hermeticists and the pagans, but Rome was also pagan, so it's really just one evil group wiping out another. And all of those things were absorbed into the secret orders of the Catholic Church, which of course still works today. It's just one pagan versus another, but one is the counterfeit. One is a counterfeit Christian power, whereas the other one was overtly pagan. And the overtly pagan stuff had to go. It wasn't going to work anymore with Christianity in the world. So the devil had to create a counterfeit to be like God. And of course, that's the Catholic Church. The mysteries were subsumed into Rome. And after Alexandria burned down, Rome basically became the storehouse for all of the occult knowledge. And that increased with things like the Crusades, where you had the Templars going into the Middle East and being influenced by things like the Assassins, which were the Muslim secret societies, secret orders, the Kabbalah through rabbinic Judaism. And they brought it all back to Rome. Of course, you know that the Templars were eventually disbanded for all of their satanic rituals and crazy things that they were doing. But the Templars ran away. And there's a whole series that I'm going to be doing on secret societies called the Synagogue of Satan. The Templars ran away and they cross-pollinated with the Freemasons. But the Masons were they were an order of builders. And what happened was that order started to accept non-builders into it. And this is how they cross-pollinated and became the Freemasons of today. Freemasonry today was influenced and shaped by the Templars. And the Templars basically were the foundation of all these other secret societies. The Catholic Church, really, imported all of these mystery religions and propagated these secret societies. Of course, the Assassins existed before the Catholic Church, before the Templars. But really, you could go either way too, because the Catholic Church, in my video, did the Catholic Church start Islam? Some people believe that the Catholic Church created Islam, so there's that. I try to walk a narrow road and say, look, at the very least, the existence of the Catholic Church led to the rise of Islam for many reasons. Muhammad was a perfect false prophet for the devil to use, because the Arabs wanted their own Christ, their own religion. They wanted their own pope. They wanted to have significance. And so they were ripe for deception. And again, it was time to move away from paganism. That wasn't working anymore. So we need like monotheism. We need, counterfeit Christianity. And Islam in many ways is a harlot daughter. It's a Unitarian harlot daughter of Rome. And I talk about that in that video. So it's very fascinating how the relationship between these two. But the point is that, what is the point? The point is that this mystery religion, this mystery tradition has traveled through time. You can see the devil constantly jumping from one platform to the other as the other one disintegrates, because everything has an expiration date, and moving this knowledge to different places and actualizing it eventually in the Catholic Church. Today, of course, there's Rosicrucians, Freemasons, Illuminati, Templars, Jesuits everywhere. You'll see everywhere with secret societies and heliocentric study. They're all tied to Hermeticism, which of course goes back to the very beginning, the forbidden fruit. Now I want to talk about the Islamic world and finish this up, because that was around 800 to 900 AD. Remember that in episode 3, when we looked at ancient cosmologies, that the Quran teaches an enclosed cosmology. We'll review that today a little bit. And there are other verses in the Quran that we didn't look at that discuss an enclosed cosmology, a flat plane, a firmament, many layers of the firmament. Now, of course, the Bible doesn't say many layers, but the point is the Quran teaches an enclosed flat cosmology. However, the Arabic world was quickly infiltrated by by Gnosticism, really, it's paganism, but it was very quickly influenced by Gnosticism and secret societies. Abdullah ibn Mayyam, that's the guy's name, Abdullah ibn Mayyam, a Jewish wealthy mystic, took over. Then you had the assassins, the Fatimites, and all these other secret orders and so on. And those things persist today. That's why the Catholic Church controls all of these places, because it's all behind the scenes with secret societies and secret orders. And of course, the Jesuits control all of these things in the end. So let's see. This is cosmology in the Muslim world. Overview. In Quranic cosmology, cosmography, the cosmos is primarily constituted of 7 heavens and firmament. The firmament is solid structures and are held up by God's power and without visible pillars. Without visible pillars. Above them is the throne of God, a solid structure. The Quran indicates a round earth, i.e. circular, not globe, and says that the physical land on the ground has been spread. So we talked about this, how the heavens and the earth are, it's a flat plane with a covering of some kind. But now we have to look at how that evolved out. Just like the Indians, just like the Greeks, everything flipped from one to another, from truth to error. Multiverse. Al-Ghazali, the incoherence of the philosophers, defends the Ash'ari doctrine of a created universe that is temporally finite against the Aristotelian doctrine of an eternal universe. In doing so, he proposed the modal theory of possible worlds, arguing that the actual world is the best of all possible worlds from among all alternate timelines and world histories that God could have possibly created. Al-Razi, in his Matalib al-Aliyah, explores the possibility that a multiverse exists in his interpretation of the Quranic verse, "All praise belongs to God, Lord of the worlds." So people, what's the point we're getting into is that people later, because they were Gnostics, because they were mystics, because they were secret society members, and all this stuff was floating around, they started to reinterpret the Quran with things like the multiverse. So the multiverse is not 100 years old, folks. It's a very old idea because of the spiritual implications that it has. Al-Razi decides that God is capable of creating as many universes as he wishes, and that prior arguments for assuming the existence of a single universe are weak. And, quote, "It is established by evidence that there exists beyond the world a void without a terminal limit. And it is established as well by evidence that God Most High has power over all contingent beings. Therefore, he, the Most High, has the power to create 1,000 worlds beyond this world, such that each one of those worlds be bigger and more massive than this world, as well as having the like of what this world has of the throne, the chair, the heavens, and the earth, and the sun and the moon. The arguments of the philosophers for establishing that the world is one are weak, flimsy arguments founded upon feeble premises." What does the Bible say? The Bible says there's only one world, one universe, to reveal God's plan of salvation. If there are multiple universes, do you see how the devil can use that to confuse you into all sorts of deceptions? And of course, they do happen today. For example, multiverse, people believe that we're in a simulation. So there you go. The simulation's what's happening, and you don't need to, you don't need Christ. You need to basically find a way to transcend the simulation, or maybe you need to, log into the digital world, and that's how you do it. Or if you know the particular doctrine called Molinism, this is an advanced topic that I'm going to be talking about in my Salvation series, but it was made by a Jesuit named something Molina. I forget his first name, but made by a Jesuit. And of course, the doctrine is just so seductive and so, gosh, if you have heard it, then you know what I'm talking about, because it seems like it reconciles predestination and free will, but it really doesn't. All it does is attack the gospel, and it attacks the certainty in God's work in salvation by using all of these multiple universes and saying, well, God, the one we're in, he's created the best possible. It's a whole can of worms. I'm not even going to open up, but just know that it was created by a Jesuit, and it relies on multiple worlds. So just know that the devil has an agenda to destroy true Christians, to destroy your faith, to distract you from the truth with everything that he does. So when you see something like this with multiple worlds, people start reinterpreting the Quran, you realize that this is a very old idea, not just something that came 100 years ago. Al-Razi therefore rejected the Aristotelian and Avicennian notions of the impossibility of multiple universes, and he spent a few pages rebutting the main Aristotelian arguments in this respect. This followed from his affirmation of atomism, as advocated by the Ash'ari school of Islamic theology, which entails the existence of vacant space in which the atoms move, combine, and separate. Do you see the mechanistic aspects coming forth through Islam of science, and how that prompted the separation between science and spirituality eventually, and then so they can reunite through quantum? And it's just profound. All the dark to light schemes that are constantly going on through history. The devil has been incredibly busy. He discussed in greater detail the void, the empty space between stars and constellations in the universe in Volume 5 of Matalib. He argued that there exists an infinite outer space beyond the known world. This is ancient Islam, folks. And that God has the power to fill the vacuum with an infinite number of universes. There you go. So all the things that you believe today about the heliocentric, and look, we've all been there. I'm not judging anybody, but you have to realize where they come from. They don't come from science. This is philosophy. This is one occult philosopher trying to refute another occult philosopher based on philosophical arguments. Well, God is so powerful that he must be able to create multiple worlds. Have you measured these multiple worlds? No, it's a philosophical conjecture, fighting another philosopher, Aristotle, who said the universe was eternal and there's one. Which I guess, in that sense, it's true in some sense. The universe hasn't been around forever, but there is only one universe. And so there's that. But let's see, there's something else here that I wanted to highlight. Astronomy, reception of Hellenistic astronomy. Much of the 9th century astronomy in the Islamic world revolved around the dissemination of the astronomical work of Ptolemy, primarily through his Almagest. Translations of it were produced, and summaries and commentaries of it were also written. In 850, Al-Farghani wrote his own summary of the work, titled Kitab fi Jawni some Arabic name I can't pronounce, a compendium of the science of stars, a summary of the Ptolemaic cosmography. So Ptolemy, the Hellenistic model of the universe, was very much being disseminated into ancient Islam. But remember that quickly changed as other things were changing to go to this new thing, this new system. It's really not, and it's not new at all, it's just old, but it's being repackaged as new. The primary purpose of the work was to help explicate Ptolemy's, but it also included some corrections based on the findings of earlier Arab astronomers. Al-Farghani gave revised values of the obliquity of the ecliptic and precessional movement of the apogees of the sun and the moon, and the circumference of the earth. So are we talking old cosmology or new cosmology? The books were widely circulated through the Muslim world and even translated into Latin. Under the Caliph al-Mayyum, an astronomical program was instituted in Baghdad and Damascus with the stated intention of verifying Ptolemy's observations by comparing the predictions made from his models with new observations. The findings were compiled into a book called Al-Zij al-Mutahan, the Verifiable Tables, which is widely quoted in later astronomers, but itself is no longer existing. Early heliocentric models. The Hellenistic Greek astronomer Seleucus of Seleucia, who advocated a heliocentric model in the 2nd century BC. Remember why? Eratosthenes, before him Plato, Aristotle, Pythagoras. So this is old stuff being migrated through these various empires because all the empires crumble and fall and get judged. This guy wrote a work that was later translated into Arabic. A fragment of his work has survived only in Arabic translation, which was later referred to by the Persian philosopher Muhammad ibn Zakaria al-Razi, 865 to 925. In the late 9th century, Jafar ibn Muhammad Abu Mashar al-Balkhi developed a planetary model which some have interpreted as a heliocentric model. This is due to his orbital revolutions of the planets being given as heliocentric revolutions rather than geocentric revolutions, which Ptolemy was geocentric. And the only known planetary theory in which this occurs is in the heliocentric theory. His work on planetary theory has not survived, but his astronomical data was later recorded by al-Hashimi, Abu Rai-Biruni, and al-Sijni. In the early 11th century, al-Biruni had met several Indian scholars. There we go. Remember what I told you about the cross-pollination of the East into the Muslim world? He met several Indian scholars. This is the 11th century, around 1000. Also when the Crusades were happening too, which is interesting. who believed in a rotating Earth. In his Indica, he discusses the theories on the Earth's rotation supported by Brahmagupta and other Indian astronomers, while in his canon Masudicus al-Biruni writes that Aryabhata's followers assigned the first movement from east to west to the Earth and a second movement from west to east to the fixed stars. Al-Biruni also wrote that Al-Sijni also believed the Earth was moving and invented an astrolabe called the Zuraki based on this idea. Early Hayya program. Ibn al-Haytham, Latinized as Al-Hazen, wrote a work in the Hayya tradition of Islamic astronomy known as Al-Shukuk, Doubts on Ptolemy. He criticized Ptolemy's astronomical system on theoretical grounds, but also sought reconciliation with it. Ibn al-Haytham developed a physical structure of the Ptolemaic system in his treatise on the configuration of the worlds, which became an influential work in the Hayya tradition. In his Epitome of Astronomy, he insisted that heavenly bodies were accountable to the laws of physics. In 1038, Ibn al-Haytham described the first non-Ptolemaic configuration in the model of the motions. So again, this is right around when the Crusades were happening. And they cross-pollinated with the Indian mystics, who believed the Earth was rotating, who started to believe the Earth was rotating and round. And the Templars came there too and got some of that as well. His reform was not concerned with cosmology, as he developed a systematic study of celestial kinematics that was completely geometric. This in turn led to innovative developments in infinitesimal geometry. His reformed model was the first to reject the equant and eccentrics, separate natural philosophy from astronomy, free celestial kinematics from cosmology, and reduce physical entities to geometrical entities, i.e., he was the first to really mathematize things. The model also propounded the Earth's rotation about its axis, and the centers of motion were geometric points, without any physical significance, like Johannes Kepler modeled centuries later. I wonder where Kepler got his ideas. In 1030, Abu al-Raik al-Biruni discussed the Indian planetary theories of Aryabhata, Brahmagupta, and Varamahira in his Latinized Indica treatise. Al-Biruni agreed with the Earth's rotation about its own axis, and while he was initially neutral regarding the heliocentric and geocentric models, he eventually came to reject heliocentrism towards the end of his life. He remarked that if the Earth rotates on its axis and moves around the Sun, it would remain consistent with his astronomical parameters. Quote, "Rotation of the Earth would in no way invalidate astronomical calculations, for all the astronomical data are as explicable in terms of the one theory or as the other. The problem is thus difficult of solution." Why is this quote so important, folks? This quote was about 1,000 years ago. And you're going to see the same exact quote from modern physicists, i.e., what you see can be explained by the Earth moving or the Earth standing still and the celestial bodies moving. It doesn't matter because math is math. Math is a relationship. One thing is moving and one thing is not. As long as there's that relationship, you can mathematize it either direction. If you choose that the Earth is moving, even though it's not, and the heavens are still, then you can do math to justify your observations. If you choose that the Earth is stationary and the heavens are moving, your assumptions totally change and you can mathematize that into a model. You have to realize that math is about relationships, and you have a man from 1,000 years ago who obviously was very involved in occult traditions and mystery religions and being cross-pollinated with all these mystics, telling you that it doesn't matter whether the Earth is moving or not. He rejected heliocentrism in the sense that he believed in the Ptolemaic model where Earth is stationary in the universe, although it seems he believes that the Earth was also rotating around its axis. But either way, he's telling you that it doesn't matter. Math is math. And he was the one that really started to mathematize everything, which is very important. There's more history here we won't go over, but as you can see, these things were cross-pollinating more and more throughout history. So remember that Gnosticism was all over the world through Hermeticism, Manichaeism, if you know what that is. That was a huge, not an empire, but like a belief system around the 3rd and 4th centuries was when it, believe, got taken out by the Roman Empire. But the point is this: we see an unbroken line of influence from ancient Egypt, which of course took the traditions from Babel and Nimrod and Semiramis and Tammuz and all these things, They took those traditions. That tradition migrated through these various pagan empires like Assyria, Babylon to Greece, all the way to Rome, to the Arabic world, and of course then back to Rome through the Crusades, and so on and so forth. And of course, you also had the Indian, Eastern traditions link up into that too. So Satan is weaving his tapestry throughout history. And again, if you don't have the bird's eye view, you don't see the tapestry. You don't see the work of the enemy throughout history. And so you think that what you believe today is, well, it's just science. It must be. But it's not. It's an occult belief system. The Quran teaches a flat earth. But again, after Muhammad, you had Abdullah ibn Mayam, who was a mystic, and he took over and made things Gnostic. See, my video, Did the Catholic Church Create Islam? To understand the Gnostic and the occult relationships between the Catholic Church and the religion of Islam. Greek philosophy also influenced Islamic thinking for centuries because you had the Greek philosophers and their systems, and initially it was accepted. Hellenistic philosophy was accepted in the Muslim world, and then the Muslims wanted their own identity and their own way of doing things, and so they rebelled to it, and they cross-pollinated with the Indians, with the Indian mystics, and so dark to light, constant ping pong. And of course, this is how the devil was working through history. So in order to create a more pure Arabic science, they started to rebel against the Hellenistic model, and they started to accept things like the earth rotating and mathematizing all these things. And you had these people, like I just read, I don't remember their names, but these people started to mathematize the model and put forward a heliocentric idea around 1000 AD, around the time of the Crusades as well. More and more people began coming up with the ideas that we see today. The revolution of the earth, the revolution of bodies on an axis, space, multiverse, all these things are very old, folks. They're not from the 1900s. They're from the thousands AD and probably even before that. All these things have been in the oven for quite a long time. I remember all the cross-pollination with the Indians, with the Middle Ages, with the, Crusades. And of course, eventually, you have the Reformation, which is our next point in time, with our next topic to talk about. And the important thing is that the Catholic Church did not openly teach these things up until the Reformation, which is a very interesting thing. The Catholic Church wasn't really super aggressive with cosmology in its teachings because the Catholic Church was dominant. It had no reason to change cosmology. Of course, Rome had all of the esoteric texts and all of the occult knowledge, but they didn't care. They didn't have any reason to do anything in Europe as far as cosmology, like the Muslims did in rebelling against the Greeks and having their own identity. The Catholic Church was iron fist for 1260 years. Up until the Reformation, really, the first 1,000 years of the Catholic Church, from 20 AD to 1300, 1400 AD, that 1,000 years was completely dominant. It had no reason to address cosmology, even though they had all the occult texts. And of course, through the Crusades, they got even more occult knowledge and more occult texts, more occult cross-pollination. And when the Reformation happened, they pulled out all of these weapons through the Jesuits. You'll see for yourself. It's really fascinating. But again, Rome had this storage house of the occult, and they had no reason to use it up until people started to rebel against Rome, and Rome's power seemed like it was crumbling through the Reformation. Rome did track the movements of the sun and the luminaries quite a bit. I talk about this in my number 5 episode in the Sabbath series on the lunar Sabbaths, a pretty long episode. It's about 6 hours, but it's very, very in-depth and stuff that you're not going to really find in most places. Nobody understands the true calendar that God gave the Israelites. And of course, that calendar is not in use today. It's not the Hebrew calendar. It's the calendar of the sun's position in the constellations. And the sun has a specific cycle that it goes through in a solar cycle. 365.21 days or something like that. Well, that cycle, when you are comparing it to when it's a relationship, God's about relationships. When it's a relationship between the sun and the constellations, it's a perfect year. No need to intercalate. There are only 12 constellations in the sky at all times. So the sun's position in a particular constellation determines a period of time, a 12th of the year. Now that 12th is not even. It's, maybe 20 days, it may be 40 days, depending on the size of the constellation, but it was always complete, meaning there was no intercalation needed. Well, anyway, we talk about that quite a bit, but you see, the Catholic Church knew these things because you see, what's the point now with the Catholic Church? The Catholic Church, I document in that video, and you can look into this for yourself. The Catholic Church, these old cathedrals all had zodiac signs and the sun's position in a particular constellation on a given day. And they would track that very intimately. And there's a big rabbit hole there. Of course, a lot of people who are involved with the Tartaria thing are all about, this thing, oh, look, the old system in Tartaria. Well, yes and no. There's no Tartaria. Tartaria is a psyop designed to make you glorify the old world order, i.e. the new world order that's coming, going back to secret knowledge. So don't fall for it, but history is not what you've been told, that's for sure. Absolutely. I'm not so sure what happened with the whole mud flood thing. There are some strange things that have happened in history, folks. They really have. We don't, like with the repopulation of the 1800s and sending all these orphans to various countries, that's really weird. There is some strange evidence with these buildings that are covered in mud and there's like a whole bunch left underneath that seems to have been repurposed. There's just some really weird stuff. However, you got to walk the narrow road because there are also a lot of these buildings that people say, look, they were built so advanced. There are pictures of them being built. I'm not saying that that's the absolute. I'm saying that we have to walk a narrow road. There are some questionable things with history, like with the renovation of Paris. Was it 20 years they built the whole thing? I mean, they renovated everything. It doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense. And some of these buildings in Australia, for example, that are built with just prisoners and, barely any equipment, and they're Victorians type buildings. It's strange. It really is strange. But nevertheless, the Catholic Church, the cathedrals of the Catholic Church, these old cathedrals all have zodiacs on the floor, and they have a very precise measurement of the sun's rays and going into various positions. So check that out if you're interested in it. But the point is this, the snake knows the truth, folks. The snake knows the cosmology, the correct cosmology, knows the truth. The Catholic Church has all of the occult knowledge from Egypt and Babylon and Greece and Rome and everything else. All of that has been centered in Rome. Remember, Revelation 13:2, the devil gave the beast its power and throne and great authority. Meaning out of all the Antichrist vehicles on the earth, and there's plenty, the devil chose the seat of the Pope in Rome, and Rome in general to be the center foci of his satanic activity. So they were tracking the heavens for centuries. They were tracking the movement of the sun. And of course, today, who has all of the observatories? The Lucifer telescope we'll talk about this in the future section. It's Catholic. The Vatican owns it. So they've always been tracking. They know the cosmology, and I'm sure that they're trying to investigate how to break through the firmament in some way. That's what they're trying to do. Who knows what they're doing, but they know the truth. Nevertheless, they never had a reason to weaponize cosmology up until the Reformation, which is a very interesting thing, because if we know that Rome had all of this occult knowledge and then suddenly chooses to weaponize it as a result of the Reformation, what does that tell you? It tells you that heliocentrism is a delusion, and it's a weapon of the enemy to try to destroy the Protestant Reformation, to try to destroy the biblical accuracy and destroy belief in the Bible, and to ultimately bring in a new world order under the beast. That's what it tells you. So we'll get to more of that as we go on, but the takeaway of today is the following. All of the ancient figures who influenced heliocentrism were major occultists. From the very beginning, heliocentric thought and heliocentrism has roots in the occult and mystery religion. It cannot be divorced from the occult. Hopefully, you see that. All the things that I've covered cannot be divorced from occult and occult philosophy. This is the point of today, really. If you can get one thing out of today, it is that heliocentrism is not a scientific belief. It is an occult belief, and it can never be divorced from occult and mystical belief systems. The devil was very busy inverting cosmology a long time ago through different places, flipping them here, flip them there, and eventually Of course, as of the cross, the devil chose the Catholic Church to migrate all of these things into, which is very important. And you can see now that we've outlined some of this history, how the mystery religion slowly has been woven into these various empires, leapfrog, and ultimately is going to coalesce in the Catholic Church from all of these threads, which of course is the next part, which is the Reformation and the Enlightenment.
Why does the Pope have a bunch of astronomers? It's a question we always get asked. And there's kind of the narrow reason. In 1891, Pope Leo XIII wanted to show the world that the Church was supporting science, because at the end of the 19th century, that was just the time when the myth was becoming invented that somehow the Church and science were opposed. The deeper history goes back to the fact that, in fact, the Church has always supported science. You had to learn astronomy as one of the 7 courses in the medieval universities before you got to go on to theology or philosophy. The fact that there are telescopes on the Pope's summer home is a visible sign that, literally, the Church is supporting astronomy. The important message about this support is not just to those who would criticize the Church, but it's also an important message to people within the Church who might be tempted to criticize science, who are suspicious of science, who want to say that all science is dangerous. That's not traditional Christianity. If you believe that God created the universe, then knowing how God created the universe is a way of getting to know God.
All right, welcome now to part 2. Now that we have some context from ancient times and ancient history, so you can see all of the various threads that have been proliferated throughout history and how they're going to be integrated into the Catholic Church, now we're going to look at the Reformation and, of course, also the Enlightenment that came afterwards. The Reformation was a key period in time because, like I said, up until the Reformation, the Catholic Church had no reason to weaponize cosmology. Even though it had all of these occult texts and occult knowledge, it had no reason to use them because it was completely dominant with an iron fist over all of Europe. So, in this part, we're going to see how heliocentrism really exploded into the Western world as a result of the Catholic Church, and how the devil subsumed all of these threads into Catholic ideals and Catholic teachings, which, of course, the catalyzing event was the Reformation, the printing of the Bibles and things like that. The Ottoman Empire was also an issue for the beast. If you have watched my End Time series, the Ottoman Empire was used to judge the beast. But of course, the beast wasn't completely to be judged because it had to live until the very end. But the Ottoman Empire was plowing away at the beast and causing problems while the Reformation was happening and printing Bibles. So this was a real crisis for the beast. And of course, it had to change tactics into how it combated the rebels and how it maintained power. And so it shifted its policy from being ruling with an iron fist to deception, to infiltration, to using secret societies, the Jesuits, and so on and so forth. They didn't have total political dominance anymore, so they had to engage in an information war. Just like the shift from Vatican I to Vatican II how I've talked about how that, and we'll talk a little bit more about that as we go into the future of this. You'll see how that also coincides with cosmological changes. But Vatican II was a very significant repositioning of the beast. And what came out of that was a lot of false light. The charismatic movement, ecumenism, bringing people together, it was more friendly on the outside, which of course, eventually the beast will show its fangs. But the point is that the beast, understanding the beast's change of position in history really gives you a good lens to interpret everything that comes after that point. The Reformation and the Ottoman Empire judging the beast forced the beast to reposition from controlling everything with an iron fist, which is what the beast wants to get back to, by the way, with the New World Order, to engaging into more subversive information wars and doing sort of propaganda and all kinds of infiltrations, and weaponizing all of that occult knowledge that it accumulated and that the devil stockpiled in Rome. So very important to understand that as a result of that, the Jesuits were created in the early 1500s, 1534, I believe, and weaponized against the Protestant Reformation. And one of the things that was weaponized against the Protestants, there were many, was the change of cosmology. Now, very important, I skipped the medieval Dark Ages in this sequence of time because, again, the Catholic Church was dominant. There was no point in covering the medieval Dark Ages of the Catholic Church because, again, it had no reason to get involved in cosmology. So you can look into that yourself if you're so curious. But I think between covering the evolutions in Islam that happened and what the Catholic Church did, how it monitored the position of the sun and the constellations, we know how these things go. The Catholic Church knew the cosmology, but it also accumulated occult knowledge. And then eventually it realized that we need to weaponize this occult knowledge and change things in our direction so we can be the ones telling what's happening and basically tell people what to do. The devil was very hard at work during the medieval ages. Doesn't mean that he wasn't doing anything. Between 900 AD with all the Muslim stuff I just covered and 1500s with the Reformation, the devil was still extremely busy, and we know that. All of these threads would influence the development of the Counter-Reformation and the Enlightenment and all these Antichrist things that came over and over afterwards. The Counter-Reformation, then you had the French Revolution, then you had all of the Antichrist things that happened in the 1800s, then the 1900s. It's just a wave and wave and wave after wave of satanic activity, which we will be documenting, and you'll get a very good taste of it today. Either way, much of modern heliocentrism was established during this time, between 1500 and 1800 AD. If you don't know what the Counter-Reformation is, then watch my End Time series so you can learn, especially the French Revolution episode. But today we are at the end of that Counter-Reformation. Almost 500 years later, we're at the end. And the Protestants have almost come back to the Mother Church. People believe largely Catholic cosmology, which leads them to embrace a new world order through climate change and through other things, ecumenical in nature. And we're at the end, folks. So this is another indicator that we are at the end of history. Now, let's see what the Reformers thought about heliocentrism. This is from Christian History Institute. Did the Reformers reject Copernicus? In 1539, even before Copernicus's book was printed, Martin Luther had already heard about the astronomers' theories and commented against them in the course of a dinner conversation. An eager young student copied down the critique and reported it. Quote, "There was mention of a certain new astrologer who wanted to prove that the earth moves and not the sky, the sun, and the moon. This would be as if somebody were riding on a cart or in a ship and imagined that he was standing still while the earth and the trees were moving. Keep this in mind, because this is exactly what relativism, or the special relativity through Einstein, has done to people's minds. It has made you come to the conclusion, or I should say, it makes the possibility that Luther describes here, probably not realizing he was being sarcastic, but this is exactly what relativity does. And because of that, heliocentrism has been able to hide behind a relative frame of reference. So if that doesn't make sense yet, we will make it make sense in the future. But interesting that Luther says that. Moving on. Luther remarked, so it goes now. Whoever wants to be clever must do something of his own. This is what the fellow does who wishes to turn the whole world of astronomy upside down. I believe the Holy Scriptures, for Joshua commanded the sun to stand still and not the earth. That's right. Very astute, Luther. Another student recorded it a little differently. That fool would upset the whole art of astronomy. A punchier soundbite, this version has been widely quoted, though scholars generally believe it to be apocryphal. So that's Martin Luther. Was there anything else on this page? I don't think so. Yeah, there's a ton of... Oh, there is actually. While Lutheranism was thus condemning the theory of Earth's movement, other branches of the Protestant Church did not remain behind. Calvin took the lead in his commentary of Genesis by condemning all who asserted that the Earth is not at the center of the universe. He clinched the matter by the usual reference to the first verse of the 93rd Psalm and asked, "Who will venture to place the authority of Copernicus above that of the Holy Spirit?" This is another quote from Calvin. It says, "We will see some who are so deranged not only in religion, but who in all things reveal their monstrous nature, that they will say that the sun does not move and that it is the earth which shifts and turns. When we see such minds, we must indeed confess that the devil possesses them, and that God sets them before us as mirrors in order to keep us in his fear." John Calvin's sermon on 1 Corinthians 10, verse 19 through 24, Corpus Reformatorum. So did Calvin and Luther agree with Copernicus? No, they didn't. They saw what was happening. Maybe they didn't see the full scope of the Jesuits' plan to destroy Protestantism and bring people back to the Mother Church through cosmology. But they saw something was up that was very strange, and they rejected it. Some reformers saw these things, like Luther and Calvin, and they said were ridiculous. It's not clear if Calvin directly had an opinion on Copernicus, in the sense that the last quote that I read to you, it's not, if you dig into it, it's not clear if he was actually talking about Copernicus or just that they, basically are reading the Bible literally and commenting in general on the cosmological things happening at the time. Either way, the point is this: the Protestants eventually caved to heliocentrism. And that was through some very clever tactics of the Catholic Church, which we'll talk about with Copernicus and, what's his name? Galileo. Was it Galileo? Yeah, Galileo, I think. I feel like I'm confusing Galileo with somebody. Maybe it was Galileo. Okay, Copernicus. Copernicus and Galileo. Anyway, the Copernicus situation, it requires a lot of explanation because history is not what you've been told. And Copernicus, first off, was an occultist. And the whole thing between him and the Catholic Church was staged. And it was staged, you'll see what I mean by that, was to basically bring this heliocentric idea into the forefront. Remember, because of the Reformation and the beast losing control through grassroots movement, through the Bible being printed, through people waking up, the beast had to engage in a different tactic. It wasn't any longer a militaristic, overlord controlling every breath you take. It had to use deception. It had to use information war, infiltration, counter-narratives, productions, enter the Jesuits. So since the Counter-Reformation began in the 1500s, you have to understand that this is the position that the beast has taken to ultimately bring the world back to total subservience under the beast as it once enjoyed. That's the whole point. And that's what the Bible warns you about when it says you won't be able to buy or sell if you don't participate in the system. So Copernicus, let's talk about Copernicus. This is his document titled Des Revolutionibus, on the revolutions, published in 1543, a couple of years after the Jesuits were initiated. And if you look inside it, there's some things if you just type in, let's just type in this. This is how you find it. Visible God. Visible God. There we go. And this is on page 8 of 41 of the PDF. And he says, "What indeed is more beautiful than heaven, which of course contains all things of beauty? This is proclaimed by its very names, caelum and mundus, the latter denoting purity and ornament, the former a carving. On account of heaven's transcendent perfection, most philosophers have called it a visible God." So what is he talking about? He's talking about Hermeticism and all of the occult things that we talked about earlier. Here's another one, a little more indicative. This is from his model. Here you can see the sun. Now notice this picture. Okay, just put a pin of a tiny little dot in the middle and a circle around it, because this is an occult symbol. It's called the monad. So remember that. But this is the quote. At rest, however, in the middle of everything is the sun. For in this most beautiful temple, who would place this lamp in another or better position than that from which it can light up the whole thing at the same time? For the sun is not inappropriately called by some people the lantern of the universe, its mind by others, and its ruler by still others. Hermes, the thrice great, labels it a visible god. Now there's no doubt about what we're talking about. And Sophocles' Electra, the all-seeing. Thus, indeed, as though seated on a royal throne, the sun governs the family of planets revolving around it. Moreover, the earth is not deprived of the moon's attendance. On the contrary, as Aristotle says in a work on animal, the moon has the closest kinship with the earth. Meanwhile, the earth has intercourse with the sun, and it's impregnated for its yearly parturition. So you have the word, where is it? Most temple, beautiful temple. I can't really highlight here, but you have the word beautiful temple. Here we go. Temple, there's that. You have Hermes Trismegistus, there he is. Visible God. You have the all-seeing. You have the earth having intercourse with the sun. Are we talking about science, folks? Is this science or is this occultism? It's occultism, because Copernicus was an occultist and a mystic. Very important. This is from Copernicus and the Church, What the History Books Don't Say, from the Christian Science Monitor. Many believe the heliocentric theory was immediately rejected by the Catholic Church. However, the relationship between the Church and Copernicus is much more complex than popular historical narratives suggest. Let's find out how complex it is. Legend has it that Nicolaus Copernicus and the Church were at odds over his development of the heliocentric theory, a principle that disputed the widely held belief that the Earth was the center of the universe. Unlike Galileo and other controversial astronomers, however, Copernicus had a good relationship with the Catholic Church. It may come as a surprise considering the Church banned Copernicus's Des Revolutionibus, which is what we just read, for more than 200 years. False dialectic, folks. This is a false dialectic. Copernicus was actually respected as a canon and regarded as a renowned astronomer. Contrary to popular belief, the Church accepted Copernicus's heliocentric theory before a wave of Protestant opposition led the Church to ban Copernican views in the 17th century. So what did they do? They put it out there. They see how the Protestants react. Oh, the Protestants are having a fit about it. Okay, we need to go to plan B and make it seem like we're going with the Protestants, and then eventually infiltrate them and make them acknowledge this as the truth. Throughout his lifetime, Copernicus was active in the religious community. Copernicus was born in 1473 in Torun, Poland, the youngest of 4 children. At age 10, his father died, and he went to live with his uncle Lucas Watson-Rode, who would later become the Bishop of Warmia, Ermland. Copernicus studied at St. John's Church in Torum's parochial school before going to Krakow Academy in 1491 to pursue astronomy and astrology. He became known as a skilled mathematical and astronomer, but he also maintained his ties to the church, obviously. He became a canon of the cathedral chapter of Fromborg through his uncle, and he served the Church of Warmia as a medical advisor. Copernicus first outlined his ideas about the heliocentric theory in a manuscript titled Commentariolus. There he suggested a heliostatic system where the sun was at the center of the universe and the earth made rotations. The astronomer published De Revolutionibus in March 1543 after more than a decade of revisions. The book included a letter to Pope Paul III arguing the legitimacy of the heliocentric theory. He died 2 months later. De Revolutionibus initially met no resistance from the Catholic Church. Of course, because they had all the occult knowledge anyway. It was not until 1616 that the church banned the book. The ban continued until 1835, a couple years after the Jesuits were reinstated. Mano Singham, an associate professor of physics at Case Western University in Cleveland, Ohio, points out discrepancies between popular narratives about Copernicus and the full story. Singham published an article in Physics Today in December 2007 disputing the assumptions that Copernicus' ideas were fiercely opposed by the Catholic Church. The article, The Copernican Myths, debunks many assumptions. That people regarded Earth as the center of the universe with pride, that Earth was believed to be the center of the universe rather than at the center, that the Catholic Church immediately rejected Copernicus' findings. Copernicus' heliocentric model did receive some criticism from colleagues, but it was in part due to people's understanding of direction and of Earth's mass in relation to the universe, Singham writes. De Revolutionibus was read and at least partially taught at several Catholic universities. Remember, the Catholics were the ones who invented the university model. In Rome, I believe in 1300 something, was the first university. So there's that. One possible reason for the misconceptions about Copernicus is the execution of Giordano Bruno, a philosopher who was known as a heretic and an advocate of Copernican theory. While he was condemned for other reasons, Bruno became known as the first martyr of the new science, after he was burned at the stake in 1600. However, the article also notes that Copernicus gained ridicule from poets and Protestants, who condemned it as a heresy. We saw a few examples with Luther and Calvin. While the Catholic Church initially accepted heliocentricity, Catholics eventually joined the wave of Protestant opposition and banned the book in 1616. See the problem? God forbid that they start losing people over this. The Protestant churches accepted Copernicus' findings after more evidence emerged to support it. There you go. Counter-Reformation at work. The Catholic Church, however, remained ground in its anti-Copernican beliefs until the 19th century. The ban on Copernicus' views were lifted in 1822, and the ban on his book not until 1835. It is worth noting, as Stanford University does, that the Catholic Church had no official stance on Copernican teachings. Pope Clement VII, who died about a decade before Copernicus, was said to have been receptive about the astronomer's theories. While there was no recorded response from Pope Paul III, one of his advisors intended to condemn the book before dying. Phil Lawler, editor of the Catholic World News, also says Copernicus was in good standing with the Church when he died. That's what you should know. He notes that while heliocentric theory was controversial during Copernicus' lifetime, his work did not cause him any conflict with the Catholic Church. No conflict with the Catholic Church, even though there's this big drama that people know about, and the question is why? Well, hopefully you'll find out why in today's episode. Yes, he delayed because he feared an adverse reaction, not from church leaders, but from his fellow scholars. There's absolutely no evidence to suggest that Copernicus was worried about a hostile reaction from the church. Despite the resistance to Copernican views in the future, the astronomer's life was one immersed in religion. Well, we know what religion that was from the way that he wrote, don't we? And while it may be forgotten, it is under the auspices of the Catholic Church that Copernicus made his theories known. That's right, folks. History is not what you think it is. And the snake has been very, very, very clever. Let's see. Anthem to the Sun, I think, is the next thing I wanted to read you. By Christopher Helton, PhD, philosopher and owner of Paracelsus LLC. This is an article he wrote on LinkedIn in August of 2017, titled Anthem to the Sun, Copernicus. On the revolutions of the heavenly spheres, Copernicus puts forth an alternate cosmological order than Ptolemy's system. Instead of the Earth being the center of the solar system, the Sun is the center, and the Earth rotates around the Sun. Copernicus believes this hypothesis will eliminate several problems associated with the Ptolemaic system. Astronomers who follow Ptolemy are uncertain about the motion of the Sun and Moon, and cannot establish a constant length even for a tropical year. You can if you know the actual calendar, but there's that. Secondly, they are not consistent in explaining the motions of the other 5 planets. They use homocentric motion, while others use eccentrics and epicycles to explain the rotation of the 5 other planets. To overcome these problems, Copernicus offers alternate hypothesis about the planets, which has roots with the ancient Pythagoreans. Quote, Philolaus and Pythagorean believes that, like the sun and the moon, it revolves around the fire in an oblique circle. Heraclides of Pontus and Ecphantus of the Pythagorean make the earth move, not in a progressive motion, but like a wheel in rotation from west to east about its center. Copernicus 5. This is the document we just read, I think page 5. So where did Copernicus get his ideas from? Pythagoras. What was Pythagoras all about? Well, we know what he was about. He's about the occult. Copernicus' reference to Pythagoreans is meant to add credibility to his heliocentric hypothesis because his view is not new, but maintained by the ancient Pythagoreans, whose works have been recently recovered from antiquity. That's right, leapfrog. His heliocentric hypothesis does not only have Pythagorean roots, but also Hermetic. We may recall Ficino's first usage of the microcosm and macrocosm analogy involves the imagery of the sun and heart, which directly comes from the Hermetica. Copernicus likewise speaks of the special role that the sun has in the Hermetica. Quote, "For the sun is not inappropriately called by some people of the lantern of the universe, its mind by others, and its ruler. Hermes the thrice great labels it a visible god." This is what we just read in his writings. Accordingly, we have two historical roots for Copernicus' heliocentric hypothesis, the Pythagoreans and Hermes. Since pre-moderns believe incorrectly that Hermes predated the Pythagoreans, Copernicus would have believed that the idea that the sun is the center of the solar system and the other 7 planets' spheres rotate around her come from Hermes and pass down to the Pythagoreans as a secret of nature. Accordingly, Hermes is the initial source or root of the heliocentric hypothesis. We find Hermes in the 15th century Florentines, Servetus, the German spiritual rationalists, Calvin, Porta, Gilbert, and Bruno. Now, we find Hermes as a root of the Copernican hypothesis, which modernity regards as the first move towards modernity, but is really a return to the Hermetic and Pythagorean beliefs about the cosmos. It's a return, folks. It's a return. Remember, the Reformation was a real thorn in the beast's side. So it's got to weaponize all of that mystery, religion, and occult knowledge that it has. It's a return to the mystery schools. Copernicus begins constructing his heliocentric cosmology with a macro and micro analogy. Just as the cosmos is a sphere, so are the celestial planet spheres. Now, is that true? Is that scientific, or is that just philosophy? Would you look at, if you went into a house and you looked at the roof and it's a vaulted ceiling, would you look at the roof and say, gosh, the floor must be like that too? How about you just look at the floor and see what the floor looks like, instead of looking at the roof to tell you what the floor looks like? Unlike Bruno, Copernicus does not believe the cosmos to be infinite, but a closed sphere. He believes that sphere is the best structure for 2 reasons. Let's see, are they scientific or are they occult? Of all the forms, first of all, the sphere is the most perfect. Quote, needing no joint and being a complete whole, which can neither be increased nor diminished. Does that sound like Plato? Well, if you've read about Plato and his obsession with spheres, then yeah, it's exactly Plato. Plato's ideas coming through Copernicus. This is on page 8 of his writings. A spherical structure to cosmos may have Hermetic roots. Hermes claims the cosmos is created by God as a great sphere. Entering the craftsman's sphere and learning well their essence and sharing their nature, the man wished to break through the circumference of the circles to observe the rule of the one given power over fire. This is some Hermetic writing, page 3. Hermes claims that all the planets are spheres. The truly wise to break through their respective spheres in order to see the sun. So you have to transcend, you have to break through that firmament to see the truth. But again, the Bible doesn't talk about spheres. The Bible doesn't tell you spheres. It just tells you the sun and the moon and the stars. There are no planets. It just says sun, moon, and stars. And each of those things is different. The sun is different from the moon. The moon is different from the stars. They're all very unique things. And of course, we can talk about some of those things as we go through this, but nevertheless, there's no such thing as a planet. There are luminaries. There's some sort of star or planet, or not planet, but luminary. It's just hard to get out of your vocabulary after 30 plus years of watching Star Trek. But anyway, moving on. Copernicus' second reason for making the cosmos a sphere is the most capacious of figures, best suited to retain and enclose all things. Is this a scientific argument, or is it a philosophical argument? It's a philosophical argument. Well, the sphere is this perfect shape, and it's a perfect container, so the heavens must be a sphere. The universe must be a sphere. Hermes' comments about how hard it is to break through the circumference of the spheres negatively reinforces Copernicus' point that the sphere is the best form for the universe, because the sphere is the best at retaining and enclosing celestial spheres, the sun, the moon, the earth, and so on. Just as the cosmos is a sphere, the earth is a sphere, because the earth pressed upon its center from every direction. Page 8 on Copernicus' writings. So, there's more to read on this, but I think you get the point, and you can read on it yourself. This is the monad I told you to remember. Remember that little diagram that he had with the celestial spheres? There's the sun at the middle. And for them, you have to break through the spheres to get to the center and to be one with the sun, which is, of course, this is the symbol for the monad. As they use in the cosmic philosophy and cosmogony to refer to the most basic original substance, as originally conceived by who? Pythagoreans. The monad is the supreme being, divinity, or the totality of all things. But the monad also represents the sun in the heliocentric system. So I wonder if there's a relationship there. According to some philosophers of the early modern period, most notably Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz, there are infinite monads, which are the basic and immaterial elementary particles or simplest units that make up the universe. Yeah, science or philosophy. Historical background. According to Hippolytus, the worldview was inspired by Pythagoreans, who called the first thing that came into existence the monad, which begat or bore the dyad, which begat the numbers, which begat the point, begetting lines or finiteness, etc. It meant divinity, the first being, or the totality of all beings, referring in cosmogony, creation theories, variously to source acting alone and or an indivisible origin and equivalent comparators. Pythagorean and Neoplatonic philosophers like Plotinus and Porphyry condemned Gnosticism for its treatment of the monad. In his Latin treatise Maximae Theologiae, Alan of Lisle affirms God as an intelligible sphere whose center is everywhere and whose circumference is nowhere. The French philosopher Rabelais ascribed this proposition to Hermes Trismegistus. There he is again, our friend Hermes, the counterfeit Christ, telling you about the monad. So this monad, remember, in De Revolutionibus of, what's his name? Copernicus, where he was talking about the sun being the visible God. And he had this diagram of the monad. Of course, it had more circles inside of it to denote the heavenly spheres that the various planets were orbiting. And the sun was at the middle. And the monad to the Pythagoreans, who influenced Copernicus, represents the ultimate being, the source that you need to be one with. So, of course, what does it tell you? That means this is a sun-worshipping system. Of course, this also is also a symbol for a phallus, for Baal, for basically esoteric sex worship and sun worship and Baal and so on and so forth. So, conclusion. Well, we'll talk more about the circle map and why it's wrong, because you can see also a relationship between the circle map and the monad, which tells me very plainly that the circle movement is just narrative and counter-narrative, as usual. The devil controls both sides to prevent you from getting to the truth. And we'll talk more about that in the next episode of this series. But conclusion, Copernicus was an occultist. That's very well documented. And he was also very neck deep in the Catholic Church and never had an issue with the Catholic Church, contrary to popular belief. But he based his views on the occult and on mysticism from Hermes Trismegistus, from the Pythagorean mystery traditions. He's very influenced by alchemy and all these things. Very obvious, very, very plainly obvious with anybody with a shred of discernment. The Protestants were initially skeptical of Copernicus because of his ties to the papacy. So the Catholic Church staged this conflict to lower the guard of the Protestants. They made it appear as if they're against this cosmology. No, we're with the Bible. We reject this cosmology, to make the Protestants and the Catholics who were going with the Protestants believe that, the Catholic Church isn't that apostate. So this was just a smokescreen to get people to lower their guard so that eventually the Protestants could be infiltrated and persuaded to move into the heliocentric idea. Because as you'll see, as we go through this, the heliocentric idea is they're not just changing cosmology just to change cosmology. The point of all things, folks, all roads lead to Rome. The point of all things is to bring you back to the Mother Church, back to that 1,000-year period in the Dark Ages or so, give or take, before the Reformation, before all these things happened, the French Revolution, where the beast enjoyed total and utter supremacy over your life. That is the goal of all things. So you have to follow the breadcrumb trail, and you will see in this particular video, in this presentation, that the heliocentric model was designed to ultimately bring people back to the Catholic Church. And it's truly profound how they do this on such large timescales that proves to you they're not doing it of themselves. They are listening to the powers of evil, and they are in communion with the devil himself. But nevertheless, the Catholic Church puffed up a smokescreen. You'll see with Galileo as well. They did the same exact thing to basically make this drama that seems that the Catholic Church is against, we're against this new stuff, to let the guard of the Catholics down, who were with the Protestants, to let the Protestant guard come down and eventually infiltrate and come back and bring them back to a common way of thinking. And then also to accomplish, you'll see also to accomplish the goal of demonizing anybody. Once the shift has been made from dark to light, once the Protestants have embraced heliocentrism, then the church can come along, but it's been delayed on purpose so that once the church officially embraces heliocentrism, all those, basically rebels like you and me who believe that the Bible is true and that biblical cosmology is not heliocentrism, that heliocentrism is an occult cosmology, that all of these people can now be demonized as fools, as archaic, as being, what are you, reading the Bible literally, that kind of thing. Even today, Answers in Genesis, which is a creationist platform, is heliocentric. They're afraid to stand up for the truth. And that tells you everything. That tells you exactly that the Counter-Reformation is right on schedule. So the Catholic Church did these little shenanigans with Copernicus in order to, in the short term, make the Protestants and the Catholics who were going with them in opposition let down their guard so that Jesuit infiltrations could happen and more evidence could be presented, and eventually everybody would believe. And the second goal for that, which was more long-term, was that once this shift had been accomplished in the Protestant world and people had gone with the Catholic Church's cosmology, then anybody who stood up for biblical cosmology could be demonized and say, you're believing wrong cosmology. We've believed about this through science and, for hundreds of years. Don't be archaic like the Catholic Church used to be, that kind of thing. It's very clever. It's very, very clever. The issue with Copernicus wasn't even whether it was flat or a ball or not. It was geocentricity, meaning is the Earth in the center or is the sun in the center? A moving Earth versus a stationary Earth, which is the Ptolemaic system. It was a publicity stunt to bring heliocentrism and cosmology to the forefront of debates. Just like how they do today, folks, where they put, something to clog the news cycle with the whole P. Diddy thing, or the war in Ukraine, or the war in Israel, or whatever. All these things that keep happening to get you to go chit-chat, and to shape the culture. Of course, they can do it much faster now with the internet, but they've been doing this for a long time. And this is exactly what they did with Copernicus. They brought this debacle to the front, what seemed like a debacle, because again, Copernicus died, he was on good standing with the church and he was very neck deep in the church's institution. But they brought this forward and they made this seem like a debacle, which is very, very interesting, very, very telling thing about their methods. Now, another thing that's important is to remember that Copernicus had a very comfortable life. He was never punished. He was never persecuted. The Catholic Church never had an official stance on his theories. So what does that tell you? That tells you some very important things. Copernicus did his part. And then Galileo came and made other changes. Protestants eventually accepted Rome's cosmology through these various waves and generations. You see, this is what they do. They put one guy out there, they ping, and they test the response. Okay, it goes this way, let's go that way. Let's put another guy, test the response. And they eventually shape it like this. They shape culture one person after another, and when they're done with them, they just stage a debacle, or they kill that person, or whatever else. Nothing new under the sun. This has been the devil's dark and light tactics from the very beginning. Now, they also created a precedent, again, to demonize people who are holding on to any kind of religious fundamentalism, because after the Catholic Church officially embraced Copernicus's teachings, now all those Protestants who were left, who rejected all these Catholic attempts to change cosmology, now you could be legitimately demonized. Because in the beginning, you can't demonize the Protestant world, because everybody believed the Bible. Do you see how clever they were? So they had to make it seem like, it's taken us a long time to come to this. Of course, Rome is the seat of the occult, so they already believed these things. But they made it seem as if it took them a long time to come to terms with Copernicus's theories. So that when they finally did it, and the last haul through the 1800s, we'll talk about the 1800s, so it's a very satanic century. And the 1900s, the last push towards this New World system, when that started to come, when the Jesuits were reinstated, now we can weaponize this and officially embrace it so that all the Protestants who are left, they're going to look like fools, and we can demonize them and discredit them very easily to their peers. That's the whole point. So if you're a Protestant, folks, or if you call yourself a Protestant, then you need to protest all of the Catholic Church's teachings. And you need to realize that heliocentrism, whether you want to accept that or not, is a Catholic, really mystery religion teaching. But of course, again, the devil gave the Catholic Church his power, so it's Catholic cosmology. So don't be afraid of looking like a fundamentalist and being accused of being a fool or whatever else by embracing what the Bible tells you. But either way, this is where we're at. The Catholic Church made itself seem as the persecutor through this debacle with Copernicus and also with Galileo. You'll see a very interesting video from a Jesuit talking about it. The Catholic Church made itself seem like the persecutor who saw the light of the heliocentric system. But in fact, it was a deception. It's false. They were controlling both sides as usual. Do you get the marvelous evil that the devil was doing to bring the Protestants into accepting the heliocentric model by rejecting it at first and making it seem like it took hundreds of years, and then finally the Catholic Church abandoned its old ways of thinking. So don't be like that. Don't be like the old Catholic Church. Just profoundly evil and profoundly gaslighting. Again, the Jesuits were reinstated in 1812. In 1822, the Roman Catholic Church actively began its involvement in cosmology by legitimizing Copernicus's writings, and then I think, was it 1834 or something? They officially embraced it. And so you see these things coming to light after the resurrection of the Jesuits, I should say the reinstatement, because they always were around. And eventually you'll see, once we get to the next section of this, the 1800s, how it all just proliferated from there. The final assault and takeover after Copernican theory was officially accepted by the Roman Catholic Church. Very fascinating thing. Now, let's talk about a few more of these occultists. Newton, Paracelsus, Galileo, Brahe, and Linnaeus. This is from Vox from 2015. These 5 men were scientific geniuses. They also thought magic was real. You don't say. Let's see. And it didn't keep my highlights, so I think I'm just going to read everything. Galileo is quoted by saying, "Where the senses fail us, reason must step in." Then again, he also made astrological charts for rich people. Throughout history, scientific geniuses from Galileo to Newton have often believed in completely fantastical things, from astrology to alchemy to straight-up magic. Yet some of their bizarre ideas seemed completely valid to them at the time, and often for good reasons. We have the benefit of hindsight today, which gives us an unfair advantage over these geniuses. But that doesn't make their belief systems any less weird. Let's take a look. Number 1, Galileo believed astrology changed everything. Today, Galileo is held up as a paragon of rationality. He advocated heliocentrism, the idea that the sun, not the earth, was at the center of the solar system, fought an anti-heliocentric church at great risk, and greatly advanced astronomy throughout Europe. Remember, these are dialectics, we'll expose them. He was also something like that of a fortune teller. Galileo didn't just believe in astrology, he practiced it, conducted it for wealthy clients, and taught it to medical students. If students at the University of Padua had taken MCAT, Galileo would have included a question about whether Leo should date a Gemini. Galileo wasn't alone in keeping up on his signs. His contemporary, Johannes Kepler, conducted his own astrological studies, though more reluctantly, he called people who believed in astrology fatheads. Isaac Newton thought alchemy was the future. Isaac Newton, beneath the wig, a brain buzzing about alchemy. John Maynard Keynes called Isaac Newton the last of the great magicians, with good reason. Newton spent half of his life obsessed with alchemy, the transformative magic most frequently associated with turning different metals into gold. To make things even more complicated, in 1696, Newton became warden of the mint, and he became master of the mint in 1700. The royal mint, of course, makes the coins for the entire United Kingdom, which was formed in 1707, 7 years into Newton's appointment. To be clear, an alchemist was the person in charge of making all the money. Newton wasn't the only respected mind who had visions of diving into gold coins. Robert Boyle is considered the father of chemistry, but he dabbled in alchemy as well. In fact, he was so committed to the alchemical cause that he fought to make alchemy legal, since Henry IV had banned it because alchemy wasn't good for the monetary supply. Needless to say, the repeal wasn't necessary. The philosopher's stone Newton chased after wasn't only able to cure metals that weren't gold, it also had medical powers that fascinated Newton and his peers. Unfortunately, today you can only find the philosopher's stone in the British subtitle of the first Harry Potter book. Yeah, and this is what modern technology is doing today, folks. Just a quick pause. You have to understand that technology is based around this idea that you can be like God. Everything and all the technological marvels and advancements that have come across, like having a little cell phone that can do anything for you, is a pursuit of alchemy, of transforming man into God, and ultimately becoming transhuman. Transhumanism is alchemy 2.0, really. It's alchemy in the modern age, fusing with technology so that you could have everything and be a god. So these things are nothing new. The packages have changed, but you can see throughout history all these people were occultists. Number 3 on this list, Tycho Brahe made everyone believe he was a sorcerer. Tycho Brahe created his own model of the universe, and though he didn't get things quite right, he helped advance astronomy and cataloged more than 1,000 stars. Well, there you go. He also convinced everyone he was a sorcerer. He did so from, what does the Bible say, by the way, about sorcerers? He did so from the unique perch of his private sorcerer's island, Hveen, known today as English as Ven. Fantastically wealthy, Brahe built multiple observatories there and had a squad of astronomical assistants, and used tiny automata robots to convince the locals he had magical powers. It didn't hurt that he partied hard and had his nose partly sliced off in a duel and his pet moose drunk at parties. He didn't just hoodwink the public into believing he was magical, he believed it too. He publicly lectured against anyone who believed astrology was fake, and he also believed alchemy was the future for mystical discoveries. Brahe even became so synonymous with magic that an entire calendar of magical days was made in his honor, and his name was slapped on to give it magical credibility. So these people were eccentric, wealthy occultists, nothing new under the sun. Carl Linnaeus classified magical animals like the Hydra and believed in mermaids. Carl Linnaeus, 1707 to 1778, imposed taxonomical order on animal and plant life. In his era, scientists were discovering all sorts of new species at a rapid clip. Linnaeus himself thought pelicans might be a myth. That rapid pace of discovery led Linnaeus to believe, perhaps reasonably though, that humans would soon find a host of mythological animals. Linnaeus devoted a whole section of his landmark Systema Naturae to these strange beasts. It was called Animalia Paradoxa, and it included the Hydra, the Satyrus, a monkey-like man similar to Pan in Greek mythology, the Phoenix, the bird that rose from the ashes. Did Linnaeus believe in these animals? It's hard to know, and some of Linnaeus' defenders may only include the animals to point out how absurd they were. In 1730s, he became famous for debunking a Hydra in Hamburg. However, we can reasonably claim that Linnaeus believed he'd found a troglodyte, was pretty confident he'd seen a unicorn, and was very excited at the chance to find a mermaid. Whatever the motivation, Linnaeus wasn't alone in believing in bizarre, vaguely magical animals. Gottfried Leibniz managed to help invent calculus, and yet he still wanted to fill a museum with weird and imaginary animals like the myrmecolon, some sort of antlion. Paracelsus loved natural magic and himself. Paracelsus looked slightly confused. Oh yeah, in the picture he's painting. Paracelsus did a lot when he was alive, including basically inventing toxicology and naming zinc. But when he wasn't revolutionizing scientific methods and naming metals, he was a big fan of magical things. Born as Philippus Aureolus Theophrastus Bombastus von Hohenheim, he renamed himself Paracelsus, both because it was shorter and because it literally meant he was better than Celsus, a first-century Roman medical researcher. In Paracelsus' defense, he may have been renamed by his biggest fans. Paracelsus wrote that from an early age, the transmutation of metals was his obsession. and he pursued it with vigor as an adult. When he wasn't traveling the world performing surgeries, he tried to utilize natural magic to help patients. He was quoted as saying, "Magic is a great secret wisdom," and while his understanding of natural magic occasionally lent itself to scientific inquiry, he also believed that the soul strongly desires sulfur. As the scientist on the list closest in him in time to Aristotle, it makes sense that Paracelsus would indulge in magic and the occult. Oh, it makes total sense. In his defense, the belief in magic was grounded in a commitment to inquiry. Paracelsus thought magic was just science and wasn't understood yet. In a way, that unites all scientists on this list who pursued new knowledge even when it meant looking into some very unusual places. Of course, some apology there about all these things, but these people are blind to the fact that these scientists were occultists. They were occultists, they were influenced by the occult, they were obsessed with the occult, and of course all of the science that they did do was in order to promote and advance in their occult ideas and esoteric thoughts. This is from a documentary which I highly recommend called Heliocentric, and it's very good. You can watch it. I don't know if it's on YouTube anymore, but it's certainly on BitChute. You can watch the whole thing. Very good historical document, especially documentation of the Reformation and all the things we're talking about today. But we're going to watch from about 44 to 47, about 3 minutes of this, just to get a little good history. Oh, if I can get it. There it is. Let's see what speed it is. Speed 1.5. Let's get regular speed. And here we go.
Is my friend. News of the heliocentrist being persecuted for his beliefs spread throughout Europe. As Jesuit astronomer Guy Consolmagno admits regarding the trial of Galileo, it's not what you think it is.
One thing that I do want to say about Galileo, 3 points. Galileo was a devout Catholic even after
This guy's a Jesuit, so pay attention.
his trial. Galileo was actually never convicted of being a heretic. The conviction that when they said, we found you guilty of heresy, you can read the transcript of the trial. It's not what you think it is. It's Galileo saying, "What did I do wrong? I'll change it, please." And they're saying, "Nope, sorry, we can't let you do that." Very odd. At the end, they said, "So we found you guilty of heresy." It looks like they had written the verdict before the trial even began. And Galileo said, "Well, actually, you never did find me guilty of any heresy." So he was found guilty of vehement suspicion of heresy. And the famous scene where he has to abjure his teachings, what he actually says is, and writes and signs, is, "I reject anything and everything in my writings which is contrary to the teachings of the church," without ever specifying any of those things. I mean, he could have been a Jesuit, right?
He could have been a Jesuit, right? From a Jesuit.
It cannot be said that Galileo was teaching anything contrary to the teachings of the church. The heliocentric theory had been summoned up from obscurity by one of her own clerics, and then published at the request of Rome's highest-ranking cardinals 70 years earlier. Guy Consolmagno drops a few clues as to what the Galileo affair was really about.
Nobody knows really why Galileo was gone after. For most of Galileo's life, he was lionized. He was treated like a hero, including by people in the church. When Galileo got into trouble at the end of his life, it was a real shock. It was a complete reversal of everything that had been said up to that point. And so the historical question is, why did it happen? And the answer is, we don't know. You can go to Amazon.com and find 300 books on Galileo, every one of them with a different answer, which is to say there was something going on, and it wasn't simply a science versus religion thing. If you relied on JFK the movie to figure out what happened in the assassination of Kennedy, you'd be in as good shape. You've got to remember, the Galileo affair occurred at the height of the Reformation and the 30 Years' War.
By comparing the Galileo affair to a conspiratorial account of the JFK assassination, Consul Manuel reiterates the point. It's not what you think it is. Reading between the lines, this Jesuit priest is telling us that the whole event was a conspiracy orchestrated by Rome that took place at the height of the Reformation.
The way we use the word misdirection is...
Very good documentary, by the way. This Sorcery. I highly recommend checking it out. It's very good history, specifically about the Reformation and how the Catholic Church basically took over and all the things we're talking about today. But you can see there's something really strange, isn't there? Something really strange about the whole drama with Copernicus and Galileo. Both of them were very much in favor with the church. And then suddenly with the Counter-Reformation, you see these dramas coming into the forefront where it seems like the Catholic Church is the aggressor, the persecutor that is, not wanting to see the light of new science. But it doesn't actually persecute these people. It's all a show. It's all a theater. And of course, if you know that the Jesuits are the ones who invented modern theater, they really perfected the art of acting and theater, and they created something called the magic candle. Was a Jesuit who invented that? Basically a projector onto a wall. They created that. And they had all the theaters of Europe. And so the Jesuits, one of the weapons of the Counter-Reformation has been learning through theater. Theater. The world is a stage, said Shakespeare, who was probably a Jesuit or a fake person that was maybe multiple Jesuits writing and they all wrote under the name Shakespeare. Who knows? But nevertheless, Shakespeare tells you the world is a stage. That's a very important statement because it reveals to you the devil's means and methods. These are staged things, folks. They were staged in order to make first off, again, cosmology be the forefront. Be in the forefront. What's going on? Oh my gosh, did you see Galileo? He's getting persecuted. Cosmology. Why? Is the sun in the center or is the earth in the center? This is designed to get people to talk. To see, first off, which way do people go? How much do we need to work to infiltrate the Protestant Reformation in order to bring them back to the church? Okay, well, there's a lot of people going this way, and some of the Catholics are going with them. So, okay, let's leave Copernicus alone. Let's get Galileo. Okay, people are still going. We need to infiltrate a little more. Leave Galileo alone. Let's get some more, and so on and so forth. You get these various dialectical schemes, and the devil is monitoring the reaction of the people and infiltrating more and more until it's the perfect time to switch. And in the process, they have demonized anybody who chooses to remain with the Bible and to read the Bible literally by pointing to, oh, look at those archaic beliefs that the Catholic Church, believed and persecuted Galileo and Copernicus. Well, wait a minute. Galileo and Copernicus were high-ranking Catholic operatives. They weren't persecuted. It was all just a show. And even a Jesuit tells you, he could have been a Jesuit, right? A little smirk and everybody's laughing. And why are they laughing? Because they know the truth, dang it. I mean, it's just so ridiculous. So anyway, I recommend that documentary. This is a book by Graham Hancock, who, of course, he's a little more new agey, but Eat the Meat, Spit Out the Bones. He documents some important things. It's called The Sign and the Seal. And we're going to see if we can read. Where is this? Okay, found it. This was actually a little challenging because the link I had put in was a search query and I needed to actually look up the page. It was, for some reason, it wasn't displaying the pages, but this is page 334 to 335 in Graham Hancock's book, The Sign and the Seal. And we're going to begin right at the top of 334. A far more convincing explanation, however, was given by Dr. Hugh Schoenfield, an expert on early Christianity who had deciphered a secret code used in a number of famous Dead Sea Scrolls. A code that the Templars might easily have learned during their long residence in the Holy Land, which I talk about in my Masoretic Psyop. Very interesting correlations there. Moving on, Dr. Schoenfield showed that if the name Baphomet were written in this code and then transliterated, the result would be the Greek word Sophia. And the Greek word Sophia, in its turn, meant nothing more or less than wisdom. By this analysis, therefore, when the Templars worshipped Baphomet, that what they were really doing was worshipping the principle of wisdom. And that, of course, was exactly what the ancient Egyptians had done when they had worshipped Thoth as the personification of the mind of God. Are we talking about counterfeit Christ here? Yes, we are. as the author of every work on every branch of knowledge, both human and divine. The Bible tells you that Jesus is the Word of God and is the exact imprint of his nature and is the source of all wisdom. But Hermes is claiming to be that, and so these people are worshiping Baphomet and Sophia and Hermes and all these different names for a counterfeit Christ. Work on every branch of knowledge, both human and divine, and as the inventor of astronomy and astrology, the science of numbers and mathematics, geometry, and the land of surveying, medicine, botany. I was encouraged to look further. One fact which quickly came to light was that the Freemasons had also held Thoth in special regard. Indeed, according to a very old Masonic tradition, Thoth had played a major part in preserving knowledge of the Mason craft and transmitting it to mankind after the flood. And the author of a well-researched academic study on the origins of Freemasonry went so far as to say that in their early days, the Masons had regarded Thoth as their patron. I was already aware, see chapter 7, that close links had existed between the Templars and the Freemasons. There you go, I'm not the only one telling you that. With the latter almost certainly being descended from the former. Now I could see that what I was coming to think of as the Thoth connection set those links in the ancient and enduring context of a wisdom tradition stretching back to Pharaonic times. Yeah, it's all one big club, folks. It's the mystery religion of the ages, Mystery Babylon. I therefore asked myself this: in addition to the Templars and the Masons, had there been any other groups or individuals whose works and ideas had appeared unusually advanced and who might possibly have been initiates in the same wisdom tradition? I found that there had been many. For example, Copernicus, the Renaissance astronomer whose theory of a heliocentric universe had overturned the Earth-centered complacency of the Middle Ages, had said quite openly that he had arrived at his revolutionary insights by studying the secret writings of the ancient Egyptians, including the hidden works of Thoth himself. Likewise, the 17th century mathematician Kepler, who amongst other things compiled an imaginary account of a trip to the moon, admitted that in formulating his laws of the planetary orbits, he was merely stealing the golden vessels of the Egyptians. All those people, all those heroes of heliocentrism that are propped up to you as these marvelously scientific geniuses are nothing more than just occultists that are slaves to the devil. In a similar vein, Sir Isaac Newton stated in his view that the Egyptians concealed mysteries that were above the capacity of the common herd under the veil of religious rites and hieroglyphic symbols. Is this the same case with the Catholic Church today? Of course it is. Among these mysteries, he believed, was the knowledge that the Earth orbited the Sun and not vice versa. It was the most ancient opinion that the planets revolved about the Sun, and the Earth, as one of the planets, described an annual course about the Sun, while by a diurnal motion it turned on its axis and the Sun remained at rest. Newton's profound intellect and scholarship had enabled him to lay the foundations of physics as a modern discipline. His specific achievements had included an epoch-making discoveries in mechanics, optics, astronomy, and mathematics, the binomial theorem, and the differential and integral equations in calculus. Huge steps forward in the understanding of the nature of light and, above all else, the formulation of the universal law of gravitation, which had altered forever mankind's vision of the cosmos, which is true. What was much less well known about the great English scientist, however, was the fact that he had spent a significant part of his adult life deeply immersed in hermetic and alchemical literature. More than a tenth of his personal library had been taken up with alchemical treatises. Furthermore, he had been literally obsessed with the notion that a secret wisdom lay concealed within the pages of the scriptures. Daniel of the Old Testament and John of the New Testament particularly attracted him because of the language of the prophetic writings was symbolic and hieroglyphical, and their comprehension required a radically different method of interpretation. No, you just use the Bible to interpret itself, but if you're a Gnostic looking for secret knowledge, you're going to love that kind of stuff and twist it into all sorts of things, just like Helena Blavatsky did, like all of these people did. But Graham Hancock, a researcher in all of these ancient histories and ancient texts, what does he tell you? Kepler, Newton, and Copernicus were all very neck deep in the devil's soup. This is from also the Wayback Machine, because they took this down for some reason. Mythcrafts, our playground for all things mythic. It's from Mythcrafts. It's a link that I had to put into the Wayback Machine to find, because they took it down. But the Wayback Machine is very useful. This is from 2017, Isaac Newton and the Emerald Tablet. Sir Isaac Newton has been referred to as the last of the great magicians and the first of the great scientists. The truth of this statement can be found in his copious notes on alchemy, which rival his works on calculus, optics, and gravitation. Now, it can be argued that during his lifetime, science was alchemy, and there is truth to that claim. However, the ground rules of alchemy contain many magical assumptions about the nature of reality. Yeah, heliocentrism is magical too. Assumptions that simply do not fit in with what we now call the scientific method. Let's consider the so-called philosopher's stone, the goal of alchemy. Its primary purpose is transforming lead into gold. While the notion of searching for the philosopher's stone as a psychological quest still exists, as Carl Jung being a prime proponent, the idea of producing a physical object that can transform baser elements into gold is an idea whose time has long gone. Today's science can transform those base metals into gold. It merely takes a particle accelerator and a lot of money, somewhere on the order of $1 quadrillion per ounce. Blah, blah, blah. It's either that or you have to wait for modern physics' own unobtainable quest, cold fusion. Back to Sir Isaac. His goal was to create a working philosopher's stone. So where does one start? With the father of alchemy, the fabled Hermes Trismegistus, and his just as mysterious text of 14 lines called the Emerald Tablet. Alchemists and occultists up through the Victorian age took his authorship at face value, placing its origins in antiquity a product of Hellenic Egyptian magic. Less romantically and more historically, it was probably written between 6th and 8th centuries in Arabic. Though thought to be a compendium of earlier works, it went under the title Kitab Sir al-Halika, Book of the Secret of Creation and the Art of Nature. Newton himself would be working from a Latin translation of the Arabic original. Here is a Newton's translation of the Emerald Tablet into English, currently housed at King's College Library in Cambridge University. We read that earlier in Wikipedia, but Newton translated the Emerald Tablet. He was so into that stuff that he translated the Emerald Tablet into English, which is very interesting. So, conclusions with all of these things. Well, we still have some more to go, but as you can see, Copernicus, Galileo, and Kepler and all these people were occultists. Copernicus and Galileo specifically were staged to make the Catholic Church look good and to demonize people who would cling to the truth once the psyop was complete. So that took about 200 years or so, but cosmology was brought to the forefront. People started arguing. Protestants went this way, Catholics went that way. Some Catholics went with the Protestants. Infiltrations happened, more propaganda, more science, more people, and eventually you had the dark to light in cosmology in the Protestant world. And once that was complete, the church finally came along and abandoned its old ways. And now anybody who stands against that looks like a heretic, looks like, you're a fool. How could you possibly believe the earth is flat? And so on and so forth. All of the major figures were occultists and influenced by the mystery religion. They weren't just indirectly influenced. They were participating in it, folks. That's something you need to realize. They were not born-again Christians seeking the glory of a sovereign God. They were occultists. Newton, quote-unquote, discovered gravity in 1666, which is very interesting that he found it in that year. But of course, gravity doesn't exist. Watch my 20 Reasons Gravity is a Fraud video. Newton was also a mystic, and he was involved with alchemy. He got his ideas from the Emerald Tablet and all these mystery religions. Satan kept bringing it to one person to another, and using his little leapfrog method with all of these places and transferring the secret knowledge, which is really just a deception, from one generation to another. None of these men were pure scientists because science was always tied to spirituality. And people don't realize that, but the notion of atheism and secularity and secularism is only about 250 years old since the French Revolution. Science and spirituality, before that, for thousands of years, were one pursuit until that time. And they are one pursuit. In truth, they are one pursuit. This is the thing to understand. There's no such thing as atheistic science. This was designed as a false dialectic to ultimately bring people back to the beast, which is what you're seeing now. You're seeing climate change become a moral issue. Climate change I've talked about this in my Dark to Light playlist, but climate change used to be this liberal atheistic thing. Now, it's a moral thing. You got to do it for God. You got to rest on Sunday for God because he entrusted you with the environment. Otherwise, you're breaking God's laws. So now we're full circle where science and spirituality are linked back together. But it was necessary to split science and spirituality into two so that it could come back again, just like the French Revolution started communism on the left and religious nationalism on the right, the two-party system. It's all dialectics, folks. But the point is that science and spirituality should be one thing, because ultimately God created the universe, God created our minds, God gave us the ability to be analytical, and science is the discovery of God's marvelous works and marveling at God. So yeah, science and spirituality should be connected. But because these people worship the devil and they're doing the devil's spirituality, they are hijacking science and fusing it with delusion and deception and occult practice. And they did that for, thousands of years. So you have to realize that heliocentrism came out of that. It didn't come out of some atheistic, purely, material way of measuring the universe. It came out of a false counterfeit spirituality with a false Christ, which Hermes Trismegistus, which these people worshipped as a false Christ and a false God, a false deliverer, and the old traditions before the flood. All of these things are nothing new. From the Garden of Eden until the modern day in the Catholic Church, there is an unbroken chain of transmission, which is what I want you to learn today. But all these people concluded what they concluded, not based on science, but on spiritual leanings that they had. And they used math and science to basically justify their occult beliefs. This is why, yet again, heliocentrism can never be called a science. It can't. It's dressed up as science. It's dressed up in lots of math and conjectures and CGI, but it's not. It is a spiritual paradigm. Now let's look at the first globes, because these also started to pop up around the Counter-Reformation. This is this is Martin Beheim, who's also very important. He was born on my birthday. That's funny, 6 October 1459, and he lived until 1507. Martin von Beheim, and by various forms Martin of Bohemia, was a German textile merchant and cartographer. He served John II of Portugal and as advisor, who by the way was Catholic, and so you know where he's working for, as an advisor in matters of navigation, and participated in a voyage to West Africa. He is now best known for his Erdapfel, the world's oldest known globe, which he produced in the imperial city of Nuremberg in 1492. That's right, the first globe was also right around the time the cosmology was changing, which is very interesting. Let's see. Beheim globe. The Nuremberg globe of Berean. This is what it kind of looked like. So your modern globes are all based on these contraptions. After Beheim returned to Nuremberg in 1490, leading members of the city council financed the construction of a terrestrial globe. Under the direction of Beheim, a team of artisans and craftsmen constructed what has become the oldest extant globe. Georg Glockenden was the artist who created the actual map drawings following Beheim's specifications. The globe is about 21 inches in diameter and was fashioned from a type of paper mache and coated with gypsum. The ball was supported on a wooden tripod and secured by a pair of iron hoops. Glockenden's map drawings were painted onto parchment strips and pasted onto position around the sphere. The globe contains more than 2,000 place names, 100 pictorial illustrations, and more than 50 long legends. Many of the notations deal with fabulous monsters of foreign countries and their inhabitants, plants, and animals. Many notes also deal with trade, explorations, and famous travelers like Marco Polo. The world map depicted on the Beheim globe is based primarily on the geography of the 2nd century geographer Ptolemy. It also combines geographical information from other sources, including Marco Polo, John Mandeville, and Portuguese explorer Diogo Gomes. It is notable for lacking more current Portuguese geographic data, which had also been available to Beheim, and it contains numerous errors that did not reflect contemporary geographical understanding. But it was just in time for all the things to happen with Galileo and Copernicus and the Counter-Reformation, all the dialectics that were about to happen. Very interesting, don't you think? The completed globe, which came to be called Erdapfel or Earth Apple by the townspeople, was originally housed in Nuremberg City Hall. In the 17th century, the Beheim family took possession of the globe. It was inexpertly restored in 1823 and again in 1847, resulting in the corruption of many place names and labels. The German National Museum in Nuremberg later took possession of the globe, which is commonly known as the Nuremberg terrestrial globe. The antiquity of this globe and the year of its execution on the eve of discovery of the Americas makes it not just the oldest globe, but also represents an encyclopedia of Europe's knowledge of the known world in 1492. I'm sure they knew much more of what they tell you in the history books, because there's a lot of conspiratorial things with, what's his name? Christopher Columbus, too, but that's for another time. Here's Erdapfel. That's what it looks like. I think this is the real original. It's been, touched up a little bit, but they had a globe and they put these little things on there and they made all of these interesting things that people started talking about around that time. This is the ostrich globe, ostrich egg globe. Ostrich egg globe is a hollow terrestrial globe made from the conjoined lower halves of 2 ostrich eggs. The map carved on the globe is an extremely close, if not identical, match to the Hunt-Lennox globe, a copper globe reliably dated to about 1510. The owner of the ostrich egg globe, Stefan Michne, claims that it was made in the early 16th century and is therefore the first globe to ever depict the New World. So now they have another globe to depict the New World, and we're doing all this exploration, and the Earth must be a globe. I wonder if Columbus had to do something with the change in cosmology, in that there was all these discoveries, quote-unquote discoveries, because I'm sure they knew about them already. That's why they sent Columbus out there. But Columbus set sail, and then they had started making these globes, and of course that prompted more cosmological change. And Copernicus and Galileo and yada, yada, yada. Very interesting things, how all these things are related. But that's the ostrich egg globe. First globe to tell you to reflect the New World. Here's the Hunt-Lennox globe. This is, the Hunt-Lennox or Lennox globe, dating from about 1508, is the second or third oldest known terrestrial globe after the Erdapfel and the ostrich egg. The Hunt-Lennox globe is housed by the rare book division of the New York Public Library. It is notable as one of only 2 known instances of a historical map actually using the phrase Hic sunt dracones, in Latin, here are dragons. So this is another interesting point, though, because if you do look on ancient maps, there is documentation of dinosaurs, of dragons, basically, which is what they are. They're dragons. And there's documentation even in old Roman history. I believe they were trying to take some outposts in Africa and some dragon attacked them or something. So there's some crazy stuff to read about in history. And we'll look at some pictures too when we talk about the Smithsonian in the next episode. But what does it say? Since 2012, the owner investigator of the ostrich egg globe has claimed that in fact the Hunt-Lennox globe was not engraved at all, but was cast from the ostrich egg globe, using a very specific and unusual technique before the 2 halves of the egg globe were joined. So who knows? I'm sure that all these things have a similar author and a similar agenda, but I find it very interesting that the globes, the first globes, were right during the time when all of this stuff was starting to percolate and come to the forefront. This is Urbano Monti, which you need to know about. Urbano Monti was an Italian geographer and cartographer. And he was born in Milan, Italy, in a family of a minor nobility. He grew up together with his 2 younger brothers and his paternal cousins in the family house of Milan. Despite his noble status, Monti never held public office, but instead occupied himself with scholarship, particularly history and geography, with administering the family property and with philanthropic endeavors. Now, we know from today that whenever you see that word, it means something other than it actually means. Career. Monti's most famous work is a large-scale world map accompanied by a multi-volume treatise on geography and cosmology. The map reflects the geographical knowledge of his time, but in some ways it is surprisingly advanced. While drawing on the works of other early modern cartographers like Gerardus Mercator and Abraham Ortelius, he included some of the most recent discoveries of his time, including the archipelago of Tierra del Fuego. His depiction of Japan is particularly detailed and contains many place names not present on other Western maps of the time. Because they knew, of course they knew, Rome was the center of knowledge and of the occult and of Alexandria's information and everything else. And the interesting thing is, here's the map. Let's take a look at it. Look at this. Does this look familiar to you? This was made in the 1500s, folks. Here is your Gleason map that people believe. And with the Antarctica being the giant circle around the Earth, and you have the various South America, West, and so on. This is made in the 1500s. Now, the thing that's interesting to me is that this was also made around the time that those globes were being made. So the question is, did this idea of a two dialectical party system, basically you had like the flat earth, quote unquote, and the globe earth, and they all came out of the 1500s. Very interesting, because this is not true. The earth is not a circle, and I'll prove that to you in the next episode. It's flat, for sure, but it's not a circle. And again, if that raises for you many questions, then keep your questions until the next time, because there's a lot of things to marvel at. But the earth isn't a circle, and yet here we have the original Gleason map, basically, alongside the globes, being produced out of Rome, out of those territories by Catholics during and before, right before the Counter-Reformation. I should say, really, because the Counter-Reformation probably, I would say, began before the Jesuits, but the Jesuits were started in 1534, and that was because the church had begun having a problem with the Protestants before that, with Bibles being printed and so on. So things were starting to bubble up to the surface. And of course, by the early 1500s, the Jesuits began with Loyola and with people against like Luther and so on and so forth. So all these things started to come to the forefront. Why? Why is the question? That is the question of the day, which of course the answer is that all of these things were right around the time of the Counter-Reformation. There's a reason then that cosmology was changing at that time, because the Mother Church was losing control of everything and had to engage in information warfare and had to blast out various narratives that it would one day reconcile. All of them, somehow, all of these, the globes, the flat earth model, the circular model, they're all tied to the beast somehow, folks. Christopher Columbus was a Catholic. Cartographers of the maps and globes were Catholic. They were all Catholic operatives. Urbano Monti was a Catholic noble. So it's just very interesting that the modern map that the flat earthers use can be seen 500 years ago, right at the Counter-Reformation. Now, there's also a couple more here. This is Denis Diderot, who's also an important figure, born on 5th October, 1713. He was a French philosopher, art critic, and writer, best known for serving as a co-founder, chief editor, and contributor to the Encyclopédie, along with Jean Lerond Alembert. He was a prominent figure during the Age of Enlightenment. Diderot initially studied philosophy at a Jesuit college and then considered working in the church clergy before briefly studying law. When he decided to become a writer in 1734, his father disowned him. He lived a bohemian existence for the next decade. In the 1740s, he wrote many of his best-known works in both fiction and non-fiction, including the 1748 novel Les Bijoux Indiscrets, The Indiscreet Jewels. In 1751, Diderot co-created the Encyclopedia with Jean Lerond d'Alembert, whatever how that's pronounced. It was the first encyclopedia to include contributions from many named contributors and the first to describe the mechanical arts. Its secular tone, which included articles skeptical about biblical miracles, angered both religious and governmental authorities. In 1758, it was banned by the Catholic Church, and in 1759, the French government banned it as well, although this ban was not strictly enforced. Many of the initial contributors of the encyclopedia left the project as a result of the controversies, and some were even jailed. Are you starting to see the same kind of patterns? Hopefully. D'Alembert left in 1759, making Diderot the sole editor. Diderot also became the main contributor, writing around 7,000 articles. He continued working on the project till 1765. He was increasingly despondent about the Encyclopédie by the end of his involvement in it and felt that the entire project might have been a waste. Nevertheless, Encyclopédie is considered one of the forerunners of the French Revolution. So, was it a failure or was it a success? Of course it was a success, because by that point, the Jesuits were already shifting things and creating the atheistic mindset. Encyclopedia, was like the first encyclopedia. It was Catholic. And of course, it was also designed to control learning against learning and to drive people into a common mindset. Catholics created the university. Catholics created the encyclopedia. All of the sources of education started to basically coalesce under the Mother Church through centuries. We're talking centuries of time. But you need to know all these influential figures, because all the sources of information come back to the beast one way or another. Now, let's look at the Catholic Church in the last 500 years. What is this for? This is a flat earth. Something's a flat earth here. Oh, East Asia, yes. The Catholic Church in the last, I forgot where I was for a second. I want to look at the Catholic Church in the last 500 years of the Counter-Reformation to show you that not only heliocentrism is Catholic, but how the devil wove this mystery religion belief into the Catholic Church and how involved the Catholic Church and controlling the Catholic Church has been over heliocentrism over the last 500 years, since it had to weaponize all of that occult knowledge that it had from previous cultures and empires. This, I was like, what am I looking at? This is a flat earth thing on Wikipedia, but if you scroll down, very interesting, in ancient China, the prevailing belief, this is East Asia, was that the earth was a flat square, while the heavens were round, and an assumption virtually unquestioned until the introduction of European astronomy in the 17th century. And we saw that, we documented it in the ancient Chinese, in the ancient cultures we looked at. China was one of them. The English sinologist Cullen emphasizes the point that there was no concept of a round earth in ancient Chinese astronomy. Quote, Chinese thought on the form of the earth remained almost unchanged from early times until the first contacts with modern science through the medium of the Jesuit missionaries in the 17th century. While the heavens were variously described as being like an umbrella covering the earth, or like the sphere surrounding it, or as being without substance while the heavenly bodies float freely, the earth was at all times flat, although perhaps bulging up slightly. So, who changed Chinese cosmology and when? The Jesuits. The Jesuit missionaries going out into East Asia and everywhere else in the world, by the way, not just China, were exporting the new cosmology of the beast to the world. And of course, they're converting people. And with the conversions come a conversion to Catholicism and the Catholic ideals of the new cosmology. And we know that the first Jesuit to write the French Revolution, to translate the art of war, was a Chinese missionary Jesuit. Was the name Jean-Marie Amiot, I think? Translated the art of war, supposedly, from Chinese into French 3 years before the French Revolution. So go figure. They were infiltrating these cultures all over the place. In fact, in Japan, I believe like 12 of them were killed. I forget when, but it was the same thing. They were trying to infiltrate the culture. Excuse me. And the emperor at the time just said, no more, that's it. Ban on the Jesuits. Oh, gotta drink a little water or something. But they killed all the Jesuits and they burned them at the stake, I think, or something, because they were seeing what was up. The Jesuits were infiltrating Japanese culture. And of course, they eventually won, but it tells you from historical evidence that the Jesuits were very busy infiltrating cultures. Now, let's look at this list of Catholic scientists, lay Catholic scientists. Here's a list, and let's just go through the list. Here's your Counter-Reformation, folks. All of these people are Catholics, famous Catholic scientists. And of course, out of these, if you do your research, over 50 of them are astronomers and physicists. So all of the people in the last 500 years, the majority of them in science that were astronomy, physics, and so on, they were Catholic. They were lay scientists. Here's a list of Catholic clergy scientists. Same thing. These are all Catholic clergy. Let's go through the list. Here it is. And you can just scroll through the list. All of these people were famous Catholic scientists. This is your Counter-Reformation at work. The beast knows that it needs to have a control of the narrative and a control of what people believe. And of course, that became much more important once the Reformation hit, because there were scientists, there were people living, in the 1300s that were doing science and so on. But remember, science and spirituality were never separate. This is the list. This is your counter. I'm not even all the way through the list. Look at all these people. This is the Counter-Reformation at work, folks. And when you realize the weight of what I'm showing you, then you realize the depth of this conspiracy. Okay, there is also this article from America Jesuit Review by William Critchley Minor, Society of Jesus. Why are there so many craters on the moon named after the Jesuits? Let's find out. 50 years ago this month, Neil Armstrong took his first steps on the moon. Centuries later, in 1651, the Jesuit astronomer Giovanni Riccoli was mapping and naming the craters on the moon that the astronauts would one day see in person. Of course, nobody's ever gone to the moon, but anyway, at the top of his map of the moon, Riccoli wrote, "Neither do men inhabit the moon, nor do souls migrate there." He was one in a long line of Jesuits who devoted their lives to questions not only about souls, but also about asteroids, meteorites, and stars. In his address to the Jesuits in their 35th General Congregation 2008, Pope Benedict XVI said, quote, "The Church needs you, relies on you, to reach those physical and spiritual places which others do not reach or have difficulty in reaching." And Pope Benedict was the conservative one, which again, both sides of the beast, they all have the same goal, is to make you idolize and worship Satan through the man of sin rather than worshiping Christ. From the earliest days of the order, Jesuits have been reaching those physical and spiritual places, even in space. Throughout the history of the society, the Jesuits have been key players in astronomy, says Robert Mackey, Society of Jesus, a specialist in meteorites who works at the Vatican Observatory in Rome. Jesuit contributions to astronomy are significant enough that 34 craters on the moon and several asteroids are named after them. Did you know that? In fact, one of the moon's largest crater formations is named for Christopher Clavius, Society of Jesus. His astronomical and mathematical genius played a major role in the formation of the Gregorian calendar, the calendar system in almost universal use today. Why? Because the book of Daniel tells you that he'll think to change times and laws, and that's been fulfilled. During his lifetime, he was referred to as the Euclid of the 16th century, and he wrote textbooks that were read all over the world. Among those who learned from Clavius was Galileo, ding, 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 with whom he carried on a significant correspondence. See, the snake tells you. Galileo relied on other Jesuits as well. Pascal Scotti, in his 2017 book Galileo Revisited, writes that, quote, "Up until 1616, the Jesuits had been the greatest support to Galileo. And time and again, he turned to them as the beacons of scientific excellence and integrity in all his difficulties." Gotta love this stuff. But another Jesuit, Cardinal Robert Bellarmine, ding, 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 if you know who that is, who was instrumental in falsifying the end times prophecies and creating dispensationalism, which I talk about quite a bit in my Great Delusion series. He played a key role in the beginnings of the Galileo affair. Bellarmine, on behalf of the Holy Office, was asked to inform Galileo that he had been accused of heresy. He encouraged Galileo either to present heliocentrism only as a hypothesis or to provide sufficient evidence to prove that the Earth rotated around the sun. Galileo, although he was right, did not have enough proof to satisfy the standards of the natural philosophy of the day. So a Jesuit, who was instrumental in the deception of the end times, was the one that was part of choreographing the Galileo debacle and the thing that we just described with him supposedly being accused by the Catholic Church and all of the drama, man. The Jesuits are the ones who are behind the drama, folks. You need to realize that. They're the masters of theater. More than a century later, it would be Roger Boscovich, a physicist, these are all Jesuits, by the way, physicist and astronomer credited with developing a precursor to atomic theory, who would persuade the Vatican to remove the works of Copernicus, whose heliocentric theories Galileo championed, from a list of prohibited books. Now, do you remember that the Jesuits were basically allowed back in 1812? So 10 years later, a Jesuit is the one who's championing, let's read, it's time now. It's time to go from dark to light. It's time to switch this up. Let's deem the Copernican works as good. Let's accept them. And now we can demonize anybody who is going to be resisting this new cosmology because everybody else is believing it. So now it's time to flip. That's basically what this is telling you. The Jesuit tradition of astronomical discoveries continued with Angelo Secchi. He was the first to systematically classify stars using spectroscopy, breaking starlight into its component colors. His classification scheme was later borrowed and expanded by the Harvard Observatory to create the classification system that is still used today, Brother Mackey said. During his time as director of the Roman College, Secchi built an observatory on the roof of St. Ignatius Church in Rome. He studied sunspots and made important connections between solar activity and changes in the Earth's magnetic field. His book on the sun, quote, was one of the definitive works of his day, Brother Mackey said. Jesuit contributions to astronomy are not confined to the past. The work continues today at the Vatican Observatory, which is entrusted to the Jesuits. According to Brother Mackey, Richard de Souza, Society of Jesus, and his collaborator from the University of Michigan, Eric Bell, recently discovered that the nearby Andromeda galaxy merged with another galaxy about 2 billion years ago. Well, there you go. Gosh, they're still at it, folks, is what he's telling you. Brother Mackey is inspired by his Jesuit astronomer colleagues who are studying in a variety of astronomical fields. Brother Guy Consolmagno, which was the one we documented in that Sorcery documentary. Meteorites and asteroids, Father Richard Boyle, star clusters, Fathers David Brown and Chris Corbally, stellar evolution, Father Gabriel Gionti, quantum gravity and cosmology, and Father John Baptiste Kikuaya Iluo, near-Earth asteroids and comets. Their work is no less remarkable than that of their Jesuit predecessors. Brother Mackey, along with Brother Consolmagno, Father Kikuaga Iluo, and Father Boyle, and Father George Coyne, former director of the Vatican Observatory, all have had asteroids named after them by the International Astronomical Union in recognition of their contributions to space exploration. So what does it tell you when the Jesuits have asteroids named after them? Of course, we don't even know what asteroids are, but let's give them the benefit of the doubt. That the International Astronomical Union, which is supposed to be secular, is honoring the beast. Who owns the International Astronomical Union, which is supposed to be a secular scientific source of inquiry? Well, it tells you who owns them, just like you have the Vatican has a permanent observer at the UN. Same thing, folks. You got to see behind all these little non-governmental organizations, and these things are just fronts to make the beast look good. You live in a giant echo chamber owned by the devil. And when you come to terms with that, you'll stop believing the nonsense of heliocentrism. The Jesuits at the Vatican Observatory find themselves serving in mission territory. Quote, like Jesuits before us, we do science together, we pray together, there is no problem. That's right, because the mystery religion and science is one thing. Of course, science today, not science as it should be. Paul Mueller, S.J., a historian and philosopher of science. He thinks that in the modern world, many people perceive science as more of an obstacle than help to faith. Our mission is to show by what we do and how we live that the church loves and appreciates science. Of course it does. It loves this kind of science because it leads you all back to the mother church, if you believe heliocentrism. I serve as a sign that scientific pursuits and religious life go hand in hand, agreed Brother Mackey. There is no conflict. My presence as a Jesuit scientist in public and at scientific meetings gives others the opportunity to engage me on questions of faith and science and to challenge their assumptions about the relationship between the two. These Jesuits are continuing a tradition that is not only astronomical but mystical. St. Ignatius, who was also an asteroid named in his honor, wrote in his autobiography that gazing at the stars gave him the greatest consolation. Diego Lainez, one of the first Jesuits, wrote that at night, St. Ignatius would go up to the roof of the house with the sky there above him. He would sit there quietly, absolutely quietly. He would take off his hat and look up for a long time at the sky. Then he would fall on his knees, bowing profoundly to God, and the tears would begin to flow down his cheeks like a stream. Now, if you believe that, I have a beautiful beachfront property house to sell you in Phoenix, because Ignatius of Loyola committed himself to Mary, and he had a vision of a shining serpent in a cave. So the God spoken of here, if this is a true story, is not the God of the Bible. It's not Jesus Christ. Ignatius could have imagined an observatory being built on the roof of a church that bore his name, and any more than Giovanni Riccoli could have fathomed a man walking on the moon he mapped. But 50 years after the giant leap from humankind, Jesuits continued to peer through telescopes and wonder, finding God in all places. There you go, folks. Jesuit cosmology, Jesuit math, Jesuit heliocentrism. Of course, we also know, we'll talk about this a little bit later, but the author of The Big Bang was a Jesuit, Georges de Lemaitre. I'm pronouncing that right, but he was total Jesuit. Him and Einstein rubbed elbows a little bit. We also know that the Jesuits changed the Bible with Isaiah 42. We talked about this in some other places, but might as well show you again. This is Isaiah 42. This is in the ESV. It is he who sits above the circle of the earth, and its inhabitants more like are like grasshoppers, who stretches out the heavens like a curtain and spreads them like a tent to dwell in. So it's he who sits above the circle of the earth. Okay. Well, if you go to Douay-Rheims, which is the Jesuit Bible, what does it say? It is he that sitteth upon the globe of the earth. Well, that's not a right translation, because the word there is circle. It's a circle of the earth, just like how God drew a circle on the face of the deep. It's a circular shape. Now, I'm not saying the earth, the land is a circle, but the realm seems to be a circle. Of course, we also know the Jesuit Bible has this in Genesis 3, verse 15. I will put enmities between thee and the woman, and thy seed and her seed. Okay, so far so good. She shall crush thy head, and thou shalt light in a wait for her heel. Do you notice a serious problem with this translation? Well, it's shifted the attention from the gospel of Jesus Christ to Mary. Mary's the redemptor. She is the one that's going to crush the serpent's head. Dark to light. And she is the one who the serpent is waiting in for her heel. Like what? Mary didn't get crucified. So this is a blatant change. Blatantly Antichrist. Douay-Rheims Bible. So can you trust what the snake has to say? No, absolutely not. And that's the point of today, folks. And there's more. There's more to go over. This is from Catholic.com, but it's important to document. Relax. The Vatican didn't name a telescope Lucifer. Relax. We didn't do that. Question. Why is the Vatican named its telescope in Arizona Lucifer? I'm a proud and devoted Catholic, and I find this quite disturbing. Good job, sir or ma'am. Hopefully the Holy Spirit will continue to guide you and help you get out of mystery religion Babylon. Answer. Let's see what the snake has to say. The Vatican did not name a telescope Lucifer. The Vatican Observatory shares space with other organizations and groups. The Vatican Observatory does not own each piece of equipment, nor can it give official names or nicknames to things it does not own. Now, really quick pause. Do you remember International Astronomical Society, whatever, honoring the Jesuits? Who owns that society? Who does the bidding of the beast? Do you think that this is true? That just because on paper they don't own it, that they don't actually own it? Come on now. Another group installed a telescope it nicknamed Lucifer. It's a telescope built by the Max Planck Institute for Extraterrestrial Physics, and according to the Planck Institute website, it stands for LBT Near Infrared Spectroscopic Utility with Camera and Integral Field Unit for Extragalactic Research. It is noted on the website that its official abbreviation has been changed to Lucy. Now, they could have picked so many ways to name this telescope, but it picked something to honor their god, which of course is the devil. And the devil's name is not Lucifer. We talked about that in my Satan series, but either way, to them, he's the light bringer. This is also an interesting article regarding the Vatican's Lucifer telescope. Mount Graham. Apaches say a sacred place was first stolen, then defiled. From AZ Central, down where I live here. One of Arizona's Sky Islands, a sacred place to the Apaches, has been damaged by development and a controversial observatory. Dzil Nikcha Si'an, or Big Seated Mountain in Apache, is shown on most maps as Mount Graham. Let's see if I can zoom in a little bit, just a teensy. That is a huge amount, but okay. It is Mount Graham. At 10,700 feet above sea level, it dominates the otherwise flat landscape in southern Arizona's Gila River Valley. As one of the Southwest's Sky Islands, it holds biological riches. The climate ranges from desert at the lowest elevation to subalpine at the highest, where green woods offer cool relief from the searing deserts below, and precious springs trickle down the slopes to feed rivers like the Gila. Native species like the Mount Graham red squirrel cling to survival in the forests. But to the Western Apaches, Mount Graham is more than a nice place to play during scorching summer months or a source of biological diversity. It's a holy ground, sacred and alive to the Apache, the bands that call this corner of the Southwest home. Quote, Mount Graham is considered one of our holy places, one of the sacred mountains to east and to the south, one of the most sacred mountains, said Ramon Riley, a White Mountain Apache member who heads the tribe's cultural resource department. It's the home of the Ga'an, or Apache mountain spirits, and the source of life-giving water for at least 7 streams in the area. Since time immemorial, Apache people and Puebloan people have respected that mountain, Riley said. It's where we go to gather our medicinal plants to do our prayers. That's where we find peace and comfort to pray in our quiet way. So this mountain that the Vatican, you will see, lobbied extensively and won, Congress approved it, tells you who owns Congress, for them to establish this observatory on a pagan high place. And of course, you know that they love their high places. There's more here I'm not going to read, but there is a couple things here that we need to read. Apaches and other native peoples must now obtain a permit to conduct ceremonies in the forest, according to a forest spokesperson. This requirement rankles many, including former San Carlos Apache chairman and native rights advocate Wensler Nosey. Here he is. He was arrested in 1997 for trespassing when he was fleeing an oncoming thunderstorm using the construction road built for what the Apaches considered sacrilege, a telescope complex on the mountain's peak. In the early 1980s, the University of Arizona and the Vatican selected Mount Graham as the preferred site for a huge observatory with up to 20 telescopes. What is the Vatican doing in America, partnering with one of the universities into doing this affair? It tells you who's running the show, folks. That's what it tells you. 1986 draft environmental impact statement developed by the Forest Service said archaeological sites were detected within the observatory area, and that, quote, the most appropriate treatment of these sites must be determined in consultation with the State Historic Preservation Officer and the Advisory Council on Historic Preservation. The Forest Service also said, presently no known impact on Native American religious use exists. The telescope project would also play havoc with the red squirrel's primary habitat, which brought environmentalists together with tribal leaders in opposition. News accounts at the time reported that the Apache tribal leaders said they were given insufficient notification of the project. As they learned that what was at stake, the San Carlos Apache tribe issued several resolutions against their observatory. Nevertheless, Congress approved the construction plan, as if they had any other choice. After the Arizona Board of Regents followed suit, the details of what the telescopes would cost, the environment, and the Apache people emerged. The observatory ended up in court, and the opponents lost yet again. So, these people who basically believed this mountain is a home to spirits, mountain spirits, it was a way to commune with the spirit world, it was a way to do your prayers, it was a high place, a pagan high place. What happened? Well, it got subsumed by the Catholic Church. And they put an observatory there, and they're telling you they're doing all this astronomical work when in fact it's owned by the Jesuits, and the Jesuits administer it, and they're doing all these things with other organizations, front organizations like the Max Planck Institute, which is supposed to be a, secular type of situation. But of course we know who owns these things, folks. The beast owns these things, and the beast has created many, many threads to link back to itself, to create the echo chamber so the world can marvel after the beast. This is the Hall of Saints, and this is a room in the Borgia apartment of the Vatican Palace, frescoed by the Italian Renaissance artist Pinturicchio. It dates to 1491 and 1484 and was commissioned by Pope Alexander VI. Remember this pope, because we're going to watch a little bit about him. The frescoes depict scenes from the lives of the saints. The ceiling fresco, which depicts myths related to the ancient Egyptian gods Osiris and Isis, has been the subject of much scholarly attention. The iconographic program reflects the humanistic interests of Alexander and was likely designated by his secretary Giovanni Agno, designed by his secretary Giovanni Agno of Viterbo. It shows his interests. Such a watered-down explanation about something so occult, with an arch, with a bull, with Hermes Trismegistus, with all these gods and goddesses, and Osiris and Isis and so on. This is painted in the papal apartment of a pope who is very, very well known for many evil things, nonetheless, which tells you everything. It tells you that the mystery religion of the ages from Egypt and from even before that carried its way all the way through all the places that I mentioned into Rome. And because that confirms the Bible tells you that out of all the places, the dragon gave the beast his throne, his power, and great authority. All of that secret knowledge and evil deception came into Rome. But who is Pope Alexander VI? Well, let's learn a little bit about Pope Alexander VI. This is a video, I'm probably not going to watch all of it, but, you can learn just a little bit. Probably, maybe the first couple minutes or something. Let's see.
Black sheep of the papacy, a pope whose lust for wealth and power knew no bounds. The great Italian writer Niccolò Machiavelli, who wrote the world's most renowned book on unscrupulous politicians, once said of this pope, he never did anything or thought of anything other than deceiving men. We might add women to that too, because this incorrigible and corrupt pope fathered quite a few illegitimate children. He was also renowned as being something of a smooth talker and not hard on the eyes to females. Some say he sold his soul to the devil and would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. Welcome to the life of the bad pope, Alexander VI. He was born on the first day of the new year in
So his very corrupt pope, I just wanted to show you this little introduction. This is a 10-minute video. You can check it out yourself and you can look into it yourself. But Pope Alexander VI, extremely corrupt, part of one of the papal families, the Borgia family. And of course, his progeny was also very corrupt. This is the Banquet of Chestnuts, sometimes called the Ballet of Chestnuts, the Festival of Chestnuts, or the Joust of Whores. Was a supper purportedly held at the papal palace in Rome and hosted by the former Cardinal Cesare Borgia, son of Pope Alexander VI, on the 31st of October, 1501. Kind of like the same day they have Halloween and all the satanic activities they have, the passing of the realms from one into another. Both contemporary and modern authors have questioned the accuracy of Burchard's accounts. Two independent contemporary sources confirm that a social event occurred on the date given by Burchard, but given fewer details of the festivities. Vatican researcher Peter... So what happened with this Banquet of Chestnuts? Well, I've documented this before, a very filthy banquet where basically it's an orgy and making people do all sorts of things, kind of like the Diddy kind of stuff that's surfacing today, nothing new under the sun. And now I'm reading you some apology about it. Vatican researcher Peter de Roo, in his 5-volume History of Alexander VI, speculates that the passage may be a later interpolation in Burchard's memoirs, arguing that the Pope could not be capable of such truly bestial behavior. Other historians, however, have criticized de Roo's biography, describing it as a, quote, a vast apologetic work in which much useful material is often almost undetectable under the coat of whitewash, and as uncritically accepting of all praise and rejecting all criticism of Alexander VI. Alexander VI was very corrupt. All the popes are corrupt as far as I'm concerned, but he especially stands out in history. And what connection do you see? Well, you see that his progeny is extremely corrupt. You see that his papal apartment had mystery religion stuff in it in secret, where on the public he's supposed to be ministering to people the gospel. And so you have this duality that the Bible warns about consistently over and over. So the conclusion of all of this is what, my friends? The Bible tells you that Satan gave his power and throne and great authority to the Catholic Church. That means that in the church age, Satan will use this system to actualize the religio-political system that he had before the flood, that he tried to have throughout all these systems, through Babel, through Babylon, through the various world empires. He's going to be allowed to actualize the system. And the way that's going to look is through the Catholic ideal and the Catholic system. History, of course, testifies against the Catholic Church, especially in its involvement in the heliocentric conspiracy. All of the occult influences, the corruption, the Counter-Reformation, the Jesuits, everything to subvert reality and ultimately bring people back to the beast. Reformers initially did not believe in a ball, but they believed in biblical cosmology. They knew that the Catholic Church was up to something. But eventually they were seduced through generations and through all these dialectics and through all these schemes and false signs and wonders and, science and this and that. And they came to be seduced instead of standing for the truth. And that's why I said if you want to be a quote-unquote Protestant, if there is such a thing today, you have to protest everything of the Catholic Church. Otherwise, you can't possibly call yourself a Protestant. If you're going and resting on Sunday, if you believe the earth is a ball, if you believe in Arminian salvation, all of these, this is Catholic stuff, folks. The Catholic Church has waged war on the truth through countless tentacles. One of them happens to be cosmology, because as you'll see, cosmology is designed to make people believe that uniting in a new world order is a good idea. And you'll see how it all comes together pretty profoundly. But cosmology was one of the lies. That's why you have to understand your cosmology. If you believe heliocentrism, you believe Rome's version of cosmology. It's a spiritual belief, not a scientific one. And hopefully that's clear to you by now. But here's some questions to ask yourself. If the Jesuits are behind so many conspiracies, and they're all over this heliocentric stuff, what does that tell you? If you didn't know anything about heliocentrism and you were totally into that, and that's okay, but you knew about the Jesuits, and I know people in this boat. I know people who exposed the Jesuits, and yet they still stubbornly hold on to heliocentrism. When they see all of the stuff the Jesuits have done, and they're continually doing in the heliocentric world to convince the world of all of these signs and wonders. And yet you still believe heliocentric science, which is nonsense. Another question to ask yourself is, why did Pope Alexander VI have a pagan, hermetic mural honoring Egyptian mystery religions in his private apartment? Why are most figures in astronomy and cosmology in the last 500 years Catholic? Either lay person or clergy, Jesuits. Why did the Vatican fight for an observatory on pagan holy ground and basically manipulate Congress to lobby for them and win? Why were they so insistent? They could have gone anywhere. Why are they so insistent on this particular pagan site that is so holy to the pagans? Of course, if you know your history, then you know why. Why did Congress permit the Vatican to have these allowances and to make these advances on American territory when the founding fathers had nothing to do with Rome? They wanted everything to be separate from Rome, and they knew about the dangers of the Jesuits. And yet here we are, a couple hundred years later, and the Vatican is dictating how things go and taking claim of things in the United States. That's a national security issue. But of course, if you understand that the Jesuits took over the United States after the Civil War, basically, with the 14th Amendment, with the Act of 1872, the federal government, everything, and the Rothschilds and central banking, and then pretty soon after that, the Federal Reserve Act, all this stuff successively weaponized the United States for the Vatican. Of course, Vatican didn't really officially become the Vatican in 1929, so let's just say Rome. By the way, the United States is doing the bidding of Rome. So that's what changed. Those who know their history are wise to these things. Those who do not know their history are bound to get swallowed when it repeats. Now, I want to cover a little bit more, because we still have some more things to cover with the 1500s to 1700s. And a big part of this is also Henry Cavendish. Cavendish is a famous figure in heliocentrism, and he also was during the Counter-Reformation and the Enlightenment, so he's very important. And of course, he's a favorite example among globe believers that Cavendish discovered gravity through his supposed experiment, which of course is not true. I talk about this in my 20 Reasons Gravity is a Fraud video, but we will be documenting it here. So I'm going to take a quick break. We'll be right back, a couple seconds, and we'll be right into it. Okay, well, we're back. We're now focusing on Cavendish, and this is Wikipedia, Cavendish experiment. You can look this up for yourself and basically get the idea. We'll look at a video as well of what he did. But Cavendish experiment was performed in 1797, 1798. Nice little date there for you. By English scientist Henry Cavendish, was the first experiment to measure the force of gravity between masses in the laboratory, and the first to yield accurate values for the gravitational constant. How do you know? That's the question. Because of the unit conventions then in use, the gravitational constant does not appear explicitly in Cavendish's work. Instead, the result was originally expressed as the relative density of the Earth, or equivalently the mass of the Earth. That's an important point. He discerned the mass of the Earth based on an assumption that he made. Because remember, if you've watched my 20 Reasons Why Gravity is a Fraud video, the logic and math of gravity is circular. In order to determine gravity, you have to know the mass of an object. In order to know the mass of an object, you have to solve for gravity. So it's circular reasoning. And this is exactly what it is. He measured something. We'll talk about that. He assumed it was a force, and then he used that to determine the mass of the Earth, supposedly. Of course, it's all just conjecture. His experiment gave the first accurate values of these geophysical constants. We'll learn a lot about the so-called constant of gravity today. The experiment. The apparatus consisted of a torsion balance made of a 6-foot wooden rod horizontally suspended from a wire. Don't worry if this is going to go over your head. We're going to watch an animation of it, but here's a graphic of it as well. with 2-inch diameter and 1.6 pound one lead spheres, one each attached to the end. Two massive 12-inch, 348 pound lead balls suspended separately could be positioned away from or to either side of the smaller balls, 8.8 inches away. The experiment measured the faint gravitational attraction between the small and large balls, which deflected the torsion balance rod by about 0.16 of an inch or only about 0.03 of an inch with a stiffer suspending wire. There is small attraction between masses. I shouldn't say mass because I don't believe in mass, but between matter, there is small attraction, but it's not gravity, folks. There's something else going on. The two larger balls could be positioned either way from or to either side of the torsion balance rod. Their mutual attraction to the small balls caused the arm to rotate, twisting the suspension wire. The arm rotated until it reached an angle where the twisting force of the wire balanced the combined gravitational force of attraction between the large and small lead spheres. By measuring the angle of the rod and knowing the twisting force or the torque of the wire for a given angle, Cavendish was able to determine the force between the pairs of the masses. Since the gravitational force of the Earth on the small ball could be measured directly by weighing it, another assumption that weight is the product of matter, of gravitation acting on matter, which is not true. Weight is just a natural property of the universe. You don't need a magical force to determine weight. But again, this is all just mathematical conjectures. You're making up numbers out of thin air. The ratio of the two forces allowed the relative density of the Earth to be calculated using Newton's law of gravitation. And so the rest of history is just another one of these people that was propped up to basically tell you that, oh, this has been so scientific and gravity's been around forever. But no, it's not. This is fake news. This is an animation of it. You got the large balls, and you can position them really close, and then you can measure. You see, okay, there's an attraction of some kind. That seems to happen. So, problems with Cavendish's experiment. Now, of course, I talk about this in the 20 reasons why gravity is a fraud, but number one problem is that it was never repeated vertically. So how does that figure? Well, if you have, let's say that we take the hypothesis and say, yes, matter exerts some sort of force, and the more dense a matter is, the more matter there is, the more force it's exerting. Okay, right, let's test it vertically too. Because if supposedly the Earth is pulling on you with a force constantly, which it's not, but let's say it is, then if you had, let's say, a wrecking ball, okay, a giant piece of steel or metal or whatever it's made out of, a wrecking ball, I don't know how much those weigh, but they weigh a lot. And then you had, let's say, an orange, right? Two objects. Take a penny. Very simple experiment, folks. You can even try this at home. And put a penny on each one. Put a penny on the right on the bottom of the wrecking ball. Put a penny on the bottom of the orange. Suspend them at the same height. Let the penny go at the same time. And what should we see? Well, if there is a force that is pulling on things, then what you should see is that the penny that drops from the wrecking ball would drop a little bit later, because the force pulling from the wrecking ball would interact with the force of the Earth. Of course, the force of the Earth would win because it's a net positive, but it would be much, the orange doesn't have much mass in it, supposedly, right? It doesn't have much matter. So it wouldn't have much of a force to pull the penny. So there should be a difference between these two things. Do a larger thing. Take some giant object, suspend it over the ground, and take a penny on both sides and see, does it affect? And of course, nobody's ever done this experiment because it would completely disprove Cavendish immediately, because there is no such effect. There's no such gravity. There's no such force. There does seem to be minor attraction between matter, but we will talk about that in just a little bit. It's not gravity. We live in an electromagnetic world that is very interesting. And of course, what you've been told about that world is designed to put forward a particular model of the universe. And of course, that model is designed to serve the beast in the end. But it's never been repeated vertically. It's never been repeated multiple times with multiple materials, multiple sizes, multiple conditions. It was just this one thing that was done. Oh my gosh, and everybody's just propping up Cavendish, this amazing genius. It's just typical stuff that's coming out of the Counter-Reformation? How do you control for every possible variable that would account for these tiny little attraction between two masses? Matters, really. Mass, you have to get rid of that word from your vocabulary because mass doesn't exist. Mass, to them, is the product of gravity acting on matter. Gravity doesn't exist, therefore mass doesn't exist. Mass is a conjecture to insert gravity into the picture as a force. Unless you're Einstein, which, the gravity is bending of space, and that's, you have to decide which version of gravity you believe in, but they're both fake. Today, physicists say that 95% of the universe is dark matter or dark energy, i.e., we don't know. We don't, if I don't really believe that, but let's say you take them on their own word for it. They're shooting themselves in the foot with this quantum, dark matter, all this kind of stuff. Because if the universe is mostly dark matter, things that you do not understand how they work, go back now to people like Cavendish and say, well, is it possible that maybe there was some other explanation for what you observed? Isn't that the scientific thing to do? To look at an experiment and say, is there possibly another alternative explanation? Or is there something that can falsify this? With Eratosthenes, he didn't know about refraction. Now that we know about refraction, isn't it normal, logical, scientific inquiry to go back to that experiment and see if you can falsify it with new knowledge? And of course you can. It's been done experimentally. If you take a table and you took a refractive lens and you put a local light source, like they did on Decimal Z's channel, they reproduced the experiment multiple times with multiple points, and they showed you that you can take math and take a ball or take a table and turn it into a ball with math. And nobody's the wiser because the math works out. Why? Why? Because math is about relationships, folks. If the lens is curved and the earth is straight, then you can take math and flip that relationship and make the earth curved and the light straight. And nobody's the wiser because the math works out. It's about relationships, curved to straight. If you're trying to make both curved, it's not going to work, but the math will work out either way. Remember how that 11th century Muslim, mathematician, heliocentrist, although he rejected heliocentrism, but either way, he said, either way is fine. The math can represent it either way, and you'll see plenty more people saying the same thing. So math is not what it seems. Remember also that there's circular reasoning. Mass equals the force of gravity acting on matter, F equals ma type of thing. And gravity equals the amount of mass that something has, meaning gravity is based on how much matter or mass something has. The more mass, the more gravity. But how do you find out mass? Well, mass is the product of gravity acting on matter. Well, how do you find out gravity? Well, gravity is the product of gravity is dependent upon how much mass there is. Do you see the circular reasoning? It's circular because, of course, it has to be circular. Otherwise, there's no deception. Cavendish assumed the weight of the balls is a product of gravity. What if it's not? What if weight is a natural property of matter and you don't need a magical force like gravity to be acting on matter to produce mass? That makes sense. He assumed that when he weighed the ball, this is gravity, so we know that there's a certain gravitational constant there, and we're just going to take that number and plug it in there and do this and do that, and you just make this whole fairy tale in your mind that has nothing to do with anything. A lot of assumptions, a lot of poor science, and of course it's lauded to you as, it's just amazing science, which of course tells you that this is a conspiracy. Cavendish derived the mass of the Earth based on conjecture. He never calculated the mass of the Earth. He never calculated gravity. He never measured anything. He measured probably some very minor electromagnetic phenomenon. And you'll see some examples of that. But the question is, how do we know there isn't something else going on? Well, good question. Let's look at some articles. You have one remaining free article. That's okay. Wayback Machine can solve that problem. Researchers discover a new kind of magnetism. This is from February 2024. More than 200 materials could be ultramagnets, predicted just a few years ago. Let's see. For thousands of years, people have been drawn to the apparent magic of magnets. Ancient Greek philosophers believed dark rocks called lodestones had souls because of their ability to move iron flakes. Physicists now know that magnetic materials glean their power from the behavior of the atoms inside them. But magnetism still holds secrets. Researchers have recently found signs of a wholly new class of magnetism, one with characteristics of each of the two conventional kinds, ferromagnetism and anti-ferromagnetism. More than 200 materials should exhibit the newfound phenomenon according to the theoretical predictions, and physicists are closing in on direct experimental evidence for it, which could lead to more efficient electronic devices. Already they have found a handful of materials that seem to exhibit this fundamentally new type of magnetism. It's not new, it's been there forever. God created it from the very beginning, but we're discovering it. Says Paul Clarty, a physicist at Leon Brillouin Laboratory. It's expanding our understanding of the ways that matter can work. Yes, it is. So now the question is, if you're discovering these things, is anybody willing to go back to Cavendish and say, is there something else going on here? Because if you're an honest scientist, that's what you would do. When you have such a weak force, and supposedly it's so, powerful and it's able to bend oceans, but you're measuring it so teeny tiny, that doesn't make any sense, first off. And second off, how are you sure that you haven't ruled out other things? The question is, you're not. And this is proof of it, because people are discovering more and more things that we didn't know with magnetism and the forces of the world that are true, like magnetism. This is from Physics World, also from March 2024. Scientists discover that like-charged particles can sometimes attract. From a young age, we are taught in school that like charges, whether both positive or both negative, will repel each other, while opposing charges attract. It turns out that under certain conditions, like charges can actually attract each other instead. In a work recently published in Nature of Nanotechnology, researchers at the University of Oxford have demonstrated the attraction of like-charged particles in solutions. Do we understand electromagnetism? No, we don't. We understand some things. Sure, we can predict certain things, but we're finding out more and more that life is such a profound mystery. This mechanism of the universe, of nature, of the laws of physics, they don't know left from right, man. They posture like they do. And science has become this idol that you have to worship as the objective source of truth and knowledge. When in fact, this is just occult mystery religion stuff, repackaged with math, and all of the advances that we're finding are being redirected into that system. Nobody will ever take these findings and go back to Cavendish and say, maybe we need to reevaluate the whole thing that we settled on with Cavendish. Because they won't, because science is owned by the beast. But anyway, the journey began for the lead scientist Madhavi Krishnan back in the mid-2000s when she came across the like-charge attraction problem while studying how DNA molecules squeezed into slit-like boxes. It was expected that DNA would flatten into a pancake-like geometry, but instead it aligned alongside the edge of the box. Without any external forces being applied, the only explanation was that DNA was attracted to the box, despite them being negatively charged, both being negatively charged. Thus, an interest in how attraction and repulsion may not be as they seem was born. The like-charge problem is not new knowledge, though. Different scientists over the years have tried to explain how these like charges can attract, with some of the earliest works coming from Irving Langmuir back in the 1930s. One of the areas where like-charge attraction is seen the most is within fluids, and the interaction of solid matter with fluids. I encountered the problem early in my trajectory as a scientist, Krishnan tells Physics World, considering the observations entailed such a fundamental departure from the current understanding of a basic and central phenomenon in the fluid phase. Turning away the problem was never going to be an option. The attraction of like charges in fluids has been seen many times using multivalent ions, but these are known ionic species that are exempt from DLVO theory. The expectation that like-charged molecules will repel at long ranges when van der Waals forces are too weak to influence the interactions between molecules. In other words, they don't know left from right, man. However, a number of molecules that are expected to follow the rules of DLVO theory, such as nucleic acids, liposomes, polymers, and colloidal particles in aqueous media, have been shown to possess some level of attraction when like charges are present. Why is this so important? What is the point behind these articles? The point behind these articles is that as of this year, 2024, we don't know anything about the universe, folks. We don't know anything about how electromagnetism truly works. They're finding materials that they thought weren't magnetic, and now they have the same properties of ferromagnetism and anti-ferromagnetism. They're finding like charges and negative charges, so whether they're like or positive or negative doesn't matter, as long as they're like, meaning the same, that it's possible for these things to attract, which breaks the entire programming of attraction is only between positive and negative. So we have models that can predict things for sure, and science has evolved, but also science can't be divorced from the corruption of the agenda and the beast and everything else. But there is science, of course. Not all science is corrupted. There's legitimate science, and science is discovering every day more and more things that question everything. You'll see some examples of gravity too when we talk about that in just a second. But the point is that every day we're learning more and more. And their explanations on gravity are all over the place. You'll see from these articles I've pulled up, they have no clue what it is. And it's not a constant. Their measurements are constantly off. They have no idea what they're measuring. And what the point is that Cavendish, having all of this now revealed, that there's all these ways that magnetism works that we don't really understand. Given the fact that Cavendish was never repeated multiple times with multiple materials, given the fact that Cavendish wasn't repeated under different circumstances or vertically or whatever else, and yet it's taken as this absolute proof of gravity. It's such bad science. But of course that it makes sense if it's a conspiracy, because conspiracies hide the truth. And the more you dig, the more you realize that there is no truth there whatsoever. Their model is always being debunked by things that they discover. You'll see in a future section of this when we look at some articles like we talked about in the Eratosthenes episode, where basically in 2017, they had that eclipse that totally broke their prediction. And so they had to change the size of the sun and the distance and all this stuff, and they panicked. And it just got swept under the rug. Nobody really talked about it. But that's significant. If the sun is bigger or farther away, your entire model collapses. Do you understand? Because then the orbit of the Earth has to be larger around the sun. Then the years are longer. Then the seasons are longer. Everything doesn't match reality suddenly if you change your figures. So they panicked, and of course you can still find the article, but we'll look at that. We'll look at that for sure. And the point is that all these things are, if you're a student of science, you see this and you say, wow, that really calls into question the Cavendish experiment at the very minimum. But if you're indoctrinated, you'll say, oh no, gravity's been proven since the 1600s. Come on, folks. Questions you need to ask yourself when you're dealing with the Cavendish situation with people. Anyone who brings this up, ask them some of these questions. Why hasn't it been repeated vertically to prove that if a giant piece of mass is attracting something, then it would affect the fall of a small thing like a penny to the ground? Why hasn't it been repeated? If gravity is working from the center of an object outward, then we should be able to reproduce this on a vertical scale as well. But you won't. You won't be able to do that because gravity doesn't exist. How do we know that we can't rule out an existing phenomenon like magnetism, where especially recently science is coming to terms with things that completely flip what we know about magnetism upside down? Why don't you see things orbiting mountains where you have giant clusters of matter, like a mountain? Supposedly that's supposed to have more gravity around it, right? Than the floor that's just empty. So why don't we see, like if you go to the top of a mountain, why don't you see rocks like levitating around the mountain or orbiting it in some way? Why doesn't gravity act that way? Well, because of the gravity of the Earth. Well, if the gravity of the Earth is that strong and it's preventing the manifestation of gravity around mountains to manifest a certain way, how then are you so sure that Cavendish measured anything? Does that make sense? Like if gravity is that powerful and it won't allow anything to manifest on a mountain, like a rock levitating or floating around a mountain or whatever, then it would overpower anything happening on a tiny little difference between a ball and another ball. And oh, look, it moved. It just sounds so suspect to me. It's so suspect. But of course, people never question what they're brought up with. And they don't question, like if you go to a mountain, you don't feel any different because the gravity's different there. I mean, it's just nonsense. Gravity's a farce, folks. Watch my 20 Reasons. Understand why gravity is part of the head of the snake. There are many mysteries we're going to be revealing in the next episode about the true cosmology we live in, which is a mystery. But the point is that you don't get lost in things like arguing about plane flights and, the position of the sun, what's it doing? All these things are dead ends. If you want to win the fight in cosmology with anybody, you have to focus on 4 things: gravity, the horizon, water, and the gospel. I have 2 short videos that are animated that can arm you with about gravity and the gospel, why heliocentrism is not compatible with Christianity from a theological perspective. We have one on gravity, the 20 reasons. And the first episode of this series talks about the horizon. We look at plenty of proofs there, impossible measurements, especially now with technology, observations of like 600 miles, which is impossible on a ball, and so on and so forth. And of course, water. Water does not curve. Water stays level. It always stays level. It's always been level, which tells you that you're not on a ball. So those four things are globe killers. And of course, if you don't have gravity, then the entire model falls apart. That's why gravity is so propped up. That's why somebody like Cavendish, who is probably not much of a scientist, he's one of these wealthy people that had nothing else to do, probably a secret society member, who basically did some poor experiment, because just like Eratosthenes, he didn't have the luxury of technology. And he's propped up as this god in science that you need to listen to, that he absolute proof and testimony and this and that you need to believe. And it just reeks of a conspiracy. So obvious when you see it. It really does. Now, I want to highlight some problems with gravity, because there are many problems with gravity, and we will be looking at them. This is from September 18th, 2013. Puzzling measurement of big G gravitational constant ignites debate. Gravity, one of the constants of life, not to mention physics, is less than constant when it comes to being measured. Various experiments over the years have come up with perplexingly different values for the strength of the force of gravity, with the latest calculation just adds to the confusion. The results of the painstaking 10-year experiment to calculate the value of big G, the universal gravitational constant, were published this month, and they're incompatible with the official value of gravity, which itself comes from a weighted average of various other measurements that are mostly mutual, incompatible, and diverge by more than 10 times their estimated uncertainties. In fact, the discrepancy is such a problem that Quinn is organizing a meeting in February at the Royal Society in London to come up with a game plan for resolving the impasse, i.e. propaganda, how we're going to flip this so that we don't look stupid. The meeting's titled The Newtonian Constant of Gravitation, a Constant Too Difficult to Measure, reveals the general consternation. So now they're probably going to switch to quantum gravity, or, it's oscillating. Most scientists think all the discrepancies reflect human sources of error, rather than the true inconsistency of big G. We know the strength of gravity hasn't been fluctuating over the past 200 years, for example, because if so, the orbits of the planets around the sun would have changed, Quinn says. How do you know that the orbits of these luminaries in the sky, and they're doing their various circuits, how do you know that they're orbiting around the sun? How do you know that they're being held up in a void by gravity? That's the question. That's the major assumption that people make. Still, it's possible that the incompatible measurements are pointed to in unknown subtleties of gravity. Perhaps its strength varies depending on how it's measured or where on Earth the measurements are being made, i.e. relativism. When in doubt, hide behind relativism. This is going to be a consistent theme as we enter the 19th and 20th centuries. You'll see what I'm talking about in those coming sections. Either something is wrong with the experiments or there is a flaw in our understanding of gravity, says Mark Kasovich, a Stanford University physicist, who conducted an unrelated measurements of big G in 2007 using an atom interferometer. Further work is required to classify the situation. So they don't know left from right for these things. Let's see, we'll have a couple more to read on here. This is from Forbes. This is your last free article. Well, let's hope not, because I'll use the Wayback Machine. Okay, this is from, when is it from? 2018, September 2018. It's titled, Scientists Admit, Embarrassingly, We Don't Know How Strong the Force of Gravity Is. There you go. They told you. They don't know. Even before Newton came along in the 1640s and 1650s, Italian scientists Francesco Grimaldi and Giovanni Riccoli, which, by the way, was a Jesuit, I think both of these were Jesuits, made their first calculations of the gravitational constant, meaning it was the first fundamental constant ever determined, even prior to Ole Romer's determination of the speed of light in 1676. So all of these things were coming out of the Counter-Reformation, folks. The first people to calculate, quote-unquote, calculate the gravitational constant were two Jesuits. That's all you need to know. Here's some fancy math to seduce you. Then, now there's the Einsteinian model of gravity coming from the warp of space, which is nonsense. Moving on. In the 1930s, G was measured to be 6 whatever numbers later refined in the 1940s to Another big number, both by the scientist Paul Hale. As you might expect, the values got better and better through time. No, I would expect that if it's a constant, you measure it and it stays the same no matter what. With the uncertainties dropping from 0.1% to 0.04%, all the way down to just 0.012% in the late 1990s, owing mostly to the work of Barry Taylor. In fact, if you pull out an old copy of the Particle Data Group booklet, where they give the fundamental constants, you can find a value for G in those books, and it gives you the value with an uncertainty of about 0.00085. But then something funny happened. So all of this research that supposedly got better and better and more accurate and blah, 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 something funny happened. Later that year, experiments that were performed indicated a value that was inconsistently high with those values. Gives you the value. Multiple teams using different methods were getting values for G that conflicted with each other at 0.15% level, more than 10 times the previously reported uncertainties. How did this happen? Oh no, they're panicking. About 10 years ago, all this happened. And of course, they had to spin it like crazy. Here's the Cavendish thing again with the torsion wire, blah, blah, blah. It is strongly suspected that one of the major factors at play was the well-known psychological factor of confirmation bias. You don't say. This entire thing is about confirmation bias. If all of your colleagues are getting measurements, blah, 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 you might reasonably expect to get something like another number, but if you got something like a number that was different, you'd probably assume you did something wrong. You'd look for possible sources of error until you found one, and you'd perform the experiment again and again until you got something reasonable, something that was at least consistent with the previous measurements. This is why it was such a shock in 1998 when a very careful team got a result that differed by a spectacular 0.15% from the previous results, when the errors on those earlier results were claimed to be more than a factor of 10 below that difference. What does that tell you about the previous measurements, by the way? That's an important point that they don't state. Because they were so confident those were right and you're getting better, and suddenly you have a measurement that's completely off. Like, what does that tell you if it's a constant? NIST responded by throwing out the previous stated uncertainties, and values were suddenly truncated to give at most 4 significant figures with much larger uncertainties attached. So they hid it behind some math. Torsion balances and torsion pendulums, both inspired by the original Cavendish experiment, continuing to lead the way in the measurements of gravity, outpacing the more recent technique of atom interferometry experiments. In fact, just last week, a team from China claimed to get the most precise measurement of gravity yet from 2 independent measurements, and it gives you the numbers with uncertainty of just 11 parts per million on each. If you believe this stuff, really, I mean, China recently claimed to put a little robot on the moon. Do you believe that? They're not going to the moon. They've gotten inducted into the secret society of making money off of space. These values may agree with one another to within 2 standard deviations, but they don't agree with other measurements performed by other teams over the past 15 years. Exactly. What does that tell you? Which range from as high as blah, blah, blah and as low as blah, blah, blah. While the other fundamental constants are known to precisions of anywhere between 8 and 14 significant digits, uncertainties are anywhere from thousands to billions of times greater when it comes to gravity. Because you're not measuring gravity. You're measuring probably something electromagnetic. Who knows what they're measuring, to be honest with you, if they're measuring anything at all. The gravitational constant of the universe, G, was the first constant to ever be measured, yet more than 350 years after we first determined its value, it is truly embarrassing how poorly known compared to all the other constants our knowledge of this one is. That's because it's probably not a constant like electromagnetic constants and electricity and all these things that we could measure and use. We use this constant in a whole slew of measurements and calculations, from gravitational waves to pulsar timing to the expansion of the universe. That's right. What does it mean if your measurement for gravity is 10 times more than it was before? What does that mean for the entire model? Think about it. Yet our ability to determine it is rooted in a small-scale measures made right here on Earth. So again, they play the relativist card. Keep that in mind. The tiniest sources of uncertainty, from the density of materials to seismic vibrations across the globe, can weave their way into our attempts to determine it. Oh, you don't say. I wonder if that affected Cavendish's experiment. Huh. It's funny. Maybe we should go back and check that. Until we can do better, there will be an inherent, uncomfortably large uncertainty anywhere the gravitational phenomenon is important. It's 2018, and we still don't know how strong gravity actually is. And they admit to you that there's so many problems with seismic vibrations, with so many things going on. The world is a complex concert of energy. And that's true. So the question is, if you admit this, and you're fumbling with something that is so central to your model, and you're still basing it on a guy from 300-400 years ago with some lead balls and some simple machines that supposedly measured all of these things. I mean, come on. It's just like Eratosthenes with the sticks. It's just like the moon landing, and then now they have the Mars rover. It's just version 2.0. There's always the next thing that just repackages the old lie and does another show. It's a show. The world is a stage, folks. The world is a stage. This is from semanticscholar.org. The Newtonian gravitational constant, recent measurements and related studies. And I think I highlighted I just had the introduction here. Improvements in our knowledge of the absolute value of the Newtonian gravitational constant G have come very slowly over the years. Most other constants of nature are known, and some even predictable, to parts per billion or parts per million at worst. However, G stands mysteriously alone, its history being that of quantity which is extremely difficult to measure and which remains virtually isolated from the theoretical structure of the rest of physics. I wonder why. Several attempts aimed at changing this situation are now underway, but the most recent experimental results have once again produced conflicting values of G, and in spite of some progress and much interest, there remains to date no universally accepted way of predicting its absolute value. That means that you don't have a model, my friends. If you're honest, you don't have a model. Because if you don't know what the value of G is, how can you possibly predict a heliocentric model where planets are dependent upon a particular force of gravity and orbits and things like that? How can you have a model when you don't know what the fundamental thing is that is gluing that model together? This review will assess the role of G in physics, examine the status of attempts to derive its value, and provide an overall view of experimental efforts that are directed at increasing the accuracy of its determination. Regarding the latter, emphasis will be placed on describing the instrumentational aspects of the experimental work, related topics that are also discussed, blah, 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 and it just kind of goes on in some scientific jargon. But this is the point. This is from 1997, actually, very early on. So they've been struggling with this for the last 20 plus years. This is from The Newtonian Gravitational Constant and Index of Measurements, 1983, by George T. Gillies, Bureau of International de Poids et of Measures and Standards, I'm guessing, pounds and standards, Pavillon de Berthiau's in Severs, France. The Bureau of International Weights and Measures, I think, is what it is. It's in French, though. This is introduction. If one were to catalog the tools of precision measurement, an unusually high number of the listings would claim as their genesis the precision measurement of the Newtonian gravitational constant, herein simply referred to as G. These tools would include the torsion balance, the optical lever, the quartz fiber, synchronous detection techniques, ultra-high precision rotations, and many others. Yet G stands alone as the only fundamental constant currently known to little better than 1 part in 1,000, although there are 3 measurements claiming accuracies of 1 part in 10,000. So remember, the worst for a constant, for an actual constant, is 1 part in several millions. That's the worst. And with gravity, they can't get that certainty. I wonder why. In parallel with these efforts to measure the absolute value of G, there has also been a wide variety of experiments aimed at linking the gravitational force to the other forces of nature. All such efforts to date have had the singularly unique result of demonstrating that gravity indeed stands alone, the last of the great classical mechanisms in spite of its modernized presentation via general relativity. And we'll talk about general relativity. I have a whole section on the relativity gaslighting that they did through Einstein to basically cement the heliocentric model into the world and to basically hide the flaws behind it, behind relativism. That's basically what it is. One more little paragraph here. Classical gravitational physics has been like this, and foreseeably will continue to be like this. The reason why is that to this date, no one has succeeded in isolating sufficiently well the gravitational interaction between laboratory masses to the point where other disturbing forces or experimental uncertainties do not dominate the measurement. I'm going to read that again. The reason why is that to this date, no one has succeeded in isolating sufficiently well the other disturbing forces or experimental uncertainties that would otherwise dominate the measurement, at least at levels above those at which other phenomena might be expected to occur. In other words, if you're admitting this in 1983, in an official scientific paper from the Institute of Weights and Measures, why don't you go back to Cavendish and say, how is it possible that Cavendish was able to rule out independent variables, right? That's the whole point. If you're trying to experiment on something, this is basic science, folks. You don't have to be a scientist to understand what's going on here. When you do an experiment, your goal as the scientist is to isolate an independent variable, right? Dependent variables and independent variables. You want to isolate everything. So you control everything as much as possible so that you can measure the one thing that you're trying to isolate. And the better your study is, the more it controls for variables. Well, you're trying to tell me that Cavendish from 300-400 years ago, with his rinky-dink lab and lead balls and contraption, was able to control all of the mysteries of the universe that we don't understand, like all this electromagnetic stuff, the forces, the vibrations, all the things that are happening that Tesla talked a lot about, by the way. And of course, Tesla believed that the minor attraction of masses could be explained through electromagnetism. And look what happened to Tesla. But anyway, that's a different story. The point is, when you admit this, if you're honest as a scientist, you would go back and say that there's no way that we can take Cavendish's experiment as anything but just something happened. Okay, well, the next thing to do is to investigate it, not to take it as absolute fact that he measured gravity and that he measured the density of the Earth or the mass of the Earth or whatever. Nonsense. When he couldn't control anything, he didn't control for anything. How could he have controlled for anything when we're discovering so many new things and they're not even able to measure gravity because of this problem, supposedly gravity, because again, I don't believe in gravity. But this is from News Scientist. Let's see. Is it going to load? Okay, here we go. Strength of gravity. This is also from Internet Archive. I had to go to the Wayback Machine because I think they took it down. But strength of gravity shifts, and this time it's serious, from 2013. Did gravity, the force that pins us to the Earth's surface and holds stars together, just shift? Maybe, just maybe. The latest measurement of G, the so-called constant that puts a figure on the gravitational attraction between two objects, has come up higher than the current official value. Well, if you were honest, that means your whole model falls apart. Measurements of G are notoriously unreliable. So the constant is in permanent flux, and the official value is an average. However, the recent deviation is particularly puzzling, as it is at once starkly different to the official value and yet very similar to a measurement made back in 2001. Not what you would expect if the discrepancy was due to random experimental errors. So sometimes they're getting it super high, sometimes they're getting it super low. One result contradicts 15 years of measurements, then another one agrees with that one. It's just they don't know what they're doing. They don't know what they're looking at. And they're trying to package it as gravity because otherwise the whole model falls apart. It's possible that both experiments suffer from a hidden persistent error, but the result is also prompting serious consideration of a weirder possibility. That gravity itself can change. That's a pretty radical option, but if correct, it would take us a step closer to tackling one very big mystery, dark energy, the unknown entity accelerating the expansion of the universe, i.e., there's no expansion of the universe, folks. But in order for that to exist, they have to make up things like dark energy, and they have to misinterpret redshift, and we'll talk about all this stuff, I promise you. But this is all conjecture, folks. Do you see how much nonsense this article from 2013 is? The natural scientific response is, okay, obviously this calls into question everything. We need to reevaluate, because if gravitation is supposed to be a constant, then you can't just change it by a factor of 10. And say, oh, I guess it increases. Oh, I guess it fluctuates. Well, if it fluctuates, your whole model falls apart. How do you even measure something like that? How do you have any model that comes together after a Big Bang if gravity fluctuates? If the Big Bang, first off, it doesn't make any sense that there's gravity. Gravity is dependent upon mass. And when you have the Big Bang, matter is at its highest entropy state. Do you understand? Meaning it's in the most disorder possible because an explosion just happened. That's not what happened, but let's just go with the Big Bang and see how stupid this is. When the Big Bang happened, you have everything spread out evenly, just hydrogen atoms, right? You tell me, how is it possible that gravity coalesced these things into planets and other things like asteroids? How is that possible? when gravity, the force of gravity relies on their existing a bunch of mass already put together. So that doesn't make any sense. Now you're adding another layer of absurdity to it that you can say, well, maybe gravity is fluctuating. Well, if it fluctuates, then it would have never come off the ground. What is the odds of something exploding, coming back together, and then while it's coming back together, it can also have the probability of fluctuating, meaning getting weaker in force, so disassembling and then coming back. I mean, it is total, absolute nonsense to believe this because it's conjecture. But this is what people believe. And then you talk to them and you say gravity doesn't exist. Oh, you're stupid. You're an idiot. Like, what are you, born 600 years ago or whatever? Which is just, it's so sad. It's so sad. The most scientific thing you can do is to question what you've been told. There's nothing wrong with that. This is from the Royal Society. Publishing Philosophical Transactions of the Royal Society, blah, blah, blah. The Newtonian constant of gravitation. A constant too difficult to measure. This is the thing that they were citing in that paper. Was it from Forbes? I forget when, but one of those articles we read recently. Just to read a little bit about it. The current spread of values is approaching a 0.05% or 500 parts per million, which is more than 10 times the uncertainties of each measurement. And it therefore appears that we know G only to 3 significant figures. This is very poor compared to other physical constants, many of which have uncertainties of the order of parts in 10 to the 8th. And the constant determining the electronic structure of atoms, the Rydberg, has an uncertainty of only 4 parts in 10 to the 12th, which is an enormous number, enormously significant number. Why is G so badly known? Why have recent experiments given such widely different results, and how should we proceed now to resolve the problem? These were the questions addressed at the meeting held on the 27th and the 28th February 2014, of which the papers in this issue of the Philosophical Transactions are the proceedings. So they document the paper and so on. So they're panicking. They're panicking just like they did with the 2017 eclipse, because these things are like, uh-oh, the whole model's falling apart now. We have the internet and so on and so forth, and it's much easier to debunk. And of course, they need to work their propaganda much harder to maintain the lie. This is from Futurism. Oh, what is this? Oh, here we go. Sometimes it goes to the bottom for some reason. Is the gravitational constant really constant? So you go. There you go. That's how the enemy resolves the problem. Well, it's just fluctuating. It must be just relative. And of course, you can hide behind relativism all day. Therefore, when trying to measure it, the forces... Oh gosh, what is this? Leave me alone. I don't want to sign up for your thing. I do not want to be in your transhumanist movement. Therefore, when trying to measure it, the other forces can cause systematic errors. It is akin to trying to measure the weight of a feather outdoors in a slight breeze with an old pair of scales. The first thought would be to try to remove the other sources of error. We do this by doing several different experiments and then averaging the results. We are not yet aware of a single perfect test to measure the gravitational constant. And yet Cavendish, you're going to tell me, figured out the mass of the Earth, and the Jesuits in the 1600s calculated the gravitational constant? Come on. Over the last century, nearly every time the gravitational constant has been measured, we've observed a different value. At first glance, you may think that means we're getting closer to its true value. However, it is hard to tell. It is currently uncertain as to whether the constant has actually been changing marginally over time or just compounding systematic errors. If it's been changing over time, what the heck does that tell you about your model, man? How can you have a model if the thing that glues it together, that you're relying on it to be the same, is constantly changing, or it's been changing since created? That makes no sense. But none of them are willing to admit that, because, I mean, you'll look like an idiot now if you believe in a flat Earth. Another theory is that there may be a correlation between dark energy and gravity. Again, dark energy these are conjectures, because they have to say that the universe is expanding. They have to. Otherwise, their model falls apart. Yet another theory states that the constant is always fluctuating around an average value, and that if we keep testing it over an even longer period of time, we will find the true average value. There you go. Just hide behind math. Hide behind math. It is nice to still have mysteries in the universe, things that we don't quite understand. Incredibly small changes in the gravitational constant can affect the rate at which stars form, their size, and how long they remain in the main sequence. Maybe we will never know for sure, remaining one of the universe's true mysteries. No, it's not a mystery. It's made up. And you're right, whoever wrote this, is that if you change the gravitational constant, then you change the speed at which stars form, which is a major problem because the whole thing falls apart, folks. We'll talk about this just a second. One more. This is from pubs.aip.org, review of scientific instruments, invited review article, measurements of the Newtonian constant of gravitation. And I think I just had the abstract of this I was going to read. By many accounts, the Newtonian constant of gravitation is the fundamental constant that is most difficult to measure accurately. Over the past 3 decades, and this was published in 2017, same year as that eclipse, more than a dozen precision measurements of this constant have been performed. However, the scatter of the data points is much larger than the uncertainties assigned to each individual measurement, yielding a Burge ratio of about 5. Today, G is known with a relative standard uncertainty of 4.7 times 10 to the fifth, negative fifth, which is several orders of magnitude greater than the relative uncertainties of other fundamental constants. I.e., it's not a constant. It doesn't exist what they're measuring. In this article, various methods to measure G are discussed, a large array of different instruments ranging from the simple torsion balance to the sophisticated atom interferometer, blah, blah, blah. Some instruments, such as the torsion balance, can be used in several different ways, which is what Cavendish did, and they're still trying to work these false signs and wonders to convince the world that this is the case. In this article, the advantages and disadvantages of each instrument will be discussed. A narrative arc from the historical beginnings of the different methods to their modern implementation is given. Finally, the article ends with a brief overview of the current state of the art and an outlook. So there you go. They don't know left from right. So conclusion, Cavendish did not discover gravity and neither did Newton. These are people that are propped up by the beast because the beast controls education. The encyclopedia, the universities were made through Rome. The French Revolution, all the major scientists of the last 500 years were mostly Catholic, and Jesuits were lay people or clergy in some way. Not necessarily just Jesuits, but Jesuits have been all over the place. The beast has waged war over science to control science because science is the atheistic thing that will then come to the light, and that's what's happening now with climate change, with the whole climate change thing being a moral issue. And we've talked about that in other videos as well. But they have no clue what they're doing, folks. They don't. Again, the first people to calculate the gravitational constant were 2 Jesuits, which tells you everything if you know your history about the Jesuits. Gravity doesn't exist. It cannot possibly exist. The idea of a force acting so selectively and breaking every known physical rule that we have, the first law of thermodynamics, the second law of thermodynamics, all these, it's never been measured. It's never been reproduced. It's just nonsense. It cannot possibly exist. You have to believe it, because without it, the heliocentric model falls completely apart. Gravity is supposed to be a constant, yet nobody can agree on it, and certainly the measurements are constantly all over the place. It's not like the actual constants that we have. Yet, their entire model involves this constant and is based on this constant. So gravity affects the whole thing. If gravity is dependent on mass, then consider the following. A change to the gravitational constant means a change to the mass that needs to happen in these various objects like the Earth, the Sun, and so on, and the Moon, which means a change in the size. Now, they could argue that they're more dense, but you can't really, certain things are objective, and so they have to increase the size if the gravity changes. Changing the size of the Sun changes the distance at which the Earth has to be away from the Sun. Do you get it? Because the angular size of the Sun is the same in the sky. Now, if you're saying it's much smaller or much bigger, you have to adjust the distance so that proportionally you can still explain the way it looks in the sky. Does that make sense? This is why math can hide anything. Math just shows you the proportion. When you look at the sun, you could see that and say, well, it's 50 miles away and it's like maybe 2 miles across. Or it's 1 billion miles away and it's 1 quadrillion miles across. You don't know what you're looking at. How do you know? If both of those relationships tell you the angular size, either of them could be correct, meaning very far and very large, or close, relatively close, and relatively small. You don't know what you're looking at. That's why math is used to do these spells, because math is about relationships. And this is the problem. If gravity changes, then the mass has to change, the size has to change. If the sun changes, for example, in size, then you have to change the distance at which is the Earth to keep the angular size the same, meaning how it looks in the sky. And then that changes the orbit of the Earth, the size of the orbit, which changes the year lengths and the seasons. And it also affects the age of the universe, the size of the moon, evolution. All these things are dependent upon this gravitational constant. Because again, if the speed at which stars form changes, then is the universe much younger? Is it much older? All this stuff depends on gravity for them. Not for me, because I don't believe in gravity. And certainly, hopefully you don't either. But gravity is a farce. And it cannot be that it's changing values all over the place. Anybody with any integrity in scientific thinking would realize that this is a farce. Your entire model is called into question now because it's based on an assumption, on a constant that can't even be measured or it doesn't even exist. Very, very stupid. Everything is related to everything, and when you have a system that you've created that's a mathematical system, which is what heliocentrism is, it's a conjecture, you can't just change the fundamental constant that ties it all together, because then everything percolates out from there. But nobody's ever mentioning this. You notice all these articles, they're trying to weasel their way. Well, maybe maybe we just have to measure it over a period of time because it's actually fluctuating, or maybe it's just relative, and anything to just get your attention off the elephant in the room, that this is just nonsense. So they're going to try to apologize with all sorts of conjectures like dark energy, dark matter, relativity, which we'll talk about, mathematical issues and conjectures, anything to hide the truth. So don't buy into their spells. These are just spells that are done on your mind to make you think, oh, okay, well, it's like that. And you're giving your authority, you're giving your belief to an authority that isn't God. That's what this is about. It's about weaving all these little spells and tales. Oh, well, it's actually like this and it's like that and this, and you get swept up, wow, in this cosmological fairy tale designed to destroy your mind and to ultimately justify the beast taking over the world through a new world order, which is what you're seeing through the climate change agenda, through the false signs and wonders of NASA, of science fiction, of everything that they're using to bring the world into a common ideal. With globalism, you can't have globalism if you don't have a globe. But anyway, what are they measuring? What are they measuring? Well, I don't know. Who knows what they're measuring? There is enough evidence, even in their own writings, they say that, well, we can't, to this day, 2024, they do not have a way to measure gravity and measure it independent of all of the vibrational information that happens in the Earth. They don't have a way to do that. So if they're admitting that to you themselves, and you have discoveries of magnetism, of attraction that are flipping everything we've known on its head, the logical conclusion is skepticism. That is, if you're honest, if you're simply honest with science, is skepticism. Gross and focused skepticism. And going back to people like Cavendish and saying, I don't know what you measure, but it's not gravity. We do live in an electromagnetic toroidal universe. Electromagnetism exists. Everything is energetic. It's vibrating. There's nothing New Age here I'm talking about. The New Age takes that information and creates a whole false way of saving yourself through it. But the reality is that the universe is very energetic. It's beautiful. We live in a toroidal scheme. Who knows how it works altogether, but everything is a toroid, right? The infinite, in fact, let me see if I can, let's find a picture. Pictures are always worth 1,000 words, right? Toroid. Images. Yeah, here's a toroid. Of course, these are, I'm trying to find a better, here we go, like something like this, you see? This is a toroid. So it's an infinite thing where the energy goes out and comes back in, goes out and comes back in. It's just infinite. And it keeps looping in on itself. And this is a reflection of the Creator who is self-existent and who lives forever and is the source of all life and who attracts all things to him. The wicked are going to be attracted and destroyed, and the elect are going to be attracted and renewed. And who creates the world and so renews the world and so on. But toroid is everywhere. It's in magnetism. If you look, see if we can type in toroid nature. Because there's a graphic, I think. Something like, you see like this kind of stuff. Here's an apple. You can kind of see. Let's see if I can use my fancy dancy. There you go. See that? Magnifying glass. So here's an apple as a toroid. Fruits are often in sort of energetic patterns, toroidal cymatic patterns. Like if you cut a banana in half or pomegranate or whatever else, they have these energetic patterns, and they're often toroidal, because this is the toroid. Goes out, comes back in, goes out, comes back in. Same thing with a tree. Of course, they superimpose this heliocentric nonsense on it, but trees are toroids. If you look at a tree, see, is it here? Do I see it? No. This is a good one. I think it has a tree. Let's see. Does it have a tree? Well, everything has this shape to it, right? There's all kinds of, like, you look at the pine cone, you look at all these, the ear has a little Fibonacci spiral. These are part of the universe, folks. I'm not saying anything, again, nothing New Agey or Gnostic or sacred geometry here, but the reality is that the universe is very well designed. That's one of the best arguments for God. And the tree, I was going to say, maybe we can type in a graphic for it. Trees are just toroids in slow motion. Toroid tree roots. Let's try that. Yeah, here we go. See? Toroid. In the middle, where the trunk is the middle of the toroid, and it goes poof, and it sprouts fruit and leaves and energy, and those leaves die eventually, and the fruit drops to the ground. The animals get it, they poop, and they fertilize the soil, the roots grow, they take up the nutrients, and they go back into the tree. And it goes like this cycle. And it's beautiful. It's an amazing thing. This is called a toroid. And this is everywhere. So toroid is part of the design of the world. And what does that tell you? Well, that tells you that there's more to this universe than we know. There's an electromagnetic component. There's an energetic component, the ether. We're going to look at in a future section here where people discovered the ether. Of course, ether has been known about for a while, and it's a medium that moves, and it moves light and so on. There's so many things to talk about and to discover. But most of these things that actually tell you the truth and that point you to the truth, like Tesla's discoveries, like we'll see some more experiments in the next section on the 1800s. A lot of experiments were done to prove the motionless Earth, to prove that the Earth isn't moving. But they are quickly taken over by the enemy, flipped around. Oh, no, that's not what's happening. This was happening, and they repackage it and propagandize it, and you get lost in the echo chamber. You have to realize that list that I went through of Catholic lay scientists and Catholic clergy scientists, the hundreds of people that have come out since the Counter-Reformation. You are in a Catholic echo chamber, folks. This is the matrix. Because, again, the devil has chosen the Catholic Church to give his power and authority and throne to. That means that for us, living in the end of the church age, the matrix to get out of is the Catholic matrix. Now, you may say, I'm not Catholic, I'm a Protestant. Well, think again. If you're a Protestant that goes to, I'm saying you can go to church on any day of the week, but if you think Sunday is the day of rest, and you believe heliocentric cosmology, and you are an Arminian in your salvation theology, and you believe in an immortal soul that floats off to heaven after death, and you could talk to your relatives, maybe some people might have these experiences. All of this mentality is Catholic programming. This is the Catholic matrix. That's why I created a series on every major deception, because you need to get out of the Catholic matrix. And one of those things is cosmology. And that's a tough one for people. That's a tough one because socially it means, people are really going to call me an idiot. Well, you can't be friends with the world, folks. James says friendship with the world is enmity with God. And again, we know why the Catholic Church did what it did with Copernicus and Galileo, so that when it finally officially accepted those positions, it could demonize anybody that would still hang on to those old beliefs, which is the true beliefs, is that we live in a biblical cosmology situation, an enclosed universe with a flat plane, local light sources. How it looks altogether, I don't know. We'll speculate on that next time in the next installment of this series, but who knows? The point is that if gravity was a force, it would not behave selectively. It would not fluctuate constantly. It would not be impossible to measure and so on and so forth. If such a force existed that could bend the oceans and keep you on a ball spinning around through space at tens of thousands of miles an hour, but you can't measure it, that's just such gaslighting, and people believe it. So putting it all together, before we wrap this part up, the 1500s to the 1700s saw many important developments in cosmology. The Reformation prompted the beast to respond with the Jesuits, with Counter-Reformation, with counter-narratives, with science, infiltrating science and scientists all over the place, and eventually bringing people back to the Mother Church. Cosmology, as of the Reformation, became a priority for the beast along with other things, to discredit the Bible and to ultimately discredit anybody operating by sola scriptura. The beast staged dramas with Copernicus and Galileo to make itself look good and eventually demonize anybody who is reading the Bible literally, which is exactly what's happening today. Like I said, even Answers in Genesis, who is all about creation and creationism, and they're all against evolution, but they believe in the Big Bang and redshift and expanding universe and Catholic cosmology. So that tells you everything about the state of Protestantism and the Counter-Reformation. Today, most Protestants have Roman Catholic cosmology, and they're ashamed of biblical cosmology. I hope that's not you. And again, I don't call myself a Protestant. I would say, if anything, a Protestant is protesting all of the Catholic Church's teachings. In that sense, I guess I consider myself a Protestant. But you got to get out of that denominational scheme. Nevertheless, I hope that's not the case with you. I hope that you are not ashamed of the Word of God. Regardless of how many questions it brings up, we trust that God is sovereign and that the Bible is true. Do they realize, people like Answers in Genesis, that heliocentrism is a Catholic belief system? Do they know everything I've covered for you today? And we're going to be covering quite a lot more. Do they realize that Satan gave his throne to the Catholic Church? Probably not. They're probably dispensationalists, and this is the problem. You see, the Catholic Church didn't just start to affect cosmology. It waged war on all fronts. Because if you are a dispensationalist or a premillennial, or you believe basically any version of the futuristic end times, what does that do? Or maybe you're a preterist. Who cares? Go to the right or to the left. I don't care. Just get off the narrow road. Get off the narrow road of history and recognizing the beast as the papacy. Because if you recognize that, then anything that comes out of the beast should be heavily scrutinized. But if the beast is not the Antichrist power on the earth, not the power that the devil gave his throne to, well, then there's nothing to worry about. Those friendly Jesuits are just contributing to science and helping us grow in scientific advancement for humankind. Do you see? Do you see why all these things are related and you have to protest everything? My venture is to say that these people in Answers in Genesis are probably dispensationalists, probably premillennials, maybe a few preterists. Guaranteed they're not historicists. I would be extremely surprised if they were historicists. Although you have people like the Seventh-day Adventists who are historicists. They talk about the beast all day. And yet they still believe in the heliocentric conspiracy. And Ellen White talks about other worlds and contacting other beings and all this stuff. And okay, well, if cosmology has been lied to me and we don't live on a ball spinning in space, then when Ellen White claims that she's a prophet and she's seeing visions from other worlds, she's actually communing with demons that are deceiving her, and she's not a prophet. You see the problem? But Adventists, as much as they pride themselves on exposing the Catholic Church, they've never divorced their mother. And that's why I made the series on Adventism, and you can go watch it. I love my Adventist friends, but you need to leave that denomination. You really do. You need to find a more biblical, correct, and narrow road to walk on, because that denomination, as of the time of this video, is coming to an end very rapidly. It's going to be integrated. But these people, they don't realize these things. Or maybe they do, and they're just Jesuit infiltrators. They don't realize that the Catholic Church is the beast. They don't realize that the Catholic Church has been waging war educationally since the Counter-Reformation because it had to change position. They don't realize that all the major figures in heliocentrism, even before the Catholic Church took over and really kind of actualized all these things, were occultists. They were plain out occultists. And later, in the last 500 years, most of the figures in astronomy were Catholic. Whether they're lay or Jesuits doesn't matter. The Jesuits used the mystery religion principles to destroy the Protestant Reformation. The spherical earth, sun worship, the entire planetary system. Of course, again, the Bible doesn't talk to you about planets, it just says sun, moon, and stars. But the system, all worshiping the sun, and the sun being the center of that system, which is represented as a monad, if you remember, which is an occult symbol for the one, or Baal, or the sun, and so on. It's also a phallic symbol, as in the top of a penis. Gravity, as the mysterious force that holds everything together, is also another element of this, because there is the occult idea that you can influence reality with your thoughts and with incantations and with rituals. And that force, right? Just like in Star Wars, just like in, not so much Star Trek, but Star Wars was all about the force. which came out, right around this time, like what, 70s, 80s? I forget when the first Star Wars was out, but they've been going on for like decades now with all the revamps of it, just to keep that idea in people's minds. The Force, there's this Force, you got to use the Force. And of course, it's a fairy tale on the front, but people believe these things, and it subconsciously programs them into a synergistic way of thinking, which of course, synergism is Rome's version of salvation. You have to do something. There's the Force, and you have to, engage that Force so you can create the outcome. That all together, what I just mentioned, a spherical earth, which is an occult idea, sun worship, and some mysterious force that holds all things together and is in all things, like a pantheistic kind of force that you can be one with and interact with. Now, quantum science, quote unquote science, is not really science, but quantum mechanics, which aren't really, you'll see, we're going to refute quantum mechanics. It sounds like, wow, that's going to sound really complicated. It's not. Quantum mechanics is just a sleight of hand that they did with wave mechanics and trying to maintain their heliocentric model, because quantum mechanics is needed. They need to make the light behave as a particle in an empty void. Because if you don't have that and light is a wave propagating through a medium, then you have the ether. And they had to get rid of the ether because the experiments proving that the ether existed also proved that the earth was the one standing still. And we'll get to that in a future section. But the point is this, folks. These things that we just talked about, like the spherical earth, sun worship, gravity, and so on, these would later lead to things like atheism, secularism, climate change, sci-fi, globalism, all these narratives that would justify a new world order under the beast, which you are seeing come to coalescence now, which is the whole climate change narrative. Oh my gosh, we're going to get hit by an asteroid. We need to unite the world and create this thing to destroy it. And it's just, again, you'll see as we get closer and closer to the current age, how all these things shape up in an ecumenical way. Remember, what does the Bible tell you? The world will marvel after the beast. That is the one and central aim of the devil. And if you know that, then you know where everything is going. Although it may not seem right now how this all ties together to ecumenism. Hopefully, if you do see it, then your ears are growing. But if you don't see it, just wait. You'll see exactly how all of these things lead back to Rome in an ecumenical way. The Jesuits made it their aim to change cosmology as one of the many threads against the truth, to ultimately separate people from God. God is not above you, as the Bible says. He's the Most High. Why is he the Most High? Because there's an objective reference point. Do you get it? There's no such thing as a Most High in a relativistic system. Where is God? In the heliocentric model. Why is he called the Most High? He's called the Most High because he's at the top. But at the top of a system that has an objective up and down. The heliocentric model doesn't have an objective up and down. So God is just kind of somewhere in space. And the farther away God is, the more of an atheist you can become. And if you're an atheist, then you're going to be nice and susceptible to the dark to light to come back to religion. So the idea of this was to bring the world back to the mother church, to separate people from God so that the church could place itself in between that as the Antichrist power through the man of sin, to basically offer you a counterfeit salvation. This is brilliant, folks. Through the mystery religion, through the New Age, through religion, through all the things, the NAR, all the things that you're seeing now. Nobody would accept the Catholic Church if they knew the history of the Jesuits, if they knew the profoundly occult origins of heliocentrism, if they knew all these shenanigans. But most people don't. And most people don't have the patience or the desire to look through the information like we're doing today. But again, this is why if you want a true biblical faith, you need to reject all of Rome's teachings, all of them. There's no halfway, because if Rome is not going to get you with cosmology, they'll get you with Sunday as the day of rest, or they might get you with the immortal soul, or they might get you with synergistic thinking, or whatever else. The devil has many tentacles through his beast system, and you need to be aware of all of them. History proves the Catholic Church has been the main influencer of cosmology and heliocentrism in the last 500 years. And if the Bible tells you that the Catholic system is the beast that is going to receive worship, what does that mean? Do you see how understanding your end times is critical to understanding cosmology? Interestingly enough. History proves that the Bible is true, that Satan chose the Catholic Church to weave all of his deceptions into one cohesive paradigm and bring it to the world through things like the false prophet, through all these various things we're talking about. Now, the next big development in history was the banning of the Jesuits and the French Revolution. The French Revolution is when the final political system, which is this woman riding the beast, the union of church and state, the union of the two parties emerged. I talk about this quite a bit in my End Time series, so go watch that, because the beast that the woman rides is the beast that emerges from the bottomless pit and kills the two witnesses in 1798. So that means that in 1798, when this two-party system of communism and religious nationalism emerged, this dialectic, that system, this final system, which is what also killed the two witnesses, is what is going to reconcile in the ultimate manifestation of the New World Order. And you're seeing that now. These two opposites are coming head to head. More and more, the king of the north, king of the south, king of the north, and pretty soon what does the Bible tell you is the king of the north rushes on the king of the south and takes all his stuff. And we're coming to the capstone of the Illuminati pyramid. So I talk about this quite a bit. I won't talk about it too much, but why this is important is that the 1800s, as a result of the French Revolution, 1798 was when the Pope was arrested. French Revolution started a little bit before that, but by the 1800s, you had a whole century, 1800s and 1900s till today, were waves and waves of satanic activity. Now you've seen the overall view of the Catholic Church's involvement in the last 500 years. You saw the Counter-Reformation and how the Catholic Church weaponized the occult knowledge that it had into basically disseminating into the world. Everywhere, the Jesuits were in China, they were in Japan, they were everywhere, disseminating this information and shaping culture actively, because that's what they do, and they're doing it today very quickly. So with that out of the way, then you had things like the Enlightenment and all the things that happened in the 1800s and the 1900s, which we're going to be talking about in the next section. Understanding the evil that came out of the French Revolution with the beast from the bottomless pit and so on, and how we got here today is our key focus with the next section. So onward into part 3, secularism, 1800s and 1900s.
Humans for thousands of years have deliberately selected which plants and animals shall live. We're surrounded with farm and domestic animals, fruits, vegetables. Where did they come from? Were they once free living in their present form in the wild and then induced to adopt some less strenuous life from the farm? No. They are, almost all of them, made by us. The essence of artificial selection for a horse or a cow, a grain of rice or a hakey crab is this: many characteristics are inherited. They breed true. Humans encourage the reproduction of some varieties and discourage the reproduction of others. The variety selected for eventually becomes abundant. The variety selected against becomes rare, may be extinct. But if artificial selection makes such changes in only a few thousand years, what must natural selection, working for billions of years, be capable of? The answer is all the beauty and diversity in the biological world. That life evolved over the ages is clear from the changes we've made in the beasts and vegetables, but also from the record in the rocks. The fossil evidence speaks to us unambiguously of creatures that were once present in enormous numbers and that have now vanished utterly. There are far more species that have become extinct than exist today. They're the terminated experiments in evolution. These guys, for example, the trilobites, appeared 600 million years ago. They were around for 300 million years. They're all gone. There's none left. But in those old rocks, there are no fossils of people or cattle. We've evolved only recently. Evolution is a fact, not a theory. It really happened.
All right. Well, welcome to part 3. Now that you have a historical foundation of how basically the mystery religion of the ages continued through these various empires and cultures and ultimately found itself in the Catholic Church and the Reformation and all the counter-Reformation stuff that we talked about, now we can look at kind of the last leg of history, which is really the 1800s, and then the section after this will be the 1900s to the present. The French Revolution is when the beast from the bottomless pit that the woman rides in Revelation 17, that's when this beast emerges, which is really the final system, this religio-political manifestation of the mystery religion of the ages through the Catholic system, taking over the world, the New World Order, that whole stuff. That is when it began to emerge. Now, if you don't know what I'm talking about, watch my End Time series. There's a lot of very edifying episodes there, especially the one on the French Revolution, the episodes on Mystery Babylon, and other places like the false prophet and so on. Today, we're looking at how all of these things integrated, not only in the Catholic Church, but also in the false prophet, which is the United States. Because the false prophet's job is to work signs and wonders and marvels, like the moon landing, to basically deceive people into building an image that honors the beast. An image is a representation, which is a form of government, essentially, because the original beast in Revelation 13 is a power. It's a governmental power. Of course, it has a personal representative, but it's a governmental power. It's an institution, which of course is the papacy. So when the false prophet deceives people into building an image that honors and represents the beast, the Bible's telling you is that this false prophet's role is to convince people into adopting a New World Order, a counterfeit Christian New World Order where everybody pays homage to the Pope. Again, if all this stuff sounds crazy to you or new, check out my End Time series, because really this is the destiny of America and the destination of history. But how does that tie into cosmology? Well, cosmology, you will see once we get to the 1900s to the modern day, is a very big player in the New World Order scheme, because you can't have globalism without a globe. And of course, all of the things that come with it, climate change, fear of asteroids, alien invasions, uniting under, one Earth and things like that. All those things will start to become very, very obvious once we get to the 1900s in the modern day. And it's starting to get a little more obvious now. So far, we've looked at where the occult origins of these beliefs come from and how Satan wove them into various empires and eventually migrated them into the Catholic system. We saw how the Catholic Church has basically shaped cosmology over the last 500 years. And we know the French Revolution was basically when this final system, the woman riding the beast that comes out of the system, the governmental system, it emerges from the French Revolution, this two-party dialectic, which is destined to annihilate itself and resolve into the final capstone, which is the woman riding the beast, which is the Catholic Church owning, the governments and the kings of the earth, at least for a short period of time, thank God. But nonetheless, this emerges during the French Revolution, meaning what we can expect to see, which you will see today, is that the 1800s and the 1900s were just wave upon wave of satanic activity. Massive satanic activity. Now, historically, the 1800s to the 1900s were jam-packed with very significant developments in science, both in the satanic realm and also in the realm of science, basically, that proved some very important things, like the Earth being motionless, which we'll look at that today as well. But when I do say science, though, what I mean is the mainstream narrative and deception for the most part. Because there was some good science that was done in the 1800s. However, that was buried and flipped, and you will see that today. It's important to understand that history, as well as key scientific developments and experiments, which we will discuss, have been given to you through the people that control history. And you'll see what I mean by that today. These experiments that I mentioned, which we'll look at in great detail, which is the Aries failure, Michelson-Morley, Sagnac, I think, is in there as well. There's a couple. There's a couple that you need to be familiar with that ultimately prove that the Earth is motionless, and this was a death blow to heliocentrism. So it prompted an immediate reaction to bring relativity, into science, and basically the rest, as they say, is history. We'll get into all that. I'm building the case. I'm building step by step, and it'll all come together quite nicely, I promise you. But the 1800s basically continued the momentum of the Counter-Reformation, and set the stage for massive deception in the 1900s by the false prophet. The 1800s, you have to remember also that America was in flux. The original founding fathers were Freemasons. They were secret society members, but they didn't like the Jesuits, and that's fairly well documented. They knew the wiles and the dangers of the Jesuits, and they knew that the Jesuits would infiltrate America because America had a very, open borders type of government. It's a very new type of government. And as a result, they got infiltrated. And the first couple of presidents were assassinated by the Jesuits. The Jesuits fomented the Civil War. They took over through the Rothschilds in the Act of 1872, which established the corporate nation of the United States, the U.S., Corporation of the USA or whatever. Basically the legal body, which is the federal government. And ever since then, they've been owned by the Jesuits. You also had the 14th Amendment, where you became a citizen of the federal government rather than the citizen of the state. So you had a lot of things that transpired in the 1800s to basically firmly get Rome's grasp solidified over the United States, so that the United States could then be used as the false prophet to work marvelous signs and wonders, which you will see in the 1900s, specifically with heliocentrism and how it leads to this ecumenical situation, which we're dealing with now, with climate change, with everything else that's happened, and of course will continue to happen. So a lot to talk about, a lot of history that's happened, but we're going to begin with this post from ChristianObserver.net, and it's a great article, actually. It's titled, Revivals Part 2, Enlightenment in the Land of the Plumed Serpent. I've talked about this, but America, by the way, is not named after Amerigo Vespucci. In Incan, the name Ameriqua, I believe, is a name that basically honors the plumed serpent that all of these cultures worship, like the Aztecs, the Mayans, the Incans. They all had different names for the plumed serpent, but the Quetzalcoatl, the deity that was the divine serpent with wings and feathers, and of course we know who that is and who ruled these cultures because they were given over to evil. And so America is literally translated as the land of the plumed serpent. So it's very interesting that that also relates to the false prophet and so on and so forth. The thing that looks like a lamb but speaks like a dragon. But anyway, let's read a little bit about this. The scientific revolution and the age of enlightenment. The scientific revolution and the age of enlightenment are key to the Great Awakening and its revivals, as they represent a return to the mystery school teachings which maintain the serpent's divinity of man. You know the story. Of course, he cites Genesis 3, the temptation. The scientific revolution was spearheaded by mathematician, astronomer, Freemason Nicolaus Copernicus and culminated in the works of Isaac Newton. Newton was a Protestant, but many of his works, which he kept private, were occult studies. And if you know the art of war and how that works, then there is such a thing as quote-unquote Protestant, and that's important to understand. It's been argued that the development of modern science can and more accurately should be presented in two phases. The scientific renaissance, which is the 15th and 16th centuries, which focused on restoring the natural knowledge of the ancients, and the scientific revolution, which is the 17th century, when scientists shifted from recovering ancient knowledge to innovation. From Wikipedia, the era of the scientific renaissance focused to some degree on recovering the knowledge of the ancients, and is considered to have culminated in the 1687 Isaac Newton publication Principia, which formulated the laws of motion and universal gravitation, thereby completing the synthesis of a new cosmology. A new cosmology. And remember, he discovered gravity in 1666. I'm sure that had nothing to do with anything. The Enlightenment, roughly 1715 to 1789. So now this follows the scientific revolution. Followed on the heels of the scientific revolution, it represented a great shift away from faith in absolute religious or political authority, in faith in scientific reason and secularism. Just like with the French Revolution, how it separated government from religion, science was also given a separation of spirituality from scientific inquiry, where you started to see atheistic science, because again, all of these things have to go dark to light and come back to the Mother Church. Now we're seeing science become more of a moral issue. Climate change is no longer an atheistic liberal thing. It is a moral issue, but you don't understand that change and how it was orchestrated. Unless you see these arcs of history over, 200, 250 years, 300 years. It was the birth of the humanist individualism with optimistic ideas about human nature, seeing man as essentially good, instead of what the Bible teaches, that man is dead in sin, having no life in himself whatsoever. True. This is the foundation of all of these things, that man can choose the good, and therefore if you can choose the good, you can choose free of influence. You don't need to be governed by God. You can govern yourself, and you can be like God. Enlightenment ideas were based on the works of occultist Francis Bacon and Freemason John Locke. Did you know that Locke was involved in the African slave trade? I didn't. Anyway, the scientific revolution and the Age of Enlightenment established a new way of thinking, sweeping away the old. In step with the Enlightenment thinking, Great Awakening preachers referred to the new light as a fresh revelation of the gospel as opposed to the old light held by conventional Christianity. There was a Great Awakening in the 1800s as well. There was a lot going on in the 1800s and 1700s and 1800s. There's a lot of parallel things happening. There was a revival, and it was Great Awakening, the true Great Awakening, where people were coming to the gospel. But there was also a lot of counterfeit believers, counterfeit prophets, counterfeit preachers, and so on. You had the Enlightenment, you had this scientism being developed. It was very dynamic. The enemy is not losing any time, in the sense that he's not wasting any time, I should say. Very busy, while God is unfolding his plan and cannot be stopped. The enemy is constantly, basically trying to counterfeit it and doing all sorts of things. Championed as progress, the scientific revolution and the Age of Enlightenment were actually a return to ancient mystery school thought. Now we'll all read and seen videos about the mystery schools, their mother-son sex cults, sun worship, and the symbolism we see just about everywhere these days. But in order to understand how the Age of Enlightenment affected the great American revivals, we need to take a more practical look at how the mystery schools once controlled the world. A good way to do that, and since the enlightened thinker Francis Bacon wrote about it, is to visit the subject of Atlantis. In Francis Bacon's unfinished utopian novel, The New Atlantis, published posthumously in 1626, the Americas are presented as the location of the lost mythical civilization of Atlantis. From the novel, quote, "About 3,000 years ago or somewhere more, the great Atlantis that you call America abounded then in tall ships. Of all this there is with you sparing memory or none, but we have large knowledge thereof." Francis Bacon, The New Atlantis. Several physical places have been suggested as the possible location of Atlantis. I think just a little quick break, but I think the most logical one is in Africa, West Africa. There's actually some very interesting research there if you look into it, how you can see the flood had come into Africa and then receded, and there's these concentric rings and stuff. I forget where exactly in West Africa it is, but it's very interesting. But anyway, the point is that these people believed America had this manifest destiny, this destiny to basically bring the light to the world, which of course the Bible tells you, because the Bible says that the United States is the false prophet. But as Freemason Manly P. Hall explained in his lectures, Bacon's Atlantis was not a city or a country. Rather, his novel presents a university of thought. Like universities today, Bacon's Atlantis taught all manner of public thought, including science, mathematics, and governance. In light of that, it is noteworthy how many of our universities, Bible colleges, and seminaries have been founded by the Jesuits and Freemasons, which is true. You remember, Rome was the one that created the university model in the 1300s or something. During the same year, in 1303, Pope Boniface the eighth? Yeah. Issued the In Suprema Preeminentia Dignitalis bull and founded the Studium Urbis, Rome's first university. There you go. Straight from the article. The university was erected outside the Vatican walls, and while this did not completely resolve the many issues between the university and the clergy, it surely catalyzed the new relationship between the city of Rome and the many scholars that arrived at new universities from around the world. So Rome created the university model in order to what? Control education. And this was before the Counter-Reformation, which is interesting. And of course, by the time you had the Counter-Reformation, there were universities everywhere. And today you have the university model. People would get indoctrinated with Jesuit ideas, Jesuit cosmology, Jesuit science. And so Rome controls the times and the laws. Plato, 5th century, also describes the mythical city in his work Timaeus. Manly P. Hall discusses Plato's Atlantis in his The Secret Destiny of America. He describes it here. The idea of Atlantis being a physical place was popularized by theosophist Helena Blavatsky. who also lived in the 1800s. Well, her and Donovan. Blavatsky dated the continent of Atlantis to an evolutionary 850,000 years ago in her 1877 book Isis Unveiled. Blavatsky insisted that Plato, an initiate, deliberately used hidden language in his dating of the island some 9,000 years ago. Regardless of whether it ever existed physically, it's likely that these same intellectual ideas governed the great civilization in Noah's day when men did only evil all the time. That's right, there was a new world order before the flood, folks. And Satan's been trying to get back at that since then. And God has allowed him to do it at the very end. But all that's going to happen is bringing back what used to be, which is the religio-political mystery religion controlling the entire world. Genesis chapter 11 records how, after God destroyed that evil generation with the great flood, men reformed Atlantis and Babylon. Basically, God dispersed the people by confusing their languages and separating the earth in the days of Peleg. But Atlantis was formed once again in Alexandria and Athens, and as Bacon's novel suggests, in the great Maya and Aztec empires. That's right, remember, every empire has an expiration date. So Satan is constantly moving things from one thing to another. And then when that one starts to get judged, okay, let's move them over here, move them over there. And so he has an unbroken chain of transmission from the pre-flood era all the way through these mystery religions and cults and secret societies and governments and empires and so on to the modern day, which is the Catholic Church. There's Alice Bailey. The Atlantean ideals are the natural knowledge of the ancients that was rediscovered by the key figures of the scientific renaissance, scientific revolution, and the age of enlightenment. These are different waves, folks. And again, you have to see that the devil works through waves in history. You had the scientific renaissance, then this is the revolution, then the enlightenment. All of these things are wave after wave of new generations doing and repackaging the old thing into the new thing. The same ideals are the stated goals of those wanting to bring about a great coming world religion and governance. What is remarkable is how they are utilizing Christianity to bring it all about. The blend of Enlightenment thought and Protestantism that holds the betterment of humanity over the individual soul brings the words of Theosophist Alice Bailey to mind. Quote, "The Christian church and its many branches can serve as St. John the Baptist, as a voice crying into wilderness, and as a nucleus through which world illumination may be accomplished." Remember, Alice Bailey was neck deep in the devil's soup. So this is what she's telling you, which is very much in line with the Bible telling you that the United States is the false prophet that looks like a lamb but speaks like a dragon and works false signs and wonders to convince people to worship the beast. I indicate the hope. I do not assert a fact. Its work is intended to be the holding of a broad platform. The church must show a wide tolerance and teach no revolutionary doctrines or cling to any reactionary ideas. The church, as a teaching factor, should take the great basic doctrines and, shattering the old forms in which they were expressed and held, show their true and inner spiritual significance. The prime work of the church is to teach, and to teach ceaselessly, i.e. learning against learning, preserving the outer appearance in order to reach the many who are accustomed to church usages. Teachers must be trained, Bible knowledge must be spread, the sacraments must be mystically interpreted, and the power of the church to heal must be demonstrated. I wonder if Alice Bailey was a Jesuit too. There is no question, therefore, that the work to be done in familiarizing the general public with the nature of the mysteries is of paramount importance at this time. These mysteries will be restored to outer expression through the medium of the church and the Masonic fraternity. If those groups leave off being organizations with material purpose and become organisms with living objectives. So, Masonic mystery religion manifesting through the church is what needs to happen to externalize the hierarchy. Spoken to you by a Satanist, which confirms what the Bible says, that basically the mystery religion of the ages will be manifest through the Catholic Church. Moving on. Is America a Freemason Jesuit experiment? Is its tolerant, self-worshipping, social cause-promoting Christianity all designed to extinguish the gospel, undo the Reformation, and bring about a return to Catholicism, aka the mystery schools? Don't doubt it. Now, I don't know if this person is an Adventist, because usually only Adventists believe, the historicist perspective. I mean, I should say not only Adventists, but mostly Adventists believe the historicist interpretation that America is the false prophet and The beast is the Catholic system with the Pope at its head, of course, and everything we talk about. So I'm very interested if this person is an Adventist or not. Not that, that matters. Ultimately, if you're an Adventist, then you should get out of Adventism, but it's just interesting to see other people talk about this. If you've been following the development of the New World Order for any length of time, you're aware of these changes in the churches today. But there's still a lot of confusion and arguing over various church doctrines, all of which really boil down to law and mysticism. Let's look at what else was going on in the days of Bacon and Locke. Roughly chronologically, we have the following: Scientific Renaissance, Reformation, Reformers and Separatists begin to settle in North America. Then you have Francis Bacon. Then you have the Jesuit missions to North America, which is where they practiced communism for 150 years and made a ton of money. Then you had John Locke. This is Europa Amaru and the missions of the Jesuits. If you don't know about those, then I highly recommend you look into them. As Protestants fled the persecution of the Roman Catholic Church in Europe in 16th and 17th centuries, the Jesuits were conquering and converting the people of the Americas to Catholicism. In South America, the god of the Aztecs and Mayans was Quetzalcoatl, known as the bearded white god. So when the bearded white man came to their land and the natives believed that that was their god returning, made the mission to convert the natives much more successful, although the conversions played out as more of a blending of faiths. In North America and Peru, Quetzalcoatl was known as the two-headed god Amaru. Like the phoenix, Amaru represents the blending of the realms. It represents the sudden and sometimes violent overturning of the established order. The tribes of North America and Peru resisted conversion, and the Jesuit missions in North America arguably played out as more of an ethnic cleansing there, just in time for the settlers to begin arriving in Europe. Now, I don't know if there's a relation between that, because definitely the Pilgrims were trying to get away from Catholicism and from religious oppression. So there's that. But definitely the Jesuits did infiltrate America. That is very well documented. What's in a name? America Amaruca. We're told that America was named after explorer Amerigo Vespucci, but the name more likely comes from the Incan two-headed serpent god Amaru, plumed serpent or feathered serpent. Amaruca is literally translated land of the plume serpent or plumed serpents. So some interesting things there about basically the chronology of how we get into the 1800s with the scientific revolution, the Enlightenment, all of these waves of digging up the occult back again. Remember, Rome had all the occult knowledge. They had no reason to really weaponize it. And ultimately, once the Reformation started happening and they were losing the iron grip control, the reason to weaponize education and occult knowledge and to get it out and disseminate it in culture and start universities and all this stuff was really very obvious, because they needed to shift from a militaristic kind of control, iron-fisted, to seduction and infiltration and narratives and propaganda and entertainment and all the things that you see today. So it's very important you understand that the Reformation shifted Rome's approach to control. And of course, the Bible tells you it's going to have control in the way that it used to have at the very end, which is going to be an iron fist. And once that comes the case, then the time is very short. So rejoice when you see these things happening. But nevertheless, all of these things show a continual infiltration into society through science, through occultism, through all sorts of mediums. Many things were set up in the 1800s, and the 1800s were very satanic. The Renaissance, the Jesuit missions, famous occultists like Copernicus, Newton, Bacon, Locke. All these people were occultist folks. They're just Freemasons or Jesuit infiltrators or secret society members or alchemists or occultists. Doesn't really matter. They're all serving Satan one way or another. They're not born-again Christians, that's for sure. The Enlightenment was one of many, many waves of satanic activity to kind of keep shaping culture and to ultimately bring the world back to the beast. Remember that Mystery Babylon is not just the Catholic Church. Mystery Babylon is the religion of the ages, manifesting itself in the church age as the Catholic Church. Satan in the church age gave his power and throne and great authority to the Catholic system, to the beast, to the Pope, to the papal institution. And that power is not just power that kind of showed up. It's the power that he's had through the mystery religion of all time, from the very beginning, where he deceived mankind. And he created a new world order before the flood. That power has been transferred to the Catholic Church in the church age. So all the mystery occult knowledge that's being resurfaced and so popular and so, ubiquitous in our lives is because we're at the end, which is a very important point. The 1800s Enlightenment period also came out of the French Revolution and atheism and all the things that we talked about previously with the bottomless pit and the Jesuits taking over America. Now, I want to look at another thing. These are just going to be line item things, but just to plot the picture of how the 1800s set the stage for massive deception in the 1900s, for the false prophet working all these miracles through learning against learning, through shaping culture, and so on and so forth. So you've learned about these movements like the Enlightenment, the Scientific Revolution, how it's, all these things were led by occultists. You had learning against learning, you had the Jesuit infiltrations, you had the university model, you had the encyclopedia, you had the French Revolution, on and on and on. So much stuff has been proliferating after the Counter-Reformation. Of course, you also have the Smithsonian, which was very influential. This is from gracedemay.org. A Mason's Mysterious Gift to America. Very important you understand that the Smithsonian is also a Freemason experiment. Where are you? And you didn't save my highlights, did you? There you are. You just got to refresh sometimes, even if they're misbehaving. Okay. In 1765, why don't you do what you're supposed to do? Isn't that funny? It just disappears. Okay. In 1765, Elizabeth Hungerford Keat Macy fled from England to Paris to give birth to a baby boy. The child, originally named Jack Louis Macy, was the illegitimate son of the first Duke of Northumberland. The child's birth was twinged with even more scandal as Elizabeth was a cousin of the Duchess of Northumberland. Drama of the nobles. What kind of future would this child have? Well, the truth is that young Jack Louis, later anglicized to James Macy, would grow up to not only become an accomplished scientist, chemist, and mineralogist, but also would become world famous. Following the death of his parents, James felt it was time to take the last name of his biological father, Hugh Smithson, aka the Duke of Northumberland. Let's see, how far do I have to read? Sorry, this is annoying me. As a young man growing up during the Age of Enlightenment, James had a natural curiosity and a belief in the rights of mankind, liberty, equality, and justice, which led him to become a Freemason. That's all you really need to know, but let's keep going. James Smithson devoted his life to scientific investigations. Of course, if you know the people that were in that time doing quote-unquote scientific investigations, really that means occultism. He never married nor sired children. When he wrote his will in his later years, he bequeathed his considerable fortune and worldly goods to a nephew. However, his will stated that if the nephew died without an heir, that all of his entire fortune was to be given to the United States of America and be used to found the Smithsonian Institution in Washington, D.C. The terms of Smithson's will dictated that this institution would be an establishment for the increase and diffusion of knowledge among men. The generous gift was most astounding considering that James Smithson had never set foot in America. In 1846, U.S. President James K. Polk signed the Smithsonian Institution Act to acknowledge and fulfill the wishes of James Smithson, even though the question of why the noted scientist chose America as his beneficiary remains a mystery to this day. Well, if you know the Bible, it's not a mystery, folks. And if you know who's pulling the strings. Smithson's gift was the equivalent of $15 million. Upon Smithson's death in Italy in 1829, his remains were buried in Genoa. However, 75 years later, another Freemason and scientist, Alexander Graham Bell, very famous person, traveled to Genoa to oversee exhumation of James Smithson's remains. Bell, who served as a Smithsonian regent, not only had the remains exhumed, he also documented, and his wife Mabel photographed the exhumation process and the skull of James Smithson, and made scientific notations before bringing the remains to America for internment within the Smithsonian Institution. Now, that sounds all scientific, but if you know these occult people and how they worship death and how they do all sorts of weird things with their rituals, and it doesn't surprise me that they would exhume his body and bring it to the Smithsonian. That's just weird. The images of the exhumation and remains are part of the collection of the Library of Congress and denoted, my gosh, there's a wave of motorcycles passing through here, denoted by Alexander Graham Bell's son-in-law, Dr. Gilbert Grosvenor. Today, the Smithsonian is not only recognized as a national treasure, it has served as inspiration for generations who, like Smithson, have minds that are curious. From the founding of the Smithsonian, the Institute has expanded to include 20 separate museums and the National Zoo. Together, the museums account for nearly 150 million objects, from mineral specimens to displays of the gowns of America's first ladies, to priceless works of art. More than 25 million people visit the Smithsonian museums each year. So, do they have an impact on learning? Of course they do. In his final years of life, James Smithson penned his personal philosophy, quote, "It is in his knowledge that man has found his greatness and his happiness." Does that sound like James Smithson died believing the forbidden fruit? Absolutely. He was a Freemason. He was an occultist. He was all about secret knowledge. And the Smithsonian is founded in his honor. And he chose America of all places. I wonder why he chose America, because the Jesuits by that point were in control and needed America to become the false prophet of basically controlling the narratives and bringing the new light to the world. So it doesn't surprise me that the Smithsonian was founded in America. Now, I won't spend too much time on the Smithsonian. You can do your own research and digging, but there are a lot of conspiracies with the Smithsonian. They have a lot of cover-ups in history, and they're involved in a lot of shady business. Dinosaur cover-ups in the 1800s, forgeries, giant skeleton cover-ups with basically discovering Nephilim bones and things like that. A lot of cover-ups with that. There's the Grand Canyon conspiracy, if you know anything about, which is very fascinating. Who knows? Who knows? I did think that history is not what we've been told. And of course, if you are the power that wants to control the narrative, then you're going to create an institution that controls all aspects of history. All these narratives, all these archaeological discoveries, the Smithsonian was right on top of them, especially in the 1800s, when all these things were very unregulated. So a lot of really suspicious things about the Smithsonian, but interesting things to note are the following. The Smithsonian was founded just in time to promote the new cosmology to the world through things like evolution, through the things that were changing with, cosmological science and gravity and things like that. In 1846, it was signed into law with the Smithsonian Act. In 1858, Darwin, who was also a Freemason and from a Freemason family, publishes his treatise on evolution. Smithsonian was founded by a Freemason, and of course, the rest, as they say, is history. Now, the next thing I want to show you is the Cosmos Club. This is from Wikipedia, and you can see it good. The Cosmos Club is a 501c3 or 501c7 private, get out of here, social club in Washington, D.C. that was founded by John Wesley Powell in 1878 as a gentleman's club for those interested in science. Among its stated goals is the advancement of its members in science, literature, and art, and also their mutual improvement by social intercourse, i.e. it's a secret society. Cosmos Club members include 3 United States presidents, 2 vice presidents, U.S. Supreme Court justices, artists, writers, businessmen, government officials, journalists, scientists, and university presidents, 36 Nobel Prize winners, 61 Pulitzer Prize winners, and 55 Presidential Medal of Freedom recipients. In 1988, the club opened to women. Does this sound like a secret society so far? Of course it does. History. According to one history, Clarence Edward Dutton, which we will come back to, originally had the idea for a social club for men of science and shared his idea with Major John Wesley Powell. On November 16th, 1878, a group of men met at Powell's home in 910 M Street, Washington, D.C., and discussed their mutual interest in creating what began the Cosmos Club. There are no minutes of attendance records from the organizational meeting. However, oral history says 12 attended the meeting. Well, there's probably 13, if you know what that means. 10 signed the Articles of Incorporation 3 weeks later, and Powell was selected as the club's temporary president. The original incorporators included, and so on and so forth. According to the Articles of Incorporation, quote, the particular objects and business of this association are the advancements of its members in science, literature, and art, their mutual improvement by social intercourse, the acquisition and maintenance of the library, and the collection and care of materials and appliances related to the above objects. In other words, to control learning against learning. And if you know that, then you can interpret these things very clearly. If you look up the Cosmos Club logo, oh, it didn't do it. Let's look it up. Cosmos Club logo. Sometimes it doesn't keep the search queries. Here we go. What do you see in this logo? Take a look. Take a nice look at it. See if we can zoom in a little bit better. There it is. You can see a little bit better. Do you see something interesting here? Well, you actually see a couple of things that are interesting. You see there's a globe. And of course, people hadn't been to space yet with wings. That's interesting. I wonder if they were planning to do something with space maybe long before they went to space. And at the top, what do you see? An illuminated eye with, several rays of light coming out and so on. 6 stars. Very Masonic imagery. Washington, D.C., 1878. The Cosmos Club. So that's very important because the Cosmos Club also led to National Geographic. This is from, where is this from? This is from the Grand Canyon Mystery. And I think this is talking about the founder of the Cosmos Club. Yeah, here we go. Clarence Dutton. A quick study of Clarence Dutton's life drums up images of Indiana Jones, only a bit more refined. Mr. Dutton was a soldier, geologist, and poet. Quite the combination, and one that obviously served him well. He is most known for his work, The Tertiary History of the Grand Canyon District, which today is still the definitive work on the geology of the Grand Canyon. His earlier work, Report on the Geology of the High Plateaus of Utah, most certainly caught the attention of John Powell. Powell became so impressed with Dutton's work, he appointed him head of the Department of Volcanic Geology at the U.S. Geological Survey. Dutton went out on study to study and write reports on the volcanoes of Hawaii and the Crater Lake in Oregon, all the while waxing his words with poetically infused language. He was a man quite moved by natural beauty and didn't separate his love of geology from that of the written word. Gosh, what a lover of nature and a philanthropic, curious student of life. Let's read more. While I can find no confirmation that Mr. Dutton was a Freemason, he most certainly had connections with some of the most powerful and well-known people, not only within his scientific community, but people in positions of considerable power. Men who were forging a new nation and on the frontier of its exploration and development. Dutton graduated from Yale, ding, 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 in 1860, and while attended was regarded as a cultural polymath and raconteur. He was a lover of chess as well as a skilled gymnast. His senior year, he won the Yale Literary Award for an essay he wrote on the novels of Charles Kingsley. In short, he was quite the accomplished young man. Directly out of school, he went on to serve as a first lieutenant for the 21st Connecticut Regiments in the Civil War, where he saw some pretty rough fighting. Dutton was also quite fond of societies. And again, while I can find no proof of connection to Freemasonry, he certainly was a member of many societies at the time, helped to create several of them himself. He obviously had a fondness for brotherhood, and no doubt would have kept many friends who were Freemasons. It was not uncommon for a man to be a member of several societies, or even secret societies simultaneously in those days. Not too uncommon today either. Don't forget, he attended Yale. Need I mention the infamous Skull and Bone Society formed at the campus in 1832? The same secret society George Bush and John Kerry are members of today. Government-sanctioned secret societies. On January 13th, 1888, 33 men got together and formed a geographical society. 33 got together to form the society. A week later, Charles Dutton sat as the chairman of that society, and it formalized into the National Geographic Society, which came from the Cosmos Club too as well. This group was made of scientists, adventurers, and explorers. It also included a journalist and a superintendent from the National Zoo. Remember who owns the National Zoo? The Smithsonian, who was founded by a Freemason. Dutton rubbed elbows with John Wesley Powell, J.K. Gilbert, Henry Gannett, W.J. McGee, Charles D. Walcott, and William Holmes. He was also a member of the Cosmos Club, the Philosophical Society, the Geological Society, and a society within the Geographical Society known as the Great Basin Mess. While I can find no record of Freemasonry in Mr. Dutton's life, I find it interesting that the society he helped to create and chaired was founded by 33 men. 33 men of power and influence. 33 being, of course, the highest honorary degree in the Scottish Rite tradition of Freemasonry, and found throughout all of the said society. Although naysayers will be quick to point out that this proves nothing, I personally don't believe it to be simply a coincidence. These scientists, who obviously worked with some of the most powerful people in government at the time, men of the military and high government background, granted these explorers full run of the entire Grand Canyon region. Of course, you know why they did that, because they were exploring the artifacts there. Look into the Grand Canyon conspiracy. It's very fascinating. They were funded and outfitted with provisions and the protection necessary to explore and document the entire Colorado Plateau. It stands to reason that if something was discovered within the walls of this Great Canyon, that they would have been first to find it. And the fact that much of the Grand Canyon is named with the ancient Hindu and Egyptian gods leads many to imagine that something Egyptian, or at the very least non-Native American, was indeed discovered there. Yeah, interesting stuff. History is a mystery, folks. At least some of it. In their book, The Suppressed History of America, Paul Schrag and Xaviant Hazé make a great argument that early U.S. expeditions were actually sent out not to only discover a new continent, but to help control what findings and information became available to the public as official history. True. Until researching this article, I never put together the similarities between the National Geographic Society of the U.S. and the Royal Geographic Society of England. Both began as private societies of learned men and soon after became recognized by their governments. Those governments then recruited and funded the organizations to explore new lands for national imperialism and military superiority. On one hand, these societies consisted of a group of scientists pushing the limits of their respective fields, while on the other, they were often doing so in the capacity of their government. The movie Raiders of the Lost Ark plays on this very idea when Dr. Jones is recruited to retrieve the Ark of the Covenant on behalf of the U.S. government before the Nazis find it first. My question is, how can anyone expect the discoveries of any government-sanctioned expedition to be transparent when the nature of government is intrinsically secretive to begin with? That's true. So, what do you get? I mean, let's look at some of these pictures too, and we'll talk about it. But these are old pictures. Look at this pterodactyl that these people found. This is not AI, folks. These are old pictures. Civil War, these people killed a giant pterodactyl. It's fascinating. People would find these old pterosaurs or flying dinosaurs back in the 1800s. And the Indians would call them thunderbirds. That's where the word thunderbird comes from. We have like a lot of stuff here in Phoenix where like Thunderbird College or, Thunderbird Avenue. But Thunderbird is named after these giant pterodactyls that were still alive after the flood. And of course, some creatures made it. And of course, they went extinct and for the most part. But it just shows you all these things. Here's some petroglyphs and things that are very fascinating things, especially the Grand Canyon stuff. Again, if you looked into the mystery of the Grand Canyon, it's been very hush-hush with all the stuff that they found there, supposedly Egyptian type things, and just very interesting, very, very fascinating stuff. History is not what we've been told, and of course, government and secret societies have been in cahoots for a while. And of course, who controls that? The Jesuits, the satanic power on the earth that Satan gave his throne to in the church age. And Clarence Dutton, who founded the Cosmos Club, who was part of all these secret societies, rubbing elbows with these people, very much into that kind of stuff. Whether he was a Freemason, a Jesuit, an occultist, who knows? It's hard to tell because this was a while ago, but it's very clear that he wasn't a born-again Christian. He was a mystic. He was an occultist. He was in the same tradition of men like Isaac Newton, Copernicus, and so on and so forth, John Locke, and all these guys. These people were working for the beast, whether indirectly or directly, doesn't matter. But the Cosmos Club did what? Cosmos Club, it shows you that there's influential organizations connected to secret societies, to the beast, eventually, to government. And of course, knowing the political climate of the times that I just described to you in the 1800s with the United States, the influence of the Jesuits, it's not hard to assume that Dutton was probably a Jesuit spy or a secret society member. I don't think that's a stretch. The logo of the Cosmos Club has a illuminated eye over a globe with some wings when space was not even a thing for like 100 years, which is very interesting. And the Cosmos Club launched many other important things like National Geographics. Other physics organizations were launched from that later in the 1900s were very influential. So all these things show you that there's exoteric and esoteric. On the outside, exoteric, you see a social club of elite scientists just pursuing the common good and wanting the best for humanity and enriching knowledge. Of course, on the inside, the esoteric, you have these all occult-initiated people that are doing the bidding of their masters, controlling information, and the rest, as they say, is history. Let's talk about evolution and Darwin. This is the Lunar Society of Birmingham, which is kind of like the Cosmos Club, but it was before the Cosmos Club. The Lunar Society of Birmingham was a British dinner club and informal learned society of prominent figures in the Midlands Enlightenment, including industrialists, natural philosophers, intellectuals, who met regularly between 1765 and 1813 in Birmingham. At first called the Lunar Circle, Lunar Society became the formal name by 1775. The name arose because the society would meet during the full moon, as the extra light made the journey home easier and safer in the absence of street lighting. Now again, if you believe that, I have a beachfront property to sell you in Phoenix. It's going hot, folks. Let's keep going. The members cheerfully refer to themselves as lunatics, a contemporary spelling of lunatics, spelled with a K instead of just CK instead of just a C. Venues included Erasmus Darwin's home in Lichfield, Matthew Bolton's home, Soho House, Bowbridge House in Derbyshire, and Great Bar Hall. So, Lunar Society. What's to know about the Lunar Society? Well, despite this uncertainty, 14 individuals have been identified as having verifiably attended Lunar Society meetings regularly over a long period during its most productive eras. These people were, and so on and so forth, but one of them was Erasmus Darwin. I think you also have, where is he? Joseph Priestley, who was very influential with the founding fathers. Thomas Jefferson idolized Joseph Priestley. And Benjamin Franklin is in there as well somewhere, I think. But you had a lot of these very influential scientists and scientific people. Let's see, was there somewhere that Benjamin Franklin? I'm sure I saw Ben Franklin here. Let's see, Franklin. Yeah, Benjamin Franklin. Here he is. He was in the Lunar Society. So very influential little club that these people were in. Of course, if you look into Erasmus Darwin, he was a Freemason. Born 1731, died 1802, was an English physician, one of the key thinkers of the Midlands Enlightenment. He was also a natural philosopher, physiologist, slave trade abolitionist, inventor, Freemason, and poet. His poems included much natural history, including a statement of evolution and the relatedness of the forms of life. Very important that you understand Erasmus Darwin, because Charles Darwin was just a puppet. He was just continuing the work. It was Erasmus that really began this, and of course Satan uses generation to generation to evolve these things over time. But Erasmus was the progenitor of the theory of evolution. Of course, I mean, the theory of evolution is nothing new in that sense. It's the forbidden fruit that man can ultimately create his own destiny. But Erasmus Darwin, who was Charles Darwin's grandfather, was the first. Moving on. He was a member of the Darwin-Wedgwood family, which included his grandsons Charles Darwin and Francis Galton. Darwin was a founding member of the Lunar Society, a discussion group of pioneering industrialists and natural philosophers. He turned down an invitation from George III to become physician to the king. I think there was something else. Yeah, here we go. Freemasonry. Darwin had been a Freemason throughout his life. In the time immemorial lodge of Canongate Kilwinning, No. 2 of Scotland. Later on, Sir Francis Darwin, one of his sons, was made a Mason in Tyrian Lodge at Derby in 1807-1808. His son Reginald was made a Mason in Tyrian Lodge in 1804. Charles Darwin's name does not appear on the rolls of the lodge, but it is very possible that he, like Francis, was a Mason. I'll let you be the judge of that because it's pretty obvious. You can see, for example, the picture of, we'll look at it with Charles Darwin doing the little sh sound. This is from, where is this from? This is from Dr. David Harrison. Freemasonry, the Lunar Society, and the Midlands Enlightenment. A little more on this topic. Though it had somewhat loose style of membership, to say the least, the Lunar Society was an example of like-minded men, or lunatics as they styled themselves, working together for a positive aim to promote natural philosophy, which of course is antichrist. It is against Christ and in place of Christ as a counterfeit salvation. There were no minutes, no constitution, and no actual membership list. I wonder why. So only correspondence between members survive to provide an insight into the group. One of the leading members of the society was Erasmus Darwin, a physician, poet, and Freemason who was a close friend to many who were linked to the society, such as Josiah Wedgwood and Matthew Bolton. As the 18th century progressed, the idea of immortality became embraced by forward-thinking Freemasons, such as Erasmus Darwin, who expressed immortality in his poem The Temple of Nature, discussing modern ideas of immortality with a natural philosophical approach. Darwin studied biology amongst the other aspects of natural philosophy and put forward early ideas of biological evolution in his Zoonomia. The Botanic Garden, Darwin used Rosicrucian themes of spirits and fairies to symbolize the elements, and the older magical images being used to represent new scientific thought. Is it really new? Or is it just the old stuff being repackaged over and over again? It was this new exploration into natural philosophy and the search for immortality that became an inspiration for Mary Shelley's work, Frankenstein. Darwin's theories of artificial production of life and regeneration of nature was seen as a direct influence of the Gothic classic, giving Mary Shelley a nightmare vision of a resurrection and immortality within the realms of natural philosophy, i.e. a counterfeit resurrection, which is transhumanism. Do you see how all these things are so old, folks? They're so old, and if you know your history, you can see that truly there's nothing new under the sun. Another Masonic natural philosopher and friend of Darwin, who has also been linked to the Lunar Society, was Benjamin Franklin, who may have also inspired the name of Shelley's masterpiece, Franklin's Experiments with Lightning Rods being an influence. Counterfeit immortality, counterfeit way of saving yourself, which, of course, is Antichrist. So Lunar Society was very influential because it was during the Enlightenment, and specifically the Lunar Society was founded by Charles Darwin's grandfather, who was a Mason. Very, very important to understand. This is from some site that's not loading. Okay, well, we're back. That was a wild goose chase. The link doesn't work because it's got taken down. The Wayback Machine is not loading, so I had to find another Wayback Machine alternative, which is called the Memento Project. And so finally, here's the link. This is from the Scottish Rite website. Famous Freemason Erasmus Darwin. When you hear the surname Darwin, Charles Darwin and his theory of evolution often are the only things that come to mind. However, his grandfather Erasmus Darwin is a fascinating man and a Freemason. Brother Darwin was born on December 12, 1731 to Robert Darwin and Elizabeth Elston in England. His father was a prominent lawyer and physician, and he is named after his ancestor Erasmus Earl, who was a common sergeant of law under Oliver Cromwell. After primary school, he attended St. John's College at the University of Edinburgh Medical School. His work in the medical field was unmatched. Yada yada. While working, he would document his findings, observations, and ideas in different books and poems. One of these books, Zoonomia, dealt with biological life and theorized the concept of evolution. Another book of his used the ideas of great thinkers like Locke, who was also a Freemason, and Rousseau, also an occultist, to justify the formal education of women, believing that they should be educated in science and philosophy. They should have the forbidden fruit too, folks. Now, again, of course, everybody should have a scientific mindset. You should. But remember that the science to these people is not simply scientific inquiry. Their fundamental perspective is that man is good, man can govern himself, and therefore man can use the tools that he's been given to save himself. Science to these people is not just experiments. It is a method and a means. It's a counterfeit gospel to self-salvation. You cannot divorce this kind of science and these scientific quote-unquote pursuits from the occult. In 1755, Brother Darwin began to form the Lunar Society. The society was a social group of learned men who met together and discussed different ideas on full moons. I wonder why the full moon. Some men in the group included Dr. William Small, who taught Thomas Jefferson at William and Mary College, engineer James Watt, who improved the steam engine, and chemist Joseph Priestley, who discovered oxygen in the carbon cycle. Prominent American Benjamin Franklin visited the Lunar Society and developed a lifelong friendship with Brother Darwin. Bet you didn't know that. History is so interesting. Outside the Lunar Society and his work as a physician, he was also an avid inventor. According to biography published on him in 2005, he feared that his inventions would ruin his reputation as a doctor and instead gave the ideas to friends to patent. Some of his inventions include a horizontal windmill, Ackermann linkage, an early copy machine, and a drawing of a rocket nozzle. That's interesting, isn't it? Some of these would not come to fruition until centuries later, but his work was integral in laying the groundwork. After moving to Derby, England in 1780, he became a Mason at Canongate Kilwinning Lodge No. 2. In Scotland, his activity in lodge is not known, but Masonry continued in his family with his sons Francis and later descendant Reginald Darwin joining the lodge. And probably Charles, too. Who knows what Charles was up to. Blah, blah, blah. After a couple years more, he died in 1802, and the exact cause of his death is not known, but he was known to have inflammation of the chest, which was most likely exacerbated by a seizure, describing as a violent fit of passion with which he was seized. His memory lives on, and so on and so forth. If you look into Charles Darwin and his little mannerisms, there's nothing new, folks. This symbol, the sh symbol, is a satanic symbol. When these people do it in Hollywood, they're paying homage to their mystery religion. If you look into, for example, Harpocrates, English Phoenician, is the god of silence, secrets, and confidentiality in the Hellenistic religion, developed in the Ptolemaic Alexandria, and also an embodiment of hope, according to Plutarch. Greeks adapted Harpocrates from the Egyptian child god Horus, who represented the newborn sun rising each day at dawn. So when they do this little thing with their lips and they're doing it's an Antichrist thing, and it's also designed to pay homage to the sun and to their mystery religion. From Egypt to Greece to Rome to today. Nothing new under the sun. The name Harpocrates originated as a Hellenization of the Egyptian Harpokeret or Herupokeret, meaning Horus the child. Depictions showed Horus as a naked boy with his finger to his mouth, a realization of the hieroglyph for child. Misunderstanding this gesture, later Greeks and Romans poets made Harpocrates the god of silence and of secrecy. So this is what they're doing when they're paying homage to their little religion when they do that. And Charles Darwin has a famous picture doing that. And his father was it his father or his uncles were Freemasons? His grandfather was a Freemason. You do the math. Very, very simple to do the math. So, conclusion, Erasmus Darwin, who was the grandfather of Charles Darwin, was a Freemason and had Freemason children. Erasmus started the Lunar Society, which was before the Cosmos Club, with other Freemasons, was very much influential in shaping Ben Franklin, Thomas Jefferson, through Joseph Priestley. All these people were peas in a pod, folks. Erasmus was the one who came up with the idea of evolution, not Charles Darwin. Darwin was just continuing the work. Erasmus was also setting the foundation for transhumanism with his idea of basically synthetic immortality, of how to achieve immortality, which is fascinating to think that this stuff goes back way before, the sci-fi era of the last couple decades. These are false signs and wonders that are coming out of the United States as the false prophet already in the 1800s, soon after the French Revolution. Charles Darwin was also an occultist, we know that, through his symbolism and through the fact that he paid homage to this evolutionary mindset that ultimately the man can save himself. He can keep getting better and doesn't need God. Obviously, Charles Darwin did not believe in God. He had his own God. Now, it's very important, we'd take a little break here to understand why evolution is impossible. Because I think that's the first step. If you're struggling with heliocentrism, or if you know people who are struggling with heliocentrism, the first step to dismantling that spell in people's minds is realizing that evolution is nonsense. It is impossible. It is a spiritual belief system, not an actual scientific and experimentally based, empirical evidence-based system or idea. It's important as Christians to reject evolution because it's Antichrist. And of course, it opens the door to other deceptions. Evolution is not science. There's nothing scientific about evolution. It is dressed up as science, just like heliocentrism. It is an inversion of the Genesis curse, because the Bible tells you that things are doomed to get worse until Christ returns to renew and fix the Genesis curse. Whereas evolution tells you that no, they're actually getting better, and mankind will have this brilliant destiny of ascension and will evolve into gods eventually, because things just tend to get better over time, which is the opposite of the truth. And also, of course, the natural consequence of evolution. Evolution is not, you have to understand this, and this is how you can understand that evolution is a spiritual paradigm and not a scientific one. Evolution is not just about explaining how we got here. Of course, it's wrong, but it's not just about that. Because if you accept that, if you accept that random things just mix together and produced human beings eventually through all these haphazard, chemical reactions, what it also means is that things get better, and therefore we can get better. And looking ahead, what do you have? You have transhumanism, which is the forbidden fruit that you will become like gods. That's what evolution is about. Evolution is about explaining cosmology in such a way that God is not involved. And therefore, if God is not the one governing you, then you can govern yourself. Transhumanism. You have to see the spiritual reality that evolution presents, which of course is the forbidden fruit. The evolutionary paradigm is a filter for everything today, obviously cosmology included, so you need to know why it's impossible. When people mention ages of the earth, or, this rock is 500 bajillion years old, or these fossils are 300,000 million years old, these things are through the lens of evolution. And of course, they're totally mistaken, because dating and carbon dating and fossil, we'll talk about the fossils in just a second, but all these things are misinterpreted, just like you will see redshift in cosmology and the expansion of the universe and all these things. It's all interpreted through a faulty lens. And people aren't questioning their history. They don't bother to investigate science, really, because there's nothing scientific about these things. And they just accept it as authority. And that's how the spell is cast. It is about putting God over here and presenting themselves as the authority, the Antichrist, the Christs in between Christ, the false Christ, the ones who offer you the counterfeit salvation in place of Christ. So what are some problems with evolution, and how do we refute it? Well, it's pretty easy, folks. It really is. You don't have to be an expert chemist or biology major or a scientist to understand why evolution fails. It just simply fails. The first problem is the problem of new information. So here's the reality. When you have something like a wolf, okay, we'll mention this example again. A wolf is very robust genetically, meaning it has a genetic code that has a lot of robust information to deal with all kinds of problems. Eventually, wolves were bred into all kinds of breeds. Today we have wiener dogs and bulldogs and basset hounds and Great Danes and German shepherds and all kinds of dogs. They look a lot different than wolves. Some of them, like German shepherds, look a little more like a wolf, but like a wiener dog is definitely not a wolf, right? So what happened? Well, what happened is that you took that genetic code that has all of this information in it, and you whittled it down over time through selective breeding, because you wanted to pick certain features out, and you're going to mate this one that's a little shorter with that one that's a little shorter, and then you get even a shorter one. And eventually what happens is you have all of these different dog breeds that are very specialized, and they look very different. But what has actually happened in the process, if you look at these individual dog breeds' genetic code compared to a wolf, what has actually happened is information has been lost. Even though they look very different, what happens is the total information has become much less diverse. It's become specialized. The genes of a wolf and the genes of a wiener dog or a basset hound or a poodle are very, very different, in the sense that the genetic code, they're still dogs, obviously, but the genetic code is much more robust in a wolf. It can handle a lot more things. That's why you see wolves very healthy. They're huge. They're powerful creatures. I mean, if you've seen a real wolf, they're huge. They're incredibly powerful and robust beings. But today, our dogs, like bulldogs or, again, basset hounds, wiener dogs, they all have problems of some kind. German shepherds, like I had 2 German shepherds growing up as a kid. They had problems with their hips. The first one had epilepsy. The second one died of cancer. I mean, it's horrible. And it's really sad. But it's sad because their genetic code is very specialized. It doesn't have that much protection, because the variation, it's like incest, right? Same thing, like if you have today at the end of Genesis curse, if you sleep with your sister and you have a child, that child is very likely going to have a lot of problems genetically, because you're mixing 2 things that are not very diverse. This is why thousands and thousands and thousands of years ago, when Adam and Eve had children, and their children married amongst themselves. And you saw that even well into Abraham's day and into Israel's day with the various people that were taking wives within their own tribe. It wasn't an issue. It wasn't an issue for Abraham and Sarah to be related. I think she was his half-sister or something like that. It wasn't an issue because the genetic codes were much more robust. It wasn't an issue for Adam and Eve to have children and those children to marry within themselves and to have children and families because the genetic code was much more robust. They weren't specialized. People were much stronger and they didn't have diseases like they have today. Today, we are at the end of all this. Our genetic codes are the weakest that they've ever been in the last, how many thousands of years of history. So the problem of new information is a serious problem because how do you get new genes? How do you get new information in a system where information is only lost over time? The expression changes. You have variety of expression, but internally, you see, this is the illusion they play on your mind. Say, look, it's different. It's evolving. No, it's not. It's not evolving. It's adapting. Sure, if you leave a creature, a type of bird or something on an island, eventually they change, their beaks change. There's a lot of studies of that, but that doesn't mean that they're evolving. They're adapting, meaning they're losing some information. For example, let's say you put a type of bird with just a random experiment here. Let's say you put a type of bird on an island and the bird has short beak, okay? Well, the island, the only way it can get food is if its beak is longer. And so the ones with the short beaks die out. The ones that have a slightly longer beak make it to the next generation. And pretty soon after a couple, maybe 100 years or something like that, depending on how fast they reproduce, you have birds with long beaks now suddenly. Oh, are they evolving? No. The ones that didn't have the genetic information for long beaks have died out. And so it's become more specialized. They've lost information. They lost the short beak information, but maybe that short beak information also came with a slightly better immune system. Everything's related to everything in the genetic code. And so this is the problem that people don't realize is that information is lost over time as the phenotypical or physical expression becomes more varied, right? So you have a lot more variations and adaptations, but in reality, the genetic code, the genetic diversity is decreasing. So information is being lost. There's no way for evolution to explain how new information is added. They're going to try to make the argument that, well, mutations and genetic variants happen, but no, genetic variants do not create new genes. This is the problem. Yes, genetic variants happen. There's mutations, but they're not creating new genes. They're mutating existing genes. And when you reproduce, certain genes are lost while others are carried over. And so you have the loss of information over time. A genetic mutation is not going to create a vastly different new gene with a new property to it. That has never been observed, ever. But that is the foundational pillar that this theory, which is not really a theory, it's just an occult idea, relies on, that new information can be added via genetic mutation, which is nonsense. Genetic information is lost. So that alone is the killer of evolution, but there's more. There's no transition fossils. There's never been a single transition fossil ever discovered, even though they try to say, well, this is a transition. It's not. There are no transition fossils, folks. They try to peddle these things as transitions, but really all you have is different kinds that are adapting into different ways. Look at the platypus. The platypus, it's cute, and if I get my words right, if there were any transition species ever to be observed, it would be the platypus. It's got the beak of a duck. It's got flippers. It's got a body of a mammal. It's got little claws. It looks like a mole that's aqueous. It's amphibious. I mean, it is a mishmash of things, and yet it has been the same as long as we know platypuses. So the platypus is not a transition fossil. They're a transition being. There are no transition beings. There's never been a transition fossil observed, and there's no transition being observed. Very important that you understand that transition does not mean something adapting. Back to our example with the birds and the beaks. A bird getting a longer beak, adapting to the environment of its area, doesn't mean it's transitioning into another creature. A transition means the idea of evolution is that lizards can become birds, or dogs can become fish, or what. It doesn't matter. Just as long as the mutations are right, it can become anything, which is nonsense. God created kinds of creatures, and those kinds are persistent through history, but they diversify in different kinds. There's the wolf kind, and that wolf kind has a lot of different kinds today, the dog breeds that I just mentioned, but they're all kinds. And so this is the problem, is that there's nothing to explain a transition being. There are no transition beings ever observed, and there's no transition fossils. Of course, the fossil record also disproves evolution if you actually are honest with the evidence. We have seen, for example, that you can recreate synthetic fossils in a lab in 24 hours that look indistinguishable from real fossils. Meaning, the fossilization process, what they tell you, that something dies and it floats to the bottom or it sinks to the bottom of the ocean and magically nothing touches it, nothing eats it up, and it just gets sedimentized over, however many millions of years, and it becomes a fossil. This is nonsense. Fossils actually happen over very intense and quick transitions, and we can replicate that in the lab. That is empirical data that proves to you that fossilization can happen in as short of a period as 24 hours. So you do the math. If you have empirical data for one perspective and no empirical data for the other, which one is more likely to be correct? Well, the one with the empirical evidence. The empirical evidence states that we can create fossils overnight. The evolutionary model says, no, fossils happen, over millions of years or however many long. Well, first off, something doesn't survive that long, especially on the ocean floor, to be a fossil. If anything dies, it gets eaten up within a few hours by all the critters that are floating around there. Of course, there's also creatures in poses, like giving birth, about to eat something or eating something, in all of these fossils, which suggests that these things are found in cataclysmic situations. Not, oh, I'm about to eat something and it just freeze for some reason and get fossilized. That's nonsense. It's absolute nonsense. There's a lot of fossils like that. There's nothing that survives long enough to be fossilized on the ocean floor. And another piece of evidence is that the fossil record, when you look at the largest fossil deposits, I think one of them is in South America and the other one's in China somewhere, but anywhere really where you see a large fossil deposit, what you tend to see is every creature is together. They try to paint this ridiculous timeline of fossils of, okay, there's this from 2 billion years ago, then a million years later, then this and that, and so on and so forth. That's not the case. When you actually look at the fossil records and you have empirical data, the greatest fossil deposits show that you have trilobites, which supposedly are from, 2 billion years ago, with triceratops, with, various birds of different kinds. Everything is all in one place, which suggests that all these things got killed at the same time. What could have done that? What could have buried them suddenly in water and minerals and basically fossilized them very quickly? What could have done that, I wonder? Well, of course, it was a global or a worldwide flood, a worldwide judgment that the Bible tells you about. And of course, every culture has a story about the flood, which tells you that there is something to it. And the fossil record proves the flood. It proves biblical cosmology, not evolutionary cosmology. Epigenetic adaptation, which is what we were talking about earlier, does not equal evolution. A simple test for that is you take a kind, like a dog, and like a wolf, I should say, really, and you breed it eventually for thousands of years until you get to something like a wiener dog or a poodle. Well, you can never get a wolf back from breeding wiener dogs. You can always take a wolf, which has the robust full genome, and breed all sorts of things from that because you have more information to work with. You can never go back the other way around. If evolution was true, then you should be able to do that. But you can't, because you can't add new information. Mutations do not add new genes. They change existing genes. Another deception is this whole thing with species and genus. Like what is it? Kings play chess on fine-grained sand. Species, genus, fine-grained sand. Species, genus, family, kingdom, whatever. This whole division of biological beings is nonsense. The Bible doesn't make any such distinction. The Bible just says kinds. There are kinds. And within that kind, there is variety. For example, look at rabbits and kangaroos. They're part of the same kind. Little hoppy things. Of course, kangaroos can probably kill you, and rabbits are super cute, but nevertheless, rabbits and kangaroos are in the same kind. They've diversified. The ones in Australia got huge, or maybe they were huge to begin with, and the ones in the rest of the world got cute and fluffy. But either way, they're part of the same kind. Wolves and dogs, obviously, that's a kind. Cats and lions. I saw a video the other day on Instagram. It was one of these, cute reels, but it's like cats will be cats. And you see a video of like a normal cat doing cat-like things, like, reacting, getting scared and jumping in the air, or doing, just doing goofy things. Then you see videos of like lions and tigers and panthers doing the same exact thing in the zoo. And it was supposed to be like, a funny little thing, but the reality is it's true. The reason it's true is because they're all one kind. The size is different, but cats are they're a cat kind, and with a lot of variety. A lion, a tiger, a kitty cat, a panther, they're all part of the cat kind. There's no species or genus and family. This is artificial division, because they need those artificial divisions to justify evolution. Well, this is a different species that went into that. It's really just a kind, folks. There's the same thing with bears, koalas, grizzly bears, pandas. It's all the bear kind. You have kinds that were taken onto the boat, onto Noah's Ark, and those kinds eventually repopulated the earth and proliferated and created the variety that we see today. Of course, we also have artificial breeding like through what I mentioned with dogs. But the point is that things get worse over time. They adapt, they change, they look different, but that doesn't mean they're getting better. They're getting adapted to their environment, but that doesn't mean they're getting better. Things are getting weaker over time. Look at the giant creatures that existed in the beginning. Some of them even, like I said, in the 1800s, they found the thunderbirds. Huge, monstrous creatures. When God is talking to Job about Behemoth, behold, Behemoth, and his feet are like cedars, and he drinks a whole river. And so the way he's describing it to me just seems like, I think it's very plausible that he's talking about some sort of brontosaurus, or just one of these huge herbivoric, monstrous creatures. And imagine when you look at it, you're like, whoa, like the glory of God just radiates from these things, that God created such a creature. All those things were in the beginning. Trees were much bigger. Everything was much healthier. Probably the air was more oxygenated. There's actually good evidence for that. And the flood changed that. So things got smaller as well. So things are getting worse, folks. Just because they're adapting, yeah, that's the genius of God, because genetics is a very profound piece of engineering. Things adapt and they get smarter at dealing with their situations, but that doesn't mean you're immune from the Genesis curse. It just means that you look different and you're dealing with it as best you can, but nevertheless, you're dying, you're getting worse. There's also the existence of specific features in evolution that evolution can explain. For example, the bombardier beetle. If you know what that is, it's a little bug that can basically produce explosives with its behind. It has 2 chambers of volatile chemicals, and they mix, it sprays it with its behind, and they mix in the air, and they create like a caustic explosive type of, just fascinating that this kind of stuff just doesn't exist. Or I should say, it doesn't come into existence through evolution. The human eye, the wing, or the ear, all of these sensitive, highly sensitive things and biological mechanisms cannot evolve. It either works or it doesn't. The eye either works or it doesn't. Either you see and you can run away from the predator, or you're blind and you're going to get eaten. There's no such thing as, well, I have 1/10 of an eye and I can see a little bit better than everybody else. Well, no, you're still blind. Do you get it? Same thing with a wing. There's no such thing as, I have 1/10 of a wing and I'm almost flying. Now I have 15% of a wing and I'm getting a little better. No, if you can't fly, you get eaten. You either have a wing or not. The book of Genesis says that God created the birds of the air the same day as, the fish of the sea. So they didn't evolve from one another. The birds of the air came into being. They had their wings already from the beginning, because you need a wing or you don't fly. You're not a bird. So this is the point, that these features that we see, and there's so many of them, are impossible to explain with the evolutionary model, because they're on or off switches. Either they work or they don't. And of course, evolution has no way to explain that. But evolution paved the way for the Big Bang Theory, which was made by a Jesuit in the 1900s. And evolution is needed for heliocentrism because heliocentrism is an inversion of God's cosmology, of the true cosmology of the Bible. It removes God from creation and therefore can insert man as the God of themselves. Evolution, of course, is also needed for things that came later, like climate change, transhumanism, all the things that we're seeing today. And it all started in the false prophet, the United States, where all the signs and wonders of the final days are coming into existence. Now, some key experiments and figures that you need to be aware of in the 1800s were done because they were destroying the Copernican model of the universe, the heliocentric cosmology. Today, these experiments have been propagandized and they're misinterpreted. There's a lot of propaganda. We'll visit some of them. And of course, this led the need to prop up people like Einstein with special relativity, which we will talk in depth about and refute it. But basically, it was there to confuse everybody. And eventually, George Lemaitre, who basically was the one who created the Big Bang, solidified it through his Big Bang cosmology. Once all the relativism was established by Einstein, then the Big Bang theory came in and basically made the rest, as we say, was history. Of course, they're starting to question the Big Bang a little bit, but they're still operating by Jesuit cosmology. Now, we're going to watch some of the videos that have been done on these experiments with visualizations so you understand them very clearly. You don't have to be a science nerd to understand this. We'll make it sense. We'll make it make sense. But these are some very interesting videos, and we're also going to read the mainstream narrative about them on some of these to show you how they're misinterpreted on purpose, and the narrative is given to you about what happened, when in truth they're hiding actually what happened so that nobody realizes the truth. So the first one is Airy's failure in 1871, and also Francois Arago. Airy's failure, the experiment called Airy's failure, was a test conducted by Astronomical Royal Sir George Biddell Airy in 1871, in which Airy failed to detect the motion of the Earth. The experiment showed that the stars moved. This is from, by the way, wiki.theflatearthsociety.org. Although the Flat Earth Society, I don't know if this is the actual Flat Earth Society that's supposed to be the controlled opposition, but nevertheless, they have the wiki that they have, whoever these people are, is very useful for research on this topic. Anyway, moving on. By first filling a telescope with water to slow down the speed of light inside, then calculating the tilt necessary to get the starlight directly down the tube. Airy unintentionally demonstrated that the Earth was fixed horizontally since the starlight came in at the correct angle without needing to change the tilt of the telescope. We'll see a video demonstration of this in just a second. This is some more commentary on it. Many think it proven long ago that the world orbits the sun. However, the results of the two simple experiments, both performed in the 19th century, showed that it is the stars which move and not the world. This is the Michelson-Morley experiment, which we'll talk about as well. An experiment with a water-filled telescope was performed by the then Astronomer Royal George Airy, after whom the Airy disk of differentiation theory is named, in 1871, which can be considered to be a variation of the earlier investigation by Francois Arago, performed with a moving slab of glass in 1810. So as early as the beginning of the 1800s, people were starting to realize that the Earth isn't moving, and we have experimental proof of it. Arago showed that either the light itself or the luminiferous ether is dragged along by a moving piece of glass. Fresnel explained the effect by assuming it was the light-carrying medium. This is called the Fresnel drag. George Stokes explained it via compression of the ether. But the important point is that whether we can tell which one is doing the moving, the light source or the transparent material. When Arago investigated this effect with starlight, he concluded that the world, with respect to which the glass plate was stationary in this instance, was at rest, and that it was the stars that were moving. The experiment, subsequently performed by Airy, was first proposed by Ruggiero Boscovich for testing James Bradley's heliocentric aberration idea of 1728. Aberration is like distortion. You'll see it'll all make sense in just a second. This, in turn, was thought up to explain the elliptical motion of the star Gamma Draconis, as observed by James Bradley and the Samuel Molyneux over a fairly long period of commencing in 1725. What was the result of Airy's experiment? Exactly the opposite outcome to that predicted in the rotating world scenario. Note that the experiment is usually referred to as Airy's failure for this reason. We'll come back to this. Just like Arago before him, George Airy proved that the world was stationary and that the stars are the ones that are moving. It doesn't matter whether there exists a luminiferous ether or not, because the dragging of starlight, as demonstrated initially by Arago, is real, irrespective of how we try to explain it. Both Arago and Airy showed that it is the stars and not the world which move, although Airy did not actually go so far as admitting this, because you'll find out later that he was under a lot of pressure to frame his discoveries in a certain way. He didn't intend to discover what he discovered, and when he did, they got on him really quick. In addition, we can say that Michelson Morley, Troughton Noble, and many others have consistently demonstrated no motion of the world around the sun. Francis Arago. In 1810, physicist François Arago performed an experiment designed to collect the light of stars near the ecliptic at different times of the year, as the Earth would be moving at different velocities either towards or away from the stars in its orbit around the sun. On page 9 of The Optics of and Electrodynamics of Moving Bodies from the Max Planck Institute for the History of Science, we read about Arago's experiment. Quote, "The problem of refraction in moving bodies became an issue in the wave theory of light because of an experiment performed in 1810 by François Arago. In the context of the particle theory," you'll be seeing quite a bit of this in the future, wave versus particle. He wanted to determine whether light particles entering a prism would be refracted differently depending on their velocity with respect to the prism. To this end, he considered the refraction of light from the same star over the course of a year. Changes in the velocity of the Earth with respect to the star would presumably produce changes in the relative velocity of the Earth and the light particles emitted by the star. Arago observed no such effect on the refraction of the star's light, which means that the Earth wasn't moving as they hypothesized. So when you have a hypothesis and you do an experiment and the empirical evidence proves your hypothesis wrong, doesn't mean that you've necessarily proved absolute proof, but it's evidence that your model might not be correct. And when you have multiple experiments with multiple empirical evidences that agree and have consensus, then your model is not the truth. But of course, we're living in the world of lies, and this is what it is. Now, let's look at, this is a guy named Malcolm Bowden on YouTube. I'm surprised he doesn't have more views, but he's an older gentleman in, I think, England, and he's a geocentrist, which is interesting. He believes, like the Ptolemy, basically, the Ptolemaic cosmology, where the Earth is the center, but the Earth is a ball still. So I don't understand why he believes the Earth is a ball, because curvature is nonsense. But nevertheless, he has some very interesting videos on these old experiments, and he explains them pretty well. So we're going to watch them and get a little better idea of what's going on. This is now Airy's failure. Okay, let's see.
If a telescope is pointing at a star and both are stationary, then obviously the light comes straight into the telescope.
Let's see if we go just a little teeny bit faster. Play speed, how about 1.5? Because he's a teeny bit slow.
In 1729, Bradley found that he had to tip his telescope forward very slightly to get a star in the center of his telescope. It was assumed that this was due to the motion of the Earth around the Sun. Let us assume that the telescope was moving at 5 miles an hour and had to be tipped 5 degrees. This 5-degree tipping, however, could equally be caused by the ether moving at 5 miles an hour, carrying the stars around the Earth. As we see here, the light would be coming in at the same angle, and the telescope would still have to be tipped 5 degrees. So tipping the telescope does not tell us whether it is the starlight moving or the telescope moving. However,
do you see the problem? So the problem is, if you just tip a telescope, you don't know, if that's all the data point that you have, you don't know, is it the heavens that are moving or is it the Earth that is moving? That's the problem that's being solved.
There is a simple experiment that can determine whether it was the Earth that was moving or the ether and starlight. All that you have to do was record the tipping required for any particular star, then fill the telescope with water, which greatly slows down the speed of light in the telescope. So here is the moving telescope filled with water, tipped at 5 degrees, and you can see that the starlight does not now reach the eyepiece at the bottom. This is because the starlight moves much more slowly when passing through water. However, if the telescope is tipped further, say 10 degrees, then the starlight will then be visible again in the eyepiece. It has to be tipped further because the light is now slower when in the telescope.
That's the stellar aberration. So if it's not tipped, but it has a bunch of water in it, the light gets aberrated and it gets distorted. But if it is tipped more with water, then the light reaches the end of the telescope for that star and you can see it again.
But if the starlight is going past the telescope at 5 miles an hour, then when it is filled with water, no further tipping is needed because the light is coming in at 5 degrees anyway. The starlight stays on the same path, but is only travelling slower in the water. To recap, if it is the telescope that is moving, then when it is filled with water, it has to be tipped further to see the star. If the telescope is stationary and the starlight drifting past us, then it does not have to be tipped further.
Because the heavens are the ones that are moving and the light is coming in at an angle. Do you get it? Versus if the Earth is the one that's moving and the light is just coming straight, then yeah, it has to be tipped more in order for there to not be aberration.
1871, George Biddle Airy, the Astronomer Royal, performed this experiment. This is a copy from his original report. You can see that the two readings are virtually identical. If it had been the telescope that was moving, Airy expected a figure of 30 seconds of arc. In fact, he only managed to read 0.8 seconds of arc difference. Bradley first discovered stellar aberration, and it is interesting that in his report, Airy mentions that it was now about 100 seconds of arc, and that it was still slowly diminishing. This indicates that the speed of light was still decreasing in measurable amounts when Airy performed his experiment in 1871. The result of Airy's experiment, known as Airy's failure, was that the telescope does not have to be tipped further. This proved that it was the incoming light that was moving past a stationary telescope fixed to the stationary Earth. What is interesting in his very brief report of only 4 pages is that not once did he refer to the astonishing results that the experiment proved, that the Earth was stationary.
Interesting, isn't it, that he didn't refer to that conclusion? Tells you everything.
This experiment was also dismissed by Wikipedia, which said, "Ether drag test," under the main article, Luminiferous Ether. By means of a water-filled telescope, Airy, in 1871, looked for a change in stellar aberration through the refracting water due to an ether drag. Like in all other ether drift experiments, he obtained a negative result. This is a gross distortion of the truth. That he did not have to change the angle proved that it was the ether drifting past the stationary surface of the Earth.
Yeah, this experiment is never taught in university. It's true. Nobody hardly ever knows about these experiments. If we go to Wikipedia, let's see what they say about Airy's failure. Oh, where are you? Where are you, Airy's failure? Somewhere in here. Here we go. Ether drag test. Yeah, this is what what Malcolm Bowden read. Like all other negative result, George Biddle Airy did not set out to discover either a stationary or moving ether. Nor did he set out to prove that the Earth itself was either stationary or moving. A simple reading of his paper confirms those facts. Yeah, he didn't set out to prove anything. He discovered it by accident. But then, he was told how to articulate his findings. Airy's experiment was motivated exclusively by what he describes as a discussion in continental publications, to which he refers in the opening paragraph of his paper concerning light undergoing a relative increase in the refraction upon traversing a refracting medium. That is a translational velocity. Blah, blah, blah. Scientific gobbledygook language that basically hides what the meaningful conclusion of this is. A very simple experiment. The fact that you can just fill a telescope with water, which will affect how the light is viewed. If the heavens are moving, then the light, you don't need to tip the telescope. If the telescope is moving because the Earth is rotating like this, then you need to tip the telescope because the light is stationary, right? It's just like curvature with Eratosthenes. We talked about how you either have a flat surface, right, and with a local light source, or you have a curved surface with a giant light source in the heavens. Of course, that doesn't make sense when you actually hold it up to scrutiny, but math is math. Math just shows you relationships. So without having empirical data, you can mathematize anything. You can turn a table into a ball with math and nobody is the wiser. And we have experimental proof of that in that episode. I believe it's episode number 4. So this is the same thing. They're hiding and obfuscating the truth. And of course, they'll never admit that this was empirical proof that the globe is not a globe. It's a flat, motionless plane. However that plane looks in its entirety, who knows? We'll talk about that in a future episode. But the point is that this is empirical proof. And it was actually began in 1810 with François Arago. So conclusion, they call it Airy's failure to discredit this experiment and shape the narrative that, he failed to detect stellar aberration. Well, there's no context for what that means, that he failed to detect stellar aberration. He did fail to detect stellar aberration. But what does that mean? It means that the reason he failed to detect it, distortion, right? Aberration, distortion, when filling the telescope with water versus not having the telescope filled with water is because the Earth isn't moving. That's why he failed to detect stellar aberration. But you see how they spin it and say, it's a failure, and it makes you think, he failed at something. Yeah, he failed at proving that the Earth is the one that's moving. Of course, again, he wasn't trying to do that, but the empirical results show you that the Earth is not the one moving. Otherwise, there would be distortion, and you'd have to tip the telescope so the light could fit in all the way to the bottom, because the Earth is the one that's moving. It's the heavens that are moving, so the telescope did not need to be tilted. The modern narratives hide this critical point. They also say things like, Airy failed to detect the ether. What do you mean, failed to detect the ether? No, Airy failed to detect the motion of the Earth. They work with assumptive language all the time, meaning they assume something and they make you assume it. And if you don't question, if you don't say, hey, wait a minute, go back to that for a second. Can you say that again? If you aren't sharp like that, then you'll be very easily deceived. It doesn't matter what Airy's intentions were. It's true that he accidentally discovered this and he proved that the Earth isn't moving by accident, but this was a huge problem. This was a very big problem because the Earth has to move in the heliocentric model. Otherwise, you don't have explanation for the sunrise and everything else. So the Earth being proved that it wasn't moving or rotating at all, and the ether is the one that's carrying the light, whatever the ether is, whether it's just the atmosphere or there's some sort of medium besides the atmosphere. Either way, this is a problem. And it also proves that the photon, which we'll come back to, is a wave, not a particle. But of course, when they got rid of the ether with Einstein, they had to turn the photon into a particle and create all sorts of fancy gaslighting math through the wave-particle duality. And all of this stuff we'll talk about and break down, I promise you. Again, don't feel intimidated. If it sounds like it's over your head, we're going to make it as simple as possible. The point is that you realize the gaslighting and the lying that has infiltrated science for hundreds of years. They use relativity and all these techniques that I just described with gaslighting and assumptive language and twisting the truth and mispresenting things and taking these out of context. They use that to this day. And they interpret not only this experiment, but Michelson-Morley, Sagnac's experiment, Troughton, I forget we'll look at it. Was it Troughton? Yeah, Troughton-Noble, Raleigh-Brace. All these experiments we're going to be looking at today is the same thing. They're experiments that have empirical data, and they're twisted immediately by the propaganda machine because you can't have people seeing the truth. It should be called Airy's success because he was successful in proving a stationary Earth. And again, he wasn't out to prove a stationary Earth, but he was successful. He failed at detecting stellar aberration because the Earth isn't moving. That's the parentheses that is missing from Wikipedia, which will never be in Wikipedia because they're controlled. Now, let's look at Michelson-Morley. Very important experiment. Also around this time. Let's see here. Do I have anything? Yeah, I do have something here. Michelson-Morley, this is again from the Flat Earth Society wiki. The Michelson-Morley experiment was an experiment designed to test the velocity of light that was first performed in 1887 by Albert A. Michelson and Edward W. Morley. Unfortunately, a number of writers on this topic tend to gloss over or sometimes mischaracterize what this experiment demonstrated, its significance, and how it was a turning point in science which necessitated the adoption of a radically different and alternative model of space. This was huge in the history of science, but nobody knows about it. At the time, it was held that in order for light to travel through space, it was necessary that there was a medium filling the void through which it could propagate, much like how sound waves travel through the air or ripples through water. This background medium of space was colloquially known as the ether. Tesla believed in the ether. The goal of the Michelson-Morley experiment was to compare the speed of light in perpendicular horizontal directions at various times of the day, in an attempt to detect the relative motion of matter through the stationary luminiferous ether, by using the Earth's motion around the sun to create interference bands of light for the study. You'll see what this looks like. It's actually a very clever experiment. Morley wrote to his father that the purpose of the experiment was to, quote, see if light travels with the same velocity in all directions. Right, because if the Earth is moving in a particular direction around the sun, and you shoot a light beam in that direction, it's not going to move at the same distance because you're moving against the movement, as opposed to a neutral beam, which is north and south. So if the Earth is moving, you should have different results in your light beams. And of course, they found no difference, which proves that the Earth isn't moving. Just like the Bible tells you. The shocking result of this experiment is that the light did travel with the same velocity in the various horizontal directions tested. The Earth did not measurably move around the sun at all, in contradiction to all expectations and accepted astronomical model. Michelson and Morley found that a light beam discharged horizontally in the direction of the Earth's assumed motion showed virtually no difference in speed from a light beam discharged north or south to north. In other words, the experiment failed to detect the Earth moving in or against space, of whatever space was understood to consist. After the now, know the truth now, and remember how they're going to spin it, because we'll see how they spin it and say, oh, it was actually they failed to prove the ether or something like that. It's just crazy how sneaky they are, but of course it's not a surprise. After the famous Michelson-Morley experiment of 1887, one of Albert Einstein's biographers, Ronald Clark, describes what came next. Quote, the problem which now faced science was considerable, for there seemed to be only three alternatives. The first was that the Earth was standing still, which meant scuttling the whole Copernican theory and was unthinkable. Michelson and Morley and later scientists repeated the experiment many times, and in many different horizontal axial positions and configurations at different times of the day, all with a null result. The Earth was seen to be motionless. The experiment has been referred to as the moving off point for the theoretical aspects of the second scientific revolution. Now, what was the first scientific revolution? Do you remember? It was a return to the mystery schools. So what was the second scientific revolution? And directly influenced the creation of Albert Einstein's theory of special relativity. That's right. This experiment, which you're about to learn, hopefully you commit it to memory, not that you understand everything about it, but just understand what is dark to light. Of course, this was something that was discovered, and the enemy immediately used it to flip the narrative and create a new thing, which is really just the old thing, which is relativism. The theory of special relativity subsequently found favor among scientific circles because the second postulate of special relativity provided an illusion where the velocity of light is constant to all observers regardless of motion. We'll get back to this when we debunk special relativity, and seemingly explain the motionless Earth result of the Michelson-Morley experiment. Yeah, that's how they answered it, by creating relativism and saying, well, you don't really know what's moving. You can't tell that you're moving, but you're actually moving. It's nonsense. This fundamental change to the nature of space and time allowed the theory of the Earth's motion around the sun to survive a direct contradicting experimental evidence and encouraged, perhaps forced, its adoption as the accepted model of space for heliocentrism. Exactly. Hiding behind relativism made heliocentrism unfalsifiable. If you know what that means, it means basically that it can't be falsified. You can argue that the Earth is moving or the Earth is standing still and the heavens are moving. It's all relative. So if you don't have an objective frame of reference, you can't falsify that the Earth is moving. Of course, we have empirical evidence that the Earth isn't moving. But if you are going to make a relativistic argument, which can be debunked. Don't worry, we'll debunk it so that you don't get gaslighted by relativity and people arguing relativity. You will see that this is how heliocentrism hides. It hides behind relativity. And Einstein was the chief proponent. Of course, he wasn't the one who really put it together because he was kind of copying other people like Henry Poincaré. But nevertheless, this is how things have rolled out. G.J. Whitrow, a British mathematician, cosmologist, and science historian, characterized the Michelson-Morley experiment from a historical perspective. Quote, if such an experiment could have been performed in the 16th or 17th centuries when men were debating the rival merits of the Copernican and Ptolemaic systems, the result would have surely been interpreted as conclusive evidence for the immobility of the Earth, and therefore as a triumphant vindication of the Ptolemaic system and irrefutable falsification of the Copernican hypothesis. But it happened a little bit later, and it was perfectly used by the enemy to create more deception and lies. Now, did I have anything on here? No, I did not. We're going to look at a video now from Malcolm Bowden. I think we're going to look all the way to about, 6 minutes? Let's see. Michelson-Morley, BitChute. Let's look at BitChute first. This is from 30 seconds to about 1:21. Let's see. There we go. I wonder why the sound isn't on. It should be. That's a graphic of the Michelson-Morley experiment. Let's see.
Yeah. I just look at the devil's in the details, and there were valid details in fueling jets. So that's good. All right. So the spin of the Earth, I find the most ridiculous. And this guy who believes in a globe Earth at the center of the universe that doesn't spin.
This is Malcolm Bowden, which we'll watch a video explanation of, but he's commenting on it.
I find that a much more valid opinion than, I don't think it's a ball because of the 8 inches per mile squared, how a lighthouse works. There's a lot of reasons I don't think so, but the spin to me is the most retarded. So I just want to show you the history of why they how they got the science to make people believe it's spinning, like the entire theory of relativity with Einstein. And that's why they iconicize Einstein so much, is because he's hiding a very, very ridiculous lie. Okay, so check this out. Let me find the gravy. 1 second. Here we go.
Well, if the Earth is moving around the sun, and we shoot that light beam in the direction that the Earth is moving, okay, and then we shoot another light beam perpendicular to that, well, the one that's in the direction of the Earth's movement should be impeded in some way if it's moving through space, whereas this one is going perpendicular would not be impeded.
Why not?
Because it's not going through space. It's just going north and south. Okay. And what they found, they expected to have a 30-kilometer difference between these two light beams. There was no difference. So the natural interpretation, and even Einstein admits this, Mach admits this, Bohr admits this, the natural interpretation is that the Earth isn't moving. So how do we get out of that? Well, you invent special relativity. And now you say, well, the reason that light beam wasn't affected when it went toward the motion of the Earth is because the apparatus shortened. Huh? Yeah. Michelson's apparatus shortened as it was going with the Earth in its orbit around the sun.
Wait, you're telling me that the contraction of mass was invented to explain away the results of the Michelson-Morley experiment?
But they put it into a mathematical formula called the Lorentz transform, and it's probably the most famous equation used in physics today.
Does anyone expressly admit that, hey, we had to come up with this contraction effect because otherwise we're stuck with a motionless?
Yes, the very guy who invented it.
Tell me what.
Heinrich Lorentz. Heinrich Lorentz says, I don't have any other explanation to this experiment of Michelson-Morley unless I contract the apparatus. Otherwise, we're going to have to believe the Earth is standing still in space.
And there you go. And the rest, as they say, it is history. This is how relativism gaslights you into a delusion that there's no objective frame of reference. The objective frame of reference is that the Earth isn't moving. And if that's the case, then the natural interpretation when you see the results of this experiment, the Earth is not moving. But in order to hide that, actually the apparatus is contracting because of special relativity. And so that's why there was no change in, or no difference observed in the light beams, which is absolute nonsense. Because first off, the contraction, the hypothesized effect that they're putting forward through the Lorentz transformations has never been measured. It's all bogus. It's all just theory. But it's not even a theory because it's not based on anything that we observe. It's not based on empirical evidence. It's just conjectures, philosophy, really. And you're going to learn as we go into the 1900s that physicists like Niels Bohr, Albert Einstein, Henry Poincaré, all these people were relativists. They're secret society members. They're occultists. They're philosophers. They're not doing actual science, just like all these other scientists in history who were neck deep in the occult and philosophy and had an agenda behind what they discovered. Of course, they discovered some good things and God uses their efforts for the good, but nevertheless, they were motivated and directed by delusion. So this is the problem, is that this experiment, the Michelson-Morley experiment, proved that the Earth is not moving. And of course, as a result, they had to invent special relativity. They had to invent all these conjectures. Well, actually, the apparatus is, not moving. And what they tell you today about it, how they cleverly hide this, just like with Airy's failures, they say, well, the reason that the light didn't. So again, if here's the Earth, pretend my fist is the Earth, right? And it's moving this way, okay? And you shoot a light beam with the movement of, or I should say, it's moving this way, and you shoot a light beam against the movement of the Earth. Well, it's going to be impeded by something. It's going to be impeded by the movement, and the velocity of the Earth is moving is going to affect the velocity of the light beam. Whereas the light beam going up and down is not going to be impeded in any way. So you should expect, if the Earth was moving around the sun, you should expect to see a difference between these two light beams, because one is being impeded by the movement of the Earth because it's being shot parallel to that movement. And the other one is perpendicular. It's not being impeded. It's just going out north. So there is no difference. How do you explain that? Well, what they tell you today is, well, they failed to detect the ether. They failed to detect the ether that because the light beams weren't impeded, because they were trying to detect the ether, and because the light wasn't impeded, that means there was no ether that the light was going through, and relativity is right. We have just photons bouncing around through space. Do you see how clever they are? You really have to be paying attention and be as wise as a serpent. No, the reason the light beams were the same, there was no impediment, was because the Earth isn't moving, not because there's no ether. This is such a clever argument that they do. And of course, like everything else, they just hide it under nonsense and lies. Now, let's see. This is the Michelson-Gale experiment, which was a repetition of the Michelson-Morley experiment, I believe. So let's see if we can listen to this. Playback speed, how about 1.5? And let's see.
In 1925, Michelson and Gale set up an experiment to see if they could detect the rotation of the Earth on its regular 1 revolution per day. They set up a very large rectangle of 12-inch diameter tubes in a field with a light source and mirrors at the corners. The light travelled in opposite directions around the rectangle, and when recombined gave fringe movements, which were only 2.6% different from what they expected would be the result of 1 revolution per day. The very much shorter calibration tube circuit was too small to register any speed difference between the north and south arms. These fringes were used as a basis for the fringe changes when the light went round the full circuit. How did it work? In this diagram...
Now remember, he believes in a ball Earth at the center of the universe, so this part isn't true, but this is the theoretical idea that they're trying to understand, and why Michelson-Morley proves that the Earth isn't moving whatsoever.
I have exaggerated the size of the rectangle of the Michelson-Gale tubes to make it clear how it worked. The equator travels approximately 25,000 miles in 1 day's rotation. You can see that this speed decreases as the latitude increases. At 15 degrees of latitude, the circumference of that latitude is slightly smaller, so it only travels 24,150 miles in each day. The distance travelled per day reduces as the latitude increases, until it is 0 at the North Pole. Imagine their tube...
So really quick, on the ball model, what they say is that the equator moves at a certain rate, and the rotation as you go north or south of that changes, which in and of itself is nonsense. But this is the idea. And so he's enlarging this experiment to give you an idea of how it works, in that the south south tube and the north tube have different rates of rotation. If this experiment were like this big on the Earth and the Earth was a ball, then you would have different rotations expected for these various east-west routes. So that's what he's basically pointing out here.
South arm being at the equator and the north arm on the 30 degrees latitude. The light going round the tubes in both directions would experience a higher velocity of the ether going through the south tube at the equator than when travelling through the northern tube at the 30-degree latitude. When they were recombined, they would produce a different fringe interference pattern when compared with the very much shorter path using the calibration circuit. Although their rectangle was far smaller than this, it was sufficient.
Here's the picture, by the way. See, they have these giant tubes. I forget how many, I don't know how long they were, but they were fairly
large to detect the difference with surprising accuracy. From 269 observations, they obtained an average change of 0.230 fringe. This was only 2.6% different to the calculated change expected of 0.236 fringe. Thus, within experimental accuracy, the ether was passing across the face of the Earth at the predicted 1 revolution per day. In their report, there is no mention of any conclusions they draw. They simply state the result. Here, surely we can conclude that there is an ether, and either 1. The Earth is rotating 1 revolution per day, or 2. The ether is rotating around us 1 revolution per day. That it was item 2 that was correct had already been demonstrated by Airy in 1871. As we have shown in a separate YouTube video given here below, his results showed that it was the ether rotating around the stationary Earth. This was a disastrous result for the establishment scientists, who could not possibly allow any evidence that the Earth was in a special position in the universe to have any scientific support whatsoever. So Airy had to completely fudge his report to say his results merely refuted a proposal by Professor Klingerfues. So here we now have the MG experiment proving that there was an ether and that it was moving across the surface of the Earth 1 rotation per day. How does...
So between Airy's failure, right, which proved that it's not the Earth is moving, but the heavens are moving, and the medium which carries the light is moving, and the Michelson experiments with Morley and Gale and so on, you put the two together and you realize that the Earth is not moving and there is an ether, a medium, just like water propagates information. The air is a medium, is some sort of ether, energy medium that propagates light. So between those two experiments, it was a death blow to the globe. But
present-day establishment scientists deal with the awkward results of the Michelson-Gale experiment. They adopt their usual tactics of lying and obfuscation. I use the phrase relativity gobbledygook. The first thing they do is that whatever the obvious interpretation of the results might be, they immediately boldly claim that they confirm relativity theory. They then proceed to muddy the waters by speaking about inertial frames of reference and entering into complex explanations of how the experiment fully confirms relativity. As an example, I give here the entry in Wikipedia for this experiment, and their confusion is obvious. It is a classic example of pure obfuscation and trying to bypass the most obvious conclusion of the results. Just listen to the weasel words they have to use. It should be noted that Michelson remained a believer in the existence of the ether to the end of his life. A quote from Wikipedia on the Michelson-Gale experiment. As it was already pointed out by Michelson in 1904, a positive result in such experiments contradicts the hypothesis of complete ether drag. On the other hand, the stationary ether concept is in agreement with this result, yet it contradicts, with the exception of Lorentz's ether, the Michelson-Morley experiment. Thus, special relativity is the only theory which explains both experiments. Emphasis MB. Does it really? Here is the bold claim. They do not bother to provide any explanation or evidence whatsoever. The experiment is consistent with relativity for the same reason as all other Sagnac-type experiments. See Sagnac effect.
We'll watch the Sagnac video too. That's an important one.
That is, rotation is absolute in special relativity because there is no inertial frame of reference in which the whole device is at rest during the complete process of rotation. Emphasis MB. This is pure relativity gobbledygook, used to wriggle out of clear evidence. Thus, the light paths of the two rays are different in all of those frames. Consequently, a positive result must occur. It is also possible to define rotating frames in special relativity by the Born coordinates. Yet in those frames, the speed of light is not constant in extended areas anymore. Thus, also, in this view, a positive result must occur. Today, Sagnac-type effects due to Earth's rotation are routinely incorporated into GPS.
Yeah, right. GPS wouldn't function with relativity. So this is what they do, folks. This is what they do. They hide behind relativistic language. They invert the truth. The tactic of the enemy has been the same from the very beginning. It's just lying and weasel words, as Malcolm says it, which is really funny. There's one more video. Oh yeah, ether. This is about the ether. Was this? Yeah. This is like a new agey kind of thing, but look, there's truth in everything, which is very interesting.
And suggest that Max Planck's matrix.
Let's make him not be a chipmunk. How about 1.25?
This matrix is the conduit. Now, the idea that everything is connected is a very old idea. Even in science, in the late 1800s, there was a belief that there was an invisible web of energy that connects everything in the 1800s. And scientists were in a very heated debate, very controversial, as to whether or not this field exists. There was a very famous experiment that was conducted to determine if the field called the ether field actually existed. In the year 1887, the very famous Michelson-Morley experiment was designed to tell once and for all, is the field here or no? Yes or no? The field exists? It does not exist. In my opinion, it was a good experiment. However, it was poorly interpreted. For over 100 years, our science has been based in a belief that is incorrect. It's incorrect. Now, this is very interesting. 100 years later, 1986, the United States Air Force repeated that experiment. 1986, the United States Air Force replicated the Michelson-Morley experiment. They published the results in the very prestigious journal Nature, the scientific journal Nature. What they found was this. They repeated the experiment with good equipment, much better equipment. The bottom line is that the field exists. They found that the field is actually there. This is reported in August 1986, the journal Nature, volume 322. They said, the field is there. And not only is the field there, it measured precisely the way that Michelson and Morley had predicted 100 years earlier. They just didn't have the equipment to work this out. Now, why don't we know about this? This should have made the cover of every major magazine and newspaper. This should have been on CNN headline news or Sky News. But this changes everything for the scientists, because the textbooks all say the field is not there. Entire careers are based on the field not being there. And now the field is there.
So the military repeated these experiments. Of course, the snake knows the truth, folks. The snake knows the truth, and they will use the truth to their own advantage as much as they can to try to be like God and try to, do all sorts of nefarious things and hide the truth from you. But the point is that this experiment, the Michelson-Morley and the successive repetitions, Michelson-Gale and so on, was a death blow. It was a death blow to the globe, to the Copernican model, and the enemy panicked quickly. The enemy panicked quickly and responded very quickly with relativism. Henry Poincaré, I think, was in the 1880s, if I'm wrong, maybe 1890s, and then pretty soon, like 20 years after that, you had Einstein come up and started to do his thing. So it was very quickly stuffed under the rug, so to speak, with relativity and relativism. There were multiple experiments done, including the modern one that was cited by the U.S. Navy, I believe. And they all proved the same thing. The Earth isn't moving. Relativity was invented to discredit an absolute frame of rest, which we will talk about in great detail when we have our section on relativity being debunked. But you have to understand that the Earth not moving is an absolute frame of rest. It is a reflection of who God is. God is the rock in Scripture, and everything is made to reveal his nature and character. God does not change. God is the absolute frame of rest, right? You come to me all who are weary and heavy laden, I will give you rest. And also, he's the moral author. He's the creator. He's the unchanging one. He's the self-existent one, the one that's always been and the one that's always will be. So the Earth is a physical reminder of that. You're on top of the earth. You're standing on the rock. You build your house on the rock. The earth is not moving. It's durable. It's strong. These are reflections of the Creator. And so because the earth is an absolute frame of rest, you have an absolute way of being able to interpret events. Things that are moving in X, Y, and Z direction or doing such and such because you have a frame of rest that can be compared to them. Just like you have God's Word, which is the standard, the rock, to interpret all things. And so these things are all, again, to glorify God and to point to God. So relativism was invented for many Antichrist purposes, but one of them was to get rid of the absolute frame of rest and make you, the observer, the one that is basically you're like God. You are the frame. You are the objective frame. It doesn't matter if you're moving and a million other people are moving. Everybody's equally true and equally valid as a frame of rest, which is absolute nonsense. If some of this stuff is a little bit over your head, don't worry. We'll make it make sense. Again, Michelson-Morley and all of the experiments they did was just designed to see, does light change in velocity, or the measurements change over distance if it moves in the direction of the Earth's supposed spin versus into the direction of north and south, which is not spinning. And there was no change. The natural conclusion of that, even they admit it to you on TV, is that the Earth isn't moving. But that's untenable for them, of course, and so they created special relativity. Today on Wikipedia, it tells you that, they failed to detect the ether. That's why there wasn't any impediment of this ray of light, which is absolute nonsense. There's so much lying through their teeth. And if you don't know any better, you will read these things and you'll believe them. So hopefully now you're getting a little more wise like a serpent. Now there's a few more. There's in 1901 through 1903, there was the Troughton-Noble experiment. These are all kind of similar. This is in Wikipedia now. The Troughton-Noble experiment was an attempt to detect motion of the Earth through the luminiferous ether and was conducted in 1901 to 1903 by Frederick Thomas Troughton and H.R. Noble. It was based on a suggestion by George Fitzgerald that a charged parallel plate capacitor moving through the ether should orient itself perpendicular to the motion. Like the Michelson-Morley experiment, Troughton and Noble obtained a null result, meaning the Earth isn't moving. No motion relative to the ether could be detected. You see how they spin it for you? Motion relative to the ether. Motion relative to the ether. It's all a relativistic argument. So if you don't understand their schemes of relativism and how they reframe things, then it's like you get overwhelmed by these little linguistic spells. No motion relative to the ether could be detected. No motion was detected because the Earth isn't moving. It's not relative to the ether. The ether is the one that carries the light. And if the ether is the one moving, then the Earth isn't the one moving. That's what you conclude from these experiments. There's so many of them. This null result was reproduced with increasing sensitivity. So they tell you that these things were reproduced and they had the same result, meaning if you interpret them correctly, what does it tell you? It tells you that this model is wrong, and you have empirical proof of it. Such experimental results are now seen consistent with special relativity to reflect the validity of the principle of relativity in the absence of any absolute frame of rest. The experiment is a test of special relativity. Absolute garbage nonsense. Has nothing to do with relativity. Relativity is absolute nonsense, and I will prove that to you today, hopefully, without having to have a physics degree or be, super nerdy with physics. This is Rally and Brace, also around 1904, I believe. Yeah, 1902, 1904. The experiments of Rally and Brace were aimed to show whether length contraction leads to birefringence or not. They were some of the first optical experiments measuring the relative motion of the Earth in the luminiferous ether, which were sufficiently precise to detect magnitudes of second order to VC. The results were negative, which was of great importance for the development of the Lorentz transformation, and consequently the theory of relativity. See, they admit it to you, but without context, you think like, oh, okay, I guess they discovered some new thing in science and they had to label it. No, they discovered the Earth wasn't moving. And so they had to create this fancy mathematical thing, the Lorentz transformation and the theory of relativity, to explain away the result of all of these experiments that were happening, that were very, very embarrassing to the globe. Now, one more. No, we have a few more. This is Sagnac now. Also another very important experiment. The Sagnac experiment was first conducted by French physicist Georges Sagnac in 1913. The experiment is essentially the same experiment as the Michelson-Morley experiment, except that it has a horizontal rotating turntable. The results of the Sagnac experiment show that when the table is rotated around during the experiment, the velocity of the light indeed changes to where c equals plus or minus the velocity, where v is the additional or subtractive velocity of the moving broadcasting device. You'll see a diagram of this and see how it works. This contradicts the Michelson-Morley experiment that was designed to use the supposed movement of the Earth to change position and which showed no change in light velocity. From a paper on the Sagnac effect, one writer states, since its discovery at the beginning of the 20th century, the Sagnac effect has played an important role in the understanding and development of fundamental physics. The Sagnac effect is the dependence of the interference pattern of the rotating interferometer on the direction and the speed of rotation. This phenomenon is universal and manifested for any kind of waves, including the matter waves, and has found a variety of applications for the practical purposes and in the fundamental physics. In the context of the Sagnac effects, the null result of the Michelson-Morley experiment is also not clear. Applying the same logic to sun-centered rotating frame in which the Earth is fixed, one would expect different light speeds as seen from the Earth. All this will make sense in the video in just a second. Critics of the Sagnac effect generally claim that the laws of special relativity do not apply to the Sagnac experiment due to the rotational acceleration of the device. This is what Malcolm was saying earlier. We will say it again, because they're going to argue a relativistic thing, but you can't apply relativity to the Sagnac experiment because there's rotational acceleration. You'll see what that means. However, the same effect is seen in non-accelerating linear motion as well. Let's see, yada yada. I think that's all I highlighted. So now we're going to watch Malcolm talk about this. And we're going to listen to him at a little bit faster. No, not quality. Quality's fine. Playback speed, let's say 1.25. All right.
In 1913, Sagnac carried out a simple experiment of passing light in opposite directions around a table and recombining them. This produced interference fringes. He then rotated the whole table at 2 revolutions per second and found that the fringes changed. This result has very significant implications in science. It works as follows. A beam of light leaves the light source at the bottom left-hand corner and is split into 2 different beams, which we have coloured red and blue just to distinguish them. They travel round the circuit in opposite directions until they eventually reach the splitter, which also recombines them. There, they then go on to the photographic plate, where they have interference fringes. In this simplified version, we see that the beam is split into 2, the red and the blue again, and they go round the circuit and are recombined at the splitter and recombining prism so that they again produce the fringes on the photographic plate. Now let us rotate the table. Before we do so, there is the very important subject of the effect of the ether. The Michelson-Morley experiment failed to detect the 30 kilometers per second motion of the Earth through the ether. So as to overcome this problem, Einstein simply abolished the ether in his relativity theory. The very significant result of the Sagnac experiment was that it proved that the ether existed. Let us see how it did this. It is a fundamental feature of relativity that it claims that as there is no ether, light travels away from a source at the same speed relative to the source, whether the source is moving or not. Thus, whether the table is turning or not, the fringe patterns should stay the same.
Because special relativity got rid of the ether, which is the medium for light to travel through, and inverted everything. It turned something to nothing. Ether is something. It's a medium. Light behaves as a wave. Einstein turned it into empty space and made light into a particle. You understand why all these things, these are very relevant to the cosmological model of heliocentrism. But they're inversions. They're not true. And because there's empty space, there's no medium. Therefore, if something is moving like a projector and it fires off a light beam, then it should be moving at the same velocity. It should be no effect. If there's a medium and a projector moves, like in this little demonstration, then the ether will affect the movement of the light beam.
But if the ether exists, once the light has left the source, the speed of the light is controlled by the ether, independent of the speed of the table, mirrors, etc., as we see here.
Just like if you had a good example of this is like, I mean, it's not a perfect example, but let's say you had, let's say you take a bow and arrow. You take a bow and arrow. Again, it's not a perfect example, but it kind of illustrates the point. You take a bow and arrow and you shoot an arrow in the air, right? It goes pretty far, depending on how you shoot it. If you take that bow and arrow and you go into the water and you shoot it, the water, the medium, is the determiner of the velocity of that arrow, right? That makes sense. The water is very viscous. It's much thicker than the air. The arrow is not going to get very far. You'll release it and it'll probably just, float. So this is the difference. If there's empty space, then the velocity of the light should not be affected. If there's ether, then the velocity of the light should be affected if you start rotating the table, right? Because if it's stationary, if the table's stationary and you do this recombinant thing, versus if it's moving and there's a different result, then there's an ether. If there's no different result, as you will see, then there's just empty space. So let's find out.
So let us see what happens when we rotate the table. Here, the light is split, and the red and blue lights go in opposite directions. But notice that the left-hand mirror has moved around in such a direction that the distance the red light has to travel is further. Now in relativity, the same time should be taken because the splitter is also moving and the distance between them is the same. But now imagine that the ether exists and the speed of the light is controlled by the stationary ether. Imagine the ether like a thick treacle that limits how fast the light can travel, independent of the motion of the light source, the splitter, or the mirrors. The result is that the red light takes longer to reach the left-hand mirror. Similarly, the right-hand mirror is coming towards the blue light, so it reaches the mirror quicker. After they change ends, the red light again takes longer to reach the recombiner, whilst the blue light gets there quicker again. So they reach the photographic plate with a delay between them, and this changes the fringe pattern. In fact, Sagnac, using the speed of the rotation of the table, calculated how much the fringes should change, and found that they did change by just that amount. The crucial feature of this experiment is that it demonstrates that the ether does exist, which demolishes relativity. How does the scientific establishment deal with this result? By muddying the waters with scientific gobbledygook.
Gotta love that gobbledygook.
Wikipedia says, in the above discussion, the rotation mentioned is a rotation with respect to an inertial reference frame. Since this experiment does not involve a relativistic velocity, the same wording is valid both in the context of classical electrodynamics and special relativity. How on earth can it be valid in both theories? It clearly proves that the ether exists because the speed of the light is controlled by the ether, independent of the rotating table and mirrors. This Sagnac effect is used by airlines for their compass directions. As the plane turns, the change in the fringes are translated into a change in the direction of the plane that then registers on the cockpit compass. In addition, I have received comments from 2 scientists complaining that they were never taught about the Sagnac experiment. The first said, "After 35 years as a professional physicist with a thesis in relativity, I only learned of Sagnac's experiment last year." Another correspondent complained that his professors never mentioned these important experiments. Dear Mr. Bowden, thank you for your enjoyable and well-written website. I've enjoyed visiting there today. I was especially interested in your comments on geocentricity, which, as noted, are controversial. The amazing thing is that none of the experiments cited were ever discussed in my undergraduate education, nor the implications cited. All my life, I have heard the story of how Copernicus's theory came to prevail. I would have thought that major experimental evidence, already in existence, and calling the theory into question, would have at least been cited. One feels cheated as a student, of course, to keep finding 25 years later these bodies of contrarian evidence that never are mentioned in the classroom unless a student has already researched the topics and brings them up. Yet again, we have the suppression of scientific evidence that supports creation and geocentricity.
Boy, so much has been lied to with all of these various experiments, and it's sad, but most people don't know it. I have a good friend who's got a degree in like theoretical physics or something in physics, and I argue with him all the time about this, but he's so indoctrinated, unfortunately, and it is what it is. It's the bias of expertise. That's why I said it's probably better. It's better that you aren't a physics nerd, because most of the things that you've been taught about physics in terms of relativity are wrong. And hopefully you'll learn that today, and you'll be able to undo that programming, and you'll be able to help other people to wake up as well. They use very clever language and say, you see, Sagnak's experiment is contradictory to Michelson-Morley, because Michelson-Morley proved that there's no movement in the ether, and then Sagnak's experiment proved that there is movement with rotation. So the only way you can experiment was, or the only way you can explain it is with special relativity. No, it's very simple, folks. The 1800s proved that the Earth isn't moving, and it's the ether that carries the light that moves. Sagnak's experiment in 1913 confirmed that. And they tried to explain it with such confusing and gaslighting concepts like relativity, so that you don't have any idea of what's actually going on. But it's very simple. Again, bow and arrow, if you shoot it in the air versus shooting in the water, it's expected that the water is going to be a very different result, right? Because you're changing the medium by which that thing is moving through. If the ether exists as a medium, then when you apply velocity to the projector of light, you're going to have a different interference pattern, because one of them, especially in this case, it's a table, is rotating towards the projector. The other one's rotating away. And so you're going to have a different distance that the various lights, the red light in this case had to travel farther than the blue light, because the reflector is traveling towards, and this one is traveling away, like we saw in that little graph. And if there's a medium, then the medium affects how much it travels. So one is now going to be longer than the other. That makes sense. It's very simple. But of course, if you have been brainwashed by relativity and all these things, and we all have to some degree, then they get into your head. There's been many experiments after Michelson-Morley that prove that the Earth was stationary, including up until all the ones we discovered. And the way they hide these things is by saying, oh, they obtained a null result, and giving you no context. What does that mean that they obtained a null result? Yeah, they obtained a null result that the Earth wasn't moving. That's what they obtained. A null result of no spin around the axis. And of course, that means that the ether is the medium that's carrying the light, just like most people, including Tesla, believed. If the Earth was moving through a vacuum at thousands of miles per hour and tens of thousands of miles per hour and doing all these ridiculous motions, then light with the Michelson-Morley experiment should have been different if it's fired with the Earth's rotation versus perpendicular. But it wasn't. And that proves beyond a shadow of a doubt from their own mouth, as you saw in that interview, that the Earth isn't moving. And they had to panic and create some sort of conjecture to basically fool and deceive people into continuing this model and making it unfalsifiable with relativism. Now, I want to talk about Auguste Piccard, who also was a very important figure, although again, he wasn't trying to prove anything, but he is an important figure for some of the things that he did, because this was before the age of space exploration where everything was controlled by the false prophet. This is on Wikipedia. Auguste Antoine Piccard was a Swiss physicist, and if I can get this stupid little thing out, an explorer known for his record-breaking hydrogen balloon flights, with which he studied helium. I'm thinking of NASA being the largest consumer of helium, but we'll get to that later. In which he studied the Earth's upper atmosphere and became the first person to enter the stratosphere. Piccard was known for his invention of the first bathyscaphe, which he made a number of unmanned dives in 1948 to explore the ocean's depths. Picard's twin brother, John Felix Picard, is also a notable figure in the annals of science and exploration, as a number of their relatives, including Jacques Picard, Bertrand Picard, Jeanette Picard, and Don Picard. So he's an interesting fellow. On May 27, 1931, Auguste Picard and Paul Kipfer took off from Augsburg, Germany in a hydrogen balloon and reached a record altitude of about 10 miles. During this flight, they became the first human beings to enter the stratosphere and were able to gather substantial data on the upper atmosphere as well as measure cosmic rays. Now, what they won't tell you, which we'll have to go to another source for that, is that what he observed is a flat plane. And of course, he believed in heliocentrism from what I remember. He wasn't like a flat earther or anything, but he was again discovering something that nobody expected him to discover, so very quickly these things are hidden. This is from flatearthsociety.org. It's a forum, but it's an interesting post from somebody. He says, in my understandings, Picard believed in the heliocentric model. His work with the Fonds National de Recherche Scientifique was to validate theories proposed about cosmic rays from outer space and their effects on our planet. With him inventing technology used in underwater travel to account for the pressure difference, he modified his work to create a vehicle that could account for atmospheric pressure. The idea to get into the stratosphere via balloon and run experimentations that, in theory, should provide hard evidence to the existence of cosmic rays. So that was his intention. The man ascended to a record-breaking 10 miles, later breaking this record many times over in a total of 27 balloon flights and a final record of 23 miles in height, which is pretty crazy. This was before exploring the sky was strictly militarized. Very important. Many of the people seen in the footage of Picard's takeoff are volunteers, local firefighters, townspeople, and visitors who came to watch the balloon's ascension. This was not controlled to a need-to-know basis. We can take the man's observations as fact, as the integrity of the man is not compromised. Yeah, I don't think he was a secret society member. He was just one of these, explorer-type people, and again, discovered things that probably weren't meant to be discovered because, again, the space, I shouldn't say space, I don't believe in space, there's no such thing as space, but the space above, let's put it, the atmosphere above wasn't militarized during his time. So it's very interesting. He is not affiliated with any government, and so we know his work was not reviewed for national security purposes prior to publication. The man was a researcher. Holding back any observation would not have been in his interest, even if they were counterintuitive with his preconceptions. As holding back any observation, even one that is not understood, would only become a hindrance in his work and to further studies of his work. An article from the magazine Popular Science, August 1931, published by Bonnier Corporation, explored the first set of 10 miles high. Keep in mind, today's average airlines never see this height. The article reports, paraphrased, through use of oxygen tanks, they, both Auguste Picard and Charles Kipfer, were able to execute their tests. For they reported air pressure at such heights to be so low, 1/10 than sea level. They did find the cosmic rays they set out to prove does in fact appear more intense in the stratosphere compared to being on the ground. Yeah, and who knows what these things are, folks? Who knows what these things are? We don't know. We don't know what the firmament is. We don't know what the ether is. All the energies that are floating through the earth. I mean, it's a profound mystery. There's something going on, but who knows what they are. This article then goes to report that at such a height, the air appeared blue, which is also interesting, and that they were able to capture this blue air in cylinders to experiment with. The article describes this gas as intensely blue and ozone, O3, rich, and references it as radio-proof, as if radio signals bounce off of this layer. This is a later excerpt from the article. Quote, through portholes, the observer saw the Earth through a copper-colored, then bluish haze. It seemed a flat disk with an upturned edge. Then, at the 10-mile level, the sky appeared a deep, dark blue. Above are facts I have found in my own research. Below is my personal opinions based on those facts and is not intended to be taken as anything more than that. Picard's research is important because I feel it may bring light to other matters. On a globe, when you see the stars circle clockwise in the northern hemisphere and counterclockwise in the southern hemisphere, you would conclude the Earth is spinning eastward. On a flat Earth, however, when you see the very same opposite motions of the stars, you come to the conclusion that the stars are acting as one big Tesla coil, energy taking the path of the geometric torus, which we've talked about. You live in a torus, a toroidal field of some kind, to sustain and generate free energy. I am a flat earther, and I do believe that the stars are one big energy generator. I'm also a Bible literalist. I believe the Bible to be literally true. I believe on day one, God said, "Let there be light." References both this free energy system being established and the gases that make up our air being created. The atmosphere is made of oxygen, nitrogen, carbon dioxide, and argon. Now, the reason I believe that argon and free energy is the light created on day one is because argon is a noble gas, and so it conducts electricity. When electricity is put through argon gas, it creates a blue photon that is unmistakably sky blue. This is how neon lights work. Since we already know argon can create blue light when given energy, and since we know the sky has both argon and energy, like the cosmic rays, which again, we don't know how these things are coming from because they're interpreting it from the heliocentric model, but the heliocentric model is not true. So where's it coming from? It's coming from somewhere. We know why the sky is giving off blue light. Yes, the sky is giving off light. I believe when Dr. Auguste Piccard captured blue air, he found hard evidence that the sky produces light without the sun, just like the 7 days of Genesis will tell you. Yeah, the sun was created on day 4, which means there was light for a couple days. How did that light exist? There must be something independent of the sun, which is fascinating to think about. Maybe some sort of energetical system, electromagnetic system that is producing energy, which is probably what Tesla knew about and some of these other people. But anyway, the second day, let there be a firmament separating the waters from above the waters below. I believe the waters above is the deep dark blue that Piccard noted the sky to be at 10 miles high. Hennessy Liquor did an ad campaign celebrating Dr. Auguste Piccard's accomplishments. This ad depicted the ascension Piccard took. Interestingly enough, the makers of the ad decided to show the ascension ending in Piccard breaking through the firmament into waters above, just like the 7 days of Genesis would tell you. Nobody's breaking through the firmament, that's for sure. On the third day, until Jesus returns, he's going to open the firmament and come down. But on the third day, the creation of plant life. It is important to note that the sun has not yet been created, and thus the photosynthesis process does not fit with the biblical worldview. This is also a problem, unless there is something independent. This goes back to my theory that the free energy created by the Tesla coil and the argon in our air creates daylight and not the sun, just like the 7 days of Genesis would tell you. In the fourth day, God created the sun and the moon. The Bible does not reference stars in the 7 days unless you agree with my theory that the first day's light used the stars of the Tesla coil as a catalyst to create light. Finally, here is my question. Does what I am saying seem reasonable? Can we see the experiments that Auguste Piccard did to confirm the 7 days of Genesis are scientific and accurate explanations of the creation of the earth? And is it all possible that the cosmo rays theorized by Einstein that Piccard confirmed is evidence of the Tesla coil free energy that our stars create? Yeah, for sure. We've talked about this in the previous episode, I think episode number 1 in this series, where we looked at star in a jar, sonoluminescent phenomenon, where you have sound in water and it produces energy because of the cavitation. I mean, that is empirical proof that the biblical worldview is plausible, right? We know the Bible is true, but we have empirical evidence that you can create a star in a jar using water and sound. Versus the heliocentric model, which has no basis in reality, no empirical evidence that stars can ever be created the way they're saying, because there's no evidence of gravity. There's no way, nobody's ever observed a star being formed over cajillions of years. It's nonsense. It is nonsense. So you have empirical evidence, and of course, there are these things like cosmic rays. There's a lot of things that we don't understand, and they are part of this energetic system. And the occult has always tried to study the system to harness it for itself and try to be like God and so on. This is from, this is now the Apologetics by the Globers. This is the flatearth.ws on Auguste Piccard. Notice the snaky language. In 1931, Auguste Piccard went up in a balloon at an altitude of 10 miles, not far above the cruising altitude of an airliner. At the altitude, Earth's curvature is still very slight and difficult to see, especially through the small portholes in his chamber. In a Popular Science interview, Piccard was reported to have said that the Earth seemed like a flat disk with an upturned edge. The flat earthers quickly interpret his statement as if he was telling us Earth is flat. In reality, in another interview, it is clear that he is convinced the Earth is a sphere In his writings about his expeditions, the word globe was also mentioned several times. Yeah, he was a heliocentric believer, but it doesn't change the fact that what he described was a flat horizon. Now, that is not possible if the Earth is any kind of ball, because the horizon does not rise to meet your eye level. And you have proof from somebody who doesn't seem to have any associations that he just observed it before the sky was militarized. At 10 miles high, you have the horizon rising to meet your eye level, which proves to you that you're not on a ball, folks. It really does. It's such a simple proof. Picard reached the altitude of 10 miles before the PopSci interview, not that far above the altitude of a commercial passenger flight today. See, they got to diminish everything. Earth's curvature is still not easy to ascertain from that altitude. It's not too easy, or it's not too hard. You just look for yourself and you see that it's straight. We have dog cam footage from 100,000 feet up in the air that's still flat as a board. In the interview with RTS Radio, he said he did not notice Earth's curvature from the small porthole of his chamber, but was convinced that it would be possible to see the curvature if he were using a ruler. In his balloon flight, he was inside the chamber the entire time. He can only see the outside from several portholes, 8 centimeters, 3 inches in diameter. There you go. See, he just couldn't see it well. He wrote in his experiences, his book, Earth, Sky, and Sea, he never once mentioned flat Earth. On the contrary, the word globe was mentioned many times. His grandson claimed on his website that Auguste Piccard was the first man to witness the curvature of the Earth. So, of course, you have propaganda, folks. You have propaganda, and the propaganda is very, very detailed, and they try to weasel their way through all of these different scenarios and change the frame of interpretation. That's what this is all about. It's always about something happened, here's the truth, and then quick, let's get on top of it and tell you a different story. This is the story of the ages, where you have the truth and then you have the counterfeit, always coming in front between you and the truth. Auguste Piccard was the first person to go extremely high altitude, 10 miles at first and then eventually up to 23. At 50,000 feet, he did not observe the curvature of the Earth. The twisted and backwards way that they apologize this by saying, no, he believed in a globe, look at these other planets. Yeah, he was a heliocentrist, but he documented his observation that it seemed to him like a flat disk. Now, that doesn't mean the Earth is a circle. The Earth has the circle of the Earth, which is important, but it doesn't mean the Earth is a circle, which is also an important thing. But we have footage, again, from 100,000 feet in the air. You can look it up on Google, on YouTube, dog cam, 100,000 feet. Flat as a board, and as far as the eye can tell. That is not possible if the Earth is a ball. The argument that, well, you just can't see the curvature that high. You got to keep going higher. Eventually you'll see it. No. If the Earth was curved of any kind, the moment you would rise above sea level, or the horizon that you're at, the horizon would fall under your eyes. It does not rise to meet your eye level. The reason it rises to meet your eye level is because it's an infinite plane. It's flat. It doesn't curve. It's flat, so as you rise, it just keeps changing and matching your vanishing point, your eye level. If it was curved, that's not possible. It is impossible, physically impossible. And this is what you need to know. You don't, again, need to be super into physics or, super nerdy with that. You just need to know simple things. The reason you can climb on a mountain and see the horizon just like you can when you're at the bottom is because the Earth is flat, and the horizon rising is proof of that. Piccard also observed some interesting properties of the high atmosphere, like with the argon and stuff, which, again, I don't have an opinion either way, like how that guy had some theories. I think they're very interesting. I think they're plausible for sure. But there's definitely an electromagnetic chemical battery that we live in. The Earth is a clock. The Earth is a machine. It's a very complex, beautiful, amazing machine that reveals God's glory. It's very well precisely made, like a clock. The heavens, the sun, the moon, and the stars are a precise clock. There's a free energy system that continues everything. I mean, it's really, truly profound. And of course, we can speculate on that system. And some of those speculations are very interesting, like how he was talking about the sky being some sort of electromagnetic phenomenon where it generates energy and light, independent of the sun. And maybe the sun, once the sun came around, it creates kind of like a dualism with the sky or something, some sort of partnership. But who knows? I mean, who really knows? We don't have any good evidence on these things. I mean, we have some good evidence, but my point is we don't have that much research because we don't have the budget. NASA has all the money. The snake has all the money. And so we have to go on things that we see from older times in history when things were not as regulated. And we know the Bible is true. So we use that as a lens. We have our senses and we have technology to where we can now make observations, right? There's that 600-mile observation from Israel to Crete, I think we documented in the first episode. That wasn't possible, 100 years ago. Now we have technology that can prove that the earth is definitely flat. Of course, that's been proven already. But anyway, this is now one more with the Coriolis effect. Of course, people who believe in a globe always bring up the Coriolis effect. And it's just another smoke and mirror scam. So we're going to watch a video, short video on the Coriolis effect and how it's just bogus like everything else.
In the mid-19th century, a Frenchman named Gaspard Gustave Coriolis performed several experiments showing the effect of kinetic energy on rotating systems, which have ever since become mythologized as proof of the heliocentric theory of the cosmos. The Coriolis effect is often said to cause sinks and toilet bowls in the northern hemisphere to drain spinning in one direction, while in the southern hemisphere causing them to spin the opposite way, thus providing proof of the spinning ball Earth. Once again, however, just like Foucault pendulums spinning either which way, sinks and toilets in the northern and southern hemispheres do not consistently spin in any one direction. Sinks and toilets in the very same household are often found to spin opposite directions, depending entirely upon the shape of the basin and the angle of the water's entry, not the supposed rotation of the Earth. From science.howstuffworks.com, quote, "While the premise makes sense, that the Earth's eastward spin would cause the water in a toilet bowl to spin as well, in reality, the force and speed at which the water enters and leaves the receptacle is much too great to be influenced by something as minuscule as a single 360-degree turn over the span of a day. When all is said and done, the Coriolis effect plays no larger role in toilet flushes than it does in the revolution of CDs in your stereo. The things that really determine the direction in which water leaves your toilet or sink are the shape of the bowl and the angle at which the liquid initially enters that bowl." So even mainstream science publications admit the so-called Coriolis effect has absolutely no effect on the behavior of water in sinks and toilet bowls. But this fact doesn't deter scammer opportunists in Ecuador and other tourist traps along the equator, where a popular parlor trick...
Watch this. This is a parlor trick stuff, but they're going to move the table across the supposed equator or something, and now suddenly the water flows differently. I mean, come on.
...is performed using a portable sink to purportedly prove this Coriolis effect. First, the showman sets their sink, already filled with water, perfectly along the equator line, then pulls the drainage plug, showing their audience how the water drains straight down the hole. Next, they pick up their portable sink and walk their gullible audience several meters to the south, into the southern hemisphere.
See, in Romania, we had gypsies, and gypsies were always doing this kind of stuff, so we're very skeptical of these kind of parlor tricks.
Explaining how the Coriolis effect will now cause the water to spin clockwise down the drain. This time, they purposely pour water into the sink from the left-hand side, and quickly pull the drain plug while the water is still spinning clockwise from the angle it was poured. Next, they pick the sink up again and move the magic show a few meters into the northern hemisphere, explaining how the water will now spin counterclockwise. To conclude the show, they then pour water into the sink from the right-hand side, making sure to quickly pull the plug while the water is still spinning counterclockwise. The Coriolis effect is also said to affect bullet trajectories and weather patterns as well, supposedly causing most storms in the northern hemisphere to rotate counterclockwise, and most storms in the southern hemisphere to rotate clockwise, to cause bullets from long-range guns to tend towards the right of the target in the northern hemisphere, and to the left in the southern hemisphere. Again, however, the same problems remain. Not every bullet, and not every storm, consistently displays this behavior, and therefore cannot reasonably be used as proof of anything. Many professional snipers have stated unequivocally that they never have to factor or compensate for this supposed Coriolis effect. Sniper bullets are actually affected by wind, temperature, humidity, barometric pressure, sight aperture, and human error, not the alleged spin of the Earth. From snipershide.com, quote, "I've shot at 2,000 meters, and whoever says Coriolis effect is a factor is full of it. Wind, and more crosswinds will play games with your bullet more than anything else." And from sniperforums.com, quote, "I shoot at distances up to 3,000 yards, yet I have never experienced a need to compute for Coriolis effect. I have killed deer out to 1,000 yards and never had something go awry that could be attributed to Coriolis." Ironically, The same people who claim sniper bullets are affected by the Earth's spin are the same people who claim planes, helicopters, and hot air balloons are not affected by the Earth's spin, because the entire atmosphere is somehow magically adhered to the Earth and dragged spinning perfectly along with it. These globe Earth apologists cannot have it both ways. Either the atmosphere is independent of the Earth's alleged rotation and can affect bullet trajectories, or the Earth and the atmosphere move perfectly together and therefore can have no effect on bullet trajectories whatsoever. If they claim the former, and the atmosphere is independent of Earth's alleged rotation, then helicopters should be able to simply hover in place and in 12 hours be halfway around the world. Or if they claim the latter, that the Earth and atmosphere do move together, then they are admitting that the so-called Coriolis effect is non-existent and could have no effect on bullets or weather patterns.
So do you see the problem with Coriolis? By the way, Gaspard Gustave Coriolis was in the 1800s. That's why I highlighted this, because that was also another thing that was being developed to justify, oh, well, the Earth's spin and storms and all these things that were basically coming together for the 1900s shenanigans that we're about to cover next. But anyway, Coriolis effect is something that people bring up quite a bit, and you need to understand why it's nonsense. It doesn't exist. The notion that Coriolis effect affects the direction of the water going down a drain is nonsense. What affects the water going down the drain is the direction of entry and the shape of the basin and so on. As you can clearly tell, these are parlor tricks. I mean, the fact that they're changing, people believe this stuff though. Here's on the equator. Now let's move a couple feet later. See, suddenly the Earth's spin is affecting it differently. I mean, how gullible can you get, really? But of course, people don't study this kind of stuff, and they're easily fooled. These are signs and wonders by gypsies and false prophets and so on. But Coriolis effect is a real problem for the globers, because either the atmosphere moves over the Earth, as they're saying, and is creating all of these Coriolis realities, or the atmosphere moves with the Earth. Here's the problem. If the atmosphere moves over the Earth, then the Earth is moving independent of the atmosphere. That means that you could take a helicopter and hover over the Earth, and the Earth could just rotate under you, and you could just hover there for however many hours and land somewhere else on the Earth. Of course, that doesn't happen because the Earth isn't moving, but this is the issue. And of course, globe people say, well, no, you can't do that because you're moving with the Earth. Well, if you're moving with the Earth, then the atmosphere does not move independent of the Earth, and there's no Coriolis effect. You can't argue Coriolis, because if you do, then you have to accept that helicopters and planes could just literally stand still and land in their position and wait for the Earth to move under them if the atmosphere and the Earth were moving independent of one another. But that's not what happens. And so ultimately, there's no Coriolis. There's no such thing as Coriolis. No sniper ever is going to say, oh, I accounted for Coriolis effect. No, there's wind and there's atmospheric conditions, but there's no such thing as the Coriolis effect. It doesn't happen. And of course, the explanation they give is that gravity pulls the helicopter with you, with the Earth, through the atmosphere, and you aren't realizing that you're moving, even though you're moving at 1,000 miles per hour, supposedly. I mean, it's just gaslighting nonsense. You're supposedly moving at 1,000 miles an hour because an invisible force has never been proven, is carrying you with the Earth through the atmosphere, and the atmosphere is moving independently as well, but you're not aware of any of these movements, and they're just kind of happening, even though to you, if you were hovering over the ground with a helicopter, you're hovering over the ground. The ground is not moving. You're not moving either. You're just hovering over it. You see how much gaslighting this is? And of course, we'll get more and more into it as we get into the next section. But the Coriolis effect is nonsense. So it's funny because they say that the ether doesn't exist, but then they argue that the atmosphere moves across the surface of the Earth to create Coriolis, which is practically the same idea, that there's this medium that moves independent of the Earth, and it's doing these various things, and they're arguing it in their own model. And if they're going to argue that, then it refutes their model, which is just, it's so much confusion. I hope by now that you're starting to see, maybe even if some of the math and science stuff is over your head, and that's okay. My goal is to document it for also people who are math and science inclined, and they need maybe a little extra documentation to take the step forward. Either way, doesn't matter if you're into science and math a lot or you're a total math nerd. The point is to see how confusing and just absolutely self-contradictory this whole heliocentric conspiracy is. It's an occult idea mishmashed together with poor math, poor science, lies, propaganda, and just nothing but illusions. So, summary for the 1800s. The 1800s was a period of time of huge satanic activity right after the French Revolution. You had Enlightenment, humanism, you had the Jesuits taking over America, and Protestantism. Remember, all this stuff was happening at the same time they were rewriting the end times theologies too, as well, with Darby and Schofield and so on, as well as the Pentecostal movement with Irving. All the false prophets, so much stuff was happening in the 1800s. It's really, truly crazy how they were able to coordinate all this, which again tells you that they're following the devil and being guided by the devil. They're not doing this just by themselves because they wouldn't be so well organized. There are secret societies, Lunar Society, Cosmo Club, the Freemasons, Rosicrucians, Skull and Bones, blah, 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 so on and so forth, universities, all of these things, the Smithsonian, they were coming up to take over education and to control the dissemination of information. You had things like evolution, atheism, communism was born, Zionism was born in the 1800s, Mormonism, Jehovah's Witnesses, the occult, theosophy, the World Parliament of Religions and the ecumenical movement started to actually build in the late 1800s. So there's a lot of stuff that happened that was very satanic, very dark, very evil, lots of false light, false prophets that were all over the place. Now the question is, are we to think that science, in all of this satanic activity, that science somehow was immune from the devil's schemes? Well, hopefully you've seen that science hasn't been immune from the devil's schemes for many centuries, from a very long time ago, because science and spirituality were always tied together. So the idea that science is this objective beacon of truth is absolute nonsense, my friends. The 1800s was a period of significant developments in cosmology and science as a whole. But when I say science here, in quotation marks, I mean the narrative. I mean the matrix that you're in, that you need to get out of. The occult forces solidified, and they created a foundation for future things like NASA through the Cosmos Club. And of course, several powerful experiments were done during that time that threatened the Jesuit cosmology. These experiments were very quickly explained away, and Einstein was propped up with relativity and relativism and causing confusion and all sorts of gaslighting, which we will get into very in-depth in a future section. Other experiments like Coriolis and Einstein's experiments were very quickly propped up to convince the masses of the new model with the relativity. And oh, look, there's Coriolis, and this is what's happening. And oh, I guess that's how it works. And you'll see with the rise of Hollywood and Universal Pictures and all of these things, it started to immediately cover up the truth with propaganda, with learning against learning, and taking the false signs and wonders to the next level, which is what we have today. The age of deception, really. People like Auguste Piccard were the first to very high altitudes, and they described very honestly, even though he didn't believe in a flat Earth, he's like, okay, this is flat. That's what it seems like to me, which tells you that before the sky was militarized, somebody with no agenda saw a flat horizon. Is that proven, or I should say confirmed, by modern technology? Yes, it is. Because the dog cam, which went 100,000 feet, not just 50,000 feet, went 100,000 feet in the air, saw the same thing, a flat horizon. Look it up on YouTube. And it's very well documented. A flat, completely flat horizon, uninterrupted camera footage from launch all the way to the top, which NASA will never give to you. They're always going to do clever little angle tricks to basically get into their CGI model. But anyway, these things all set the stage for major, major developments in the 1900s until modern day, to basically solidify the delusion of heliocentrism and to move into the final phase, which is the ecumenical world marveling after the beast phase of heliocentrism. The false prophet had major work to do in the 1900s, and the 1800s set the stage. So now onwards to even more delusion, the 1900s to the modern day.
The lives and deaths of the stars seem impossibly remote from human experience, and yet we're related in the most intimate way to their life cycles. The very matter that makes us up was generated long ago and far away in red giant stars. A blade of grass, as Walt Whitman said, is the journey work of the stars. The formation of the solar system may have been triggered by a nearby supernova explosion,
After the sun turned on, its ultraviolet light poured into our atmosphere, its warmth generated lightning, and these energy sources sparked the origin of life. Plants harvest sunlight, converting solar into chemical energy. We and the other animals are parasites on the plants, so we are, all of us, solar powered. The evolution of life is driven by mutations. They're caused partly by natural radioactivity and cosmic rays, but they are both generated in the spectacular deaths of massive stars thousands of light years distant. Think of the sun's heat on your upturned face on a cloudless summer's day. From 150 million kilometers away, we recognize its power. What would we feel on its seething, self-luminous surface or immersed in its heart of nuclear fire? And yet, the sun is an ordinary, even a mediocre star. Our ancestors worshiped the sun, and they were far from foolish. It makes good sense to revere the sun and the stars, because we are their children.
All right, welcome to part 4. This is going to be the 1900s up until the present time. Really, we're looking at modern times. Now that we have a historical foundation of the last, 2,000 plus years of history and how the enemy has moved the heliocentric conspiracy from one point to another, we can really start to unpack and unfold all of the evil satanic delusion that happened in the last 120 years or so of history. And boy, there's a lot that's happened. So we have a lot to cover in this section. Make sure you grab your popcorn because you're going to learn quite a lot, hopefully. The 20th century and leading up to the present has been massive, massive satanic activity of the false prophet, deceiving people with false signs and wonders, with delusions, with people marveling after the beast. And of course, these are also signs that we're at the end, which is a very important thing. But the false prophet, which of course is the United States, has now come into the forefront and is doing many signs and wonders, being weaponized by the beast after the Jesuits took over the United States in the 1800s to do its bidding and to eventually deceive people on the earth into building an image of the beast. The time is very near for the beast to be worshipped. So now in this section, we're going to see the final push towards that end, which I believe is on the horizon. In this section, we'll look at major figures in physics and their associations to the occult. Again, my claim to you throughout this entire series or presentation, it is practically a series, but a presentation, is that heliocentrism cannot be divorced from the occult. And so far, we have proven that claim true, hopefully. We're also going to look at some key developments in the 1900s that set the stage for the Great Delusion. And of course, the Great Delusion, which is what Paul talks about in Thessalonians, is what John writes about in Revelation 13, which is the people of the world marveling after the beast and eventually taking its mark. There's a lot of material to get through, so we're just going to get started here. This is from Gnostic Warrior. And the thing that I want to say actually before I begin this is that the media machine immediately ramped up with the 1900s. You had a lot of significant things, just like how the 1800s were setting up the false prophet to work the signs and wonders. And you saw already some signs and wonders being worked in the 1800s, lots of them. The 1900s is when this really turned on. You had Hollywood, Universal Pictures. Both of these were established by Freemasons and Jesuits. Advances in radio, movies, television, along with all of these things, are setting the stage for massive delusion and signs and wonders. The word Hollywood comes from a type of wood that's used to weave magical spells and create witches' wands. So that should tell you everything. Of course, you know that the Jesuits invented the magic candle, which is the idea of projecting an image onto like a flat surface, like a screen, and also the megaphone. So the Jesuits, believe it or not, back in I think the 16th century, 17th century, you can look into this yourself. But they developed with the modern movie theater a long time ago. And just like with everything, just like with communism, how it was practiced 150 years before the French Revolution, and communism actually came forward, so too was Hollywood practiced for 200 years before it came forward. Through the magic candle, through the theaters in Europe, and all of the things that the Jesuits are doing and perfecting to be able to shape culture, which eventually by the 1900s now, all of these things were in full swing and ready to work the deception. You also had Edward Bernays, which was around that time in the 1900s, early 1900s. He was the father of modern propaganda, and of course, the government loved him and utilized a lot of his methods. Operation Paperclip, importing the Nazis into America. Nazis were very occult-oriented, and we'll look at that. Operation Fishbowl, they were testing the firmament with various explosives. Now, I don't believe in nuclear. This is another can of worms, so you can look into it yourself, but I don't believe that there are nuclear weapons. I think the nuclear weapon thing is just another narrative to justify an ecumenical, like basically grab at peace, at false peace. Oh no, they're going to use nuclear weapons. We better declare, peace and all this stuff. So really, nuclear weapons do not exist. If you look into it, and I have, and the evidence I've seen is fairly convincing. The question is, what did they do with Hiroshima and Nagasaki? Yeah, they dropped a bunch of explosives on them with like Agent Orange and carcinogenic things. If they were actually nuclear weapons, there would be no Hiroshima. There would, in the sense that people would not be rebuilding immediately after and living there and having children and so on, if there was nuclear radiation, which of course there wasn't. It's all just a lie. You also had Operation Mockingbird, which is infiltrating the news and government with CIA, FBI agents to control the narrative. Of course, that's alive and well today. So you had this media machine, which of course is part of the false prophets' signs and wonders, come to the surface and do many, many great signs and wonders, which it's doing today as well. So it's very important to have that context because we're going to look at some things. But this is from thegnosticwarrior.com, and it talks about this stuff as well. I don't know if this guy's a Christian or if he's, maybe he's a Gnostic, but the things he says here are fairly accurate, so you can check them for yourself as well. But he says, the U.S. has a history of Masonic involvement that many people are simply unaware of. For example, the United States of America, with its 13 original colonies, was essentially founded by the Freemasons. The first president of the country, George Washington, was a Freemason who had sworn on a Masonic Bible, and 13 Masons had signed the U.S. Constitution. Our history books do not mention these facts, and our history teachers have seemed to be just as clueless as everyone else when it comes to the subject of Freemasonry's involvement in helping shape what the 33rd degree Freemason Manly P. Hall had called the secret destiny of America. Yeah, that's right. America has a very secret destiny, not so secret. If you read the Bible, America's destiny is to basically get people to worship the beast. In this article, I would like to briefly explain who the true founders of Hollywood were. Many people seem to think that the Jews were the founders of Hollywood, but I disagree. I believe it was the Freemasons, and the information below will prove it. The facts are that some of the first and largest movie studios were, in fact, created by Masons. All of these same major film studios are still open to this very day. Yes, some of them were Jews or from a Jewish background, but all of them were high-level Freemasons. That's right, folks. Remember, in George Washington's bust, it says Freemason, first president. Freemason is above first president. That takes precedent over any other identity that you have. So whether they're Jews or Christians, quote unquote, or Protestants or Catholics or whatever else, there's always a hidden layer behind that controls what you see. And that's important to understand. Here's a small list of the Masons I have researched to be connected with the foundations of the Hollywood movie industry. There are probably a lot more, but only some of these names are published. Jack Warner, who founded Warner Brothers, was a Mason with the Mount Olive Lodge number 506, Los Angeles, California. Louis B. Mayer was a film producer who merged to form Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer MGM and was a member of the St. Cecile Lodge number 568 in New York. Daryl F. Zanuck was the co-founder of the 20th Century Productions and a Mason at the same lodge as Jack Warner at the Mount Olive Lodge number 506, Los Angeles, California. He played a major part in the Hollywood studio system as one of its longest survivors. He earned 3 Academy Awards during his tenure. Carl Laemmle was the founder of the Universal Studios, and he was a Freemason. Walt Disney, of course you should know about Walt Disney, founded Walt Disney Studios and was a Mason. He was a 33rd degree Freemason of the Scottish Rite. Cecil DeMille was a Hollywood movie director and Mason with the Prince of Orange Lodge number 16, New York. His film, The Squaw Man, was the first major film to be made in Hollywood. And of course, there are more. And even today, if you know, like, Steven Spielberg and Star Wars. Star Wars is just Egyptian mythology. Basically, Horus, Osiris, and what's the other one? Isis, basically being personified in sci-fi. So you can look into that yourself. But these things, there's nothing new under the sun, folks. These are just, you're in an echo chamber. You're in a satanic echo chamber. And you have to get out of it. And one of the ways to get out of it is to realize that you've been lied to about where you live. Because once that lie comes down, everything else starts to coming down. Sci-fi, climate change, all of the nonsense that is tied to the heliocentric understanding of the universe. This is another book that I've covered before. I'm not going to cover it too much. It's just Sean Wilcock, Jesuit Hollywood, how the papacy and its Jesuit controlled Hollywood for decades and have continued to influence it ever since. Remember, the dragon gave the beast its throne, its power, and great authority, meaning out of all the vehicles of the earth, the controllers are the beast, the Jesuits, and of course the papacy. And this book goes into some pretty good documentation about the evolution of it, how the Jesuits created dramatic arts, which we've talked about in various videos. The Jews create Hollywood, quote-unquote Jews, because remember, they're all Freemasons to some degree, Protestants, Roman Catholics, and film censorship in the early years, Jesuit regulation of the movie industry, the production code, the Roman Catholic Legion of Decency, the Golden Age, 1930s and 40s, Rome triumphant in Hollywood. And then eventually, Hollywood turns dark. It was false light at first to glorify the beast, and then it turned dark, just like what? Just like the separation of church and state, just like the separation of spirituality and science, so that ultimately things can get reunited. In my episode in my End Time series titled Jesuit Hollywood, I talk about this happening. A lot of these celebrities are not converting to Catholicism. Now you're starting to see Pure Flix, Angel Studios, things like The Chosen, all of this quote-unquote Christian content. And the echo chamber is changing. It's pivoting back to the light to glorify this new thing, which really is the old thing. But there's nothing new under the sun. So you have to understand that Hollywood initially was there to glorify the beast. Then it's separated and from that goal, seemingly, in that it became dark. It became very liberal, what you basically see being exposed, quote unquote, exposed to you today. And now, in the time of this video, 2024, it is shifting. The echo chamber is shifting as the dark is being exposed. Hollywood is returning back to the light, to its role to glorify the beast and the beast system, which in some way it always has, but it's going to be much more false light. This is the Universal Films logo, and you can tell some very interesting things here. You can see, first off, the homage to Saturn. There's a lot of logos that are paying homage to their Saturn worship. Saturn, of course, is Satan and the black cube and all these things that we've talked about in other videos as well. The question, though, is another question that you look at these things is, like you look at, for example, 1931 to 1936. How did they know that the Earth looks like this? Isn't that something? Like if you go on Google Earth, this is what the Earth looks like. Universal Pictures, 1936. This is Google Earth. But they haven't been to space. This is now space is, quote unquote, space is still 20 years away from these logos. So the question is, how did they know that this is what the Earth looks like? That's something to think about. And of course, we know, we'll get to, when we get to NASA in the future, how they put together all these pictures and they form the picture that people expected to see of the Earth, which again, all this stuff is just programming. Now, very important to understand before we get into this, because we're just going to go person by person. We're going to go line item and dig deep into these people's lives, and you will see for yourself. But important to understand before we get into some of this is that a lot of these physicists like Niels Bohr, Einstein, Edward Teller, and so on and so forth, they were Jews, and they came from Central Europe, where the oral tradition of the Kabbalah was the greatest. Kabbalah teaches that nothing made everything, the Ein Sof. There's a lot of occult mysticism that the Kabbalah teaches. Obviously, the Kabbalah is the basis for all these secret societies. It's the forbidden fruit, the secret knowledge. And today, physics, and theoretical physics especially, they worship nothing and death as the source of life and power. Black holes are supposed to be the things that created the universe, and black holes are just a destructive thing of nothingness, if they exist. I don't think they exist, but who knows what they are. If they are seeing something out there in the firmament, who knows what they actually are. Dark matter, dark energy, all of this dark, evil stuff that supposedly is the source of life, which to me is just an inversion of the truth. It's just an inversion because they've tried to take God out of the equation. So, modern physics is occultism dressed in mathematics. And hopefully, by the time we are done with this epic journey, you will see that for yourself. That it's just fancy philosophy and occult wisdom, which is really foolishness, dressed in math equations and confusing language. Now, this is from phys.org, and we're looking at quantum mysticism, gone but not forgotten. And it's got a picture of some of these guys here, like Niels Bohr, Einstein. Does mysticism have a place in quantum mechanics today, or is the idea that the mind plays a role in creating reality best left to philosophical meditations? Harvard historian Juan Miguel Marin argues the former, not because physicists today should account for consciousness in their research, but because knowing the early history of the philosophical ideas in quantum mechanics is essential for understanding the theory on a fundamental level. That's true. You should know where this comes from, and we're going to debunk quantum mechanics because there's no such thing. Quantum is a fraud, just like everything else, but it's used to advance the next philosophical and theological agenda. But you should know where it comes from and the philosophies of the people who developed it. In a recent paper published in the European Journal of Physics, Marin has written a short history based on a longer analysis of the mysticism controversy in the early quantum physics community. As Marin emphasizes, the controversy began in Germany in the 1920s among physicists in reaction to the new theory of quantum mechanics, but was much different than debates on similar issues today. At the turn of the last century, science and religion were not as divided as they are today. And some scientists of the time were particularly inspired by Eastern mysticism. You don't say. In his analysis, Marin lays out that each player's role and perspective in the controversy, and argues that studying the original interpretations of quantum mechanics can help scientists better understand the theory and could also be important for the public in general. Becoming aware of this subject, this is a quote now, would help general audiences realize that there are many other alternatives besides the ones offered by the disjunction between science and religion, Marin told phys.org. Science versus religion is a very recent forced choice that the founders of quantum mechanics would have never recognized, much less accepted. Why? Because they were occultists. Mind matters. The controversy boils down to the age-old question of nature of reality. As Einstein, a firm realist, once asked, does the moon exist only when looked at? Although such a viewpoint seems unlikely in our everyday lives, in quantum mechanics, physicists' observations can sometimes affect what they're observing on a quantum scale. As the famous Copenhagen interpretation of quantum mechanics argues, we cannot speak about an objective reality other than that which is revealed through measurement and observation. Do you remember how Einstein got rid of the fundamental frame of rest, the absolute frame of rest? This is exactly, quantum is another section in this presentation, because we need one for relativity and one for quantum mechanics. You will see how quantum mechanics is the same kind of gaslighting to basically flip everything upside down and cause incredible confusion. Meanwhile, hijacking wave mechanics and using the actual equations that define waves and wave behavior to describe reality, that's why it does work, because reality uses waves, energy waves, light is a wave, sound is a wave, and so on. But it's nonsense. It is total nonsense. It's just designed to confuse you and to usher in their common mystery religion spirituality. Moving on, as Berean explains, the debate of consciousness and quantum theory began around 1927 when Einstein accused Niels Bohr of introducing a mysticism incompatible with science. Bohr denied the accusation and blamed it on Einstein misunderstanding him when he said that humans are both actors and observers in the world. Yet while Bohr believed that quantum processes occurred without the need for observers, he also sympathized with the idea that an extension of quantum theory might help in understanding consciousness. Bohr was a mystic, by the way, just so you know. Einstein, for his part, adamantly opposed any subjectivity in science. That's funny because he was totally a relativist when he brought in his relativity, so that's weird. He disagreed with Bohr's view that it is unscientific to inquire whether or not Schrödinger's cat in a box is alive or dead before an observation is made. Einstein devoted much of his... We'll get back to Schrödinger's cat, which is another... You will see over and over again the same thing. They take what somebody has made and reinterpret it, because Schrödinger's cat is not what people think it is. And it's actually Schrödinger, who was the one who developed the wave equations, basically was talking about relativity and how ridiculous it is, and was using the cat in the box as an example of how ridiculous it is, not as a proof of anything. And now they've taken it as a proof, and everybody thinks of Schrödinger's cat as some quantum thing, but Schrödinger brought up that analogy to basically criticize relativity and quantum theory. Anyway, that's a future topic. Einstein devoted much of his later life to searching for elements of reality to make quantum mechanics a theory based on realism. For instance, the EPR, the Einstein-Podolsky-Rosen paradox thought experiment in 1935 attempted to restore realism and causality to the theory. On the other hand, Wolfgang Pauli, I think we'll read about him in a future thing, truly did harbor some of the views that Einstein accused Bohr of. Pauli favored a hypothesis of lucid mysticism, a synthesis between rationality and religion. He speculated that quantum theory could unify the psychological, scientific, and philosophical mystical approaches to consciousness. Pauli's perspective was influenced by the philosopher Arthur Schopenhauer, whose views on reality were in turn influenced by Eastern religions. Leapfrog. Still, other physicists had different views. Berean argues that Max Planck, an adherent of Christianity, I wonder what kind of Christianity, framed the controversy as the objectivity of science and Christianity against the mysticism of Schopenhauer and his popularization of Buddhism and Hinduism. Planck considered religion, Christianity, and science compatible based on his opinion that they are both based on objectivity, but refer to distinct facets of reality. Meanwhile, Paul Dirac rejected any kind of religious vocabulary, arguing that religion is a jumble of false assertions with no basis in reality. So you had typical thing, you had atheists and agnostics, and you had mystics and occultists. But again, both of these sides were serving the beast in one way or another. Just like you have communism and religious nationalism, two sides of the same devil coin. And Satan is playing them both. The mysticism controversy also expanded into the public realm, starting in 1929 with first astrophysicist Arthur Eddington's popular book, The Nature of the Physical World. Although the book distorted many concepts, his defense of mysticism caught the attention of the international media. Eddington was most famous for confirming Einstein's theory of relativity by measuring an eclipse, which catapulted Einstein to fame. By the way, the Einstein's theory of relativity has never been proven. Relative simultaneity has never been proven. It's a conjecture. We'll talk about all this stuff, but it's in the 115 whatever years that's been around. Relativity has not been proven. The concept of relativity. They do not do relativity according to relativity. You'll see what I mean by that, but they do relativity according to an objective frame of reference. There's always an objective frame of reference, whether they want to admit it or not. So they're not true relativists, because you can't do anything if you're a relativist. But anyway, in the next few years, Werner Heisenberg and Erwin Schrödinger leaned toward the side of mysticism, irritating Einstein and Planck. For others, the choice was not clear-cut. Berean argues that the mathematician John von Neumann intentionally used ambiguous terms when discussing the philosophy of quantum equations, meaning he could fit on either side. He was a genius, quote, at linguistic innovation and came up with the German terms that could support many different interpretations, Berean said. In 1958, Schrödinger, inspired by the Schopenhauer from youth, published his lectures Mind and Matter. Schrödinger was the one who developed the wave equations, by the way. Here he argued that there is a difference between measuring instruments and human observation. A thermometer's registration cannot be considered an act of observation, as it contains no meaning in itself. Are we talking about science or philosophy now? Thus, consciousness is needed to make physical reality meaningful. As Schrödinger concluded, some of you, I am sure, will call this mysticism. So, with all due acknowledgement to the fact that physical theory is at all times relative, in that it depends on certain basic assumptions, we may, or so I believe, assert that physical theory in its present stage strongly suggests the indestructibility of mind by time, i.e., you shall not die, you can be like God, you are living forever, I think therefore I am. All of these Enlightenment, mystical, Renaissance, old ideas from Pythagoras all the way to 100 years ago. Hopefully you see that there is nothing new under the sun. Moving on, cultural reflections. As Berean notes, Schrödinger's lectures marked the last of a generation that lived with the mysticism controversy. As Berean explains, quantum mechanics up to World War II existed in a predominantly German context, and this culture helped to form the mystical zeitgeist of the time. Remember, they were from a part of Europe where the oral tradition of Kabbalah was the highest. So this is why. That doesn't mention it in this article, but that's why. Kabbalah was all over the place where they were at. The controversy died in the second half of the century when the physics culture switched to Anglo-American. Most contemporary physicists like Einstein were realists and do not believe that consciousness has a role in quantum theory. The dominant modern view is that an observation does not cause an atom to exist in the observed position, but that the observer finds the location of that atom. So they went from super mystical to a little more practical, but of course today you have a lot of New Age stuff that still latches onto this and has continued this tradition, and people still teach it. I think I've seen Neil deGrasse Tyson talk about these things quite a bit. So of course the ideas and attitudes are still very much alive and well. And that's by design, because all these things are forbidden fruit. You can create your own reality, and we have to choose to do something, and so on and so forth. You're the one that's sovereign, not God. As Berean has shown, the mysticism controversy in quantum mechanics did not involve just a few physicists and mystics, as it seems today. But at one time, it attracted the physics community at large. Really, at all times, because so far you've seen that. Some of the ideas have since resurfaced, such as in Eugene Wigner's 1961 paper on the subject, which inspired popular books such as The Tao of Physics and The Dancing Wu Li Masters, which seek to connect quantum physics to Eastern mysticism for a new generation, along with the recent film, What the Bleep Do We Know? Of course, if you've seen that one, it's a very popular film. But here it was scientists versus non-scientists, Berean explained. Today, it is seen as science versus religion, but at that time of the foundation of quantum mechanics, it was not. There were religious physicists on both sides of the controversy. Most of the important physicists held what we could call today religious beliefs, whether Western or Eastern. When we speak today of the two cultures, science and humanities, we are referring to the famous early 50s lecture by C.P. Snow in Britain lamenting the division. That's right, the division that, by the way, hasn't existed for very long. And so if there's a division, it's by design to bring everything back, which is what is happening. German thinkers of the previous decades were barely into that phase of discipline specialization. At the turn of the century, mathematics and physics were still distinguishing themselves from the natural philosophy that gave birth to them. Berean hopes that scientists today might gain a new perspective on their research by considering how the founders of quantum mechanics viewed the theory. Quote, "Whether I read scientific articles citing the classic equations conceived by German scientists, it seems to me that it could have been improved by researching how the scientists themselves interpreted their own equations," he said. Among contemporary quantum field theories, the important gauge theories are indebted to the work of Hermann, Weyl, and Pauli. Like I said, we'll look at Pauli as well. He was definitely neck deep in the occult. Yet many physicists today would be shocked if they learned how Weyl and Pauli understood the concept of field when they wrote their classical articles. They were both immersed in mysticism, searching for a way to unify mind and physics. Weyl published a lecture where he concluded by favoring the Christian mathematical mysticism of Nicholas of Cusa. Moreover, Pauli's published articles on Kepler presents him as part of the Western mystical tradition I study. For those who do not favor the Copenhagen interpretation and prefer the alternative proposed by David Bohm, I would suggest reading Bohm's many published dialogues on the topic of Eastern mysticism. Eddington and Schrödinger, like many today, joined forces to find a quantum gravity theory. Did their shared mysticism have a role to play in whatever insights they gained or mistakes they made? I do not know, but I think it's important to find out. Yes, it is. It is important to find out and to understand where this all comes from, because so far you've seen that every major figure in this heliocentric conspiracy has been an occultist. Some way, somehow, they've been alchemists. These people, these physicists, they're modern day alchemists. They're philosophers, they're alchemists, they're trying to figure out, okay, what's the theory of everything? How can I hack reality? How can we basically explain consciousness and matter? And from the view, not to glorify God, but rather to ascend man and to take control and to basically be like God. That's the thing. Theoretical physics was no different than how the Platonists, if you remember way back when we were reading, when they were arguing with the Gnostics, right? So the Platonists, when we read about the monad, remember the little circle and a dot? And now the Platonists from Plato were arguing with Gnostics about, misappropriating the monad. And no, it's like this, it's like that. It's no different, folks. These are just two camps of philosophers, neither of them born again Christian, neither of them seeking the glory of God. They're two camps of philosophers that the devil is using to advance his agenda left and right. They're basically just debating, but in the end, they're debating a false view of cosmology. And you saw that when the Michelson-Morley and other experiments proved that the Earth is stationary, it was untenable for them to accept the reality that the Earth isn't moving. They had to do something, so they would prefer to lie to themselves and figure out some confusing math to justify and hide the truth and believe in something that is not true than to accept the truth, because the truth confirms the Bible. And that means you have to be accountable to God. God forbid that these people would ever want to be accountable to anybody but themselves. Many of these people were philosophers. They weren't scientists, much more philosophers than they were scientists. Sure, they did scientific things. They wrote down equations. They were versed in mathematics. But the primary philosophy that they were operating under was the forbidden fruit. The article that we just read says that people are no longer mystical, but this isn't true. The quantum teachings that these people started have permeated all throughout society, like with the double slit experiment, which of course is not what you think it is. And just like with everything else, it's been propagated to promote an agenda, which is the New Age, which is the modern charismatic movement, and all of the new thing that's on the horizon, the false light that the world is walking into. So that gives us a foundational understanding of the climate of the early 1900s, the philosophical and esoteric climate that these people were in. Now let's look at a couple of examples. This is from thecosmicweb.com. I think it's a New Agey site, but it talks about Niels Bohr. As above, so below, our solar system compared to atoms. Theory of the universe and atoms. Where did the first talk of atoms come from? Surprisingly, it goes back to ancient Greece. Well, not surprisingly, where the word atomos roughly meant indivisible. Around 460 to 370 BC, philosophers Democritus and mentor Leucippus discussed a theory of the universe that matter is composed of tiny unseen atoms. Between them there was space, but atoms were solid and different in size, shape, and weight for each substance. From there, it would take 2,000 years or so before the English chemist John Dalton picked up from there in the 1800s. Dalton's solid sphere model was remarkably similar to Democritus, but was incomplete since we now know that atoms have smaller subatomic particles. Do we, or are we just projecting the particular model onto something else? I really question that, because of course there are elementary elements, right? Otherwise we wouldn't be able to do chemistry. There are elementary elements to the universe. The question is, how do those things work? Do they work the way they're telling you, or is there something different? Niels Bohr and an ancient concept. Skipping ahead to Niels Bohr in 1913, we arrived at a planetary model of the atoms. First, a little interesting background on Bohr. Bohr, a Danish physicist, was considered second only to his contemporary Albert Einstein among 20th century scientists. Notably, Bohr was aware of another ancient concept seen in many ancient cultures, that of duality. When he won a prestigious Order of the Elephant from the King of Denmark, Bohr designed his coat of arms featuring a yin and yang or taijutsu symbol. The accompanying motto, contraria sunt complementa, opposites are complementary, and in Latin too, which is interesting. And this is what it looks like. Here's the coat of arms. You can see it. Little yin and yang, little duality. Was Bohr a mystic? Yes, he was. The physicists later introduced the word complementarity as fundamental to early quantum theory. Now, really quick, duality isn't evil, folks. Duality, God made duality. The problem is these people use duality with the wrong lens to be like God and to basically entertain the forbidden fruit. They're not studying the dualistic dance of life to glorify God and to marvel at the Creator. They're studying it in order to take control of reality and be like God. That's the problem. Duality is in itself not evil, but when you see somebody who obviously was not a born-again Christian, had no associations to, to Christianity or the gospel, or was not, anybody that we could say was operating by the Holy Spirit and doing all these things, it just confirms the trajectory and the path of every other thing you've seen so far. Moving on, the Copenhagen Institute for Theoretical Physics, directed by Bohr in 1920, was compared to the School of Plato by Dr. John Wheeler of Princeton. Bohr and Wheeler later collaborated on a theory of nuclear fission in the United States that informed early work in atomic energy. Bohr worked to use atomic energy for peace and was opposed to the Nazis. Planetary model of the atoms. Building on the work of Joseph John and Ernest Rutherford, with whom he worked, Bohr devised a planetary model of the atom. To create the model, he had to invoke quantum theory. But what if quantum theory is not true? To describe how electrons move around the larger nucleus of the atom. We will get back to this. That's why I said it's not what you think it is. They're telling you it works in a certain way, but what if it doesn't? What if electrons don't work the way that Niels Bohr is saying that they do, by jumping from one layer to another and working like little planets around the sun type of thing? This is just occult nonsense. Of course, this was long before quantum theory, as it is known now, but he arrived at this model because Rutherford's model couldn't explain how electrons remain stable rather than eventually crashing into the nucleus. Rather than spiraling around in an unstable manner, electrons were fixed in discrete orbits in stationary states or fixed energy levels or shells. It's like the sun orbiting planets. Unlike planets, Bohr's theory includes that electrons can change orbits. They could move to another energy level if they absorb or emit energy. None of this stuff is, by the way, true. Electrons behave like a wave, not like particles. And that's the problem, that the whole idea of an electron jumping through a quantum leap is nonsense. But of course, he had to use quantum theory, and of course, quantum theory is nonsense, in order to justify this planetary model of the atom. So they have models and conjectures, but remember that a model does not mean that you're expressing reality. The globe, I'll say it again, the globe on the surface explains a lot of what we see. It does. It does. That's why you have to be wise as a serpent if you want to refute it. Because there are easy refutations, but you can get very caught up in people that are shills and clever language, like we read on Wikipedia, apologizing for all those experiments. You can get very caught up in that stuff and relativism. But nevertheless, the globe on the surface explains reality. It does, but it's wrong. So this is the point. You can have a math model of a planetary atom and it can help you do chemistry, but that doesn't mean you're actually expressing what's actually happening. Do you understand? Math is just math. These are theoretical ideas, and they're based on conjectures and philosophy, and of course also occultism as well. So Niels Bohr, I think there's another one that we had on Niels Bohr. Let's see. Here he is. Leave me alone. Everything we call real is made of things that cannot be regarded as real. Does that sound like a mystical statement? That's a quote from Niels Bohr. And of course, it is a mystical quote, because to believe that everything that you regard as real is actually made of something that isn't real, that doesn't make any sense. The Bible tells you that God created the universe. It's real. You're not living in a matrix, not in the sense like it's a simulation, but you are living in the matrix in the sense that the devil has supplanted his world ideology over people's eyes and blinded the minds of unbelievers. And you need to escape that matrix ideologically by clinging to God's word and learning the truth. But the physical world is real, folks. You're not living in a simulation. You're not actually a brain in a vat somewhere and you're in some multiple, dimensions or something. That's gaslighting, to discredit God as the creator, to separate you from reality, and to just make you a nihilist. Physical reality is good. It exists. It's as real as it can get. God translated himself into physical reality so that he could be known by his creations. It's a good thing. It's cursed, but nevertheless, physical reality is good and it's real. So when these people say that everything that's real is actually made of things that aren't real, what does that even mean? That means that you are preferring the unreal, the spiritual realm, as the place to be. And of course, we know that that's Gnosticism, that's mysticism, and this is just one of many. So conclusion, Niels Bohr was a Jew and a mystic who was basically agnostic, I believe, but who knows if he was part of the Freemasons, part of a secret society, who knows, really. I wouldn't be surprised because he's very versed in Kabbalistic principles, in mysticism. He was accused of being a mystic. He was from the place where the Kabbalah was the most practiced in Europe among the Jews. Niels Bohr was also quoting many things that are mystical, like I just read to you. And his notion of the planetary atom was really just a continuation of Greek philosophy. The Greeks didn't have microscopes. They didn't have a way to understand what made the fundamental building blocks of the world. And so they had just conjectures. And of course, the Greeks loved spheres by that point, and everything was spherical. And so did Niels Bohr do anything new? No, he just continued the mystery religion. Satan uses constantly new people to continue the thread of the previous. And as you will see later on in this presentation, his model of the electron is wrong because electrons don't do what he says they do. It's nonsense for them to be leaping quantum leaps and things like that. Either way, he was regarded as a very influential person in shaping physics of the early 1900s. So we have to understand that that was a person, put him on a pin. He was an occultist, very clearly demonstrated. Now, let's talk about Einstein. This is from Lateman.com. I think this guy is a very influential figure as founder of the B'nai Barak Kabbalah Education and Research Institute, which is dedicated to teaching and sharing authentic Kabbalah, professor of ontology, PhD in philosophy and Kabbalah, and a master's in science in biocybernetics. So Michael Lateman, very influential Kabbalah mystical Jewish figure in this area. This is posted in April of 2016. Was Albert Einstein a Kabbalist? Question: what is your opinion about Albert Einstein? Was he a great physicist, a philosopher, or maybe a Kabbalist? Answer: I would say that Einstein is somewhat of a Kabbalist, and that's why he introduced the concept of relativity, more precisely, relative to the observer, a person, and thus introduced into science, into the world, the concept of relativity of our perceptions, knowledge, and life. It all depends on the observer from his or her properties. And this is exactly the Kabbalistic evaluation of man on the person himself with respect to the absolute, the creator, the property of complete communication, bestowal of love, all the opposite parts, and the properties of nature. In other words, the position of the Kabbalah, which is the forbidden fruit, is that you are the authority. You can decide what's good and evil. Therefore, it's all relative to you. So relativism, told to you by a PhD in philosophy of Kabbalah, is integral. What he's saying is that relativism is integral to the Kabbalah. That's the Kabbalistic perspective. And Einstein was furthering that mystical, Kabbalistic, ancient forbidden fruit lie through his special relativity. Well, moving on, one little paragraph here. And besides everything we perceive is perceived by the person in relation to the person, and as if what exists outside of a person doesn't matter. No, it does, because if there is an objective creator who is the standard, then that's what matters, not what you believe or perceive. That's relativism. The wisdom of Kabbalah speaks about what we achieve, and so specifically it is the science and foundation of all sciences. Yeah, all occult sciences, that's for sure. You can see a definite correlation between all these people and the occult. This is from Medium by a man named Cyril Kunz. Einstein, the semi-secular Kabbalist physicist, written in 2018. And I highlighted something here. A hallmark of ecstatic experience is that it involves a moment of dramatic shift or change of the experience itself, as opposed to a slow attainment of mindset resulting in revelation of wisdom over time. Now I think, wait a minute, did I highlight something here? Okay, it seems like it got rid of some of these. I was wondering, because I remember reading this and it only kept a part of this. But anyway, go to the beginning here. Where Albert Einstein studied physics in order to understand the physical world, Jews, and in particular Kabbalists, turned to the metaphysical study to understand the greatest mysteries of life, consciousness. In his biography of the physicist, Ronald Clark posits, quote, "It's interesting to speculate on what might have happened to biology in the 20th century had Einstein decided to turn his genius toward the animate rather than the inanimate world. By comparing Einstein's study of physics with the mystical study of the Torah and Talmud on superficial, structural, and spiritual levels, I aim to show how Judaism has always been researching this field by seeking to answer that question that only comes with consciousness. What is my purpose?" Well, the Bible tells you what your purpose is to glorify God and to magnify his glory. But Judaism is rebelling to the scriptures, and we talk about that quite a bit in my videos. Some of Einstein's greatest contributions to science, including his theories of special and general relativity, are the direct product of what he called his thought experiments. In these thought experiments, Einstein would imagine himself in impossible theoretical scenarios in 3D space, such as pursuing a beam of light at the speed of light in a vacuum. Einstein's thought experiments. Anecdotally, it is reported that Einstein would enter a trance-like state, very important, during these experiments, from which he could not be disturbed. Scientifically, it is reported that he conducted these experiments by inducing a kind of creative cognition known as Janusian thinking, i.e. the god of two doors, Janus, wherein the practitioner considers two antithetical concepts simultaneously. It is not a trance-like state, but Einstein's own description of the discovery of his theory of general relativity. Quote, "At that point, there came to me the happiest thought of my life," reveals a sudden creative leap of thought rather than a progressive development of the theory. So Einstein was engaging in these mystical practices, really, to hold two contradictory ideas in your mind until you just get this download, basically. And he got this download of relativity. At a superficial level, Einstein's thought experiments can resemble Kabbalistic trance and ecstasy, and indeed has led to speculative confusion of the two. In a theological approach to understanding mysticism, the ecstatic experience imparts knowledge of God and the metaphysical world to the person who experiences it. Rabbi Moshe Cordovero defined a magid in contrast to demonic possession, writing, quote, "Similarly, an angel may enter a man and speak within him words of wisdom, and this is what is generally called magid." So in their Talmudic traditions, they account for the possibility that, you can enter this trance as a rabbi and an angel can possess you and speak wisdom. Now, of course, what does the Bible tell you? That you shouldn't listen to angels, and if anything contradicts the Bible that an angel tells you, then you're not listening to an angel. It's not difficult for one to see how Einstein, engrossed in consideration of long ago memorized equations and models, mirrors the sleepless recitation of the Mishnah from memory, which triggered a psychological state attributed to Magidic possession in Rabbi Joseph Caro at the end of the medieval period in Israel. Although Einstein's ability to engage in deep thought and seemingly emerge with answers about the universe have led to conspiracy theories about revelations by cosmic or alien sources, he himself constantly stressed that he arrived at his conclusions logically. Sure he did. A hallmark of ecstatic experience is that it involves a moment of dramatic shift or change in the experience of the self. This is Kabbalistic writing, as opposed to a slow attainment of a mindset resulting in revelation of wisdom over time. The concept of a paradigm shift was, interestingly, first introduced by Thomas Kuhn, another Jewish physicist, and has implications for both science and consciousness. Structurally, there is a need for some balance between paradigm shifts and accumulated knowledge in both. If the paradigm shifts too frequently in science, new developments start to lose credibility and the scientific community risks phenomenon like the denial of climate change. If the paradigm of our consciousness shifts too rapidly, we can lose touch with reality, a danger vividly illustrated in Ansky's play The Dybbuk. The student Conan is consumed by Kabbalistic ecstasy, his mental fortitude is eroded, and he passes away when he learns of his beloved's engagement to another man, which is the final blow. So there are comparisons given to you by mystics and people who are into this stuff and Kabbalists who tell you that, yeah, Einstein, whether he was a Kabbalist or not, he was definitely in alignment with what we're doing. That's the point of that. I think we have one more here from This is, monthlyreview.org. And this is Einstein's Why Socialism and Monthly Review, A Historical Introduction. A spring 1949 memorandum in the Federal Bureau of Investigation's Albert Einstein file, part of the FBI's vault of documents released under the Federal Freedom of Information Act, states, quote, advised by an agent in the field that in April 1949 a circular was distributed in the Nashua, New Hampshire area, announcing a new magazine entitled Monthly Review, an independent socialist magazine. The first issue was dated to come out as the May 1949 edition. The first issue would contain articles by Albert Einstein titled Why Socialism? Paul Sweezy, Recent Developments in American Capitalism, Otto Nathan, Transition to Socialism in Poland, Leo Huberman, Socialism and American Labor. The rest of the message is blacked out. Another memorandum that immediately followed in the FBI's Einstein file, and which similarly is redacted, reads the following. Advised the New York office that the Monthly Review, 66 Barrow Street, New York City, self-proclaimed an independent socialist magazine, made its initial appearance in May of 1949. The first issue contained articles by Albert Einstein and others. This investigative report stated further that a study of the articles contained in the background check for the editors and contributors revealed that this magazine was communist-inspired and followed the approved Communist Party line. Albert Einstein, the world's most famous theoretical physicist and its most celebrated scientist, had fled Germany upon Adolf Hitler's rise, immigrating to the United States in 1933, where he became a citizen in 1940. Yet for J. Edgar Hoover's FBI, Einstein remained a dangerous and un-American figure, threatening the internal security of the United States by his very presence in the country. His publication in 1949 of an article titled Why Socialism for the new periodical Monthly Review was thus viewed by the FBI as a direct confirmation of his strong communist sympathies. The FBI had opened its file on Einstein in 1932 when he was seeking to immigrate to the United States, with a long report by the Woman Patriot Corporation, WPC, which in its extreme anti-communism claimed that Einstein was inadmissible to the country. Not even Stalin himself, the WPC charged, is affiliated with so many anarcho-communist international groups to promote world revolution and ultimate anarchy as Albert Einstein. The FBI continued to collect everything it could on Einstein's numerous socialist connections for the remainder of his life. Although Einstein famously sent a letter to President Roosevelt on August 2nd, 1939, on the possibility of developing an atomic bomb, a letter that has often been seen as directly leading to the Manhattan Project, the U.S. military declared him a security risk and he was excluded from the development, and even the knowledge of making the atomic bomb during the Second World War, including the decision by President Harry S. Truman to drop it on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Again, I don't believe in nukes, folks. You can do your own research. This, to me, is just like with the way the Catholic Church and Galileo and Copernicus. False dialectics to make you think that, the genius that invented all these things wasn't even allowed on the Manhattan Project, and yet look what they did. It's just designed to mystify and create, sort of narratives. Because by then, the false prophet was in full swing. So you can't trust anything that comes out of history in the last 150 years. Everything's been fabricated. Not that history hasn't happened, but the narratives that they're telling you about these people are totally false. In the late 1940s, the Red Scare associated with McCarthyism, named after U.S. Senator Joseph McCarthy, was already beginning. In 1949, only a month before Einstein's Why Socialism was published in Monthly Review, included Einstein in a 2-page photo spread of 50 leading dupes and fellow travelers of communism in the country. The spread also included such celebrated figures as composer and conductor Leonard Bernstein, actor Charlie Chaplin, who was a major communist, poet Langston Hughes, playwright Lillian Hellman, and U.S. Congressman Vito Marcantonio, American Studies professor F.O. Mathieson, playwright Arthur Miller, atomic physicist Philip Morrison, writer Dorothy Parker, and radio commentator J. Raymond Walsh. Former U.S. President Henry A. Wallace was portrayed on the previous page as a standout fellow traveler. No doubt adding to the FBI's fears and suspicions at the time, connected to the general anti-communist hysteria, was the fact that Einstein's Why Socialism made one of the most succinct and powerful cases for socialism ever written. It is an essay that has stood the test of time and which is far more celebrated worldwide today, 75 years later, than it has at the date of its first publication. In this sense, I am a socialist. Einstein in 1949 was no new initiate to socialism. In 1895, at age 16, he had moved to Switzerland to study at Zurich's Federal Polytechnic School. For Einstein, 1905 was the miraculous year during which he received his PhD at the University of Zurich and published 5 breakthrough papers. We'll look at the miracle year later. And again, these are just fairy tales. In theoretical physics, including his doctoral dissertation, that were to make him world famous. He was to be revered worldwide as a personification of human progress and creativity. Exactly. But Einstein's creativity as a scientist and his universalism were never separate from his commitment to a more egalitarian society. He was a convinced socialist, connected to innumerable radical groups and causes, and a dedicated opponent of all forms of discrimination. After its opening in 1911, he spent a great deal of time hanging out at the Grand Café Odeon in Zurich, which was a meeting place for Russian radicals, among them Alexandra Kollontai and later Vladimir Lenin and Leon Trotsky, who, by the way, were both Freemasons, and I document that in my Why the Jews Are Not God's Chosen People video. You can see them with their little hands in their coats and everything. Along with numerous avant-garde cultural figures, he was undoubtedly caught up in the many fiery political cultural discussions taking place there. Nor was this a timid socialism. He saw the need in certain historical circumstances for revolutions. On November 19, 1918, the day that Kaiser Wilhelm II abdicated, Einstein famously posted on his classroom door, "Class cancelled, revolution." A year later, he wrote, "I do advocate a planned economy. In this sense, I am a socialist." In 1929, he stated, "I honor Lenin as a man who completely sacrificed himself and devoted all his energy to the realization of social justice." Lenin, we're talking about here. I do not consider his methods practical, but one thing is certain. Men of his type are the guardians and restorers of the conscience of humanity. That's what Einstein said about Lenin. In a 1931 article, "The World as I See It," he wrote, "I regard class distinctions as unjustified and in the last resort based on force." Remember how communism started with Pythagoras and all this common good stuff is never divorceable from these occult people, always associated to them in some way or another. Fascinating, isn't it? Although he subsequently was to distance himself from the Soviet character of the organization, Einstein, along with Bertrand Russell, Upton Sinclair, and other independent socialists, signed on to the board stance of the International Congress Against Imperialist Wars in 1932. In 1945, he declared, "I am convinced that in a state with a socialist economy, the prospects are better for the average individual to achieve the maximum degree of freedom that is compatible with the well-being of the community, i.e., the common good." As Einstein's close friend and associate Otto Nathan was to explain in Einstein on Peace in 1960, quote, "Einstein was a socialist. He believed in socialism because, as a convinced egalitarian, he was opposed to the class division in capitalism and to the exploitation of man by man, which he felt the system facilitated more ingeniously than any previous economic organization. He was a socialist because he was certain that a capitalist economy could not adequately perform for the welfare of all people, and the economic anarchy of capitalism was the source of many evils in the contemporary society. And finally, he was a socialist because he was convinced that, under socialism, there was a greater possibility of attaining the maximum degree of freedom compatible with the public welfare than under any other system known to man." Now look, whether you fall on the left or the right when it comes to government, at the end of the day, the reality you need to come to terms with is that there is no form of government that is good. The only form of government that's good is when Jesus Christ is going to be here and we're all going to have renewed bodies incapable of sinning. Until then, it doesn't matter what form of government it is. They all have their problems. American capitalism is horrible. Socialism is horrible. Communism is horrible. Any other thing in between is horrible because people do not have an objective standard. All of these governments, at the end of the day, give you a different standard than God. If God is not your standard, doesn't matter what you do with your government. You're always going to fail. It's always going to have problems. The question is, what kind of problems? In communism, you're going to fix some problems, but you're going to bring a lot of other ones. And in capitalism, you'll fix some problems as well, but you're going to bring a lot of other ones. Look how many homeless people there are in San Francisco and all these, democratic cities. They're absolutely horrible. Ironically, Democrats are the more socialist out of the two. So there you go. But the point is that no government is right. But more importantly, Einstein had some very flattering things to say about Lenin, who was neck deep in the devil's soup and contributed to killing millions of people. And yet he was however you phrase it, a guardian of the people's conscience or something like that. I mean, really? That tells you at the very minimum, his discernment is zero. At the maximum, he's an infiltrated operative of some kind, maybe a secret society member, maybe a Jesuit, who knows really? Who really knows these things? But we know that the devil has puppeted these people either way for his agenda. So Einstein, like Bohr, was... What is this playing here? Okay. Einstein, like Bohr, I have a video queued up and it started playing, but like Bohr, was from the place where the Kabbalah was the most dominant in Europe. Of course, they immigrated to the United States, but Einstein had a very mystical, pantheistic view of God, if you look into his spiritual beliefs. He did not believe in the God of the Bible, that's pretty clear. And he had some experiences that were, at the very minimum, suspect. Trances, revelations that came to him. He created relativism in science, deceived many generations after him with his confusion and his self-contradictory beliefs. He was associated to many radical communist groups. He was accused of being a communist and being subversive. He thought Lenin was a hero. He thought he probably hung out with Lenin and Trotsky and all these people and at that place where these people met. Who knows? But definitely, he obviously had good things to say about Lenin. And we know, again, that Trotsky, Lenin, all these Bolsheviks, Stalin, they were secret society Jews that took over, and they killed millions and millions of people, a lot of them being Christians, by the way. The Holodomor was the real Holocaust. You should look into that. The Ukrainian and Russian Holodomor, millions and millions of people died by starvation. Just horrible. But nobody tells you about that for a reason. Because history is written by the winners, friends. And of course, the winner of the history, at least until Christ returns, is the beast. Christ is the ultimate winner. But the devil has been given reign over the earth until he returns, and you have to understand that. That means that nothing other than the Bible can be trusted. I almost read Epstein, but Einstein brought his liberal ideas to science, and he was propped up because he was needed, and he was needed to obliterate the experiments of the 1800s by creating relativism and hiding heliocentrism behind all these fantastical theories. Either way you cut it, Einstein was a puppet. He was very compromised spiritually, and just like everyone else before him, he had a lot of mystical and occult associations and ideas. Now, let's talk about relativism and what it actually does to science. Gravity and special relativity and all of these things that Einstein formulated. Of course, he didn't formulate gravity, but he did have his own version of gravity where it's a result of space being bent, which... Go figure, if space is nothing, then how can it be bent? That doesn't make any sense. How can it propagate gravitational waves if space is nothing? What is it waving? All these things are so contradictory. And you will see once we get to the next section of this, which is, I think it's on relativity. We're going to do relativity next. That it's just nonsense. It's absolute nonsense. It's so contradictory. But either way, he created relativism in science, which was really the final attack against the rising empirical evidence that the Bible is true, essentially, because the earth is not moving. Relativism is the forbidden fruit. Again, you can determine between what's good and evil. If you're the one who is the decider and you're the standard, and God is not the standard, then everybody has their own standard, and that's relativism. So relativism is the inversion of the truth. The truth is that God is the standard. You have one person, one standard. The inversion of that is that everybody's standard is a standard and we're all equally true. That's relativism. And of course, that's the devil's version of doing things, and he has put that in everywhere. And in science, specifically, relativism became an issue, or I should say a necessity, really, that's the right word, is necessity, because, again, you had empirical data that proved that the earth was not moving. And as a result, you had to create a way to hide all of this stuff behind conjecture and philosophy and gaslighting and looking out somewhere and being told that, no, you're actually moving. You just can't feel it because it's relative and everything's valid. And so that's the confusion that happened. It was needed. Relativity was needed. Otherwise, the momentum of all of these satanic things would have come to a complete stop. And of course, they didn't come to a complete stop because the devil has been allowed to deceive the world. But here's an example. This is the video that I was talking about with relativity, just to understand how utterly stupid this is. But people gobble this up because you have people like Neil deGrasse Tyson who's going to do this explanation. And he's just so charming. And these people, just like Carl Sagan, just like all these people, they're all sorcerers. They're philosophers and sorcerers, and they seduce you with ideas and, this is how it works. Listen up.
The next thing I say may be mind-blowing to you. The tide doesn't actually come in and out. What? There is a bulge of water, two of them, on opposite sides of the Earth, caused by the sun and the moon. And Earth turns inside that bulge. When we say the water rises and falls tidally, what's happening is we are rotating into the bulge and then out of the bulge.
So the bulge is already there.
It's already there.
And all we kind of do is pass through the bulge.
Pass through, and the water gets high and it gets low. So we're
Is this science or is this entertainment?
stuck with language from our own perspective rather than language of what's actually happening. Simpler that way to say the water goes in and out. It's simpler to say the sun set rather than Earth rotated such that our angle of view on the stationary sun fell below our local horizon.
Yeah, it is simpler because the truth is simple. But the problem is the truth refutes the lie. And so they have to create all sorts of conjectures and say, it's not the tides that you see. Get a load of how utterly ridiculous this is. And this is the gaslighting of relativity, is that it's not, the Earth is stationary and there's tides moving, right? The water's doing its thing. And of course, we have an explanation for that in the gravity video, which is probably having to do with the density of the water due to different salinity levels and the heat of the sun passing over, heating up, expanding. There are legitimate explanations for why tides happen that do not involve needing some, huge force from some huge moon that's pulling on it, which doesn't even make sense because if the Earth is so much bigger, it would cancel out the force of the moon. And there's so many inconsistencies with this theory because you have tides that are sometimes 600 miles apart that are like, one is 6 foot high, the other one's like 20 foot high. That doesn't make sense. If there's a bulge and the Earth is rotating under that bulge, I mean, really? That has to be, so it's literally saying, when you walk to the store or when you walk somewhere around your neighborhood in the park, you're not actually walking. No. It seems simple that you describe it that way. You're not actually walking. What's happening is the Earth is rotating underneath your feet and you're actually standing still. Well, how do you know? Well, and you start to get into these philosophical conjectures like, no, the Earth is still, I'm walking over it because my senses tell me that, and there's an objective frame of reference. But these people tell you, they redirect you with all these clever little explanations and CGI and seducers like Neil deGrasse Tyson, who is an actor. He's not a scientist. First and foremost, he's an actor and a philosopher. That, it works like this and it works like that, and you get so easily seduced by these explanations. And you think, that must be how it is. Well, no, it's not. That's nonsense. Notice how they shift your attention to believing their frame of reference as the truth. No, it's not the way you think it is. It's actually, this is what it is. What do you mean? Where's the proof that this is happening? You just have to believe it because that's, it's relative. It's nonsense. It's absolute nonsense. But this is what we're dealing with. We'll talk about more of this in a future section when we talk about relativity and why it's wrong. And it's just wrong. It's not at all ever been proven. And the way they do relativity is not even according to relativity, because you can't do anything with relativity. Because it's relativity, it's relative. By the way, remember Luther's quote in the previous section on the Reformation when we looked at his quote about, was the stagecoach? When people were trying to argue that the earth is the one moving, Luther said something which was really funny because it's 500 years before 400 years before the theory of relativity was even developed. He said it would be as stupid as thinking that you're on a stagecoach and the earth is moving underneath you. It's not the stagecoach that's moving. Exactly what they ended up teaching through relativity and Einstein, which is what you saw in this last video. But this is exactly it, folks. It's nonsense. Relativity was created to basically respond to all of the science before it and to set up the final leg of the journey, to solidify the heliocentric model so that signs and wonders like the moon landing, climate change, et cetera, you're going to see can all come into fruition and people would believe it. And there'd be no more way to challenge heliocentrism. Not if you, unless you wanted to be ostracized from society and called stupid and so on, which is what people do today if you stand up for biblical cosmology. So there you go. If the earth is proven to be still, you have an objective frame of reference, then the Bible is true. That means that Jesus was right and the gospel is true. Do you see how these things are related? People say that cosmology is not a salvation issue, but it's tied to the gospel. The enemy knows that the true cosmology can reveal the truth about reality, obviously, and point people to the truth of the gospel, of being saved through Jesus Christ, because it tells you that the Bible is true, and therefore, if that's true, then what Jesus said must be true. And I need to repent because he's coming back to judge the world. And so it is a salvation issue in some sense, because for some people, learning the truth about cosmology can bring them to the gospel. And certainly, hiding cosmology is one extra way to hide the gospel to various people. If it weren't, then the enemy wouldn't be so focused on hiding the truth. That's pretty simple. Now let's move on. This is Edward Teller, who was another, famous person in all of this. Okay, and we have a little paragraph here. It says, some of my fondest memories are when we talked quietly and easily about more personal things. This is a person who wrote about Edward Teller. Edward was not a religious man, and his idea of God, which he had absorbed as a child, was that it would be wonderful if he existed, but that he hadn't been seen in thousands of years. I asked him what he would say to God if he ever met him. He thought for a long moment. Quote, I would ask him where he had been when the world he created needed his attention. He replied. Did he believe that there was someone beyond the universe who created it? Not to my knowledge, he said, pointing out that knowledge comes from scientific research, which could not answer the question. He could not prove there is no God, but he knew of no alternative theory he found persuasive. Look, he said, he often began a thought this way. I don't like to talk about things I don't fully understand, and I have no way of understanding the unknown. In actuality, what he didn't like was the uncomfortable feeling that if there is a God, he would have to be accountable to that God. Atheism is the most irrational possible position anybody can hold. The people at the top who are occultists, who are 33rd degree Freemasons, who worship the devil, who are very, very religious, they look at atheists as the dumbest people on the earth. But atheism was created by the beast so that it could swing from dark to light and get people to embrace religion again, so that religion looks great in comparison to atheism. Because atheism is ridiculous. So Edward Teller, who was also another influential person, basically didn't like God, didn't like the idea of a sovereign God, wasn't seeking God's glory, very much a pawn of the devil to be manipulated and to be persuaded in one way or another and basically be used towards that agenda that the devil was weaving through all of these people. Whether they were secret society members or not, the devil was using them because they weren't born-again Christians. They weren't protected by the power of the Holy Spirit. They were left to the devil, and the devil was using them in various means to basically construct his final deception. This is Carl Sagan. Here we go. This is from Big Think, February 9th, 2023. Why Carl Sagan believed that science is a source of spirituality. Science will lead us to a universal morality and a cosmic religion. Albert Einstein and Carl Sagan thought that science and spirituality were compatible. We can assist the universe in its process of cosmic awakening by working together and cultivating a meta-awareness. The worldview of the future is a spiritual ideology guided by science and aided by technology. It's funny because they were saying that Einstein was a realist, but then you have other people telling you that Einstein had his own spirituality. Many assume that when you get down to the nuts and bolts of nature, a spiritual worldview is simply incompatible with the scientific one. While that is the common assumption, it couldn't be more wrong. Spirituality simply refers to a sense of connection to something larger than oneself. and it has nothing to do with the supernatural. To quote Carl Sagan, science is not only compatible with spirituality, it is a profound source of spirituality. Einstein not only shared this view, but also believed that the only path to true spiritual enlightenment was the trail we travel along when we pursue scientific discovery. The further the spiritual evolution of mankind advances, the more certain it seems to me that the path of genuine religiosity does not lie through the fear of life and the fear of death and the blind faith, but through striving after rational knowledge. You can save yourself with knowledge. Let's see. Was there anything more on this that I highlight? I did. To align interests, we must have a common worldview, Sagan said. A religion, old or new, that stressed the magnificence of the universe as revealed by modern science might be able to draw forth reserves of reverence and awe hardly tapped by the conventional faiths. Sooner or later, such a religion will emerge. Yeah, the New World religion, the earth-worshipping pagan reemergence of the mystery religion, worshipping the creation rather than the creator, and nothing new under the sun. Carl Sagan was one of the prophets and the priests of this religion, and he's telling you ahead of time what they're probably planning to do. Oh, this is Konstantin Tsiolkovsky now. Oh, another great one to read about. This is about the father of Russian, father of space travel in Russia and Russian rocketry in the Soviet Union. And there's a lot that goes into this because understanding Konstantin Tsiolkovsky's background shows you a lot about other people as well during that time and their cross-pollination with each other. So let's read about, this is an essay on academia.edu, and it's by several people, Birgit Menzel, Michael Hegmeister, and Bernice Glatzer-Rosenthal. Let's see here. Where do we highlight? Highlighted something. Here we go. Tsiolkovsky's philosophical writings, according to Siddiqui, form a corpus work that easily exceeds in size his combined works on aeronautics, rocketry, and space travel. So his writings on the occult exceeds his writings on space travel. Between 1914 and 1931, Tsiolkovsky himself published some of these writings in Kaluga in the form of small booklets. Having only small print runs, they soon became bibliographic rarities, although they were never forbidden. Only upon the emergence of the so-called Russian cosmism in the 1970s did Tsiolkovsky's cosmic philosophy attract greater attention. The most important forum for their presentations and discussions were the Tsiolkovsky Lectures, which took place annually in Kaluga from 1966 and onward. In addition to providing a setting for hero worship, they also served as a meeting point and platform for non-conforming thinkers and mystics. One of the first who pointed to Tsiolkovsky's cosmic philosophy in a broad, public way was always trend-conscious Evgeny Evtushenko in his novel Wild Berries. Since the mid-1980s, Tsiolkovsky's philosophical and social utopian writings have been published together with previously unknown works from the archive. Only recently, collections of Tsiolkovsky's theological writings have been released, including the extensive comments on the four Gospels from the position of his scientific faith, and a demythologizing description of the life of Jesus. Kind of reminds you of Thomas Jefferson, right? Who tore pages out of the Bible, New Testament, and made his own testament and basically stripped all of the accounts of miracles and supernatural and created a false Christ. Same thing, folks. Same spirit of Antichrist. It's not limited to the Christian church. It's all over the place. These people are false prophets, false Christ, and you will see more of that with Tsiolkovsky. A real breakthrough occurred in 2008 when the Russian Academy of Sciences made Tsiolkovsky's entire personal archive available online. Tsiolkovsky regarded his philosophy as the work of a genius and redeemer and did not shy away from comparisons with Jesus Christ, or as he always collegially called him, the teacher from Galilee. Just like Thomas Carlyle, Friedrich Nietzsche, or Edward Schur, Tsiolkovsky was enthralled by the great charismatic leaders of mankind, Buddha, Plato, Jesus, Newton. And obviously he had no doubt about himself being one of the intellectual giants who had shown mankind paths toward a radiant future. He certainly thought high of himself. It is clear that space exploration for Tsiolkovsky was ultimately only a means, a technical instrument for the self-perfection of humanity and to the achievement of eternal bliss. Let me just check something really quick. Yeah, some of these highlights don't get preserved, and that is really frustrating, but I think All right, well, onward we go because this thing is not cooperating with highlights. But anyway, a lot of good stuff in this particular paper. Moving on. Initially for Tsiolkovsky, the emancipation from the Earth and expansion into outer space was a matter of securing and continuing the existence of humanity. Since in his view, life on Earth was endangered by overpopulation and by geological and cosmic catastrophes. Sound familiar? Explosion of the inner core of the Earth, impact of an asteroid, extinction of the sun. Dark to light, humans must leave Earth and emigrate to outer space in order to save the species. The reactive vehicle will ensure that the salvation of the human species would come to pass. By conquering the interplanetary and intergalactic spheres, man could, according to Tsiolkovsky, overcome damaging cosmic conditions, discover new habitats and sources of energy, and become indestructible. However, emancipation from the Earth was intended not merely to expend human powers and ensure the survival of the human species, but also to rebuild the human body in order to accommodate it to the conditions of life in the cosmos. The controlled selection of the fittest, their artificial reproduction, and the liquidation of all the inferior beings would, in Tsiolkovsky's view, give rise to a species of superhumans who are infinitely superior to today's humans in all respects, physically, morally, and aesthetically, i.e., you shall be like gods. Tchaikovsky condemned sexual reproduction as humiliating, as it is based on low animal passions, which only led to decay. According to him, it should be replaced by artificial fertilization or parthenogenesis. The biblical legend of the birth of Jesus from the Virgin Mary he interpreted as an ideal for future women, who will provide children but will not be subject to animal passions. As the cosmic evolution developed, the perfect human race, which would inhabit the entire universe, would lose its corporeality and turn into a kind of energy or radiation, and thus become immortal in time and infinite in space. As early as 1911, Tsiolkovsky wrote, "There is no end, neither for life nor for the intelligence and the refinement of man. It will eternally advance, and if that is the case, there also can be no doubt about its achieving immortality. You shall be as gods." Is that not what the serpent said to the woman? And is not what the snake is speaking through the father of Soviet cosmology and rocketry and basically all the space stuff that they had around that time. However, Tsiolkovsky's belief in progress had terrible consequences. Since every atom carries in itself the quest for perfection and happiness, the ethics of the cosmos demands that there should not be one single trace of disease, suffering, and irrationality anywhere in the entire universe. Man, as the manifestation of the will of the universe, has been granted the task of eliminating all imperfect, useless, and harmful forms of life. That is, all victims and sources of suffering, among which Tsiolkovsky includes all animals, he was a vegetarian himself, and most plants, as well as physically and morally defective humans, and populating the planets with his perfected race. It is, he explains, as if a gardener were to destroy all the useless weeds and only allow the best vegetables to grow. Who determines if you are a useless weed? That's the question. And it's funny because on both sides of the spectrum, you had the Nazis who were all into the occult and all about the Superman, the Ubermensch. And you had the Soviets who were also all into the occult. And what did they do? They were all about the Superman and perfecting humanity and having basically ascending into godhood. Tsiolkovsky's world-redeeming cosmic philosophy is not based exclusively on the belief in unfettered progress with its monstrous consequences. It also is constructed from a bricolage of ideas drawn from very different philosophical, parascientific, and occult traditions. Tsiolkovsky called himself a biocosmist, and panpsychist. He believed, apparently, drawing on Ernst Haeckel and Gustav Theodor Fechner, and maybe also influenced by contemporary Russian secular panpsychism, that all matter, organic as well as inorganic, is alive and animated, and spoke of lively and happy atom spirits, i.e. pantheism. In inorganic bonds, the atom sleeps dreamlessly and timelessly as if in a state of deep unconsciousness. If the atom enters a plant or animal, it takes on the ability to feel or sense. It lives the life of the organism and experiences happiness and sorrow. In the brain of a highly developed form of life, the atom becomes conscious, and in the brain of the most highly developed being, it ultimately turns into an irreversible form of special energy, which has a cosmic and telepathic conscience. Is any of this sound to you like science, folks? Is any of this empirical, true, physical science? Or is this philosophy that we have seen from way back in Pythagoras through the mystery religion of the ages and into the modern day. Still more to go. Man is nothing more than a temporary, albeit complex realm, or common home, of indestructible, that is, immortal atom spirits, which are scattered at death only to be reconfigured according to the cosmic law of evolution and the quest for happiness into more perfect, blissful realms, i.e., he believed in reincarnation and the immortality of the soul. Are you seeing a pattern? There's no other way you can go, folks. If you deny the gospel, there's no other way you can go. You're going to believe in all of these things, all of the things like synergism, immortality of the soul, reincarnation, communing with angels, all the goods that the devil has to offer. They're all evil, of course, but this is what it is. He said, death is one of the illusions of the weak human mind. Death does not exist. Do you remember someone else that said that? The universe is constructed in such a way that not only itself is immortal, but also all of its parts in the form of living, blessed beings. There is no beginning and no end to the universe, and thus no beginning and no end to life and bliss. You shall not die. Just like Genesis 3, coming through to you through one of these false prophets, who is a false Christ, who presented himself as a person saving humanity and thought himself to be like a Jesus Christ. False Christ, Antichrist. In modern day, of course, he wasn't in the church in any way, but he was a false Christ, leading many astray with his ideas. And his concept is that, the universe is immortal, and therefore you're part of the universe, so you're immortal too, and you just reincarnate, when the Bible tells you that the only immortality is God, who alone has immortality. That is Paul writing to Titus or Timothy, I forget, one of the two. Who alone has immortality. Nothing else is immortal, only God. Anything else that lives is because God is sustaining it. God is immortal. You are not immortal. You are not made of anything that's immortal, because atoms were created at a point in time and they're going to be destroyed. Probably, I don't know, with the new earth, new heavens, new earth, we'll see how things go. But ultimately they were created, so they're not immortal. They're not self-existent. So these things are nothing new. Moving on, a couple more pages here. Tsiolkovsky's concept comes close to the idea developed by some of the theosophists of the permanent atom, which passes from one incarnation to another. So, theosophy now. The universe was for Tsiolkovsky an ocean of bliss, created by an almighty and benevolent, but for humans incomprehensible cause, which he saw as a most kind and rational living being, as a living organism whose rationality and absolute will also define the actions of mankind and its quest for happiness and reason-driven perfection. He also believed in the existence of immortal beings who were much more developed than humans and almost bodiless, ethereal, and therefore hardly visible to humans. He also believed that these alien beings, which are similar to angels or spirits in his description, constructively intervene into the lives of humans, read their thoughts, and send them messages through heavenly signs, quote unquote. And he assured that he had seen such things himself several times. Viktor Shklovsky reports a conversation with Tsiolkovsky in the 1930s in which Tsiolkovsky admitted that he frequently talked to angels. Seeing a similar pattern with all these people? The influence of Gnostic, theosophical, and spiritualist teachings on the philosophical work of Tsiolkovsky has been hardly researched up to now because it was to a large extent taboo in the Soviet Union. The provincial town of Kaluga in which Tsiolkovsky lived was, as Maria Carlson has demonstrated, the most important center after St. Petersburg of the Russian theosophical movement at the beginning of the 20th century. It can now be regarded as certain that Tsiolkovsky knew the writings of the theosophists, of which many were published since 1905 in the Kaluga Lotos publishing house, and incorporated several of their ideas and formulas, such as cosmic thought, cosmic consciousness, citizen of the universe, and the description of the heavenly worlds and their inhabitants into his cosmic philosophy, and an essential component of which was the aspiration to achieve a holistic worldview, a synthesis of science, religion, and philosophy, in other words, a new world order. Indeed, Tsiolkovsky's claim that he received messages from super-evolved beings is remarkably similar to the alleged communication with the Mahatmas or ascended masters whom Madame Blavatsky claimed to consult. Yeah, they're demons parading around as angels of light. Tsiolkovsky's notion that part of humanity would become highly developed and ultimately turn into luminous rays is a central motive in the Gnostic myth as it was popularized in Russia through the secret doctrines of the Theosophists and later Anthroposophists. According to these teachings, it is the goal of the earthly process to free the bright and divine spirit of the human soul from the dark and suffering earthly body and let it rise to the celestial realm of the light. The inferior, earthly decaying beings, on the other hand, and especially the animals, should be pushed back and obliterated. Exactly the opposite of what creation is. Creation is good and should be enjoyed, and we will be enjoying it when Jesus returns because we're going to be here on earth, not in heaven. That's Gnosticism. This recalls less Spencer's and Darwin's natural selection or survival of the fittest than Blavatsky's and Steiner's highly fanciful and dangerous speculations about the ascent of higher races and the destruction of racial failures of nature. Yeah, these people were eugenicists, folks. They were all eugenicists. They were occultists, eugenicists. They were very, very deluded people. While Tsiolkovsky's views most heavily reflected a theosophical influence, his ideas on non-terrestrial life may also have developed from his reading of the esoterically minded French astronomer Camille Flammarion and the cosmic spiritualist, philosopher, and natural scientist Karl Duprel, whose works were widely spread in Russian translation around the turn of the 20th century. In his Philosophy of Mysticism, 1885, the Bavarian private scholar outlined a peculiar synthesis of Darwinism and occultism in an attempt to determine the status of humans in the universe and their cosmic tasks. Expecting the end of the earth, he forecasted a cosmic expansion of the history of mankind. Keep this in mind, by the way, when we get to the Kardashev scale. It's going to make a lot of sense when you get to the Kardashev scale. But just notice how this is all this space exploration stuff. You'll see it everywhere else. It's all Gnostic. In the Soviet Union, you had people like Tsiolkovsky. With the Nazis, same thing. They wanted to ascend and become gods, Übermensch, and have the perfect race. In the United States, you have people like Jack Parsons, which we're going to read about, who is major occultist, and all these other people who are all occult and driven by the foundational idea that man can be his own god. And space and exploration, all these things were designed to ascend to the spiritual plane. According to him, cosmic traffic opens the possibility that even after the cold death of the earth, the achievements of the earthly culture can be preserved. By applying the principle of evolution and selection to the cosmic sphere, Duprel, as well as Tsiolkovsky, believed it was not only possible that on Earth itself man could be replaced by an even higher form of organization, but also that the initiative to start cosmic history was triggered by inhabitants of another star. This is all fairy tales, folks. These are fallen angels and demons talking to them and deceiving them, deceitful spirits, and Satan is playing them like little puppets to move along his worldwide agenda. It is quite remarkable and fully deserves further investigation that it was the esoteric teachings of redemption and escape from this world, i.e. Gnosticism, which motivated Tsiolkovsky in his concrete research and technical developments. That's important to realize. Even though all of these people like Jack Parsons, Tsiolkovsky, and the Nazis, Werner von Braun, all these people who developed technical achievements were engineers, were driven by and fueled by the occult. These in turn formed the basis of the Soviet space program and its propagation, a program that was supposed to open the cosmic way to the transfiguration and perfection of humanity, and finally to immortality and eternal bliss. Tsiolkovsky is probably the most important, but by no means the only founder of spaceflight with strong occult inclinations. It is remarkable that the prominent German rocket pioneers, the engineers Hermann Ganschwitt, Hermann Oberth, and Max Valier, were also engaged in extensive metaphysical and occult speculation, and were fascinated by paranormal phenomenon. So all these German rocket pioneers, who eventually came through, a lot of them, and their pupils and the people they influenced, came through Operation Paperclip, were neck deep in the devil's soup. Valier not only developed powerful rocket engines, but also followed the pseudoscientific cosmic ice theory and published an extensive occult doctrine of the universe, in which he, like Tsiolkovsky, described the universe as well as the atom as a, quote, living and besouled organism, in accordance with the Hermetic doctrine of the analogy between microcosm and macrocosm, as above, so below, as within, so without. And today you will see it as we get closer to the modern day with people like Nassim Haramein, if you know who that is, that it's the same thing, folks. It's worshiping the creation and marveling at the creation rather than the creator. Nothing new under the sun. The eminent rocket pioneer John Whiteside Parsons, which we'll talk about, whose research was central to the United States rocket program in the 1930s and 1940s, and who, again, like Tsiolkovsky, has a crater on the dark side of the moon, named as an honor, if you believe that there's a dark side of the moon, was also an avid practitioner of the Hermetic and magical sciences, and for several years the leader of the U.S. branch of Aleister Crowley's Ordo Templi Orientis. So, Jack Parsons, founder of JPL and very influential in the U.S. rocket program, was neck deep. You'll see, we'll read more about him. Very neck deep in satanic activity with Aleister Crowley. He was the leader of the Ordo Templi Orientis in the U.S. He was totally into the occult, doing all sorts of occult things. And there you go. He was the U.S. equivalent of Tsiolkovsky. We can only speculate about the reasons for the partiality these pioneers of space travel felt for occult doctrines. This partiality most likely has its roots in the mythological importance that heaven, and thus outer space, has had since the era of Aristotelian Ptolemaic cosmology, as the realm of perfection, gods in paradise, and the eternal home of blessed mankind. What does the Bible tell you at the end in Revelation, 21 or 22? Behold, the dwelling place of God is with man. The entire point of the story, folks, is that the unseen, the undefinable, the ineffable, the unexpressible, the self-existent, has created all things physical so that he could manifest himself in the physical realm through Jesus Christ, pay your debt so that you could be next to him without him destroying you in wrath, in just wrath, and that he is going to renew the earth and be with you on the earth. He's coming down to you because you cannot go where he is, to the ineffable realm, but he is going to come down to you, and behold, the dwelling place of God is with man. What does the devil have to tell you if that's the truth? The devil's going to tell you the opposite. Behold, the dwelling place of man is with God. You must go up to God, and you must ascend and go into the heavens and become and shed this mortal body and live as an immortal being. And of course, what does that mean? It means that this creation is bad. It's to be rejected, which is actually the exact opposite of what the Bible tells you. The assault on heaven would therefore open the road to humanity's self-perfection and self-deification, including the realization of immortality. Since the conquest of heaven will be achieved through science and technology, these fields are given esoteric qualities and magical functions. Esoteric knowledge differs from modern, that is, post-metaphysical and empirical knowledge, in its aim to be holistic, integrated, and lively, and in the tradition of Gnosticism, in its alleged magic power to transform and redeem the world. A magical Gnostic understanding of science and technology was widely spread among Tsiolkovsky's contemporaries. So it wasn't just him. What had previously been the business of magicians, sorcerers, and alchemists became the task of scientists and engineers, namely the conquest of natural laws, the transmutation of species and elements, and the absolute domination over space and time, the advance into new dimensions, and the creation of an omnipotent and immortal superhuman. A few examples may suffice. Alexander Bogdanov and Valerian Muravayev attempted to create a universal science, a kind of mathesis universalis, bringing the various strands of the diverse findings together into one grand unified theory. They're still searching for this, the theory of everything. They want to find the theory of everything to basically explain it all and control all of reality and hack all reality, which of course is just the forbidden fruit. This theory would be useful not only for attaining total command of the world, but also for perfecting it. Why do you need perfect creation when God has already made it perfect and has cursed it, and there's nothing you can do about that? See how these things, even though they seem scientific, they're completely antichrist? Psychologists, biologists, and physicists such as Naum Kotik, Pyotr Lazarev, Leonid Vasiliev, Alexander Chivesky, and the latter, being a close friend of Tsiolkovsky, tried to uncover a hitherto concealed, all-powerful psychophysical, nervous, or cosmic radiation, i.e. New Age stuff. Bogdanov's famous experiments in mutual blood transfusion aiming to create a powerful superhumanity are based on deeply archaic notions of blood as the site of the vital force, as in vampirism, and on the ability of blood to build and maintain a sense of community, as in the Holy Communion, i.e. Catholicism. Bogdanov's magic vitalism could well have been influenced by Rudolf Steiner's lectures on occult medicine. Perhaps the clearest example of the combination of modern science and technology with esoteric knowledge is the work of the priest, sophiologist, and scientist and engineer Pavel Florensky. Recall his speculations about organ projection, biotechnology, bioindustry, the alchemy of synthetic resin, the magic energies of names and numbers, or his efforts to employ the theory of relativity to prove the existence of the empyreum, the realm of the Platonic ideas, the abode of God, and the heavenly host. What German sociologist Nikolaus Luhmann has described as the differentiation of the systems, namely the separation of modern science, metaphysics, and religion, including their institutions and discourses, is reversed by these theories or is considered never to have taken place. That's right. Reversed, because this is just the return of the mystery religion to the forefront. It's never gone away, really. It's just hidden itself a little bit, changed packages, and now is reemerging as we are exiting the final moments of history. So, Konstantin Tsiolkovsky, quite a lot to digest on that, but it sums up perfectly the spirit of the 1900s. Physics and science and all the things that were going on, not just in the Soviet Union, because you'll see this everywhere. The spirit of Antichrist was moving through the whole world and with all these people and basically creating a common ideal, which is this false sign and wonders that were later used through the false prophet, the United States. Because the United States took on the Nazis and won, quote unquote, the space race and so on. So conclusion is that the Lord warned us of false prophets, false Christs that would lead many people astray. These people are false prophets. They are religious figures. They are occult figures. They're not scientists. They're priests. They're priests of the mystery religion. And they're peddling to you a counterfeit salvation that the snake peddled in the very beginning. There's nothing new under the sun. And if you have biblical discernment, you can see through all of this stuff that's dressed up as science, when in reality it's just occultism. These people are revered as gods, that their words are just these, oh my gosh, they're just these geniuses, and they're basically seen as priests and prophets of this new way of thinking, this new science, which is really just the old thing repackaged. They've deceived many people into the mystery religion with their occult ideas. And yes, they created physical engineering marvels, but the reason and the drive behind these marvels was ultimately to move humanity into self-godhood. That was the driver for all of these things. And you need to understand that there's no such thing as space. Nobody's going into space. The idea has always been to penetrate the firmament, to go into the abode of God, and to become like God. So these people are crazy, and by their fruits you will know them. You will judge them. Konstantin Tsiolkovsky compared himself to Jesus. He published commentaries on Jesus' life without the miracles, meaning he rejected Jesus as God and published a counterfeit gospel. He was heavily involved in the occult and practiced theosophy. And he was motivated very clearly by the lie from the Garden of Eden that you can be like God. So by the definition of the Bible, Konstantin Tsiolkovsky was an antichrist. And yet he was one of the main founders of the Soviet space program. And you will see many other such antichrists like him throughout other places as well. But again, it's interesting that both the Soviets and the Nazis were neck deep in the devil's soup with the occult and had this idea of a Superman. Again, the Nazis were all about the Übermensch, and the Soviets were all about the superior race and eugenics and things like that. Of course, in the US, you also had Superman as a comic book hero, and the 40s and 50s and the post-war victory and so on. And just the culture was very much forbidden fruit. And we can do this and roll up your sleeves and synergy all the way. Satan controlled both sides, as you can clearly tell by now. And whether some of these people were Jesuit operatives, Freemasons, secret society, or just very deluded people communing with demons and the devil, it doesn't really matter, folks. At the end of the day, this is the thing. You can get lost in who's controlling what and what secret society did this and what that. It doesn't matter. There's only two forces in this world. There's God, and then there's the devil. And the devil's going to be destroyed very soon. But there's only two forces. It doesn't matter whether Tsiolkovsky was the Freemason or whatever. There is a very high likelihood that he probably was, considering everything I just read to you. He was revered as a very important figure. He was associating with a lot of people in that time. He was definitely into the occult. And so it stands to reason he probably was. But it doesn't matter. What matters is that all of these people were being guided by the devil into creating this final delusion. Remember that the devil gave his power to Rome, and Rome is using the United States, the United States of America, as the false prophet to weave all of these deceptions. You can see how all of these things influenced others, and these things migrated to Europe and then to the United States, and eventually the United States accumulated all of this knowledge and used it through the space program like NASA, through Hollywood, through all of these things that we now are very used to because we grew up with these things. So you have to not look so much at the Freemasons or even at the Jesuits, but really at the devil's work through history. That's what this is about. To see how the enemy has used so many different people from so many threads, from so many places, integrating them, moving them here, moving them there, influencing culture, and shaping the ultimate deception, which is the world marveling after the beast. So very, very interesting. Now let's read about Jack Parsons, our good old friend Jack Parsons of JPL. This is from Wired magazine. And no, I don't want to buy a subscription. Leave me alone. This is titled Occultist Father of Rocketry Written Out of NASA's History. Parsons came to believe in magic, a force that he felt could be explained through quantum physics. As Parsons' interest in the occult developed, his colleague in Molina approached the National Academy of Sciences for funding into jet propulsion as a means for developing more nimble aircraft. The team was granted $1,000, the first government-funded rocketry research group in history. A quarter of the funding had to go towards repairing damage to Caltech buildings caused by the group's experiments, and the group was eventually forced to relocate to some iron sheds in the Arroyo Seco Canyon, where they were closely watched by the FBI, which was keen to make sure that no political extremists were accessing the explosives. It was here that the Jet Propulsion Laboratory would be founded. Hedonistic Pasadena Lodge. At the same time, 1941, Parsons started to have a sexual relationship with his wife's, Helen's 17-year-old sister, Sarah. So his wife's younger sister, he started to sleep with her. Something that was encouraged by his church. His wife started a relationship with one of the church's most senior members, Talbot Smith. So they were both open marriage. The four of them, along with other Thelemites, ended up moving into a large house together in Pasadena. Drugs flowed freely, as did sexual partners. Remember, Thelema was Aleister Crowley's thing. So Jack Parsons was very much associated with Aleister Crowley. So they were doing drugs, orgies, all kinds of stuff. The lodge attracted negative attention, with the police and FBI receiving allegations that it played a host to a cult involved in sexual orgies and black magic. Although upon investigation, it was deemed not to represent a threat to national security. The U.S. government heard that Nazi Germany was developing the V-2 rocket, and so gave the Galkit Rocket Research Group, now with Parsons, a grant to develop rocket-based weapons, and the group was named the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, or JPL. At around that time, Parsons was expelled from Aerojet by new majority shareholders who disapproved of his unorthodox and unsafe working methods. Parsons and Foreman moved on to found the Ad Astra Engineering Company. In 1945, science fiction writer and later the founder of Scientology, L. Ron Hubbard, moved on to the Pasadena Lodge. Sarah took an interest in Hubbard. Sarah, I believe, was Parsons' wife or girlfriend, I forget, which made Parsons jealous. He developed a deeper interest in witchcraft and the darker side of magic, becoming fascinated by poltergeists and ghostly apparitions. In a bid to conjure up a new lover, he took part in an extraordinary ritual where he would masturbate onto, magical tablets to the sound of music. Oh boy, earmuffs if you are having kids or people around you. But anyway, after his girlfriend ran off with Hubbard, he decided to create his own girlfriend and summon an elemental, explains Pendle. Poetry for his elemental. After one such ritual in 1946, Parsons decided that he had managed to conjure up his perfect woman. So when he came into contact with Marjorie Cameron, he was convinced she was the one. He felt as though his elemental had arrived, says Pendle. Cameron had no idea that she had been invoked in this way. She became his muse and was subject of a book of poetry Parsons wrote at the time. When you think about scientists, you don't think of them as necessarily being fun or having a creative side. But Parsons saw himself of being at the end of the line of a group of scientists stretching back to Newton, who saw himself as a natural philosopher, i.e. an occultist. Newton wrote about alchemy. Poetry used to be part of what the scientist was. He was a Renaissance man with a whole swath of interest. That's right, a whole swath of interest in all sorts of unsightly things. When Parsons worked on his rocketry experiments in the desert, he would recite a pagan poem to Pan. Pendle doesn't see this as particularly strange, saying, they were all young guys. It would have been like going into a huddle and shouting the name of your team. Sure, just like that. Yeah, let's sweep that under the rug. That praying a prayer to Pan, who is just another name for the devil, when you're doing your work with rocketry experiments and hoping that it goes right and getting a blessing from your false god, that's just a bunch of guys, just a couple guys just having fun. Don't worry about it. Give me a break. Parsons' financial fortune fell apart after he invested his life savings in co-founding a company with Hubbard and Sarah, his ex-girlfriend and her current primary partner. Hubbard convinced Parsons he was going to buy yachts and resell them at a profit, but this never happened. Parsons lost the vast majority of his money in the scam. The company fell apart, and eventually Hubbard and Sarah went on to found Scientology together. Peas in a pod. Shunned in the Cold War. Parsons remained a specialist in rocketry and was often called as an expert witness in police investigations involving explosives. He was good with things that went boom. So with rockets and explosives, says Pendle. As the Cold War settled in, any academics suspected of being communist sympathizers were frozen out. Parsons and many of his colleagues lost their security clearance and leaving him unemployed. He found himself earning money as a manual laborer, a hospital orderly, and a car mechanic. Having been pushed out of science, Parsons became even more deeply entrenched in the occult. He ended up applying his skills to create pyrotechnics and explosives for the film industry. Just before a planned trip to Mexico in 1952, Parsons, who was 37, received a large order of explosives for a movie. While preparing the order, there was an explosion involving mercury in which Parsons suffered fatal wounds. Some of his friends suspected a state-sponsored conspiracy, although it was ruled an accident. To mark the centenary of Jock Parsons' birth in 1914, Folger Press is publishing a collection of Parsons' poems, Songs for the Witch Woman, which he wrote about Marjorie Cameron. It provides an intimate glimpse into the final years of their relationship, which was cut short by his untimely death. Cameron provides the illustrations. Quote, in the poems, he's writing to what he saw as a magical creature. Parsons uses imagery that is pretty far out, says Pendle, mentioning a vision of a girl and a goat dancing together in a satanic ritual, where the girl is more fearsome than the goat she's dancing with. This is how he saw his relationship with Cameron. She was a girl he'd summoned, but he was also terrified of her. Crazy people, folks. These are crazy people, and yet they were so influential in the development of all of the things that we use today. Many of the poems are about a hidden world beyond the view of the normal mortals. Parsons had his rocketry as well as his normal life. He discovered other worlds by imagining going on a rocket to the moon. He wanted to explore his new frontier. He saw both space and magic as a way of exploring these new frontiers, one breaking free from Earth literally and metaphysically. Was Jack Parsons an occultist in the line of all of the other people and their old occult traditions? Absolutely. This is Babylon Working. If you don't know about it, you'll find out about it today. 1946, L. Ron Hubbard, John Whiteson Parsons, and the Practice of Enochian Magic. A little description here. In the spring of 1946, L. Ron Hubbard and John Parsons performed a series of magical rituals with the aim of incarnating the Thelemic goddess Babylon in a human being. Hubbard's cooperation with Parsons, known as the Babylon Working, remains one of the most controversial events in Hubbard's pre-Scientology days. This article sets out to describe the content of the magical rituals as well as their purpose. It is argued that in order to fully understand these events, it is necessary to approach the Babylon Working from a study of Western esotericism in general and the study of Enochian magic in particular. So, Satanism, they summoned whatever they summoned, and of course, they were very deceived, very, very deceived. And God allowed them to be deceived so they could be destroyed, as you have plainly seen by now. But this is the point, folks. These people, just like Tchaikovsky in the Soviet Union, Parsons was neck deep in the occult. Satanism, orgies, drugs, occult books and rituals and all sorts of things. He lived a very dark life, and he was destroyed. He said prayers to Pan before doing his work with rockets and experiments, and was motivated by the forbidden fruit of godhood, just like Tsiolkovsky. He idolized a woman that showed up in his life after doing a satanic ritual, and he was peas in a pod with L. Ron Hubbard, who was the founder of Scientology, who was another false prophet and false Christ. And of course, Hubbard took Parsons' girlfriend, and they went and founded Scientology, which is just so crazy. Parsons also was connected to Aleister Crowley, who was another false prophet. And Crowley was one of the top Satanists, of course, if you don't know that, in the 1900s. He was also connected to the Catholic Church, which we'll be documenting in a future video on the Synagogue of Satan. But Crowley's family was from the Plymouth Brethren, if you know what that is, which is basically where Darby, Irving, all these dispensationalist ideas originated there. And I talk about that in my Great Delusion series, where the Plymouth Brethren, very strange group of people, but the Plymouth Brethren is also where Aleister Crowley's family comes from. So there you go. They're all one big club, and you and I aren't in it. Thank God. Now let's talk about George Lemaitre, our friend and Jesuit George Lemaitre. And he is a Belgian priest, theoretical physicist, mathematician, astronomer, and professor, blah, blah, blah. He was the first to theorize the recession of nearby galaxies can be explained by an expanding universe, which was observationally confirmed afterwards by Edward Hubble. This is not true. It wasn't confirmed by anybody. This is a false interpretation, and we will refute it today. But of course, they need it in order to justify the Big Bang. He first derived the Hubble law, now they call the Hubble-Lemaitre law. Well, law is something that's actually true, but this is not a law at all. And published the first estimation of the Hubble constant in 1927, 2 years before Hubble's article. Lemaitre also proposed the Big Bang theory of the origin of the universe, calling it the hypothesis of the primeval atom, and later calling it the beginning of the world. Doesn't the Bible tell you how the world began? So a Jesuit is telling you instead now, this is actually how it began. No, listen to me. Of course, you know how these things go by now. This is the Antichrist spirit working on day and age. But a Jesuit created the Big Bang, and that's what you need to know about that. They're rewriting the Genesis 1 through people like this person, like Lemaitre. And now that culture was sufficiently shaped with Einstein, with relativity, with all this Kabbalah mystical space exploration, the idea of a Big Bang was the next thing that needed to be. I forget when he did it. It was like, what, in when did he publish it? 1927? So around the late 1920s. So I think this was afterwards. But it was just around the perfect timing to get everything going. And of course, keep the momentum with relativity, heliocentrism, and eventually space exploration. And you will see how all these things culminate in an ecumenical world marveling after the beast outcome. But the heliocentric model needs the Big Bang, otherwise it can't explain motion. And so they need to say that everything's expanding and you know, there's an original cause for everything. Of course, they're taking God out of the equation. And so they need to have something to explain the motion and the energy in the universe. And so they have to say that the universe is expanding, but of course it's not expanding. And you'll see that in just a second. So conclusion from this, we still have quite a bit to go. There's so much that's happened in the last 120 years. It's really, truly profound. But hopefully you're noticing a pattern. Hopefully you're starting to see that there's a continuous thread through all of these things, all the way from ancient times to modern day, unbroken thread of satanic activity. All the major figures that are associated to heliocentrism and were contributors to heliocentric thought and space and the idea of space exploration, whatever else, they were compromised. They were either occultists or Freemasons, secret society members, Jesuits, or just very deluded people that were somehow tied to the beast and manipulated by the devil. Heliocentrism is the mystery religion's cosmology because it's an inversion of the truth and it's based on the forbidden fruit that you can become like gods. It justifies ascension, a one world order, transhumanism, evolution, all of these things. It's all tied to it, folks. That's why I said heliocentrism is a spiritual belief system. You need to understand that. It's not based whatsoever on science. It's dressed up as science, just like there are false Christs. Remember, discernment is not determining good from evil. Hopefully you know how to do that. Discernment is determining right from almost right. Right? Discernment is being able to watch the chosen who presents to you a Jesus that looks like you expect, oh, Jesus probably looked like that, from the Jesus of the scriptures, who is very different. The Jesus of the chosen is a false Christ. He's almost right. But it's the part that's the almost that kills you. And this is the problem. If you can't tell the difference between right and almost right, then you'll be deceived. When it comes to cosmology, yeah, it's almost right. It means it seems to explain what we see. It's very dressed up in math, and it seems all very legitimate. There's all these scientists, and there's all these great discoveries. Almost right. But when you dig a little deeper, you realize that all these things have been carefully constructed and put together in a narrative by the beast, of course, in the last 500 years especially. But before that, the devil was all over the place, planting little seeds, little weeds, and growing them and moving them around. So you need to understand that the Bible warns of false signs and wonders, false Christ, false prophets. All of these things are coming to pass, and we're documenting them today. The devil has been incredibly busy weaving all of these threads ultimately into the Catholic Church so that he could receive worship. And this is on the horizon. So what about now, back to the story, what about redshift? Redshift is the perceived redness in the stars when you look at them, and galaxies and so on and constellations. Again, we don't know what galaxies really are. You're looking at the firmament. Your assumption is, oh, we're living in space in a void and this is 1 billion miles away. That's an assumption. We don't know what we're looking at. But the things in the firmament, the redness in them is perceived as, by heliocentrists, as evidence that the universe is expanding. Georges Lemaitre helped to create something called the Hubble law, or Hubble's constant as well. And of course, nobody's questioned these things because it's a law. Immediately they claim it's a law. And of course, it's not a law. As you will soon see, it's very easily refuted. But to learn a little bit about redshift, let's see what it is. This is Wikipedia. In physics, a redshift is an increase in the wavelength and corresponding decrease in the frequency and photon energy of electromagnetic radiation. The opposite change, a decrease in wavelength and an increase in frequency and energy, is known as blue shift or negative redshift. The term derives from the colors red and blue, which form the extremes of the visible light spectrum. So you can see here, here's red, here's blue. So the more it tends to red or the more it tends to blue, it gives you an idea of the frequency it is. The main causes of electromagnetic redshift in astronomy and cosmology are the relative motions of radiation sources. Now we're coming to the narrative, which give rise to the relativistic Doppler effect. This is not true. And gravitational potentials, which gravitationally redshift escaping radiation. All sufficiently distant light sources show cosmological redshift corresponding to recession speeds proportional to their distances from the Earth, a fact known as Hubble's law that implies the universe is expanding. Blah, 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 scientific obfuscation. It's pseudoscience. And you will see it for yourself. Now, there's a man named Halton Arp who disagreed with this, who's around that time, born 1927 to died 2013. He was an astronomer. He was remembered for his 1966 book, Atlas of Peculiar Galaxies, which cataloged unusual-looking galaxies and presented their images. Arp was also known as a critic of the Big Bang Theory and for advocating a non-standard cosmology incorporating intrinsic redshift. Arp developed these views in a book, Seeing Redshift Cosmology and Academic Science, in 1998. So he wrote a book about it, and it's Atlas of Peculiar Galaxies. Arp compiled a catalog of unusual galaxies, an Atlas of Peculiar Galaxies, which was first published in 1966. Arp's motivation for the project was his realization that astronomers understood little about how galaxies change over time. This atlas was intended to provide images that would give astronomers data from which they could study the evolution of galaxies. Arp later used the galaxies of the atlas as arguments for his views in the debate on quasi-stellar objects. Astronomers now recognize Arp's atlas as an excellent compilation of interacting emerging galaxies, with some mixture of chance alignments of two unrelated objects at vastly different distances. Many objects in the atlas are referred to as primarily by Arp by number, and some are used as spectral templates for studying high redshift galaxies. Arp himself totally rejected the idea that peculiar galaxies were emerging, claiming rather that apparent associations were prime examples of ejections from a host galaxy. So whether that was over your head or not doesn't matter. Arp was not somebody who believed in the Big Bang and the universe expanding. He had an alternate view of the universe. he wasn't like a, flat earther or anything, but he had an alternate view of the universe. He said there's other ways to explain this. And now we come to Edwin Hubble's false law. This is from ospublishers.com, Open Scientific Publishers, and this is a paper by Roland W. Abstract. Hubble's law, the presumption that galaxies may be moving away from the Earth at velocities proportional to their distance, is considered the ultimate defining evidence supporting the hypothesis the universe may be expanding. Unfortunately, Hubble's law is fatally flawed. Edwin Hubble misunderstood the nature of the redshift data upon which his theory is based, made oversimplifying assumptions about the brightness and dimness of the nebula, made the unwarranted assumption that galaxies are accelerating away from each other, then manipulated data to justify his foregone conclusion. Hubble presumed the galaxies in question to be an average of 24 times farther away than they really are, and in so doing, he falsified the only evidence supporting expansion theory. In 2014, Eric Lerner and the team of astrophysicists studied the surface brightness per unit area of 1,000 near and far galaxies and concluded that galaxies are not moving apart. But do you hear about this stuff? Do you hear about it on Wikipedia? No, you don't. No, it's Hubble's law. It's a law. Don't question the law. Of course not. Introduction. Hubble's law is the theory that galaxies are moving away from the Earth at velocities proportional to their distance. Galaxies are supposedly accelerating away from Earth, and the farther away they are, the higher their velocities. The calculations from which Hubble's law is derived indicate a distance-velocity relationship considered to be the ultimate definitive evidence supporting the hypothesis the universe may be expanding. Because of false assumptions, faulty reasoning, and data that appears to have been contrived, Hubble's law is fatally flawed. Edwin Hubble assumed that the nebula are accelerating away from each other, then found the mathematics to justify his foregone conclusion. Math can justify anything, folks, as long as you have assumptions and you can mathematize anything. This is the logical error of circular reasoning. In other words, including the conclusion in one's assumption, then using the assumption to prove the conclusion. Kind of like mass and gravity. The redshift misconception. In 1915, Vesto Slipher observed that light from some spiral nebula is redshifted and jumped to the conclusion that he was witnessing a light source rapidly moving away from the observer and somehow stretching the wavelength of light it emits. This is how it started. They're observing things in the firmament, and of course their model of the universe is totally bonkers, and they're assuming that the red that they see is a product of the galaxy moving at such a fast rate that it's affecting the frequency of light and changing it to the red. That's an assumption. It could not be moving, and it could just be red light that's being emitted. How do you know? That's the question. Slipher also observed that the light received from Andromeda was in the blue part of the spectrum and falsely concluded that this galaxy is somehow shrinking the wavelength of its light as it rapidly approached us. Slipher did not appreciate how light attenuates and thought he was witnessing a Doppler effect. So a Doppler effect, remember, a Doppler is when there's a change of frequency because something is moving. We'll talk about this more with relativity in the next section, but let's say you're standing still and somebody's playing a trumpet and they're in a car and they're playing an F note and the car is moving at 60 miles an hour. Well, they're playing the F note, but the way it's going to sound to you, because the car is moving and affecting the sound because the frequency is changing, it's going to make it into an F sharp or something, right? It's going to change the frequency of the note. That's called a Doppler effect. It's a change of frequency because something is moving. Kind of like how you hear, an ambulance come across you. I'm probably doing it not the best, but you get what I'm saying. There's a Doppler effect that's happening because of the frequency, and something is moving from the emitting source. Moving back to our paper here. In redshift, there is an actual increase in wavelength. In Doppler, there is only the illusion of change in the wavelength. Redshift is attenuation. Doppler is distortion. Very important you understand the difference. Light waves are transverse, meaning they oscillate perpendicular to their path, and they do not require any medium through which to travel. That's not true. That's not true at all, because light, he's probably going with the relativistic model, so there's that. But anyway, we'll talk more about this anyhow in the future. Sound waves are longitudinal, vibrate parallel to their path, and can only propagate by compression and rarefaction of the elastic medium through which they travel. Light attenuates over extreme distances through space, meaning that its frequency gradually decreases as its wavelength correspondingly increases. The degree to which light has redshifted is a function only of how far it has traveled from its source. That redshift could have anything to do with motion of source is a false inference. Meaning to assume that the red thing that you're seeing, and this is, by the way, a heliocentrist, and obviously from his comment about light, he believes in relativity. So, but this person is telling you, even though he's a heliocentrist and he believes in relativity, he's telling you that the universe is not expanding. This is bogus. So that's the important point. But the assumption is, when you see the red light, does that mean that it's moving? No. That's your model that you're projecting onto the results. Just like Eratosthenes, just like everybody else. Just like Cavendish, and so on and so forth. 1927, Edwin Hubble compounded the Slipher error by presuming that galaxies are receding from the Milky Way, and the farther away they are, the faster they are receding. Hubble estimated presumed radial velocities of 46 star clusters on the unwarranted assumption that they were traveling on straight-line paths diverging from some unexplained central colossal explosion. This is an assumption on Hubble's part. It's not a law, it was just an assumption. Edwin Hubble's miscalculations. In 1929, Hubble presented data from 24 star clusters he had studied as the foundation for Hubble's law, which theory is considered the ultimate observational basis for expanding universe theory. From these 24 sets of data, Hubble selected 5 that demonstrated a perfect straight-line relationship between distance and velocity. However, 5 is a statistically insignificant sample size from which to project meaningful data about the entire universe. Agreed. Especially when you're cherry-picking the 5 out of the 24, the other 19 that didn't match. Hubble demonstrated selection bias by using data only of galaxies from which light was redshifted and overlooking data of galaxies from which light appeared to have been blue-shifted. By ignoring data from the galaxies he believed were approaching Earth, Hubble self-disqualified his theory as constituting a law. A law in physics permits no exceptions. That's right, like the law of thermodynamics. The second law and the first law, which both of those gravity breaks. So watch my gravity video to understand how. But those are laws. I think he's going to talk about it here. Newton's universal law of gravitation, for example, does not permit occasional exceptions whereby some objects fall upwards or repel each other. Yeah, gravity is not. But again, see, this is the great part. The great part is that this person is totally into the heliocentric model, totally believes relativity, into gravity, all this stuff, and he's still telling you, it's not a flat earther telling you this, right? This is an educated person reporting to you physics within his own frame of heliocentrism, telling you that the universe is not expanding, that this is bogus, that Edwin Hubble was a fraud. And of course, the rest, as they say, is history. Moving on. 1912, Henrietta Swan Leavitt had discovered a direct relationship between the brightness of the Cepheid variable stars and the period of their pulsations. The brightness periodicity relationship indicates at what stage each Cepheid may be at in its unique life cycle and tells us absolutely nothing about where said star may be located. Hubble misinterpreted the Cepheid brightness periodicity relationship to his advantage. By presuming that the universe had begun from some unexplained central explosion, Hubble jumped to the unwarranted conclusion that the brightness of the Cepheid star is a function of its distance away from the Earth. Hubble also falsely assumed that all galaxies are approximately the same size. This simplification caused him to overestimate the distance of small galaxies and underestimate the distance of the large ones. Hubble further falsely assumed that the dimness of a galaxy is a function of its motion away, i.e. that as a galaxy retreats, its brightness diminishes. That's not true. It could be just a less bright galaxy. Now again, we don't know what galaxies are. Some sort of formation in the firmament. Maybe it's a living being. Who knows? We really don't know any of these things, folks. But either way, you can't assume, because it's moving away, that's why it's less bright. This is another example of including one's conclusion in the assumption, then using this assumption to prove the conclusion. The following table summarizes the estimates from which Edwin Hubble in 1929 concluded that galaxies were receding from the Milky Way at a velocity proportional to their distance. Entries in the distance column indicate that distances the Hubble estimated, yada yada, entries in the presumed velocity, and so on and so forth. So here's this table. These are the 5, things that basically he picked out. And it gives you the distance and presumed velocity and supposedly the ratio. And this person's going to comment on it. The results in the ratio column above are the 5 points that Hubble posted on a graph to create a remarkably tight straight line relationship between the distance of a galaxy and how fast it's supposedly moving away. So he took, out of all the results he got, he took the ones that he could plot on a graph in a linear relationship and make it seem as if there's this law, this unquestioned law of the universe expanding. But this is fraud, scientific fraud. Something is seriously wrong with Hubble's estimates of distance, however. If we substitute modern estimates of distance in the distance modern column below, a quite different picture emerges. And so on and so forth. And so you see the numbers here. And so let's see the commentary. Edwin Hubble thus estimated Virgo to be about 3.4 times closer than it actually is, and the other star clusters to be from 12 all the way up to 68 times further away than they actually are. If Hubble had used realistic estimates of distance, there would have been no straight line on his graph, only random points indicating a zero correlation between distance and presumed velocity. It appears that Hubble manipulated data to produce the results he wanted. Either galaxies are moving apart or they are not. The theory which suggests that the distances between galaxies are increasing is fatally flawed. Therefore, we must presume that galaxies are in the same positions relative to each other that they have always been in. This burden of proof is the same as required in a court of law. The Hubble theory that galaxies are moving apart cannot be substantiated. Therefore, we must presume that they are not moving apart. And if that's the case, there's no Big Bang. Hubble's so-called law is thus a mathematical diversion that bears no relation to reality. Redshift is not Doppler. Galaxies are not retreating from the Milky Way. If galaxies are not in retreat, then their imagined velocity of retreat cannot be increasing. The universe is not expanding. We now have direct evidence that the universe is not expanding. Edwin Hubble's estimates of velocity do not include measurements of surface brightness of galaxies. Such measurements tell us a very different story. In 1930, Richard Tolman devised a surface brightness test to determine whether the universe is static or it's expanding. Tolman's test compares the surface brightness of galaxies to their degree of redshift. Tolman believed the redshift to be the degree of reduction in energy of each photon. In a static universe, the light received from an object drops in proportion to the square of its distance. We'll talk about this too with the next video in this series, which will be 15 problems with the circular flat Earth model. The inverse square law of light is a real problem for the flat Earth model, as it is now with the circle and so on. And you'll understand what I mean, which is that light, what he just said, an object drops in proportion to the square of its distance. There's a proportion, and it's logarithmic, meaning the farther you are from a light source, it's exponentially dropping off in intensity. So anyway, back burner for that one. But in the apparent area of the object also drops in proportion to the square of its distance. Thus, the surface brightness, light received per surface area, is constant, independent of distance. In an expanding universe, the surface brightness would decrease with the fourth power of 1 plus c. For 90 years, mainstream astrophysicists have never checked the validity of their assumptions by means of the Tolman test. They accept on blind faith the Slipher error of mistaking redshift for Doppler. In 2014, Eric Lerner and a team of astrophysicists applied the Tolman test by measuring the surface brightness of over 1,000 near and far galaxies. 1,000 galaxies is a statistically significant sample size from which to project meaningful data about the entire known universe. It is 200 times the number of galaxies that Hubble included in his biased sample. And remember, Hubble took out of the 24, he took 5. If galaxies had been moving away from each other, they would appear fainter the farther away they get, because of the inverse square law with light. Their surface brightness would diminish, true. Lerner's team, however, found that in every case, surface brightness remains constant regardless of distance. If any far distant galaxies had been in motion away from us, its surface brightness would have been much less than that of nearby galaxies, a phenomenon that has never been observed. Thus, there is zero tangible evidence that galaxies are moving apart and overwhelming evidence that they are not. The universe is an infinite expanse, and as such cannot have any boundaries that are expanding. Infinity cannot become any larger than it already is. And again, this is a heliocentrist telling you this. The universe is not an infinite expanse. Who knows? I mean, who knows what it is? Because we know that there's a limited expanse. We are in the space between the waters above and the waters below. How far do the waters go? I don't know. That's a good question, right? But as far as our universe, this is it. And when you look into the firmament and you see these things like stars and galaxies, we don't really know what they are exactly. We don't. and certainly they're interesting to look at. They exist, obviously. There's also, the Photoshopization of NASA of all these things. And if you've seen how they take the Hubble, quote unquote, the Hubble telescope, and they take the images and they totally make them into something that they're not, to make people marvel at these false signs and wonders. There's that part too, but there are things that we see. And the question is, what are they? I mean, I don't know. I don't have an explanation for that, but they're certainly not cajillions of miles away and in an empty void, because we know that that's not true. Conclusion with this paper: Hubble's law, the alleged definitive evidence supporting the expansion theory, is fatally flawed. Edwin Hubble made a priority assumption that galaxies are moving away from each other, then falsified evidence to support his foregone conclusion. Hubble estimated 5 galaxies to be on average 24 times further away than they are, then plotted these 5 points on a graph to demonstrate a straight line relationship between distance and presumed velocity. If Hubble had used realistic estimates of distance, he would have ended up with random points in a graph bearing no relationship to each other whatsoever. Thus, there is zero evidence to support the notion that the universe could be expanding, i.e. that the galaxies are moving away from each other. In 2014, Eric Lerner and a team of astrophysicists applied the Tolman surface test, and we learned about that, and so on and so forth. This is overwhelming evidence that the galaxies are in the same position relative to each other that they have always been in. That's right, because this is the universe. And when you're looking up at the firmament, you don't know what you're looking at, but you're seeing something that was created, and it's there. It's not bajillions of miles away and moving away from you and expanding faster than the speed of light and all of this nonsense. But you see, what does this tell you? It tells you the Big Bang is not true, because the Big Bang has to keep moving and expanding the universe. That's their whole thing. And now they're getting into, well, the universe actually has had endless Big Bangs, because it's expanding and then at some point it contracts, and then it goes through the big crush, and then it's Big Bang. There's so much nonsense that they're trying to bring into cosmology just to not acknowledge God and not acknowledge the Bible. So, conclusion from all this, well, it's the usual pattern of one false narrative being propagated immediately by the media machine, while others, like the Tolman test and these other people like ARP, who objected to the Big Bang Theory, you never hear about them. You never hear about this paper that I just read to you. You never hear about Halton ARP. You never hear about the Tolman test. Nobody listens to these things, even if you put them forward, because they think it's, how can you question established science? Well, it's not science. It's a spiritual belief system. And yeah, you should be questioning it because it's Antichrist. Data on redshift is interpreted with assumptions. Again, when you see something red, what do you make of it, right? It's just like with the sun or the moon. The moon's an easy example. You look at the moon and you say, well, what is that thing? Is it a bajillion miles away and a million miles across? Or is it, like 30 miles away and, 2 miles across? How do you know? It's all relative in that sense if you don't have an objective frame of reference. Of course, we do have an objective frame of reference. We know that the Earth is stationary, it's not moving. Therefore, this is a local light source, just like the Bible tells you. And so it's probably on the smaller end. Now, we'll talk about the moon later on here. The moon is very likely a 2-dimensional projection, and there's evidence for that, which is very fascinating evidence. But either way, you're assuming something when you're looking at it. So just like with redshift, when you're looking at that and you're looking at it through a bias, trying to confirm your bogus model, then what do you get? Well, you get bogus results and falsified information, which is exactly what happened. They projected their assumptions of a heliocentric expanding universe with a Big Bang onto redshift and say, oh, see, it proves it. Proof, Hubble's law. You can't question it. And the rest, as they say, is history. There's just like evidence with geological interpretations, where like the evolutionary model is used to say, oh, this happened over, 500 million years, and the Grand Canyon happened over 200 million years. And this is just nonsense. Because there's evidence that, for example, Mount St. Helens, there's a huge gorge. When Mount St. Helens erupted, it created this gorge in a matter of a very short period of time, a couple weeks, where it was literally like you go there and you look around, and if you didn't have context of what happened, and you had the smoke over your eyes, the lens, the matrix of the evolutionary model, you would say, wow, this must have taken millions of years. And in fact, it happened very quickly. In fact, there's a list, if you look up on Wikipedia, this is a list of Islands created since the 20th century. These are islands that are created in the last 120 years. And you can look at this list. It's a huge list. Look how many of these are. From, well, this is late 1800s, but 1900s, like, this is, I don't know, 30 islands, 40 islands, something like that. Maybe a little less than that, 20 to 30 range, but that's a lot. Islands that were created with geographical features, with all sorts of ecosystems, all kinds of things going on. We do not understand the earth and the way things go. But you've been given a model like the evolutionary model and these ridiculous timescales because they support the cosmology of the mystery religion, which ultimately leads to what, folks? You're about to see soon how it all comes together and why all of these things are so important to the beast and why the moon landing was so important and why maintaining heliocentric cosmology and Mars and all this stuff that's going on today. Because it cements the idea of a one world that needs to be united. That's what it's all about. The Bible tells you the ultimate aim of the beast, to be marveled at, to be worshipped, a new world order. That's the destination of history. Meaning all of these false signs and wonders are going to serve that outcome. So you can't forget that. And this is the way that the interpretation of everything with heliocentrism works, the same way. They use math and ridiculous scales and confusing numbers and all kinds of things to deceive you. Remember from episode 4 with Eratosthenes when we did some calculations on angular size. You can do this for yourself. Take the numbers that they tell you for Jupiter, Venus, Mars, all the visible planets. Take the numbers of the diameter of these supposed bodies and the distances, 100 quadrillion miles away divided by whatever. Put it in an angular size calculator. And we did that. I did the calculations for you in that episode, if you haven't seen it, towards the end. And you can see for yourself that you should not, based on what they tell you, you should not be able to see Jupiter or Mars or whatever else in the sky. You shouldn't be able to see it based on the diameter of these objects that they're telling you that they are and the distance that they have to be. You shouldn't be able to see them because there's a limit to angular size, meaning how much space something occupies in your visual field. So all of these things are based on wild assumptions, and assumptions are everything because math justifies your assumptions. You make assumptions, and then if you project your results like Hubble did and mathematize everything and cover it with math, sprinkle a few formulas here and there, and suddenly, oh, wow, it's legit. It's a law. It's a law of the universe. When in fact, it's a lie of the universe. It's a lie, not a law. Now, the thing that you need to understand is you always need to make an assumption. Every claim that you make to make a hypothesis in science, you have to assume something. There's nothing wrong with assuming. You have to assume in order to create a hypothesis. And then you test your hypothesis. That is the scientific method. The problem is these people are not scientific because once they test, they project their assumptions onto the test and they make the math work to fulfill the assumptions rather than being honest and saying, yeah, Michelson Morley proved that the earth isn't moving. And so did Airy, and so did all these other people. So I guess we have to reevaluate the model. No. Oh, we just give relativity and math and this formula and that formula and see, it's actually what's happening is this. This is what's happening. It's corruption. It's evil. And it's the corruption of science. If you assume that the sun or the moon that you're looking at is huge, then you will get a huge number that it has to be farther away. If you assume that the sun you're looking at or the moon that you're looking at is local and smaller, then the number that you get for the distance is going to be smaller. Math is relative. I'm not saying math is relativistic, but math is relational. It's relative to the assumption. Math can make anything work. It doesn't mean that you're expressing reality. I could say that the sun is 5 quadrillion miles away, and it's actually 4 quadrillion miles across. And you could make the math work as far as distance and make the angular size appear the way it's supposed to in the sky with math. It doesn't mean you're expressing reality. Does that make sense? Just because you're expressing something mathematically doesn't mean that you're aligning with reality. And a lot of people don't seem to get that. They think that there's all these, giant like chalkboards with equations and, it must be something going on there, some truth, some profound truth going on. No, it's just philosophy dressed up in numbers and meaningless data. Empirical data is what matters. You can have math, but math is only useful up to a point. You need to have empirical evidence of what you believe. You need to have empirical evidence of your data, because empirical evidence confirms whether your math is right or wrong, right? If you have empirical evidence that the sun is not quadrillions of miles away and, hundreds of thousands of miles in diameter, that it's a local light source, then your math is wrong. Your projections and your calculations are wrong, even though without any other context, they can explain the angular size of the sun in the sky. So this is why math is ultimately meaningless. It's useful, but it's ultimately meaningless. You need empirical data. And there's no empirical proof for the heliocentric system. You need to understand that. There's no empirical proof for gravity, for curvature, for the theory of stars coming into being. None of this stuff has any empirical proof. It's garbage. It's gobbledygook, like that Malcolm Bowden guy was saying. Now back to redshift. They assume that redshift would be, or that must be, the acceleration of things away from the Earth because of the Big Bang and because we live in space. But they misinterpreted what they saw, both in the sense of the magnitude and the distance. As you saw, Hubble grossly overestimated the numbers, and in the sense of a Doppler effect, that something is moving in order to change the frequency, which is not. They just assumed that because it fit their model of the universe. It could just be a change in the light being emitted. Maybe this thing is emitting red light. Maybe it's not as bright because that's just what it is. Doesn't mean that it's moving or that it's farther away. The conclusion is that they don't know what they're looking at, folks. They have, first off, people by today, they've been so gaslighted and deceived. Even physicists. You saw some of these people in Malcolm's videos. They were physicists that never even knew about Sagnac's experiments or Michelson-Morley or Airy's failure. They're completely brainwashed and indoctrinated by all the gaslighting of relativity, which we're going to expose, by all the math and the conjecture of the heliocentric model. So today, they're looking at these things, and even the people that aren't secret society members and indoctrinated with the occult and things like that, they're looking at, they don't know what they're looking at. They're looking at something, and immediately the math model in their mind says, oh, that's a galaxy, it must be 1 billion miles away. Well, how do you know that? How do you know that you're just not looking at something in the firmament? And, maybe, like I said, maybe it's a living being, maybe it's objects, maybe it's the effect of the firmament itself somehow. Who knows what it is? We don't know. We don't have enough budget, right? Because nobody's going to be paid millions of dollars to go and do biblical flat earth research or biblical cosmology research. So you have to drop all the assumptions when you're examining these things. Now, a couple more to go on this evil tour of the last 120 years. This is from Medium. The Long Strange Trip of Michael Aquino. If you know about Michael Aquino, he was head of the government's PSYOP division for a while, or worked very much with the CIA. And this says how a heterodox intellect remade Satanism and caught hell for it. Here he is, by the way, Michael Aquino, with Sammy Davis Jr. and Anton LaVey, the priest of the Satanic Church, the high priest or whatever. Peas in a pod, all buds. Just look at them smiling and on their way to hell. The research, if it's real, it's not a blanket of bromides or group-sanctioned routine. Its practitioners rarely appear in familiar lanes. In 1969, an authentically seeking and heterodox U.S. Army officer and specialist in psychological operations, or PSYOP, entered the orbit of the Church of Satan founder Anton LaVey. This was Michael Aquino, whose efforts opened a new chapter in satanic and left-hand spirituality. Aquino first briefly encountered LaVey in 1968 at the San Francisco premiere of Rosemary's Baby, the social connector for so much in the modern Satanism LaVey defined. A recent graduate of UC Santa Barbara and commissioned officer, Aquino spent part of 1968 into 69 at Fort Bragg with the 82nd Airborne Division, and later as a PSYOP Special Forces officer at the base's JFK Special Warfare Center. In early 1969, the second lieutenant found himself questioning life's purpose. A study of existential philosophy had only deepened his despair, and he was contemplating suicide. Now, this article is behind a paywall. The point I wanted to show you is that this person, if you know about him, Michael Aquino, was very, very influential in the U.S. government's PSYOP division, and he was a Satanist. He was a hardcore neck deep in the devil's soup with Anton LaVey and so on. So there's that. Let's see. This is another one titled Why the U.S. Got Involved in the Occult. If it will load. Oh, okay, there it is. This is from April 26th, 2017. Why the U.S. states government Embraced the Occult. A new book chronicles the decades of extravagant attempts to weaponize psychic powers. Here's some people doing a seance and working probably for the CIA, who knows. In 1952, the U.S. Army asked Duke University to help them develop a program to determine if dogs were psychic. Specifically, they wondered, could dogs use extrasensory perception? To this end, researchers carried out a series of 48 tests on a beach in Northern California to see if dogs could locate underwater explosives. At first, the results pleased the scientists, who concluded that there was no known way in which the dogs could have located the underwater mines except by extrasensory perception. Let us pause for a minute before going further. A dog's olfactory capabilities are 40 to 50 times greater than those of a human. Its hearing is 4 times stronger. Judging them by human metrics, dogs literally have extrasensory perception. This does not mean, however, that they are psychic or paranormal. And sure enough, further tests failed to deliver any supernatural results. A follow-up program was deemed an utter failure, and researchers noted a rather conspicuous refusal of the dogs to alert. This experiment is only one of the strange stories, many of them recently declassified, in Annie Jacobson's Phenomenon, The Secret History of the U.S. Government's Investigations into Extrasensory Perception and Psychokinesis. As with her previous books on Area 51, Operation Paperclip, The Secret Project to Bring Nazi Rocket Scientists to the U.S. After the War, and DARPA, Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, which develops new technology for the Defense Department. This one begins with the fallout of World War II and the extreme measures the military-industrial complex took to unlock and weaponize psychic abilities in the early days of the Cold War. Very interesting stuff. I read a book, just a little quick pause, but I read a book, oh gosh, what was it? I forget the name of the book now. Maybe it was Alien Agenda, maybe not. Really weird book, but it was interesting. I think by an author named Morrison. He was a research author. I forget his name, but anyway, about these CIA projects to basically work on telekinesis and remote viewing, which I think they're going to mention in this article. They were very, very neck deep in the occult. But anyway, spanning over 50 years, Jacobson's tale takes us from the immediate post-war years of the CIA's experiments in the 1960s and 70s. The Defense Department, she tells us, began its own experiments in the 1980s and 90s before their final incarnation, Project Stargate, was finally decommissioned in 1995. Although Jacobson's book demonstrates an alarming pattern of government activity, the phenomena themselves are what makes her book so fascinating and often troubling. My intention for this book, she writes, was not to prove or disprove anyone or any concept, but to report objectively on the government's long-standing interest in ESP and psychokinetic phenomenon. That being said, she cuts these charlatans a great deal of slack while subtly undermining their critics, creating a reading experience that's alternately frustrating and exhausting. And while she couldn't have predicted this before finishing the book, Phenomenon arrives at the beginning of a presidency that is thriving on conspiracy, distortion of fact, the discrediting of reliable sources, and outright paranoia. With the President of the United States quoting the National Enquirer as a legitimate news source, we're in desperate need of a thorough account of the overlap between the government and the occult. But given our current climate, such a book also requires greater moral clarity. The quest for extrasensory perception, an outgrowth of the 19th and early 20th century spiritualist movement, and begun in the 1930s, mainly with Duke University's parapsychology experiments conducted by J.B. Rhine. But in the wake of World War II, the U.S. government began looking for ways to influence and control human behavior. And in addition to traditional psychological tactics, attention increasingly turned to parapsychology as well. In the early 1950s, the Defense Department tasked Andrea Puharich with locating mushrooms that they believed might unlock psychic powers, a project the CIA was also working on under the codename Project MK Ultra. Hopefully you know about that. During this time, Puharich was also researching faith healers, though much of his early research is still classified by the Atomic Energy Commission. So the government was researching all these faith healers, all the false signs and wonders, all the Antichrist spirit. And of course, if you know, like for example, Catherine Kuhlman, I think she was around the 1920s, who started like the original Word of Faith, Prosperity, faith healing kind of stuff. Because I think Benny Hinn was influenced by Catherine Kuhlman, and Catherine Kuhlman was a Jesuit operative, and she was working all kinds of false signs and wonders in the early 1900s, which I document in my Great Delusion series. But anyway, moving on. That's the charismatic movement is not the emphasis of this point, but you can see how all these things are interlapping. The devil was incredibly busy during the 1900s with false signs and wonders. Eventually, Puharich began exploring ESP and psychokinesis and began researching test subjects who appeared to have psychic potential. Already well underway in the period immediately after World War II, this paranormal research was greatly accelerated after a woman named Ninal Kulagina appeared on Russian TV, beginning in the 1960s, moving objects with her mind. Kulagina's feats may well have been staged. U.S. analysts couldn't tell for sure, but she spooked them nonetheless, leading to a joint intelligence assessment by the Defense Department on the Soviet psychoenergetic threat. So the devil was playing both sides, and of course this was probably staged. Who knows? I'm guessing it was staged to get them to, go deeper into the occult and so on. Because remember, the Soviets were very heavily into the occult as well, just like the Nazis and everybody. Everybody was into this stuff, and they still are. Because much of this still remains classified, it's not always clear how high up these directives went, or who exactly was aware in all cases of how much energy was being spent on this nonsense. The picture that does emerge, though, is that a Cold War government terrified that the Soviet Union was developing an edge in any technology, be it normal or paranormal, and one willing to throw money at just about anywhere so long as it meant staying ahead of the Russians. The threat of an ESP gap led to a staggering number of bizarre programs in the ensuing years. In addition to the mind-sniffing dogs and mushroom research, there were lengthy and repeated attempts to prove that humans could communicate telepathically. When the nuclear submarine USS Nautilus became the first vessel to reach the North Pole by traveling under the polar ice caps, a sailor on board was attempting to send ESP messages using Zener cards, the ubiquitous black and white cards with simple images like a square, a circle, a plus sign, a star, or a set of wavy lines, to a receiver at a Westinghouse facility in Friendship, Maryland. One report stated that a success rate was a 75% success rate. Once it hit the press, though, the Navy claimed it was a hoax. One of the most popular and long-running experiments concerning remote viewing. Individuals would sit in locked rooms and attempt to see events from far away. Sometimes these individuals were natural psychics, but as the program grew, the Defense Department attempted to prove that ability could be developed in otherwise normal individuals. Now, do you remember, really quick pause, in the book of Acts where the woman who has a spirit, and she's very successful financially because the spirit is divining information for her? This is what's happening, folks. And they're communing with spirits in these programs using drugs and rituals and things like that to basically get in touch with the spirit world. Much of this was focused on military intelligence gathering, but one researcher, Ed Dames, used taxpayer money to direct supposed psychics to look for evidence of UFOs, to locate the lost city of Atlantis and the Ark of the Covenant, and to watch gladiator games in ancient Rome. When Marine Lieutenant Colonel William Higgins was kidnapped by Hezbollah in 1988, the Defense Department brought in Dames, along with psychics Angela Della Fiora and Paul Smith, to see if they could remotely locate where he was being held. While other agencies were working through traditional surveillance and intelligence gathering mechanisms, De La Fiora told her handlers that Higgins was still alive and confidently pointed to a bare patch of desert on a map of Lebanon, where she said he was being held. She then said he was being moved constantly, that he was being held on water, and that something about his feet should be a clue to investigators. Subsequent reports would reveal that Higgins was actually dead. Hezbollah would later release a video of Higgins' corpse with a noose around his neck. Though investigators determined he'd been killed much earlier, his body kept on ice for months. De La Flora's claims are typical of the kind of evidence that runs through Phenomena, the book that this lady wrote. She provided no actionable intelligence and was wrong about the most salient question of whether or not Higgins was still alive. But researchers determined that he hadn't been hanged because of the position of his feet in the video, pointing outwards rather than down, as would have been the case had he been hanged. And her reference to Higgins being on water could have been taken to refer to the ice that his body was kept on. So all of this could somehow be taken as a sign of success. For decades, researchers used half successes like this to justify their attempts to prove individuals could see events far away and provide useful intelligence. Jacobson offers a few cases of surprising success, which might lead one to believe that there is something to remote viewing, but without any sense of how many failures accompany these successes. Judging by the length of the programs, they must have numbered in the thousands. it's hard to gauge whether or not these were just random luck. Unlike dogs sniffing for landmines, humans see only what they want to see. Reading through Jacobson's cavalcade of experiments and government officials, the recurrent theme is one of longing, a longing for something greater, something beyond the everyday, something more wonderful. Their stories are of ordinary individuals with promising careers who fell to the siren song of pseudoscience. Men like Dale Graff, who had an out-of-body experience while saving his wife from drowning in Hawaii in 1969. The experience led him to give up his PhD in aeronautical engineering because he believed there were pursuits beyond the confines of orthodox science that had greater significance and should be taken on. Graff would go on to be a leading researcher of remote viewing projects at the Air Force, chasing false positives and statistical noise in search of proof that psychic powers existed. I think there's some more here. This is Uri Geller bending a spoon. They've been doing this stuff for ages, folks. You cannot separate the occult from the government, from quote-unquote science, and from all these authority figures. Her discussion of the spoon-bending parties of Jack Hook is a good case in point. Hook was an aerospace engineer who believed that, quote, the ability to bend metal had something to do with one's belief system. Perhaps psychokinesis was not so-called paranormal superpower, but an ability to harness the energy force the Chinese called qi that was latent in all people. This is an aerospace engineer telling you his driving spirituality. Hook held parties at his house with a high-energy environment of excitement, with people holding spoons and shouting, "Bend!" According to Hook, in one 1981 party, 19 out of the 21 spoons bent. A careful use of the passive verb tense to suggest that they did this somehow of their own accord. Jacobson goes on to write that, quote, Hook watched hundreds, then thousands of average Americans suspend their disbelief and bend metal without physical force. Yes, it's likely some percentage of the guests cheated, but hundreds of them bent hacksaw blades, silver-plated serving spoons, and 5 16-inch steel rods that are physically impossible to bend by hand. Perhaps. A YouTube video of one of Hook's parties shows a tent revival-esque atmosphere and a lot of people physically bending spoons by hand while shouting, "Bend." If you Google spoon bending, you'll yield far more tutorials from magicians and sleight-of-hand experts on how to do this simple stage trick than you will videos purporting to capture the real thing. As for the hacksaw blades and steel rods, well, any stage magician will tell you a few audience plants can go a long way. After all, Hook was out to make money from this shtick. Penn and Teller are among many magicians who've debunked Hook's spoon bending, though they're not mentioned here. So hucksters, false prophets, false teachers, leading people astray with all sorts of things. Occultists, nothing new. And then there's Uri Geller, who looms large in these pages. A former Israeli paratrooper, Geller rose to fame in the late 1960s performing stage shows that he insisted were not staged and that demonstrated instead a real magic that he himself did not fully understand. After becoming famous for the same spoon-bending sham that Hook favored, Geller was approached by Andrea Puharich in the summer of 1971 with an offer to come to the United States to further test his powers in a laboratory setting. Geller worked with Puharich, the astronaut Edgar Mitchell, and I think Edgar Mitchell was a Freemason, but we'll find out later. We'll confirm that. And others in the development of the Defense Department's remote viewing labs, before going on to make millions dousing for oil corporations in the 1980s. Most recently, he brought his spoon-bending talent to a Kellogg corporate cereal ad campaign. While magicians like James Randi repeatedly demonstrated the ways in which Geller's supposed feats could be easily staged, he continued to dazzle his government handlers. And they were buying it up and doing all sorts of things. So you had Kabbalists, you had false teachers, false prophets, all this occult going on with the U.S. government. So what do we take from this? Well, we take that the U.S. government was and still is heavily involved in the occult. The CIA experiments that they had with psychedelics, LSD, mushrooms, like remote viewing, doing MK Ultra on people, programming people, they're still doing this stuff today, folks. And the U.S. government has been involved in this for quite a long time, including the space program. People are aware of these things today because we have the internet and people have researched all these things and we see all the false flags. But these things have been going on for decades. Michael Aquino was very influential in the development of the PSYOPs program and all these types of things, and he was a disciple of the high priest of Satan in the United States. Remember Operation Paperclip? All the Nazis were onto the occult and they got imported into the United States. The Soviets were also into the occult and were competing with the occultists in the United States. and so on and so forth. All these engineers and astronomers and physicists were into mysticism, into the occult. They were full on into it, or just very deceived in some way or another. Maybe they were atheists and they were deceived that way, or they were very into the occult spirituality, like Carl Sagan, like Niels Bohr, and so on and so forth. The occult ideas drove the development of the space programs, both in the Soviet Union, with the Nazis too. They were doing some rocket research, and then of course eventually that got imported into the United States, and eventually into NASA. Because at the heart of this is the forbidden fruit of godhood and man ascending to be like God. And of course, because the false prophet, the United States, America has a secret destiny, right? To promote the beast and to work all these false signs. The devil moved all of these things and condensed them ultimately into the United States. You need a false cosmology for the delusion to seem real. Because if you have a real cosmology, i.e., the earth is what the Bible tells you, it points to God. There's no way to get around that. That you have an enclosure and there's local light sources, there's nowhere to go, God is above, just like the Bible tells you. It proves the creator. And so you need a false cosmology to justify the forbidden fruit, to justify the New Age religion, to justify the mystery religion coming into the forefront again and manifesting itself. You need that. It's fundamental. That's why this lie, number one, has been so well crafted, as you can see. So much satanic activity has gone into creating heliocentrism and establishing it and denigrating anybody who questions it, like an idiot. Oh, what are you, like some, fool that you think that the earth is flat? And just so much animosity, because it is the bedrock for justifying the forbidden fruit, for justifying ecumenism, New Age, spirituality, everything that we're talking about and we're going to talk about is justified by heliocentrism. Once that doesn't work anymore, once that comes crashing down, a lot of deceptions come and crash down to the wayside. You cannot break into God's throne room. That's never going to happen, folks. They tried with the Tower of Babel. They tried with the New World Order before the flood. You're not going to be like God. You're not going to take God's power. You're not going to break into God's throne room. You're not going to come into God's presence forcefully. You're not. You're going to be destroyed is what's going to happen. But these people believe that they can be like God. Now, let's talk about Wolfgang Pauli. We mentioned him previously, Pauli. He was a physicist. But this article is about him and Carl Jung and how they were both very interested in the occult. Now, I think it did not save my highlights. Let's see. I think I just had a few questions I was going to read off of this one. But anyway, why two geniuses delved into the occult? This is from newscientist.com, and it's dated April of 2009. In his latest book, Deciphering the Cosmic Number, historian of science Arthur Miller investigates the bizarre friendship between quantum physics pioneer Wolfgang Pauli and famed psychoanalyst Carl Jung. Together, the two great thinkers delved into mysticism, numerology, and alchemy in their quest to understand the universe and themselves. Miller tells New Scientist about this experience writing the book. Let's see. The question was, what was the most interesting thing you discovered? I was amazed that each considered the other's work to be of equal importance. For Jung, quantum physics, and for Pauli, Jung's analytical psychology with its emphasis on alchemical symbols, numbers, and myths, as well as Eastern religion and philosophy. The two sat for hours on end in Jung's Gothic-like mansion on the shores of Lake Zurich, dining on fine foods, drinking vintage wine, and smoking the finest cigars, while discussing topics from physics and whether there is a cosmic number at the root of the universe to psychology, ESP, UFOs, Armageddon, Jesus, Yahweh, and Pauli's dreams. Theirs was a journey into the mind, as Jung put it. With Pauli, he could enter into the no man's land between physics and psychology of the unconscious. The most fascinating yet darkest hunting ground. Oh my goodness. A little pop-up there. Let's see, where were we? The most fascinating yet darkest hunting ground of our times. Why were two such great scientists drawn to these occult ideas? Even as a boy, Jung found himself drawn to the occult. This would become the root of his break with Freud. Unlike Freud, Jung was interested in aspects of the unconscious that could not be attributed to an individual's personal development, but derived from the deeper, non-personal realms common to humankind. The collective unconscious, whose contents he called archetypes. Jung came to realize that understanding the collective unconscious involved using images and symbols from alchemy and myth. As a graduate student, Pauli became interested in the 17th century scientist and mystic Johannes Kepler. Reading Kepler convinced him that finding universal laws of nature required going beyond science as it is ordinarily defined. Pauli turned to Jung for help in response to a life-threatening crisis in 1932. Psychoanalysis with Jung led him to believe that alchemy and mysticism were the means to open up his mind, to increase his creativity and understand what drove him. Jung showed Pauli that symbols from alchemy were the key to why he experienced so much angst in discovering the exclusion principle in 1924, and why his angst had to do with his neurosis. Throughout the rest of his life, Pauli saw his research through the lens of Jung's analytic psychology. This was the case in his work towards CPT symmetry on parity violation and his final crusade with Heisenberg towards a unified field theory of elementary particles. So, what does this article and interview tell you? That one of the influential people in quantum physics and quantum mechanics was driven by alchemical occult mysticism ideas to formulate his view of reality, which of course these things are not true. And we will debunk them in a future section of this presentation, but nevertheless, consistent theme, isn't it? From the very beginning all the way to the very end, you can see that every person is guided along by the devil through all these mystery religion principles, whether it's alchemy or secret societies or Freemasonry, it doesn't matter. They're serving the beast and they're serving the devil. And ultimately, the devil is creating and weaving his final tapestry of deception with all of these poorly deceived souls that were very off the narrow path. Now, let's talk about Nassim Haramein. If you don't know who that is, he's an example I decided to pull up because when I was in the New Age, he was very influential to me. Of course, I reject his teachings now, but Nassim Haramein, if you don't know who that is, you'll learn today. He's quite popular. He claims to have found a unified, law of physics and so on. I don't know if he's legitimately a physicist or I'm not clear. He claims to be a physicist, a doctor in physics, but either way, he's very New Agey. He's very mystical. He's all about the quantum world and quantum mysticism, very much into Kabbalah, sacred geometry, dualism. And he even sells I don't know if he still does. He used to sell a high vibrational crystal called the arc crystal that supposedly structures water. And I read the research on it and I bought one for myself. And don't judge, I think I returned it in the end. But anyway, he's very influential and he has influenced a lot of people on social media and, people like in the space like Gaia, if you know what that is, that's a very New Agey platform of content. So he's very influential. And I'm using him as an example to show you that there's nothing new under the sun, that this trend of occultism and science has continued even into the modern day. There's no such thing. You cannot separate heliocentrism and modern quantum physics from sorcery and from occult and alchemy. So this is his website. He used to be at a website called Resonance Academy or something like this, and I think he got rid of that, and now it's International Space Federation, which is even more woo-woo to me. But unifying technology, unifying education, unifying physics. So it's all about unifying the world, unifying everybody under this common idea. If there's the field, like the ether, but no, he doesn't call it the ether, but the universal energy field, and we can all tap into it. And here's the physics behind it. And so all the New Agers are loving him because he's bringing all of these old ideas to light with physics, with, of course, just conjecture. It's not really physics. This is, let's see, because there's a couple websites that I pulled up. Yeah, this is Resonance Academy, Resonance Science Foundation on YouTube. 42,000 subscribers, 370 videos. So he's got quite a bit of, he does a lot of unified science review, unified science. That's their thing, is unified science. And pushing for look, you can see the 6-pointed star. Here's the little arc crystal. You can see it actually. Let me see. There you go. See how that looks? That I'm wondering if they still sell that art crystal, because this was like a crystal that was shaped like this, and it was in like a metal container. Supposedly, it's just all this fancy stuff. It's just religious mumbo jumbo, really, New Age stuff. But you can see, he's very much also kind of like a false Christ. Like this guy with long hair, beard, and he's very peaceful looking, and he's very joyful and enlightened and bringing you to the light and all this. It's just, the New Agers are gobbling this up. And of course, again, I'm guilty of it too, so I don't judge anybody, but sacred geometry, monadic geometry. So he's very popular. And just an example to show you that there's nothing new under the sun. This is from Facebook. This is his page on Facebook, International Space Federation, 982,000 followers. A lot of stuff there about all the quantum nonsense that everybody is into these days. So very influential, and yet he's deceiving people. So let's read. This is from Morton Tobel, who I believe is a scientist, some sort of physical sciences person, but he's critiquing Nassim Haramein. This is a critique of Nassim Haramein. On his website, Nassim Haramein presents himself in the third person like this. Nassim Haramein, let's see, when this article was written, has spent over 30 years researching and discovering connections in physics, mathematics, geometry, cosmology, quantum mechanics, biology, chemistry, as well as anthropology and ancient civilizations, bringing all the secret knowledge back to you. These studies led Haramein to groundbreaking theories, published papers, and patent inventions in unified physics, which are now gaining worldwide recognition and acceptance. Haramein's findings are focused on fundamental geometry of space and that connects us all, from the quantum and molecular scale to the cosmological objects in the universe. In Haramein's paper, Quantum Gravity and the Holographic Mass, a prediction of the charge radius of the proton was confirmed with greater accuracy than any other theoretical framework. An experiment performed in 2013 by a team of scientists at the Paul Scheller Institute confirmed the prediction. In 2004, Haramein founded the Resonance Project Foundation, now the Resonance Science Foundation. And I think now it's probably the International Space Federation or whatever it was, where as the director of the research, he leads physicists, mathematicians, and engineers in exploring unification principles and their implications in our world today and for future generations. So very ecumenical, but let's keep going. In the fall of 2014, Haramein began the Resonance Academy Delegate Program, the first and only unified physics program of its kind, educating thousands of students from over 70 countries around the world. In 2015, Haramein opened a laboratory where he serves as the executive director of research and development. Here, Haramein leads teams of scientists and engineers applying his revolutionary theories and patents to resonance technologies that focus on vacuum energy and gravitational effects. Production of such technologies, like that arc crystal that I talked about, could provide indispensable energy and open up space exploration in a completely viable and safe manner. The Connected Universe, a feature-length documentary film, was produced based on Haramein's discoveries and their potential for generations to come. So, Haramein, excuse me, I've been talking for quite a lot, but Haramein is very much the false prophet, or not the false prophet, but a false prophet. The false prophet figure is what I wanted to say. He's the kind of person that brings you the false light, brings you all these solutions, all these world solutions that we have through a unified view of physics and energy, and we all can relate to these things, and we can come into a common mindset. Very much so. And also he's being propped up. You notice he has a lot of money to do these things. This is very interesting because you wonder where that he gets all this money. But anyway, going on now to the critique. Nassim Haramein is a Swiss amateur physicist. He claims to have developed in collaboration with academic but fringe physicist Elizabeth Rauscher a unified field theory that he claims is the Haramein-Rauscher metric. Elizabeth Rauscher is an American physicist and parapsychologist. She is a former researcher with the Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory, Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory, and Stanford Research Institute and NASA. In 1975, Rauscher co-founded the Berkeley Fundamental Physics Group, an informal group of physicists who met weekly to discuss quantum mysticism and the philosophy of quantum physics. Nothing new under the sun. And she's connected to NASA, he's connected to her, etc., etc. David Kaiser argued in his book, How the Hippies Saved Physics, that this group helped to nurture ideas which were unpopular at the time within the physics community, but which later, in part, formed the basis of quantum information science. Rauscher has an interest in psychic healing and faith healing and other paranormal claims. You're starting to see some threads that are running through all these people. According to Harriman, this metric is a new solution to Einstein's field equations that incorporates torque and Coriolis effects. Well, what if the Coriolis effect that we looked at is wrong? What if Einstein was wrong? What if all this is wrong, folks? What if it's wrong? And don't be intimidated by all the scientific language. What if it's just wrong? We'll just entertain the idea that maybe these people who seem to be so smart, seem to be so above you in scientific knowledge and prowess, that maybe they're just deceivers. He is also the founder of the Hawaii Institute for Unified Physics and the Resonance Project, a website and foundation addressing his unified physics. Tried to have a look at the website. It sounds very professional, right? But here you ought to be aware of Harriman as a pseudoscientific storyteller, consciously using online medias to spread stories. We will go into this as the article progresses. Despite his own claims, Harriman's work is unacknowledged by mainstream physicists. The only people who take him seriously tend to be fans of Coast to Coast AM, where he has appeared on several occasions. Selections from his talks are available on YouTube. Many of his papers can be downloaded from his own website. Apparently, he doesn't even get his stuff onto XIV, Cornell University Library. A number of authors have voiced concern over the lack of transparency in the RZIV academic peer review process. Philip Gibbs pointed out that moderators can reject papers for a wide range of reasons in a closed process where often the justification for rejection is not given. Gibbs further states, quote, "I used to wonder why so few references to papers on VXRA appeared on ARXIV until one author forwarded me an email from ARXIV moderator in which he was asked to remove a citation for a paper on VXRA to allow acceptance of his submission." So basically just academic gatekeeping. And this is very common today. Again, education and science is not immune from corruption, folks. It's not an objective source of authority. The Bible is. Further controversy characterizes ARZIV as a shadow journal. Demetrios Christopoulos from the National and Cappadostrian University of Athens likens RZIV to a non-declared journal without a known editor-in-chief, without a specific written policy regarding submitted papers, and that applies hidden censorship to all papers that do not fall within established scientific dogma. In that, let's see if we can go a little bit bigger. In that connection, it is important as you try to understand all the incredible fake scientific material you'll find on New Age pages to be aware of an equal amount of fake publishing in such shadow journals. See the Matrix Dictionary entry on Predator Open Access Publishing. On the internet, you will hear a lot of stuff about Harriman and his published papers. You'll hear that he has won prizes, that he's been nominated for the Nobel Prize. The Nobel Prize we're still waiting for. His claim to fame is, of course, his, quote, award-winning paper on the Schwarzschild proton he claims was awarded to him by the University of Liège. Under closer scrutiny, however, the truth is not so cut and dried. This award was not sanctioned by the university at all. Rather, it was awarded by the participants of a conference held at Liège. Moreover, the participants in the conference were not even physicists. So this award was not prestigious at all, but rather a diploma for attending a conference in Liège, as these participants had no authority to grant him this award. Concerning prizes, it is also important to notice that there are also pseudoscientific shadow institutions that give prizes for the work of pseudoscientists. Everything is possible on the internet. As with fake published papers, you also ought to be aware of fake titles. Now, I'm going to keep going, but I want you, the reason I picked this out is so you can see how the devil works, folks. In this modern day and age, whether this person, Nassim Harriman, is a Jesuit or a secret operative or a secret society member or whatever other thing he is, this is what they do. They prop people up just like they did with Einstein. They put some journals, put some papers, some reviews, and then pretty soon he's a god of science that people are listening to, and he's propped up in media, and he's given some money for projects, and the culture is shaped. Whether he's going to be legitimized or not doesn't matter. These people don't care. They use these people to shape the culture. For example, unrelated but kind of related, Benny Hinn, what's his name? The Goblin. Oh gosh, I forget his name now. The goblin-looking guy. But anyway, you know what I'm talking about. The K. It starts with a K. Kenneth Copeland. Benny Hinn, Joyce Meyer. All these people. These people are totally getting discredited now. They've been exposed as totally antichrist, but they did their job. They did their job to create a wave so that the next generation, like Life Surge, like, the rallies, the Great Awakening rallies that Flynn was leading, all of this new thing, this new cute, charismatic, fresh-faced NAR crowd is picking up from the previous antichrists and running with the baton. Again, everything has an expiration date in terms of Satan's activity. So he has to constantly pass the baton to somebody else. And this is what happens. In terms of science, you can see that these people are propped up and they're given a platform. They're given all these, media outlets and ways to promote their views. And it's all just a fraud. It's just one big smoke and mirror fraud. And if you understand a little bit of science, you can understand that these people are just frauds, peddling a false cosmology based on smoke and mirrors, on nothing, because it's false. But anyway, this is a great example of other people in history in the last 100 years, and also currently, like Neil deGrasse Tyson, who's also very popular. So you will hear him being backed up by an enormous amount of very scientific-sounding websites and articles which credibility is highly questionable when looking closer at them. If you look closer, you'll soon find out that all these scientists who has knowledge within the fields all see Haramain as a scam. But you'll also hear his supporters say that the critique is due to a conspiracy which seeks to suppress the truth, or that it is due to what happens during a paradigm shift. You'll hear expressions such as cutting-edge science is commonly being censored or ridiculed by a more rigid, dogmatic, and closed scientific culture. That's right, we're going from dark to light, folks. Remember, science was... Sorry to take another break here, but science was atheistic for a little while, just like government was atheistic on purpose so that it could come back to a religious government and come back to the beast. Science was atheistic, and it's coming back through people like this to this ancient spirituality of science and spirituality being one and one. I think I'm going... Okay, I think I'm done sneezing. But anyway, science and spirituality, counterfeit spirituality, are coming back. So it doesn't matter that Nassim Haramein is being discredited by other scientific people, because those people are going to get subsumed in the new thing either way. His role is to shape the culture, and to shape the culture with all this quantum, new agey, mystical stuff, and he's done his job. So that's the point. Such critique is inspired by the postmodern intellectualism behind the new age. Wikipedia articles about Haramein have been repeatedly deleted. On the above description of Haramein on his website, you can see that his name, the two first words of his description, is still linked to a non-existing Wikipedia page. Like Robert Lanza, Haramein seems to be very interested in having his name on Wikipedia. Unlike Robert Lanza, he hasn't figured out Lanza's trick of creating his own Wikipedia page, which only figures on his own website, complete with the Wikipedia logo. Have a look, and there's a link there. Lanza also has a theory of everything, though his theory is focused on biology, not physics. But the most obvious reason why Wikipedia's article has been deleted could be that Haramein has had people, followers, to write the articles, and that outsiders have contributed with critique, because that's part of how Wikipedia functions. Either Wikipedia itself has deleted it because of the insider job, or Haramein has deleted it due to critique. But I don't know. This is just guesses. The fact is that Haramein refers to a Wikipedia page that doesn't exist. There are two things that it seems Haramein does time and again that I feel nobody with any integrity should ever do. Number one, he misunderstands the most basic ideas of physics in video presentations and interviews and presents papers that are flawed throughout. Number two, and at the same time, he claims to have insights into the problems that the top physicists in the world are currently working on and to be solving fundamental issues in physics. For me, anyone who can do both of these things, whether it's deliberate or not, is acting irresponsibly and is misleading people. Surely if anyone is suggesting such a view of Haramein and giving sound reasons for it, it should be taken seriously. Is he blind enough to actually believe he has proven something, or is he deliberately misleading people? That's a good question, isn't it? I don't know. It's really puzzling me. Because there is no doubt that Haramein is a very talented communicator. It's clear that he's learned some very interesting facts and is eager to share them. But there are some very serious questions about his understanding and his integrity. Anyway, if you don't have any insight into physics and mathematics, you won't have a chance to look through Haramein's pseudo-scientific house of cards. But to our luck, there is a blog called Up, which has more insight into mathematics than I, and which debunks the more technical details of Haramein. What I on that background can conclude is that Haramain is a practicing pseudo-mathematician. Mathemagician, really, and weaving magical spells with math. Haramain claims that his theory explains the origin of spin, which he defines as a space-time torque. He claims that his amendment to Einstein's field equations incorporating torque and Coriolis effects in plasma dynamics, interacting with a polarized geometric structure vacuum, produces a unified field theory. Now, if you understand what any of that means, 10 points, but it's nonsense. Further, he and Dr. Rauscher have developed a scaling law of organized matter, which characterizes all matter from subatomic to galactic and universal sizes as various sized black holes. Again, worshipping nothing. Everything is a black hole to them that generates life, which black hole is nothing but destruction in theory. But I don't think these things exist. His unified field theory and the fractals associated with his scaling law are integral to his concept of a holographic universe. There's also something in here that uses the real field of cymatics to support his idea of resonance. So really quick pause. A lot of things that seem very complicated. His idea is that the proton is actually compiled of these, countless little teeny tiny black holes that are vacuum energy. And of course, there's this vibrating medium in all things. And at the heart of this vibrating medium in all things is actually these tiny black holes that are really interdimensional portals and portals of death, really, mini portals of death. It's so confounded. It is so confounded, dressed up in math and science. But where do you think he got that idea from? Going back on all of these people who were occultists and mystics and studying the Kabbalah, where do you think he gets these ideas from? He gets them from those texts. And it influences his perception. Just like all these people, when they were doing their experiments, they were praying to Pan or studying their books or reading their occult books, and it was guiding their experiments. Same thing with this. There's nothing new under the sun. Don't let the scientific language intimidate you and make you feel like, oh gosh, maybe there's something here I don't know. You don't have to know this stuff. The point is that this is just scientific gobbledygook, and it's being presented to you as the truth. And of course, this is exposing it, which is good. But moving on. Drawing on the aforementioned Haramain-Rauscher metric, Haramain proposed the Schwarzschild proton, a theoretical model of the proton in which two black holes orbit one another. Has this ever been proven? This is just math. This is nonsense. It may sound impressive, but it's almost entirely inconsistent with experimental observation. Anyone with even a basic knowledge of quantum mechanics knows that classical orbits do not apply at the scales addressed in this paper. As mentioned, the blog titled Up ran a number of posts debunking the Schwarzschild proton model. The paper describing the model is available for download from his website. Now, the Schwarzschild proton paper has been debunked. Haramain claims to have published a new paper, Quantum Gravity and the Holographic Mass, in the Physical Review and Research International Journal at Science Domain International. We have already looked at the problem with the predator open accessing publishing. When we look closer, we find out that the Physical Review and Research International Journal is in fact not a scientific journal, but an open peer-reviewed website where anyone can pay a fee and have their research, quote-unquote, peer-reviewed, quote-unquote, and then published, quote-unquote, on their website. In other words, a fake journal. But wait, there is much more to Haramain. Haramain was featured prominently in the conspiracy theory movie Thrive, where he discusses the fundamental shape of the fabric of space, as well as potential extraterrestrial involvement with Earth throughout history. So he's an ancient alien proponent. He's very much in the New Age stuff, and people love him. These New Age people love him, and promoting his pseudoscience to this mystery religion coming into the ages. Furthermore, Haramain directed and stars in The Black Hole, spelled W-H-O-L-E, a 2011 documentary-type movie starring Haramain, and his vacuum is the key to everything. So nothingness, which is a Eastern mystical concept like nirvana, where you come into nothingness, and the Ein Sof of the Kabbalah, the nothingness that expanded into everything. The vacuum is the key to everything. This is a Kabbalistic spiritual belief system. It's a paradigm. It's dressed up in science and equations and proton models and theories and pseudoscientific calculations, but it is a Kabbalistic view. And he loves the Kabbalah. You can see his posts. This movie is, surprise, surprise, featured on the New Age propaganda website, Gaia.com. Let's see. In the movie, he addresses the little he understands of quantum mechanics, the phi ratio, tetrahedrons, symmetries, and the structure of the vacuum, and of course, black holes, which, according to Haramain, are everywhere and everything. We are constantly appearing and disappearing at the speed of light. So half of the time, we are a vacuum made of blocks of 64 tetrahedrons arranged in such a way that a mini black hole is created right at the center of each block, thus providing that we all have 4 sides. Now again, how are you ever going to prove any of this? Oh, what you see is not reality. What you see is actually, you're actually phasing in out of existence, at the speed of light. So you can't tell, but it's happening. It's happening at the speed of light. And you have this 4-dimensional, black hole structure that you're phasing. I mean, it's just such nonsense, such nonsense. And of course, when you have no discernment, and I speak firsthand with this because I was very deceived by these things. I was enamored with Nassim Haramein and all these New Agers doing, quasi pseudoscience because I didn't have discernment and I didn't have the correct knowledge of the cosmology that we live in. And as a result, these things seemed incredibly seductive. And of course, the science, okay, sure, I guess that's how it works. Man, you look like a scientist, you seem like a scientist, and you're sure very charismatic. Must be that. Moving on. The puzzling issue here is, as mentioned, not so much that he got something wrong, but that he is, with all his obvious knowledge about mathematics and physics, capable of presenting a theory in all seriousness that gives results that are so far from reality without even stopping to notice. If you're trying to present a theory that's supposed to represent reality, surely you would ensure that you understand what your answers mean and take every opportunity to compare them with the real world. But Haramein's pseudoscience goes far beyond the difficult pseudo-mathematics and quantum mysticism. In his DVD box set, Haramein discusses, in addition to his unified field theory, topics including the Ark of the Covenant, the Knights Templar, Emmanuel's Tomb, Kabbalah, and something he calls the Tree of Life Decoded. Ding, 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 ding. In at least one lecture, Haramein claims to decode crop circles. Haramein is therefore a favorite on Gaia.com, which is overfilled with pseudo-scholarship. So, my goodness, what a mouthful for that one. But conclusion, Nassim Haramein is like a modern Einstein. He appears like this genius. He's got these crazy seductive ideas that come out of just nowhere. And oh my gosh, he's totally shaking things up. And really, it's just occultism being repackaged, and he's probably being platformed by his handlers, very, very likely. He's very popular, and I cited him as an example of 3 reasons. Number 1, that heliocentrism and quantum nonsense is not divorceable from the occult. As you can hopefully see by now, and we're going to see some more, and later in the future section on quantum nonsense, you're going to see that all of this is just occult sorcery, packaged with math and misappropriating actual math, like wave mechanics, to their nonsense theories to try to make it work. That's number 1, to see that the occult is not divorceable from science, from modern cosmological science. It's not. You cannot divorce the two. I'm sorry, you can't. We've looked at so many examples and we still have yet some more to look at. And so hopefully you've seen that pattern by now. Number 2 is that the modern day false prophet that the United States is deceiving many into a unified way of thinking, a global way of thinking, which of course is being done by, number 3, little mini false prophets like Nassim Haramein and all these scientists, quote unquote, that are deceiving people into this common mindset. Everything has to be a piece of the pie. And the ultimate mosaic that the devil is constructing is people marveling after the beast and accepting the beast's mark. In order to do that, there needs to be many components to the mosaic. And a big component is heliocentrism and quantum thinking, bringing the new age, which is really the old age, back into culture and creating this cosmological way of thinking about the world as a globe in space. And we have to go to space and we have to have a unified world government in order to do that, and so on and so forth. So all of these things are exemplified in Nassim Haramein. Hopefully you see that. Who knows if he's a Jesuit or a secret society member? I don't know. I'm not making any claims. I would not be surprised. Let me just put it that way. I would not be surprised. But certainly he must have handlers. And at the very least, his handler is the devil and he's being deceived because he's peddling the forbidden fruit. Just like all of these people. Some of his theories and how they relate to the occult are the theory of the black hole, white hole. Like the black hole supposedly has a white hole in somewhere else in space-time and that is putting out matter all the time. So black holes suck in matter, white holes push them out. This is duality and dualism and Kabbalistic duality. His theory of the vacuum energy, which is basically everything's little tiny black holes and we're phasing out of existence. And fundamentally, really, it's just a vacuum at the end, meaning nothingness, meaning glorifying nothing as the source of life, which is just the opposite of the truth. It's just glorifying death. He uses a lot of sacred geometry, Kabbalistic ideas. He talks about the Kabbalah you saw on his DVD set. He sells crystals that are supposedly magical crystals that structure water, and there's research about it. And I've read the research, and it was interesting. That's why I got the crystal, but I think I returned it because it was super expensive. But either way, this is pseudoscience. It's pseudoscience. I even asked him, I said, how do you measure, what are you measuring with this crystal? Well, the measurements can't be measured by instruments. They're bioresonant measurements. They're measured by very fine-tuning biological processes in your body. So you have to just kind of see how you feel. And of course, that means you're expecting to feel better. And so you're projecting that result into your life. It's just total pseudoscience. Of course, now he has the International Space Federation, which I don't know what that's about. I haven't followed it, but obviously very popular. So I want to read to you a paper now by a man named Dr. Oleg Bishkov, which is a very, very good paper. And it's interesting because it reflects a lot of the stuff that we're talking about in this particular section. See if I can expand it maybe. And especially after just exposing Nassim Haramein, it's very appropriate. It's called Science as Myth. In what ways is science mythological? Number 1, underlying theory construction. Just as mythology, science attempts to create a coherent underlying worldview, which is clearly not possible at almost any state of knowledge. Therefore, this task, which clearly cannot be completed, is mythological. We need it for some reason, which is not apparent in science itself. What is mythological? Constructing a mythological type narrative, the underlying general models are non-scientific in nature. Examples: looking for coherence and symmetry in all physical theories, which leads to the following unreflected and mythological pictures. The membrane universe, dark energy, dark matter, accounting for less mass and energy, the concept of mental force in neuroscience, and so on and so forth. Number 2, faithfulness to tradition. Just as mythology, science holds on to its belief traditions, is emotionally evolved with them, and holds its core assumptions as authoritative and true, while this cannot always be demonstrated. What is mythological? Examples: a non-scientific adherence to materialism or scientism, to the exclusion of spiritualism or mysticism. Given what we know about matter, it is not clear if there is any real difference between spiritual and material, nor is there a real reason why we cannot pursue spiritual models. Number 3, ritualistic nature. The perceived value of science and faithfulness to traditions results in self-propagating patterns of research and technology. Remember all those people, the occultists, were motivated for their research by all this occult stuff? Which is reminiscent of creating ritualistic behavior models in mythology. A perceived need is created to follow a pattern. What is mythological? It is not always clear why we need to follow this pattern. The benefits often cannot be demonstrated. Science may or may not be beneficial, and we are doing this often not because the reasons are perfectly clear. Science and research is simply assumed to be intrinsically valuable in itself, whether it really is or not. Examples: spending a lot of money on research of all aspects of reality before knowing why it's beneficial. Spending money on research in order to achieve specific imagined results. How can we do this and why not to do this and so on, without knowing clear benefits or if it is even possible. Research and technology generates more research and technology, and instead of providing us with what we need, starts to suggest to us what we need, like various gadgets and so on, while no real reason always exists. That's right. And this is another commentary, but you have to understand that the development of technology, of everything that we have today with phones and computers and gadgets, has been completely to serve the beast's agenda of being worshipped at the end. That's the development of this technology. It's not that suddenly people just discovered this amazing tool. No, they were in communion with demons, folks. And the devil and his demons and fallen principalities have been guiding the development of technology so that they could get the worship they want and that the worship that God has allowed them to have. And that's something to come to terms with. Now, God has used that for the good. He's using YouTube and Substack and all these technologies in your phone to show you these various truths through my videos. But nonetheless, these technologies have evolved from a tradition of mysticism and occultism, which ultimately The ultimate end of that tradition is for the devil to be worshipped. Number 4, practical goals and purposes. Science shares its main goals and practical purposes with mythology, magic, and religion. The salvific nature of science, which allows us to control reality, achieve the complete well-being of humanity, satisfying our inner cravings and wishes for immortality, eternal youth, omnipotence, and being like gods. What is mythological? What is mythological? Does science really accomplish these goals any more than magic? And are these goals even valid or good for us? Examples: wonder drugs for everything, rejuvenation treatments, bionic humans, downloading brain contents into computers, space travel and expansion, so on. Mythological and religious themes in science: realizing our divine likeness, omnipotence, omniscience, a promise of perfection, genetic engineering, wonder drugs, a vision of paradise prophesied for the future, a threat of Armageddon prophesied for the future, nuclear weapons, dark to light, space exploration, the ascent of saintly beings into heaven, immortality, the artificial intelligence downloading one's brain into a computer, the promise of universal cures, genetic engineering, the general goal of salvation of humankind. So it's a counterfeit salvation. You cannot undo the Genesis curse, but this is what science provides for you. Science is created by God because we have an analytical mind, but science has been hijacked by the enemy for a very long time to promote a counterfeit salvation, to promote the forbidden fruit. How does science really work on us? Most scientific endeavors were started by theologians, religious people, or people with existing mythologies. Science follows most unconsciously. Scientists are unaware of this standard mythological pattern and mythologics. Social charter, Malinowski, just like an Aboriginal society uses myth to charter its institutions, so does science charter institutions and practices in Western society. Oppositions and mediation, Levi Strauss. Just like myths create an illusion of joining insurmountable oppositions by mediation, science seems to mediate between all problems and offer solutions to them. And by definition, that makes science an antichrist because it places itself between you and God. And people respect science as the authority and these science priests as the mediators that are giving you the knowledge. Incorporative mythologic, D. Turner. Just like myths of incorporative societies offer an illusory mediation or solution, science holds out a promise of solutions that cannot really work or cannot be achieved. Second order sign by Barthes. Just like the other kinds of contemporary mythology, such as advertising, wrestling, and pop culture, science parasitizes on first-order images of good-looking, extremely fit, happy and healthy humans, happy couples and families, as well as images of human aspiration, such as paradisical existence, ideal society, free society, happy future, and even divine omnipotence, immortality, and salvation, and so forth. It distorts those images by adding in the extra meaning. This is what we can achieve through science. Why does science and mythology need to be debunked? Unlike traditional mythologies, which help societies survive and merely establish social patterns and mental attitudes, scientific mythology is entangled with powerful socioeconomic forces, the capitalist system of production and the powerful industrial complex. Thus, the danger of the distortions of meaning and generated by scientific mythology is that when it is used by the capitalist system and has such unlimited access to material resources, hint, hint, NASA, it puts us on the wrong path of self-destruction, being lured by false mythological promises. Scientific mythology is thus not innocent and needs to be debunked and dismantled, just like false advertising in pop culture that fools us with illusory images of happiness. The immediate beneficiaries of science and mythology. Based on the illusory incorporative mythologic and the mythological religious mediation schemes, science lures us by promises of salvation, immortality, perfection. Yet the groups that immediately benefit from science are not humanity as a whole, but mostly the corporations and the rich 1%. They divert the efforts of scientists, naturally talented individuals who are excited in any sort of intellectual exploration of natural phenomenon, to study areas that humans do not really need. For example, space exploration, the promise, salvation, ascent into heaven, eternal life. Immediate beneficiaries, the military-industrial complex and telecommunications companies. New materials developed as a byproduct also benefit the military, construction, and manufacturing companies. Medical research, promise, immortality, eternal youth, divine beauty, divine perfection. Immediate beneficiaries, pharmaceutical companies, and medical industries. Chemistry, promise, salvation, divine perfection. Immediate beneficiaries, big manufacturing companies, pharmaceuticals, plastics, households, and so on. Artificial intelligence and computers, promise, immortality, divine perfection. Immediate beneficiaries, consumer electronics and telecommunications companies. Number 2, drawbacks and problems of scientific mythology. The lofty goals of scientific mythology, such as happiness, immortality, salvation, godlike nature, of course, are never achieved. In fact, humans in highly industrialized societies become less happy, less healthy, and less mentally stable, but reliant on stimulants. At the same time, the constant striving for superhuman, which is true, by the way, the happiest people on the planet, on all these studies, are the ones that are in the more primitive places, that are just, working on their farm and having good relationships with one another and having their animals and so on. Just the way God intended it to be. Anyway, at the same time, the constant striving for superhuman goals and beyond our limited earthly realm overtaxes our resources that are diverted into wrong directions, that are not immediately beneficial to the human race and are thus without return. Especially affected are third world countries and underprivileged minorities, making science into a mechanism of exploitation of the rest of humanity by the rich. Thus, such basic problems as poverty, hunger, disease, child mortality, and so forth have not been eliminated. Instruments of science, such as advanced weaponry, are often used directly to kill people in underdeveloped countries for political and economic gains. True. Case in point, Gaza. At the same time, overtaxing the resources of the planet led to an almost complete destruction of our environment. Yet skewing people's goals by false promises and illusory solutions actually leads humans further and further away from the truly salvific goals in material, social, and spiritual sense. Very good paper by Dr. Oleg Bishkov. Now, I don't know what his spiritual background, I don't know if he's a Christian or not, but he's definitely not a flat earther, that's for sure. And he's telling you all of these things that we've been talking about so far, that science has been weaponized by the enemy to basically promote the forbidden fruit of self-godhood. Science was never separate from spirituality. Remember that. God created both, and he created both as a way to glorify himself. Of course, the enemy hijacked that very early on and created a counterfeit gospel, a counterfeit salvation, a counterfeit path, right? Which of course doesn't lead anywhere, it leads you to death. But people are deceived thinking that they can make it. And that's the deception. Because if you know the truth, you know that there's no immortal soul, you know that God is going to judge the earth, you know that God is omnipotent, that you're not the one who determines reality, then you realize, oh my gosh, I need to repent because I don't want to be destroyed. But these people are deceived into thinking that it's possible, and they're strung along with carrots and brought here and brought there, and the baton is passed throughout the generations, and eventually the world will marvel after the beast. Science was separated from spirituality in a couple hundred years ago, and of course, right now it's coming all back together through quantum, through the New Age, through all of this mumbo-jumbo stuff that's happening through these pseudoscientific people like Nassim Haramein. Today, the mystery religion is coming to the surface. And part of the mystery religion, folks, remember, is alchemy and science and being like God and transforming reality. And all these technological marvels that supposedly give you the ability to control reality. Like, look at Amazon. I mean, just the fact that you could go online. My head hurts, that's why I'm adjusting this cap. This thing is super tight. But you can go online, literally, you could think of something. Oh, I want something. Order it on Amazon, comes to you in 24 hours. I mean, that is insane. That is insane. You're thinking of something and it's coming to you, of itself, sort of. Of course, other people are bringing it to you, but these technological marvels are designed to make us feel that we are gods. And this mystery religion idea that you can save yourself, synergistic salvation, self-godhood, ascension of man, being like God, this is coming into the forefront. And it's coming to the forefront not just through science, through counterfeit Christianity, which I've talked about quite a bit in my show, through all sorts of things. Today, we're talking about how it's coming through science and how science has been corrupted by the enemy for a very long time. But again, when I say science here, I mean the narrative of science, the counterfeit. I don't mean actual science doing scientific things. You should be doing scientific things and you should be thinking scientifically because science is good. It's fun. But science, as the industry of science, as the narrative of science, has been definitely corrupted because it's become scientism, not true science, which is which is an investigation into the creation of God to glorify God. Whereas scientism is the counterfeit. It's the Antichrist that puts itself between you and God to be worshipped. Do you see the difference? True science is an investigation. It's the dance of life. You're dancing with all this beautiful stuff that God created and learning about it. I love science. I think it's profound to study the mechanics of a cell or all of the things that we know about the earth and the ocean. The ocean's so profound. So profound. It's the true unknown. And then there is counterfeit science, like the one that we've been looking at with all these occultists, the heliocentric conspiracy, which puts itself in between you and God. And it says, no, look at me. Marvel at me. Look at all these Hubble telescope pictures, which are all CGI photoshopped. Look at me. Look at this. Look at marvel at that. Marvel at this. Don't marvel at God. Marvel at me. And of course, the end result of that is a one world order. Oh, we have a video now. I have a couple more. These are all going to be kind of pretty quick, I think. But I think this next one is a video of Stephen Hawking. Let's see. This is a quote before we get to it. This is from the Heliocentric. Sorcery, that documentary. It's a good one. But this is by Walter Leslie Wilmhurst, The Meaning of Masonry. This, the evolution of man into Superman, was always the purpose of the ancient mysteries. And the real purpose of modern masonry is not the social and charitable purposes to which so much attention is paid, but the expediting of the spiritual evolution of those who aspire to perfect their own nature and transform it into a more godlike quality. And this is a definite science, a royal art, which it is possible for each of us to put into practice, whilst to join the craft for any other purpose than to study and pursue this science is to misunderstand its meaning. So what is he telling you? He's telling you that the true purpose of masonry is to pursue the science of becoming like God, which of course is alchemy and secret knowledge. And unless you're pursuing it, then you're misunderstanding the point of masonry. Here's another one. Nice little evolution chart of monkey becoming man, then man becoming like God. Man who has sprung from the earth. This is the same person, Walter Wilmhurst, The Meaning of Masonry. Man who has sprung from the earth and developed through the lower kingdoms of nature to his present rational state has yet to complete his evolution by becoming a godlike being and unifying his consciousness with the omniscient, to promote which is and always has been the sole aim and purpose of all initiation. So this is the point of evolution, folks. If you believe that you came from a cell and evolved into a monkey and then evolved into whatever else and became a man, then that means it stands to reason that you keep getting better. And what's ahead of you? Well, God is ahead of you. God's the ultimate, so you can be like God. This is a video which is very interesting of Stephen Hawking. So let's see what it says.
Let's take a quick look at Stephen Hawking. I've talked a lot about how Stephen Hawking was not a real person. He was a character. And people say, how dare you, Big Bear? How dare you? When Dave Chappelle makes fun of it in 5 years, we'll discuss it. But this is an actual translation. Before his robot voice, he had a translator who looks exactly like Larry Bird. Tell me if you think that anything about this is real.
I think, in a way, physics has been a progress away from mysticism towards a rational understanding of the universe.
Stephen, when did you first realize you wanted to be a physicist?
I think I knew from about the age of 9 or 10 that I wanted to be a scientist. Most of my activities, like playing with model fireworks, or model railways, or playing complicated games, was aimed in some way at finding out how the world worked around me. I was never very good with my hands. My models did not work very well.
Okay, guys, we can all see that this is not real at all. It was normalized by Han Solo and Chewbacca. As you can see there, on the left is Han Solo, and on the right is Chewbacca. No one understands the grunting and gurgling, but somehow Han Solo, with his he has the same haircut as Han Solo, and he's alleged to be a very handsome Larry Bird guy. There is no way that the gurgling, this is why the internet changed the entire game with scams. Is back in the day, a lot of people were not exposed to people that treat people with ALS or a lot of these ailments. Ukrainian Bear is currently taking care of someone with ALS. We can talk to him right now. Is that possible?
I think it's not, Dave. Or have translated. I think it's very it goes very away.
The funniest guy by far is this guy, because I think he's watching this whole thing like, just don't point out that this isn't real.
Oh, man. So look, you have to entertain the thought, the very real thought, that all of the things that have been propped up to you as these gods of science and rational thought has just been smoke and mirrors, folks. You're in the devil's kingdom. And the devil's kingdom is made from nothing. It's just smoke and mirrors designed to deceive you into obedience. And of course, they normalized it with Star Wars, and eventually, he got his own little program that could speak for you. And they put the information in there. This is just a stunt. It's just a stunt. It's a publicity stunt to basically, again, put science between you and God. Science is the authority. Look at this guy. He's again, they get these stories of people like Einstein. Oh, he's just a genius. He just came out of nowhere. Or Nassim Haramein, man, look, he's got these wild theories. He's unifying physics. He's totally shaking things up. And then Stephen Hawking's, man, he's got this terrible disease. Nobody can understand it, but he's a genius. Look, he's making up all these theories. And it's just like people love this kind of stuff because their ears are itching ears and they gobble up all sorts of fairy tales, which is what the Bible warned you of. Now, let's read about astronaut Freemasons. A couple more to go here. From Buzz Aldrin to John Glenn. This is from Scottish Rite, nmj.org. So it's an official source. From Buzz Aldrin to John Glenn, many notable astronauts and American heroes also belong to the world's oldest fraternity. Gosh, did you know that? John Glenn, 33-degree Freemason. Let's see, Buzz Aldrin, he was a Mason. Colonel Leroy Gordo Cooper, 33-degree Mason. Let's see, Don F. Eisel, also a Mason. Virgil Gus Grissom, he's a Mason. Look at him, all these friendly faces in the U.S. government doing the space program. They're all Freemasons. What did that previous quote tell you that the pursuit of Masonry is? And if you're not doing that pursuit, then you don't understand Masonry. The forbidden fruit that you have to basically use and tap into the knowledge to become like God. James Benson Irwin, astronaut and Freemason. Edgar Dean Mitchell, here they are with their nice little staged space flights. Of course, if you don't know about that, then just look up NASA bloopers. We'll look up plenty of them in the next section. In the future section, actually, the next section will be quantum stuff. This is also now Freemasons in Antarctica. A lot of people bring up like Admiral Byrd, and Admiral Byrd knows the truth about the flat Earth. And again, folks, you're being deceived. The Earth is not a circle. There's a circle of the Earth, but the Earth is not a circle. Case in point, one of the people that they bring up, Admiral Byrd, he was a Freemason. 1928, Admiral Byrd launched the much-anticipated expedition to Antarctica. He and his crew settled the base camp as they landed on the continent, and from there they flew the first flight ever over the South Pole. They didn't actually fly over the South Pole, but anyway. Boarding the flight, there were Admiral Richard E. Byrd and expedition leader, navigator Bernd Belchen, chief pilot, Harold June, co-pilot and radio operator, and Ashley McKinley, the photographer. For the brethren, it is a noteworthy accomplishment that 3 out of the 4 crew aboard this historic flight over the South Pole were Masons. And they do have a Masonic little thing at the Antarctica, the quote-unquote South Pole. It's not the South Pole. It's a place that's, off to the side, but they tell you it's the South Pole. Richard E. Byrd was raised in Federal Lodge number 1, Washington, D.C. in 1921, and he demitted to Kane Lodge number 454 Lodge in New York, 1928. He had flown Kane's Lodge flags from the masthead of the ship during the expedition. Kane Lodge members presented him Kane Lodge Gold Medal upon his return and from his first expedition with the greeting from President Hoover via telegram. The Grand Lodge of New York awarded him the Distinguished Achievement Medal later in 1947. So all the Freemasons were all about him for his achievement for mankind. And of course, really the Masonic gospel of man conquering the world and becoming like God. Here's all these guys. They're all Freemasons, folks. All these noble heroes and explorers that you've been told have been propped up in the history books. They're just worshiping the devil. Famous Freemason scientists. That's the next one. Freemasonry, top 10 Freemason scientists. Sir Edward Victor Appleton, in the early 1900s, English physicist, received Nobel Prize in 1947 for the discovery and research on the ionosphere, which contributed to the development of the radar. Here he is in Masonic garb, and who knows what rank he is, but you know what they do in the higher ranks. Jacques-Étienne Montgolfier, in the later 1700s, he created the first flying hot air balloon. He was a Mason. Richard Gatling, best known as the constructor of the rapid-fire Gatling gun, basically, that killed a lot of people in World War I and II. Is it World War I? I think they had Gatling guns in World War I. Christian Hahnemann, who was a developer of the modern homeopathy, was a Freemason. Vannevar Bush, regarded as the creator of the idea of the computer network and hypertext. Erasmus Darwin, we know him. He doesn't need an introduction. Edward Jenner, discoverer of the smallpox vaccine. James Watt, construction of the steam machine. Benjamin Franklin, we know him as well. And Sir Alexander Fleming, he discovered penicillin. All of these people were drinking the devil's cup and were motivated by the idea that man can be like God and that science is used to basically control the elements and eventually ascend and transcend the elements. Again, did God use these things for his purposes? Absolutely. He used their inventions and their desires for his purposes. God uses all things for the good and for his glory. That doesn't mean that these people were good people or that they were separated from the occult. You have to understand that the occult has driven modern science, at least not even modern, ancient science, for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and thousands of years. Very few people in history who were famous, let's put it this way, who have contributed in some way, were not related to occultism and did not have occultism driving their actions, which is a very important point. You also have CERN, which everybody knows. You don't need an introduction for that. CERN is a giant ritual circle in Geneva. And of course, I'm not going to do too much on that. You can look into it yourself. There's so much on it on the internet now with Shiva, the destroyer, how they have a statue of Shiva there. In their library, they have a ritual that's been filmed there. They have all these ritualistic dance performances. Why? Why are they doing this if it's just science? If they're just doing physics and just doing atheistic secular science, why do they have so much association to occult and mystic religion stuff of the East? Shiva the Destroyer, these weird satanic performances of portals opening and demons coming through them. I mean, just crazy. Why? Why are there blatant occult themes? And of course, the answer is because they are in neck deep into the occult. And their goal is to transcend the world and make the mystery religion of the ages come into the world so that the devil can be worshipped in the physical world by everybody. Now, let's talk about the Club of Rome, and this will be kind of the finishing cherry on the sundae. The Club of Rome, you have to know that the 1960s, there's a lot of things that happened in the 1960s that were pivotal to this final push of using heliocentrism to bring the world together under the beast. The 1960s saw some major satanic activities. You had the Club of Rome publishing some documents we'll talk about in just a second, Vatican II, and you had the climate change agenda beginning. Of course, you also had the moon landing hoax, which is in and of itself something you need to look at. I'm not going to document too much of that in this, but we will look at it quite a bit, as well as some other things with NASA, just so you see the fraud of NASA, because the moon landing stuff, everybody can look into that. That's not hard. There's other things we will look at with NASA that will just expose their fraud and show you that there's never a straight answer from them. But in just a little chronology, in 1962 to 1965, you had Vatican II, where the beast changed its posture from we hate you heretics, we're going to destroy you, to, hey, we need to be reconciled with our lost brothers. So it was very much false light. The charismatic movement really got reined in by the beast with Vatican II and all these things and false signs and wonders, which I document in my Great Delusion series. 2 years after that, or I should say within that time, in 1964, because Vatican II ended in 1965, you had the Kardashev scale that was published. We'll discuss this in just a second. Remember, I mentioned it earlier when we were talking about some of these occultists, like the Soviet Tsiolkovsky and so on. The Kardashev scale was an integral idea that today still shapes physics, and it's very much ecumenical and NWO type of idea. You'll understand why in just a second. In 1969, the USA fooled the world with the moon landing, obviously. That happened. Then you had also the hippie movement, LSD, the New Age, paganism, earth worship, Jesus revolutions, the charismatic movement, all these false light, false signs and wonders that are setting the stage for the final deception. In 1970, you had the first Earth Day as a result of the moon mission. And in 1972, the Club of Rome publishes a major work that shapes the climate change narrative and begins to shape that into ultimately something that the beast will later rein in, as it always does. It finds these, it either starts these movements or he reins them into itself, because again, the devil gave the beast its power. So it has authority to do that. But in this case with climate change, it started climate change as an atheistic thing, and then it reined it in later, as in now, where the Pope is saying climate change is a moral responsibility. It's a sin against God if you pollute the environment. So now it's become moral. You see how all these things happen over many, many decades. But that started with the Club of Rome. So we're going to look at a couple things. This is Earthrise. This is a photograph that happened supposedly at the moon's surface that was taken on a lunar orbit by astronaut William Anders, who was probably a Freemason, on December 24th, 1968, during the Apollo 8 mission. Nature photographer Galen Rowell described it as the most influential environmental photograph ever taken. So why was the moon mission done, folks? It was done to paint this picture of a lonely blue marble in the middle of nowhere, in the middle of void. So we need to basically unite the world in a new world order to preserve our tiny little home so that we don't lose our home. This is the idea. And of course, the Bible tells you that God has a plan for the earth, and there will be natural disasters and signs and wonders. But when Jesus returns, he's going to remake the earth. There's no such thing as you destroying the earth. God is going to destroy the earth if anybody's going to be destroying it. But this is the idea, along with nuclear weapons, the whole nuclear Holocaust fear and the apocalypse that was happening after the World War II and the Cold War and all this drama to basically make you believe, again, who's doing these things? The false prophet, the United States, with the nuclear weapons, with the moon missions, to make you believe that we could possibly destroy our planet. That was the context. And you will see with the Club of Rome, when they publish their document as the reasonable voice in the chaos, that this is exactly what they were trying to do. Now that they had the context that, hey, we went to the moon. Look, here's the earth. Look at this picture, Earthrise. Oh, the beautiful blue marble, which of course has been exposed as a photographic fraud. But we can expose it actually very simply without even putting it into Photoshop or doing anything like that. Here is a picture. If you just simple logic, folks, look at this picture. Here's you supposedly on the moon looking at the earth, right? Now, what they can't do, they can't falsify this, because the distance between the earth and the moon in the heliocentric model is fixed. It doesn't change. The earth and the moon are a fixed distance from each other, okay? Meaning that if I'm on the earth looking at the moon, it should look much, much smaller than this if this is how big the earth looks from the moon. Does that make sense? The distance is fixed, okay? But the earth is much bigger than the moon. It's huge compared to the moon in the heliocentric model. So if you type in a full moon, and of course this search engine doesn't save it, full moon picture. Just type in a full moon picture and go to images. And I mean, you don't even need it. You know what the moon looks like, right? When you look at the moon, these are all like CGI, but anyway, it doesn't make a difference. You know what I'm talking about. The moon, assuming let's say there's no atmospheric effects and no, huge like refraction where the moon becomes really huge. But in general, when you look up at the sky and it's dry, like for example in Phoenix, it's super dry, so the moon is relatively small in the sky. When I'm looking at the moon and it's the size of, I don't know, let's say a quarter in your visual field. If you put a quarter up in the sky, it's about that size. And you go back to Earthrise and you're seeing the same size of the Earth. Something doesn't add up, folks. Do you see the problem? The Earth and the moon are fixed distances, but the Earth is way bigger than the moon. You cannot have the same angular size of the object. If I'm on the moon looking at the Earth, the angular size of the Earth should be huge in my visual field. not the same size as the moon is when I'm on the Earth looking at the moon. Does that make sense? It should. So angular size is the size that something occupies in your visual field. Okay? And angular size, again, in episode 4 of this series, we debunked their calculations by using their own numbers to show you that you shouldn't be able to see these planets based on the size they tell you and the distances. Here's another problem with this Earthrise. They didn't think far enough ahead. They thought, okay, well, let's just do this really quick and get people to believe this thing, because they were hungry to fool people. But they didn't realize that people would eventually debunk it with Photoshop and also with just plain logic. When you look, if I'm on the moon, and the moon is so much smaller than the Earth, if I'm looking at the Earth would be huge in my visual field. It would not be the same size as the moon. That doesn't make any sense. And yet people say it's the most influential photograph, of course, because people bought it like hotcakes. And that's exactly what happened. The false prophet works his false signs and wonders, deceive people. They go, ooh, ah, wow, space. The Earth, the lone blue marble, which also I think was written around that time. What is it? Something blue marble that was written. I think it was Carl Sagan that wrote it, but anyway, it was around that time. But now you have the limits to growth. Actually, before we read that, let's read let's read limits to growth, and we'll go to Kardashev scale. I guess it doesn't really matter. The Limits to Growth is a 1972 report that discussed the possibility of exponential economic and population growth with finite supply of resources, studied by computer simulation. You know how accurate those computer simulations have been, like with COVID and with everything else. The study used the World 3 computer model to simulate the consequence of interactions between the Earth and human systems. The model was based on the work of Jay Forrester at MIT, as described by his book World Dynamics. Commissioned by the Club of Rome, the study saw its findings first presented at international gatherings in Moscow and Rio de Janeiro in the summer of 1971. The report's authors are Dennis Meadows, Jorgen Randers, and William Behrens III, representing a team of 17 researchers. The report's findings suggest that in absence of significant alterations in resource utilization, it is highly likely that there will be an abrupt and unmanageable decrease in both population and industrial capacity. Although it faced severe criticism and scrutiny upon its release, the report influenced environmental reforms for decades. Subsequent analysis notes that global use of the natural resources has been inadequately reformed to alter its expected outcome. Yet price predictions based on resource scarcity failed to materialize in the years since the publication. Yeah, because the models are nonsense, just like with COVID. Nonsense simulations to frighten you into a solution, which is a New World Order. Since its publication, some 30 million copies of the book in 30 languages have been purchased. It continues to generate debate and has been the subject of several subsequent publications. Beyond the Limits and the Limits to Growth, the 30-year update, were published in 1992 and 2004, respectively. So the beast hasn't given up. It keeps pushing, get people to debate and argue and move the agenda along. In 2012, a 40-year forecast from Jorgen Randers, one of the book's original authors, was published as 2052, a global forecast for the next 40 years. And in 2022, two of the original Limits to Growth authors, Dennis Meadows and Jorgen Randers, joined 19 other contributors to produce Limits and Beyond. So what is this report? The report is basically this. If we look at this graph, yeah, you can see it. Fancy things, basically saying, here's the resources of the Earth, and they're diminishing, and we're using them up. And so on and so forth. And then here's the population of the Earth, and it's increasing. And here's food per capita of the Earth and industrial output. And there's this intersection point that we need to watch out. They're always having to frighten you with something, whether it's an asteroid or whatever else, into adopting worldwide globalization measures. So this was the first basically attempt right on the heels of National Earth Day, the Kardashev scale, which we'll look at in just a second, the flight to the moon, and so on, the Earthrise picture, all of this propaganda. And now the Club of Rome publishes this worry. We're worried about the future. We need to implement world systems to basically prevent overpopulation and usage of resources, i.e., we need to have a new world order. This is what it's about, folks. This is the culmination of the heliocentric conspiracy. It is the world marveling after the beast. The heliocentric conspiracy, the entire heliocentric mystery religion trace that we've looked at for the last 2,500 years is designed for this. It is designed for people to believe that getting into a new world order, i.e. the image of the beast, a representative government, like the beast enjoyed, where it was in control of all the federations of Europe through a papal power, it is designed to fool people into believing that entering into such a government is a good idea. Again, that we need a moral authority over all of the governments of the earth. Because, why? Because we're running out of food, we're overpopulating, the asteroids might get us, climate change is going to get us. All of this is now ready to be weaponized by the false prophet. And it began in the 60s with all the things that I just mentioned, which is this bogus report, which again, none of these things materialized. People have been crying about overpopulation and climate change for the last 50 years. Nothing's happened. The earth was made to be inhabited, is what the book of Isaiah, or was it Jeremiah? I forget. One of those two. The earth was made to be inhabited, meaning God has a purpose for the earth. This idea, not only is it based on false cosmology, but it's also based on synergism, which is the mystery version of the gospel. The gospel says God is doing the work. He's done the work for you. You believe, and if you believe, it's a work of God that you believe. The counterfeit gospel, the way that you save yourself, is you're the one that needs to do something. It's all on you, and we need to do this, otherwise it's not going to happen. That's the occult, esoteric understanding. And that manifests in the climate change gospel. It manifests in the NAR, in the charismatic movement, in the religious movement, in the environmentalist stuff, in the New Age movement. All of these things are linked together by synergism. Do you see now the heliocentric conspiracy, how it falls so nicely into the devil's schemes? And if you believe the truth about the gospel, which is predestination and everything is made for God's glory, God is sovereign. If you believe the truth about cosmology, you know the truth. You don't have to know exactly how it works, but you know it's not a ball spinning in space. Then all of these things just hit you like this, like a bulletproof shield. And they just fall to the wayside. They evaporate because they're nonsense. But most people are synergistic in their thinking. That's why they're so easily seduced by the fear tactic of, hey, look, something's going to happen, so you need to do something. What do we need to do? What do we need to do? Well, we need to globalize. We need to make sustainability and all this kind of stuff. We need to do it. We need to save ourselves. Otherwise, nothing's going to happen. Where the Bible tells you that everything's predetermined, things are going to get worse. The beast is going to be worshipped, and then Jesus is going to return and destroy everything evil. So there's that. So you have to believe the Bible, or otherwise you end up by default believing the devil. Whether you are an occultist, neck deep in the devil's soup, or you are just a synergistic Christian believing in climate change and you genuinely love the Lord, but you're very deceived by synergism and cosmology, you are obeying the devil. And that's the problem, folks. This is how the devil wins. Of course, he didn't win in the long run, but he's been allowed to win temporarily, so to speak, in the sense that he's going to be worshipped. And this is how he's winning over people and convincing them with false signs and wonders, through synergism, through false cosmology, and through all of these basic delusions. Now, one more really quick, the Kardashev scale. This is kind of a little bit back in time, right before the Club of Rome published that report, but this also ties into it. The Kardashev scale is a method of measuring a civilization's level of technological advancement based on the amount of energy it is able of harnessing and using. The measure was proposed by Soviet astronomer Nikolai Kardashev in 1964 and was named after him. Now, do you remember really quick that the Soviets were very much into the occult and were very much influenced by Tsiolkovsky and all his peers who were totally motivated by occult and just Gnostic ideas? So there's that. Let's see what Nikolai Kardashev has to say about this particular view. So you have three civilizations. The idea is that there's three levels of civilization. Notice how clever all of this is. And just the timing of it is just so peculiar to me. It's not peculiar because I can see how they're all related, but it's just so obvious. Type 1 civilization, it says, is able to access all the energy available on its planet and store it for consumption. Hypothetically, it should also be able to control natural events such as earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and so on. So complete and total control over the world is a Type 1 civilization. Type 2 civilization can directly consume a star's energy, most likely through the use of something called a Dyson sphere, if you know what that is. It's like a contraption that can hypothetically go around a star. But again, this is all conjecture. None of this stuff is real. It's just sci-fi. Type 3 civilization is able to capture all the energy emitted by its galaxy and every object within it, such as every star, black hole, etc. I think there's a picture here somewhere you can see. Here you are. Here's type 1, type 2, and type 3. Now, what is this? Seems like, oh, that's really cool. That's interesting. But what is this really about, folks? In the context of everything I've just spoken to you, what is this about? Do you see what this is about? Just like the monkey evolving to a human evolving to a god, this is the same thing. This is globalism, meaning New World Order, in order so we can master the galaxy, excuse me, and or the solar system, and then master the galaxy and be like gods. These two options are fake news. This is impossible. This is based on a false model. It's based on a cult theory. It's nonsense. There's no such thing as building a Dyson sphere around a giant ball of gas, because there's no such thing as a giant ball of gas in plasma. This is distraction. But this is showing you the carrot of being like gods, and energy consumption is so advanced technologically. Oh man, there's probably other species and races out there that are so advanced that they're type 2 or type 3 civilizations. We got to be like them. And of course, in order to be like them, you have to have a type 1 civilization. What does type 1 mean? Type 1 means New World Order. We need to master our environment. We need to, make sure we minimize climate change, overpopulation, all these things in order to reach type 2 and type 3. That's what this is about. And of course, Kardashev was, a Gnostic Jew from the Soviet Union. And we know that the Soviet Union was very influenced by these ideas. So they're all peas in the pod, folks. And all of that came right in line with the false prophet, the moon landing, the first Earth Day, the Kardashev scale, and then eventually the Club of Rome in 1972. Boom. Now that all the stage has been set, the Club of Rome speaks its wisdom and says, we need to do this and that and this and that. And ever since, of course, the Club of Rome's report has been contested, but the damage has been done. 30 million copies in 30 languages. And people like Bill Gates are still peddling Club of Rome ideology with his, little formula, his TED Talk with minimizing, climate change and population and all this kind of stuff. It's nonsense. It's absolute nonsense. And of course, everybody has their own derivatives of it, but these people are New World Order, elitist, eugenicists, crazy people that want to have the beast worshipped because the beast is driving them. And of course, they're all operating according to the devil's schemes. So, conclusion. Remember that the beast reigned in the charismatic movement in Vatican II. If you don't know how that works, watch my Great Delusion series. Vatican II was a major position change for the beast, for the final leg of the journey, for false signs and wonders, charismatic revivals, ecumenical work, all these things. Today, I recently covered in my Dark to Light playlist how climate change has become a moral thing and a way to bring the Protestants back to the mother church. With all of these little youth mushroom organizations popping up left and right of youth Christian, general denomination Christian climate change activists, whether they're liberal or conservative, doesn't matter. So it's become a moral issue now after 50, 60 years of being secular, and now it's moral, and now everything's, for God, and we got to do it God, and it's coalescing with everything else, folks. It's truly mind-blowing. It is truly mind-blowing. It truly is covering this stuff and putting it all together and just seeing all the pieces come together. It's like, wow, again, I told you, like John, you will marvel, hopefully you're marveling at just how crazy all this is. And of course, also it proves that Revelation is true. But nevertheless, Vatican II was a major position change for this final leg of the journey. And that involved a lot of different things. Remember that the Soviets were neck deep in the occult, the Nazis, many of the top Jews in the Soviet, like Bolshevism, were Freemasons. A lot of the astronauts were Freemasons. A lot of the people in astronomy were Jesuits. Every person has been compromised, folks. Every person has been compromised to some degree or another, or they're just deceived. Like, that hot air balloon guy that went up really far. He wasn't, I don't think he was a secret society man. I think he was a genuine, just nerdy scientist, but he was also very deceived. He was very deceived by heliocentrism, even though he saw proof for himself. And it's like, how can you be such a scientist and see that even at 50,000 feet, you see an endless plane that's straight and, whatever. But people were either compromised or they're just deceived by the deceptions being going on. combination of all these things I just described, plus many more. Again, the faith healing movements, the charismatic movements, the Jesus revolutions, the messianic movement, all of these false signs and wonders that blossomed out of the false prophet in the 1900s. It brought us to now we're in the 2000s. This is, I believe, the final leg of history. I don't see this happening for another 10, 15 years, 10 years max. This is it. We are at the end of history, folks. So you can expect some very crazy false signs and wonders going into the next 5 years, 10 years. Maybe they're going to do an alien invasion. Maybe there's going to be holographs and people are going to believe, all sorts of stupid things. But either way, you need to be prepared. You need to be prepared for all of the things that they're doing. Even with at the time of this video, all the storms that have happened, the hurricanes like Milton and Helene, of course, they've been modified. We know that. And I'm going to cover that in my upcoming news thing right before the election. But at the end of the day, we know that. We know that they've been playing with the weather, trying to play God as a pretext for climate change and the narrative. And of course, climate change justifies having world cooperation. And of course, you need a moral authority that tells you what's good for God and the environment, and that moral authority is the beast. This is what's happening. All of this stuff has been to finally actualize the mystery religion under one man, under the power of the Catholic Church. And of course, that's the papacy. The climate change agenda is designed to bring the world into one government under the beast, just like the Bible tells you. Originally, climate change was very liberal and atheistic and secular, but it's become a moral issue, like I've said many times. And this is what Rome does. It creates movements so that it can then integrate them back into herself and she can seem like the hero. Or it reins in movements that are satanic, like the Kundalini spirit, and claims them for herself because, again, the devil gave Rome, the beast, its power and great authority. The Kundalini spirit is ancient, it's thousands of years old, but now it's manifesting through the charismatic movement, through Catholic charismatic, through NAR, through Protestant charismatic. All these things are counterfeit Holy Spirit. And of course, the people who are chief over that are the Jesuits. And I've talked about that quite a bit. So put it all together, quite a bit to talk about. I told you there was a lot to talk about. Consistent theme throughout history is that every major figure in heliocentric thought has been an occultist, a mystic, or somewhere in between, a secret society member, Jesuit, something to do with the beast or the devil in some way. Heliocentrism cannot be divorced from the occult and the mystery religion. Heliocentrism is not science, it's a spiritual belief system. Also, what you see consistently throughout all of this history is that bad science is done and then it's justified with lies and propaganda. Eratosthenes, Cavendish, Einstein, Hermine, Stephen Hawking, all of this is just propaganda to prop up something that isn't there. It's smoke and mirrors. Meanwhile, the science that is done that's good, Morley, Sagnac, Airy, Tesla, all these people that had legitimate science and they were doing fantastic things are subsumed and buried or misinterpreted or threatened or whatever else. No different today. Many things have happened since the 1900s, and the delusion has been solidified thanks to the false prophet, which is the United States, through things like the moon landing, NASA, Hollywood, the media, social media now, especially in the last 20 years. All these things are getting worse and worse. Today, these things, these lies, these attitudes, they're so ubiquitous in our culture that you have to be called crazy if you refuse them. If I stand up for biblical cosmology, even Christians are calling me crazy. Why are you talking about cosmology? It's just so divisive. What do you mean it's so divisive? It's the truth. If you believe that the Bible is in error when it says that the sun was created after the earth, which is completely contradictory to what the Big Bang tells you, then the Bible cannot be trusted anywhere. Do you see the problem? You have to stand. If God took it upon himself to reveal to you cosmology, and that cosmology is linked to his authority and his veracity, meaning truthfulness, then we have to stand for that cosmology. I don't know what the system looks like as a whole, but I can tell you it's not the heliocentric system, because the heliocentric system is not only unscientific, but it's occult in nature. It presupposes occult things that have to do with God not being there and man being elevated to the position of God. So we have to reject it. And if you as a Christian think that I'm stupid for standing for the truth, then you need to check your heart and you need to check your own love of the world. Because if you're afraid of other people calling you stupid for embracing something that's biblical, then that's something to check in prayer. It really is, if you consider yourself a true Christian. Today, these things have, I already said that part. This is why also history is so valuable. History is so valuable, folks. People do not know their history. They're not willing to stay and to study and to see how pieces come together. Today, we have looked at over 2,500 years of history, and we still have some things to look at that are very important, and into the modern age with current events. But you will see 2,500 plus years of history of how the devil has moved through history. Move the baton, move the baton. Oh, this one's dying, go over here. Trick this one, do that one. Move this society over there, do that over here. Constantly moving the baton throughout the ages to ultimately wrap it all up into one delusion. It's truly profound. It really is truly profound what an enemy we are up against. But of course, even more profound is that that enemy has already been conquered by Jesus Christ, which is beyond anything we could ever imagine profound. The truth does not fear investigation, but lies always fear investigation because lies have an expiration date. When the devil creates a lie, it has an expiration date, just like the moon landing. They know that the moon landing is now because of the internet and, the information is getting out. People are starting to get skeptical. So they have version 2.0 with Musk. And now we're going to Mars. Now Mars is the new thing. Of course, that whole thing is just fake, and we'll look at that as well. But it's just, again, everything has an expiration date. The truth is eternal. The truth doesn't have an expiration date. The truth is true 3,000 years ago as it is, 1,500 years ago as it is today. And it will always be true. The truth is always true. A lie has to be repackaged constantly because a lie is exposed in the light. And then eventually it becomes, oh my gosh, this isn't true. Oh wait, no, what about this thing? This is kind of like that, but it's a little different. This is the story. The new thing that's coming is really the old thing. It's just a repackaged lie that's been repackaged, countless times over the last however many thousands of years. So now that we have covered most of history, about, like I said, 2,500 plus years, we now have a few more sections to look in relation to modern times that I've put together. They are relativity, debunking that and seeing the gaslighting that it is, refuting quantum mechanics, looking at NASA, and looking at modern headlines. So onward to part 5, the gaslighting of relativity.
So that when you are college educated and some institution has declared you graduated and a learned member of society, if you turn around and say, I choose not to believe this emergent scientific consensus, no, you don't have that option. It's not how objectively established scientific truths are determined. It is true whether or not you believe in it.
All right. Well, now that we've come to the 1900s and ultimately the 21st century, and we've looked at all of the false signs and wonders, false prophets, delusions, illusions, and so on, bad science, cover-ups, it's time to look at a few more final things in this journey. And that is, of course, relativity. And the next section after this will be quantum and quantum-related things like quantum mechanics, quantum computing, and all of these other lies from the devil. The enemy and the beast use relativity and quantum physics to basically obfuscate the truth, to make things very murky and confusing, and to ultimately hide all of the things that happened in the 1800s, those experiments that proved that the Earth was motionless, and hide the model of heliocentrism behind relativism. So we need to dive into these things and debunk them. That's what we're going to do today. Remember the quote by Martin Luther, 500 years ago, where he was addressing people. I don't know if he was addressing Copernicus specifically, but he was addressing this desire to change cosmology that was happening around that time, and the idea that the Earth was moving, it wasn't the sun that was moving. And he pretty much spelled it out very clearly. He said it's about as ridiculous as believing that you are in a cart, like a horse cart, and you're going along the road and it's actually the trees and the road that are moving underneath you. It's not the cart that's moving. And the funny thing is that was a prediction in a sense, probably obviously not something that he intended to predict, but he predicted relativity through that quote. It was very predictive, I should say, at least. I don't think he intended to predict it, but relativity is exactly that. That is the confounding and confusing and ridiculous gaslighting of relativity. That the idea that if you were in a horse-drawn cart and you're looking outside, it is equally true that it could be the trees and the road that is moving underneath you and you're standing still, not you moving over the road and watching the trees move by. In relativity, those two things are equal, and we're going to debunk that because it's nonsense. It's relativism. And there's a very satanic agenda behind these seemingly scientific things. And today, hopefully, you will realize that because we're going to debunk it. The next two sections, this one and the next one on quantum, are going to get it into a little science, but we'll make it understandable. We'll make it fun. It'll be like going back to school. With fun, obviously going back to school, maybe not as a good memory for any of us, but it's going to be fun. It's kind of like going back to science class, but we're going to make it about the school of life, really, because the point is not so much that you understand all of these things. You don't need to understand everything in these sections. You really don't. So enter the following information with the expectation that I don't need to understand everything. You don't. I don't understand everything discussed in these videos. However, I want you to focus. I want you to focus because everybody has the ability to focus. I want you to focus because we're going to try to make it as understandable as possible so that you can see what they did to deceive people. Because what they did is actually very simple. It's the same usual Antichrist pattern throughout history. Take the truth, invert it, flip it upside down. Misdirect, cause confusion, lie, gaslight, and so on and so forth. These things you can see. Anybody can see that. You don't need to be a science PhD or a physics nerd to understand what they did. You don't need to understand relativity or quantum, the way quantum is supposedly working, because they don't work. They're nonsense. You don't need to understand the fullness of what we're talking about today. You just need to focus and slog through some of the things that maybe are over your head, because we're going to try to make it as simple as possible. And so you can see what they did and why all of these things are wrong. So whenever people cite to you relativity or quantum mechanics or all of these things that supposedly we've known for the last 100 years, you can say to them, that's baloney. It's sorcery, it's nonsense, it's gaslighting, and it's just the devil's attempt to destroy the biblical cosmology. So Einstein was a genius, but not in the way that people think he was. The 1800s and the early 1900s pretty much gave a death blow to heliocentrism with the things that we talked about in the past, like Michelson-Morley, Airy's experiments, Sagnac's experiments, and so on. So Einstein was propped up and brought relativity, the theory of relativity, to science by arguing that basically there's no absolute frame of rest. Now, what does that mean? When you are in that horse-drawn carriage and you're moving, you can tell that you're moving because you're comparing an at-rest Earth with motion, and you realize what is actually moving. It's not the Earth that's moving underneath your cart. It's your cart that's moving over the Earth. I mean, that sounds very obvious, right? But we're getting into some things that are going to confuse the waters like crazy. So you have to have an absolute frame of rest. Now, Einstein basically got rid of that with his theories on relativity. There's no absolute frame of rest. The reality, the truth, is that Earth is motionless. It is the absolute frame of rest, meaning you can always have a reference frame of what's moving because the Earth isn't moving. You know that when you throw a ball and you're playing catch, or let's say you're watching, father and a son play catch, and they're throwing a ball back and forth, and you're watching that. You know that the ball is moving because you have an absolute frame of rest. It's not, the Earth that's moving or whatever other crazy thing. There is an objective movement, an objective motionless frame. Einstein got rid of that. The truth is that the Earth is created to reflect God's glory. God is the rock throughout Scripture, the unchanging one, the foundation that we're standing on, basically, right? That keeps us alive. The Earth is designed to point you to that reality. The Earth is the rock, right? It's the underneath the foundation. It's motionless. It's infinite. It's a picture of the divine. So, without an absolute frame of rest, and again, God is the objective frame. He's the objective moral source. He's the one that tells you what is up and down and left and right. Same with the Earth. The Earth is objectively flat. There's an up, an objective up, and an objective down. And so on the globe, though, you don't have that. You have relativism. Up is relative. If you're on the North Pole, up is that way. If you're on the equator, up is west, according to the North Pole. So it's just nonsense. It's all relative. Relativism. There's no objective truth. And this is what Einstein's gift to science was through his bogus theories. So this is the problem. And these things are fundamentally antichrist because despite the science-y appearance, they're actually spiritual belief systems that are designed to destroy your mind and to hide the lie of heliocentrism. They hate God, so they have to get rid of the proof that there's an absolute frame of rest, which of course was proven in the 1800s through all those experiments that we cited. So they make everything relative to the observer. You can determine what is up or down. Of course, that should sound familiar to you because that is the forbidden fruit. Without an absolute frame of reference, you can always argue something that isn't true is true. And you'll understand what I mean by that. Because according to Einstein, both truths are true. The horse-drawn cart moving across the earth is true, but the earth also moving under the horse-drawn cart can equally be true, which of course is nonsense. Either one is true or the other one is true. You can't have both be true, but this is relativism and relativity. It's the all truths are true type of thinking, which is very common today as well. And of course, it destroyed all scientific inquiry and confused everybody for the rest of the journey. Notice that science is not immune to the forbidden fruit. You, according to Einstein, are the determiner of what is up or down, what is good or evil, right? God is not the standard. It's you that's the standard, that you determine reality, basically, what this is. And of course, without an absolute frame of rest, it defaults to the observer, mankind. You are the determiner of what is going left or right. Einstein also was a communist, and he was a Kabbalah-loving Jew, basically, that was a mystic, probably. Who knows how deeply involved he was? Who knows if he was actually a secret society member or a Jesuit or who knows what? It doesn't matter, folks. It really doesn't. But we know enough about his religious proclivities, about his experiences. Remember channeling and having trance-like states that he couldn't be disturbed and suddenly it comes to him. These things are very suspect, given also the fact that he wasn't a believer in the biblical God, that he was probably a communist because he was associated with all these other people. It's very likely that he was being puppeted by the devil one way or another. It's very likely. Just look at the fruits. By their fruits you shall know them. So Einstein was no hero. He was no scientist. He was just a very confused and deluded puppet that they used to confuse everybody else. And you'll see how all that played out today. There's no absolute authority that Einstein yielded to, absolute moral authority, as in God. So everything was relative to him. So in this section, you're going to learn and see how Einstein's relativity was created to gaslight everybody and hide the motionless earth that was discovered through all those experiments, to hide God behind heliocentrism, and ultimately to set the stage for the ecumenical things that happened later in the 1900s, like climate change, environmentalism, New Age, quantum ideology, transhumanism, and all these ecumenical forbidden fruit manifestations happened because of Einstein's relativity. Of course, he wasn't the only thing contributing to this, but he was a very influential player in the development of what we see today, with this mystery religion coming to the forefront in everything, both in politics, in spirituality, and in science. So you can see all these things really come together in the present time. But first, I want to look at some major quotes from all of these physicists, including people like Einstein, so you can see that they don't know left or right, and that they themselves believe that it is equally possible to explain the world from the perspective of a motionless earth and the heavens moving. So let's read a couple of these quotes. This first one is from Einstein, and it says, why is this, Okay, there we go. For some reason, I didn't like the margin on this thing was not the way it used to be. Anyway, let's read. Here we go. Either coordinate system, this is Einstein, either coordinate system could be used with equal justification. The two sentences, the sun is at rest and the earth moves, or the sun moves and the earth is at rest, would simply mean two different conventions concerning two different coordinate systems. So it doesn't matter. It's all relative. This one's from Einstein also. I have come to believe that the motion of the earth cannot be detected by any optical experiment. Albert Einstein, Kyoto University, Japan, December 14th, 1922. And the meme says, when you can't prove it in an experiment, it's called a belief. Exactly. There's no experimental proof for any of heliocentrism's claims. It just superimposes a mathematical conjecture on top of what you see and explains it away from you. Your senses tell you this is what it is. And that points you to God. Heliocentrism, because it's Antichrist, jumps in front and says, no, this is actually what's happening. Look. And it points you to a delusion. This one's also from Einstein. Imagination is more important than knowledge. A lot of people quote this quote, but they don't realize the implication of it. Here we are with Einstein and our good old Jesuit buddy who developed the Big Bang, Georges Lemaitre. Just best buds hanging out. This is from Fred Hoyle. We might hope, therefore, that Einstein theory, which is well suited to such problems, would throw more light on the matter. But instead of adding further support to the heliocentric picture of the planetary motions, the Einstein theory goes in the opposite direction, giving increased respectability to the geocentric picture. Fred Hoyle, an essay on his life and work of Nicholas Copernicus. This is also Fred Hoyle. I don't know if you can see it. Let's see if we can zoom in. We know that the difference between a heliocentric theory and a geocentric theory is one of relative motion only, and that such a difference has no physical significance. Well, it does have physical significance, but because these people are all mathematicians and theoretical mystics and philosophers, they admit to you that it could go either way. Either the heavens are moving and the earth is still, or the earth is moving and the heavens are still. This was, by the way, in Astronomy and Cosmology, page 416, by Fred Hoyle. Astrophysicist George Ellis explains, quote, people need to be aware that there is a range of models that could explain the observations. For instance, I cannot construct you a spherically symmetrical universe with Earth. I can construct you a spherically symmetrical universe with Earth at its center, and you cannot disprove it based on observations. You can only exclude it on philosophical grounds. In my view, there is absolutely nothing wrong with that. What I want to bring into the open is the fact that we are using philosophical criteria in choosing our models. A lot of cosmology tries to hide that. Astrophysicist George F.R. Ellis. What does he tell you? Exactly what I've been telling you, that this is philosophy. And of course, it's the philosophy of Satan, as you can see throughout history. Henry Poincaré, who basically developed the initial points of relativity, which Einstein basically took and brought them to the world. A great deal of research has been carried out concerning the influence of Earth's movement. The results were always negative, i.e., the Earth isn't moving. Does he confirm to you the truth of what those experiments in the 1800s proved. Of course, that's not what Wikipedia tells you, but the person who pretty much developed relativity, which is Henri Poincaré, and Einstein took his work and moved it forward, he tells you, yeah, all the experiments that have been done to try to prove the Earth moving have been negative. This is from, this is an article basically on the Hubble constant. Remember, we talked about how the Hubble's law is basically a fraud. Hubble was a fraud. But this says, Hubble pointed out that his data showed that the galaxies are uniformly distributed in space. He then stated, the assumption of uniformity has much to be said in its favor. If the distribution were not uniform, it would either increase with distance or decrease. But we would not expect to find a distribution in which the density increases with distance, symmetrically in all directions. Such a condition would imply that we occupy a unique position in the universe, analogous in a sense to the ancient conception of a central Earth. The hypothesis cannot be disproved, but it is unwelcome and would be accepted only as a last resort in order to save the phenomenon. Therefore, we disregard this possibility and consider an alternative, namely a distribution which thins out with distance. I.e., we reject this model, just like Ellis said, on philosophical grounds, because the idea of an Earth that is the center of the universe, like the Bible says, is untenable. Why? Because it means you have to be accountable to God, and they don't want to do that, because it's Antichrist. This is I. Bernard Cohen. There is no planetary observation by which we on Earth can prove that the Earth is moving in an orbit around the Sun. Birth of New Physics, page 78. Lawrence M. Krauss. But when you look, he's another famous physicist, but when you look at the cosmic background radiation map, you also see that the structure that is observed is in fact, in a weird way, correlated with the plane of the Earth around the Sun. Is this Copernicus coming back to haunt us? That's crazy. We're looking out at the whole universe. There's no way there could be a correlation of structure with our motion of the Earth around the Sun. The plane of the Earth around the Sun, the ecliptic. That would say we are truly at the center of the universe. The new results are either telling us that all of science is wrong and we're at the center of the universe, or maybe the data is simply incorrect. Or maybe it's telling us there's something weird about the microwave background results, that maybe there's something wrong with our theories on the larger scales. The idea that the Earth is the center of the universe is untenable for these people. So they're panicking, and of course new discoveries are constantly being made, and they've been made since the 1800s to prove biblical cosmology, but they constantly get swept under the rug and re-mathematized, reinterpreted. You'll see this constantly today with relativity and quantum. This is now Martin Gardner, The Relativity Explosion, page 184 to 185. One could just as legitimately assume the Earth to be fixed and the entire universe with its great spherical cloud of black body radiation to be moving. The equations are the same. Indeed, from the standpoint of relativity, the choice of reference frame is arbitrary. Naturally, it is simpler to assume the universe is fixed and the Earth is moving than the other way around, but the two ways of talking about the Earth's relative motion are two ways of saying the same thing. So, there you go, Martin Gardner. Here's another one from page 87 on the same book by the same person. Do the heavens revolve or does the Earth rotate? The question is meaningless. A waitress may just as sensibly ask a customer if he wanted ice cream on top of his pie or the pie placed under his cream. Now, of course, if you're an atheist, oh yeah, it doesn't matter. They're recognizing to you the truth. But as a Christian, you should realize that it does matter. It incredibly matters. Because one is a false cosmology designed to introduce all sorts of spiritual ideas and ultimately bring the world back to the beast. And the other one is the true cosmology, which points you to God and gives you peace and arms you against all of these deceptions, like sci-fi, transhumanism, asteroids coming to kill you, evolution, climate change, ecumenism, all kinds of things that we talked about. So they have drastically different implications because one is the truth and one is a lie. It's not that they are just relative. One is the truth and one is a lie. But this is how they hide it, folks, with relativity. Phil Platt, the bad astronomer. I have two things to say that might surprise you. First, geocentrism is a valid frame of reference. And second, heliocentrism is not any more or less correct. They tell you themselves, folks. Stephen Hawking, who knows if he was real or not, but either way, this is what he supposedly said in the Grand Design. by Stephen Hawking and Leonard Mlodinov, New York, Bantam, 2010, page 41. Quote, "So which is real, the Ptolemaic or the Copernican system? Although it is not uncommon for people to say that Copernicus proved Ptolemy wrong, that is not true. One can use either picture as a model of the universe, for our observations of the heavens can be explained by assuming either the earth or the sun to be at rest." So there you go, all the great minds. And of course, this last one by Tesla, which I love. "Today's scientists have substituted mathematics for experiments, and they wander off through equation after equation and eventually build a structure which has no relation to reality." That's exactly the truth. Exactly. Very good quote. So, conclusion is that straight from their mouths, what do you see? They admit it themselves, that geocentrism, we're looking at all these people believe in heliocentric theory. And their foundational names in physics, what do they all tell you? They tell you that geocentrism is a valid frame of reference. So when anybody calls you stupid for believing the earth is the center of the universe, as the Bible tells you, that this is the universe basically, or that you believe in an enclosed cosmology or biblical earth, just point them to these quotes, that it is a completely rational and reasonable way to interpret what you see, that the earth is still and that the heavens are the ones moving. And actually, you have empirical proof of your position that the earth is not moving, and they don't have empirical proof of their position that the earth is moving. They don't. There's no empirical proof that the earth is moving. And of course, you saw that from their own mouth. When you look up at the heavens and you see the sun and the moon and the stars, like if you see a time lapse and a star trail, the natural interpretation is that the earth is still and that the heavens are the ones that are moving. Now, of course, they can be argued that, well, maybe if you look at it long enough, it seems like the earth is the one moving and you're in this giant void, but that's a story that's been implanted in your mind. That's a story of reality. The reason why every single ancient culture had the same idea, of course, they had slight variations on it, of course, but they all had the same idea that the earth was not moving and the heavens were full of local luminaries that were moving. They all had that idea because when you look up at it and you don't have anybody whispering into your ear, no, this is actually what's happening. It's all these things happening and there's this and that and there's a giant void and you're floating through it without anybody putting that little story over your eyes. The natural interpretation is that the earth is not moving and the heavens are the ones that are moving. But how do we know? Well, we know because the Coriolis effect doesn't exist. We proved that. If it did exist, then you could take a helicopter, hover above the ground, and just wait for the earth to move underneath you. You don't really feel the effects of moving at 1,000 or whatever miles per hour and 66,000 miles per hour through the solar system and all of these supposed crazy movements. And again, the Bible says that the earth is the center of the universe. The sun and the moon were created after the earth. The earth is unmovable. It's on pillars. It's founded to be forever. It's the rock that you're standing on. And again, that rock points to the true rock, which of course is God. So now the big $1 million question, folks, is if these scientists themselves admit that geocentrism is a valid frame of reference, and your senses agree, and the Bible agrees, and empirical evidence agrees, why do they still insist on the heliocentric model? Why? Why the push for this model? This is why this is called the heliocentric conspiracy. Because it's a conspiracy. It's a conspiracy by the devil, first and foremost, with all of his lemmings. Remember all those experiments that proved the earth wasn't moving, that they themselves admit. Henry Poincaré admits it, which is why he developed relativity. But either way, that's a different story. These things were a devastating blow to the globe model. If people found out the correct cosmology, it would point them to the Bible. There would be a revival because they would realize, oh my gosh, the Bible's true. And that means God is real and the gospel is true and Jesus was right and we need to repent. Do you see the chain of events that would unfold and how Satan could not let that happen? So when these things happened in science, there needed to be an immediate pivot away into more delusion. Enter relativity and special relativity with Einstein. Today we're going to let somebody else do the talking who's very well versed in these things. He's an astronomer on YouTube. Not a very big channel, but he's got some great videos on this topic, and I highly recommend you watching his videos. We're going to watch quite a few of them today and comment on them. They're very well outlined. They're about 10 to 20 minutes, depends on which one. And they're very, very good videos. Some of these things may get into some specific stuff, or it seems like they get sciencey. Again, don't worry. We're going to do our best to make this as simple and intelligible as possible. The point from the very beginning was that don't worry about trying to understand everything. You don't have to understand everything that's going to be discussed in these sections. You don't. You do have to focus, though. You have to focus so you can see what they did. Because again, the evil that they did is obvious. It's very simple. They just inverted the truth. That's a simple thing that anybody can understand. You don't have to understand all the nuts and bolts of relativity and special relativity and quantum mechanics and all these things. We will make it understandable, hopefully, as understandable as you can make something that's a total delusion, because these things are very confusing. But we'll make it simple, and the point is, again, that you see through the deception, so that when people bring this into the conversation, you aren't deceived. And whatever may happen with all of these things in the future, with quantum and quantum computing and all of the nonsense that's coming down the pipeline, you are armed against it with knowledge and wisdom. So, with that in mind, let's take a look at our first video. And this is called Debunking Einstein's Special Relativity by this channel called It's BS. And again, he's an astronomer, and he has got some very good videos on this. This is an entire playlist we're going to be checking out, but not all of it, but just some of them. All right, here we go. And
this video will explain how to prove.
Let's go a little bit slower. I was listening to these super fast, but we can do, let's say 1.5.
Einstein's theory of special relativity wrong. So why should you worry about Einstein's special relativity at all? Because it causes problems for us in terms of advancing our electrical science. If we keep teaching that light and electromagnetism are based on projectile particles, then we will continue to be stalled in advancing electrical science. This is Einstein's paper on special relativity, but realize that it's...
Now, really quick, just to understand, what does he mean by it makes problems with electricity, electrodynamics, understanding the light as particles? What Einstein did, one of the things that he inverted a lot of things, but one of the things he inverted was light and the behavior of light. He basically came up with the idea that light is in quanta. He wasn't the only one, but he kind of really solidified it, meaning photons, particles of light, which is not true. Light is a wave. It waves through a medium like the ether, and we'll get more into that later, but he inverted that from being a wave into a particle. So that's what he means by this. And of course, that understanding is false. It's flawed.
Really an electrical paper. Electrodynamics meaning the movement of electricity. Or today, we usually use the term electromagnetics. You can see here that Einstein's special relativity is what removes the medium for electromagnetism. Now, to give an analogy for what this means, it's like looking out over a lake and seeing the waves, but then removing the medium of water. Now, when we use the word waves, it makes no sense. His theory takes away the logic for the idea of light waves or electromagnetic waves. This theory also creates weird time and space illogical behavior, or paradoxes. The popular one for time would be the twin paradox, and one for space would be the train in the tunnel. So in today's modern science, how much illogic are we willing to accept? So how is special relativity wrong? I am going to focus on two major problems with this theory. The clock paradox is a famous problem, and I learned it by reading this book. It also describes the story of all the academic dogma that surrounds Einstein's theory.
We'll look at the clock paradox in a separate video.
But to this day, the issue of the clock paradox still remains. I think the failure of the spherical wave proof is a lesser-known problem with relativity. This is a major issue for the theory of relativity because it is actually what disproves it. In the spherical wave proof, Einstein shows that the principle of relativity is compatible with the speed of the photon, and he assumed his math was right. But when you actually check it, it is wrong. And that takes the entire theory down with it. I'll show you what I'm talking about here. So in the first part of Einstein's paper, he has to describe what he means by the principle of relativity. And then he has to connect that principle to the constant velocity of photons in empty space. He mentions here that they are seemingly incompatible, and the spherical wave proof is where he tries to make them compatible. I learned about the spherical wave proof from Stephen B. Bryant's book, and I'll show you a program that I wrote that calculates the math for the spherical wave proof. So here's a warning. Einstein's relativity can get complex and confusing in a hurry. And realize that if you are debating someone who is a relativist, they will drag you down into the weeds and create complexity in order to defend this theory. And by using complexity, they will usually say that you don't understand relativity and basically walk away from the conversation. This is why I've chosen to focus on these two major problems, and I want to stick to Einstein's own words in his own paper.
Even if you feel intimidated by this stuff, just like he said, when people would call you, oh, you just don't get it, you will understand what Einstein did today. That's my promise to you, is that we'll try to make this as simple as possible, because what he did is actually very simple. And of course, it's the general pattern of history of Antichrist inversion. So
the more you understand about the Doppler effect, the more you will understand how light works in its wave medium. And you'll understand the challenge that Einstein is up against when he removes this medium for light. In the medium of air, we are all familiar with these sound waves. The actual pitch of the sound of the car horn changed because it was moving relative to you. If a visible light source is moving relative to you, then you get a change in color. These changes in the pitch of sound and the color of light are described by the Doppler effect. And in this formula, the letter C stands for the propagation speed of waves in the medium. Einstein removes the medium, and now he has to get real creative in order to explain how light is going to work without a medium. In his photoelectric effect paper that was published a few months earlier, he says that the wave theory of light, which has a medium called the ether, will probably never be replaced by another theory. And then in his special relativity paper, he removes the medium for light waves and replaces it with empty space and light particles. Going back...
Do you see what he did? He first off, he contradicts himself, and you'll see this over and over again with Einstein. He's completely contradicting himself, and people believe he's just this genius. He said, oh, the wave theory of light is never going to be replaced. Of course, because it's true. Schrodinger's equations, which you'll learn about Schrodinger, are a true expression of reality. And then in another paper, he's like, oh, well, actually, it's not really an ether, it's just empty space. Because remember, they have to get rid of the ether. And well, if you get rid of the ether, now you have to describe reality. So they turn the light into a particle that's bouncing around in empty space, which is not true.
Back to the Doppler effect, the speed of waves in the medium is replaced with the speed of the photon particle in empty space. So now we move on to reference frames, or frames of reference. You can just think of these as types of motion. And there are just two types of motion. You're either accelerating or you're not. The reference frames that apply to special relativity are sometimes called Galilean reference frames. These reference frames deal with constant motion. Reference frames that are changing their motion, in other words, accelerating or decelerating, are known as non-Galilean reference frames. Again, the changing motion reference frames do not apply to special relativity. So remember the car horn sound example. Your reference frame would be standing still next to the road, and the car's reference frame would be moving at a constant speed right past you. These are both examples of Galilean reference frames which apply to special relativity. Even though you were standing still, that frame applies and is generally called at rest. Now, these reference frames existed before Einstein. What Einstein changed was the fact that all of these Galilean reference frames are now peer-to-peer and not in a hierarchy. Now, what the heck does that mean? I don't want to bore you with talk about reference frames, but you've got to realize that this idea is what brings a lot of illogic to this theory. It tells us that the person in the moving car can claim that they are at rest and the person on the side of the street is moving. That might sound weird.
Just like Luther's quote, remember? That all basically perspectives are true, which is nonsense.
But the real problem is that there are two different answers to every problem in special relativity, and one of them is always wrong. Don't worry if you don't fully grasp the reference frames idea yet. It's pretty easy, but it's not the way we usually think of things. So we'll first look at the clock paradox, and hopefully this will start to make better sense to you. Let's dive right into the middle of relativity and talk about how time slows down, or the clock paradox. So the idea here is that you have a stationary clock, and then you have a moving clock. And the moving clock will slow down compared to the clock that is at rest. Let's look at that idea in Einstein's paper. It says the clock that has been transported from point A to point B will lag behind the clock that has been at point B from the outset. and that lag time can be calculated by this formula. So he's saying that the moving clock slows down relative to the clock at rest. But in Einstein relativity, either reference frame can claim that they are at rest. So with the peer-to-peer reference frames, which clock do you apply the formula to?
So really quick, what he's highlighting is the fact that Einstein is contradicting himself yet again. In his equations and his thought experiments and examples, he always picks a default frame of rest. You'll see this over and over again, that he says one thing and does another. In relativity, true relativity is that all perspectives are equally valid. So there is no absolute frame of rest. So on what basis do you pick one as the frame of rest over another, which is, of course, nonsense.
Which clock is actually slowing down? It makes no sense that they are both slowing down. You get two different answers here. Each clock has an answer that the other one is slowing down, but only one of those answers can be right. And that is the clock paradox, which still has not been properly answered to this day. So in the next paragraph, Einstein makes this clock paradox mistake himself. He uses an example of an at-rest clock at the equator and another at-rest clock at the South Pole. Since both clocks are at rest and neither one is moving, they should stay synchronized. So he gives another example here. If there are two synchronized clocks at point A, and you just take one of those clocks, move it around at a constant velocity, and then return it to point A, then that moved clock will lag behind the other clock that was at rest by this calculation. From this, we conclude that a balance wheel clock that is located at the Earth's equator must be very slightly slower than an absolutely identical clock that is located at one of the Earth's poles. Let's illustrate this.
Really quick, this is by the way what they use for sci-fi movies like what's it called, where they go in space and he's like, they go down to that planet, but the planet has like 20 times the gravity of the Earth, and then they come back and oh my gosh, 20 years has passed, and all of this sci-fi nonsense. These are just conjectures that time is flowing differently for them, and it's all based on this scientific gobbledygook, basically, which is what Einstein created through his relativity.
Two people are at rest with their synchronized clocks at a table on the equator. Now we can stretch that table all the way down to the South Pole. They're still sitting at the same table. They're both at rest. Therefore, neither clock is slowing down. Now, why did Einstein say that the clock at the Earth's equator must be running slightly slower? So according to National Geographic, the equator moves at 1,000 miles per hour, where the poles hardly move at all. Now we know that when you are sitting at a table with someone else, neither person is moving. But let's go ahead and throw that idea out and follow along with what Einstein says. When Einstein chose the clock at the equator as the moving clock, or the one that slows, at this point he is being an authority on which reference frame is moving. But Einstein relativity tells us that there is no authoritative frame. They're peer-to-peer. Either person can claim that they are at rest, and the other person is moving. So if Einstein claims that one of these clocks is moving, and that a moving clock slows down, why did he pick the clock at the equator as being the one that slows down? The clock at the equator can claim it is at rest, and the clock at the South Pole is the one that's moving, and therefore should be the one that is slowing. So now you can see that the idea of peer-to-peer reference frames creates two different answers every time. And one of those answers is obviously wrong. So Einstein threw away one of the two answers. He was the authority that chose the equator clock as moving, and he fell into his own clock paradox trap in his own paper. So then, what did Einstein himself have to say about this clock paradox? So my personal opinion, and from a scientific viewpoint, this paper is where I lost a lot of respect for Einstein. I believe he is trying to just defend his theory instead of trying to figure out what's really going on in nature. This paper was written 13 years later, and he is writing a simulated dialogue between a critic of the theory of relativity and someone who believes in the theory of relativity. So we have clock 2 moving at a constant velocity towards point B and then back to point A. Upon arrival to point A, that clock is braked. Now look what he's doing here. In his thought experiment, he is now adding in deceleration. Now he's going to talk about the clock paradox of which clock is really slowing down. So according to Einstein's relativity, the process has to occur in exactly the same way when you switch reference frames. So that means we will get a second answer when clock 1 is moving and clock 2 is at rest. So now clock 1 says it is slower than clock 2. even the devoutest adherents of the theory cannot claim that of two clocks resting side by side, each one is slow relative to the other. So after 13 years, Einstein tries to explain this away and says the entire line of reasoning is not legitimate because one of the frames of reference in this thought experiment was accelerated. Okay, let's go with that, but it still leaves the question, how do you know which frame of reference the clock is moving slower? How do you determine which answer to throw out? Each reference frame can still claim it is at rest and sees the other person as moving and accelerating and decelerating. So does nature somehow figure out which frame of reference is accelerating? I don't know. In my opinion, it was a terrible answer. And I don't think a lot of relativists even use his answer to try to explain the paradox. Now, this clock paradox does not prove that this theory is incorrect. It just proves that there is something wrong. The failure of the spherical wave proof is what invalidates this entire theory. This proof is in section 3 of the relativity paper. From the rest system, it takes x, y, z, and time coordinates, then calculates some math, and that tells you about the reference frame that is in motion. So here are the equations that show you how to slow time and shrink space. This is the most important paragraph in this paper. It says, "For we have not yet provided the proof that the principle of the constant speed of light is compatible with the Einstein relativity principle." And that's the whole point of this paper. Remember on the first page where he says that they are seemingly incompatible, his principle of relativity and the constant speed of light. So how do we prove this? It's all right here. So when the moving system and the system at rest are at the same point in time, you send out a sphere of photons. So the rest system equation is this. Then you use the transform equations that tells you about the moving system. And the answer to this moving system equation should be a sphere when observed in the moving system. This proves that our two fundamental principles are compatible. All right, let's give it a try. So this is a simple program that I wrote in Python, and it will plot the stationary observer's view of the light sphere after 1 second of time. And let's run it. And here's the graph. So for the stationary observer, we have this sphere after 1 second of time, or 1 light second. The idea here is that the moving frame will match up perfectly with the stationary observer at 0, 0 in this coordinate system. At that point, at time 0, a light pulse goes off. And I am using the idea of light seconds, where in 1 second, it will travel the distance of 1 unit. In 2 seconds, it will travel the distance of 2 units on the graph. This is the program for the moving reference frame. Here I have it programmed to go 3/4 the speed of light, and then we'll plot the graph and see what it looks like. You can see here that the moving observer does not see a sphere. This is what disproves Einstein's special theory of relativity. You can see that the stationary observer sees the light pulse as a sphere after 1 second, but the moving observer sees an ellipse. And Einstein...
Which makes sense. Think about it. If you're standing still, something is going to look different than if you're moving at a particular rate past something and that thing is doing something. It's going to look a little different, in this case, with light going off.
Einstein says right here that the moving observer should see a sphere. When you get closer to the speed of light, for instance, 98% of the speed of light, and you run the program, you can see that the ellipse becomes even more pronounced. One thing I did to try to check my work was I had my program spit out a bunch of coordinates that I could just stuff into this graphing calculator that is online. So this is the stationary observer after 1 second. So if you haven't already noticed, I've dropped the z coordinate so I don't have to work in 3 dimensions. The moving frame will be at 75% of the speed of light, and I'll run this, and all this does is spit out a bunch of coordinates that I'll just copy and paste over into the Desmos graphing calculator. And now I'll paste them in here. And all this is doing is giving me an idea that my Python graph is not doing anything weird. In other words, I'm just checking it with a different source. And as you can see here, the stationary light sphere and the moving coordinate system don't match. This is obviously an ellipse.
So as you increase the speed of the observer across this point where there would be a light source being emitted, you get a different observation. Meaning, if you actually do the math, what you come out with is a refutation of the idea that all perspectives are equal. There's one frame of rest always, and the math proves it.
Let's try it again at 98% the speed of light. Run the program, dump the coordinates, and copy them. Now I'll paste these into Desmos, square up the graph, zoom in, and it's pretty clear that these don't match up, and the spherical wave proof fails in Einstein's special theory of relativity. I'll put the source code in the description of the video in case you want to use it to write your own program, or just check to make sure I didn't do anything too stupid. but I have one more thing to show you before I wrap up this video. I would like to demonstrate a couple of these animations to help tie everything together. So we have two different frames of reference that are showing the same event. When this train car goes by this post, it sends out a light pulse. Since this is Einstein relativity, you have two answers, one with the boxcar moving and one with the pole moving. With the boxcar at rest, you're going to get this answer. With the pole at rest, you're going to get a different answer. And you know from what I just showed you in this video that one of these answers is wrong. Now this animation simulates if there was an ether medium at rest. This is a simulation of frames of reference prior to Einstein relativity. In the top frame, imagine that you're standing at the end of a dock and you drop a brick in the water. In the bottom frame, you are in the boat and you're looking at the dock and see the brick being dropped into the water. So on the top frame, you can watch the boat go by, and on the bottom frame, when you're in the boat, you watch the dock go by. So with the wave medium as the authoritative frame of reference, all of these events just line up naturally.
You see that? Let's look at this again.
The brick being dropped into the water. So on the top frame, you can watch the boat go by.
See how they're at the same, because the wave medium is the objective frame of reference, the ether. And so both of these are happening at the same.
And on the bottom frame, when you're in the boat, you watch the dock go by. So with the wave medium as the authoritative frame of reference,
see, they're same time.
All of these events just line up naturally. So I'll leave you with that idea to think about. And at this point, the video is over.
So some of the stuff I know can be over our heads, but it doesn't matter. We're going to still watch some more videos. It'll all make sense eventually. The point is that you understand that Einstein brought relativism to science through his theories. Light, let's review some basics. Light propagates through a medium called the ether. We don't know exactly what that is. It's some sort of electromagnetic, luminiferous thing where, let there be light. Let there be light in the universe, and light propagates through this medium. But light is a wave, and it works like waves through water or sound through the air and all these other energetic situations. Just like all these things, the medium for light is the ether, just like water is for waves and so on. Most people believed in the ether up until the 1900s, and of course that was a problem because that points you back to a stationary Earth, to the Bible, and so on. Einstein got rid of the ether because the ether was the main problem for heliocentrism. As a result, he inverted the truth. He took something, which is the ether, a medium, again, like water, for like waves have water and sound has air. Energy, electricity, light has ether. Well, he took something of the ether and he inverted it to nothing. He created empty space. As a result, you have to have an explanation for light. And how does light work? Well, it works through particles, actually. Particles are bouncing around in this empty space, which is nonsense. That's not how they work at all. And you'll see why over and over again. But he inverted the truth. And he, as a result of inverting the ether from something to nothing, he had to invert light from a wave to a particle. And that, as a result, creates a whole host of confusing situations because the light is not a particle. And if you're going to treat it like a particle, you have to make all sort of philosophical and mathematical conjectures to make things work because they don't work. Particles and waves are two different things. A particle is a solid thing. It's a thing that's bouncing around, whereas a wave is a wave. It's waving through a medium, a material. So very, very different. We'll come back to all these things a little bit later. But today, it's about understanding that the particle and the wave are two different things. And eventually, what they did was create some, in quantum mechanics, wave-particle duality, meaning they treat the particle like a wave. I know it sounds confusing, and it is confusing because it doesn't make any sense. And you'll see why. But they're treating the particles in these equations as waves. That's why they still get results with these, conjectures. And you'll see Neil deGrasse Tyson says, "Oh, it works. It works. Relativity works. That's why we use it." Well, it works to some degree because they're using wave equations, and Schrodinger's wave equations actually describe reality because everything does work as a wave, especially on micro levels with atoms. More on that later. But again, Einstein brought relativism to science, to physics, to movement observations. Everything is relative. And when you do that, it's total nonsense. You can see that even he himself, in order to claim anything, he had to take an authoritative position and say, well, no, this is the frame of rest, which, why did you pick that one and not the other one? And the other one could say the same thing as you and invalidate what you're saying. So it's very, very contrived and confusing and philosophical, and it's contradictory. It doesn't make any sense. Relativity is nonsense. But again, you'll see how it's been adapted, and Schrodinger's wave equations were hijacked in order to make relativity work, and people today are never the wiser. There is always an objective frame of reference. Just use your senses. When you're standing there just looking at things, whether you're seeing cars drive by or you're at the beach and you're seeing birds move in the air, there's an objective frame of reference, which is the earth. The earth is not moving. That's how you can tell what's moving and what's not. You have an objective frame of reference. Just like you have God, again, everything in creation points to God. God is the objective frame of everything, of reality, of morality. You know what is good or evil because of what God said, God's word, and so on and so forth. If a car moves past you, you know that you're standing still and the car is moving past you. You know that. You know that because of your senses and because the earth is an objective frame of reference. It's not moving. But relativity uses philosophy and math to tell you that, well, you could be standing still, or you could be the one moving. It's the car that's standing still and you're moving past the car. That's how relativity accomplishes its gaslighting, and how it uses that to confuse you into questioning whether the earth is moving when you look at the stars or the stars are moving. Well, it could be either. You don't know. Well, you do know. We have empirical proof. We have our senses. We have the Bible, and we have observations. So all of these things align with a geocentric, motionless earth. But relativity, if you let the snake wiggle its tongue in your ear, confuses you into accepting the possibility of, no, actually the earth is moving. It's the heavens that are still, just like all of these other ridiculous examples. And that's why it's gaslighting. It's gaslighting you. It makes no sense. And Einstein obviously contradicts himself many times. You'll see in some of these other papers and videos where he continually contradicts himself. Very confused person, very deluded, very confused. And his math equations actually don't pan out under scrutiny, like the spherical wave proof. If you don't know what that is, you don't need to. It's okay. It's just a particular mathematical proof that when you actually do the numbers and you see what happens when somebody is moving as he approaches the speed of light, the result is that the two experiences don't match. If you're standing still and you see a light go off in a particular pattern, like 1 second, a little burst of light in a sphere, okay, that's going to look different than if you're moving past that situation at the speed of light. Of course, that's not possible, but let's say you were, theoretically, you're going to see a different thing if you're moving at the speed of light. Whereas relativity says that both of those are equally true. No, one of them is true and one of them is not. If I'm moving super fast, I'm going to see something distorted. If I'm not moving, I'm not going to see it distorted. It's very common sense. But relativity, of course, abolishes all common sense, and math can disprove it. People like this guy have disproven it with math and with just common sense. So, video 2 is the twins paradox. This one's a little bit shorter. Let's check it out.
Most of the twins paradox explanations go
chipmunk speed. Let's do playback speed 1.5.
through a similar scenario to this, where one twin is on the Earth and the other is in a spaceship. The problem with this is that it leads you to easily dismiss the first postulate of Einstein's special relativity. It is called the principle of relativity, and it requires that both of these scenarios that you're seeing are equally valid. It is easier for people to understand that the twin on the Earth is actually at rest and the spaceship is doing all of the moving. But the scenario where the planet and the star are moving and the spaceship is at rest should not be discarded. Otherwise, why have the principle of relativity at all if you're always going to discard one of the scenarios?
Keep that in mind. This is a very important statement. Why have the principle of relativity at all if you're always going to discard one of the scenarios? One of the scenarios, in this case, it's either the spaceship that's moving and the Earth is at rest relative to what's going on, or the spaceship is standing still and the Earth and everything else is moving, and that's the frame of rest. Relativity says both of these are true, but they're not. One of them is true. And of course, when they're doing their equations and thought experiments, they always have to cancel one of the answers in order to solve for anything, because relativism doesn't allow you to make any claims because it's all true. You see how much nonsense it is? And people are believing that relativity is this advanced thing, and oh my gosh, it's this crazy thing that Einstein came up with. It's nonsense.
I prefer the scenario where you just have empty space and two spaceships. But you might be thinking that the twin paradox is not a paradox at all, or it's already been solved. This is just a small list of peer-reviewed journal papers by physicists trying to explain the twins paradox. Obviously, you can see that there are different methods being used to try to explain it, and the debate is still ongoing.
Because they don't know left from right, and they're confused by the devil, by his schemes, and just by all these deceptions.
So back to the scenario. We have empty space, and this spaceship is moving at a fast rate to the left. You're going to see that it is passing another spaceship that is sitting at rest. Sorry, just kidding. This is the spaceship that is at rest, and then you're going to see another one fly by. There it goes. It's the same animation either way. So that's the idea of the principle of relativity. You can't tell which one is at rest or which one is moving, so both reference frames have a valid point of view in this case. Let's take a look at Einstein's 1905 paper and what he says about the principle of relativity. Einstein is proposing to get rid of this idea of a universal at rest. And now any coordinate system can claim that they are at rest as long as they meet the criteria of constant motion or no motion. Coordinate systems that are accelerating or decelerating do not apply to the principle of relativity. At the start of section 2, Einstein again defines the principle of relativity. I put up a second translation here because the wording is kind of clumsy. So in one of the scenarios, this spaceship was at rest. We will assign it a time equals 2. That way we can calculate what the moving spaceship's clock looked like. So to the stationary spaceship, it looked like the moving spaceship's clock was slower. Okay, there's no problem at this point. But using the principle of relativity, we can say that this spaceship was at rest and this one was moving. So we have a rest time of 2, and now this one has a clock that is moving slower. This is the basic clock paradox, and this is the beauty of the principle of relativity. It's very symmetric, but it creates an illogical contradiction. Which clock is actually moving slower? Now, some explanations just say, who cares, it's a disagreement about clocks. Now, this is where the twins come in. What you do is you replace the clocks, you make it a little bit more serious by putting in a biological clock. So now you can say, wait a second, if it's two twins, how do they age if both clocks are moving slower? It makes no logical sense to say that both twins are aging slower at the same time. So this is how simple the twins paradox really is. You don't need to go into some complex scenario. All you're doing is just making a slow clock seem a little bit more real. Now, there's no solution to this, but Einsteiners will explain their way out of pretty much anything. So the next logical step would be to say, hey, we have a valid math answer from the relativity equations right here and right here. So two valid math answers, they both can't be right. So which math answer is the correct one? Again, the first postulate of Einstein's relativity is the principle of relativity, and it is giving us all of this information. So let's look at this in a different way. Let's go down one more layer. And
because relativity says everything is true, like both of these situations are true, that is contradictory, self-contradictory. That's the issue.
Just ask, well, who is really doing the moving? Einstein's relativity has math that depends on velocity. For example, in order to calculate these clocks, we need to know who is actually moving. They depend on a speed. And right now, the principle of relativity is telling us that they're both at rest and they're both moving. That is an obvious logical contradiction. So let's just look at this as a velocity paradox. Here are the relativity equations that are applied to the coordinate system that is moving. This is the time coordinate or clock, and this is x, y, and z of the moving system. This is where the slower moving clock comes from, and it requires a velocity. So the first postulate of the principle of relativity says that you can be at rest or you can be the moving frame. But we have specific math for the moving frame. That is...
You get it? The math, again, you don't have to understand what these equations do or how to solve them or anything else. The math is based on velocity, meaning something has to be moving. That's the problem with these equations. They're self-refuting.
is the paradox, and the special relativity theory itself does not have a resolution for it. It doesn't tell you which one is moving. So you get the too slowing clock paradox, or the aging twins issue. And now you know that it gives you two different answers, but doesn't tell you which one is correct. So in special relativity, you can't have each frame claiming that they're moving and not moving. It just doesn't work. It is absolutely a logical contradiction or paradox. It has not been resolved. So here we have an example of Einstein's mind virus. The theory declares a symmetrical relationship, but this theory requires asymmetry in order to resolve the clock paradox, or to figure out who is actually moving faster. Symmetry and asymmetry are exact opposites, so both of these cannot be correct. So why does Einstein's theory have the principle of relativity if you're always trying to get rid of it to resolve these paradoxes? Most of the twins' explanations have this workaround built in. Many times the explanations try to invalidate.
This is how they're going to do. They're going to work around this problem, which is a major problem, with conjectures in math and all sorts of clever ways. So pay attention.
A frame. And what that means is one of the frames will claim to be influenced by gravity or acceleration, deceleration, which means it does not apply to special relativity. That invalidated frame is then said to be the one that is moving. Another common workaround is to explicitly say or agree which frame is at rest. This way is a little sneakier at how to go about invalidating Einstein's principle of relativity. But what it's really doing is kind of bringing back the idea of absolute space. Or the relativity theory that was prior to Einstein, they used the ether as the at-rest reference frame in the universe. So again, if you're going to use these types of workarounds to invalidate a frame or declare who is moving and who is at rest, then why do we even have the first postulate in Einstein's theory of relativity?
I think I know why we have it.
The answer to that is because it is used in section 2 of his paper when he tries to define something called relative simultaneity. Now, this is where the actual bug in Einstein's theory lives. In a future video, I will be doing a walkthrough that shows you exactly how to invalidate the entire theory of relativity via relative simultaneity.
So, the twins paradox is the same thing as the clock paradox. And again, the problem with relativity is that it creates contradictory situations. It's relativism. You don't have to be a science nerd to understand the problem that relativism brings forward. Relativism says that all truths are true. Reincarnation and resurrection cannot both be true. Either we reincarnate and we go to the next life forever and ever and ever until we ascend, or we resurrect at the end of time. And some will be resurrected to glory, while others will be resurrected and be thrown in the lake of fire. One of those is true. And of course, we know which one it is. But the point is that relativism tells you, well, all things are true. They're just as valid, which is the attitude that most people have today, whether they realize it or not. They have been gaslighted into a relativistic mindset. A lot of Christians are too afraid to speak the truth because, oh, well, your truth is true to you and so on and so forth. No, there is an objective truth, and truth is divisive. Truth is divisive because the world hates the truth, whether that's in science or in spirituality or whatever else. So the truth is always objective, and there is objective truth because we have an objectively true and real creator. Truth is an extension of the creator. I am the way, the truth, and the life. And that means that the creator is objective reality. God is objective reality. He's unchanging, therefore objective. You have an objective, unchanging frame of reference, which is God. And the things that he created, like the earth, the motionless earth, that is unchanging, that's just standing still and motionless and objective, is an extension of the greater spiritual truth, which is that God is objective reality. You cannot be standing still and moving at the same time, but relativity tells you that you are. And they have clever mathematical workarounds to use objective frames of reference by saying, oh, well, because of gravity and other things, one of those frames doesn't count for relativity, so we can cancel it, and then now we can actually do our equations and work. It's just nonsense. They have so much conjectures and nonsense they're operating on. They're basically going back to wave equations and things that actually work, but they're going a roundabout way, and just to avoid having to declare that the ether exists and that the earth is motionless. So they're doing it so backwards and so contorted, and it's no wonder that people today who are, especially in physics, like I have a good friend of mine who was a PhD in physics, totally confused. As much as they can spit out math equations and theories and all sorts of definitions, they're totally confused. And this is the unfortunate state of affairs. They use all sorts of things, like I said, like gravity and like, what else was it? Some sort of saying that one is at rest and one is not at rest. Well, that invalidates your perspective of relativity, because relativity says that both are at rest and moving at the same time. Both is true. That means that you can't do anything. Do you understand? You can't move forward. You can't make a claim of any kind, because if both things are true, then you can't work with anything. You need an objective frame of reference in order to move forward and solve for the problem. You need to determine which one is moving, because otherwise you can't do anything. And so what this shows you, folks, is that there's hypocrisy and confusion and delusion in theoretical physics. And of course, that's all courtesy of Einstein, who was the devil's puppet. You saw him with his tongue out. You know where that's from, and you've seen some of those ancient symbols and pagan symbols of the tongue. That's an occult symbol. Even today, all these Hollywood stars that they do that, it's a rebellious symbol, and basically thumbing your nose at God type of thing. But you also hopefully can start to see, again, you don't have to understand this, you just have to see, at the very least, what they're doing, how they're using math to hide and obfuscate and make things confusing and slither around in the bushes and basically make things as confusing as possible. So math is not a source of objective truth. Math is objective in the sense that, 1 + 1 is 2. That's objective. God created mathematics, but the enemy misuses everything to confuse and to gaslight people. The enemy's gift to mankind is relativism. In the garden, the devil told Eve, you can determine what's good and evil, not God. God is the objective authority of morality, and he's the standard. We know what is good or evil based on what he says is good or evil. Otherwise, we don't know what is good or evil. If we are the ones determining what is good or evil, that's relativism. Because if I'm determining something that's good and you're determining something that's evil, what does it matter? Well, we're both true. And how do you govern a world where everybody has a different understanding of what's good or evil? This is the problem. But relativism is part of the forbidden fruit. And relativism, like I said, science is not immune from the devil's schemes, folks. Science has been corrupted for a long time. And the devil, one of the things the devil uses with science is relativism, especially in the last 120 years because of the issues of the 1800s like we outlined. A lot of people think that if there's a lot of math on big chalkboards and equations and, all these disheveled people like Einstein, they must be so smart. Well, no, they're very clever deceivers, but they're not smart. They're confused. They are confused, hypocritical deceivers that are just lost in their own minds. They're philosophers. They are philosophers. They're not scientists. This is conjecture, not reality. Reality, they always, for calculating reality, they always have to basically undo their own principles and come to some sort of objective truth to agree upon in order to move the calculation forward. Do you see the hypocrisy? Where one hand he says, well, everything is equally valid and true, but then on the other hand, if you actually want to get some answers and calculate any kind of physics problem, you have to cancel one of these answers. You have to cancel one of the frames of reference. And so the question is, on what authority do you cancel that frame of reference when it's true? If it's true that if I'm moving in my cart across the earth, and also the earth is also moving under me, and I'm standing still, which are two contradictory things, on what basis do you cancel one of those and say this one's true and that one's not true? On what basis do you do that if they're both true? Do you see the absolute mind-numbing stupidity that this is? But they do it anyway because they're just deceived, and they end up using wave equations and just solving for what it is. Anyway, you'll learn more about that. This is Relativity Myth, and this is video number 3. Let's make sure that it's not chipmunk speed. Okay, here we go.
Let's go ahead and start with this clip.
When and if Einstein's theory of relativity...
Still chipmunk speed. Let's do 1.25. Some of these are a little faster than others.
...will be fully discredited.
It will never be discredited because it works.
Now, this isn't a terrible answer, and since I'm trying to discredit Einstein's theory, then I definitely need some good, tangible evidence that anyone can understand. Before I get to the actual bug in special relativity, I need to discuss the myth of Einstein. And I need to make you aware of the sources that Einstein used to build his theory of special relativity. Because understanding the Einstein myth and the history of relativity will help solidify your understanding of Einstein's confusion within his own theory. Einstein got a lot of credit for things that he didn't do. It's almost like the name Einstein was turned into a brand for theoretical scientific genius.
I wonder why.
And to back this claim up, all you have to do is look at the history books. Not only is E.T. Whittaker a great scientific historian, he was a scientist that was an active part of the scene of which he wrote about. Maybe you would think that a chapter on the theory of relativity would be mainly about Albert Einstein. And as you can see here, that is not the case. And the dispute still lives on.
If you see this, actually, I wonder if I can get back here just a little bit. If you see this book, you can't really tell. Let me see if I can magnify it. Well, it's kind of blurry. Here's the chapter on relativity of Poincaré and Lorentz. See the chapter? And he goes on to talk about all these things that these people are doing. And then finally, Einstein has like one little section here. So Einstein is not, you have to understand that Einstein is not this genius that came along and just totally flipped the world upside down and discovered this great thing. He was propped up. Again, who knows to what degree he was part of the club, but he was definitely a puppet of the devil. The people before him, Poincaré and Lorentz, were already doing relativistic things because, again, the 1800s proved that the Earth wasn't moving. But anyway, moving on.
The dispute still lives on. You can read all about it on Wikipedia. Einstein the plagiarist. Now, I don't care what opinion you end up with on this topic. I'm not trying to personally discredit him and then make you think that is why his theory is wrong. But in his 1905 special relativity paper, Einstein didn't give any credit, sources, citations to anyone except his friend, Mr. Bessel. And that helped create this idea of Einstein's miracle year. The common storyline describes Einstein as working in isolation as a patent clerk, and he used thought experiments to come up with all of these game-changing physics ideas. The math that was used in Einstein's paper came from these sources. This relativity math was created 18 years prior to Einstein's theory. And these are sources for the concepts about relativity that Einstein used. Before I go into more detail here, I want to quickly talk about Einstein's Nobel Prize. Einstein's work was nominated for a Nobel Prize for over a decade, but he was constantly rejected. This quote shows strong opposition from at least one of the members of the committee. So why the heck would they do this?
Let's see, what was that quote really quick?
So why the heck would they do strong opposition?
This is by Gullstrand, one of the people on the Nobel Prize committee. Probably before the Nobel Prize was corrupted and now it just means nothing. But anyway, Einstein must never receive a Nobel Prize even if the whole world demands it.
From at least one of the members of the committee. So why the heck would they do this? The committee members are also scientists, and they viewed his work as science fiction and also full of contradictions. And look, in the end, the dissenting members were correct. But a compromise was reached. I think 2 of the members actually died that were on that committee, and Einstein got his award. Okay, let's look at the math that
I wonder if they died mysterious deaths.
Einstein used for his theory. These are the math formulas that Einstein uses in his paper, and they are known today as the Lorentz transformations. These equations were first derived by Vladimir Voigt in 1887. Now realize he derived these equations via oscillations of the ether, and the speed of light in these derivations are based on wave speed of the medium, or the wave speed of the ether, and not the speed of a photon particle like Einstein.
Remember what I said, that they hijacked the wave equations? Light and energy and subatomic particles and everything works as a wave in this energy toroidal world that we live in. It's very fascinating. But these people derive these equations based off of wave mechanics, meaning how waves propagate through a medium, whether it's sound or water waves or whatever else, or light. Einstein hijacked, you'll see they're the same thing, all he did is just change the characters. He hijacked these equations and appropriated it to his nonsense so that it could still create, mathematical results, but he would hide it under conjectures and philosophy things like photon bouncing around through empty space. That's nonsense. But it works, like Neil deGrasse Tyson said, because they're using wave equations, which again is just so unnecessarily complicated and confusing.
Here are the equations for Voigt's transformations. Now somehow Einstein and Voigt landed on the same Greek letters for their transformation.
See that? Let's see this. Same ones. Same letters. What is this? Epsilon, nu, something. I don't know. Same letters.
Equations. So if you look here at what is now called the Lorentz factor, you can see that this is v squared and omega is c squared. And in Einstein's paper, all of the movement is along the x-axis. And in Voigt's paper, you just divide everything by q and you get equivalent transformation equations. And if you want to learn more about the origin of the Lorentz transformations, which are really Voigt transformations that Einstein also reused, you can take a look at this paper. I'll have links for all of this stuff down in the description.
Remember, this is all around the time that Michelson Morley was doing that light experiment, and they had to say that, well, it was the apparatus that was shrinking. That's why you couldn't tell a difference between the light, i.e. relativity and relativism, because otherwise then the Earth isn't moving. So
Voigt creating these math transformations is not a secret. You can see this article from Physics Today from 1988, and it's recognizing the 100-year anniversary of these transformations. But just out of curiosity, what did Lorentz say about these Voigt transformations? So let's make it bigger. And he says they might have been borrowed from Voigt. So one quick question before we move on. If there is a medium that fills all of space, and the relativity math was derived from the waves that propagate through that medium, how can those same math equations then be applied to empty space and projectile light particles or photons? These are opposite ways of viewing nature, but yet it is the same set of math equations. Something to think about. Okay, on to the next question. So if Einstein reused someone else's math for his relativity theory, then what did he actually do? Remember in the beginning of the video, I claimed that Einstein got a lot of credit for things he didn't do. The only thing that Einstein really did was to make the moving frame clock a true time, or a real time. Now, what the heck does that mean? So from the previous video, oh hey look, YouTube thinks I'm a flat earther. All right. Anyway, for Lorentz, this at-rest time was predefined as at rest with respect to the ether. And the moving clock slowed, but this was called a local time or an apparent time. And it was just an effect for this particular moving frame. So then being at rest in the ether was the only true or real time in Lorentz theory. And then all Einstein did was say, nope, this time is also a real or universal time. And that's it. That was Einstein's invention. And then Einstein paired it with the principle of relativity. That gave us a whole new set of clocks and the clock paradox. The clock paradox shows that his new invention is not compatible with the first postulate of his theory, which is the principle of relativity. Okay, hopefully that makes sense to you, because this is a very important concept to understand. But don't just believe what I'm saying here. Let's take a look at Albert Einstein's paper from 1907. It's basically the second version of his special relativity paper. So what does Einstein say about his own invention? Right here, one had only to realize that an auxiliary quantity introduced by Lorentz, named by him local time, could be defined as time in general. So what did Lorentz have to say about Einstein's invention? The chief cause of my failure was my clinging to the idea that the variable t, or time, only can be considered as the true time, and that my local time, or the moving time, must be regarded as no more than an auxiliary mathematical quantity. In Einstein's theory, on the contrary, the moving time plays the same part as the rest time. So that's it. Now you know the miracle of Einstein's special relativity.
So Einstein brought relativism to science, basically.
And our GPS system with very accurate atomic clocks prove out Lorentz's ideas versus Einstein's ideas. Einstein's moving clocks and the principle of relativity cannot be applied to our GPS system. Next video.
Yeah, because it's nonsense. Lorentz actually had a frame of rest, which is the ether. But remember, this was a real problem because then eventually the experiments that were being done were proving that, well, the Earth isn't moving, it's the ether that's the one that exists and moves around the Earth and carrying the stars. I mean, again, we don't know exactly how this thing works, but it's there. And a lot of people believed in it and who were very great minds and were proving it. And that was a real problem. So Einstein took it one step further because they were saying the ether moving in the ether was, I believe, what Lorentz and Poincaré were saying, is that something that's moving in the ether is the absolute frame of rest because the ether is a consistent factor. Einstein said, well, the opposite is also true, which is that the thing that's moving can also be the rest frame, and the thing that's at rest can also be moving, which is, it's just all nonsense. It's all based on conjectures and philosophy. It's not true. That's the point. The mainstream narrative of Einstein was that he was this genius who basically kind of was just disheveled and hanging out in a room by himself, and he just figured out these equations, and came up with these things that basically took science to the next level. But of course, in reality, what he did is just he took other people's equations, he added relativism to it, and he was propped up. He was propped up to change science and to basically delude everybody. He changed a few of the characters in the mathematical equations, but they're the same exact equations. He changed how one of them is expressed. If you understand, how algebra works and math, you can express things different ways, but they're still the same equations. So he changed how one of them is expressed. He also changed some characters in one, but they're the same exact equations. And remember, those equations are derived from wave mechanics. They're not derived from particle mechanics. The equations were based on the ether and light moving as a wave. We'll talk again more about this as we go along. But all Einstein ever did was just make things confusing and relative so that the mover can also be a valid frame of rest. But as a result, this is totally contradictory. It doesn't make sense. So you have to do all these workarounds to basically continue to solve for the answer, because you have to cancel one of the frames of reference and make one the objective frame of reference. Just like you had in that example with the two clocks in the equator and the one on the pole. Again, the Earth is not a ball, but let's say it is. If one of them is moving and one of them isn't, on what basis do you pick one over the other? When both are true, when both can be the frame of rest. Why do you pick that one and not the other one? And why do you discount the other one? It's hypocritical. You're breaking your own principle of relativity. And that's the problem. These things are hypocritical and contradictory. And so it doesn't make any sense. The usage of the Lorentz transformations, which again were based on light as a wave through a medium, the ether, but applying them to a particle in empty space is ultimately what led to all the quantum nonsense that we're going to be looking at in a little bit, and the wave-particle duality and so on and so forth. Now, let's see. This is, I believe, the next video. And let's see what speed. Let's do 1.5.
Let's continue this video series by pinpointing the exact problems in Einstein's special relativity paper. The math needed to...
Let's do a little bit slower because this is kind of chipmunky, huh?
Understand this is very basic. Distance equals rate times time, and that's it. So from the previous relativity myth video, we learned that the only thing Einstein really did was take Lorentz's moving clock and turn it into a true or real time. And from the twins paradox video, we learned that when you take that new real moving clock and pair it with the principle of relativity, it's incompatible because it creates the famous clock paradox. Now, here is what...
In other words, the clock paradox is that you have two contradictory answers that are supposedly both true. But we know that in reality, there's always an objective truth. That's a reflection of the creator. There's always an objectively true situation. One of them is moving, one of them at rest. They're not both moving and at rest and both moving and at rest. It doesn't make any sense. That's the clock paradox, created by relativity, which nobody has ever been able to solve for, as you saw, the last, 80 years or whatever it's been.
We are going to focus on in this video. We are going to continually ask, what is the physical reality of making this moving clock another real time or true time? This is Einstein's 1907 statement about what he did in his special relativity paper. So, what is the physical reality of Einstein's new conception of time? It makes one light pulse event somehow become two light pulse events. When the moving frame plays the exact same part as the stationary frame, you get this. And this is what the 1 = 2 is all about. Walking through the first 3 sections of Einstein's special relativity paper will show you the errors he made to come to this conclusion. Let's look at a demonstration that helps explain this 1 = 2 problem. As you know from the previous video, Einstein's equations were taken from Voldemar Voigt. Voigt derived these equations from the Doppler effect and oscillations in a medium. So it really shouldn't be a stretch to use a Doppler effect demo to try to give an analogy of this 1 = 2 idea. So the moving frame of the car is creating a note of F. This is the true note that is being made by the trumpet. Apparently, the stationary observer at the roadside is hearing an F-sharp note. Even though we have 2 different notes in this example, the physical reality is that there's only one note being played, and this is the true note. Now, Einstein's physics wants this F-sharp note to also be a correct answer. Not just apparently, but real or true. And the physical reality for that to happen would mean that this trumpet must be playing 2 different tones at once, or there's a second trumpet in there playing that F-sharp. Hopefully that analogy makes some sense. Einstein wants both of these clocks to be equally valid and real. And when we look at his paper, he uses the idea of a light pulse clock to try to convince us that 1 = 2. Before we review Einstein's paper, let's take a look at where he got his relativity ideas. This will help us better understand the design behind his special relativity paper. So, Einstein's best thought experiment was to read this paper from Henri Poincaré. Let's look at this 1905 translation of Poincaré's World's Fair speech. At the time, Poincaré was the leader in this idea of the principle of relativity. So in his speech, he was kind of venting his frustration right here. Velocity in relation to the ether. How unsatisfactory that is. So what does this mean? Quick analogy. The speedometer in your car is showing you your velocity in relation to the ground, which is at rest. So instead of the ground being at rest, we have the fluid that fills all of space. And that is the ether. Because velocity is always relative to the ether, Poincaré's frustration here is that the principle of relativity will always kind of be half throttle. You're always relative to the ether. So what did Einstein...
They hated the fact that there was an objective frame of reference, and they had to get rid of it.
do about this? He just got rid of the ether and replaced it with something called empty space. This sounds logical, but now, instead of having your velocity relative to the ground or the ether that fills space, your velocity is only calculated relative to other objects that are inside of empty space. And now we are in Einstein's world, where relativity is at full throttle. So then Poincaré...
So instead of having an absolute frame of rest, which again, it's true, that when you move, you understand why you're moving at a certain speed because there is a frame of rest. The only way you can tell how fast you're moving is by looking at other things moving and determining your movement in relationship to them. It's total nonsense. It's gaslighting to make you completely confused and disconnect from an objective frame of reference through science. It's relativity and relativism through science.
Went on and discussed the idea of the velocity of light becoming an impassable limit. I think you can see that Einstein read this paper. Otherwise, Poincaré was some kind of a prophet that could foretell the future. Anyway, what Einstein did here was replace the ether waves of the ether medium with projectile light particles, or light quanta, we now call photons. Now, when we say speed of light, instead of it being the speed of a wave in a medium, it is the speed of a projectile particle of light through empty space. Einstein needed this photon idea to be in place before his relativity paper was published. This paper is known as Einstein's photoelectric effect paper, and this is where he introduced the photon just 2 months prior to publishing the relativity theory. So let's take a quick look at how Einstein came up with the idea of the photon. First, he introduces the illogical idea of something we call wave-particle duality. This idea still plagues science today, and it's all in these 2 paragraphs. The basic idea is this: the wave theory of light will probably never be replaced by another theory. But a light ray consists of a finite number of these little tiny energy quanta that can only be absorbed or generated as a whole. Now that sounds great, but the basic illogic is if you generate a particle of light, then how in the world does it ever become a wave in a medium and then go back to a particle and be absorbed? By making this statement, you basically contradict the idea that the wave theory of light will never be replaced by another theory. So here we have another example of Einstein's mind virus. He has 2 opposite ways of viewing light, but only requires one, because he's getting rid of the waves in the ether when it comes to his special relativity theory. Einstein had previously worked on a light particle theory, and I'll use this reference. He had to abandon this light particle theory because these projectile particles wouldn't work. But now he has empty space for the projectiles, and people can still think about waves. That's awesome. So where did Einstein get the math to describe this new projectile photon? He reused a key portion of Max Planck's mathematics from the blackbody radiation experiment. And here's a quick walkthrough of Einstein's photon math. So I'll show you how this turns into HV. First, we have to figure out what Rn is. In the first section of this paper, we find Rn. R is the universal gas constant. N is now known as the Avogadro's number. To figure out what this means, we need to go look back at another Max Planck paper. On page 6, you'll see right here is Avogadro's number. If you fit that into this equation, you'll find that R over N is actually equal to K, which is Boltzmann's constant. So back to the photoelectric equation, we need to figure out what beta is. So in section 2 of Einstein's paper, beta is equal to this number. We have to go back to Planck's 1901 paper to see that H over K is equal to this number, and that is what beta is in Albert Einstein's paper. So if Rn is equal to K, or the Boltzmann's constant, and beta is equal to H over the Boltzmann's constant, then the K's cancel out and you're just left with HV. Okay, so from that quantum flaw video, you saw that Einstein reused Max Planck's math for his photon. And Max Planck's math was based on a blackbody radiation experiment that was sampling 1 second's worth of data in order to get that equation.
I know that he was going through a lot of math, but this part will make a big difference in understanding how ridiculous all of this is.
That creates a whole other issue with Einstein's 1 second photon problem. One last thing about the photon. Let me show you something from this article. Max Planck and these other scientists were recommending Einstein into a German Academy of Sciences. It goes on to say that he may sometimes have missed the target in his speculations, as for example, in his hypothesis of light quanta. That's his photon, and it cannot really be held too much against him. See, this is interesting because now we take this photon idea for granted, whereas back in the day, the contemporary scientists completely rejected it. Okay, so now you see how Einstein has created his new idea of space. Velocity is in meters per second, or space over time, And the space portion of velocity, which used to be filled with ether, in Einstein's world, he just got rid of it, and now it's empty space. He had to create the projectile photon light particle to go through empty space in order to explain how light works. So he's halfway there. He's taken care of space. Now he needs to take care of time. How is he going to justify that per second portion or that time portion of velocity in relation to the ether? Einstein must get rid of this idea of a single universal based clock.
Which, of course, is what he got rid of with special relativity and the objective frame of rest. There's no objective frame of rest in special relativity. So I know some of that stuff was a little bit mathy, but it'll come back. The formula that Einstein used, first off, they were just like with the Lorentz transformations. He took his equations from Max Planck, who was another famous scientist around that time. Before him, Henri Poincaré was doing a lot of relativism and relativity and creating, the thought behind it. And again, who knows if Einstein was an operative or, some sort of agent of some kind, or just one of these false prophets like many of other people that the devil used to basically deceive the world and confuse everybody. The point is that Einstein, first off, wasn't first to relativity. He wasn't the one that made relativity. He was riding on the coattails of other people, and he plagiarized their work. He took their work, he was propped up and put forward, and the devil was already bringing relativism to science before Einstein. But Einstein was kind of the chosen vehicle to market this idea. And of course, today you think, like he said, the narrative around Einstein's like this cult of personality, like, ooh, Einstein was such a genius and he just figured out all these things. Really, he's just a front man for a movement into relativism that the devil brought into this final leg of the journey of history to hide the truth of the earth, and as a result to make the spiritual conclusions of heliocentrism acceptable. And we'll get to those as well. In reality, Einstein was very confused. He is very self-contradictory. He copied a lot of people before him. He's typical false prophet that is raised up to you as a hero, but in reality is just an agent of the devil. All right, one more video to go, and then we'll wrap it all up. Let's see here.
Idea of a single universe.
Let's get you a little bit slower than 1.75. How about 1.5? Let's see.
Einstein must get rid of this idea of a single universal based clock. And that's no easy task, because think about it. We live in a universe that has this forward arrow of time. Einstein needs that to go away and make our own personal clocks the only thing that matters. So how is he going to do this? And you guessed it. He is going to use Poincaré's idea of using light signals to create this synchronous time between two clocks. Now, these two clocks are separated by some amount of space.
Now, just a little quick note. This video does have a little bit of more science and math in it, but it has also some great visualizations like animations. If you feel overwhelmed by it, don't worry. We're going to try to make as much sense as we can out of it. I'm documenting all of these things for people who also maybe have some expertise bias that they need to get over. People who maybe have a physics background or who have an engineering background or a science background, and they need a little more information to understand why all of this is just bogus. So again, you don't have to feel that you have to understand all of these things, but you do need to focus so that you can see the devil's work in inversion in science. For the people that do have a science background, they need that extra documentation and proof. This is also for them. So anyway, but there's some great animations on these things too.
Pulse is then bounced back and forth between these two clocks, and that allows them to adjust to a common time between the two clocks. Now, it's very important to note that clocks that are adjusted this way need to be stationary. In Einstein's paper, he's going to start moving these targets and try to convince us that he has discovered something new in physics called relative simultaneity. And one last Poincaré reference, he wrote a paper called The Measure of Time, and this is the trick that Einstein is going to use. The idea of simultaneous events and how we measure them using time. So let's start digging into Einstein's paper and look at his light clock synchronization procedure. It is defined in section 1 of his paper and is similar to an 8th grade math word problem. Here he has a very simple definition of time, and it's the position of the hands on a watch. Now let's look at a simple animation that demonstrates this statement of synchronization of clocks, and we'll better understand what this equation means. We have two stationary clock towers, one at point A and another one at point B. At time TA, we're going to send a light pulse to the second clock tower. It arrives at the second clock tower at time TB. So the first half of the cycle is complete, and let's assume that it took 1 second. So the time it arrived at TB is 1 second. It started at TA at obviously 0 seconds. So we have 1 second total for the first half cycle. Now, the light pulse gets reflected from this clock tower at time TB. It arrives back at the origin at time T prime A. Now we have the full equation. The reflection back started at 1 second and arrived at the origin at 2 seconds. So we have 2 minus 1 is 1. 1 second equals 1 second, and we have synchronized clocks. But remember, this whole procedure of synchronizing the clocks and defining simultaneousness requires stationary, stationary, stationary clocks for the light pulse to bounce between. And again, with Poincaré, the timepieces are then adjusted. They mark the same hour at the same physical instant, but on one condition, which is that the two stations are fixed. Okay, I think I've made my point.
So even Poincaré was admitting that in order for these things to happen simultaneously and basically be synchronized, you have to have stationary frames of reference, which makes sense, right? The distance that the light travels this way and back, if these two things are stationary, is the same. That's a simple common sense observation.
Let's read this sentence, and it should match the animation we just went through. Let a ray of light start at the time TA from point A towards point B. Let it at the time TB be reflected at point B in the direction of point A, and arrive again at point A at the time T prime A. It's a very simple word problem, and it gives us this time interval and this time interval. If they're equal to each other, then we have this definition of synchronism. And these synchronous stationary clocks give us the definition of simultaneous. It's very important to understand the clock sync method because Einstein is going to use this to try to convince you that the moving clock is a real time and not just an apparent time. Now, before we leave section 1, let's take a closer look at this equation. Einstein creates a different form of the equation we just learned. This one is in distance, rate, and time. And this is the full cycle of the light bouncing back and forth. And down here, I have the same equation written as 2 half cycles. This half cycle format is what he uses in section 2. And it's still distance, rate, and time. This is the previous slide equation. And these time intervals are equivalent because we had the fixed clock tower distances and the fixed speed of light. Just for fun, let's see what this equation would look like if the speed of light was not constant. So we could just simply subtract a velocity from the speed of light, and on this first half cycle, the light pulse would just move slower. And then on the way back, we could add a velocity and it would come back faster. Then obviously time interval 1 would not equal time interval 2. Now where am I going with this? In section 2, he is using these 2 half cycle equations. We have our time intervals, we have our fixed distances, but look at this. He is changing the rate or the speed of light.
This is the problem, and I'll just zoom in on it so you can see here. Not now. No, I don't want to enable diction. You can see here, C stands for the speed of light. And he's changing it in order to do this equation. But above, he just says the principle of constancy of the velocity of light. So again, contradictory math. It's just confusion.
So what the heck is Einstein doing here? He says, taking into consideration the principle of the constancy of the velocity of light, and then down here in each half cycle, he's changing the constant velocity of light. That's just too obvious of a mistake. There must be something more to the story about these distances and rates in these equations. So now we move on to section 2 and the rigid rod word problem. So now we have the stationary rigid rod, and it is going to move with velocity v along the x-axis. It's very simple. We basically took one of the clock towers and turned it horizontally, and then it's going to move in that direction. Now this should look very familiar to you. Let a ray of light depart from point A at time TA, let it be reflected at point B at time TB, and reach point A again at time T prime A. Now let's look at the animation. The velocity will be imparted to the rod and the light pulse will leave point A. Now we are at point B and it will get reflected back to point A. So with the velocity of light being constant, it's obvious that this time interval is going to take longer than this time interval. So it's no secret that these time intervals are not going to equal each other. That makes perfect sense because the only thing that's changed is the distances that we are measuring. So basically, Einstein is just moving those stationary clock towers. Since these time intervals do not equal each other, Einstein is then concluding that we cannot attach any absolute significance to the concept of simultaneity. Two events which are simultaneous can no longer be looked upon as simultaneous events from a system which is in motion. So do you really think that Einstein has discovered new physics that overturns the universal forward arrow of time just because of a distance change in a distance equals rate times time equation? We've got to dig into this a bit further. This little section is where Einstein is trying to prove that relative simultaneity is a real thing. And if Einstein is correct, then this is the exact spot where he gets to change the moving clock from an apparent time to another real true time. So back to this scenario, if we didn't stop the light pulse at rod point A, it's easy to see that we would have the light pulse going back to the origin. It would give us equal timing for each half cycle. So then why is Einstein stopping the light pulse right here and giving us a shortened time t prime a? Now I think we can see why the rate in these equations is not equal to the speed of light. RAB is the length of the moving rod, and it looks like the distance in these equations are equal because of that variable. So if we assume the constant speed of light in these equations, then the velocity term really represents a distance change. But there's no new scientific revelation here. If something is traveling at a constant speed, but it goes a different distance in one direction than the other direction, obviously the time intervals are going to be different. Let's look at more details within Einstein's word problem to see if we can figure out how he is convincing the world that the moving clock is a real clock. So now we will add clocks at the two ends of the rod, and they will be synchronized with the stationary system clocks. We will also add a moving observer with each clock. So these clocks on the moving rod are synchronous with the stationary clocks. But wait a second, we have moving clocks that are staying synchronous with stationary clocks. Moving clocks are supposed to slow in relativity, but these two moving clocks correspond at any instant to the time of the stationary system at the places where they happen to be. These moving clocks are therefore synchronous in the stationary system. That's pretty clear. These moving clocks do not slow. This to me sounds a lot like the moving time equals stationary time, which is the exact opposite of what Einstein relativity is about. So then we have the moving observers next to each clock. Then these observers apply the clock sync method from section 1 to synchronize these clocks. Now wait a second. We know that the section 1 method was designed for stationary clocks. When we apply it to moving clocks, it's obvious that it is going to desynchronize these clocks. And then we continue the word problem down to the equations. And then this is Einstein's big revelation. With the faulty method of trying to synchronize clocks on the move, we then cannot attach any absolute significance to the concept of simultaneity. Yeah, right. So here is a big contradiction in this paper. The observers in motion that are trying to synchronize their clocks will have this time interval not equal to this time interval. To illustrate this again, we have the light pulse from the first clock sent to the second clock. And this is the first time interval. And now it bounces back to the first clock. And then we have the second time interval. And these two intervals obviously do not match. But when we move into section 3, Einstein is going to derive the math for the theory. The moving system is called lowercase k, so let's take a look at what he does there. So from the moving system, lowercase k, and this part should look very familiar, a ray is emitted at time tau 0. Now tau is the moving clock, along the x-axis to x prime. He's using the origin, which would have been point A, and x prime, which would have been point B. And at the time tau 1 be reflected back to the origin, arriving at time tau 2. Same procedure, a little bit different form of an equation, and applied to the clocks of the moving system. So remember from section 1, we have this equation applied to a stationary system. And I just showed you from section 3 with the moving system lowercase k, we get this equation. These equations are equivalent. Let me show you.
The same equation being used to describe two contradictory things.
The subscripts are just changed, and T2 is there instead of T prime A. We just take this equation and quickly rebalance it. We add the T1 to both sides, and we get 2T1. We add T0 to both sides, and we get T2 plus T0. And then we divide out the 2 from both sides, and we get an equivalent equation just with some simple rearrangement. Now, he just got done telling us that the moving system will not have synchronized timing. This is what we just got done discussing. In section 2, observers in the moving system find that the two clocks don't run synchronously, and we get this time interval not equal to this time interval. But for some reason in this moving system, the time intervals equal each other. That's a blatant contradiction. Okay, so here we have Einstein playing both sides of the fence again. We have one thing, which is the moving system clocks, but getting two opposite answers: synchronization and desynchronization. Now let's go back and discuss Einstein's very important conclusion. His entire theory of relativity hinges upon this statement, but it's just not correct. So Einstein's purpose of this no absolute simultaneity, or relativity of simultaneity, is to convince you that both answers are correct. Even though the moving observer and the stationary observer have two different answers, his idea is that both answers are correct. This is what you will hear when you listen to people teaching Einstein's ideas.
So the big question is, who is right and who is wrong? And the answer is, they are both right.
No, they are not, and let me explain that to you. Here we are going to modify the moving rod scenario that you're already familiar with.
This will hopefully make everything make sense. I know there's been a little bit heady this one, but this is a good animation.
We have two light sources that will simultaneously flash. We are replacing the rod with a bomb. Instead of clocks on each end, we have these light-based triggers. If the light simultaneously hits these triggers, then the bomb will explode.
So you have a simultaneous event. The light has to hit them at the same time, same rate, same distance. So if they both hit at the same time, this thing is stationary. Then you get an objectively measurable result. The bomb explodes.
If we have a moving target, then the light will not hit the triggers simultaneously simply because of a distance change. Absolutely every time, the stationary system is going to see a simultaneous event occur. And absolutely every time, this moving bomb will never see those same two flashes as being simultaneous.
Because this one hits first, you see? If the bomb is moving towards this emitter, the distance is shortened. And so the light traveling towards the bomb is going to arrive there sooner, meaning it's going to hit this side first and this side second. So the trigger is not going to go off. The one standing still is going to experience a simultaneous event. They're two different results. One of them is exploding, one of them is not. They're not both true. Either it's exploding or not. That's the point.
So Einstein is trying to use this idea to convince you that both answers are correct, when in reality, the moving bomb always sees a non-simultaneous event because he doesn't explode. The moving bomb is just always wrong. Obviously, because the stationary bomb exploded, and it always explodes because of this simultaneous event. Let's apply this concept to physical reality. So from the previous video, this person can bet all day long that the source trumpet is making an F-sharp tone. He's just always wrong. I mean, sure, the F-sharp is actually what he is hearing, but we know exactly why it is, and it's because of the Doppler effect. Einstein wants you to believe that both of these answers are equally valid or equally correct. But in reality, one of these answers is always going to be actually physically incorrect about what the source is doing. So this is the real meaning behind this very important section of Einstein's paper. It's not that both answers are equally valid or equally correct, like he wants you to think, but rather, one of these frames is just going to have an incorrect answer about what is actually going on at the source. Now, if you're still a believer in this idea of relative simultaneity,
now there's more here. You can check it out yourself with the spherical wave proof if you're into that, or you want to get some more math about that. But basically, what's the point? Relative simultaneity is a philosophical conjecture. It's nonsense. Relativism is nonsense. Relativity is nonsense. Simultaneity happens because there is an absolute frame of rest somewhere. Something is at rest, objectively. Einstein's math is self-contradictory, and he contradicts himself many times because he's in one place he's saying one thing, in another place he's saying another, or he's using the same equation for two contradictory ideas. It's very clever gaslighting, but it's nonsense. And today you can see, like that clip of that guy from that physics seminar. Oh, the question is which one's wrong? Well, they're both true. How can you have both true? How can you be at a physics conference? I'm sure that guy's a doctorate in something. He's probably very educated, but obviously very indoctrinated. And this is the problem, folks. How can you say that they're both true? That's not how reality works. Relativity does not express reality. The only reason it quote unquote works in some sense is because it hijacked the wave equations of Schrodinger and Max Planck and so on and so forth. These people, Einstein basically hijacked wave equations and applied them to his nonsense. And remember, whenever there's two clocks that are both right, one of them is always canceled so that you can progress the equation forward. It's very clever, a lot of gaslighting, a lot of philosophical conjectures and math tricks and so on and so forth. Again, you don't have to understand all this stuff completely, but you hopefully can see the sneakiness and the absolute ridiculousness that this relativity concept has brought to the world. And of course, through that confusion, you have a lot of other things that came forward, like quantum nonsense, time travel, sci-fi, all the stuff that came as a result, and eventually the false signs and wonders of the false prophet, United States, in bringing people to believe that we live on a ball, through the moon landing, through the climate change agenda, which eventually is going to be roped into bringing people under the peace. So it all works together, folks. You have to see things as pieces to a satanic puzzle. And this is the crowning achievement of basically the 20th century, which is bringing relativism and eventually quantum nonsense into the fold, into people's minds. In reality, there's always one true frame of rest and one moving frame. This means that relativity doesn't actually work. It's not true. The way they solve their relativistic problems is by always canceling one frame and invalidating it through, various conjectures so that they can work with something. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to do anything because, well, if everybody's true, then which one do you pick? You can't. You can't pick one over the other. On what basis do you pick one over the other if they're both true? This is just absolute nonsense. And thank God that we don't live in that kind of reality. I don't think such a reality could exist, because reality is based on God, who is objective, who is ultimate reality, who is objectively true. He's the standard, and everything is based that way. You have objective truth, and you have a standard, and you measure everything by that standard. If that's the truth, then the devil's desire is to invert that truth and say, no, everything is true, and you can determine the standard. And this is what he did to science through people like Einstein, and people before him too, like Henry Poincaré and Lorentz and all those people that were very relativistic. But either way, it's basically they just do unnecessary math to arrive at the same solution you would have with wave mechanics, but it's a way to obfuscate the truth with conjectures and mathematics and everything else. So putting it all together, I know that it was a little bit heady, maybe it was a little bit intense intellectually, but again, you don't have to know all this stuff. You just have to see that it's gaslighting and it's nonsense. 115 years later or so after Einstein has created this nonsense in the world, there has yet to be an experiment that proves the relativity is true. Don't let anybody convince you that relative simultaneity and all this stuff that we were talking about today is true. It's nonsense. And if they say you just don't understand it, then, well, yeah, I don't understand it because it's not true. It's confusing. It's contradictory. Einstein was propped up. He didn't really bring anything special to science. He just plagiarized everything from everybody else. And all he brought was relativity, meaning relativism. That's not an invention. That's a deception. All of our experiments always take a frame of rest and a moving frame. There's always a true answer and others that are not true. Whereas in relativity, even things that are contradictory are true, which is absolute nonsense. It is satanic. Einstein's equations were taken from other people before him, which were based on the wave theories. And he basically just inverted reality by getting rid of the ether and turning into space and turning light from a wave into a particle. And of course, you have to fill in the gaps of logic with math and all sorts of conjectures in order to make that work. And they use wave equations to this day, but nobody's the wiser. Einstein is always contradicting himself, as you hopefully have noticed. Again, you don't have to understand everything in those videos, but you can understand how he's contradicting himself. How in one place he says one thing, in another place he says another. And how people around him at the time, before the media machine turned him into this genius and this and that, people were like, this is science fiction. What are you trying to do here, Einstein? And they didn't agree with his ideas. So the question is, why was relativity brought forward? In the very beginning of this section, we looked at all of these great minds that said that basically it doesn't matter whether the earth is moving or the heavens are moving. They're both the same thing mathematically. And we looked at the experimental evidence for the Earth not moving. We looked at how confusing Einstein is and how confused he is. So the question is, why was relativity brought forward? Why is it so important to the devil? And of course, the question, or the answer, is that the relativistic mindset destroys the ether because, again, the experiments in the 1800s prove that the Earth is motionless. There's objective proof that you don't live on a ball spinning around in space. That's number one. Number two is to create relativism and, as a result, be able to make heliocentrism unfalsifiable, meaning it can't be proven false because there's no objective frame of reference. Do you understand the clever magic trick that they pulled with relativity? If there's no frame of reference and you just don't know if the Earth is moving or if the heavens are moving, you have no way of knowing because they're both equally plausible, which they're not, then heliocentrism can always say, well, we are a valid explanation because you don't know what's moving and what's not. That's why heliocentrism is unfalsifiable. It's not unfalsifiable. It is falsifiable. It's very falsifiable. But through relativity, let me put it this way. If you believe in special relativity, if you believe in Einstein's ideas, then heliocentrism becomes unfalsifiable. Do you understand what I'm saying? Is that you cannot falsify heliocentrism if you believe in relativity. If you don't believe in relativity, which is the whole point of this and exposing the wickedness of this idea, then you realize that no, my senses aren't lying to me. The Bible isn't lying. Empirical evidence isn't lying. Everything tells me that there's an objective frame of rest, which is the Earth. It's not moving. It's the heavens that are moving. Then obviously heliocentrism is very easy to falsify, and it's been falsified. But this is the point. Relativity was brought forward so that heliocentrism, at the peak of this conflict where evidence was surfacing like, hey, we're not moving, we're moving, the devil flipped it into this delusion so that going forward, heliocentrism could hide behind math and relativity, and it couldn't be falsified. As long as people believed Einstein, and the more he was propped up, the more cult of personality he was made. And no, he's an authority. Don't trust the science. Trust the science, folks. The more you trust the science, the more heliocentrism can hide and become unfalsifiable. Relativity brought atheistic science back into the mystery religion. And not immediately, but it set the stage for things like quantum, new age, time travel, science fiction stuff, all these things that basically are from Einstein's theories, which would eventually bring the atheistic science. Remember, science and spirituality were one and the same, just like the state and spirituality were one and the same. Those were separated by the beast so that ultimately it could be reintegrated and people would come back to the mystery religion. So Einstein's ideas, another reason they were put forward and propagated, was that they brought forward quantum and all this stuff you'll see in the next section, how all these things influenced the reintegration of science with spirituality. And of course, it's not true spirituality. It's the mystery religion of the ages that you can manifest your reality through consciousness and all this kind of stuff, which is basically just justifying witchcraft. That's why the next section is called quantum sorcery, because it's witchcraft. It's basically saying that you can do something and it's your consciousness that determines the result. It's not God who is the objective consciousness, who has predetermined all things for his glory and who's sovereign over time and space. No. It's you that's determining the outcome. Time is relative. There's no absolute frame of rest. Everything that God is about and that the Bible tells you about, they inverted and they justified it with math. It's an attack on God's sovereignty. Time travel, which of course is nonsense. There's one arrow of time moving forward. That's what your senses tell you. There's no such thing as time travel. But because of relativity and quantum mechanics, which are just both bogus, these ideas have filled people's minds and gaslit them into the idea that, well, there's multiple universes. You saw where those came from 1,000 years ago. And there's time travel and, all these different things, which what does that tell you? Ultimately, what it does is undermines God's sovereignty. Because God is sovereign over time, and we know that first and foremost through prophecies. There are over 1,000 prophecies. I think something like 1,300, 1,800 prophecies in the Bible. I forget how many, but there's certainly at least 300 having to do with Jesus. that have been fulfilled, and other ones too that are historical and end times prophecy. So God has determined time, and there is a forward arrow, and he will accomplish all his purpose. That is what the Bible tells you. God is sovereign over time, and time reveals God's plan and his glory. But if time travel is possible and a multiple universe is possible, then eventually that's going to eat at your understanding of a sovereign God. Because if you believe Einstein, if you believe science is the authority who has placed itself between you and Christ, eventually you're going to believe that God isn't sovereign because there's multiple universes and, time, we could go back in time, we could do this and that, and well, maybe prophecies aren't really, maybe they're just not really true, and so on and so forth. Do you see the subtle attack that the enemy is waging through something like seemingly is scientific, but it's not. It's a spiritual paradigm. Relativity is a paradigm that is philosophical. It's not scientific whatsoever. It's dressed in a lot of science, as you saw. It's dressed in a lot of science, but it's nonsense. Multiverse, infinite possibilities, all these things tell you that God isn't sovereign to some degree or another, that he doesn't decree reality like he says in Isaiah 46, 8 through 11, that I declare the end from the beginning and I will accomplish all my purpose. There's no absolute frame of rest in relativity, which means that there's no objective standard. But God is the objective standard, and he created all things to reflect that, including the earth, as an unchanging foundation. The rock, which of course is a picture of the true rock that you can't see. Where God gives you an objective standard, Satan gives you relativism. Many don't realize that relativism is intertwined with the forbidden fruit of being your own God, and basically you know what's good from evil. Today, of course, relativism is all over the place, whether people realize it or not, because people have abandoned God's word. And they've abandoned sound thinking. You talk about the heliocentric model being ridiculous, and of course there's no empirical evidence for it, and people just harp on you and they attack you. It is you're stupid, you don't understand it, how could you make such a claim? Really? It's because I use my brain that I realize that something like Einstein's relativity is nonsense. It is garbage. It is poison. Mental poison, because it's gaslighting you. And the moment you accept it and you accept their tricks, heliocentrism becomes unfalsifiable. And that's the point. Because heliocentrism was getting falsified. And so they brought Einstein to the forefront and all these relativists. You don't have to have a science or physics degree or to be a nerd in these things to understand what Einstein did and what the devil did through Einstein. Einstein was a total fraud. He's very confused. Probably a secret society member, probably a communist, probably channeling demonic ideas. Either way, he was a puppet of the enemy. It doesn't matter about his personal life. We've looked at several things that suggest all those things, but it doesn't matter in the end. The fruits are what tell you he was being puppeted by the enemy. Einstein brought relativism to science, and just like Eratosthenes and Cavendish and all these other figures in history that are propped up to you as all these amazing minds, nobody questions it because the science is settled, quote unquote. The science is never settled, folks. One of the most scientific things that you can ever do is question the science, because science is an ongoing investigation. And anybody who tells you to just accept it without thinking, like Neil deGrasse Tyson, is basically gaslighting you into obedience and blind faith. Whereas God actually doesn't want you to have blind faith. He gives you evidence for things. He gives you plenty of evidence. That's why atheism is not a rational position. It's not about evidence. It's an emotional position because they don't want to submit to the evidence and they don't want to submit to God. But what these people do, they don't base even their views on evidence. They don't ask you to obey based on evidence. You see, again, the inversion? Everything, again, you will find this over and over again. That's why I say the devil is predictable. Whatever God does, the devil has to do it in an opposite way. God does not tell you to have blind faith. He asks you to have faith, but he gives you evidence for believing. Plenty of evidence. There's so much evidence to believe. The devil is peddling deceptions all the time. There's nothing true about what he does. He's the father of lies, right? And everything he says all the lies he says out of his own character. So there's no evidence for anything the devil asks you to believe. The devil asks you to believe based on no evidence, opposite of what God does. So he basically forces you into blind faith, whereas God empowers you into a conscious faith. Two different forms of faith, Today, people unfortunately have the former, which is the blind faith into obedience. Scientism. Trust the science. You got to just believe what the science authorities tell you. This is the religion. And that religion will become more and more moral as it gets subsumed by the beast and things all integrate back into a one world system. Relativity seems very complex and confusing, and in such a way so that you don't question it. And all these people who are doing physics, they can tell you you're just an idiot because you don't understand it. And the reality is, though, that it's nonsense. It's self-contradictory, and it's gaslighting. So hopefully now you have a little bit of understanding about it. Again, you don't have to understand everything we covered in those videos, but you do see, hopefully, that Einstein was a fraud, that relativity is gaslighting, and that the devil was very active in the early 1900s to flip the narrative through science and through other means, obviously, to make heliocentrism unfalsifiable. But of course, now that we've debunked relativity, then you can see that heliocentrism is very falsifiable. Now, onward to part 6, quantum sorcery.
So that goes into Salim Khan's question. He's interested in your take on what it would take to have a working quantum computer. So do you think it will be this further understanding of these Bose-Einstein condensates?
Well, a quantum computer goes beyond silicon.
Yeah.
So, for example, some of my friends who work on robots say that since silicon power doubles every 18 months, by 2050, we're all going to be in zoos. Our robot creations will throw peanuts at us and make us dance behind bars, just like we make bears dance behind bars today.
Right.
Wrong. There's a problem.
Okay.
By 2020, we will exhaust the power of silicon, as I mentioned, and it's not clear whether robots will be super powerful by 2050 because Moore's law is going to collapse.
Right.
Quantum computers, however, are not ready for prime time yet. The world's record for a quantum computation with a quantum computer was set by IBM. The calculation was 3 times 5 equals 15. That's the world's record, even today, for a quantum calculation. Why is it so important? That calculation was done on atoms, individual atoms, all vibrating in synchronization. The tiniest vibration, cosmic rays from outer space, could ruin the coherence, and your calculation is out the window.
Right.
But we think that quantum computers could be the way of the future if we can master the problem of decoherence, impurities, a truck going by, vibrating, and all of a sudden your atoms don't vibrate in unison anymore.
Or just radiation. So if we're
Cosmic rays.
if we're using computers, these quantum computers in the future, say in outer space, where their rays were not as protected, by our electromagnetic field like the planet Earth is, but out in space they would be decohered very easily.
Right. So the good news to all of this is that maybe we won't have robots in 2050 that are smarter than us. But the bad news is we don't know what's going to replace silicon power. Maybe Silicon Valley will be replaced by a quantum valley if somebody masters the art of computing on atoms rather than computing on silicon.
All right, well, welcome to part 6. Now that you understand that relativity is nonsense and gaslighting, we can debunk another important aspect to this, which of course is the quantum stuff. Today we're going to be focusing on quantum computing, quantum mechanics, and just quantum nonsense in general, and why it is nonsense, just like relativity. Of course, quantum stuff came out of relativity, and you know that today it is very ubiquitous in our environment. It's very important that you don't feel overwhelmed with this, just like we talked about last time. You don't have to understand everything in this particular section or these videos to understand what they did with quantum mechanics and why it's wrong. Very simple, because it's just an inversion. And we'll prove that hopefully very easily, just like we did with relativity. They like to hide behind equations and complexity and philosophy, really, and conjectures to make you feel stupid, that you're too stupid to understand, you're too ignorant, you just don't get it, when in reality, it's just nonsense. Like we said last time, Einstein basically inverted reality, and so I'll give you another relevant example of an inversion, because anytime you invert something, you have to make even more lies and effort to try to keep that inversion alive. This may seem unrelated, but I think it's related in principle. The transgender movement today, you see a lot of people doing it, and unfortunately it's just gotten really popular, especially with kids, to mutilate themselves and to go on hormone replacement therapy and so on. And then you see people who've come out of that and are speaking out against it, and God is using them as a voice. And it's just so sad. It's so sad, because no matter how many hormones you take, how much makeup you put on, you're never going to change what God made you as. There is an objective reality. It is not you get to be whatever you identify as. You are either male or female. And for some of us, that is a challenge. That is your cross to bear, is accepting the body you've been given and the sexuality you've been given, and maybe struggling with same-sex thoughts or whatever else, or feeling like you should be a different gender. Those are temptations from the devil. But nevertheless, there is an objective reality. The whole, like the movie by what's his name? I forget his name now, but What is a Woman? By Matt. Is it Matt? I think it's Matt. Matt something. Anyway, What is a Woman? It was funny. Granted that I don't agree with him on a lot of things because he's Catholic and he's part of the new thing. But I thought the movie was well made in the sense that it exposes to you the ridiculous relativism of, well, I can just pick that I'm a female and suddenly now I'm a female. No, there is an objective reality. You are male or you're female, and that's what your genetic code tells you to do. If you're a female, you're going to create more estrogen. If you're a male, you're going to create more testosterone. If you try to suppress it with other means, you may create an appearance that maybe looks different, but your body is in constant misalignment to try to keep that appearance up. And most of the time, it's not convincing. So this is the problem with now quantum physics and relativism and so on. Einstein inverted reality and made a male into a female and a female into a male. He basically, instead of the ether, he made it empty space, and instead of a wave, he made it a particle. But it's not a particle and it's not empty space. And he's trying to continue. People are trying to force wave equations on something that doesn't make any sense. It's like these kids taking testosterone blockers or whatever, estrogen, and forcing a reality that doesn't exist. Yes, can they functionally kind of look like a female or a male? Yeah, sure, in some sense, maybe, but you're not going to change fundamental reality. And this is, hopefully that example gets the point across, which is that there is always an objective reality. And what they did in physics is they made it relative. It's still there, doesn't change objective truth, but they made everything relative, and they struggle and through all these confusing equations and things that ultimately describe wave mechanics. And you'll see more and more of that today as we get into it, to debunk this quantum nonsense. But just to give you an idea of where we're going. So don't feel intimidated if you aren't that well-versed in physics or in science. We're going to try to make it as simple as possible so that you can see, again, that Einstein, quantum, whatever, is all nonsense. It really is. It's all just a fraud. One big giant fraud to introduce the mystery religion, to bring the world under the beast, and to hide heliocentrism and make it unfalsifiable. My goal is to arm you with knowledge so that nobody Again, you don't have to know all this stuff, but you do have to know why it's wrong in this sense. What did the devil do, and why was it important to the beast to have these things in history? So that nobody can say, well, relativity or quantum this or quantum that, and you can say, no, that's all nonsense. Like the channel, it's BS, right? So anyway, these particular sections today are going to be also very resource rich in the sense. So just like we did last time with videos, we'll watch some videos on quantum stuff. Again, don't have to understand everything, but do focus. Do focus. I'm going to do my best to comment in between, or do little wrap-ups for each video like we've done before, so that you can have a perspective of it, even if some of that stuff is over your head. Don't worry. It's over my head too, some of it, and it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The point is that you see the delusion and the deception, and you can see that without having to have a degree in physics or having to go to school for physics studies. So I want to give you an article really quick just to give you an idea of how this is manifesting in the current events. This is from Physics World. And again, just to give you an idea of where now, 80 years later, 90 years later, whatever it's been, how this is manifesting into sorcery, which is why I called it quantum sorcery. This is from Physics World, August of 2024, very recent. Physicists reveal the role of magic in quantum computational power. You have this little graphic of quantum entanglement, which is nonsense. And then magic. Ooh, look at these little sacred geometry and pentagrams and all kinds of stuff going on here. Like, what is going on here? This is a legitimate physics article. Let's see. Entanglement is a fundamental concept in the quantum information theory. And let's see if we can zoom in. There we go. And is often regarded as a key indicator of a system's quantumness. However, the relationship between entanglement and quantum computational power is not straightforward. In a study posted on RZIV preprint server, physicists in Germany, Italy, and the US shed light on this complex relationship between exploring the role of a property known as magic in entanglement theory. Again, this is just a theory. These are not even theories, really, because there's absolutely no evidence that they exist. But anyway, the study's results have broad implications for various fields, including quantum error calculation, many-body physics, and quantum chaos. Quantum nonsense is what it should be called. Traditionally, the more entangled your quantum bits, your qubits, are, the more you can do with your quantum computer. However, this belief that higher entanglement in a quantum state is associated with greater computational advantage is challenged by the fact that certain highly entangled states can be efficiently simulated on classical computers and do not offer the same computational power as other quantum states. If this stuff doesn't make sense, don't worry. We'll make it make sense. This stuff is nonsense, but I want you to see where he's going with it, or she. These states are often generated by classically simulable circuits known as Clifford circuits. To address this discrepancy, researchers introduced the concept of magic, quote unquote. Magic quantifies the non-Clifford resources necessary to prepare a quantum state and thus serves as a more nuanced measure of a state's quantum computational power. We introduced the concept of magic, and of course they tell you how to apply this and what is magic to them and so on and so forth. But are you kidding me? This is mystery religion stuff, folks. This is where we're at. And there's many articles like this. If you have been involved in the New Age, then you know exactly how quantum anything has infiltrated New Age and given it a sense of justified existence. Because look, science proves New Age principles. Oh, all this old stuff of sorcery and manifesting all you want with your consciousness, now even science proves it. And the New Agers are all about it. And of course, I was all about it too when I was in the New Age, because I thought, look, science is agreeing with spirituality. There's no more divide. And that's exactly what they want you to think. Remember, things were separated and now they're integrating. The truth is that you have a sovereign God and all things happen for his glory. Everything is directed by him. Everything is in control by God. And of course, there's secondary causes, primary and secondary causes. We've talked about that on the show, and we will talk about it again in the Salvation series. And if you don't understand primary and secondary causes, you'll fumble over the problem of evil and God's sovereignty. But nevertheless, God is sovereign. The ultimate primary cause is God, because he's the creator, he's the author. The lie, the mystery religion, tells you that you can be like God. You can co-create reality. Reality is a result of your input. And the secondary cause, which is you, is actually the primary cause. You can be like God. Quantum mechanics is about returning modern atheistic science back to alchemy, spiritualism, and ultimately sorcery. It is not true. It is rather about creating a mindset in the people and fusing all of these disciplines into one moral reality. Now, I want to talk really briefly about science as a Judas goat. I've talked before about people like Russell Brand, Candace Owens, Jordan Peterson, all of these people who, Jordan Peterson at the time of this video isn't converted yet to Catholicism, but he's coming. But all these other people, they basically get a sector of the market. Or, for example, RFK and Trump. RFK was all against Trump, had nothing but, things to say against him. And then he ran for a little while, then he flipped, and now him and Trump are best buds. Now everybody, come on, vote Trump. I mean, it's just so obvious. If you've studied these things long enough, what they do. They create, because if you have just one person or one thing, it's easy for people to oppose it. And again, this goes back to the Reformation and how learning against learning works. The Catholic Church realized that people were rebelling against the system, so they had to basically create an echo chamber. And part of creating an echo chamber is creating infiltrators and false converts and Judas goats that are basically working for the enemy, spies. Read The Art of War or watch my video in my End Time series on the French Revolution. A Jesuit translated The Art of War right before the French Revolution. That should tell you everything. And if you read that book, it's very obviously about the Jesuit general and the Pope. But either way, the point is, whether the Jesuits wrote it or not, or it was just some satanic work that the Jesuits appropriated to themselves, because again, the devil gave his throne and power and great authority to the Catholic system, to the papacy. Which one of those is right doesn't matter. The point is that the Jesuits implement practically everything in that book. And if you've read that book on spies and on infiltrators, and you read about people like, Billy Graham, all these people who are infiltrated people that seem to work for one side, but actually are working for the beast, it makes sense. It makes perfect sense. So people like Russell Brand, Candace Owens, had their sectors of the market, and then at some point, they're blackmailed, probably from the beginning if they want fame, and then they cash in that blackmail and they say, okay, time for you to flip. And now Russell Brand is all about Catholicism and Eucharist and saying the Rosary, and all of his New Age crowd that he roped in through his various... I think I'm going to sneeze. Okay, I think I'm done with that. But so much dust. I'm not allergic to anything, but there's just so much dust in this place where I live, Phoenix and everything. Anyway, Russell Brand, that's what we were talking about. Russell Brand basically now is all about the beast. And so is Candace Owens. She was very much neutrally religious, but she was very much into politics and, the face of black conservatism, so to speak. Once that was complete, now, okay, flip you and turn Catholic. And suddenly now you're very militant Catholic and talking about exposing the Jews and all these things that she's doing. So very interesting that these things happen. And if you see that, you see a pattern throughout history, that the beast creates an echo chamber where other people are pointing back to her, back to itself, and validating the beast. So it seems like, oh, well, I guess everybody's pointing this way, so we should go that way. That's what's happening. They're creating an echo chamber. So now, that concept, apply it to science as a Judas goat. Science was designed to challenge religion just like communism. Communism was created by the Jesuits. It was practiced by the Jesuits for 150 years in their reductions in South America before they did the French Revolution and they started atheism and everything else and propped up Karl Marx and Engels, who was a Jesuit very likely. So either way, communism was created to make religion look good, to make the church-state system that the papacy enjoyed look like a reasonable option. That's why communism was created. Communism is crazy. And of course it's crazy because it's the bad cop that leads you back to the good cop. The same thing happened to science. They divorced science from spirituality, whereas, of course, all the people you saw in figures in science were all mystics for the most part. You had a few hardcore atheists, but this is the thing. A lot of them were very mystical and they had their own religion, let's put it that way. So science was divorced from religion, or I should say spirituality, so that at the end it could return, just like government, just like everything else, return back to Rome into one mystery school, one mystery religion manifested in the world as a religio-political reality, which is what the Bible warns you about. So what happened with science? Well, science, by divorcing itself from religion, from spirituality, it gained the trust of the people. Do you see the clever thing? Just like they did with Copernicus, where the Catholic Church appeared to resist Copernicus's ideas for, 200 years or whatever it was. And then finally, they agreed to it. And so now there's consensus. Well, why was that significant? Because they basically created the echo chamber. So that by the time the Catholic Church stepped into the light of reason on the heliocentric model, there was already an echo chamber. So anybody who wanted to continue to protest the Catholic Church at that point, you're going to look like an idiot. That's exactly why they did that. The same thing is with science. They divorced science from spirituality to get people to believe in a false Christ, basically a false savior. Science is a savior of some kind. Today, people believe that science has the answer to everything. It's a false Christ in that sense. And just when the momentum is critical, science will become moral again and turn back to spirituality. And of course, who controls that spirituality? The beast. Do you see how science can become a Judas goat? Not can become, it is a Judas goat. Science was designed to bring people back to this mystery religion, which is what it's doing now through the article that I read to you and all the sorcery that's happening today through all this quantum nonsense. So it's now time for science to go spiritual through things like transhumanism, bionic things, robots, quantum nonsense, quantum computing, which if you'll see, quantum computing is nonsense. It doesn't exist. It's just a dialectic designed to move the plan forward. Quantum mechanics is one of those threads, just like climate change, just like relativity, just like everything else. It's all related, folks. And you'll see hopefully how all these roads lead to Rome. So, like before, we have some videos to watch. And again, if some of this stuff is over your head, don't fret. We're going to try to explain it as much as possible. And the end is to see the deception, because the deception is easy to see. Once you see it, you can't go back. All right, this is going to be, let's try. This is Debunking Quantum Mechanics, Beginner's Overview. Same channel, it's BS on YouTube.
This video will explain how quantum mechanics is...
And he's speaking a little faster, so let's do 1.25.
Wrong. Anyone can understand what quantum mechanics is about, so here is a simplified explanation. First of all, it is a part of physics that describes how an atom works. There are only two particles that you need to know about. One is the photon, which is a particle of light. The other is an electron, which can be considered a particle that moves electricity. And finally, we have the electromagnetic field. Now you can see that I have classical and Einstein called out specifically in this description. The classical means that I'm not talking about a quantum electromagnetic field. Classical fields are represented by smooth, continuous flows of force, and quantum fields are represented by pixelated, discontinuous fields of force. And I mentioned Einstein here because
there's no such thing as a quantum field, by the way. There are fields, there are waves. We live in an electromagnetic universe. Everything is continuous. Nothing new age here. This is just reality. We live in an electromagnetic world with fields. And there's a lot of interesting science in that regard, but of course that science has been suppressed.
Because his special theory of relativity removes the medium that electromagnetic waves propagate through. This becomes very important to this discussion, so give me a second to elaborate here. Air is a medium that allows waves of sound and enable us to communicate. If you remove the medium, you have nothing to wave. Like if you removed all the air from your room right now, you would not be able to hear me because the sound waves couldn't propagate through the air medium. So, Einstein removed the medium that electromagnetic waves propagate through, and he replaced it with the speed of the photon particle. And then he made everything else warp and bend around the speed of this photon particle. So now we think about these electromagnetic fields as fields of mathematics. If you ask what is waving when we talk about waves now, it's waves of math. Now I know that sounds weird, but this is the result of Einstein's thought experiments, which most people don't seem to have a problem accepting. And finally, the forces that we are talking about are just basic attraction and repulsion. So really it is this simple. You do not need a complex and deep understanding of quantum mechanics in order to figure out why it's wrong. And speaking of why should you spend your time to try to understand this? Now, if you're already skeptical of quantum mechanics and modern physics, you probably don't need this slide. If you watch popular videos on quantum mechanics, you might hear how it's weird and counterintuitive to understand. So then why would the best description of how nature works be weird and counterintuitive? This is what
Because it's Antichrist, where the Bible tells you the creation is good, it's beautiful, it makes sense, it's harmonious, and the Antichrist explanation tells you, oh, it's just weird, doesn't make sense, it's contradictory, it's confusing. Our God is not a God of confusion, folks. So that alone, again, you don't have to be a physics nerd to know that. If you know that God is not a God of confusion, and somebody's telling you that fundamental reality is confusing and contradictory, that's not the voice of the Holy Spirit, that's the voice of the Antichrist.
I want to help you figure out. You might also hear that it's okay that you don't understand it because even the best physicists like Richard Feynman didn't understand it. This type of quote here is generally associated with something that Richard Feynman said. So let's watch the original clip.
There was a time when the newspaper said that only 12 men understood the theory of relativity. I don't believe there ever was such a time. There might have been a time when only one man did, because he's the only guy who caught on before he wrote his paper. But after people read the paper, a lot of people kind of understood the theory of relativity in some way or other. But more than 12. On the other hand, I think I can safely say that nobody understands quantum mechanics.
So you can see that this quote in context is that it's part of a joke, but there still is some truth behind this joke. So the reason why quantum mechanics is weird and counterintuitive is because it is wrong. And when I say wrong, I mean there are mathematical mistakes and logical contradictions or paradoxes that are built into the foundation of this physics. And the failure to build a quantum computer will help prove this. Yes, they are fake, and the reason is because quantum state superposition is not real. Quantum state superposition is the Achilles heel for quantum computers. If this doesn't work, then quantum computers will fail. So this statement right here is pretty much the punchline on why quantum mechanics is wrong and why quantum computers will never work. And finally, this will serve as an example of why you can't just believe in science or scientists. You should be able to increase your own understanding enough to where you can question paradoxical or logically contradicted statements, such as wave-particle duality, and complex math can be quite intimidating. But just realize that math is a way of describing a concept or a set of concepts that you can understand. So let's focus on the photon light particle. This is absolutely the biggest problem with quantum mechanics. The simple question that you can ask any physicist is, what is the definition of a single photon particle? It sounds easy enough to answer that, but I'm telling you, there is no answer because of this. The standard definition for a photon is based upon its energy, or E in this equation. And the photon's energy is proportional to its frequency, or F in this equation. And the kicker here is that this equation is a wave equation. It describes the behavior of waves and not a particle.
I think he got that one from Max Planck, or was it Lorentz or Planck, or one of those people he got it from.
So this is where wave-particle duality comes from. We're thinking about particles, but the math is using wave equations. Now let me show you how to illustrate this using a 3 Hertz frequency example. Anyone can draw a visual representation of this wave equation. You can see we have 0 to 1 second represented on the x-axis. Instead of looking at this as a mathematical sinusoidal waveform, we can easily visualize it as waves of water. The x-axis would represent the surface of the water if it was calm and there were no waves. you can see the 3 wave peaks that happen within the 1 second period of time. So water is the medium that has been disturbed, and the effect of that disturbance are these waves. So now we have a frequency of 3 waves in 1 second of time. In other words, 3 hertz. Now the 3 hertz frequency needs to be multiplied by this letter h. So let's put an h by each one of these wave fronts. So each one of these h's represents the energy of each one of these waves. To follow on with our water analogy, I put them by the wave front because when we get hit by waves of water, we can feel the energy of the wave itself. Now, if you're to think of this as a particle of light or photon, you would somehow have to stretch this photon to be 1 second long in order to encapsulate the energy of this wave equation. So do you really think that photon particles are 1 second long? Because 1 second at the speed of light is 300 million meters, which is basically from here to the moon. If scientists use this equation to define a single photon, then I hope you can see that they've gone off the deep end. And I hope you can see how you can easily debunk this idea. And there's no question that this is an embarrassingly simple mistake. Mainstream science generally tells us that Einstein's explanation of the photoelectric effect proves the particle nature of light, or the photon. This is not a correct statement, and I go into much greater detail in this video called The Quantum Flaw. And around the 3146 time frame in that video, I specifically start talking about the photoelectric effect. Here is a real quick summary. We just learned about the problem with this photon energy equation, and that it is a 1 second wave equation. When certain frequencies of light are shined onto metal, then electrons are ejected from that metal. That's the photoelectric effect. The problem is that the photoelectric effect happens right away without delay. And you know, in order for the photon energy to be created, it takes 1 second worth of time because it's based upon this frequency term. That's a huge contradiction. This is Albert Einstein.
It's a contradiction because the equation for E equals hv is based on, it's a wave equation. Frequency, hertz, is our waves. They're not particles. And yet Einstein is trying to appropriate it to particles. So you have all sorts of contradictions that happen as a result with reality, like the photoelectric effect, which is instant. It doesn't happen after 1 second of the photon being generated. So all you have to know is that there's a lot of contradiction when it comes to Einstein's theories.
1905 photoelectric paper. In this third paragraph, this is where he starts to talk about wave-particle duality. He says the wave theory of light has proved itself splendidly and will probably never be replaced by another theory. But that wave theory may lead to contradictions when applied to the phenomena of production and transformation of light. This is where the particle...
So he admits it. What he just showed you is that Einstein admits the contradiction.
Nature or photon of light comes into play. So then the simple question would be, if light is produced in discrete chunks, then when or how does it turn into a medium for waves to propagate through? I've not been able to find an answer to that, and I'm not sure it exists. So you can see the duality this sets up. In other words, light acting like a wave through a medium versus a particle projectile of light, which are not compatible with each other. And then a few months later, in 1905, Einstein released this paper, which is now considered special relativity. In this paper, he talks about the light medium that is required for wave theory, and then he takes it away with this theory. He says the introduction of a light ether, or that is what they called the light medium, will prove unnecessary. So in one paper, he says the wave theory of light will probably never be replaced by another theory. And then a few months later, he's changing the wave theory of light by removing the medium for which light propagates. And he replaces it with his own theory based upon the speed of the photon particle through empty space. And then that leaves the wave theory of light with a medium of mathematics. We're now waving mathematical fields. What the heck is he trying to do here? But that's wave-particle duality. It's confusing. Okay, so the last thing I want to mention is the 1923 Compton scattering experiment. And it definitely is a very compelling experiment for the idea of a photon particle of light. I don't have anything further to say about Compton scattering because I have not spent time with this experiment yet. But an experiment that anyone can do is the double slit experiment, and this is the absolute best experimental evidence against the existence of photons. So here is the basic setup for this experiment. We have a red laser pointer and a diffraction slide. The red laser pointer is a 650 nanometer wavelength. The diffraction slide was purchased from Amazon and is made by 3B Scientific. And here's a close-up of the diffraction slide. So now we can see the wave interference pattern that is created when the coherent light source, or the laser, is shot through this diffraction slide or through the double slit. You have the highest intensity light near the middle, and then you can see the bands of destructive interference where there is no light. So these waves interfered with each other and canceled each other out. And then bands of constructive interference where the light waves add to themselves. So light being a wave through a medium which causes an interference pattern explains this experiment logically. It only gets weird when you add in Einstein's confusion around photon particles and the illogical concept of wave-particle duality for light. So let's go ahead and play along with the idea of the photon particle applied to this experiment. There are plenty of videos that already go into detail about the double slit experiment, but this Dr. Quantum animation seems to be a very popular one. And you can see right here, if you are shooting the idea of photon particles through the double slit, you would end up with two dots or two bands as shown here.
This double slit experiment is very commonly cited by people, but they don't realize that it actually refutes quantum mechanics. They say that, oh, it proves quantum mechanics. No, it doesn't.
But when you do the experiment in real life, you don't see the two bands of these photon projectile particles. So then how do you explain photons making this interference pattern? It is because the photons are in a quantum state superposition. And while in that state, a single photon can pass through both slits at the same exact time and interfere with itself. This allows us to see the photon particles in an interference pattern like this because it is in a quantum state superposition at this time. So if the photon's quantum state superposition were to decohere right now, then it would go back to the two blobs that we saw on the Dr. Quantum picture. As you can see, this is some of the quantum weirdness that people talk about. Sure, it's weird, but it's because it's wrong, not because this is how nature works. So from a particle perspective, you're looking at a fully cohered quantum state superposition of photons. What I'm going to do now is add more noise to this environment to try to decohere this quantum state superposition of photons. Now, why would I do this? This is why quantum computing is not working, is based upon noise in the environment. Quantum computers are not working because they are having trouble maintaining quantum state superposition. And their reasoning is because there is external noise in the environment that is decohering the superposition that they're trying to maintain inside these computers.
Superposition, just a real quick note, asterisk, is the idea that the particle can be in two places at once, or two particles one particle can be in two places at once. And basically, when you observe it and you measure it, then it suddenly instantly appears in that one space. But until then, it operates like a wave, sort of. That's the wave-particle duality, which of course is nonsense. It's absolute nonsense. That's not how reality works. Reality are waves, and they're trying to treat particles like waves because, again, everything we talked about, all the incentives to do that, to hide the truth.
So why am I able to maintain this quantum state superposition of photons?
And you notice that even though he's adding interference with that contraption, it's not decohering the light, because light is a wave. If they were particles, then it should change the light, but it doesn't.
So someone that understands the story of quantum physics would probably think I'm an idiot for using a heat gun, because in order to collapse the quantum state superposition, I need to measure the photons, not try to heat them up. So if you try to measure which slit the photon passed through, then that will collapse the photon's quantum state superposition. It makes sense because somehow photon particles of light know when they're being measured. Yeah, sure. Right. This is confusing because it's wrong. I want to mention these variations of the double slit experiment because they seem to be very popular. First of all, the which way did the photon go experiment was a thought experiment. Try to find a single photon detector that can detect which side a single photon went through. Again, try to find the definition of what a single photon is. None of this exists.
Remember, the basic formula is based on a metric that considers time in seconds. E equals HV or HF, I forget which one it is. But either way, the metric is based on the unit of time is a second. So how can you measure a photon based on a unit of time of a second when a photon supposedly, remember, photons don't exist, but supposedly if they did exist, light would travel, however many, 300 trillion meters in a second. So photons would be, huge. It's nonsense. It doesn't work.
You might see some of these experiments using polarizer material to mark photons as they go through each slit. But this is physically interfering with the light waves. It has nothing to do with photons. As light passes through the material, it can slow down or be absorbed, which is physical interference, not a measurement. And then the quantum eraser variations that I've seen rely on quantum entanglement. Quantum entanglement requires quantum superposition to be a real thing. So we're just going further off the deep end with these experimental variations of the double slit experiment. And for the final item in this section, I want to show you where the quantum mechanics user manual is so you can read more about this principle of quantum state superposition. Paul Dirac was one of the original founders of quantum mechanics. This is the third edition from 1948. His book starts with the principle of quantum superposition because this is the concept that makes quantum mechanics what it is. It's also the same concept that quantum computers are completely dependent upon. I want to pick out a few statements from this section that confirm my quantum mechanics description of the double slit experiment, just in case you thought I've gone off the deep end. I want to highlight here that he says a fraction of a photon is never observed. Here he mentions that the principle of superposition of states, or quantum state superposition, is one of the most fundamental principles of quantum mechanics. Here is the section on photons interfering. We must now describe the photon as going partly into each of the two components into which the incident beam is split. Each photon then interferes only with itself. I told you, it's crazy. So this paragraph kind of sums it up, that the superposition principle cannot be explained in terms of familiar physical concepts. So this is an entirely new idea that you've got to get accustomed to, and one that you need to build up an exact mathematical theory, but forget about any detailed classical picture, or I could just say real world picture. You can read this entire section and come up with your own opinion, but what this tells me is forget everything you know, believe these new ideas that are based on math theory. Quantum mechanics is a belief system that's based on math, and quantum computers are based on quantum mechanics. Okay, so that is the end of the first part of
All right, so now let's read a little bit about Paul Dirac, who was one of the founders of quantum nonsense. And he had a lot of things to say about religion. This is Paul Dirac on God and Religion. And this is on Medium by a guy named Sunny Lab. I'm going to make this piece no nonsense and straight to the point. Everybody knows Paul Dirac as a great theoretical physicist who had groundbreaking contributions to the development of quantum mechanics and quantum electrodynamics. But we've talked about that part in our earlier pieces. In this short piece, I shall be discussing about Dirac's views, or better say, brutal views on God and religion. I shall take the reference of words presented by Dirac himself at the 1927 Solvay conference, where the scientists were discussing about the religious implications of the newly pioneered quantum theory. He said, quote, "I cannot understand why we idle discussing religion. If we are honest, and scientists have to be, we must admit that religion is a jumble of false assertions with no basis in reality. The very idea of God is a product of the human imagination." He believed that discussing religion was a waste of time and that it was a false belief system with no basis in reality. He stated that the concept of God was simply a creation of the human imagination, born out of the fear of the overwhelming forces of nature by primitive people. However, with the advances in science and understanding of natural processes, he felt that there was no need for religion. And here he is, the very idea of God as a product of the human imagination. He found it hard to understand how the belief in an almighty God could help in any way and believed that it led to many unproductive questions about the existence of suffering and injustice. He thought that religion was still taught then only to keep the lower classes quiet, as a peaceful and satisfied population was easier to govern and exploit. Here's the complete statement by Paul Dirac on so on and so forth, where he talks about the church and so on. And of course, this is all by design, folks. Remember, the beast created communism, created atheism to make itself look good. And in the process, people like Paul Dirac were very deceived by the devil and puppeted. And it's funny that he says that, religion, of course, religion is the devil in that sense, but spiritual belief in God is not a mishmash. It's not a figment of the imagination. But quantum mechanics is, and he devoted his life to that because he was obsessed with math. So much so that it was his own religion. Take a look at this. This is from NPR. Physicist Paul Dirac is the strangest man. It's an interview on October 2nd, 2009. And hopefully they kept my highlight here because sometimes there it is. Gotcha. This is an interview and this person, Dr. Formello, says, I mean, the key thing here in my opinion is that Dirac is what Dirac believed more than anything else, right? Is that beauty is the lodestar of the fundamental theories of nature. That he believed that fundamental theories advance from one to the next, each subsequent theory being more beautiful than the one preceding it. This to him, and I quote now, he's quoting Paul Dirac, was like a religion. So did Paul Dirac, was he against religion? No, he wasn't. He was against God because he had his own religion of numbers and theories and idolizing the beauty of nature. He's worshiping what? He's worshiping the creation rather than the creator. Is there anything new under the sun, folks? No, there isn't. Moving on. He said at one point that for him, the beauty of the mathematical equations was more important than the agreement they give with the experiment. Isn't the whole point of an equation to reflect reality? So for him, it was just it had this abstract idolatry of the beauty of math, and so much so that he was deluded. He was deceived into believing a lie. It's a very controversial statement. Yeah, it is a very controversial statement because it tells you exactly, just like we saw with those other people who started quantum physics and the people in the early 1900s, they're all very deceived, deluded people. Just like with relativity, quantum mechanics is full of contradictions, gaslighting, fuzzy math, conjectures, and philosophy. The equation for the photon is based on wave mechanics, meaning mathematics that describe the propagation of waves through a medium, which is true. We live in a universe that is very energetic, electromagnetic, has a lot of waves of different things and frequencies flying around. Wave mechanics are true. And so they appropriated that math to a conjecture, which is that light is actually an electron and photon are particles. They're not waves through a medium. Because again, if they kept the medium, then that points you to a motionless earth, which points you to the Bible is true, which means you have to be accountable to God. And so they can't stomach that idea. So of course, they have to invent all of these conjectures. You saw how much animosity Paul Dirac had against God, and yet he had his own religion, didn't he? And that's the thing to understand about these people. Remember that Einstein got rid of the ether and created empty space. So he had to make light into a particle for it to work, to do something. Otherwise, there's no solution to light. And yet the particle, the photon, is calculated using wave mechanics and equations, which makes no sense. It's contradictory and it's confusing. Just as before, Einstein contradicts himself all the time. Just as how Einstein contradicted himself in his papers, you'll see these people contradicting themselves all the time. I mean, again, Paul Dirac was all against religion, and yet he literally says, and he quoted, the guy who was quoting him, that math was like a religion to him. So obviously he had his own religion, but he was against something in particular, which of course he was against God. He was a bitter atheist. And again, who knows if he was a secret society member or not. It doesn't matter, folks. It really doesn't matter. It'd be interesting to find out, but it really doesn't matter in the end because they were puppeted by the devil. Now, the double slit experiment, which a lot of people bring up and say, well, what about the double slit? And you'll see the double slit everywhere. The double slit is the thing that everybody brings up, as well as Schrodinger's cat, which we'll look at that as well, which is totally misinterpreted. Just like all of these things like Airy's failure, Sadniak's experiment, Michelson-Morley, that you read on Wikipedia how they spin it to forward their agenda, just like that. The same thing is with the double slit experiment. We see constant misinterpretations of science and an inversion of the truth to spin it in one direction over what it actually is describing. The double slit experiment actually refutes the photon theory, and therefore it refutes quantum mechanics, because it's not photons that are creating that interference pattern. It's waves interfering with each other constructively or destructively. And if you don't know what that is, don't worry. Basically, when you have two waves and they're crisscrossing, you can try this in like a pool of water that's still, if you have a pool at home or something. I know here in Arizona we have pools, so it's fun to see waves propagate, like if you drop a little something in there or whatever. But you can take two rock, or you can just take a rock. Obviously, you see how the waves propagate. It creates a wave, right? A circular wave. Well, if you drop two, rocks on different sides, those waves would eventually interfere with each other. And in some places, they'll cancel each other out. And in some places, they'll make constructive interference and grow in amplitude. And so this is what happens with all waves, sound waves. For example, like when we do sound recording, we have to cancel out the noise, right? Because the noise, the background noise, interferes with what you're trying to record. And so this is just common way that nature works, is with waves and in constructive and destructive interference. The double slit experiment proves that this is the case. It does not prove that the photon, or that light is operating according to a photon. It's a wave. But the problem is, it's not what you've been told. They're telling you something completely different about the double slit experiment. It's, first off, most of them, because there were a lot of double slit experiments, most of them were thought experiments, which goes to show you that this is all just in the realm of theory and math and probabilities. It's not at all actual science. But the double slit experiment, like the one that he reproduced in the video, was done. And by the time it was done, you have to understand that by the time it was done, and they saw these interference patterns, people were already very deceived by Einstein's relativity gaslighting and believing that light must be a photon. And so if you're believing, again, just like if you believe relativity, there's no way that you can falsify heliocentrism. You can't, because you can't prove that there's an objective frame of reference, of rest, and so therefore it could be true that the Earth is moving. Of course, it's not. But that's what happens. Once you get the first lie in, then the devil can just pile them on afterwards. And that's why you have to reject these things and reject the spell. So just like that, another part of relativity is that light is a photon, not a wave. And so by the time they did these double slit experiments, the ones they did do, people believed that light was a photon and believed in relativity, and were arguing back and forth about what it means. And so imagine you see something happening like a wave. Your senses tell you it's a wave. It's interfering constructively and destructively, just like every other wave in the universe. But your programming is telling you, oh no, that's a photon. So instead of pursuing the truth and finding the truth and saying, okay, well, this is just a wave, they pursued the error and created more mathematical conjectures and philosophical conjectures to justify what they're seeing. Oh, no, it's a particle, but the reason it's behaving like a wave is because of quantum superposition, meaning it can be in two places at once until you measure it, i.e. it's acting like a wave. Well, isn't that convenient? Again, it's one of those things where if you believe it, then you can't falsify the theory. If you believe in quantum superposition, which is nonsense, because the world does not work that way, the fundamental aspect of our reality, folks, is that two things cannot coexist in the same space at the same time. Okay, that is a rule of the physical universe. Okay, if I'm here, I can't be here and there at the same time. So this is the thing. But of course, in the quantum world, you can do anything you want. And this is why it's just sorcery. It's nonsense. It's designed really to confuse you. So it's very convenient. Again, if you believe in quantum nonsense and superposition, then of course you can't falsify the idea that when you're looking at the results of this double slit experiment, well, maybe it is photons just behaving like waves. What are you talking about? That's nonsense. There's no such thing as wave-particle duality. It's a wave. But again, people were brainwashed by the time this happened. And so, they misinterpreted the results. And ever since then, people have been misinterpreting it because everybody's been fooled and duped by this false sign and wonder of Satan, which is quantum mechanics. Notice the gaslighting. They say that the particles are in an impossible state, basically two places at once, until you measure them. Meaning there's no way to falsify the experiment because you can never measure or observe the thing that they're claiming is working. You understand? You can't measure superposition because the moment you supposedly measure the superposition, it collapses the quantum state and it goes one way or another. Do you see the gaslighting? So you have to just believe it. There's no way for you to measure it. There's no way for you to have empirical evidence of it. That's why there's no empirical evidence of any of this stuff. It's all theory and conjecture and math. And you just have to believe it. It's a mathematical spell put over people's eyes. And of course, we'll talk more about superposition later, but I want you to start to see the gaslighting. It's gaslighting. And unfortunately, people who are really neck deep in physics and into this kind of stuff are so brainwashed by tradition, by the tradition of science. Remember that paper by Dr. Oleg or whatever it was, about how science is mysticism because of tradition and hanging on to traditions. And you talk to anybody who's super indoctrinated with physics and engineering and these kind of things, and they will just parrot what they've heard rather than thinking critically. You don't have to be a science nerd to realize that this stuff is nonsense. It is total nonsense. I want you to also notice the mystical spirituality underneath it. Because again, this is a spiritual belief system. It's not a scientifically, empirically derived idea. It is a mystical spiritual paradigm. It's sorcery. The particles know, quote unquote, when they're being measured because of what? Because they're conscious? Remember all those occultists who believe in the atom soul, like Tsiolkovsky, who the Russian occultist, who believed that everything had an atom soul. And of course, as a result of that, you had reincarnation and pantheism and worshiping creation. Are you seeing a trend? It's nothing new under the sun, folks. It just seems scientific, but it's not. These are philosophers, occultists, mystics. This is a religious paradigm having the appearance of science. So don't let it get to you. Notice that this stuff is just fakery and nonsense dressed up in very confusing mathematics and really philosophy. Okay, this is now quantum entanglement, the paradox. Let's see.
This is the 4-page.
A lot of these are on chipmunk mode because I was listening to them faster.
Paper that describes the extremely overhyped idea of quantum entanglement. It was written in 1935 by authors Einstein, Podolsky, and Rosen, and is commonly referred to as the EPR paradox. The purpose of this EPR paper was to use the math of Schrödinger's wave equation and disprove Heisenberg's uncertainty principle. The uncertainty principle is one of the core foundational papers of quantum mechanics, and Heisenberg tries to convince you that the world is inherently indeterministic.
Remember that and put a pin in it. Heisenberg tries to convince you that the world is inherently indeterministic, because we're going to come back to it.
In other words, it is impossible to accurately predict what is going on in the world of atoms. We will come back to Heisenberg's paper later, but now let's look at a visual representation of what the EPR paper is describing. Schrödinger's equation describes how wave systems move. For example, you can think of this as a wave on the surface of a lake. Now forget that idea because quantum mechanics hijacked Schrödinger's equation. They want you to think of this as a wave of math, or specifically a wave of probability. So now we take the idea of electron particles and force them into a wave equation. And these waves each have their own wave equation associated to them. Now we take this two-particle system and continue to evolve it over time. At this point, the two particles begin to interact and create what is known as a quantum state superposition. So going back to the EPR paper, we have a two-particle system that came together and interacted in the quantum state superposition. And now we will move this system forward in time so there's no longer any interaction between the two parts. So let's evolve this forward in time. And now we have the two parts separated again. So that's the basic logic behind the setup for this bug. We started with...
So they use wave equations. Like you saw the animation, it was two waves. You know, let's say they go into each other and then past each other again and back away from each other. That happens in nature. They're forcing that math onto particles so that when the particles collide, somehow they superimpose on each other, even though that's not possible. And then they get separated again. Now you have basically quantum entanglement, meaning you can measure one of these and you know the position of the other one without having to observe it. So you're kind of hacking the system. It's just total nonsense. You're dealing with waves, but they're describing it in such a way that's just absolute nonsense.
Two separate equations, and then when they interacted, and this is the key, we can then combine those two separate equations into a single equation. This is where the bug begins because we now have a single equation that represents two separate particles. So then after the interaction, the combined system can then be calculated. So this is the system after the interaction, and here is how you exploit the bug. You measure only one of the particles in this two-particle system. Now, because you've measured only one particle, but this entire system is represented by a single equation, that means that this particle must collapse into a determined state. So the measurement of that single particle caused the entire wave equation to collapse. Now remember that one of the two particles was never directly measured or directly disturbed, and this becomes very important when it comes to disproving the Heisenberg uncertainty principle. Then the EPR paper goes on and describes, using math, what we now would consider quantum entanglement. And they finish the section by relating it directly to the Heisenberg uncertainty principle. What this is saying is that you can take a measurement from the first system and then use that information to plug it into the entanglement math. Then that will tell you what the second system is doing, without in any way disturbing or measuring the second system. Okay, so at this point, who cares? The EPR paper says all of this stuff, but what does it really mean? This was a direct attack on quantum mechanics and what we now call the Copenhagen interpretation. Paul Dirac was one of the main contributors to the Copenhagen interpretation. He was a skilled mathematician, and 2 years prior to the EPR paper, he had won a Nobel Prize for his work in quantum mechanics. Let's look at how Dirac responded to the EPR paper with this Niels Bohr interview that occurred one day before he passed away. So the interviewer commented that this paradox provoked a great stir among physicists. Dirac said several times, "Now we have to start all over again because Einstein has proved that it does not work." He also mentions that Heisenberg tried to write something to refute Einstein, but he made an error and therefore had to give it up. And he says it again and calls Heisenberg's attempt nonsense. And remember that Heisenberg wrote the uncertainty principle paper that is being directly invalidated by the EPR paper. And again, the question was asked, did Dirac think he had to give up quantum mechanics? Then Bohr replied, yes, at that time, but they had to convince him otherwise. So the EPR paper meant serious business. You had two of the mathematicians that founded quantum mechanics, and neither one could refute the EPR paper. At this point, the popular science stories will generally send you down the path of the great Bohr and Einstein debates. But the EPR bug is telling us that there's a problem with the uncertainty principle. Another name that Heisenberg wanted to use for this paper was the principle of indeterminism. In this paper, Heisenberg is trying to convince us that the quantum world cannot be determined by this type of continuous line, and you have to look at it as discrete points. But why is this? Heisenberg justifies this by discussing the problems of using a light photon to measure an electron. So at the instant when you try to measure the exact position, the electron undergoes a discontinuous change in momentum. So the more precisely you determine the position, the less precisely the momentum is known. In other words, if you know the exact position, you cannot know the momentum, and that is the indeterminism. So back to the EPR paper, they are measuring the first particle, and that allows them to predict with certainty, using the entanglement math, the values of the second particle. So that's the killer. You know the values of the second particle without disturbing it. So EPR is a workaround for Heisenberg's requirement that you disturb the system when you measure it. Let's look closer at how Heisenberg came up with that idea. He is using a gamma ray microscope to determine the position with as much accuracy as you want. The idea is that the gamma ray photon smashes into the electron, and that is what causes a discontinuous momentum in the electron, or that's what disturbs the electron. The next sentence is the exact bug for this paper, saying that the change in momentum is greater with smaller wavelengths of light means that he is using the 1 second photon energy per wavelength flaw. He is using Einstein's photon flaw to justify the indeterminism, or the discontinuous changes in the path of the electron. So this is where he uses Einstein's idea of high energy photons and his own idea of indeterminism. He is trying to figure out the orbit or the path of an electron in a hydrogen atom. You shoot a single gamma ray photon at the electron, and that ejects it completely out of the hydrogen atom. So the path of an electron has absolutely no meaning, and it cannot be determined. So you can see here that Heisenberg's uncertainty is based on the idea of Einstein's high-energy photon flaw. This summarizes the problem with Heisenberg's uncertainty principle paper. If you don't understand the issue with this equation and what I'm calling the Einstein photon flaw, then you can take a look at these two videos on my channel that will help describe the issue to you. This one is the short version, and this one is the longer and more detailed version. So this is what the EPR paper is really trying to tell you. And as you can see, it is a really crushing bug report. And to quickly review, the quantum state superposition is what creates the ability to measure a single particle and collapse a pair of particles in the same wave function. The entanglement math allows us to invalidate the Heisenberg uncertainty principle. And then in his paper, we see the high energy photon idea that is supposed to create indeterminism. But since it doesn't do that, then that leaves us with the Born rule. This is where Max Born started the idea of indeterminism and probability and quantum mechanics. Max Born hijacked Schrödinger's wave mechanics equation, then attached his own meaning of probability and indeterminism to that equation. It was that idea that created quantum state superposition, which is not real. So the EPR paper exposed all of these issues and completely shuts down quantum mechanics. And finally, quantum mechanics is a pseudoscience based upon forcing the idea of material particles into equations that describe waves through a medium. And thanks for listening.
So, remember those philosophers when they were the Platonists versus the Gnostics? There were two groups of philosophers, and they were arguing about the monad and how it should be expressed and what does it mean and so on and so forth. They're both occult mystics arguing about different philosophies and trying to, one up the other. This is exactly what's happening with these physicists, folks. These physicists don't know left from right, and they are so confused, and they're going from one to another. Max Born basically hijacked the wave equations from Schrödinger, and you'll learn about Schrödinger because he was an interesting fellow, and his equations described reality. They're wave equations, meaning everything operates on some level as a wave, which is in and of itself very fascinating. But nevertheless, Max Born hijacked Schrödinger's wave equations. I forget the other guy's name, but he derived the theories using the photon problem, where you had the photon being based on the 1 second time rule, if you recall, E equals hv. So the photon being, a trillion meters across or something, that's nonsense. It's an error. And of course, all of that just trickles down. And so they Heisenberg, that's right. Heisenberg, he's the one who derived his idea of the uncertainty principle of the electron. Because remember, the photon and the electron both are inventions of these people. Electron, there's no such thing as an electron particle. As much as we all grew up with those little models, I remember in, not second grade, maybe. No, because we weren't doing it in second grade, maybe like sixth grade or something. Sixth grade, probably sixth grade, junior high, chemistry or something. I had to build a hydrogen atom with little golf balls or, foam balls or something. And, you're indoctrinated from a very early on age with this whole particle model of the atom, the planetary model of the atom. That way, when you learn about the Earth and the solar system, oh, look, it's all the same. One cosmology to rule them all, basically, the monad, the occult mystery religion coming to the forefront. The planetary model of the atom was developed by Niels Bohr, which was earlier on. It was like in 1913. And all these people were just assuming all these things. And Heisenberg was assuming that the electron is a particle because the way that he was doing his math was just like Einstein. So it's all just nonsense. And then, of course, they basically, in response to that, and to Heisenberg's uncertainty principle, which already it doesn't make sense because it's derived improperly, as of all the things that we just covered, in order to fight back to his uncertainty principle that you basically can't measure the position or the speed of an electron. You can measure one or the other. You can't measure both at the same time because it's a wave, first off. But anyway, if it's a particle, which it's not, then you can't measure the speed or the position at the same time. That's the uncertainty principle. And so quantum entanglement, or the quantum people responded to that with quantum entanglement. Well, we just apply these wave equations because of the wave-particle duality, and so, the particles can superimpose, and then once they separate, you can just calculate one and you can know about the other without having to observe it. I mean, just nothing but conjecture on top of conjecture. And it's like this, the devil's playing a ping pong match with himself and using these puppets one against each other and creating a more and more ridiculous theory. And of course, today people think quantum mechanics is like the best possible explanation of nature. But again, is that really the case when the Bible tells you that God is not a God of confusion? Sure, there are mysteries that we don't understand, absolutely. But God is not a God of confusion. You don't look at the mystery of life and say, gosh, that's confusing. You look at the mystery of life and say, wow, that is just a marvel. I can see all these little cells moving around in my blood. I can dissect a cell and see all the components of it, but I really don't understand how it works. I don't understand how all these inanimate things like proteins and lipids and, structures suddenly come together and they form a living little machine that reproduces. What makes it do that? That's really fascinating. That's a mystery. It's not confusing, but it's a mystery. So this is the point, folks. These people are inherently antichrist. But either way, none of these things are real. They're just like, the Gnostics. Again, the Gnostics were obsessed with the spirit realm. The Platonists from Plato were obsessed with the abstract realm of numbers and the Platonic solids and all this stuff. And so instead of the spirit realm, instead of the Platonic realm, they have but they have basically directed all of their focus towards the mathematical realm. Everything to them is math and probabilities and theoretical things, but none of these things are real. It's just an imaginary realm. It's just modern day Gnosticism is what it is, dressed up in calculations and science, and it's not really science, but it looks like science. Einstein, Heisenberg, and all these people, and Bohr, they just ripped off things from other people. Einstein, you saw, ripped off quite a lot. Heisenberg used Einstein's faulty math. The other ones, I forget who, but they ripped off Schrodinger's wave equations. They applied it to the quantum ideas. And so they're using wave equations to describe waves, but refusing to call them waves, because if they did, it would destroy the whole heliocentric model and the whole model of cosmology that they have. So they're doing this backwards way of doing things, refusing to call a spade, and still using spade math, and just basically gaslighting you in the process. Obviously, it doesn't work to use wave equations for particles. It doesn't work to do that. They're two completely different things. They're opposites. So you have to invent conjectures that have never been proven, and they can't be falsified if you believe in quantum superstition, like quantum superposition. It should be called quantum superstition. But again, if you believe that, then you can't falsify quantum mechanics, because you can never measure a superposition in a particular particle. You can't measure that. The moment you measure it, supposedly it collapses the particle. So you have to just believe that it happens. Well, how do you know that it exists if you've never measured it? That is the most anti-science thing that you could do, is believe something that you have no empirical evidence for. That's not scientific at all. But that's wave-particle duality and quantum superposition. In other words, a particle can be in two places at once, or two particles can be in the same place at the same time. They're superimposed on top of each other. That's nonsense. That doesn't work in the physical world. Works in the spirit realm, maybe, but not in the physical world. Again, the fundamental rule of the universe is that two things cannot fit in the same space at the same time. For waves, this isn't true because waves aren't physical things. They're waving a medium. In a medium, the waves can have constructive and destructive interference with each other, but particles are things. They can't function like waves. They bounce off of each other. It's a particle. And so particles occupy the same space at the same time. They cannot be in two places at once. And they can't be superimposed on each other. But you have a problem then because all your math is wave functions. And so that's the problem. That's why they had to create all of this nonsense that can't be falsified if you accept it, to gaslight you into believing their system is real. And they're doing wave math. This is why I call it sorcery and quantum sorcery, because it's just basically mathematizing witchcraft and misdirection and illusion and just all the devil's usual goods. In the spirit realm, things can be superimposed on one each other. If you remember the demoniac that Jesus exorcised, he said, "What is your name?" He said, "My name is Legion, for we are many." So you have a being speaking through this boy, but really it's a collection of beings speaking simultaneously. So that shows us that in the spirit realm, things can be superimposed on top of one another. We know in a somewhat related tangent that God is triune. He's one being existing multi-personally. However that works, we don't know because we don't exist that way. We don't exist in the spirit realm. The spirit realm is very different. And so these people, again, that's why I call it sorcery, because these people are trying to basically create sorcery and magic and magical principles and spiritual principles using, math that shouldn't be used with something that doesn't exist. It's just nonsense. Notice the underlying philosophy of these quantum equations and quantum ideas and quantum beliefs. Just like Einstein attacked God with no absolute frame of rest, Heisenberg attacks God's sovereignty by saying that the fundamental universe cannot be determined. It is not deterministic. It's undeterminable. What does that mean? That means that the fundamental universe is chaotic and confusing. Whereas what the Bible tells you is that God sits, he's the Most High, he sits above the circle of the earth, he looks about it with no concern, he's not worried, he's declared all things for his glory, and they will happen at exactly the time that he says they will, which means that they are determined. So again, you have the spirit of Antichrist speaking through these false prophets and these deluded people and deceiving many people along with them. But this is the foundation of the forbidden fruit. The three main threads of the forbidden fruit are that you can't trust God's word, you can't trust God's character, and God is not sovereign, you are sovereign. Hopefully you're seeing these threads coming through all of this scientifically, gobbledygook, as Malcolm Bowden would put it lovingly. You can't trust God's sovereignty because time is relative. There are multiple dimensions. You can go back in time. Everything is, left or right. You don't know what left or right is. God is not sovereign. You're the one who's determining what is up and down. And of course, the world is not determined. So don't believe that. Don't believe that there's some overarching determining primary cause, because the fundamental reality you just don't know. It's superimposed. It could go left or right. It really depends on you observing that reality and creating it. This is the forbidden fruit, and it's manifesting itself through science. And if you understand what the forbidden fruit is, you don't need to be a science geek to see it manifesting through these people. Again, it doesn't matter that you know everything in these videos. What matters is that you see the pattern. And that's my goal today, is really to document the pattern. The Bible says that God declares the end from the beginning in many places. One of them is Isaiah 46, 8 through 11. And of course, as many questions as that may bring up for you, as uncomfortable as that may make you feel, I encourage you to rejoice in it, because that is the basis for the good news. The good news of the gospel is not anchored in the fact that you are sovereign and you can make a free will choice to approach God. If that's what the gospel is anchored on, then we are all screwed, my friends. Because if you can make a free will choice to approach God, that means you can also make a free will choice to leave God and be lost forever. That means that the greatest possible outcome in the universe is dependent upon a fragile, influenceable, weak flesh of the human mind. And that's not good news at all. Better to not even heard the news at that point and die in your ignorance if that was the news. But thank God that's not the news. The good news is that you can rest in the perfect work of an omniscient, omnipotent God who sits above all things, who looks down with total peace, knowing that his word will not come back empty-handed, that he achieves all his purpose at the time that he says that it will happen. He is in complete control, that even if the evil things in your life you don't understand, that he is working them for the good. That is what the gospel rests on. And since the very beginning in the Garden of Eden, the devil has attacked that security. He's attacking it today through multiple means, whether it's science or spirituality or religion or whatever else. There's always some angle that the devil is attacking God's sovereignty, God's word, and God's character. Those three things will always be a pattern that you will see, and sometimes all three of them. In this particular topic, a lot of it is having to do with God's sovereignty, that God is not the objective frame. There's no objective frame of rest. There's no objective sense of what's happening. It's all based on you. You're the one who's sovereign and who has to make a choice to ultimately do what is happening to manifest the outcome. So notice these patterns, because these people are antichrists. They say that God is not sovereign and that ultimately the only possible outcome is that you are sovereign. You are the one that has to determine reality. But the Bible says that you're nothing but a vessel, that God is the one who has determined reality and done so for his glory. So that's good news, because his glory is the most valuable and best possible thing. Therefore, you can rest in the outcome and you have an objective frame of rest. Does that make sense? So this is how the devil gets you. And you'd be surprised how all of these philosophies, from something that seems so obscure like quantum mechanics, have infiltrated reality with relativism, with sci-fi, with time travel, with the Mandela effect. So many versions of gaslighting and gaslighting people into all sorts of relativistic attitudes to challenge God's sovereignty, God's character, and God's word. Very, very important. I want you also to notice the bad science, consistently so. Over and over again, we see nothing but bad science. The EPR paper that was published was a workaround for them to basically use math and justify their bogus wave-particle duality and their quantum superposition ideas, which again, don't exist. They are conjectures created to deal with the problem of forcing a false view of the universe, i.e. particles, into wave equations. So they had to come up with wave-particle duality and quantum superposition so that they could basically, get around the uncertainty that Heisenberg created with his own flawed model of determining the movements of an electron, which again, electrons aren't particles. They're waves. It's a medium. It's an electromagnetic medium that is waving to create electricity and energy and so on, which again is very fascinating. People like Tesla studied these things. But of course, the rest, as they say, is history with that. You're just looking at waves that are continuous because that's the way reality works. It's not particles or a series of particles like I believe Heisenberg was trying to illustrate, which is just nonsense. Total nonsense. So we have two more videos. This one's about Schrodinger's cat, and this one's a little bit shorter, but it'll show you how, again, just how these people twist the truth. And today, nobody's the wiser today.
All right, let's start right here.
What is Quantum computing. Yeah. So it's a proposal for a new type of computation, or let's say a new way to harness nature to do computation that is based on the principles of quantum mechanics.
The problem with that statement is that quantum mechanics does not describe nature. It can't harness the power of nature because it is a pseudoscience. Now, most people tune out right here because they think that quantum mechanics is our best working theory. But what most people misunderstand is that we're actually using Schrödinger's wave mechanics and not quantum mechanics. And this is not my theory. Wave mechanics and quantum mechanics both use the same math, but quantum mechanics applies the complete opposite meaning to the Schrödinger wave equation. Okay, let me show you what I'm talking about. In 1933, Erwin Schrödinger won a Nobel Prize for the discovery of a new productive form of atomic theory. His Nobel lecture was on wave mechanics and not quantum mechanics. Now, Werner Heisenberg also gave a Nobel Prize speech the day prior because his prize was delayed by 1 year. He was one of the founders of quantum mechanics, and that is exactly what his speech was about. Now, back to wave mechanics. Schrödinger described quantum mechanics as point mechanics, or point particle mechanics, which differentiates it from his wave mechanics. This idea just doesn't seem to get taught. Instead, wave mechanics is just the equation used in quantum physics. But really, wave mechanics is more than that. It's the actual competitor to quantum mechanics. The point particles of quantum mechanics collide in a completely different manner than when waves collide with each other. This type of interference pattern is created during wave collisions.
See the, oh. Shoot.
So how can a...
Let me show you this wave pattern. See this? See how they interfere with each other? Some of them are constructive interference and some of them are destructive interference. This is what happens. And fundamental reality on an atomic scale is according to waves. And Schrödinger came up with a way to explain that. And of course, it was quickly twisted by the enemy, by the powers that be. And today, people just think Schrödinger's equations are quantum equations, but they're not. Schrödinger did not believe in quantum mechanics. He was actually the competitor of quantum.
This type of interference pattern is created during wave collisions. So how can a wave-based physics and a point-based physics both be using a wave equation to describe nature? Okay, let's continue.
Okay, so what does quantum mechanics say about the world? You know, the physicists, I think, over the generations, convinced people that that is an unbelievably complicated question and, just give up on trying to understand it.
A quick suggestion. Don't fall for this line by physicists saying that you're not going to be able to understand this stuff. Modern physics has made some very fundamental errors that adds to this idea of complexity and confusion. You don't have to believe me about this. You can test this out yourself.
I can let you in, not being a physicist, I can let you in on a secret, which is that it becomes a lot simpler if you do what we do in quantum information theory and sort of take the physics out of it.
You have to be careful with this because now you're taking a leap of faith in believing that the physicists are correct.
So the way that we think about quantum mechanics is sort of as a generalization of the rules of probability themselves.
So at this point, computer scientists would be jumping straight into the math. Instead, let's take a look at a common fairy tale that is told about quantum physics.
Molecules, atoms and molecules, they operate using the laws of quantum mechanics, or by the laws of quantum mechanics. Us here have different set of fundamental laws that allows us to kind of predict what we do, classical mechanics. And quantum mechanics and classical mechanics are very different.
Okay, so let's debunk this idea that we need a specialized physics for the small worlds of molecules and atoms. We are going to look at Schrödinger's 4 lectures on wave mechanics from March 1928. He discusses this topic in the first lecture. Ordinary mechanics is only an approximation, which no longer holds for very small systems. But Schrödinger's description is different than what quantum mechanics says. Ordinary mechanics, or classical mechanics, treats many things as projectile paths and mass points. This would be just like the idea of calculating a baseball flying through the air. And specifically, when you are describing light in terms of a ray, which is like a straight line path, it becomes just an approximation and can work in the world of the big. But when things get really small, like within the atom, treating light with the ray method is of no use. So wave mechanics is what is necessary in the world of molecules and atoms. But here's the kicker. Wave mechanics still uses classical wave physics. Basically, he is saying that the requirement for the atomic world is to use waves. And the quantum theory guys were using mass points like electrons and photons and paths like electrons orbiting around a nucleus. So the big difference here is how Schrödinger treated the electron. Quantum theory treated the electron as a particle moving along a path, and Schrödinger treated the electron as vibrational waves of a field of negative charge. And by waving this electron medium, he is able to explain what we observe experimentally about atoms, and it's consistent with the classical electrodynamics of Maxwell. So just think about what Schrödinger did here. He just made quantum theory obsolete because his wave equation describes the atomic experiments. And he does this using classical physics. Okay, so here is a question for you. If Schrödinger reunified physics with the wave idea and the wave equation to prove all of the observables of the atom, wouldn't you think that Schrödinger's wave mechanics would deserve its own section on Wikipedia? I mean, at least get its own section on Wikipedia? Or maybe see some of Schrödinger's ideas in the mainstream physics videos. Instead, it seems to just get shuffled under quantum mechanics and quantum physics, which still keeps physics separated. And many times you might hear that Schrödinger's cat is a thought experiment that helps explain the Copenhagen interpretation of quantum mechanics. This is Schrödinger's 1935 paper where the actual Schrödinger's cat paradox comes from. Now, as I just showed you, Schrödinger has already explained away the need for any of these quantum mechanics or quantum theory type of explanations in physics. But they still persist, and Schrödinger is making fun of how quantum mechanics is using his wave mechanics equation. So using quantum mechanics, one can even set up quite ridiculous cases. And Schrödinger's cat is just one of those cases that he was describing to help you understand why quantum mechanics is ridiculous.
You get that? We'll get back to this, but Schrödinger's cat, which everybody has heard about in some way or another when you talk about quantum mechanics, was an example that he put forward to basically criticize how ridiculous quantum theory is. The idea that there's a cat in a box and it could be dead or alive until you open it and you observe it, and then it collapses one of the two functions because those two states are superimposed. It's total nonsense. And of course, he was using that example to say, look, this is how stupid this theory of quantum mechanics is and quantum superstition, really. And today people say, oh, Schrödinger this, Schrödinger's cat, talks about quantum superposition. No, Schrödinger was commenting on how stupid quantum superposition is. So you see how they take something and they twist it, just like with Airy's failure, just like with Sagnacc's experiments, Michelson-Morley. Same stuff, nothing new under the sun.
So maybe something was lost in translation, but it seems like ludicrous would have been a stronger translation of this German word. And it's crazy to think that the popularity of Schrödinger's cat, it's just one little paragraph in this paper. I'd like to continue on with the current state of quantum computing. But if you don't understand what separated quantum physics from classical physics, you might be thinking that it's just one person's word against another. So I need to quickly run through what made quantum physics a separated physics. The separation of quantum physics from classical physics really gained steam with the introduction of the Bohr atomic model.
Remember where he got that atom model? From the Greeks and from all the mystery planetary structures of Copernicus and Kepler and all that mystery religion coming to the forefront. That's where he got his planetary model. There was no observational evidence, no empirical testing, nothing. It was just a hypothesis. It's a mystery religion hypothesis.
In 1913, Niels Bohr introduced his model of the atom, and his idea was that classical physics or classical electrodynamics was inadequate for describing the behavior of a system of atomic size. He based this idea on a previous atomic model that failed. And remember that Schrödinger's model of the atom uses classical or ordinary electrodynamics, which is the opposite of what Niels Bohr is saying. This is the first assumption that Niels makes that splits quantum physics from classical physics. It's the idea that the electron can orbit the nucleus but not radiate any energy. Since classical physics would not allow that to happen, he is going to file that assumption into this new physics called quantum physics. And these new quantum orbits are called stationary states. Now take this assumption of the stationary state and transition between these different stationary states. You get another feature of quantum physics that cannot be explained by classical physics. This is commonly known as the electron jumping between orbits, or a quantum leap.
Remember this one too, because this also has spiritual implications, the quantum leap.
And this orbiting electron takes no time to jump through space. Let's look at this PhET simulation of the Bohr atomic model. The electron is orbiting in the non-radiating stationary state of quantum physics, because classical physics would not allow this kind of perpetual motion to take place. Now, when we turn on the light source of white light, it is going to send particles of light at this hydrogen atom. When this electron particle gets hit by a light particle, it will jump orbits, just like it did right there. This electron jump, or quantum leap, is another example of why quantum physics split from classical physics. So how do we know that any of these atomic model ideas have any validity at all? You use math to describe the ideas, and those answers should be pretty close to what we experimentally observe. And the Bohr model of the atom did a pretty good job at doing this. Let me give you a real quick example of how we would experimentally observe atoms. I will use the line spectra of hydrogen as my example. So you would electrify this tube that has hydrogen gas, and it's almost like a fluorescent lamp. You use a spectrometer tool to view this gas, and it gives you these bright bands. Each atom has a unique set of these bands of color called line spectra. And these are the unique spectral lines for hydrogen. Now, the math for the atomic model should properly predict each of these bands of color, and maybe even the brightness or intensity of the color. Also, how they are affected by strong magnetic or electric fields. So the Bohr model got some of this stuff right, but he had to use those non-classical assumptions that we now call quantum physics. Now, going back to Schrödinger's wave mechanics, his wave-based math was in complete agreement with these experiments. But there is a very major difference here. Schrödinger explained the atom without using the quantum conditions of stationary states or jumping electrons. In fact, he got rid of the electron particle itself and the orbital path that went around the nucleus. So now do you see how Erwin Schrödinger reunified physics by getting rid of the need of those quantum physics assumptions? Why doesn't wave mechanics get the publicity? And why do you always see Schrödinger's work get combined with its competitor? So the last part of the story has to do with...
I think we know why by this point.
...with Werner Heisenberg and how we transition from quantum physics to quantum mechanics. And in 1926, Schrödinger writes this paper that shows that his wave mechanics and Heisenberg's matrix mechanics, or quantum mechanics, are getting the same answers. And remember that Schrödinger said that these quantum particles and their paths will not work in the world of the small. So how are they getting the same answers? And then we have to figure out the real difference between Schrödinger's wave mechanics and quantum mechanics.
Schrödinger hated what Max Born said. Einstein hated it. But never mind, Max Born was right. Max Born said it represents probabilities.
So why exactly was Max Born right and Schrödinger was wrong?
Schrödinger cat experiment was a way of Schrödinger to try to say how ridiculous the probability interpretation was. Of course, it's not ridiculous, it's right. And
in the next video, we will continue to understand why quantum mechanics is a pseudoscience, and we'll return to talking about the current state of quantum computing.
So you just got to believe it. It's just right, and whether you agree with it or not, you just have to believe it, just like that clip with Neil deGrasse Tyson. So, conclusion, wave mechanics was hijacked by quantum mechanics. They took Schrödinger's equations, and nobody's the wiser. When you look up wave mechanics, you just see it as part of quantum mechanics today, but it's not. Wave mechanics by Schrödinger was the competitor to quantum mechanics. And because by that point, the enemy had built up steam with that movement, Schrödinger was just, one voice out of however many, and his equations were subsumed into the thing, and they basically used it to validate their model, which of course their model is nonsense. But the reason they got any kind of prediction correct was because they were using wave math, not particle math, obviously, because it would be impossible. They're just using basically equations that Schrodinger created to describe reality at any state, whether it's the macro level or micro, for wave mechanics. And they're basically forcing them into their models and covering up the logical gaps with things like quantum superposition, wave-particle duality, all these philosophical conjectures. These people don't even, like that guy that was being interviewed about, oh, we just leave the physics out of it, or whatever he said. Well, wait a minute. What are you even doing then? You're just philosophizing math and math theories and probabilities. You're not dealing with anything real. You're literally in Gnosticism at that point. It's just Gnosticism. There's nothing new under the sun, folks. Schrodinger's whole position has been totally misrepresented, just like Airy, just like Michelson-Morley, just like everybody else. Schrodinger believed that electrons were actually waves in an electron medium, i.e. an ether of some kind. There's a medium by which the oscillation of which creates electricity and negatively charged ions and so on and so forth. There's nothing new age here. We live in an electromagnetic universe, and that universe is very fascinating, very interesting. It's very consistent. Notice again, one is the truth, which is that everything is consistent, right? God is consistent, so this is a reflection of him. That the micro is consistent with the macro. Everything is a function of a wave math. Whereas, the competitors are very confusing and confused and contradictory. Remember Tesla and what he believed and what they did to him and everybody else as well. Schrodinger said that using wave equations is what works on a micro scale, not because the classical physics needed a quantum physics. Schrodinger, here's my point, because this is also being misrepresented. Schrodinger did not try to separate physics. He was just saying that for the micro level, it is what works is wave mechanics, wave math. But wave math is used at the macro level too. You can calculate the wave in the ocean just as much as you can calculate an electron medium fluctuating and creating, negative charge. So the point is that Schrodinger wasn't trying to split physics into two. In fact, if anything, he was unifying physics, and that's your theory of everything, is this wave, the wave math that unifies both the small and the big. But because by that point in time, Niels Bohr had already developed his planetary view of the atom, and Einstein had come with his photon idea, and Heisenberg's uncertainty principle, and all these Gnostics basically had developed the particle idea. They took Schrodinger's equations and they said, well, we have to have a different branch of physics. We have to fracture physics. Do you see the same tactic as before, where the enemy is fracturing something so he can integrate it again back at the end? And that's exactly what's happening today with quantum and magic and sorcery and quantum computing. It's just coming back together. Remember Nassim Haramein that we covered, where he's trying to basically relate everything to everything through quantum mechanics and quantum nonsense. This is the point. The enemy fractured physics where there is no fracture, so that, again, dark to light, problem, reaction, solution, so that he could bring it back to the mystery religion, where, of course, there is no fracture in physics. There's only one consistent way to understand reality, and, of course, that is through wave mechanics, and Schrodinger did that. Classical physics versus quantum physics is a false dialectic. It is a dialectic, and a lot of people believe that there is a dialectic there, but that is not true. There's only one physics. It's classical physics. And of course, for small things, you use wave mechanics. For big things, it's in certain cases, you use paths and rays and mass points and point particle, point physics. Waves happen on big scales and on micro scales. And so you have a system that is very consistent, and it can explain what you see. As you saw, Schrodinger's equations explained everything. We're completely in alignment with reality without any bogus conjectures like superposition or wave-particle duality or whatever else. Nonsense. It is completely in alignment with reality. Schrodinger was the competitor of quantum physics and quantum mechanics. And today, Schrodinger is not even known about. People think that Schrodinger was all about quantum mechanics and that he was helping quantum mechanics come along, which is not true. It's a lie. Just like how they tell you that Airy failed. They say they failed to discover the ether. No, they failed to measure the movement of the earth, and so did Michelson Morley. And what does that tell you? That tells you you're not living on a ball is what it tells you. But the problem is that if Schrodinger's view had become dominant, that would have taken out all of the work that the devil had done in the last 30, 40 years of relativism. So remember, you had experiments in the 1800s, late 1800s, like 1880s or whatever it was, throughout that time, and even early into the 1900s, that proved the earth isn't moving empirically. Many experiments proved that beyond a shadow of a doubt. Then, as a response, the devil created relativism and relativity and brought Einstein in, and Einstein inverted reality by making the ether into space and the light into a photon. Then you had Werner Heisenberg and having his uncertainty and all this relativism. So that was like, a strike, right? A strike from the devil. And then you had Erwin Schrödinger that came in and basically figured out, well, it's all waves, and we can just use classical physics and wave, and there's no duality in physics. There's no conjectures you have to come up with that are ridiculous. Just use wave mechanics. And that was a real problem for the devil, because again, if that had become the major dominant way of seeing reality and explaining things, then it would bring you back to the problem for the devil, which is that you would acknowledge the Bible is true. Because why? Because Schrödinger believed that electrons weren't particles, but rather it was a medium being waved and oscillated that created negative charge, which is phenomenal to really understand how that would work. But that's true. That's in line with the ether. And of course, the ether was proved by all those other previous experiments. We don't need people to be thinking about that stuff. We don't need people to remember that science was done in that regard. And so Schrödinger was a real problem. So in response to Schrödinger, they just hijacked his equations. They propelled quantum physics forward and basically made it a counterfeit wave theory with all these conjectures, and nobody is the wiser. But this is what happened. Schrödinger's cat was a famous, it's a famous thing today that people bring up as some sort of thought experiment, but it's totally misrepresented. Schrödinger was basically saying, this is as ludicrous as quantum physics is, here's an example of how ridiculous this is. It would be as if you had a dead cat and a live cat in superposition, and you could only understand if it was dead or alive if you opened the box to observe it. That's an example by Schrödinger of how ridiculous quantum mechanics is. And today people use it as, Schrödinger's cat, it proves quantum mechanics. Because, there's this hypothesis and, which one is living, which one is dead. This is nonsense. It's totally misrepresented, as usual. But this is the problem, folks. It was a parody, and they turned it into a proof. And it's not a proof of anything. It's a parody. Now, remember Niels Bohr, he created the model of the atom in around early 1900s. This is before Schrödinger, with Einstein, with all the move towards the particle and away from the truth, because of all those experiments in the 1800s. And Niels Bohr was very much mystical. He was very influenced by false cosmologies, by philosophy, all those things that we talked about in the previous sections. There's nothing scientific about the planetary model of the atom. Again, when we were indoctrinated as kids, looking at our chemistry books and saying, okay, here's the atom and here's the electron shell and it's orbiting around, just, kind of like this, the planets orbit around the sun, right? That is their model of everything, because they need to justify this model for all of the ecumenical deception to bring the world under the beast. They need to justify this model. And so Niels Bohr's model is nonsense. It's not based on reality. And the only reason that it was able to do any kind of successive prediction is because he was using wave mechanics. Because, at the micro level, it's waves. So it's all nonsense. But Niels Bohr's false model created many deceptions. The first thing is that he created a distinct separation between classical and quantum physics, which prompted later, like today, people want to find the theory of everything to unite physics again. Well, wait a minute. Physics has already been united from the very beginning when God created it, to have one consistent classical explanation for everything, which is wave mechanics. So it's already united, but this is a false dialectic so that it can come back again. And of course, there's a great awakening in quantum realization. Everybody's coming to the same spirituality and the mystery religion is coming to the forefront. This is what it was for. So Niels Bohr served his purpose by separating physics into two, the dialectical scheme really that doesn't exist, quantum and classical physics, which also set up the idea for Heisenberg to basically bring in his Heisenberg uncertainty principle, where you can't measure the speed or position of an electron at the same time. But remember, that's assuming the electron is a particle, and his assumptions in math were flawed to come to that conclusion. It also set up the idea of a quantum leap, like the TV series, which is really the mindset of instantly ascending. Instant. The idea that the electron is here, and then, in order for it to go to a different energy state, it just instantly basically goes to that state. But that's not true. This is a medium that is being waved and oscillated, and it creates charge. And how that works in its entirety, I don't know. And it's a fascinating thing to study, but it's an electron medium, like Schrodinger said. It's not a particle. If it's a particle, you have to have a sort of explanations for things. And of course, those explanations aren't going to make sense, like an electron teleporting to the next level instantly. That's nonsense. It is just not true, not true. But that mindset, even though it's never been proven empirically, that mindset of a quantum leap has been diffused in society. Look, this is what electrons do. It's kind of like how, you can just have a great awakening and quantum leap of humankind going to the next stage, like the Kardashev scale and all those things we talked about previously. But basically, it's just full of gross contradictions and hypocrisy and impossibilities, all justified and wrapped up with clever math and basically ripping off Schrodinger. Because they were using wave equations, they got some things right, like I said before. Remember that Schrodinger's predictions were perfectly in alignment with reality. And so, as usual, you have good science that comes forward that is buried immediately by the propaganda machine, or twisted or reinterpreted or hidden or abstracted or whatever else, while the false science is put forward and you are given a false model of the universe. Now, we have just one more video, and this is also about debunking quantum computers, which is another dialectic. All right, let's see what we got here. 1.5, we'll do 1.25, and
this video is about how and why quantum computers are fake. This might sound like a conspiracy theory to you, but I am going to show where I got my information so you can evaluate it and come to your own conclusion. Here are a couple of concepts that you need to know so that you can understand what quantum computers are supposed to be. So this is how quantum computers and normal computers are the same. Quantum computers still use the same concept of zeros and ones, or on and off, and these are known as bits. Now, the big difference for a quantum computer is something called quantum state superposition. Now, this is where the concept of a quantum computer starts, and ironically, it is where the quantum computer ends. This is because quantum state superposition is not real. This does not exist. So now we have a quantum bit that can be a 1 or a 0, just like a classical bit, or it can be in this quantum state superposition. So what does that mean? On one side of the spectrum, you might get an answer that sounds like it's all possibilities between 0 and 1 at the same time. Or another illogical answer would be it's 0 and 1 at the same time. In other words, how can something be on and off at the same exact time? And on the other end of the spectrum, you have explanations such as it's like a coin flip, or it's a point on a sphere or a circle. Now, these last two analogies make more sense to us because they're just describing analog processes, or classical physics and not quantum physics. So how do we know if quantum state superposition is real or not? And that is a big problem. By definition, you can never observe this state of magical on and off at the same time. So you have to believe it's real. A very famous example of this problem is called Schrodinger's cat. Now realize that Erwin Schrödinger himself wrote about the cat being dead and alive at the same time to show the silliness of quantum mechanics. In mainstream science, it seems like they've taken his idea, turned it around, and use it as a teaching tool for quantum mechanics. So why would so many smart people believe in something that seems so silly? I'm not sure I can answer that, but I think it has to do with the belief that quantum mechanics has been proven time and time again to work. Now, my statement is that this is the first device we've ever tried to build based on the principles of quantum mechanics. Now, I realize that almost everyone's going to disagree with that. And I don't blame them, because it takes more knowledge of what is wrong with quantum mechanics in order to better understand my statement. For now, think of a device that has ever tried to implement quantum state superposition before. So at this point, everything I've said can be verified by watching popular quantum computer videos on YouTube. Just realize that they believe that quantum state superposition exists. Those videos will also help explain why we're even trying to build quantum computers in the first place. One thing you'll hear about that is related to quantum computing is quantum entanglement. Now, in this video, I'm not going to go into detail what quantum entanglement is because it requires quantum state superposition to be real. If quantum state superposition is not real, then neither is quantum entanglement. And finally, you might hear that we've already achieved quantum state superposition and quantum entanglement using photon particles. The big problem with photon particles is that there is no definition that exists for a single photon particle. So if this sentence right here doesn't make any sense to you, then what I can do is refer you to another video I did that will go into more detail and explain what is wrong with the photon particle. This is the video that is on my channel that goes into more detail about why the photon particle is incorrect. But this is not a prerequisite for understanding the rest of this video. Okay, so now I will demonstrate how a classical computer works and how a quantum computer is supposed to work. Here we have a basic diagram of how your computer performs logic. We have 2 bits of information that you can think of as being stored in the computer memory, or RAM. These are connected by wires that go to a logic gate. You can think of this gate as being a processor, or CPU. This is the output wire from the processor that, in this example, is just connected to an LED light. This computer has 4 possible states that this processor can take as inputs. The logic is based on this wire being turned on and this wire being turned on at the same time. When this occurs, it will turn on the output wire that lights up the LED. So your computer has to send in each one of these states one at a time. So let's try this out. First, we have the 00 state, and then we're going to have the 01 state, and you can see that this wire became electrified. Now let's have the 10 state, and then let's send in the last state, or the 4th state, 11. Both wires are electrified. The processor took this input and then turned on the output to make the LED light up. That's how a normal classical computer works, and anybody can understand that. This is called digital logic. So now let me try to describe what I call quantum illogic. Instead of using 4 separate steps to input these states into the logic gate, a quantum computer will set these bits in a quantum state superposition. Now what that means is they can be 0 and 1 at the same time. And if they are 0 and 1 at the same time, then you can send that quantum state superposition into the input of a quantum gate. This allows you to skip the 4 separate steps and just do it all at once. This is referred to as quantum parallelism, or the parallel processing advantage that you get over classical computing. So the first problem with this is, how would you ever know that these are actually in a quantum state superposition where they're both 0 and 1 at the same time? Because by definition, if you look at these bits or observe them or interact with them, what happens is that superposition collapses down to a classical bit state. In other words, you'll always see a 0 or a 1. You'll never see 0 and 1 at the same time, by definition. Again, the quantum computer has the advantage of sending all 4 states in a single step instead of sending each state one at a time. This is where quantum computing breaks down, because quantum state superpositions do not exist. But let's keep following along. So you can apply quantum logic gates to this superposition of states, and somehow it doesn't disturb or observe the system. And then when you decide to take a measurement, the output of the gate is just one of the possible states. You don't ever have access to this superposition of all states. Now, if that's confusing to you, don't worry, because quantum computing is illogical and wrong. So then what are these quantum computers that are available for people to use? There's a simple answer to this. They are analog random number generators. So this is the article that was written up by Google when they claimed their quantum computer was supreme to any classical computer. But what did it do? What Google did to demonstrate quantum supremacy was take a large sampling of random numbers from their quantum qubit circuits. And that's it. So where is the quantum computer speedup over classical computers coming from? I talked a little bit about parallelism, but that message seems to be going away since it's obviously not working. So it seems as if the parallelism is now changed to quantum speedups come from interference. So for a beginner overview video, I can't really get into what this actually means, but realize that it still requires quantum state superposition to be a real thing. Okay, so let's move on to more about why quantum state superposition is not real. Where did this idea of a quantum state even come from? We have to go back to old quantum theory where Niels Bohr was describing how an atom works. So this is the model of an atom that I think most people are familiar with. This refers to an electron orbiting a nucleus, but somehow not radiating light continuously and falling into the nucleus of the atom itself. This next one I think is more familiar to everyone. It's the idea that an electron makes a quantum leap, or this mysterious jump between orbits, and it jumps instantly through time and space. Niels Bohr justified these ideas based...
Really quick, just thing that hit my mind is they knew that classical mechanics wouldn't be able to explain Niels Bohr's planetary view of the atom because the electron would fall into the middle of the nucleus. Well, that would be the same for the Earth falling into the middle of the sun. I talk about that in my 20 Reasons Why Gravity is a Fraud video. Same thing, folks. But again, you have to believe in these things because there's no empirical evidence to justify them.
Basically just by saying, since stable atoms exist and we can't explain this using classical physics, well then, quantum weirdness must exist. And then he spent the next decade or so trying to figure out how to bridge that gap between the quantum weirdness and everyday life classical physics. In 1925, Erwin Schrödinger created his famous wave equation that began to explain all of this quantum weirdness just by using classical physics equations. So his equation was making the right predictions for the atom, and again, it was doing this without bringing in any of the quantum ideas or probabilities. You have to realize that Schrödinger's equation is wave mechanics and not quantum mechanics. Wave mechanics is the opposite of quantum mechanics because this is dealing with waves and quantum is dealing with particles. This is Schrödinger's 1926 paper where his wave equation comes from. He says that the point of view taken here is rather that material points consist of or are nothing but wave systems. Right here he's talking about how this new theory can explain the electron quantum leaps, which up to date have been wholly mysterious. You can see that he's not using the idea of an electron as a concentrated point, but rather it's spread out through the whole space of the atom. So the Schrödinger equation is like the holy grail of quantum mechanics, but the solutions to the Schrödinger equation are not quantum. They are wave mechanics. They are solutions that are based on classical physics math. So then where does quantum mechanics enter the picture? Right here. Max Born hijacked Schrödinger's equation and gave it his own meaning. In this paper, Max Born uses the Schrödinger form of quantum mechanics, whatever that is, and attempts to apply his own interpretation based on an idea that he got from Einstein that determines the probability of a photon. So remember the quantum weirdness of stationary states and of the electron quantum leap. Max Born admits here that the Schrödinger equation does justice to these problems in the simplest way, again, in a classical physics manner. So what does Schrödinger think about Max Born's idea of probabilities applied to Schrödinger's own equation? In this paper, written by Schrödinger, He talks about Max Born's idea of probability and probability amplitudes, and then he gives his own comment right here saying, I am averse to this conception. Averse meaning having a strong dislike or opposition to, and instead of a translation to English, we have the original German phrase right here. And so what does all of this mean? So we have one man's opinion on how he can force the idea of quantum particles into a classical wave equation. He does this by ignoring the answers that Schrödinger's wave equation gives and tries to convince us to focus on one answer that tells us the probability of finding a particle. Now, I'm going to do a visual demo to show you how this idea creates quantum state superposition. But right now, I want to show you another Max Born paper. It's just the preliminary version of the one I just showed you. I'm trying to point out how quantum computers and quantum mechanics both depend on this man's opinion. So after solving the collision problem with the Schrödinger equation, Max Born states right here, if one translates this result into terms of particles, only one interpretation is possible. This is the wave function, gives the probability for the electron. And this is where quantum mechanics begins. The opinion that Schrödinger's wave function gives the probability of the location for a quantum particle. This is called the Born rule, and there's no scientific proof that it's true. And
just like Hubble's law is not a law, the Born rule is not a rule. These things are conjectures.
Note, you see this asterisk. He had to correct himself and say it's the square of the wave function that provides the probability. And one last note, Max Born wants to give another opinion and let you know that he himself is inclined to give up determinism in the world of atoms. And what he's saying here is that when you choose to use probability and statistical math, that you will not be able to figure out exact locations for things in the world of atoms. Okay, so let's do a visual demonstration of quantum state superposition and tie together all of this talking. So here we have a PhET simulation of waves. Schrödinger's equation describes wave systems, so I'm going to send a single pulse down the line and then a second one. I'm going to pause it right here and explain. I have a reference line set up here so you can see the height or the amplitude of these waves, and then I can step them together and show you the constructive interference that occurs when two waves hit each other. At this point in time, we have a superposition of waves, and you can just think of this as waves of water. As we keep moving forward in time, the waves will go through each other and go back to their normal amplitude or normal height. Since Schrödinger's equation is designed to describe wave systems, you can see how naturally wave superposition is built right into this equation. Now, let's unnaturally force the idea of an electron particle into this equation. Now let's make this an electron and this an electron, and you can think of it as billiard balls. Let's step them closer together. And at this point, how are you going to describe these objects coming together as one? This is where you have to get creative and make something up like quantum state superposition. How can these billiard balls or electrons occupy the same space and time, pass through each other, and keep moving? And here's the answer. If you're going to translate that in terms of particles, it's obvious. There's one interpretation possible, and that is the probability for the location of the electron. So hopefully you can see that the Born rule of forcing particles into a wave equation is what creates the idea of quantum state superposition. In other words, a particle can be two different things at the same exact space and time. And the qubit of the quantum computer is based on this belief. Okay, that is it. And
all right, plenty of things to think about. I know that some of this stuff can be a little bit overwhelming maybe and analytical, but ultimately my goal was to show you what they did. You don't have to be a math genius or a physics nerd to see what they did. They just inverted reality. They lied. They obfuscated. They hijacked one person's information, misrepresented. It's just the usual delusions that are throughout history that we've covered so far in this entire presentation. Remember Einstein's special relativity, where he created 2 from 1? One situation turns into 2, where basically both are true. And of course, that's nonsense because either one is right or the other is right. And that translated into other things like what we just saw with quantum superposition and quantum computing. It's all the same reality. And ultimately what it does is it forces you to create a mystical explanation because it's not true. Things cannot superimpose upon each other. Waves can because they're waves, but objects can't do that. And you're treating objects basically like spiritual things that are, not governed by the laws of the physical world. And so what it does is it brings a spiritism and a mysticism to the atomic world, and treating the atomic world like billiard balls, but really billiard balls that behave like ghosts, which is just really, really strange. And of course, it's mystical. Einstein's relativity and nonsense and Niels Bohr's planetary view of the atom inspired Max Born to hijack Schrödinger's equations and basically misinterpret them. You saw how he's writing, Schrödinger's quantum view. Like Schrödinger was against quantum mechanics, but they appropriated it for themselves. Niels Bohr had the original mystical planetary view of the atom. And then, of course, the quantum mystics after him forced Schrödinger's equations into that model instead of abandoning what they believed in and saying, we've been wrong about this. Schrödinger actually explained it. Of course, they would never do that. And nobody has the wiser. As a result of that, people think that Schrödinger was quantum related, that he was part of the quantum movement, and that quantum mechanics is proven and that it works and so on and so forth, whereas the opposite is true. Quantum mechanics is a delusion. And of course, like all delusions that the enemy has created, it has a very important purpose. Today, people in physics are very indoctrinated and sadly confused. I remember, again, my friend who got his doctorate in physics would tell me that the classes that he would attend for physics, they would get like an average of, 30% on their test or something. And of course, to avoid failing the whole class, the teacher would basically curve the test every single time. And the highest I remember was 50% or something like that. So basically, what does that tell you? That tells you the people who are in these programs, they're so confused. They're so bombarded with confusing information and math and I remember all the physics students that I knew because of my friend at the time when we were at school, they were so stressed out. They would spend hours and hours pouring through these confusing things and racking their brains. And of course, everybody's just confused. And that's the point. By the time they graduate and they're indoctrinated with this stuff, nobody knows left from right. It's all probabilities and math and philosophy. You're really just getting a degree in philosophy and Gnostic philosophy dressed up in mathematics because nobody knows what's up or down. Now, as far as quantum computing is nonsense. That is one of the reasons why I spent time debunking this quantum stuff and quantum sorcery, because really quantum computing is a product of this deception. It's never going to happen because it's impossible. It's based on several conjectures. One of them is that quantum superposition exists when it doesn't exist. There's no such thing as particles. And even if there were, those particles could not superimpose on one another. And of course, the model of the electron and the photon is wrong. Those things aren't particles. They're mediums that are waved and oscillated like the ether. And so this whole thing with quantum supremacy to me is just another PR stunt. It's really just powerful random number generators, and it's all just being marketed to you as like, quantum supremacy has been reached, just like the moon landing, just like Mars. Look, there's nothing new, folks. It's just the more you learn about this stuff, you're like, man, is there anything real in this world? Of course, the world is real, but I mean, is there anything true? And of course, the answer is yes. The Bible is true, and that's about it. Other than that, you realize more and more that you are surrounded by smoke and mirrors and lies and just confusion and deception. The question, though, is why? Why would they do all this effort to have quantum computers and quantum computing? Well, I see, again, if you know what the Bible tells you, that we're headed towards a new world order where the beast is going to be worshipped and the mystery religion will manifest itself, the mystery religion of the ages, through a religio-political system worldwide. If you know that's the future, and certainly if you've watched my videos, you see that that's right on the horizon. If that's the future, then how does all of this fit into that future? That's how you got to think. And there's a lot of explanations. One of them is to advance the mystery religion ideas to the forefront. The ideas of quantum mechanics have impacted the New Age, have impacted, TV, the quantum leap, transhumanism, all of these ideas that we have today. Really, they're just variations of the forbidden fruit. Remember, every lie that the devil has an expiration date on it, so he has to constantly repackage it. But once you see the lie, you're like, hey, wait a minute, you're just repackaging it. Oh, there it is again. There it is again. So this is just another way to advance the mystery religion forward, again, to separate physics and then bring it back together under modern alchemy and modern sorcery, really is what it is. As you saw in that first article we looked at today with quantum magic or whatever. Another option or another thread I see is it's kind of like nuclear weapons 2.0. Again, I'm going to say this, nukes don't exist. Everything I've looked at into them is very convincing that this has just been another deception, another dialectic, another problem reaction solution. Like the Cold War was basically this threat over your head. There's always a threat. There's always the threat, whether it's asteroids or climate change or Cold War or World War III or nuclear weapons, there's always something to push you with the threat of death towards the ultimate solution. The Cold War was the threat of World War III, which of course necessitated world peace. And this is the same thing today, even with this Ukraine war. They're throwing around the idea, oh, Vladimir Putin might use nuclear weapons. Watch out, the nukes are coming after you. We don't want to have nuclear weapons. We need to have peace. This is the dialectic. So nuclear weapons don't exist. If you look into Hiroshima and what's the other one? Nagasaki, I think. They bombed the crumb out of them. Sure, they bombed them quite a bit. But the bombs were not nuclear weapons. They bombed them, and then they also bombed them with Agent Orange and other sort of cancerogenic substances. Because if these things were actually radiating nuclear fallout, then you would not be able to have these cities rebuilt so fast and people living in them. So what you've been told about nuclear weapons is false. I'm not going to spend much time on that. I'm just telling you, and you can go look into it yourself. But what is the point is that these quantum computers are kind of like, again, nuclear weapons 2.0. When you combine them with AI, because AI and quantum are very big right now, we need quantum computers so we can do AI, and then you have the threat of AI is going to take over, and it's going to take over our lives, and it's going to kill us, and you have this threat that we need to have some sort of moral authority to rein it all in. I talked about how the Pope, for the first time, this 2024, was invited to, the G7 conference for the first time in history, where he speaks on the ethical use of AI. So again, all of these things are being reined into Satan's throne, which is the beast. So you have to understand that this is what happens. They start, and then they get reined in to a moral authority. And of course, that moral authority is the beast. AI and quantum computing and all these things would seem secular, but now they're coming back into a moral authority. We need governed AI. We need principles on how to use AI. And of course, the beast is going to tell you exactly how to do that and to monitor people who are, sinning against God by working on Sunday and so on. So all these things are being subsumed by the beast, and the whole quantum plus AI boogeyman is just they're designed as a dialectic to point back to the harlot, the beast, that we need a moral authority to tell us left from right. Because we're just so confused and the world is so chaotic and there's so much war and there's so much stuff going on that we need somebody to save us. And this is exactly the point. So to me, this whole quantum computing thing is just a dialectic. It's fake news. And of course, like everything else, is just designed to ultimately bring you to the New World Order. So putting all of this together, special relativity is nonsense. Don't believe it. Don't let anybody tell you that it's real, because it's nonsense. It was invented in response to the experimental proof against heliocentrism. And hopefully you understand that by now. Special relativity that Einstein created led eventually also to quantum mechanics, because a lot of the particle ideas that were happening through Heisenberg and Niels Bohr and so on. And they basically inverted reality. They hijacked Schrodinger's equations when Schrödinger came along and said, hey, actually, these are waves that are happening in the spirit of everybody else before him, like Tesla and all these people who believed in the ether. And so we can't have that. We have to quickly just appropriate his math and, oh, look, it works. Quantum mechanics works. And then just be the louder one. And of course, Schrödinger got buried, and today nobody even knows who Schrödinger is, other than supposedly somebody associated to quantum mechanics, which is not true. Schrodinger was in opposition to quantum mechanics. And today people are oblivious because they don't know their history, and certainly they don't have the focus and the patience to try to go through videos like these and to study these topics. And so they just accept what the authority tells them. Oh, no, it's been proven. Quantum mechanics is real. You got to trust it. You got to just believe. Well, how do we know? Because we can't observe superposition. How do we know that that's real? We can't measure it. Well, you just have to believe it because, look, it works through wave equations, so it must work. And this is how they do their sleight of hand. Constantly distracting, constantly deceiving and distracting you with various things. Quantum mechanics achieved many things for the enemy. It hid the presence of the ether, and therefore proof that heliocentrism is wrong, because you can hide heliocentrism behind relativity and all this quantum nonsense. It created dialectics with quantum computing and basically separating classical and quantum physics into a false dialectic of two opposing sides that need to be integrated. And it brought scientific authority to the New Age mystery religion idea. Today, people are all about the New Age. And you see, again, like you remember that lecture by that guy, because I've seen him on Gaia before. I don't know what he's doing now, but that guy that was talking about the field. The field, look, science proves that in quantum mechanics this and quantum mechanics that. There are plenty of videos like that. And it has given so much fuel to those deceptions. And because science appears as this valid authority that's, not objective, it's not religious, you can trust science. See how clever they are? They allowed science to basically get people's trust so that then science could bring you back to the beast with this common, spirituality. And people now say, oh, well, I guess if science says it, then maybe the New Agers are right. Maybe you can manifest your reality if you do all these things. And this is what happened, folks. Quantum anything or special relativity is wrong, it's nonsensical, and ultimately it's sorcery, it's mysticism. It's the mystical religion of the ages, coming through all pores of society. The state through the NAR movement, religion through the charismatic movement, science through quantum nonsense. Everywhere you go, the echo chamber is forming around you. And that echo chamber is ready to worship the beast. We're not quite there yet, as of the time of this video, but we're on our way and we're very close. Closer than history has ever been. And so be wise. Don't be deceived by these things. Don't be discouraged if you don't understand all this stuff. You just have to realize that these things are fake news and that they deceive the world with fake math and conjectures and philosophy and real science that proves that we're not spinning on a ball in space was either misinterpreted or hid or hijacked in some way. So now that you know all this stuff, it's time to highlight one more nefarious actor in our heliocentric conspiracy, and that, of course, is NASA.
From this distant vantage point, the Earth might not seem of any particular interest. But for us, it's different. Consider again that dot. That's here. That's home. That's us. On it, everyone you love, everyone you know, everyone you ever heard of, every human being who ever was, lived out their lives. The aggregate of our joy and suffering, thousands of confident religions, ideologies, and economic doctrines, every hunter and forager, every hero and coward, every creator and destroyer of civilization, every king and peasant, every young couple in love, every mother and father, hopeful child, inventor and explorer, every teacher of morals, every corrupt politician, every superstar, every supreme leader, every saint and sinner in the history of our species lived there, on a mote of dust, suspended in a sunbeam. The Earth is a very small stage in a vast cosmic arena. Think of the rivers of blood spilled by all those generals and emperors, so that in glory and triumph they could become the momentary masters of a fraction of a dot. Think of the endless cruelties visited by the inhabitants of one corner of this pixel on the scarcely distinguishable inhabitants of some other corner. How frequent their misunderstandings, how eager they are to kill one another, how fervent their hatreds. Our posturings, our imagined self-importance, the delusion that we have some privileged position in the universe, are challenged by this point of pale light. Our planet is a lonely speck in the great enveloping cosmic dark. In our obscurity, in all this vastness, there is no hint that help will come from elsewhere to save us from ourselves. The Earth is the only world known so far to harbor life. There is nowhere else, at least in the near future, to which our species could migrate. Visit? Yes. Settle? Not yet. Like it or not, for the moment, the Earth is where we make our stand. It has been said that astronomy is a humbling and character-building experience. There is perhaps no better demonstration of the folly of human conceits than this distant image of our tiny world. To me, it underscores our responsibility to deal more kindly with one another and to preserve and cherish the pale blue dot, the only home we've ever known.
And
we got to the moon the first time.
We definitely went to the moon. Yes, we went to the moon. We didn't go to the moon. We went to the moon several times.
Right. Oh, I just want to check your view on that.
We 100% went to the moon. I know in depth the technical designs of the rockets, the spacecraft, everything.
Yes.
What went right, what went wrong. It was a remarkable piece of technology, like incredible piece of technology to go to the moon in '69. That was like reaching into the future and pulling the future forward dramatically. And it was an important ideological battle with communism. They couldn't put a person on the moon, and capitalism could.
All right. Well, now that we have all of this historical context, it's time to understand the end game, because we are indeed at the end. The book of Revelation in chapter 13 talks about a second power, a beast, that comes out of the earth and basically works false signs and wonders and miracles to eventually get people to build an image, which is a representation of the first beast. The first beast was a religio-political power. Of course, that's the papacy, ruling over the former Roman Empire in Europe, with all of the kings pledging their obedience to the Pope and that whole system. The false prophet deceives the world into building a representation, basically a representative government, a copy of this type of government, and pledging their allegiance to the beast once again. This is the role of the false prophet. Now, if all of this is kind of over your head, it seems new information, whatever, I talk about it quite a bit in my End Time series. We break it down in a very detailed way there, very straightforward. Lots of evidence, lots of current events to show you all of these things being fulfilled in our time. And of course, the second beast is the false prophet, but it is the United States. And there are many videos on it. In fact, my recent Venerable Day of the Sun, number 5, as of the time of this video at least, who knows how many more by the time you watch it, but the Venerable Day of the Sun, number 5, it looks like a lamb. That's a great episode also to show you proof upon proof upon proof that the United States is the false prophet. So many things have come out of the United States to deceive the world into ultimately worshiping the beast and coming into this mindset, this mystery religion manifesting itself into the world mindset. And that's what this is all about. Now, I wanted to devote a special section to NASA because ultimately there are many deceptions, like I said, that have come out of the United States, but none of them stand out in the world of cosmology like, of course, NASA does. NASA is very famous and infamous for their shenanigans and tricks. And so, as we did with quantum sorcery, as we did with the gaslighting of relativity, also we're going to focus on NASA and its many false signs and wonders to basically deceive you into ultimately worshiping the beast. Now, the question is, how is that happening? And you saw from the section on 1900s to the modern times that things like the moon landing, for example, were integral in shaping the idea of a new world order through climate change, through the that report by the Club of Rome, I forget the name now, Limits to Growth, through Earthrise, through hippies and earth worship and the resurgence of basically pantheism. All of these things that have come out that have now been given scientific authority and weight because of NASA, which of course these things are just illusions. Nobody ever went to the moon. You can't go to the moon. You're going to learn that today. But hopefully you already know that. Either way, the point is that because people believed in science as an objective authority, this is how their spell was cast. The spell works because you believe in it. It doesn't have power in and of itself. You need to understand this. That the reason magic and delusions and spells work is because you believe in it. That they get you to believe in what they're doing, and therefore they can subsume you and have power over you. So you have to break the spell by seeing through the illusion. And once you do that, they don't have any power over you. So the spell that NASA cast, one of many, with the moon landing, was to make people believe that, yes, there is outer space. We're on this lonely little planet. And what does that mean? Well, therefore, limits to growth, climate change, asteroids might get us. We need to have a worldwide asteroid defense league, and all of these things that have created an echo chamber to ultimately point you back to Rome as the moral authority that needs to take control of the world. Otherwise, we're just going to lose ourselves. And this is how the false prophet has served the beast. And unfortunately, a lot of people who are talking about quote-unquote flat earth stuff, this is not a flat earth presentation, but who are in that sphere, no pun intended, do not point you to this ultimate truth, that NASA is part of the false prophet. And of course, the goal of NASA being part of the false prophet is to help deceive you into ultimately accepting Rome. That is the piece of the puzzle that a lot of these people do not have, unfortunately. So we have to really dig into this, and see the end of all things points back to Rome, just as the Bible says. Never a straight answer is a correct moniker for NASA because they are full of deceptions. They have such a track record of lying. It is astounding. It is astounding how these people lie through their teeth. And of course, there are all these people who are in the forefront, like the astronauts. They're all secret society members, and they're inducted into these rituals, and of course they can be trusted because they've sold out to the devil. There are lots of people who expose NASA all day long, especially in this day and age, 2024. There's no shortage of NASA bloopers and NASA clips and NASA debunked videos. So my goal is my channel is not devoted to flat earth or biblical cosmology or NASA or anything else. However, we will do it justice and look at plenty of their shenanigans so that you can have, in this presentation, enough information, whether this is your first time around or it's not, to know for certain that they are deceivers, and of course that they are playing their part as part of the false prophet. NASA is not the false prophet. NASA is part of the false prophet, which is the United States, because there's many other deceptions that come out of the United States. NASA is just one of them. Hollywood charismatic movement, all of these things that I've talked about in so many other places are part of the false prophet's agenda to bring this light to the world that will ultimately lead you back to Rome through many roads. If you can't be gotten with the climate change movement, you'll be gotten with the charismatic movement. If you can't get with the charismatic movement, then you'll be with the NAR movement. If the NAR movement doesn't work, they'll get you with something else. There's always something. And this is why the devil has been waging war on many fronts, and we have to be aware of all of those fronts. Otherwise, we will be deceived. So, why is this important? Why is it important at all to look at NASA? Well, the main question, and this is mostly for people who are not aware of heliocentric deception, is that NASA is the main authority on cosmology these days. One of the main, at least, in the United States. And if that main authority and model for other countries to basically follow after with their space organizations, if that main authority has lied to you consistently, no truth coming out of NASA, at best maybe some half-truths that they spin with their model and their math and their CGI, but lying straight through their teeth constantly and using all of the billions of dollars that they've been given to create this elaborate production to continue to deceive you. If this is the truth, then that is mind-blowing. That is mind-blowing. And what does that say about everything else? That's why this is important. And of course, a lot of people unfortunately believe that NASA is this objective, organization of truth, just like science. Science must be true because they use math. And by now, hopefully you realize that that's not the case. So let's take a look at some things. We have quite a lot to look at today, actually. But I want to first talk about NASA's occult connections. In the spirit of everything we've looked at so far, with all of the occult from Pythagoras all the way to the modern age, through Einstein and everybody else, you saw an unbroken chain of occult transmission. So we should expect to see a lot of occult shenanigans with NASA as well. Now, if you look into their name, they love to use Hebrew. And of course, NASA has a double meaning. Because in Hebrew, you have, if we look this up in the Blue Letter Bible, you have nashah, which means to deceive greatly, to beguile, to seize utterly. So it has a meaning, nashah, to deceive, to beguile. That's not the word that's used when the serpent deceived Eve, but I believe it has the same sense. And if you look at another rendition of it, it's not the same word, it's a different word, but it's pronounced nasa. Nasa. So you have nashah and nasa. Nasa, which is what they like to say, oh, well, this is what it means. It's to lift up, to bear up, to carry, to take. So a lot of NASA apologists will say, well, if anything, it would be this word because it means to lift up, to ascend. So you have from the very beginning a double meaning, which tells you everything, because the occult is all about esoteric, meaning inward, initiated meaning, and exoteric, meaning outward, proclaimed meaning. And if you've read books like Morals and Dogma, Albert Pike, where they say that basically the goal is to deceive the people in the lower ranks as much as possible so they have no clue what they're doing. And the only people that really know is the ones that are super initiated. So this is something you need to realize, that even if you have a family member that worked for NASA or that you know people that work there, it doesn't mean that they're Freemasons or secret society members. It means probably that they're just very deceived, just like everybody else. Until they work their way through the ranks and maybe somebody approaches them to join a secret society or to be part of the Freemasons or whatever other thing, and then they get initiated. But by then, they've sold their soul and they're not going to turn back most of the time. There are some whistleblowers, but they don't go very far. So what's the point? The point is that NASA, the name, has a deliberate double meaning, which of course is very antichrist. The word antichrist also has a double meaning. Anti can be in place of or against. And if you've watched my videos on dark to light, on all these other things that we've talked about with the coming system, the counterfeit Christian system, is that the spirit of Antichrist is always working this dualistic agenda. On the surface, it seems good and bright and light and love. On the inside, it is completely in rebellion and against Christ. So you have dark and light working constantly against each other. You also have the ping pong of the dialectic between dark and light. The bad cop and the good cop. They both work together to make ultimately the good cop look good. And of course, the good cop in this particular situation is Rome. So this is what's happening with NASA as well. One of the meanings, Nasa, is to ascend, to rise, to go into the heavens. And the other meaning, Nasha, means to deceive. So put it together, do 1 + 1, what do you get? You get an organization who deliberately chose a name that has to deal with rising into the air to deceive mankind. Now, of course, people say, oh, it's actually an acronym for Never a Straight Answer, or National Aeronautics and Space Administration. Yeah, sure. Just like Lucifer, they could have picked any sequence of words. They could have picked any sequence of words, and yet they picked one that to them, to the initiated, creates an acronym that they can basically have their little religion with. So you have to realize this, folks. Now, if we look at some popular memes on the internet, there's some truth there. The NASA logo, if you look at the snake tongue that comes out of it, this is the red little pointed thing. People drew a snake that basically it's a snake tongue. The serpent never speaks the truth. Yeah, there's truth to this. And there's also an Ouroboros here too. If you know what the Ouroboros is, the snake eating its own tail. People, look, you have to understand. That's why I gave you so much history with this presentation. Because if I started with this, people say, oh, you're just reading into it, you're crazy. Well, am I crazy? After the last 2,500 plus years of history that we've covered, and I've shown you a completely uninterrupted lineage of occult transmission. Is it crazy to think that they are doing these symbolic things with their logo? That there's an Ouroboros, a snake eating its own tail, and the tongue of a snake basically surrounding it. Is that crazy? I don't think so. I really don't. I think it's actually quite reasonable. Here's another one. NASA is just Satan minus the T. That's why they say T minus when they blast off. Yeah, why do they say T minus? You ever thought about that? Because when you add the T, it turns into an anagram for Satan, Nasat, Satan. Here's another one that's probably, you've seen it, all of the cultures. We looked at this in previous times when we looked at the ancient cultures. Australian, Chumash, Islamic, Roman, Egyptian, Viking, Persian, they're all the same. They all had some differences, but they're all relatively the same. A flat, enclosed plane. NASA suddenly tells you that you're living on a ball in space, which of course is nonsense. Here's a picture of, what's his name? Scott Hubbard and Eric Schmidt, NASA and Google shaking hands. And of course, if you zoom in on this, you can see their little Freemasonic handshake, and it's out in the open for everybody to see, so that if you accept it, they have permission to deceive you. These things are very common. You know that a lot of the people and the astronauts were Freemasons. Here's a picture comparison. Remember when, what's his name, Bezos launched his, I forget what it's called now, but his version of the rocket, and the Virgin, I think, Virgin something. And supposedly everybody went to space and things like that. Well, if you actually look at, and they're so bad at this. They never really cover their tracks, which is, I don't know if they're doing it intentionally just to troll you, or they're just really sloppy. But if you look at these pictures, it's exactly the same coat, just different lighting, meaning they changed the exposure or something on this to make it slightly bluer for Bezos. But these are Photoshopped. If you can circle, basically, you can see that these are the same folds. William Shatner and Jeff Bezos are wearing the same exact jacket in the same exact position. All that's different is the tint. This is a hue that's a little darker blue. This is a lighter blue. Of course, they changed the name too. They wouldn't be that stupid. But look at this. All of these things are the same. These little folds people have circled around. So what does that tell you? That tells you this is fake. Everybody went to space, and if they did, they're not going to let you talk about it. That's for sure. So who knows what all they did. I'm inclined to believe that they go up there to test the firmament, but either way. Here's another picture, famous picture of them, quote unquote, working under the water and getting filmed. And of course, there's a green screen, and all you do is just put a little globe behind it and you're set. And you're on the space station. These are the types of things they do, folks, when you got billions and billions of dollars per year that nobody's basically scrutinizing you for. You are the most expensive Hollywood production on earth. Here's another meme. Oh, what's to say? How does this get into this? Yeah, how does... By the way, this rinky-dink thing, which supposedly cost, I don't know, $30 million or $50 million in 1970, how does this go into this moon lander? How does that fit into it? Do you ever wonder these things? The story that they tell you with the moon landing, it's hopefully by now more and more people have woken up. Of course, you have the fairy tale of Nixon calling the moon landers and talking to them, which was just total nonsense. Total theater. That Nixon is on the phone talking to his people. And people bought it up because, again, you're so, at that point in time, you can't blame people. You know, the production people, there was no internet. You can't really fact check things. And they were just enamored by all of these signs and wonders. But these are signs and wonders. These are false signs and wonders. And again, if they're fake and if they're lying to you, and they're going to such lengths to lie to you, what does that tell you? What does that tell you, folks? Here's another interesting meme that says, things that make you go home. It's got a picture of the moon. It's got 6 landing spots for the various Apollo missions. 6 Apollo missions landed on the moon, all on the visible side, adding a total of 12 days. And incredibly, there is not a single minute of Earth footage filmed from there. The only celestial body they saw, our supposed home, and they forgot to film it. They forgot to film it 6 times. 6 times they supposedly went to the moon on the visible side, meaning they should be able to film the Earth, and not once did they ever film the Earth. That's interesting, isn't it? Here's some quotes from some Russian cosmonauts. We haven't been to space. If someone claims that we have been, it's not true. It is not the truth. Igor Volk, Soviet cosmonaut. Miroslav Hermashwetsky. Earth is flat, as some expect, but I didn't expect this question. I assure you, it is flat. He's a Polish cosmonaut. And of course, there's testimonies of pilots too. Here's, what's his name, Buzz Aldrin with his little 666 hand sign, giving you a picture of what he's doing. This is, I forget this guy's name, but Apollo 11, you can see all of the Freemasonic stuff here. There's his ring on his finger. All these people are Freemasons, folks. We already established this. But these people are all drinking the devil's cup. Look at that. Council of 33, Supreme Council, blah, blah, blah. They get their little certificates, their little awards. They're doing shows for their masters, folks. That's why if you're an astronaut like Buzz Aldrin or these people who are, you know, very much in the narrative, you don't get to be in that position unless you've signed a deal with the devil. Because you're going to do what you're told and you're going to be initiated. So these people get their little rewards and, you know, and their accolades and their ranks and things like that, but they're doing the devil's work. And this is the Devon Island comparison to, if you haven't heard about this, but Mars is basically just using Devon Island and probably some other places too. I'm sure there's other remote places on Earth that they're using to say, oh, look, we're in Mars. And if you compare Devon Island, which I forget where Devon Island is. I think it's somewhere up north. But anyway, Devon Island and supposedly these Mars pictures, they're basically the same picture, as just the hue is turned off. Again, they're so sloppy. Look at these comparisons. They're the same thing, except the only difference is that autotone is clicked and they suddenly reveal to you the truth. So they just put a tone over it to make it look like it's smoky and dusty, and you're on Mars. Here's Pluto. Of course, you probably have seen this image of Pluto, supposedly the planet. And then it's got if you look closely, it's got a hollowed out place for actually Pluto the dog from Disney to go in there. I mean, they're literally trolling you, people. And of course, I've highlighted this before in some of my videos, but it's just such nonsense. Here's another one, a picture of, I don't know how people got this, but there's a giant ISS behind a green screen, and of course they're filming it and building the production set and everything. This is what they do, folks. The ISS is a farce, and I'll prove it to you today using actually a very funny thing, which is Starlink. Starlink refutes the ISS, and we'll look at a video for that. But this is nonsense. Of course, this is not the only thing they do. They use planes that fly up to very high altitude, and they drop, so that creates a free fall situation. And basically, they film it. So they have a combination of things. These are satelloons. We'll talk about satellites because it's a little more complicated than just balloons. But NASA is the largest consumer of helium. Did you know that? Feel free to fact check that, but they are the largest consumer of helium in the world. So what does that tell you? It tells you they're full of hot air is what it tells you, but it also tells you that they use these balloons for all kinds of things. This is, let me see if we can zoom in. Here's the set, basically, of the moon landing with the green screens. They have their little lander here, some lunar type of place. I mean, just nonsense. And of course, today, these things are getting very exposed. We'll watch a video on this too, but this is the crew of the Challenger that supposedly died. And of course, you look at these people later, they find them later, and they had just a name change, and they put them somewhere else in society. Same people. They're just older now and in different places, and they have basically different jobs. And so they've accomplished their purpose. They're still secret society members. Where's the guy? Here he is. See? Same person. All these people supposedly died, and yet they're actually just given new identities because they've done their job. NASA's 1 billion Jupiter probe just sent back dazzling new photos of the giant planet and its great red spot. This is from Physics and Astronomy Zone. And of course, at the bottom, it says image credit, artist's concept of Jupiter's superstorm. This is artist's concept. Of course, this whole thing is an artist's concept because it's an illusion. Here's some more Freemason pictures. What is this? Marcos Pontes, I think he's an astronaut, but of course there he is, chummy with all his friends, doing their Freemason thing, getting initiated with a little dagger and a certificate, and 2 thumbs up for NASA. There you go, folks. Here's some badges, I'm guessing. So they're basically, what are they? These are National Reconnaissance Office and NASA mission patches. Notice the Illuminati symbolism. Yeah, just like the Cosmos Club. Remember the Cosmos Club? With the Illuminati eye at the top. Same thing. Nothing new under the sun. Look at these. They're all occult, ascending into the light, and basically deceiving you while they're at it. Nasa and Nasha. That's all you need to know. Here's another picture of a bunch of Freemasons behind, what looks like a lander. This is an old picture. Who knows what this is? I'm sure one of these people was an astronaut. I think this guy was the astronaut. But either way, Freemasons. Just hanging out, having fun with their deceptions. Look at our great work that we've done. Here's another meme that says, "Why load a previously burned re-entry module on an airplane?" Here they are reloading the supposed, burnt re-entry module onto this airplane, so they can drop it and then they can say, "Oh, there's a re-entry that happened from space and it's going through the atmosphere and burning and blah blah blah." It's all fake, folks. One big giant show, one big giant production to convince you that this is the truth. That awkward moment when the shadow of your cardboard spaceship stretches all the way to the horizon. Here it is. You can see that. Just nonsense. This is nonsense. Look at this. You think this is going in space? This is like duct tape and tinfoil and cardboard. I mean, it's terrible. Of course, again, we see that now. But at the time, people bought into it, and they just roll on the momentum. Right now, you have the Mars whole thing with Elon, and so this is Moon Landing 2.0. Here's a picture of this guy working on the giant ball of Jupiter. How a planet is born. Gotta love it. He's just artist rendition. I told you artist rendition. And they take pictures of these things, and they tell you, look at these amazing pictures we have. And of course,
so my question
CGI nonsense. Oh, this guy, this is funny. Let's get our...
So my question is, how can you operate a lid on the outside of the space station by manipulating something mechanical on the inside of the space station without losing air pressure?
It's called real good engineering.
Hello? Hello? Anybody home? Hey, think would fly.
Yeah, real good engineering. This guy also is, I think, famous for because they grilled him. I thought this was in the video, but it's not apparently. But they grilled him. I think he's some NASA engineer or somewhere. But they grilled him and said, "How come we never went back to the moon?" And he's like, "Oh, well, we just lost all the technology. We lost all the technology to go back to the moon." Just some awkward answer. Was just like, you can tell he wasn't prepared to answer it. But obviously, this is also pretty funny too. Let's see what we have here. We have some more videos, some more crazy videos. Oh, this is about, let's see here. Stanley Kubrick. Stanley Kubrick and Apollo 11. Yeah, this is a good one. Let's see. Why don't you work? Here we go.
Stanley Kubrick.
This is Stanley Kubrick, and this is NASA and the Apollo logo. Here is Stanley Kubrick, and this is Neil Armstrong, the first man walked on the moon. There's a model of the lunar lander. There's Stanley Kubrick. Here you got NASA, astronauts, and Stanley Kubrick's at the top of the set. Here they are simulating low gravity with wires around their suits. Here they are building the lunar lander. And there is Werner von Braun entering the lunar lander. Again, Stanley Kubrick from the back, and there is the set at the television. The lunar lander again, and the set with the astronaut. Now take a look. There's the footprint of the moon, the first footprint. And Stanley Kubrick is right there, analyzing the work. Here is Neil Armstrong, here is Stanley Kubrick. Stanley Kubrick and Apollo 11 logo there.
Stanley Kubrick.
There you go, folks. Like that song. It's made in the Hollywood basement. Here's another one.
The Earth's circumference is 600 times 6 times 6, or 21,600 nautical miles. The Earth's axis, its orbital inclination around the Sun, is 66.6 degrees. The Earth's orbit around the Sun is 66,600 miles per hour. This one's hilarious, y'all. The speed of sound is 666 knots per second. Both the North and South poles are at 66.6 degrees. And let's not forget, astronaut Peggy spent 666 days in space. Good job, Pedro. Good job. The diameter of the moon is 6 times 6 times 60, 2160. The median between Venus's Celsius 464 and Fahrenheit 867, 666. Mars is at 1.666 astronomical miles from the sun. The Earth's circumference is 600 times 6 times 6. Look at that. 21,600 nautical miles. But what's the distance to the moon? 6 times 60 times 666? Oh yeah, 239,700. The diameter of the moon is 6 times 6 times 60. What about Ceres, a dwarf planet?
He keeps going. So you can tell this is all just nonsense, folks. People accept these numbers. They don't actually do the math. They realize that these are actually, people are doing occult numerology with all of these distances and sizes and bogus numbers. They're doing their occult numerology religion. There's no such thing. Everything is 666, whether it's a multiple or a divisor or whatever else. Have you ever thought about that? That you're moving at 666,000 miles per hour through the galaxy through the space. The galaxy's moving at 666,000 miles per hour. The solar system, you're moving in 66,600 miles per hour. And the Earth's diameter is 6 times 60 times 600. And all of this nonsense. Where do they get this from? Has anybody actually measured it? No, of course not. Because the Earth isn't these sizes or these distances, but these are occult things for it. Because again, for them, it's a religion. For them, numbers are meaningful. And so they put numbers everywhere to basically give them power in their minds, spiritual power, which of course is not the case. Here's another one. Is this, let's see. Oh yeah, this is now some Photoshop nonsense. So what do we take from this? Up to here, basically what? Well, we know that NASA is full of occult nonsense. Even their missions, like all the Apollo missions, Artemis, Atlas, Calypso, Janus, Saturn, it's all named after pagan deities and pagan gods. honoring their mystery religion. And of course, the more you know, the more you realize that this is just consistent with everything else we've looked at. These occult connections that we're just scratching the surface are more than just a coincidence, folks. You have to be honest. And again, realize that everything you've been told is a lie. These people are Freemasons, mystics, occultists, alchemists, paying homage to their mystery religion. Rocket launches are like concerts. Of course, you should know about concerts now, how they do all sorts of mind control and programming, like at the Super Bowl, all sorts of occult nonsense, because the attention is there for them. Again, they're synergists. So they believe that if they get enough attention on something, they can make it happen. So they use these concerts and these big events as ways to actualize attention on their magical spell and basically put people's consciousness behind this reality, because again, they believe they can create their reality. So they do these rituals to get attention and ooh, ah, and basically take that marveling. And in their mind, you have to think like an occultist. Of course, it's nonsense. We know that God is sovereign and whatever he has predetermined will happen. And he allows them to be deceived, and he allows some of these things to happen so that they could be deceived and destroyed. But God is sovereign. And in that universe, there's no wiggle room for you create your reality with God. God is the one who creates reality for his glory, and you are experiencing it. And of course, if you're wicked, you aren't aware of that because you're deceived, and you're still experiencing reality to some degree, and you're going to get destroyed. But nevertheless, these people are very deceived. And because they're synergists, they do these ceremonies, these religious ceremonies, like the Paris Olympics, like concerts, like the Super Bowl, like rocket launches, with the intent to basically harness people's energy and use them for basically an occult effect. Kind of like the 2024 eclipse, where everybody was hyped up and they had to do a little rocket launch right during the eclipse. Who knows what they were doing? But for them, at the very minimum, it was a religious ceremony. So none of this should be a surprise. This is just scratching the surface. There's so much of this stuff. There's so much occult nonsense with NASA. At this point, I think it's just so easy to find because of the internet and because of all the people that have exposed it. And of course, again, you have tons of bloopers and people exposing this all day long. That's not my goal. My goal is to give you just enough to confirm everything we've looked at, because there's nothing new under the sun. You have to come to terms with the reality that everything you've been told is a lie. The Bible is the truth, but outside the Bible, it's a real gamble. Don't feel stupid. Don't feel bad. Don't feel ashamed. We've all been deceived. I loved space. I loved rushing home and watching Star Trek or Deep Space Nine. I loved sci-fi movies, sci-fi video games. I was all about sci-fi. So don't feel bad. Don't feel ashamed. Don't feel stupid. The most scientific thing you can do is question what you've been told. And if you are presented with reasonable amount of evidence to change your belief, that's the key. Now, let's look at some false signs and wonders, since NASA is part of the false prophet. Hopefully you've seen them a little bit already, but let's take a look. This is from some reel on Facebook, but it's Welcome to NASA's Photoshop Masterclass. Let's see. And okay.
Images from the James Webb Space Telescope have been nothing short of spectacular. Every image tells a unique story about some corner of the universe. But there's another story as to how the images are actually created that I really can only just begin to scratch the surface of. It turns out there's an entire team of astronomers whose sole job is to bring those Webb public release images to life. And that team consists of two people. Joe DePasquale and Elisa Pagan are the two imaging visualization specialists at the Space Telescope Science Institute, and they were gracious enough to give us a master class in how they process different images.
Let's see.
I've opened the FITS file, one of the filters, into FITS Liberator, and this is what you see straight from the telescope.
Pay attention. This is what you see. Let's take a look at it. Couple little flicks and just black. Is that consistent with the dog cam at 100,000 feet in the air, where you basically saw just black? You didn't see the stars, which is an interesting point. By the way, this is what you see, folks. So now let's see how they're going to make it into those beautiful Hubble space pictures that everybody is just so enamored with. Let's see.
So as you can see, it doesn't have spectacular color, and you can't even see a lot of detail. And that's because the dynamic range of these telescopes are so large. They're so sensitive. So there's lots of brightness values. And we have to do something called stretching in order to reveal these details near the dark end of this histogram here. So right now it's in a linear scale. So just as it came out of the telescope, but we can apply different functions to stretch the data in such a way that we're revealing more data, but we're not removing or clipping any data. So we can contain the black points and the white points. So as you can see here, we can start manipulating this and bring out more detail. This is really just for my knowledge so that I know which one I'm prescribing so I don't get all messed up. So that's the beauty of Photoshop. Okay, so here we're going to combine all of the filters together, and this will be our first full color image here. And so I'm kind of doing it layer by layer.
How do you know what you're looking at? That's my question to you. How do you know what you're looking at when the raw image and the final product are completely two different things? And maybe there's some data in there that's being brought out, but after all of these modifications, how do you know what you're looking at? Are you looking at the firmament? Are you looking at a nebula a billion trillion miles away? What are you looking at?
And then we will get somewhere. Okay, so this is our initial full color image, and it's really beautiful on its own, but there's still things that we want to manipulate. So for me, this is where it becomes a little bit more subjective, even though we are following some like scientific principles and artistic
We're already neck deep in subjectivity now.
principles, in the sense that we do want to white balance the image and color correct it just like a photographer would. But to me, this doesn't seem very natural. Like having sort of these like really red dust and then this kind of teal gas. It doesn't seem like something I would see in real life, I guess. And that's where I start to shift the colors a little bit to sort of mimic more natural life. So I feel like these orangey, rusty colors and this more blue color sort of translates better. And so I'm just kind of...
How do you know what's natural when you're looking at something supernatural? That's the big question of the day, isn't it, folks?
shifting the colors up the spectrum or down the spectrum, but I'm keeping and maintaining that chromatic order, and the relationships maintain the same. And it's really just a matter of bringing everything together, and it's more of a personal choice at this point, since we've sort of addressed all the science behind it. And so this is sort of the end stage where I kind of tone things down even a little bit more, because it felt a little too yellow, a little too dramatic, and I wanted to feel more spacey, more ethereal, but also still have that and maintain that contrast between the two distinct regions. And yeah, that's how you process an image.
That's amazing.
That's amazing. Isn't that amazing? How from the very beginning, when it was completely black, to now suddenly have all of these colors floating around in the nebula that's supposedly there. Is just nonsense, folks. This is just false science and wonders. And people think this is like objective science. And they, and they goo goo gaga over it. And if you tell them the Hubble Space Telescope is not what they think it is, and it's just all a sham, they look at you and say, oh, you're an idiot. How could you possibly believe that? Really? Just look at their own testimony of what they're doing. It's just fakery. Let's see. What's next on the list? Oh, this is our big ball. This guy is pretty famous. Hopefully you learned about him. You can see how they do it on the Earth, supposedly the big blue marble, right? You'll see an apology article for this in just a second. See, look at this. It's the same, just copy and paste. They took some pictures of the Earth from high altitude, composite, bend it, copy and paste some clouds. This is a zombie. This is fake. It's fake. Now, this guy in the beginning, this guy right here, he's famous for saying, well, it is Photoshop because it has to be. Of course, if you haven't heard about him, there's an article here that basically explained it's Photoshop because it has to be. Now they're explaining it. Much has been made of Robert Simmons' statement about the blue marble image above, and that, quote, it's Photoshop because it has to be. I think the misunderstanding of the statement started out as trolling, but has evolved so that now some people are convinced that it means all images of Earth are fake. No, they're not fake. They're real, folks. Let's not go into conspiracy theories here. Simmons is referring to the blue marble image from 2002, which actually isn't the image you see above exactly. It's this, i.e. a Mercator map plus some cloud information, and then they curved it. It's an image of the entire planet's surface with no clouds and daylight, and also an image of the entire planet's surface with just clouds. Combining the two together allows you to render images like the one famously used on the iPhone lock screen, and also to render 3D animations from arbitrary positions, blah, blah, blah. This is all fake, folks. It's not the Earth. This is fakery. And of course, they copy and paste and make it like, oh, it's got to look like space. Remember that woman? She's like, oh, it's got to look ethereal. What do you mean it's got to look ethereal? That's completely subjective. How do you know what it looks like when you're basing it off of what you expect it to look like based on what you've been told space is? She's probably either a secret society member, or she's just one of these people that is deceived on the lower ends, that doesn't know, and so she's just doing her job in her little cubicle and not questioning. And either way, it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, they're participating in deception. And these people, like this guy knows. Look at him. Look at his face. He just knows. He knows what he's up to, but he doesn't want to admit it. This is from, yeah, this is the Challenger video. All right.
In a previous NASA speech, I was shut down by NASA. So I felt, what's my recourse? Let's go to the county that this happened in. So I went in and brought this poster, and I focused on 3 astronauts. And these are the 3 that have exact doppelgangers with the exact same names. And I think that's the real kicker here, because we can all find someone that looks like us. I can find someone that looks like me somewhere. Yeah. He's got a distinct cheek line on each side. One of his eyes is actually more open than the other. His hair kind of waviness. It's very similar. And to have him with the same name, I'll never run into somebody with my exact same name that looks like you. No,
the odds, I don't think the odds are.
So I looked it up, and I tried. I found one case from 1900 something where a prisoner found a guy with the same name, same exact face, and they introduced fingerprinting. I mean, it was a big deal. So to think that this happened and no one ever covered it, no one ever's like, I look like that supposed dead astronaut. Nothing. It's just complete silence. And Dick Scobie made a website with a rocket blasting off with a cow strapped to it. So you mean to tell me the guy that looks just like you with the same age, same name, same facial features, also opened a company and his company website has a rocket strapped to a cow, leaving a smoke trail with a spiral just like the Challenger?
So let me ask you a question, Justin. So
by the way, notice that the spiral is in a 6 shape, and you also know what spiral means for the Secret Society members. If you don't know, then I'm not going to mention it. But
okay, they come up with this elaborate thing. They lie to everybody. What's the purpose of lying to everybody and faking these people's deaths? What's the goal from all that?
Great question. And before, just a quick disclaimer, I also don't claim to know how exactly or why exactly or even who exactly did it. But when you walk into a crime scene and there's a homicide, there's people dead there, the evidence is clear, right? You can't walk in and say, well, I don't understand how or why they did this. This is a conspiracy theory, right? I'm not saying you're doing that. Yeah. But just to be clear, we don't know, and it will be pure speculation. But with that said, I'll speculate that I believe they may have done it to make space travel seem dangerous and impossible, because I don't think they can get very high. I think that's why we didn't go to the moon. I think that's why a lot of the pictures from outer space of Earth are faked and created in Photoshop. they can't get very high. And I don't know if they told these guys a week ahead of time, a year ahead of time, the day before, but somewhere along the line, they either forced them to lie. If you see Neil, Buzz, and Michael get back from the moon landing, they look like they just got a life sentence. They look like men forced to lie, in my opinion. Maybe these people knew a lot longer. But I think in 1986, they never imagined the internet coming about, because they let 3 of them keep their exact same names. But to go to the ISS real quick, I do believe we're being lied to incredibly, by a lot, with the ISS. You've got a situation...
We'll talk about the ISS for sure, and again, you'll watch proof that the ISS is not real.
...where we've got bubbles that have been viewed when they're doing spacewalks. They train in underwater pools. How come we're seeing the bubbles during the real thing?
Oh, wow.
You're showing us training videos and doctoring it. But we found too much evidence of them faking the footage of them inside and outside the ISS. Sometimes they're inside and they'll grab objects that aren't really there. It's like virtual reality. They're using special effects.
And I saw one that you had where the guys to it.
In a previous NASA speech, I was shut down by NASA.
Yeah, so there's so many these types of videos. These people are fakers. They're professional deceivers, folks. Nasha and Nasa, rising into the air and deceiving you while they're doing it. This is the point. And he mentioned Photoshop too. And of course, there's so much of this that, again, you can look at into yourself. They are professional Photoshoppers. But as usual, they refute themselves because they say, for example, like that the Earth has a bulge. Oh, now the Earth has a bulge at the equator. It's more, pear-shaped or oblong-shaped or whatever other shape they say it has. And yet you have pictures like the Big Blue Marble, like the one we just looked at, or Earthrise. Remember the famous picture, which we will see them refuting themselves yet again. Because when you lie so much, it is impossible to cover your tracks, especially when you have something like the internet. It is impossible to cover all of your tracks. And this is what happens. The only thing they can do, let me put it this way, is they can just keep creating more lies and propaganda to be louder and louder than the truth coming up. But of course, the truth is going to surface eventually one way or another. Nevertheless, this is what they do. But for example, the Earthrise picture, where they took from the moon and they saw a picture or whatever, and it's a famous picture in the 1970 that was the basis for the environmentalist movement, all that stuff, right, that we looked at. Which of course makes no sense because the Earth would be huge if you're standing on the moon, if such a thing existed. But either way, there's that picture, there's the blue marble, all of them are complete spheres. So what's the problem? Well, the problem is if you're saying that the Earth has a bulge now because you need to change your math, then all of the pictures that or before of showing the Earth as a perfect circle are fake. So people who say, oh, we have pictures of Earth from space. No, you don't. You don't have any pictures of Earth from space. We have footage from Earth from 100,000 feet above the Earth, which is completely flat, infinite plane. Flat as a board. That's not possible if you're living on a ball. So they refute themselves, but of course they're very clever with CGI. This guy mentioned that they're on the ISS. And today, look, when you have billions of dollars, you can do a lot of signs and wonders. And we looked at some of them, some of the goof things on the ISS, like I believe in the first video, I showed you a clip of this guy doing a magic trick in space. And he's like, look, it's floating, and it's like floating somehow on some sort of, probably in free fall that they're doing this trick. And then at some point, something happens, something changes, and he lets go of the cards and they fall directly down, which is just like, okay, obviously there's no such thing as, zero gravity or whatever you're trying to pull off. Something has changed with your setup and you weren't aware of it. And so these types of things are so common. But nowadays they have CGI, they have, virtual objects. They reach for it and the person behind the screen plugs it into their hand right away. It looks like they're doing stuff, which of course there are glitches too. And those glitches expose their lies, and people have documented it quite a bit. So you have to remember you are in Plato's cave, right? If you've ever read that famous story, being a prisoner shackled to the wall, looking at shadows being cast by the people, by your handlers behind you that are casting all these shadows. And you have to wake up because everything is an illusion. Here's another one from, this is an interesting video about this scientist in 1965 who was interviewed, who basically said they're not going to the moon. It's impossible because the moon is plasma, which again, just like every other voice of reason and science in history, what's going to happen? Did you ever hear about this? Probably not. Probably if you've researched, quote unquote, flat earth and anything else, you've probably seen this interview. But most people haven't heard about this guy or his theories or his ideas because it gets buried. But let's see.
Well, now, one thing, you have a theory about the moon, and we expect to be able to get observable facts about the moon fairly soon. What is your theory?
Well, it is by now rather more than a theory. 10 or 11 years ago, I stated to various scientists that the moon is not a piece of rock, but it is a plasma phenomena, cosmic plasma, and that this fact will eventually be confirmed. I made certain predictions which were already confirmed in 1958, and the situation now is coming close to a complete confirmation.
What will be the result if you're proved to be correct in your theories?
The result will be profound and decisive, because it will give proof that a complete reinvestigation of the laws of nature is necessary. Because if the moon is a plasma, no man will ever land on it. The soft landing attempts will all fail. That means that the mass of the moon is less, far less than is currently assumed. It's in a different state of energy, and it has far less mass. That means there is no more explanation for the tides. If the moon, for example, had only 1,000th part of its current mass, then the tides would only be 2 inches high under conventional theories instead of sometimes 14 feet. And that means that if it is proved that the moon is a plasma, then all gravitational theories are out, and a new concept of the cosmos and of its laws has to be evolved.
God forbid we can't have that.
You're being a bit adventurous, though, because you know we're going to be able to test out your theories on the moon fairly soon.
Well, not anymore. 11 years ago, of course, it was rather taking a risk. I was considered a lunatic, of course. But by now, the evidence, accumulated evidence, is already so much in my favor that I'm not taking any
Are you familiar with that evidence, I wonder? I'm not. Nobody's heard about it.
risks anymore. On the contrary, there is scientific views expressed all over the world now that the moon seems to be of a quite different nature of what was assumed.
But the Americans and Russians are thinking of...
Did you catch that? It said scientific views all over the world that the moon isn't what we've been told. This was before they did the moon hoax.
landing men on it.
Well, that will never happen. Not on the moon. On Mars, on Venus, on other planets, yes. But the moon is definitely, as I assert, a plasma.
Now, this guy, you can tell he still believes in heliocentrism because he believes you can land on other planets and so on. But he's telling you that the moon is not what they say it is. It's a plasma phenomenon, energy phenomenon, which could be true to some extent. Certainly, there's a lot of interesting things like, for example, lunar waves. If you've ever seen this before, get ready, get your seatbelt, get some popcorn, because this is quite a trip here.
Okay, I want to say thank you to the Jungle Surfer for the narration request and getting
I'm going to just go a little bit slower than chipmunk speed.
this out to his viewers. My hope is that a lot of people get to see this. It's the real deal.
This is Crow777. He's got some interesting stuff. Don't 100% agree with everything, but he documents these lunar waves, which you can see going through the moon. Again, the moon is a two-dimensional projection, some kind of two-dimensional thing. It's a plasma phenomenon. Who knows what it is exactly? But the thing that really sells that for me is this phenomena called the lunar wave. It looks like when you have these TVs and there's an electromagnetic wave going through them, you could see the same thing happening with the moon. It's pretty wild.
Give me a second. Let me get the clip started here. So I'm filming one night looking for objects. I pan my camera down and the wave starts, this hologram wave. I don't notice it. And then it catches up to the camera and I do notice it. I glance at the moon, but when you're staring at things, you don't know whether it's your eyes or what. And then I notice a second wave coming. And at this point, I'm thinking it's my camera. I look up at the moon again and, I just don't know what to think. I save the clip out. I don't delete it. I almost did. And I look at it for quite some time, weeks maybe, looking at it over and over. And I'm realizing that, this is not the way a digital camera malfunctions. This is an organic.
Do you see this? I mean, it's kind of maybe hard to tell. The moon is basically getting refreshed or something. Something is happening. Just watch it carefully.
No pixelation, no shredding of the signal. And it finally dawns on me that the pan of the camera proves it. When I pan down, and I usually don't shoot this way, I usually stay centered, almost always stay centered, trying to increase my odds of catching something unusual. But when I pan down, the wave starts, and I pan in front of the wave, which catches up to the camera, and that is the proof in the pudding.
See that?
You'll notice a couple things. The wave looks like it bulges in the center as if it's going down. If you stop the frame and measure it, you'll see that the sides are lower than the center, so there's kind of a bulge, and it's also tilted a little bit, and it mirrors the tilt of the poles of the moon. I haven't measured it exactly, but visually you can tell. I would urge people to go look at Jive Bop and Gridkeeper. Gridkeeper catches structures, and Jive Bop has done some incredible work with incredible setup, and he claims you can see through the floor of the mare or the mare, the seas on the moon, and you can see structure and stuff under there. By the way, if I don't comment back, I apologize. I'm not going to use Google+. I'm boycotting it. I have another video on this. I have a degree in internet technology, and I tell you a few reasons why it's bad.
Watch the sides.
Anyhow, moving on. After I posted this video and one other called Mars is No Longer Red, where I assert ISON may have electrically interacted with the planet, my UK
sides?
traffic jumped, as did my New Zealand traffic, at which point I'm
You can
contacted
kinda tell,
by
right?
Ed, where I
Right
assert
here, watch.
ISON may have electrically interacted with the planet.
Watch here. Watch this go up.
UK traffic jumped,
See it?
as did my New Zealand traffic, at which point I'm contacted
One more
by
time.
I have another video on this. I have a degree in internet technology, and I tell you a few reasons why it's bad. Anyhow, moving on. After I posted this video and one other called Mars is No Longer Red, where I assert ISON may have electrically interacted with the...
Okay, watch. Now you can see because there's a curve here. It's a little bitter. You see that? See that little depression? Watch this go up through here. Watch it.
planet. My UK
See that?
traffic jumped, as did my New Zealand...
It's very obvious at the top. Just go just a little bit.
interacted with the planet.
You can, if you watch this on probably your phone, maybe you'll have a little better view because this is a little bit smaller, but either way.
My UK traffic.
Look at the top now. Look at this top because at the top is very visible as it refreshes through.
Traffic jumped, as
See
did
that?
my New Zealand traffic, at which point I'm contacted by a astrophotographer for the country, I guess, the director for the country's astrophotography of comets and asteroids, and he tells me all the things I'm doing wrong and why I'm not scientific, and I am an amateur, but he won't provide me the images of Mars I'm asking for, and I noticed this clip also gets a ton of traffic from the UK, and none of my other stuff did before this.
Look at the way it starts. That is really impressive. This is 75% slow.
And I am an amateur, but he won't
Watch the
provide me
bottom.
the images of Mars
Watch.
I'm asking for, and I noticed this clip also gets a ton of traffic from the UK,
Foosh.
and none of my other stuff did before this.
See that?
You know, I guess it's not proof positive, but to me, it's a note of interest. Now, a lot of people out there are saying the moon's not there, that it's just a projected hologram. I observe the moon straight for a year every month to catch all these objects that are shot and posted on my YouTube channel. I can tell you I believe the moon is there, and I believe that they cover it with a hologram so that we can't see what's going on the face of the moon because we have good enough equipment to see these things now. So what I did is I bought a cheap light spectrum tool and a prism. And I observed daylight, I observed false light, man-made light, light bulbs and things like that, and then I shot through my telescope and just off a full moon, the spectrum of the moon with a prism and the light spectrum tool. And it's not 100% scientific, but I can tell you that it's damn close to sunlight. So if the light I collected is off a hologram, it's a damn good one. Again, my guess is that when the moon's in like quarter phases or slivers or other things, you're actually looking at the moon. I think when it starts to get full or well lit on the face, they cover it with a hologram so that we can't see what they're doing under there. It's not what you think it is. I can tell you that. I've observed other people's video work and my own intuition, having stared at the moon for a year, I can tell you it's not just a rock in space. There's a lot going on up there, and I hope that a lot of people can see this clip because this is the real deal, as are all the clips that I have on my YouTube channel. There is no manipulation. If something's color corrected, I make it obvious, but there's no animation going on. These are all 100% real observation clips. Anyhow, I want to thank again the Jungle Surfer for sharing.
Yeah, so you can look into this yourself. Some of these, they were originally, I was going to look it up on Internet Archive. There was a whole library of them that he's collected. But as you know, as of the time of this video, Internet Archive got hacked, and who knows if they're taking it down or whatever. But ultimately, you can look into this on BitChute. BitChute is a great place. I don't think he has them on YouTube. He does have a channel on YouTube, but on YouTube, I don't think he has these lunar wave videos. So very, very fascinating thing. I don't agree that they're projecting a hologram over the moon because the moon has been around forever, as far as we can tell, and it's looked the same. In 1965, the scientists said it was a plasma phenomenon. So people before us 50 years ago had other ideas about the moon as well as some sort of energetic phenomenon. It's very likely some sort of two-dimensional thing, given the fact that it's refreshing and that you always see the same side, which is very strange. We'll look at also the moon map of the Earth. If you haven't heard about that, the moon is probably some sort of photograph when creation was made in the very beginning. Now, if that sounds like a crazy rabbit hole, it is a crazy rabbit hole. We're going to unpack it more in the next episode when we talk about 15 problems with the circular flat Earth model, because it's more relevant to that particular topic. But if you haven't heard about it, the moon being a map of the Earth, then, buckle your seatbelt. But if you know about that, then it's like, all right, this is obviously like a photograph. It's some sort of negative maybe. But either way, the fact that there's lunar waves through this thing, to me, confirms that what we're looking at is not a three-dimensional object, but some sort of two-dimensional, who knows what it is. Again, I don't know what it is, but it's fascinating. And even the phases of the moon, they don't work in the way that we would expect a three-dimensional. You'll see later, I'll show you a video from an artist who deals with sculptures and sketching and all these things. And it's very interesting that somebody from his background would do a video on something in cosmology, but it's a very valuable video because he talks about how shadows coming over a spherical body do not create the effect that we see in moon phases. Meaning you're not seeing the shadow of the Earth covering the moon when you're seeing these various moon phases. You're seeing, like, imagine a picture being occluded by a filter, like a polarized filter or something like that. Something is happening that's very different. It's not a three-dimensional object, and there's experimental proof of that as well. So who knows what it is? Who knows what the moon is? But either way, it's certainly not what they're telling you. And what that means is nobody landed on the moon. This is, this is another video on this topic, which is a demonstration. This is like Moon Phases Demonstration, National Science Teaching Association or something. And I want to show you something with this because it's just so bogus. They're like, look, this is how it works. Let's see. Let's get you right about here.
Ball is going to represent the moon, and your head is going to represent the Earth. So let me show you how this works. We know that the moon orbits the Earth. So in this model, I'm going to get the moon, the foam ball, to orbit the Earth, my head.
Now watch this carefully.
Notice that no matter where the moon is in its orbit,
Stop right there. This is what you should notice if you haven't noticed it already. If you have an object that is spherical, light hits that object and creates a tangent and creates a little point. You see this point of light? You don't see that on the moon, folks. The moon is and look at the shadow all around, by the way, the spherical object, because it's a sphere. And so light concentrates on a particular tangent point. The moon does not have this effect. The moon is luminous. It's a light source. It's giving off its own light, and it's two-dimensional. It's like a screen or a picture that is lit up. It's not a sphere. This is nonsense. Because again, look what happens to light when light hits a sphere. It creates a tangent point.
half of it is always lit up by the sun.
Look right here. Look how drastic that is. You see that point in the middle? Based on the light? Yeah, that's what happens to spheres. The moon is not a sphere, and certainly not reflecting light. It's giving off its own light. Here you can see it really bad. Look at that. That doesn't happen with the moon. That has never happened once with the moon, because the moon is not a sphere getting light from the sun and bouncing it off. That is the opposite of what the Bible tells you. The Bible tells you the moon is its own light, just like the sun. Two great lights in the sky, the greater light and the lesser light. This is the lesser light. Well, the lesser light is not bouncing off light from the sun. That's nonsense. Certainly not from, kajillions of miles away.
But when the moon is in this position, I can't see any of the lighted side of the moon from Earth.
See this too? Look at this. See where the light hits? And it's like a refraction of a sort of point, a tangent point.
My head. From this angle, you can see what I am seeing from Earth. We call this new moon. When it's new moon, we look up at the sky and we can't see the moon. It's there, but the side that's reflecting sunlight is away from us.
See, again, they explain to you these things. It seems like they explain it to you based on the heliocentric model, but this is not true. You'll see very, very shortly that shadows being cast over the moon as a sphere does not work the way that they're telling you.
Now, as I slowly make the moon orbit to my left, I can begin to see a tiny sliver of that lighted side. We call that a crescent moon. As the moon keeps orbiting, we can see more and more of that lighted side. We see half.
Wait there. Look at this. You don't see this. You don't see this tangent point on a moon. Not at all. This is nonsense. So it seems like they're explaining it to you, but it's just fakery as usual. It's misdirection. These are parlor tricks, folks. These are parlor tricks. You live in a supernatural world that is beyond explanation. We can marvel at it. We can certainly have ideas, but we can't explain all these things because the creator is beyond explanation. And so NASA tries to explain it to you with these cute little parlor tricks so that you end up obeying and listening to NASA and science as the authority, which has placed itself between you and Christ. So let's look at some more videos. This is a bloopers video from David Weiss, if you know who he is. Again, I don't agree 100% with all these people, but they're useful. Refresh. Or no, let's play.
Mr. Armstrong, Bart Sibrel, ABC Digital. Wanted to give you the opportunity to swear in the Bible.
Oh, this is not David Weiss. This is this guy getting grilled. He's asking him to swear on the Bible that he went to the moon or not, and he won't do it.
Walked on the moon. Will you put your left hand on the Bible and swear to God that you walked on the moon?
Gentlemen. Mr. Sibrel.
Yes? If you really walked on the moon, why would you not do that? So why don't you just put the into the record in the argument and put your hand on the Bible, swear to God you walked on the moon?
Mr. Sibrel, knowing you, that's probably a fake Bible.
Really? Well, no, it's a real Bible. You have the opportunity to have $5,000.
The meeting is not open.
Well, you have $5,000 cash. You can give it to charity if you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon.
Please,
I have the tape.
It'd be fine.
Why don't you swear to? Why not? Why won't you do it? So why don't you put your hand on the Bible and swear to God that you walked on the moon?
Mr. Sibrel has made a fool of himself in front of the world. Mr. Sibrel, you do not deserve answers.
Why has nobody...
You don't deserve answers, and it's a fake Bible, and he's made a fool of himself. He won't swear and do it. He just won't do it.
That's been waiting such a long time.
That's not an 8-year-old's question. That's my.
Remember, Buzz was the one with the little 666 hand sign we saw earlier.
I want to know, but I think I know. Because we didn't go there. And
the little girl asked him, why haven't we been to the moon in such a long time?
And that's the way it happened. And if it didn't happen, it's nice to know why it didn't happen. So in the future, if we want to keep doing something, we need to know why something stopped in the past that we wanted to keep it going. Money is a good thing.
That was a Kamala Harris answer if I heard one. But there you go. This is all just fakery, folks. This one is from David Weiss now, yeah. Exposing more of their bloopers.
Saturn, famous picture of Saturn. We took it off their website, put it in Photoshop, cranked up the levels, and it is just slapped together, crappy, amateur cut and paste job. Okay, here's Mars. Look at the shadow over here. Where's the shadow over here? That's weird, right? Here's the moon from NASA.gov. The sun's over here. Look at the shadows below these solar panels. How's that work? Right? Again, and then this one, if we look carefully, we were zooming in on a shot. We discovered life on Mars. Look. Right here, a fly. There's a fly. Life on Mars. We've proven it. Or life on Devon Island and wherever that is. All right? Saturn, famous picture.
So there you go, folks. Life on Mars. It's a little, what kind of fly that was. This is about the Saturn rockets. I mean, oh gosh, this is a video of a bird getting knocked out by the rocket launch. Now, why this is important, let's see if I can play it. It's kind of hard to see. Let's see. You see, here's the bird and the circles around it, but you can see it just basically, it just knocks out. It's knocked out because of the decibels the amount of sound that this thing supposedly makes is up to, I believe, 220 decibels, which is insane. 203 decibels is 10,000 jet engines worth of sound, which is, the bird got knocked out and it got liquefied, basically, by the amount of sound force that was coming from these supposed engines. So why is that important? Well, you have, for example, this Quora thread where it says, how did astronauts survive the 220 decibels that Saturn V rocket made at launch when the maximum decibels that a human ear can tolerate is 85 and 185 to 200 will kill you? Yeah. How did the astronauts survive these high, and remember, decibels are on a logarithmic scale. They're exponentially higher. So 220 is way more significant than 200. And 200 will kill you. If you were exposed to 200 decibels, you would die. Just like that bird. So 220 is enormous. It's unfathomably loud and dangerous. So, of course, they give you these explanations that, let's see what this person says. First of all, Earth, the maximum decibel level sound pressure is 194 or whatever. Why is 194 the loudest possible? An important fact about the loudest sound category is the comparison of the Earth's blah, blah, blah. They give you this video here. The shockwave, let's see. It's one of these is explaining, yes, the astronauts had been standing beside, if the astronauts had been standing beside the 5F1 1.5 million pound thrust rocket engines of the first stage at launch, the 220 decibels probably would have killed them, but maybe not before the other things such as the blast of hot combustion gases pouring out of the engine bells. The sound vibration was so strong that NASA engineers designed the pad to spray huge volumes of water at the pad and engine exhaust to prevent the sound from damaging the launch pad. This would have mitigated the sound level a bit, but direct exposure would still have been lethal. Fortunately, the Apollo astronauts were over 350 feet above the engine bells, with 5.6 million pounds of propellant. This is another joke with the idea that you have so much weight that you're trying to push up in the air. It's just nonsense. But between them and the noise, they were in an airtight capsule in spacesuits with earphones on in order to communicate with launch control. Although it was probably quite loud within the capsule during launch, it was certainly not dangerously loud, right? 220 decibels is unimaginable. And to be basically on that ship, and somehow you're telling me that they were safe from that sound, from that vibration, it doesn't make any sense. These rockets very likely don't have people in them. They're designed for show and for stage and for also probably doing research on the firmament. Werner von Braun, who was neck deep in all these deceptions, on his tombstone, he has Psalm 19. The heavens declare the glory of God and the firmament above shows his handiwork. I.e., yeah, God still wins. We tried, but we still couldn't get through it. That's what that tells me, the tombstone. Even if they got to space, quote unquote, if there was such a thing as space, you have to realize, folks, that rockets cannot function in space. The idea that you can propel a thruster through a void or a vacuum doesn't work through physics. It doesn't, because of the free expansion of gases. What happens is the gas is not pulled or sucked into the vacuum, nor is it pushed out of a high-pressure container. When you have a high-pressure container, like a fuselage, and you're pushing, basically a thrust out of it, there's no... Because it's a vacuum, there's no work being done. There's no work being done, meaning you can't push yourself in a vacuum with thrusters. That whole idea is nonsense. Like from sci-fi movies, that's just nonsense in a vacuum of space. This is on Wikipedia. It says the Joule-Thomson effect. In thermodynamics, the Joule-Thomson effect, also known as the Joule-Kelvin effect, describes the temperature change of a real gas or liquid when it is expanding, typically caused by the pressure loss from the flow through a valve or porous plug, while keeping it insulated so that no heat is exchanged with the environment. This process is called a throttling process or Joule-Thomson process. No work is done. History. The effect is named after James Prescott Joule and William Thomson, first Baron Kelvin, who discovered it in 1852. That means from the 1850s we knew that rocket travel in space is nonsense. It followed upon earlier work by Joule on Joule expansion, in which a gas undergoes free expansion in a vacuum, and the temperature is unchanged if the gas is ideal. So there's no work being done through these things. This is from the pubs.acs.org. The Expansion of Gas into a Vacuum and the Kinetic Theory of Gases, published 1902, October 1st, by Peter Fireman. I'll just read the first page here. It is a fundamental fact that when a gas expands into a vacuum, there is, roughly speaking, no evolution or absorption of heat in the whole body of gas. But while the passing of a gas into an empty vessel is not accompanied by any change in the total quantity of heat in the gas, a change in the distribution of the heat takes place. If the experiment is carried out with the aid of two metallic vessels of equal capacity, communicating by means of a tube provided with a stopcock, and if one vessel is filled with a gas under considerable pressure while the other is vacuous, then on opening the stopcock and allowing the gas to pass into the empty vessel until equilibrium is established, we observe a considerable rise of temperature in the vessel, which was vacuous, and nearly equal fall in the other. What is the cause of this simultaneous rise and fall of the temperature? A rise and fall which seems to compensate one another? An attempt to give a clear answer to this question is the object of the present paper. Let us dwell for a little while in the important theoretical bearings of the experiment described. In the first place, it at once leads to the thermodynamical principle that the energy of gas is independent of its volume. In the second place, the fact that there is no change in the total energy when a gas expands into a vacuum clearly shows that there is no repulsive force between its molecules. For if there were a repulsive force, the expansion would involve a decrease of potential energy, which decrease would have to be made good by the increase of kinetic energy, by an absolute increase of the temperature of the entire mass of the gas. Since this is not the case, it follows there, blah, blah, blah. So, again, as you saw with Schrodinger, as you saw with everybody else, good science tells you, oh, this is what it is, and then they take it and spin it and lie and appropriate it to their own model. We've known for a while that the idea of a rocket flying around through a vacuum is impossible. Of course, you also have the Van Allen radiation belt, if you know about that, whatever that is. I think it's the firmament. But in the heliocentric model, it is a zone of energetic charged particles, most of which originate from the solar wind, that are captured by and held around a planet by the planet's magnetosphere. Earth has two such belts, and sometimes others may be temporarily created. The belts are named after James Van Allen, who published an article describing the belts in 1958. So here's some CGI to show you what it looks like. These are radiation belts that you cannot go through. So going to the moon through radiation belts is impossible. There's no moving through these high radiation belts. Doesn't work. Not if you're a biological system, or even, I don't think, a mechanical system would work. But this is the point. So, conclusion, rockets in space are fairy tales, my friends, and it's all just one big show. They launch them, and if you look at the launch track, it always goes up, and then it comes back around. They tell, oh, it's going over the curve. It's not going over the curve. It's going up into the air, probably collecting some data from the firmament, who knows what they're doing, and coming back down. And then they go and get it from the ocean again, and they tell you, oh, look, it's a successful mission. We did this. And they have their little CGI production studio to show you, quote unquote, what happened in space. But it's all one big show. During the live footage, often they'll pan away at very important times, or there'll be some sort of interruption or whatever that, if there's some view of the Earth that's going to refute their, shenanigans, they cut away and they pan away very quickly. They usually overlay CGI image over the rocket thruster with, a curved view of the Earth, or they have a fisheye lens. There's all sorts of tricks. They have endless tools at their disposal at this point in time with all the technology that's come out. They're probably doing tests on the firmament. Again, remember the whole occult idea of ascending out of this world and becoming like God, breaking into God's domain, that kind of thing. Which, again, to me is just so stupid. I mean, do you really think, even if you could do such a thing, which of course you couldn't, but let's say you could somehow enter into God's domain, do you think God is not going to smite you immediately? You think you're just going to go in there and enter into God's presence unannounced? Come on now. I don't understand these people at all. But there's no such thing as space, folks. We live in the space between the waters above and the waters below. There's no such thing as space. There's the waters above, and there's the firmament that's separating these things. How far do the waters extend? I don't know. That's a mystery. And what is in those waters above? I don't know either. I think it's also a very interesting mystery. But nevertheless, the Van Allen belt of radiation and energy is probably related to the firmament. The firmament has, we'll talk about this next time, but there's things that suggest that the firmament is solid. And there's things that suggest that the firmament is more like energetical, like a force field type of situation. So it's really interesting, but there's definitely obviously an energetic component to the firmament, to the earth, to whatever's going on. Now, this is on Wikipedia. This is the Secrecy Act of 1952, which is very interesting. 51, actually, but I think it was enacted in 52. It's a body of United States federal law designed to prevent disclosure of new inventions and technologies that, in the opinion of selected federal agencies, hint, hint, NASA, present an alleged threat to the economic stability or national security of the United States. The Invention Secrecy Act allows the United States government to classify ideas and patents under secrecy orders, which indefinitely restricts public knowledge of them, i.e. total censorship of new ideas and groundbreaking information. The law applies to all inventions in the United States, regardless of what the idea or invention is, if a patent is applied for or granted. All patents filed within the United States are required to be reviewed, and thousands of ideas and inventions are manually reviewed every year. Any federal government agency with classifying powers may request that any patent be restricted under the Invention Secrecy Act. Ideas restricted by the Invention Secrecy Act's secrecy orders can be prohibited from any public disclosure. Sales to any party except the United States military industry or exports to other nations can be prohibited and can be even sealed from the public as classified. Any appeals are limited to the United States federal agency that itself restricted the ideas. So, in other words, good luck. The United States Patent and Trademark Office has investigated the possibility of restricting new technologies if those new ideas may be disruptive to existing industries, i.e. free energy and any other kind of thing like that. The Invention Secrecy Act has been criticized for lack of oversight and impacts on future scientific research by inventors, industry, attorneys, and academics. Interesting in and of itself, but what's even more interesting if you go scroll down and you see what kind of inventions are considered, things that are red flags for them. Declassified category review lists. The Federation of American Scientists and Stephen Aftergood obtained category review lists via Freedom of Information Act requests that had become declassified, detailing categories of topics or of inventions and concepts which the United States government summarily classify via the Invention Secrecy Act. In other words, in layman's speak, the following terms or categories are categories that are immediately considered as part of the Invention Secrecy Act, meaning you're not going to succeed in creating patents or information, basically inventions having to do with these particular things and be able to market them because they're going to be censored. So one of these, they tell you like contracts, explosives, blah, blah, blah. Let's see, this is not loading. Oh, okay, there we go. For some reason it was bugged out, but here we go. If we scroll down to like halfway, it says mapping, charting, and geodesy or geodesy. Now that's an interesting category for invention secrecy, meaning all of the inventions related to mapping the earth, charting, and geodesy are subject to basically being monitored and scrutinized through this Invention Secrecy Act. Well, what is geodesy? Well, let's see. Geodesy or geodetics is the science of measuring and representing the geometry, gravity, and spatial orientation of the Earth in temporally varying 3D. It is called planetary geodesy when studying other astronomical bodies such as planets or circumplanetary systems. Geodesy is an Earth science, and many consider the study of Earth's shape and gravity to be central to science. It is also a discipline of applied mathematics. So measuring the Earth, representing the Earth with some sort of invention that is able to basically calculate the Earth's form and representing the Earth is under the Invention Secrecy Act. Isn't that interesting? Now we know from a previous video, I believe episode 1 in this series, that there was that geodesic measurement from Brazil where they went to 2 buildings. And if you recall, if you have a curvature, you have a curved Earth, you have 2 buildings that are on, very far away from each other. They're pointing outward because they're over a curve. Whereas if it's a flat plane, the 2 buildings they're not pointing outward. So it's very simple measurement. You take geodesic equipment and you put it at the bottom of the buildings and at the top of the buildings. If there's a difference in the distance between these two pieces of equipment, which there should be, then you're on a curve, you're on a ball. If there's no difference between the distance of the top and the bottom of the building, then you're not on a curve because the buildings are pointing directly up relative to everything else because they're on a flat surface. They're not pointing outward as they would be on a curve over, I forget the distance it was, but it was pretty significant distance to where you should have enough curve where they're pointing outward and there would be a significant distance between the top and the bottom. And there's no difference. But that kind of stuff, that's subject to the Invention Secrecies Act of 1951. So I wonder why. That's really interesting, isn't it? Here's another one on invention secrecy. Speaking of which, all these inventors, good science over the last 100+ years. Let's see what happened to them. What happened to these scientists?
Let's play a game. I'm about to give you a bunch of random situations, and you can tell me how many random coincidences the world is full of. So this is Ari DeGo. He patented technology on free energy. He was headed to the airport to go meet some investors, but he never made it to his flight because he was found dead in his car. That's random. This is Stefan Marinov. He is the leader of the European free energy movement. In 1997, he had a major breakthrough, and as they were working on their prototype, he was found dead. What? Yeah, apparently he fell out of a window. This is Dr. John Mullen. He is a nuclear physicist that worked for one of the largest military contractors in the world. Apparently, he discovered something really big in the realm of energy, but unfortunately, before he could come out with this information, he died from arsenic poisoning. But don't worry, his girlfriend was the primary suspect. She was actually found dead in her apartment as well. They didn't go after any other suspects. Case closed. This right here is Dmitry Petronov. He invented a plasma battery that powered his 2-story house for 14 months. One day he went to go get bread from a bakery and was never seen again. Zachary Warfield was also working on a plasma battery. He actually met with Dmitry a couple of times where they would exchange notes. He mysteriously died in a boating accident in Washington, D.C. Eugene Malov was an expert physicist in cold fusion. He claimed to have a working prototype of a free energy device, but the day before he was going to go public, he was beaten to death. That's so random. Rory Johnson invented a cold fusion motor that generated over 500 horsepower. The Department of Energy took a restraining order against the technology so he could never publicize it, and you're never going to guess what happened to him. Everyone who knew him said he was super healthy, had no health issues, but he died mysteriously. Mark Tomian was awarded a patent for a zero-point energy system. After he developed his working prototype, he was found mysteriously dead, and the crazy thing is his research is missing. What? Or you might recognize this one. This is Stan Thompson. He developed a car that ran off of water. After developing his working prototype, he went to go to lunch with 2 investors so that he could gain money to push this technology out there. He died during lunch. His last words were, "I've been poisoned." Nikola Tesla believed he could make free energy. And all of his research was funded by, guess who? J.P. Morgan. When he claimed to have figured it out and he wanted additional capital so that he could expand his inventions, J.P. Morgan shut him down. I'm sure it has nothing to do with the fact that J.P. Morgan owned General Electric, he owned copper mines, he owned rubber mills. Anyways, the reason why the world has so much inequality, the reason why things are so expensive, it has nothing to do with the fact that we keep inventing technology that can help people, but we suppress it. Anyways, I don't know. What do you guys think? Isn't that crazy? What coincidences? The world is a weird place. Let's play a game.
Yeah, the world is a weird place because we live in the kingdom of darkness, and that kingdom is full of smoke and mirrors and shadows on the wall. So you need to realize that everything is a lie. Other than the Bible, of course, but everything is a lie. To some degree, everything is a lie. And we're going to keep going more and more into it. This is from NASA. This is their official documents. And these are documents that are military documents that describe their various things that they're doing in relationship to a flat and motionless Earth. All of their calculations, all of their projections are according to a flat and motionless Earth. This is rigid body equations of motions referenced to an arbitrary fixed point on the body. In this paper, the rigid body equations of motion over a flat, non-rotating Earth are developed. Projectile flight dynamics. This is from Army.mil. A 6DOF rigid projectile model is employed to predict the dynamics of a projectile in flight. These equations assume a flat Earth. Singular arc optimal control. In our minimum time to climb problem, the aircraft is modeled as a point mass, and the flight trajectory is strictly confined in a vertical plane on a non-rotating flat Earth. Problem formulation. Coordinate systems. The motion of an object is usually described by rigid body equations of motions derived from Newton's laws. This section summarizes and notates 3 kinds of coordinate systems. The first is the Earth-fixed coordinate system, which is fixed to the Earth with a flat Earth assumption. Why are they assuming a flat, non-rotating Earth when we supposedly live on a heliocentric model with all these crazy motions in space? It's because we aren't living on a heliocentric model flowing around through space. This is another one. 3 targeting methods were considered, assuming a flat Earth using DTED data, and using range data, the evaluation revealed a descending utility order of DTED, flat Earth, and ranged based upon the system's stated requirements. These are all official aeronautics and astronautics, military documents that have been released and declassified. J. Spacecraft Closed Form Solution for Ballistic Vehicle Motion by Frank Barbera. A closed form solution is developed for the motion of a ballistic vehicle entering the atmosphere over a flat, non-rotating Earth. Why would you enter the atmosphere over a flat, non-rotating Earth if the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour over its axis and moving around the sun at 66,600 miles an hour? And all these motions happen simultaneously, and you need to re-enter the atmosphere. Don't you need to account for those motions? And yet their math consistently shows you that they project using a flat, non-rotating Earth. Very important. Here's some old pictures that I took and basically drew lines over because they say, look, there's a curvature. So if you can see, they say, look, these are little curvatures on the side of the picture, which of course is not true. If you draw a red line, these are some of the first pictures that were taken very high altitude. If you draw a red line, you see that there's complete parallel to the horizon. It's completely straight. And then there's suddenly, it drops off a little bit here because this is a distortion. It's not curvature. Here's another one. This is on a video called The First Photo of Earth's Curvature Snapped. And again, what happens is they quickly take science that's done, that disproves their model, and they flip it and they spin it and they gaslight you about it. Here's this picture, and you can look this video up yourself. They say this photo was taken over South America using special infrared film, whatever. Now look at this horizon. If you draw a completely straight line, there is a completely straight horizon. And then what happens, you start to see a drop off. You start to see a curve at the end. And they say, look, there's curvature. It's like, are you kidding me? This is distortion. This is not curvature, because if it were curvature, then you have to be consistent. And you draw a curved line that's parallel to that curve. Where does it go? Well, it cuts through the picture. It goes this way. So if it was curvature, then the picture should be like this curved line. And yet you see a completely straight line. That's what you do whenever you see these pictures that they tell you. Now, sometimes they get very clever. This one I had to rotate. This is actually like, sideways. So they do things with camera lenses and distractions to tell you, oh, look, it's curvature, but it's not. This was sideways, and they also took a picture of clouds. And of course, there's no such thing as sideways. This is what it was actually like, and they rotated it to the side to make you think like, oh, it's the side of the Earth. It's nonsense. They took the picture of a flat horizon, and they found places with clouds. You see, these clouds are shapes above the horizon. They're poofy clouds. And so they tell you, look, there's curvature, but it doesn't make any sense because there's two curves if that's the case. If you see the line and the bulge where it drops, so here's the cloud. It goes up over the line and it comes back down over the line. Then there's another cloud that shapes. These are clouds, folks. It's not the curvature of the Earth. The horizon line, if you look from here all the way to here, is completely flat. There's no curve. There are clouds, and they always find these places, like even when they supposedly do live satellite feeds, quote unquote, and they're flying over the Earth, they always fly over something that you can't tell where the land masses are. They're either some cloudy place or the ocean, because if they fly over the land masses and they basically show you where the land masses are, the artificial curve that they're superimposing onto the image through CGI reveals to you that they're lying to you, Because a curve, we looked at this in the first episode, where all you got to do is just, okay, fine, show me the curve, stop the frame, pick the landmass out, and do the math and plot it out on a curve, because the curve makes the landmass in question, like we looked at, I believe, at Italy. The guy looked at Italy in that first episode we looked at, where this thing was over Italy, and Italy, the boot of Italy would have to be like half of the size of the Earth or something based on the curvature. It's just nonsense. So curvature actually refutes their whole theory. But these are old pictures, and of course, what do they show you? They show you a completely flat horizon. What's this? Oh yeah, this is the ISS. We'll talk about that in just a little bit. So what's the point so far? The point so far is that you have never a straight answer. NASA is full of lies, full of deception, just like their moniker. Never a straight answer. They are constantly deceiving people with signs and wonders in the sky, just like Revelation 13. Again, I'm not saying NASA is the false prophet, but the false prophet deceives people by calling fire down from the sky, doing all of these signs and wonders in the heavens. And of course, NASA is part of the false prophet. They have a track record of deception, of occultism, of lying. They have financial incentive to keep lying to you by laundering all the money and doing all these shenanigans with it. And of course, science and observation consistently prove that NASA is lying. True science actually refutes NASA, but every time science is done that refutes their model, they spin it immediately with CGI and theories and conjectures and experts and all these things. The propaganda machine is very powerful when it comes to this particular lie. Because again, there's so many things that are foundational to the cosmological lie that if it comes apart, then the entire thing, the entire house of cards falls apart. That's why cosmology is so important. And of course, people say, oh, why are you focusing on cosmology? It's so divisive. I don't care if it's divisive. The truth is divisive. Cosmology is important because there are many deceptions that it's tied to. So you should know the truth. Now, we're going to look at a couple of challenges to all these things. We're going to look at like the ISS, gyroscopes, satellites, and eclipses. And all of these things, again, you could go much more into this yourself. My goal is to really just show you line item by line item. And of course, the first one is with the ISS, and this is a great video. There's a lot of things debunking the ISS based on its angular size, the size that they tell you, the speed that it's going at, how the height away from the Earth. There's so much to talk about with the ISS, and there's even videos of them supposedly being in the ISS doing all kinds of things people have outlined on BitChute especially. You can see their little hooks that they're holding them up to do the quote-unquote anti-gravity. There's so much nonsense with the ISS, but this video in particular is very unique. It's unique because it shows you, again, angular size. I told you this before in many other places, that the angular size thing always gets them because they have to inflate and exaggerate these sizes and distances of things. And eventually something comes up where it's like, wait a minute, this shouldn't be possible for me to be able to see this thing if it's the distance you're telling me it is and the size you're telling me it is. So let's have a look, because like with the planets, like with the other things we looked at with angular size, then it all comes crashing down.
Now, it's not every day that a space company exposes another space company's lies. But today, we're going to be looking at how the SpaceX satellite train completely debunks the notion of an ISS that is orbiting a ridiculous 17,500 miles around a spinning ball Earth. Now, this ISS is reportedly slightly larger than a football field. Have you ever seen the ISS physically being built? I haven't. So how do we know it even exists? Well, it doesn't, and today we're going to be looking at that. Now, I find it interesting when you compare two objects in the sky that are basically two different altitudes and significantly different in sizes, that we should be able to then observe that in our skies. The satellites are the first of a planned 12,000 satellite mega constellation. Now, I'm not sure if that's a sly way of them wanting to make artificial constellations that we see in the sky, but they've already received a number of complaints from astronomers and people alike. Now they want this 12,000 satellites to provide internet access to the people on Earth, which is probably the most stupidest idea anyway. I mean, I don't understand how anyone...
We'll talk about satellites because it's gotten very complicated
would want to spend that sort of money putting these satellites into the sky when 5G is literally killing the market. Pun intended. Now, they supposedly launched 60 Starlink satellites into the atmosphere at a ridiculous altitude of 440 kilometers. Now, this footage was taken in the Netherlands of the satellite train. So pay attention to the size of the light that you see on each satellite. And keep in mind that the size of these satellites are reported to be the size of an office desk. Now, these satellites also appear to have, well, they say that they've got a solar wing, which is being depicted here by CGI. Now, we know how space companies are quite renowned for their CGI images. They love painting that little pretty picture of what space would be like, so you're going to have to use your imagination for the rest. Now, let's see what SpaceX CEO has to say about the solar arrays during the initial orbit. Following the chorus of concerns, SpaceX founder and CEO Elon Musk responded the satellite solar arrays had not yet been pointed at the sun. The solar arrays were not yet pointed at the sun when this footage was being captured. These office-sized desk satellites were apparently initially orbiting at 440 kilometers altitude. Okay, so here is some footage that people have captured of the satellites. Now, the first thing that you'll notice is that they just happen to look as bright as the ISS. The next thing that you'll notice is that they just so happen to be going the same apparent speed as the ISS. And it just so happens to look similar in size as the ISS. It's easy to see what's going on here, guys. Yet, since I think critically about what I'm saying, I get called the crazy conspiracy theorist. By far, the most reflective element of a satellite are its solar arrays. Once operational, the Starlink satellite solar arrays will be pointed away from the Earth to soak up the solar arrays, or the solar rays. In this position, the amount of reflection emanating from the arrays and the satellites as a whole should be reduced significantly. Now, listen to what he just said. Once they raise the solar arrays, the satellites as a whole should be reduced significantly. Keep this in mind. So then what is causing the underside of these office-sized satellites to light up as bright as the ISS? I mean, it can't be Earthshine because most of this footage was captured in the middle of the night. And it can't be the sun because, again, it's the middle of the night. Now, if you want to believe that these are being illuminated by the sun, then again, I'll just refer you to what Mr. Musk said in the article. The amount of reflection emanating from the arrays and the satellites as a whole should be reduced significantly. And this is all happening when these things get to 550 kilometers altitude. Because again, this footage was only captured at 440 kilometers with their quote-unquote initial orbit. Now, since the satellite solar arrays had not yet been pointed at the sun, as Elon said, it's safe to assume the bottom of the quote-unquote satellites are facing the Earth. Now, I highly doubt that each satellite was equipped with enough LEDs attached to the bottom of them to make them illuminate brighter than the ISS. My thought is that these are just there to be a spectacle for everyone to see on the initial orbit and for people to take photos and videos, to prove that there actually are satellites orbiting a spinning ball Earth. Again, which is completely nonsensical. Now, remember guys, according to Elon, by far the most reflective element of a satellite are its solar arrays. Now, let's move on. Let's see how the SpaceX satellites debunk the ISS. Let's have a look at the angular size comparison of the ISS and the size of one of these satellites. This is where it becomes very apparent, as there is not much difference at all. And this is the problem. Here is a size comparison of the ISS and a standard size office desk. Now, where the problem lies, as I mentioned, is the apparent size of the ISS. The ISS is supposedly at an altitude of only 408 kilometers, and we see the same apparent size of a SpaceX satellite at an altitude of 440 kilometers altitude.
You see the problem? So the ISS is supposed to be at 408 kilometers in the sky. That's what I said, the angular size stuff always gets them. But most people don't understand angular size or how to calculate it, which actually is simple. Just go on an angular size calculator, type in the distance of the object and the diameter, and it tells you what the angular size is. So the ISS is 408 kilometers above the Earth, supposedly. These satellites, if you can call them that, quote-unquote satellites, are 440 kilometers, meaning they're higher than the ISS. There's nothing reflective about them because they hadn't launched their solar arrays yet. And they are the size of an office desk compared to the ISS, which is huge, theoretically, compared to these satellites. So they're higher than the ISS. They're exponentially smaller, and yet you can see them in the same way that you see the ISS in the sky. That means that what you're looking at is a fakery. It is fakery. It's all there in the sky. They're probably doing something with who knows what, some sort of flying contraptions to make you believe that you're looking at, a space station or whatever. But this is debunked. The Starlink satellites are debunking the ISS because of the angular size calculations.
Are you beginning to see the problem here? How is it logically possible that the ISS and a SpaceX satellite appear to be the same angular size in the sky when a satellite the size of an office desk is at an altitude of 440 kilometers and the ISS is the size of a football field at an altitude of only 408 kilometers? This is an entire 32 kilometers lower than the ISS. But the comparison of both objects when you look at the footage appear to be almost exactly the same size. Until now, we haven't actually been able to compare the apparent size of the ISS at its altitude with something else.
This is important because until now, they've been able to spin their little story. Again, it's just like with the sun or the moon. You look at the moon and you say, well, without any frame of reference, you could say that's, a cajillion miles away and a million miles across. Or is it really close? And, the diameter is not too great. It's a smaller object of some kind. Well, of course, we know through the Bible that it's a local object and it's probably small. It's not some, 200,000 million miles away or whatever they're telling you it is. So you have some reference. But this is the point with the ISS. Up until now, there's been no way to compare it to anything. Because what you see in the sky, you see a little blip in the sky moving around and tell you, oh, it's this thing and it's this giant space station and it's, X amount of kilometers above the Earth. And you just believe their math because you have no other frame of reference. Now we have a frame of reference with the Starlink satellites, which again, they're not quote unquote satellites. We'll talk about that in just a second. But the Starlink satellites, we'll just call them that. Now they're telling you, well, these are supposed to be 440 kilometers altitude, and they're this small. Oh, okay, well, now we have a frame of reference. We can compare apples to apples, and of course, when you do that, it's all just falls apart.
That is higher in altitude than the ISS, and of course, it's still visible to us. But now we have another object higher than the apparent ISS. We do have something to compare it to. This is now very apparent that the office desk satellites completely debunk the notion of an ISS flying over our head that are supposedly larger than a football field. Now, after seeing this video, you still believe that an object larger than a football field should have the same apparent size of an office desk that is 32 kilometers higher in altitude, then you need to get your eyes checked, and you need to start thinking for yourself. To make a simple analogy, you cannot have a semi-truck and a remote control car appear to be the same size from your vantage point when that truck is 32 kilometers closer to you than the remote control car. So, the question remains, how are these quote-unquote satellites being lit up so bright? Well, at the very least, as I mentioned earlier, SpaceX are doing exactly that. They're making you believe they have a train of 60 satellites orbiting a spinning ball Earth. The train of satellites is most likely a series of connecting high-altitude balloons, and with very bright lights on the bottom of them to give you the appearance that there are orbiting satellites in space. Now, as we know, NASA and other companies, just like Google, launch hundreds of high-altitude balloon satellites into the atmosphere every day. So it's really not so hard to comprehend the fact that SpaceX could launch their own series of high-altitude weather balloons into the atmosphere. Now, as for the ISS, what could it be? Well, we know for a fact that the actual ISS is underwater in NASA's Neutral Buoyancy Lab, and that there's a time schedule that you can look up to see the supposed passes of the ISS. Now, given the speed and the apparent size, it could very well be just a fast, high-altitude plane with some sort of reflective or holographic projection projecting the solar panels of the ISS. Again, we know that there exists holographic technologies to this scale, so it's not so far-fetched to think that NASA would be using this technology on a plane. Now, this is the footage I took of the ISS with my P900, and I managed to grab a screenshot and put it through a photo editing app. I basically just adjusted the levels, and the so-called solar panels started disappearing, and basically left a silhouette of a plane with wings. So there you have it, folks. SpaceX Starlink satellites debunk NASA's ISS hoax.
So, you can look more into this. Again, there are countless videos about their CGI shenanigans. Like he had some clips in this video, I think. And all of the nonsense that they do at the ISS. But this video was unique because, again, you actually have video empirical evidence of a frame of reference now that we can compare apples to apples, and it shows you very clearly that what's above you is not a space station floating around. And there's so many people that this is the space station, and now, of course, now that people are catching on to their shenanigans, like I said before, every lie has an expiration date, so they have to keep creating new lies. So what are they doing with the ISS? Oh, well, now suddenly I think it's like, what, in a year from now or something, it's reached its end of life and the ISS is going to come down. It's going to crash into the Earth because it's losing power or something. Some other nonsense to basically kill that narrative and begin a new one. This is what they do, folks. They do this constantly. So the ISS is nonsense. They use a combination of a lot of things. Green screens, the high-altitude airplane shots with the free fall CGI, probably some sort of contraption that flies in the sky that convinces people that's on a schedule that, oh, look, there's the ISS. The model from before with the green screen, the underwater stuff. They have an entire toolbox for their project to basically deceive you. So don't put anything past them. Angular size always gets them. Remember that. Angular size, meaning how big is something appear in your visual field? That's what angular size is. Angular size is a simple mathematical thing. You don't have to calculate it. There's angular size calculators on the internet. Just type in angular size calculator. You go there, you type in two numbers. The number that's how far away is it from you, and the number that's supposedly its diameter of this object. So if it's a planet, you just look up, you Google the planet's diameter and the distance. You put those numbers in and you will see that for all of the 5 planets that you can see in the sky, you should not be able to see them based on the numbers that they give you. That refutes to you their math. But of course, nobody does this because they don't know left from right with these things. They just take NASA's word as authoritative. Now, I want to talk about satellites because satellites are an interesting phenomenon. And they're not just basically weather balloons. A lot of people say, well, it's just weather balloons and NASA is full of hot air. Yeah, yes and no. In some sense they are, in some sense they're not, because that's not everything that they're doing. They have these contraptions that are solar powered. And I want to look through an email that somebody sent me. Let's see here. Where's you at? Okay, here we go. This is from Neil Miller. And we'll look at a lot of interesting things here. He says, I was watching your Day of the Sun episode and satellite balloons sparked my memory that I wanted to share something. In all my research and following various truth seekers or flat earthers, etc., all I hear anybody talking about regarding satellites is that they are in balloons. So we have to get a little bit wiser, folks, because it's not just balloons. Especially now they have all sorts of technology. Which I agree, balloons are big in the satellite industry, but all the satellite technology we have today doesn't come solely from balloons. I never see or hear anyone talk about other kinds of satellites like HAPS, LTA, long endurance, UAS, high-altitude platform stations, high-altitude pseudo-satellites, etc., etc. Many names, and they seem to now be steering away from the HAPS meaning of high-altitude pseudo-satellite, from that to high-altitude platform station, probably because it's hilariously obvious when they were calling them pseudo-satellites. Yeah, probably that's why people are catching on, and so they just change the tactic. When I went down the satellite rabbit hole, I read countless reports from hundreds of different companies in this arena, and it became clear that the vast satellite networks above us consist of more than just high-altitude balloons. I would be willing to bet those Starlink constellations people see at night are more likely LTA HAPS, aka airships, rather than balloons. I forget what LTA stands for, but HAPS, the high-altitude platform station. You'll see some pictures of them in just a second. I found there's also a vast array of UAS, UAVs working collectively with LTA airships, HAPS, etc. All the big names have their hand in this market in some way, shape, or form. So here they are. You can see these things. You know, they're these solar powered, gliders basically. And there's so many different models. There are these little gliders. They're automated. They probably have some sort of AI program or something. There's these stratospheric balloons that are very popular as well. So there's all sorts of stuff. And we'll look at a few links. So if we just look, let's see. Let's look at this one. This is SoftBank, high altitude platform stations. And these are companies that basically do this thing. Let's see, let's click on the video. What's it look like? See, it has, this is a CGI animation, but
above the clouds, up in the sky, bordered by space is the stratosphere. SoftBank's next generation telecom system. High altitude platform station. HAPS.
So there's tons of stuff, folks, and these are just one of the people. Let's look at some AeroVironment. Let's look at some more. High altitude pseudo satellites. Gives you the video, same thing. Airbus. Let's see. Airbus Zephyr, the world's most advanced solar-powered high-altitude platform station. Here it is. They're building it. These are light things that can basically just cruise forever and ever and ever. They have solar energy. You see them beaming down information. Observers, they're in connection with the balloons. There's all kinds of networks that these things are part of. It's a very vast and complex network of aeronautical contraptions. Let's see, this is Boeing. Aurora Flight Sciences, a Boeing company. Solar-powered pseudo-satellite. Odysseus, paying homage to their mystery religion. Let's see.
During daylight, Odysseus uses its solar array to convert sunlight into electrical power. This electrical power is used to drive the propulsion motors and also stored in the batteries which provide energy for overnight flight.
Odysseus is able to sail oft over long periods of time and station keep over specific locations. Because of that, it is able to relay voice, internet, and other forms of communication.
The key advantages for monitoring applications are both the high vantage point that gives you the ability to see and hear long distances, and then also the persistence, or the ability to stay in one location and monitor over long periods of time.
The Odysseus aircraft is exactly what's required to catalyze very rapid advances in climate research through the use of lasers for the determination of species that control ozone, to the use of radar for ground penetrating determination of ice volume and ice flow, to the determination of soil moisture. All of these aspects turn out to be the most important measurements you can make. Odysseus will go after these problems in a way that nobody ever imagined before.
I'm sure they're using it just for scientific research. But this is the thing. Here's Psi. This one is stratospheric platforms to improve life on our planet. course, they don't care about improving life. They care about destroying life, but this is the point. Connectivity. This is where the satellites have, it used to be just balloons, high altitude weather balloons, but now it's much more complicated. Translate from Czech to English. Sure, translate. Skyrider Stratocyst. It's a high altitude balloon. Let's see, what's it look like? Little CGI animation. Here it is. This is your satellite. This one is a balloon in this case, but there's many forms, right? They can have propellers, they can have balloons, they have high altitude gliders, anything that works, basically. On and on. You can find an endless list of companies involved. Airbus, Auger, Bay Systems. There's all these companies, 20 plus companies all over the world. There's even an alliance. You can look at that. Here's the HAPS Alliance. High altitude platform station. Launching connectivity into the stratosphere. i.e., this is where your internet satellite comes from and your GPS. I mean, GPS isn't solely from this because they have all sorts of things to do GPS, but GPS is just an algorithm that they plug into your car. You're not getting it from your satellite. That's for sure. The funny thing is there's tons of articles talking about the things that Starlink claims to be doing. And we know they all partner together. So when Starlink comes out and says, hey, look, we're bringing connectivity to, Mozambique or Zanzibar, talking about bringing internet to remote parts of Africa via their Starlink satellite, quote unquote, networks, then you see articles like this. Let's take a look at these articles. No, I don't want to accept anything. How about no? Okay, accept selected. World Mobile launches Africa's first commercial telecoms aerostat, bringing connectivity to rural Mozambique. So this is a blimp. Of course, these are all one big club because they're all secret society members. So when one person does it, they all pitch in and they all probably cross-pollinate each other. But this is an internet blimp. There's no satellites, folks. These are internet blimps, signal blimps, phone blimps, or gliders, or whatever else they're using. This is from CNN. World internet blimps are coming to Zanzibar, but can a UK company succeed where Google failed? So everybody's trying different things, very clever things that they're doing, but these are just blimps. They're not satellites in space being dragged around the Earth by Earth's gravity or whatever else. Reject optional cookies. They don't give you an option to reject everything. Airships could boost internet coverage and help close the digital divide in Africa and beyond. Here's how. This is from 2022. Airships. Airships are what's boosting the internet coverage, not satellites. Seems like a clear case of putting two and two together, in my opinion. I agree, Neil. Absolutely. Then on top of that, there's a company called StarSpec Technology. They are a proud partner of NASA. They develop space telescopes for balloons. No joke. Some images from their website look exactly like Hubble's images. I wonder why. Just browse around their website and you start to realize that our famous space telescopes are actually on balloons. Let's see, StarSpec. Can we see some demos of the supposed thing? There's... Anyway, you see they got these little star camera. They have a star camera that they put on these various blimps and tardigrade ADCS. So anyway, yeah, see they keep flipping, which is annoying. You see the satellite, it's got a quote unquote satellite, it's got a little thing picture through it. So these things they are doing signs and wonders. Here's a picture actually. It seems like of one of these quote unquote telescopes. And they're launching it into quote unquote space, but it's really just floating around in the stratosphere and getting probably in-depth pictures of the firmament is what, again, these people want to, you have to remember that this is the occult, folks. You cannot divorce heliocentrism from the occult. What are these people doing up there? What do you think they're doing? Taking pictures of the firmament. They're trying to see what's inside and past the firmament. They're trying to see where's God, what's he doing, where are the angels at. We want to see for ourselves and probably try to break in there somehow. But again, this is what they're doing. And then they alter the images and they Photoshop them, as you clearly saw. So these people are occultists. I made a little collage a while back, but nobody seems to ever mention this aspect of the Earth satellite systems, and I don't know why. I found it's highly beneficial when discussing with someone who doesn't know the truth about cosmology yet. Yeah, also why this is important. because we need to be a little more nuanced. Anytime I've told someone that satellites are on balloons, they don't believe it. But when I tell them, Google image search LTA HAPS, an eye-opening light bulb goes off and they immediately think, this is actually possible. WTF. My father-in-law got Starlink internet not long ago, and I said, do you know what these actually run on? It's not a sphere orbiting satellites, I'll tell you that. Google LTA HAPS. He was pretty amazed, and he had no rebuttal. I love how they show you exactly how quote-unquote satellite internet works with their animated pictures too. So here's your satellite internet. Here's the terrestrial base station. Here's the little, autonomous glider that's flowing around. It's beaming, signals to the gateway, to the phones. You have the cloud internet. You have the satellite dishes, quote-unquote satellite dishes. And you have the towers. It's a network of different things for sure. It's not as simplistic as maybe the flat earthers are making it. But it's also not what they're telling you, which is all of these satellites floating around the Earth and in real time, and the Earth is moving at thousands and thousands of miles an hour, and they're somehow being dragged along with it. I mean, it's just nonsense, absolute nonsense. Anyway, you may already know this stuff, but I just wanted to spread the word so hopefully more people realize how Earth satellite systems and satellite internet works as a whole. I pasted my notes of various other companies I researched in the past in case you're interested. Be well, amigo. Thank you, Neil. Very good research, good stuff. And people do need to know about these things because it has gotten much more complicated. And especially when you're dealing with, people who are skeptical of these things, then it's good to have these rebuttals to say, look, they are not just weather balloons, absolutely, even though, again, NASA is the largest consumer of helium on Earth. So that should tell you everything. But it's also not what they're telling you. It's a complex system, and now all these space companies are making money getting contracts by doing all these things that, Elon Musk is just one of them. He's just one of them. He's not the only one. So that's it for satellites. Now let's talk about gyroscopes. Some people say that gyroscopes and airline navigation proves that we live in a ball, which of course isn't true for many reasons. This is a video of a professor talking about gyroscopes. We'll talk about it. If the science is a little over your head, don't worry. It's not that complicated.
Hello, Flat Earth researchers, debaters, and debunkers. When it comes to the physics of gyroscopes, like those conventionally used in aircraft to keep the plane level and at a constant height above the surface of the Earth, it is often claimed by defenders of the globe that gravity is pulling the gyroscope down, and the gyroscope is therefore following the curvature of the Earth, even though the gyroscope doesn't move. Well, let's hear what the physics professor Walter Lewin has to say about gyroscopes and whether that does or does not fit into the idea that gyroscopes will naturally follow the curvature of the alleged globe Earth.
So spin angular momentum has the property of stabilizing things. And you will see that addressed in one of your assignments when I want you to address that quantitatively. This is the basic idea behind inertial guidance systems. In inertial guidance systems, you have a spinning wheel, at least in the days that the guidance system had mechanical wheels. But that spinning wheel is mounted in such a way that you cannot put a torque on the axis of rotation of the spinning wheel. That's the way it's mounted. We call it three-axle gimbaled gyros. So the moment that you put a torque on it, the housings, in this case the yellow and the black housing, will start to rotate. And you never manage to get that torque on the spinning wheel. You never get it on this axis. And therefore, if now you put it on your boat or you put it in a plane, a missile for that matter, if you can never put a torque on the spinning wheel, and if the angular momentum for spin is in this direction, it will stay there forever and ever, assuming that we have no frictional losses. And if then the plane turns, the direction of the spin angular momentum will not change. But what will happen, of course, is that this yellow frame will rotate, or this black frame will rotate. And in these bearings here are shaft encoders. And they sense the rotation that the outer housing makes in order to keep this thing pointing at the same direction. And that signal is being fed back to the automatic pilot, and that keeps the plane flying in the direction that you want to. So you use as a reference all the time the spin angular momentum of your gyro, which is now mounted in such a way that you cannot put a torque on it even when the plane changes direction. And I want to show that to you.
So now he's going to spin up the gyroscope, just like the gyros in the artificial horizons of aircraft are spun up while the aircraft is still on the ground before it takes off from the departure point. And as he said, to ensure that there is a reference point for the departure point with the axis of rotation of the gyroscope remaining in the same position throughout the flight, no matter which way the aircraft goes, up, down, left, right, sideways, backwards, forwards. The gyroscope will remain pointing in precisely the same direction it was when it was spun up.
Okay, this is the direction of my spin angular momentum. And I'm the airplane. And I'm going to fly. Look at that spin angular momentum. It has no respect for me. It stays in the same direction, no matter how I fly.
See how it stays the same? Because they need to know if they're going to crash into the ground or not. So they need something that's level. Do you see how this actually refutes the globe? At least the mechanical ones. Now they have digital ones with, CGI and algorithms that NASA programs. But the mechanical ones refute the idea of a globe. Because they stay the same level because of the axial precession, the momentum, right? And as a result, nothing is pulling down on it. Even if gravity existed as a force, and you'll see when you put a weight on it, it'll precess either to the left or to the right. But even if you put a weight on it and gravity was pulling on that weight, the only effect that would have is move to the right or to the left. It would never come down because you can't, because it's spinning. The torque is not going to let you do that. Meaning that if the Earth was a curve and he put a weight on that, you'll see what I'm talking about in just a second, to move it to the left or to the right, because that's what happens when it's spinning. Gravity would pull on that weight, and as a result would move the weight to the right or to the left. And eventually you would fly off the curve of the Earth. But of course they're going to say, well, gravity's actually, controlling the plane going over the curve. I mean, it's just so many conjectures you have to believe to believe it. Honestly, you have to believe it. You aren't basing it off science or on empirical evidence, because what this tells you is that this is programmed analog to a flat, motionless plane, just like the equations that all the military uses.
And the error signals that come from the bearings of the yellow housing and the black housing, those arrow signals are fed back to the automatic pilot, and so the plane will stay on course. Now what I can do for you to come to a final test on your thinking, this wheel is suspended in such a way that there is no gravitational torque on it, like there was here. But I can put a torque on it by simply putting some weights on the axis.
Now watch this.
And what do you think will happen now if I put some weight here on the axis? So the wheel is spinning, but now I'm going to put a torque on it here. It is spinning in this direction. Angular momentum is pointing straight at me, away from you. I'm going to put a torque on like this, putting the weight there. Torque will be in this direction. What will the spin angular momentum do? Torque is in this direction, spin angular momentum is in this direction. Spin angular momentum will start to chase the torque. Watch it.
You see?
There it goes.
It's not going down. It's going to the left or right. It's on the east-west axis.
Angular momentum is chasing the torque. You see exactly the same thing that I've shown you before. And if I make the torque higher, then the precession frequency will go up. See, it stops now immediately when I take it off. Put it back on again. Continues. Put more on it. Goes way faster.
Because it's spinning. So even more weight, all it does is just make it spin east-west more. So the point is that if gravity were a force, even if gravity existed and you were on a ball and you used a gyroscope, a mechanical one, you would not be able to make the gyroscope point down to help it, to make it curve over the curve of the Earth. It's nonsense. But that's basically the point, is that the gyroscope proves to you that you're on a flat surface. Otherwise, you'd fly over into quote-unquote space in their model. But of course, they're going to have all sorts of conjectures.
What happens now if I put the weight on this side? So I change the direction of the torque. If I put it on this side, torque is now in this direction. Spin angular momentum is in this direction. It's going to reverse direction. There we go. And you see it does. Amazingly non-intuitive. If you have problems with this, you're not alone. See you Wednesday.
So there we had a demonstration of real physics with practical applications in the real world, which can only work above a flat, stationary Earth. They just would not work if the Earth was a spinning ball. Gyroscopes wouldn't be used because of the properties that they have. And as he said, it was amazingly non-intuitive when he added the weight or mass, because we would expect the increase of mass on one side to make the gimbal of the gyroscope point down towards the Earth. But because it was spinning, and because gyroscopes always maintain the axis at which they were spun up at, the gimbal did not tilt. And so it becomes non-intuitive. And therefore, aircraft simply are not following any alleged curvature of the globe Earth when they are using gyroscopes to maintain level flight.
Now, this is what it is, folks. Again, when you're at ground level on a ball and you're spinning that gyroscope to be able to calibrate it for your ground level, right? For your position, because you're level with the ground, so that you can maintain, you can be level no matter how high you fly up, so you know you're not going up or down. That point on a ball is relative. Do you get it? The farther you fly, the farther the horizon is dropping underneath you because of the curvature. Meaning, the farther you fly, you can't listen to the gyroscope because the gyroscope is never going to point down. It's going to be level to the tangent line that you're on in the ball, if that makes sense. So eventually you would fly off the Earth if you were on a ball. Of course, again, all this stuff is nonsense, but that's why today they don't use analog gyroscopes anymore. And if they do, then that proves to you that you're not on a ball. They use all sorts of algorithms and guidance, navigation, control, and all this type of stuff where these things are pre-programmed with algorithms, just like your GPS in a car, that these things are algorithmic based. They're computational. And of course, they give you a little CGI model of what's happening, but it's not what's actually happening. And if you look into it, the people who are providing all of these algorithms is NASA for all these guidance navigational controls. So they're providing to you an algorithm and a representation of what's happening, again, inserting themselves between you and reality with the narrative. No, this is what's happening. Look, you're over here. Wait a minute. An analog gyroscope, which is a simple machine, it's a very simple machine, proves to you that you're not flying over a ball. It's absolute proof. And of course, there's many videos of pilots confessing, like, yeah, we don't live on a ball. I know that, but I'm not going to say that I'm a flat earther because people will ridicule me. And some pilots are deceived on this. They believe they are on a ball and that they're following the curvature of the Earth as they fly. So they are looking at what they see, even though they're up in the sky all the time, seeing the flat horizon. They see the horizon rise to meet the eye level, which is impossible on a ball. And yet they still believe these things. So you get a mixed bag, but there are many videos, especially on BitChute, I believe, of pilots basically. In fact, I wonder if we can look it up. Let's see. Pilot flat Earth. Again, I'm not a flat earther. I don't suggest that you be one, but let's see. Is there anything? Oh, because I spelled pilot like Pontius Pilate. I was like, what the heck? That's funny. There you go. See, here we go. Here's retired F-16 pilot says the Earth is flat. Dutch airline pilot explains why the Earth is flat. This one talks about gyros too. This one's it's a little bit longer. Actually, no, it's a 5-minute video. But you have a ton of these. Retired pirates, retired military pilots. So many people come in and saying, yeah, the Earth is flat, bro. It's not what you've been told. There's so many. And so you can look into that yourself. Again, you could spend hours and hours every day on this particular topic and still not get through it. That's not my goal today. My goal is to really show you that together, the body of evidence is consistent with everything, is that you've been lied to. These people in charge are occultists. They're serving the devil. And ultimately, all of this is designed to add force and power and authority to the deception so that people can come rally under the beast. That is the end that you cannot forget. Now, let's talk about eclipses. Eclipses are another one. People argue that NASA has predicted eclipses with such certainty and accuracy, and therefore it proves that the heliocentric model is true, which of course is not the case. There's some initial problems with eclipses that can't be reconciled in a ball, and they make no sense. They are the following. The eclipse, when you look at it, the shadow portion that's coming over the sun is going from west to east. which does not make sense if the moon, which also rises in the east and sets in the west, is traveling across the sun. And the moon is faster than the sun. So the question is, well, at least in the heliocentric model, I mean, in the local model, the moon does what the sun does, but faster. In the heliocentric model, the moon is the one moving in between you and the earth, or in between the sun and the earth. So the moon is the one moving, and the moon rises in the east, sets in the west. So if you look at an eclipse, of course, with some protective eye gear on, you will see that it doesn't start covering the sun from west. Of course, on the camera, it's backwards. But anyway, imagine from east to west. It doesn't do that. It goes backwards, which doesn't make any sense. Of course, you can see the moon in broad daylight. That's something that's observable. But you never see the moon approaching the sun on an eclipse and then covering it, and then you see the moon again in the sky. You don't, because the moon doesn't travel from west to east. It travels from east to west. So what could be happening? I'm not sure. I think there's some interesting theories. We'll talk about this in the next episode as well, with the problems with the flat Earth model. But there's probably some sort of electromagnetic thing going on. If you put a magnet up to a TV, it creates an interference pattern. It creates like a black, circle, basically, where the fields are, I believe, canceling each other out. But there's an interference pattern that happens. And so my guess from everything, just an educated guess, is that there's something electromagnetic happening. Because we live in an electromagnetic universe, these things are electromagnetic phenomenon. The sun is probably some sort of electromagnetic phenomenon of some kind. And so there's things that are intersecting with their fields and is creating this phenomenon that we see. Some people have hypothesized a third object. Of course, the New Agers are all about Nibiru and all this kind of stuff, but the Bible doesn't say there's a third object. The Bible doesn't say that God created, the sun and the moon and then, the black sun or something like that. So who knows what it is? It's an interesting question for sure. Another thing with eclipses is that the path of eclipses are all over the place. And it's not consistent with the model of the heliocentric idea that the Earth is here and the moon is going like this around the Earth, and it's eventually creating a solar eclipse. And if you look at this, if you look at some of these pictures, this is from Christian Observer. This is about the, I believe, the eclipse that recently happened in 2024. But you can see this on their model, that the curves and the arcs of the eclipses go in completely two different directions. How is this possible, given that the Earth is here and the Earth and the moon is orbiting around the Earth like so? It would have to do like strange things for it to create these patterns that we see. If you see these, they go all over the place. Sometimes they go from north to south. Sometimes they go from south to north. So they're crisscrossing all the time, these eclipse paths, and that doesn't make any sense. How is that possible on an Earth with a moon that's a fixed orbit? That doesn't make any sense. They have yet to reproduce this through empirical evidence. Of course, they could probably produce it through CGI, but that's nonsense. It doesn't make any sense. Another thing is that the shadows that they tell you doesn't actually work the way that shadows actually work in real life. For example, if we look at this picture, let's see. Oh, what happens on a solar eclipse, blah, blah, blah. Where is the picture? Here it is. This is how it supposedly works, right? Here's the sun, which, by the way, the sun's rays don't do that. They go outward. But anyway, here's the moon, and it creates this nice geometric little shape, and it tells you this is how it works. But this is not how it works, folks. I mean, just do it yourself. Take a ball, take another smaller ball, and then, take a really powerful light and move away from it and see what happens to these shadows and see if you can reproduce what they're telling you. This is nonsense. It doesn't match reality. Another thing that's important is that lunar eclipses actually disprove the ball model. There's going to be a video here we're going to watch from BitChute that shows to you that there's a lunar eclipse at the same time that the sun is in the sky. And that's impossible because on the heliocentric model, the lunar eclipse is caused by the sun the Earth being between the moon and the sun. Get it? So here's the Earth in my hand, here's the moon, and here's the sun. So you should not be able to see both the moon and the sun in the same sky on a heliocentric model if there's a lunar eclipse. But yet there's video proof of that. And you can look, this is one of many. Let's see, I had it from 47. Let's see.
And as you can see, we're getting a little bit brighter out here. You can see the shadow creeping across the moon. It's a little hard to see, I'm sure, in the camera, but from here, we can see nice and clearly. It's about a third of the way covered. The moon's starting to turn nice and orange.
Lunar eclipse.
As we're on the right shoulder, you can see downtown St. Louis and the nice early morning sun, which is getting very bright on the eastern horizon behind us. Yeah, we'll get that in there again.
There's the sun.
See, it's practically day here yet.
Coming up.
We still have the full moon out, which is slowly eclipsing.
Eclipsing. So you have many videos such like this. You have to look for them. But there's videos of the moon in the sky at the same, lunar eclipse in the sky at the same time that there's the sun in the early morning, which is not possible, folks. It's not possible. Now, let's see, what else do we have here? This is the oblong lunar eclipse problem. This is another thing that's also important, which is what I was talking about, how there are people who have debunked this idea of the lunar eclipse happening because of the shadow of the Earth. It's not. It's not. And you'll see that the same rule applies to the phases of the moon. It's not a shadow of a spherical object. It is something else happening. So this is an interesting, let's see, from 704.
The lunar
let's see where we at. Oh, actually, this is the whole video. The next one is this.
eclipse is alleged to be caused by the ball Earth, casting a shadow on the ball moon.
See that? Look at the shadow here. Look at the shadow, how it's oblong. It's not perfectly spherical.
In our model here, the shadow cast on the moon by the ball Earth starts off very small and oblong, and then becomes big. When we observe a lunar eclipse from Earth, it stays like a cookie bite, and it never changes, but as you can see here, the shadow of Earth starts out very small and is oblong and not perfectly round as it goes through. You can see that it changes size and shape from a narrow ellipse to a circular curve. This does not match what we observe from Earth. For those willing to think, it is clearly apparent that the darkening of the moon is not caused by the globe, Earth, casting a shadow. You may now be asking, if it is not the Earth causing the eclipse, then what is it? There are many theories that you can find in the eclipse section on the FAQ page of the Flat Earth Clock app, but you need to remember, falsification is independent of replacement.
Let's see, look at that. Yeah, you can tell. See these oblong, let's see, let's get a couple more frames. I wish they didn't have this stupid play button here. You see, you can tell, like, that's not what happens, folks. The oblong shape, because it's a sphere. If the moon was a ball and the shadow of the Earth was being cast on it, it would create these effects, which we can empirically reproduce with very simple experiments. Here's another one. This is from the artist that I was telling you about, and he, from about, let's see, 704. Yeah, this guy's a visual artist, and he's going to debunk these lunar eclipses. Let's see.
Or the moon. And speaking of the moon, allow me to now share the information that will close the case forever on the possibility or the falsity of the moon being a sphere. The moon is 100% absolutely not spherical, and any lunar eclipse proves it. And you can prove it too. All you need is a light source and two spheres. On the right, I'll be showing video footage of past lunar eclipses that we are all familiar with. And on the left, I will be showing what a shadow moving over a sphere actually looks like. A lunar eclipse is not, I repeat, is not a shadow of a sphere or anything else circular moving across a spherical object. How do I know? There are 4 critical points of observation everyone should be looking at. And I like to call these the conformation to surface factor, the shadow diffusion factor, the sine wave or S factor, and the reflected light factor. Firstly, I would like to point out the consistency of how a shadow naturally moves along varied surface types. This is the conformation factor. A shadow will conform to any shape that the surface takes, thus, in a way, revealing the true shape of an object. If a shadow moves along something rigid like stairs, it will take the stairs' shape, revealing the level differential from step to step. If a shadow moves along a concave object like a bowl, the shadow will stretch and skew, revealing the concavity of the bowl. If a shadow was to move over the surface of a sphere, it would stretch and skew in a spherical manner, wrapping and receding as it bevels and distorts along the sphere's surface. Note that this does not and has never happened on the surface of the moon during an eclipse. Which brings us to our next factor, the shadow diffusion factor. Note, the shadow is more crisp on the edge of the bowl than it is in the lowest portion of the bowl, and sharpens as it rises back up to the edge or the source of the shadow. Note also that on a sphere, the shadow is most diffused or scattered around the edges as the sphere's surface recedes, and it is the most sharp or defined on the closest portion of the sphere. This is because the closer the source of the shadow is to the surface, the more defined its edges. The further the source of the shadow is from the surface, the larger and more faded or diffused it becomes. Another way to say this is if you place an object on a surface with a light source above, the object's shadow will appear most sharp when the object is at rest. But lift the object closer to its light source, and you will see the shadow lose its crisp edges and dull or fade away, sometimes to the point where little to no shadow remains. This is the shadow diffusion factor, and in conjunction with the first factor, the conformation to the surface factor, the shadow not only rises and falls, stretches and skews with the surface, but also sharpens and dulls. These two factors are almost all we need to find the true topography or shape of the moon. Yet one factor is missing. This is called the sine wave factor, or S factor. Because the moon is said to be a sphere, the shadow that is projected onto the moon should also take on the characteristics of the sphere. This critical factor does not appear on the moon's eclipses whatsoever. The sine wave factor, or the S factor, is what happens as an object, round or straight, spherical or bent, passes over a sphere's surface. As the shadow moves onto a sphere, it is wrapping around its curve. Starting from the outer edge and moving towards the middle, the shadow takes on the spherical contour and bends upward at its height, then falls backwards in a barrel distorted manner. The shadow will always follow the closest edge due to perspective. The shadow will continue to create the S shape until it reaches the halfway point. As the shadow moves beyond the halfway point, it begins to bevel outward again in a barrel distortion manner. When a shadow moves along a 3D sphere, the center or closest part of the sphere to the observer is the most flat, and the shadow's shape and size the most true to life. The sphere will never be flat, but the bigger the sphere is, the less acute the angle of its curvature. So, because the innermost portion of the sphere is the closest to the observer, the less curvature is observed. However, when we observe any lunar eclipse, there is no wrapping, stretching, skewing, sharpening, or dulling of the shadow. In fact, every single lunar eclipse looks as if there is one flat disk moving across another flat disk. As the circular shadow moves along the moon, it maintains...
See that? This is science, folks. Empirical evidence. This explanation matches reality. What they're telling you does not match reality.
Its circular shape the whole way at the same pace. No stretching, no skewing, no sharpening or dulling. Hopefully you all understood that, as it was quite hard for me to put into words. Those three factors are good enough for us to see that the moon is not a sphere, but one factor is needed to realize the moon's surroundings, and that's reflected light. When another object under the same light source is in close proximity of the object in question, i.e. the moon, it should have light bouncing off of the Earth and reflecting onto the moon. When another object under the same light source is in close proximity of the object in question, it should have light bouncing off and reflecting onto it. What I mean is this. The closer another object comes to the sphere, the brighter the light it's reflecting will appear. In the made-up heliocentric lie, they tell us that the moon is reflecting the light to the Earth. But what about the bigger object, the Earth? Does it reflect and bounce light to the moon? It should, but it doesn't. Because if it did, we would then have no new moon phase, and instead more of a dull moon phase or a dim moon phase. Meaning, as the moon wanes to darkness, it should then be illuminated by the Earth. We should still be able to see the same face of the moon that we see every day, because the moon is always facing us, However, it should be dimmer and not luminous, because the Earth should reflect its massive light towards the dark moon, especially when the moon is further and closer to the Earth on its supposed elliptical path. It should brighten and dim in its new moon phase. I repeat, speaking exclusively from new moon to new moon, the moon itself should still be visible on that new moon phase, transitioning from dim to slightly brighter, back to dim, as the moon moves in its elliptical orbit. The object also should reflect the color of its surface and the color of its light source. A gold chain will reflect gold. A green ball will bounce green light, and its reflection on the object will be green. The sun's light is yellow or warm, while the moon's light is blue and cool. Astronauts say the moon is black and white, whatever that means. But if that means it's a scale of grays running from white to black, then it is impossible for the moon to change the sun's light from a warm color and
People have done this too, where it's colder in the moon's light than it is in the shadow, which is interesting.
temperature to a cool color and temperature. Yes, the moon's light is colder than the moon's shade. I can understand the moon cooling down the sun's rays and making it less hot, but in no way is it possible for it to actually make the sun's rays colder than the shade at night. Meaning, if you stepped into the moonlight at night, the temperature of the sun's rays reflecting off the surface of the moon and onto your face, or thermometer, should be greatly reduced, but not colder than if there was no moon at all. When the moon comes out at night, the temperature drops because of the moon's light. This has been confirmed by many experiments using digital thermometers. But staying on course, there is no sign of a reflected light being thrown onto the moon by Earth. What does this mean? This means that the new moon has actually disappeared. While the moon is waxing and waning, we can see the rest of the moon that is not illuminated. However, when there is a new moon, or no sunlight being reflected, we do not see a dim spherical object traversing our sky. In fact, in the daytime, we should still see a dim object traversing the sky, but we have never seen either of these things in our realities. Can you ever remember seeing a dim, non-luminous moon high in the sky at the new moon phase? I repeat, at the new moon phase, not while it's waxing or waning, and not when it's near full. Have you ever seen a dim, non-luminous moon high in the sky at the new moon phase? Now that this information is being brought to light, you will never be able to help but notice something you've never noticed before. That on an eclipse, the shadow has never stretched along the surface of a spherical moon. No stretching, no skewing, no sharpening in or fading away. Not obscured and distorted in sine wave-like motions. No light reflecting onto the moon from Earth. Nothing. Not a single shred of evidence remains that the moon is a spherical body orbiting around or above our Earth. This 100% discounts and debunks any further argument or perspectives that hold to our moon being a sphere in the sky or reflecting the sun's light. This information is in line with the laws of the reflector. The reflector can only reflect light brilliantly if the surface of the reflector is concave, but the outside of the sphere is convex, and convex surfaces only reflect a portion of the light back to the viewer's eye. But a concave surface reaccumulates the spreading light, or reconcentrates the light back to the observer's eye, whereas the convex surface, like the surface of a ball, further scatters the light. If the moon were over 250,000 miles away, then we would only see a portion of the moon, which we would call the hot spot, or the bright spot, or the highlight of the sphere. But there are no hot spots or highlights or bright points on the sphere of the moon, indicating the sun's direction. Instead,
You can do this yourself too, even with your phone. Just look up at the moon on a full moon, take a picture of it, and look at the shot. It is a light. It's a light source because God made two lights in the sky, just like the Bible tells you.
we have a perfectly evenly lit, luminescent moon that gives us cold blue light. In fact, when we look at a full moon, it appears to be flat because the edges of the moon are just as bright as the center or any other part on a full moon. Now that your eyes are opened to the physics and the facts, what will you do? Will you choose to continue believing this lie or observe it for yourself? Anybody can do it. Just go outside and look up. And in case you're wondering about what Neil deGrasse Tyson has to say on the matter, just look how he debunked himself. He went on social media, yes, supposedly the world's leading astrophysicist, anyway, went on social media and posted this ridiculous photo of what he thinks the shadow of a flat Earth would look like on the moon. Now, of course, he believes that the moon is a sphere, or at least that's what he says. But if that's the case, then why is there no stretching or skewing of this shadow? Once again, it goes to show you how important it is to be observant and to rely on your own senses. It also displays the innate sense for acute observation to a true artist. We have to combine both worlds, science and spirituality, the abstract and the literal, the arts and the politics, the left and the right brain.
And I think he gets a little bit new agey here at the end. But either way, this guy was an artist. He's a sculptor, a painter of some kind. And he's telling you all of these things from an artistic perspective, which is very interesting because I haven't seen that before. But the moon is not a sphere, folks. It's not. And we talked about the highlight, where the light comes on a tangent on a sphere and basically creates the highlight point before as well. So it's good to see that. But who knows what the moon is? I don't know what the moon is. I think it's certainly fun to speculate. But the point is that the eclipses, especially lunar eclipses, disprove the heliocentric model. But both do. Both solar and lunar eclipses disprove the ball quite easily. People argue that NASA predicting eclipses as proof that they have the right model is nonsense. NASA, you will find out, took all of their predictions and built off of previous people, which built off ultimately the Babylonians and Assyrians. The ancients, remember, the ancients were able to predict a lot of things. The Mayans, the Mayan calendar, people built giant buildings in accordance with the luminaries, like the sun and the moon. All of these things that we can't even build today, these giant, like the pyramids, like the Giza pyramid is aligned with the belt of Orion or whatever. All of these things that are just so huge and yet perfectly aligned with the luminaries of the sky. People watched the sky. That's all they did. And they understood the sky. And yet universally we saw that their model of the universe was very different than what we have today. It was a flat and closed model, which of course is what the Bible tells you. All of them believed the same thing, and all of them were able to create astounding feats of engineering and astronomy, and yet they had a very different model. So what does that tell you? It tells you, first and foremost, if you're honest, that there is at least another way to explain what you see, not just only through heliocentrism. That's the first thing it should tell you. The second thing it should tell you as we go through this is you'll see that NASA isn't doing anything. All they did is rip off those mathematical calculations from previous cultures and present them to you as, oh my gosh, this one guy we'll look at, his name is Fred Espenak, the mystery eclipse. He just came up with all these things. He just calculated them. Oh, just like all the other people in history where they're lauded up as these heroes. So this is Fred Espenak from Wikipedia. He's a retired emeritus American astrophysicist. He worked at the Goddard Space Flight Center. He's best known for his work on eclipse predictions. Let's see if we can go just a little bit more here. All right. He was employed at Goddard Space Flight Center, where he used infrared spectrometers to measure the atmospheres of planets and solar system. He provided NASA's eclipse bulletin starting in 1978. He is the author of several canonical works on eclipse predictions, such as the 50-year canon of solar eclipses and 50-year canon of lunar eclipses, both of which are standard references on eclipses. The first eclipse he saw was the solar eclipse on March 7th, 1970, which sparked his interest in eclipses, and he has since seen over 20 eclipses. Together with John Mias, he published the 5 Millennium Canon of Solar Eclipses in 2006, which covers all types of solar eclipses, partial, solar, total, annular, and hybrid, from 2000 BC to AD 3000, and the 5 Millennium Canon of Lunar Eclipses in 2009, which lists all the lunar eclipses in that time span. Later, he published the more compact 1,000-year canon of lunar eclipses in 1501 to 2500, the 1,000-year canon of solar eclipses, and the 21st century canon of solar eclipses. He's also a co-author with Mark Littman and Ken Wilcoxoff of Totality, Eclipses of the Sun. He was the co-investigator of an atmospheric experiment flown on the Space Shuttle Discovery. So is he indentured and in deep with these people? Absolutely. He's also known as Mystery Eclipse. He gives public lectures on eclipses and astrophotography. Astronomical photographs taken by Fred Espenak have been published in National Geographic, which, remember, came from the Cosmos Club, Newsweek, Nature, New Scientist, CL at the Space, and magazines. So he's very well known. He's a very influential figure. And this one guy, before we go on, I want you to realize, again, it's the same narrative that they always tell you. It's this one genius that came along and just changed science forever with all of his calculations that they prop up. And of course, it's the same old narrative. Do you really believe that one dude suddenly came up in the 1970s and he calculated all of the eclipses that we've ever had perfectly, and he just figured it out? Kind of like Cavendish figured out gravity, kind of like Newton figured out all the things he figured out, and Einstein and so on. Or is this just the same old thing we're seeing over and over again? Of course, you should know the answer to that because I've given you 2,500 plus years of history, and that's why you need history. Otherwise, you read something about Fred Espenak and say, oh, he must have been a genius. He just kind of figured it out. Of course, you know better by now, hopefully. So this is from space.com, and this is the original mystery eclipse. How a 19th century astronomer calculated the dates of over 13,000 eclipses. For nearly a century, the 1887 book Canon of Eclipses was considered to be the authoritative work on solar and lunar eclipses. So did Fred Espenak figure it out, or did he get it from somebody else? If one were to mention the name mystery eclipse, most amateur and professional astronomers would immediately recognize it as nom de plume for Fred Espenak, a retired professor of astrophysics who worked at the Goddard Space Flight Center, but he is far better known for his work on eclipse predictions. To be sure, he has earned the title of mystery eclipse, but in the late 19th century, there was a man who during his time could have also been branded as mystery eclipse. His name was Theodor Ritter von Oppolzer, which you probably have never even heard of. From medicine to astronomy. Born in Prague, Czechoslovakia, October 26, 1841, Oppolzer's father Johann was a highly regarded surgeon, and his mother Maria was the daughter of a chemist. In 1850, the family moved to Vienna, and it was there that young Theodor attended school, and it was soon realized that he had an exceptional talent for numbers and mathematics. While his father encouraged him to follow in his footsteps to study medicine, Theodor's primary interest was in physical sciences, most notably astronomy. Although he received a PhD in medicine at the age of 23, the name of Oppolzer was becoming much better known in astronomy thanks to his publishing of technical papers concerning the orbits of various asteroids and comets. He was only 21 when he published the first paper concerning the orbit of Comet Thatcher, a bright comet that appeared in 1861 and we know today is responsible for the meteoroids that produce the annual April Lyrid meteor shower. Now, again, there are shooting stars, there are comets, there are meteors, but remember that there is a phenomenon. There's you, and in between that phenomenon and you, there is the snake that quickly sprouts up and says, no, this is what's happening. Oh, no, what you're looking at is this. Oh, actually, what's happening is this. So you have to move the snake to the side and just look at it and say, how could I explain this from a biblical point of view? Because one thing I'll tell you for sure is with shooting stars and comets or whatever else, they actually disprove the heliocentric model. And it's a very simple test because not a single time will you ever see a shooting star or a comet or whatever the other object flying through the sky going above the horizon. Meaning from the horizon upward into the sky. You always see them going from top down or across the sky and disintegrating to some degree. So what does that tell you? What does that tell you, folks? When science, quote unquote, science is telling you that you're on a ball with no objective up or down, it's all relative, and you're flying through space and through this void, and the solar system's also flying through space like this, and the galaxy's doing its own thing, so you're just hurtling around through space. That in all of the time that we've ever observed the skies, there has never been recorded a meteor or a comet or a shooting star go upwards from the horizon, which it should if you're on a ball spinning around in space in so many different directions. Do you understand? Because it's not limited to this way, right? It could go this way, that way, diagonal this way. You never see them going upwards from the horizon. Whereas you should see them. You always see meteor showers and everything going downwards from the sky. You never see them going upwards. Not a single time. And you should, because if the Earth is in a three-dimensional void flying around, then projectiles should be coming from all sorts of directions. They should be coming from top down, across, bottom up, and yet you never see these things. So, yet again, natural phenomenon, if you take the snake, you say, no, just move to the side for a second, and you just look at it, it actually disproves their model, but they're very quick to tell you what's happening. I don't know if this Theodore guy was a secret society member, but again, you know how satanic the 1800s were. At the very least, he was deceived. But either way, he made some calculations that later were ripped off by NASA. Moving on. In 1866, he began teaching theoretical astronomy and geodesics at the University of Vienna. But not only did he prove that he was a highly proficient calculator, he reputedly memorized the values of 14,000 logarithms. Opolzer also made astronomical observations directly from his own private observatory in Vienna, Josefstadt. Equipped with a revolving dome, a 7-inch refracting telescope, a wide-field comet seeker, and a meridian circle, Opolzer was literally a one-man show. Again, this to me it's a red flag of like propped up. Just like Einstein, just like Cavendish, just like Espinac. It's that lone genius that's in his lab and he figured it all out for you. Just believe it. Being able to not only observe asteroids and comets, but then derive orbits from them as well. In fact, in 1870, he published a paper which brought him international fame, creating a new method for computing an orbit from only 3 or 4 observed positions. The speed in which Opolzer's methodology provided a solution supplanted a more tedious procedure derived by the now legendary German mathematician Carl Gauss. There he is. And I think I had some other stuff highlighted here somewhere. Unwarranted criticism. Today, however, many criticize Opolzer's canon primarily because of the inaccuracy of the solar eclipse tracks that were plotted in the back of his book on 160 dish-shaped maps, all centered on the North Pole and bounded by a latitude 30 degrees south. 3 and occasionally 4 precisely computed points were plotted with a circular arc drawn through the points, providing a good but not exact approximation of the true path. So, was it an exact result? No, it was not. As a result, notable discrepancies often result. For example, for many years up until about the mid-1960s, when more accurate references sources became available, it was assumed that New York City would witness a total eclipse of the sun on April 8, 2024. That assumption was based solely on Opolzer's canon, which depicted the path of that recent total solar eclipse passing directly over the metropolitan area. Many 20th century astronomy books, as well as articles in newspapers and magazines during that era, stressed this point. But the truth of the matter was that on the eclipse day, the path of totality passed about 200 miles to the city's northwest, with New Yorkers having to settle instead for a large partial eclipse. Many other eclipse paths in the canon were found to be off by up to a few hundred miles. So, was Opolzer and his team to blame for such discrepancies? The answer is most definitely not. Opolzer himself wrote that, quote, "These charts have only one purpose, to show at a glance the eclipse path and especially where the computed points lie. It is clear that the circular arcs are approximations. However, it must not be forgotten that there can often be a considerable deviation for places lying far from the principal points." Why? Well, then that means your math model is wrong. If there's a deviation of 200 miles, especially on a local plane with local light sources, that's significant. So it tells you that your model, there's something not right about it. Just like the Gregorian calendar has to intercalate. It's not the real calendar, is it? It can be accurate, but the fact that you have to intercalate tells you that you're not using the real calendar. We talk about that in the Sabbath number 5 episode. So this is something that not a lot of people don't know about, that NASA ripped off calculations from a previous guy, which again, they weren't even that accurate. They were good estimates, but they weren't exact, which tells you that the model that they're working on is not the true model. Now, let's read a little bit more this is from nasa.gov. Let's see what we have. Eclipses and the Saros. The periodicity and recurrence of eclipses is governed by the Saros cycle, a period of approximately 6,585.3 days, 18 years, 11 days, and 8 hours. It was known to the Chaldeans, i.e. the Babylonians, as a period when lunar eclipses seem to repeat themselves, but the cycle is applicable to solar eclipses as well. God's universe is harmonious, folks. The 2 great lights in the sky have certain cycles that they go through, and the people who watch the sky, i.e. the Babylonians, the Assyrians, the Egyptians, they knew about these various cycles. They give you the math breakdown, and they seduce you with some charts here. here's a ball Earth and tell you this is how it works and so on. And again, this doesn't make any sense. But anyway, these are supposedly the various eclipse patterns where you have the moon. I don't understand how this could work on a heliocentric model. This to me refutes it. Because again, remember, they also go the other way too. You see, they also go crisscross. So that doesn't make sense. That does not make sense if they're going up and down the latitudes and then also, the latitude going up north from south to north doesn't make sense. If the moon is going around the Earth like this, it should have a predictable eclipse pattern, not one that's going downward, then the next time it's going lower than that, then lower than that, then it's going across and upward. That doesn't make any sense. The moon must be doing all kinds of things around your ball Earth if that's the case. Historically speaking, the word Saros derives from the Babylonian term Sar, which is an interval of 3,600 years. It was never used as an eclipse period until English astronomer Edmund Halley adopted it in 1691. According to R.H. van Gent, Halley, quote, extracted it from the lexicon of the 11th century Byzantine scholar Suidas, who in turn erroneously linked it to an unnamed 223-month Babylonian eclipse period mentioned by Pliny the Elder in his Historia Naturalis. So, Pliny the Elder mentioned some unit of time that the Babylonians were tracking for a 223-month eclipse period, who was then re-quoted in an 11th century Byzantine work by a man named Suidas, and then who was basically re-quoted yet again by Edmund Halley in 1691. So the Saros term doesn't come from the Babylonians being... This is an important point for we're going to make this in just a second, because people who are defending the globe Earth say, oh, you see, the flat earthers are refuted because they're wrong about the Saros cycle. No, we're not wrong. I'm not a flat earther, but we're not wrong about the Saros cycle and how the Babylonians knew these periods. They didn't call them the Saros cycle. So the confusion is because the word Saros was attributed by various people throughout history. The Babylonians never used the Saros cycle, but they knew the period of time of these intervals for lunar eclipses because they were all about the moon. In fact, in one of my, I think it was episode number, was it somewhere in the lunar eclipse? Yeah, the number 5, where we talk about the calendar, the true calendar. Sabbath series number 5, episode number 5. We talk about how it is plainly evident that the Jews got their evening to evening reckoning from Babylon. This whole idea of the Sabbath starting from evening to evening is a Babylonian tradition. And you can prove that very clearly because the Egyptians, the Greeks, the Romans, they all had a daylight reckoning of the day. The Romans had a complicated calendar, but either way, all the cultures, the Persians, the Greeks, the Egyptians, all reckoned the day according to the sun. It was the Babylonians that reckoned the day according to the moon. They were all about the moon. So they knew lunar eclipse periods, all these things. They were very much watching the sky because they were doing astrology and all kinds of things, right? That's very well documented in the Bible and in history. This is another one from nasa.gov. Eclipse predictions and Earth's rotation. Fred Espenak, our hero mystery eclipse. Let's see what he has to say. When Sir Isaac Newton first published his revolutionary theory of gravitation in Principia, 1687, it laid the groundwork for the prediction of planetary motion throughout the solar system. Edmund Halley played a pivotal role in motivating Newton to develop this mathematical description of gravity. In fact, Halley even financed much of Principia's publication costs. I wonder if Halley was also an occultist, a mystic, or a secret society member. Something to look into. Halley was quite curious about the orbits of the planets. Using Newton's Principia, Halley calculated orbits for the comets of 1531, 1607, and 1681, and discovered that they must be successive returns of the same object. He correctly predicted that the comet would return in 1758, and it has been known as Halley's Comet ever since. He also devised a method to determine Earth's distance from the Sun using the rare transits of Venus across the Sun's disk. Although not as well known, Halley also made important scientific contributions in his studies of eclipses. He is credited with the first eclipse map, showing the path of the moon's shadow across England during the upcoming total eclipse of 1715. He also rediscovered the Saros cycle of 18 years plus 10 or 11 days, depending on the number of intervening leap years, over which eclipse seemed to repeat. Now again, remember, When they say 18 years plus or minus X amount of days, they're using the Gregorian calendar, which is not the true calendar. The true calendar is the sun's position in the constellations. And an entire solar year, which is 365.24 days or whatever, it goes through all 12 of the constellations, completing one cycle. You don't need to intercalate. And I talk about that in my Sabbath series, number 5, because we talk about the lunar Sabbath and why it's wrong. And that's a deep dive into all this stuff with the calendar. So the Saros cycle, as they define it, is still wrong in that sense. But it is, I'm sure it's a fixed number according to the true calendar that is probably close to that number, because the Gregorian calendar is close to the truth. But again, it's right and almost right. The counterfeit is almost right. Moving on. The Saros was used by the Chaldeans and the Babylonians and later the Greeks for simple lunar eclipse predictions, but it was unknown in Halley's day. So Fennec knows where this was originally used by the ancients. Using Newton's theory of the moon's motion and the Saros cycle, Halley made a series of calculations to identify ancient eclipses in the literature. But Halley soon encountered a problem. The eclipse paths he predicted were shifted with respect to the historical records. Either the moon was accelerating in its orbit or the Earth's rotation rate was slowing down. Now, which one do you think that is? Although both are actually true, Halley correctly identified the increasing length of the day as the primary culprit. It took another 300 years to understand why. So, yeah, notice how they are saying that the Earth is slowing down and all these things to gaslight you into what's actually happening, which is that you have a flat and motionless Earth. This has been proven, and you have local luminaries on their own cycles and probably doing their own thing. I'm sure that the moon and the sun are, if we do perceive the day as increasing or decreasing, then yeah, those objects in the sky are doing something different, and they've been doing something. The Earth is not changing in its rotation. That's for darn sure. This is now an apology article by, of course, these, the Flat Earth Wiki or the Flat Earth, the flatearth.ws. Flat Earthers claim the usage of the Babylonian term Saros proves that the eclipses are predicted using ancient Babylonian technology. In reality, the Saros is now used to classify related eclipses. For example, the solar eclipse on August 21, 2017 is the 22nd member out of the 77 in the solar Saros 145, which, by the way, remember that one in 2017. We'll look at some articles in the next section. They totally messed up, and it freaked everybody out because they had to expand the size of the sun. And of course, that changes your whole model, and it was a whole debacle. And we'll look at that article. They don't mention that here, though. The term Saros was first used in association with the eclipse by Edmund Halley, which, remember, he borrowed it from other Greek documenters and philosophers who borrowed it from others. So translating it through time, the Babylonians did not use that term, but they used the counting system of counting eclipses and keeping track of them. The Babylonians never used the term Saros to describe eclipses. Yeah, true. And the numbering system of the Saros series was created by G. van der Burg. Of course, they're quickly telling you what's happening and quickly, taking advantage of people's ignorance, because it's true that, yes, the Babylonians did not use the term Saros. That's true. And they're capitalizing on that truth to lie to you that, then therefore, what's the therefore? The therefore is that, well, they were never in connection with Babylonian information or anything else, which is not true. The Babylonians, the Greeks, and the Persians, the Assyrians have been calculating the eclipses and the movements of the heavens since they were an empire, because that's the knowledge that was continued after the flood. And of course, these people were using it for predictions and astronomy and astrology and all sorts of things that you already know. This is from The Atlantic. It's a funny article. It says, astronomers are using ancient eclipse records to solve a cosmic mystery. Babylonian tablets suggest that the Earth's rotation is slowing less than expected. On the morning of April 15th, 136 BC, residents of the ancient city of Babylon in what is now Iraq experienced quite a sight. An hour and a half after sunrise, the moon moved across the face of the sun, blotting it out so only the golden halo of its atmospheric was visible. The sky went dark. Venus, Mercury, and the normal stars were visible. Jupiter and Mars, which were in their period of disappearance, were visible in that eclipse. A Babylonian astrologer inscribed in cuneiform on a key tablet now stored in the British Museum. To measure the eclipse's duration, the astrologer would have used a cylindrical vessel called a clepsydra, or a water clock, whose slow draining marked the passage of time. Quote, it moved from southwest to northeast, 35 time duration, units of time duration, for obscuration and clearing up. In that eclipse, north wind, which, and the rest of it is missing chunks, basically. They can't tell what it says after that. But the astrologer may have been noting that the wind shifted direction, which happens during a total eclipse, which is also interesting because, again, where does the wind come from? Where does the wind come from? You ever wonder that? You ever, like, when you walk outside and there's wind going past your face, like, where's the fan that is blowing this? We live in an electromagnetic universe that is very well designed. It's very well timed. Everything is on clocks. Everything has certain rules with itself, and certainly the luminaries play a big role in that. A little more to go here. This account, one of the most precise eclipse records from antiquity, is more than a souvenir from the sands of Babylon. In a remarkable example of science being practiced across millennia, today's astronomers are using it to show that Earth's rotation is slowing down and the day is getting shorter, but not as much as we might expect. So, did the Babylonians keep track of eclipses? Yes, they did. They had very meticulous records because that's all they did is they look at the sky. They didn't have the internet. Here's another one from NPR. Ancient Babylonians brought light to mysterious eclipses. Tomorrow the great, this is the host speaking, tomorrow the great American eclipse will sweep across North America. Millions will experience total darkness. I believe, what's the date to this? This is, April 7th, 2024. It's an eerie and mysterious experience, even though at this point we know exactly what is happening. Do you? I don't think you do. I think if you knew, you would marvel and give glory to God and worship God, not be a liberalistic, atheistic station that you are. The moon will be passing in front of the sun, casting a shadow over the earth. But imagine that you lived in the ancient world with no warning that an eclipse was going to happen, as the sun's disk suddenly disappeared and the day fell dark and cool. Unsurprisingly, in the ancient world, eclipses were often seen as bad omens. That was true in Mesopotamia, the region that today includes Iraq, Syria, Kuwait, and Turkey. But even then, ancient Mesopotamian astronomers were looking for other explanations. They kept detailed records of celestial movement, and the people of Mesopotamia, the Babylonians and the Assyrians, were the first to figure out that eclipses occur in cycles, meaning that it could be predicted. Eckhart Fromm is a professor of Assyriology at Yale University, and he joins us now. So he goes on to interview this person, and they go on and talk about the eclipses. So, conclusion. Well, NASA's role from the very beginning has been associated to the occult and to deception. That's why America is the false prophet, and why I quote it from the book of Revelation in the introduction to this series. The moon landing initiated people into the Masonic ideal of evolution, transhumanism, climate change, Gnostic spiritual beliefs, New Age, all this stuff, basically a universe without God, where man is the God of the universe. Just in time for things like quantum physics, all the false light shifts that were happening that we've talked about, and the ecumenical globalist movements, climate change, the idea of worldwide Earth citizens, all of these things came as a result of NASA creating this hoax, and the hoaxes that give power and life to ultimately this image that would come around. It also gave atheism a justification, which is another interesting thread, because by having all of this space exploration, the atheists now could say, look, there's space, and we live in a void, and evolution's true, and the Big Bang is true, and we don't need God in our model. And of course, atheism was created by the beast to make itself look good. If you don't know what I'm talking about, watch my End Time series, especially the French Revolution episode. I believe it's episode number 14, where we talk about the origins of atheism and communism, and all of these things are designed ultimately to flip from dark to light. The flip you're seeing now from left to right, from atheistic governing to we need religion back, is all by design. So atheism is on it's on an expiration date, and atheism is soon going to be serving its purpose to point to the morality of the beast as superior. That's what atheism was. But atheism was given life because of these wonders, so that ultimately religion could look good when atheism has served its purpose. Today, NASA is continuing its false signs and wonders. So that all of these new lies and ongoing lies, which you'll see in the final section, we'll look at current events, that all of these things have power and magical authority in your mind. Of course, if you know the truth, which you do now, hopefully, those things will not have any sway over you whatsoever. So when we read those current events, you'll see that they are just going to fall on deaf ears because they're fakery. But if you believe in the heliocentric model, all of the current event articles that I'm going to read to you in the next section are there to push you in one direction, whether towards fear or desire. The big bad asteroid is going to come and kill us, so we need to unite the world and create some sort of, anti-asteroid task force. Or, look, we're going to transcend space, so let's unite the world and live forever and travel through space. So either fear or desire, doesn't matter. The devil's always using his dualistic schemes. And the point is to push you off the narrow road, to push you off of critical thinking, that you're not sober-minded so that you can be devoured. That's the point. NASA's budget is enormous. They have billions and billions of dollars of free money that they could basically use for all their shenanigans. And of course, other people have followed suit now. You can see India, China, they're all, Japan is all drinking the Kool-Aid with rovers on the moon and all these things. And of course, we'll see some of those articles in the next section, but they're just such nonsense. And you know that they're lying, so that what the natural conclusion is, okay, I know that NASA is lying. So when you see people like China and Japan and India pulling the same shenanigans, you know that they're lying, which tells you that means they're all in on it, which is just such a profound thought to believe that so many people are in on such a profoundly important deception, which means that, wow, the devil really does control this world. He is the God of this world in that sense. Today, the whole Mars thing with the Elon Musk and going to Mars, this is just moon landing 2.0, folks. Again, every lie that the devil creates has an expiration date. Eventually, it's found out. So the momentum, he needs to continue the momentum and pass the baton from one place to another and keep the lie going and creating and repackaging the lie, basically. But that's why the Bible says there's nothing new under the sun. You can spend probably every day debunking NASA's stuff. And ultimately, I'm not going to do that. The point with all this is to show you that there is no way you can divorce the occult from heliocentrism. And this section specifically with NASA is to show you their shenanigans, that they're lying to you, obviously lying about everything. There's no truth from NASA whatsoever. Their sole job is to spin reality in a particular way so that the lie of uniting the world under the beast seems like a good idea. That idea, whether it manifests through climate change, AI, whatever else, has a reason to be justified because the quote-unquote science of heliocentrism, proven to you, quote-unquote proven by NASA, has supported it and given it life. That's their role. A lot of flat earthers, I should say every quote-unquote flat earther, is aware of NASA and their shenanigans and their snakery. But what they're not aware of is the final step, which is that NASA is part of the false prophet. Why are all these things happening? Just to deceive you and make money? No, it's not just that. It's ultimately because NASA is part of the false prophet, and America has been ruled by the Jesuits and the Roman power, for a while, since 1870, right after the Civil War. America has been doing the bidding of the beast for a long time. And now, as we close in on the final moments of history, America's job is to give life to this image, which is the government that will take over the world, the New World Order. That's America's job. So that's the part that the flat earthers aren't putting together. So you need to go one step further and realize from a biblical perspective how to interpret these things, not just from a science perspective or from a conspiracy perspective. Those things can be useful, but really if you haven't gotten to the point of seeing how this ties in with the Bible and Bible prophecy, then you have to take that extra step. Heliocentrism was weaponized by Rome in the Counter-Reformation. It's been weaponized, as you hopefully saw, and it's designed to ultimately bring the world to serve the beast, just like the Bible tells you. Remember that Satan gave his power to the Catholic Church. The false prophet is going to make people worship this system through obedience and by working many deceptions. Remember all of the narratives from episode 1 of this series that are linked to heliocentrism. Science fiction, evolution, atheism, transhumanism, New Age, quantum craziness, climate change, fear of destruction through AI, all of these things, aliens, UFOs, are linked to the cosmology that you are taught from kindergarten. And so this thing is very ingrained, and it's designed ultimately to subvert your faith and have ecumenical consequences. So now that you've seen through NASA's shenanigans, it's time for our final section to catch up with everything and look at current events.
China landed an uncrewed spacecraft on the far side of the moon on Sunday. The successful mission elevates China's space power status in a global rush to the moon and puts it a step closer to retrieving the world's first rock and soil samples from the dark lunar hemisphere. Countries, including the United States, are hoping to exploit lunar minerals to sustain long-term astronaut missions and moon bases within the next decade. The landing is China's second on the far side of the moon, a region no other country has reached. If all goes as planned, the Chang'e 6 crafts mission will provide China with a pristine record of the moon's 4.5 billion year history and yield new clues on the solar system's formation. It will also allow for an unprecedented comparison between the dark, unexplored region with the moon's better understood Earth-facing side. The side of the moon perpetually facing away from the Earth is dotted with deep, dark craters, making communications and robotic landing operations more difficult. Chang'e 6 marks the world's third lunar landing this year.
All right. Well, welcome to the final part of this, part 8, current events. And in this part, I want to document some recent headlines, relatively recent up until modern times, modern day, as in today. This is 2024 when I'm recording this, to show you how this heliocentric conspiracy is still playing itself out. And of course, we are at the end of history. And so it's expected that all of these delusions and deceptions are at their maximum. We'll also find some interesting articles to basically show that they are hiding new science that's happening, just like we've seen with so many times with Schrodinger, with Airy and Sagnac and Michelson-Morley, all the good science that was ever done or any kind of thing that came up that bubbled to the surface that threatened their model, they quickly insert their explanation and narrative on top of it to deceive you. And that's still happening. That is still happening. Remember that if you know the truth, God is nearby. God is sovereign, and there's nothing to worry about. You have to be deceived to this truth, i.e. that God is nearby and that God is sovereign, in order to accept the counterfeit solution of a counterfeit savior, i.e. Rome. And that's the point. Rome creates the problem and the reaction and then the solution. So all of these things tie into, again, all roads lead to Rome, and you have to see the biblical perspective that overarches all of this stuff. Like I said, you could probably spend every day debunking NASA and all the Freemasonic occult stuff going on in the world. That is useful up until a point. You have to realize that the important point of all of this is how does it relate to the Bible, and specifically the end times, because we are at the very end of the end. So if you want to be edified with more on that, then watch my End Time series, watch my Great Delusion series. All those will edify you. The Christian Nationalist playlist, the Dark to Light playlist, the Venerable Day of the Sun ongoing coverage of developments I don't know if it's a series, basically just an ongoing coverage. But all of those will edify you in the truth so that you can see how this, even though it's been a lot that we've covered, is really just one small piece of a greater satanic mural being put together at the end of time. So these are pretty much in order. Let's take a look at them. This is from 2012. It says hidden portals in Earth's magnetic field at physics.org, phys.org. A favorite theme of science fiction is the portal, an extraordinary opening in space or time that connects travelers to distant realms. A good portal is a shortcut, a guide, a door into the unknown. If only they actually existed, ... It turns out that they do, sort of, and a NASA-funded researcher at the University of Iowa has figured out how to find them. We call them X-points, or electron diffusion regions, explains plasma physicist Jack Scudder of the University of Iowa. They're places where the magnetic field of the Earth connects to the magnetic field of the Sun, creating an uninterrupted path leading from our own planet to the Sun's atmosphere 93 million miles away. And again, if you believe that, I have some beachfront property for you that's going hot in Phoenix. But the reality is that maybe they're discovering something having to do with the portals of the Sun and the Moon. Because Enoch, the book of Enoch, talks about portals. Again, I don't think that Enoch is scripture. I don't think that it's inspired. I've talked about this in my Nephilim episode. However, it's a historical book that reflects the attitudes of the people of the time. Okay, and it's consistent with all the other cosmologies that we've seen. So, as you'll see in the next episode of this series, which will be called 15 Problems with the Circular Flat Earth Model, the idea that the Earth is a circle is not true. And that means that the Sun going about this orbit above the circle is also not true. It's nonsense. The Sun moves straight across the sky, but that's a problem. The question is, how do you get continuity? How do you get the sun to set? How do you get day and night? And we'll explore that because it's a very mysterious situation. But in the book of Enoch, it seems to provide an answer that there's these portals that the sun goes through and enters and comes back, sort of like a supernatural continuous situation. We'll just leave it at that. And for the rest of it, I'll invite you to tune in to the next episode of this series, which will be the last episode. But they found these electromagnetic portals, which of course, they're going to tell you what they think about it, but we know a little bit better than that to question what they're saying. This is from Fox News. Scientists discover Earth's Star Trek-style invisible shield. This is from 2014. A team of scientists led by the University of Colorado Boulder has discovered an invisible Star Trek-style shield that blocks the so-called killer electron 7,200 miles above the Earth. The electrons, which travel at near light speed, are capable of damaging space electronics and can put astronauts in danger. I.e., how did you go to the moon? But anyway, the shield, which forms a barrier to particle motion, was found in the Van Allen radiation belts, according to the distinguished Professor Daniel Baker, director of University Boulder, Colorado, Laboratory for Atmospheric and Space Science Physics, who led the study. The radiation belts, which are held in place by Earth's magnetic field, are two donut-shaped rings that are packed with high-energy electrons and protons. This part is my favorite part right here, this next part. You ready? You really can't make this up. Quote, "It's almost like these electrons are running into a glass wall in space," said Baker in a statement. "Somewhat like the shields created by force fields on Star Trek that were used to repel alien weapons, we are seeing an invisible shield blocking these electrons. It's an extremely puzzling phenomenon." That's right, it's puzzling because you don't have the right model of the Earth and you're trying to fit it into your ridiculous model that doesn't exist. But they're finding things, again, having to do with what? What does the Bible tell you? That there is a firmament that separates the waters above from the waters below. Who knows what it exactly is? I think it's an interesting thing to think about, but there's a firmament. Accept all cookies, accept only essential ones. How about reject all cookies? Now, this is an interesting article. It's from 2019, but I wanted to lump it in with the previous one because it, again, shows you that they're discovering things that it destroys their model, and then they have to quickly spin them in a different direction to make you think something else. This is from the European Space Agency, Science and Exploration. Earth's atmosphere stretches out to the moon and beyond. So they give you a little explanation here. A recent discovery based on observations by the ESA and NASA Solar and Heliocentric Observatory, SOHO, shows that the gaseous layer that wraps around the Earth reaches up to 630,000 miles away, or kilometers, or 50 times the diameter of our planet. The moon flies through the Earth's atmosphere, says Igor Balyukin of Russia's Space Research Institute, lead author of the paper presenting the results. We were not aware of it until we dusted off observations made 2 decades ago by the SOHO spacecraft. Yes, the moon does fly through the Earth's atmosphere. This is a true statement. Because if you are honest and you look up at the sky, you're like, okay, that is not 50 bajillion miles away. It's a local object, just like the Bible says, and therefore it is either in the firmament or inside of it. Who knows? We can take some guesses at that next time, but the heliocentric model is now saying the moon flies through the Earth's atmosphere. Of course, they give you this little graphic of, you see, this is how it works, and there's this atmosphere around the moon, and that way, that way we can say that we're flying to the moon and going through the atmosphere, and all sorts of other conjectures that basically deny the truth, which is that the Earth is a plane and the moon is in the atmosphere somehow. And of course, they're still presenting it to you through the heliocentric view. So this just, again, it's an example of taking science that's discovered and spinning it very quickly. Here's a classic. 2017 solar eclipse may prove the sun is bigger than we think. This is the one I was talking about. A growing number of researchers think that the sun is actually larger than commonly thought. Scientists don't know the sun's size as precisely as the details of the Earth and the moon, making a sticking point for perplexed eclipse modelers. Javier Jubier creates detailed models of solar and lunar eclipses that work with Google Maps to show precisely where the shadow of the moon will fall on the Earth and what the eclipse will look like at each point. He came to realize that there was something off about the sun's measurements as he matched his eclipse simulations with actual photos. Isn't that what you do with science, is you match empirical results with reality and see if they're a match or not? The photos helped him identify exactly where an observer had been for historical eclipses, but those precise eclipse shapes only made sense if he scaled up the sun's radius by a few hundred kilometers. For me, something was wrong here, somewhere, but that's all I could say, Hubier told Space.com. Scientists' knowledge of the Earth and Moon contours weren't exactly enough to highlight this discrepancy until about 10 years ago, the same time that modern eclipse simulations began becoming possible through a computer power and precise mapping. So it was around then that Hubier began to realize something was amiss. So just when they started doing more CGI, they realized that their CGI doesn't match reality. And of course, with their reality, the sun has to be a particular size to be, the angular size that it is, and that's a real problem. If the sun is much bigger, you have a major problem. NASA researcher Ernie Wright came to a similar conclusion as he began to create increasingly precise models of solar eclipses starting about 2 years ago. He too had to scale up the sun slightly from the traditional size of his calculations to match reality. Well, that's a real problem, folks, because if you have to scale up the sun and the sun is bigger, then that means that the mass is bigger and the gravity is stronger. So in order for the gravity the distance of the Earth to be the same from the sun, the orbits have to be different. Then the orbit of the moon has to also be different because that factors in too. Everything in the solar system has to be different. Do you see how problematic that is, combined with all the other stuff we looked at with gravitational constant issues and just constant just misinformation on all these things that they're discovering, constantly spinning it one way or another and panicking when it doesn't meet their models. But you don't know about it because the media machine is just completely wrapped up around people's minds. Now, this is now from same year, 2017. The sun may be bigger than we thought. Keep this in mind because they're going to change their story just a couple years later. Common theme in science is that we puny humans aren't great at measuring things, and we're not talking about biological features here, ladies and gentlemen. Mount Everest, for example, is an obviously well-known mountain, but it may be smaller or taller than people think for a variety of reasons. The sun's another example. Its radius is presumed to be 695,700 kilometers, but a growing number of researchers suspect this is probably wrong, too. Come on, science, get it together. Yeah, get it together, science. At present, 695,700 is a defined value by the International Astronomical Union, which, by the way, remember, it honored the Jesuits on the moon's craters and things like that. But anyway, which itself is based off a 2008 study. As with previous definitions, this one measures the radius up to the edge of the photosphere, the visible envelope of the light that we can see with the naked eye. Due to constant fluctuations in the incredible brightness, this is a surprisingly difficult thing to measure with precision. It's not a solid boundary, but a fluid and almost ethereal one. Measurements of the photosphere are getting more and more precise over time, but there's still a decent margin of error. And they're telling you some more numbers and stuff. So anyway, they're basically having to say that the sun is a little bigger than they thought. Now, fast forward to, what is this, 2023, November? What does this article say? The sun may be smaller than we thought. New calculations suggest that the sun is a few fractions of a small percent smaller than previously estimated, and that could change how we study it. Yeah, could change a lot of things. Now, a new study measuring yet another type of solar wave oscillation known as a P-mode confirms that these studies from the 1990s were right. The sun is a little smaller than the standard estimates hold. So wait a minute, the 1990s said that the sun is smaller than what they thought. Then in 2017 they said, no, the sun must be bigger because the eclipse totally went off our predictions. It didn't work the way we thought it did. Now in 2023, 6 years later, they're saying, oh, well, according to new research, the 1990s were correct. Well, how do you make of that? Then that means that the mismatch in your eclipse predictions is a very serious problem in 2017 because the 2017 eclipse did not go the way that they planned. According to the research, which has not yet been peer-reviewed but was posted October 17th to the physics preprint database RZIV, which we've mentioned before, the sun's radius is more like 695,780 kilometers. That's a diameter of about 1,391,5,600 kilometers. In essence, both the old F-mode data and the new P-mode measurements point to a similar size, the researchers concluded. So they don't know left from right, folks. They're just constantly oscillating on these things because they're trying to mathematize something that is not there. I mean, of course, the sun is there, but it's not a giant ball of gas 93 million miles away. It's nonsense. This is from CBN, which is a perfect example of the false prophet and these new age churches basically supporting the cosmology of the beast. This is CBN's article on the moon landing. In December 1968, NASA launched the first manned mission to the moon. No one, not even the astronauts aboard, was certain that they'd be able to return safely. Their journey, the most hazardous and dangerous ever embarked upon, took them to the boundaries of another world and even more remarkably brought peace to their own. They brought peace to the world. World peace is finally visible, folks. We can finally unite under Rome and all of us can have the peace that we've been dreaming for. Because now we can see the earth and we can see what it looks like in this tiny little glip of a ball in a giant void, and so we have to treasure it. And so we need a moral authority to help us treasure this, to tell us what to do, left or right. Who's that moral authority? Well, the Pope seems like the nice guy to do it, so let's have him do it. And of course, this is a quote-unquote Protestant site. It was shortly after 5:30 a.m. on Christmas Eve that something remarkable happened. After spotting the barren far side of the moon for the first time, the astronauts on board captured a photo that has since been known as Earthrise. For all the turmoil, tragedy, and political tumult the world had experienced during 1968, this iconic, indelible image captured the beauty and fragility of our home planet. Does it sound like they're on board with the false prophet's ecumenical agenda? Of course it does. And then, with more than 1 billion people watching around the world on television, the astronauts delivered a message to the largest audience in human history. It was a sentiment for all mankind and one straight from the pages of the Bible. As the nation waited in prayerful consideration, astronauts Frank Borman, Jim Lovell, Bill Anders spoke the following words. They read the first 10 verses of Genesis. And of course, what is this about, folks? What is this about? They're reading to you the book of Genesis, which tells you that there's a firmament and that the sun was created after the earth. They're reading this to you, giving you a chance to reject their spell. Because if you accept it and you accept their presentation of what the Bible is saying, even though the Bible refutes them very obviously, then the spell is cast. So they're giving you a chance to reject it because they have to. They're giving you a chance. They're reading to you the truth. And of course, 99% of the ignorant masses out of that 1 billion were just goo gaga over the false signs and wonders in the sky. Of course, they're not in the sky. They're in some Hollywood basement. And the rest is history. Today, people like CBN, which is very ecumenical, is honoring this idea that we can be one. We can be one world, one global situation, because NASA went to the moon in 1969. But they refute themselves because there's one of these is an article I wanted to see. Yeah, this is the one I wanted to look at. This is from 2023, but this is what I was going to say. Earthrise shows you right off the bat that they're faking everything. Remember the picture of Earthrise? How the moon is like, or this, basically, the moon is the horizon, and the Earth is this tiny little, blue ball in the distance, which doesn't make any sense because you have an objective frame of reference. This is how they shoot themselves in the foot. And this is another example of how all these things, they lose control of these things, so they have to constantly, redirect the media machine to reinterpret the information. But they refute themselves all the time if you're paying attention. This article says, this is from Mashable. Spacecraft sends back unusual view of Earth and the moon. So here's the Earth. Here's huge Earth, right? Compared to the moon. Here's the moon. And supposedly a spacecraft shot the relationship between these two. This is all CGI, but let's take them at their word and see how problematic this is for the Earthrise picture. The race to land on the moon will bleed into 2024 as more national space programs and private companies pursue the daunting feat. Though only about half of all lunar landing attempts have succeeded without crashing, space fans will likely get many spectacular Earth and moon photos along the way, like the latest one beamed back by Japan. Its uncrewed SLIM mission, short for Smart Lander for investigating the moon, captured a rare snapshot of Earth looming over the moon, though you might have to squint to see it. Japan, illuminated at dawn, is circled on the Earth picture. So here's the moon, and here's the Earth. Now this is a real problem, folks, because you have an objective frame of reference. We know that when we look at the sky and we see a full moon, it's about the size of a quarter in your visual field when you look at the sky. Depending, sometimes, there's, a lot of atmospheric refraction, a lot of humidity, so the moon is pretty big. But we're talking on average, especially if you're in a dry place, like where I'm at, the moon is like a quarter in the sky, give or take. Let's say something like that, maybe a little smaller, depending on how far that quarter is. About, let's say I'm a quarter, about 2 or 3 feet away, something like that, right? Give or take, rough approximation. Well, that is the same size that the Earth was when they were on the moon. Going back to our little picture here, they're on the moon taking a picture to the Earth. Do you see a major problem with the Earthrise picture? The major problem is that Earth would not be looking like the moon does to us. The distance is the same in the heliocentric model. Whether you're on the Earth looking at the moon or the moon looking at the Earth, the constant is the distance. The distance is the same, meaning the laws of perspective have not changed. Do you understand? So if I'm changing perspective and I'm going on the moon and looking back at the Earth, then the Earth should be huge in my visual field. Not this tiny little speck, which of course they did it because they wanted to make people believe the whole idea that, we're alone in the universe and we need to unite. We need to unite people so that we have a new world order so that we can, not lose our planet. That's why they did that. But in doing so, they didn't think very logically. And this is why they shoot themselves in the foot. Especially later when you have these types of things where these shenanigans throw light on previous shenanigans. And this absolutely, now, if this is an official claim that's being made, you can use it against the previous claim. So they're only shooting themselves in the foot. And they're constantly up to shenanigans. And of course, these other places like China and India and Japan, they realize they can make money on it and they want to copy the money laundering scheme. And they're all taking directives because they're all part of secret societies. You know the drill, folks. America is not the only place that is ruled by secret societies. It's everywhere. So there's nothing new under the sun. This is another example of just trolling you from IFL Science. Earth just received laser beam cat video from 19 million miles away. This little kitty with a laser, if you believe this, then beachfront property. The first streaming video carried by laser beam from beyond the moon has been received from 31 kilometers away. For extra points, it's ultra high definition and very cute. Among the technical challenges required for human colonization of the solar system, improved communication systems may not be top of the mind. However, when you consider how painfully long it took New Horizons to send back its images from its brief flyby Pluto, it's clear we need to pick up the pace. So you're telling me, first off, that a cat video can be mailed or whatever, sent to you over a distance of 19 million miles. 19 million miles of signal, and yet you and I have problems with our cell phone getting signals from various towers. Come on, it's nonsense. Last month, NASA conducted a demonstration of the practicality of using near-infrared laser beams to transmit data from the Psyche mission, which Psyche is another Greco-Roman pagan goddess, then at a distance of 16 kilometers, 10 million miles from Earth. This is how these numbers are so huge that they just make you go, oh, I guess it must be real. You don't have a concept for that distance, and that's the point. All of this stuff is designed to get you to get out of your analytical mind and to think with your emotions, to trust them just based off authority. It's all designed to subvert your rational mind and rational thinking. There's no concept for 19 million miles. That is absurd. 19 million miles is insane. There's no way you can conceptualize that. So that's what they bank on. But remember that angular size and all of the number calculations, they shoot themselves in the foot, because their goal is to basically flutter you with all sorts of crazy numbers so you don't think. But in doing so, they refute themselves, because math is math, and you can use angular size calculations and refute their whole heliocentric model based on the numbers they themselves give you. This is from the brighter side. Mammoth underground ocean contains 3 times more water than all oceans combined. Is that the waters below, I wonder? An astonishing depth of approximately 400 miles beneath our planet's surface, there's an abundant reservoir of water. And they give you a nice artist's rendition. This is what it looks like really quick before you even think of the Bible. This is what it looks like. Yeah, for sure. For sure you can count that this is exactly what it looks like when they have no clue. A reservoir of water 3 times the volume of the oceans has been discovered deep beneath the Earth's surface. Recently, groundbreaking scientific discoveries have been rolling out at a breathtaking pace. And that means the media has to be rolling out at a breathtaking pace. From astronomical research on what's inside the black hole to the majestic 8th continent and the North American lake larger than the Great Lakes combined. Each of these findings seems incomprehensible until now. Yet perhaps the most awe-inspiring is this. Deep beneath our feet, below the Earth's crust, lies a colossal ocean. That's not surprising. The Bible tells you there's waters below. The Great Deep, an astonishing depth of approximately 400 miles beneath our planet's surface, there is an abundant reservoir of water stored within a rock type identified as ringwoodite. This intriguing revelation is reshaping our understanding of the Earth's water cycle and its intricate geophysical processes. Yet it also refutes your stupid ball, because there's no way that would happen on a ball where the core has to be hot and it's some sort of metallic molten core with temperatures of however many thousands of degrees. And you're telling me that the test that they've done on the core is that the temperature increases something like, I don't remember the exact figure, but it's like 50 degrees every, I don't know, a couple hundred feet. I could be wrong about that. But there's a rate at which the base temperature of the Earth increases as you go under, because it gets more dense and it's pressure and everything else, right? So the pressure increases the temperature. So what is the point? The point is that for this to be 400 feet below the Earth's surface on a ball, that doesn't work, because how would that work if this has a molten core and lava and is so hot? You wouldn't have water, you'd have steam, you'd have something else. You wouldn't have oceans. That doesn't make any sense. But of course, in a biblical model, it makes perfect sense, because it tells you the water's below, the Earth isn't moving, it's stationary, it's on pillars. Who knows how it all looks again together as a system, but it makes perfect sense, because there's no such thing as a molten core in a biblical Earth. So this refutes their model. But of course, again, the artist's renditions, quick little explanation, and you're done. This is from the New York Post. NASA launches mission to intercept God of Chaos asteroid as it nears Earth's orbit. December 26th, 2023. A NASA spacecraft has recently returned from deep space and has been relaunched for a mission to study the God of Chaos asteroid as it begins to near Earth's orbit. The agency's spacecraft OSIRIS-REx, i.e. King Osiris, now named OSIRIS-APEX, has been sent off to study the asteroid Apophis' extremely close flyby by the Earth in 2020. Wasn't Apophis another Egyptian? Was it the crocodile that would eat people's hearts? I don't remember, but he's something from Egypt. It's supposed to fly by Earth in 2029, so make sure to mark your calendars, because that year's probably going to be full of shenanigans, the likes of which hasn't happened since the dawn of recorded history. The spacecraft returned to Earth in September after spending 7 years collecting samples from the space rock Bennu. Apophis, also known as the god of chaos, is expected to fly by Earth on April 13th, 2029 at about only 20,000 miles away, closer than some man-made satellites, and could even be visible in the eastern hemisphere. Now, who knows what these things actually are, or if they're planning to do something, which is why they're announcing it to you? I don't really know. But either way, it's not some giant void that is having these giant rocks floating around through space and they're going to come next to the Earth. That's nonsense. Absolute nonsense. But of course, what is this going to prompt? This is going to prompt, we need to unite the world, and NASA's going to lead the charge, and we're all going to, take out this asteroid or whatever else. This is ecumenical stuff, folks. You have to understand, at the very least, it's frightening you into accepting the cosmology of the beast, so that then you could accept the solutions that the beast presents in terms of all these other things like climate change or uniting the world. This is from Catholic News again, Fox News, December 23rd or 31st, 2023. Mexico eagerly prepares for historic first Latin American lunar mission, quote, elevates the name of our country. Mexico will launch its first lunar mission next month, a historic step for the country and Latin America as a whole, according to officials. Quote, this project will make history and is the first of its kind in Latin America, which elevates the name of our country, confirming once again that Mexican engineering is at the level of the best in the world. Salvador Landeros, director of the Mexican Space Agency, said in a press release. I wonder if Salvador has, let's see, a ring on his finger that is a Freemason ring. That would be interesting. A team of scientists, I don't know if that's Salvador though, maybe it's not him. A team of scientists and nearly 250 university students developed 5 microbots that AEM will launch from Cape Canaveral, Florida, between January 8th and January 11th as part of the Project Colmena. These are just shenanigans, folks. They're getting the whole world to... NASA is the one that led the charge, and then they're coordinating with these people through secret societies to extend the echo chamber. Do you understand? To extend the echo chamber so that other countries are discovering what NASA did and making sense. So there you go. We must believe that we must exist on a ball because there's consensus now. All these space agencies agree that the moon exists as an object that you can land on. You see, everybody's landing on the moon. Do you see what they're doing? They're extending the false prophet through NASA is extending the delusion to the rest of the world by getting these other people to reproduce it so that it seems that everybody else is doing the same thing. It's very clever. But of course, if you know the truth, which you do now, these things are just delusions. Here's another one that just makes me laugh. January 3rd, 2024. Man makes contact with International Space Station using homemade antenna. Amateur ham radio enthusiast has made one of the coolest contacts possible, talking with an astronaut aboard the International Space Station using a homemade antenna. The ham radio operator Doug made contact with the ISS as it passed overhead in July 2023. At the very most, he made contact with the plane that was flying overhead. But who knows what they do. I don't know if the plane would be manned. Maybe it is manned. Maybe not. I would assume that it wouldn't be manned, but maybe it is. Quote, I've made numerous voice and APRS automatic packet reporting system contacts over the FM satellites and the ISS repeater, Doug wrote on his YouTube page. But I've always wanted to talk to an astronaut. Over the Memorial Day weekend, I finally made the contact. I made contact with the ISS and talked to Woody Hoberg. What a thrill. How do you know that Woody Hoberg was on the ISS in space? How do you know that you're talking to somebody in space? That's the question. Just because you made contact with something? That's just so crazy. And of course, people eat it up. They love this kind of stuff. And who knows if this person is just an actor, a plant designed to make people think like, look, there's an ISS, it's real type of thing. These are false signs and wonders, folks. This one's from Gizmodo. The moon is about to become a graveyard. An upcoming launch will usher in a new era of commercial payloads being dropped off to deep space destinations like the moon. As we gain greater access to space, things are going to start getting weird. On Monday, Astrobotic's long-awaited Peregrine lunar lander will blast off from Cape Canaveral, Florida, carrying government and commercial payloads to the moon. The lander is packed with a host of scientific instruments from NASA, a swarm of tiny robots from Mexico, and even a physical Bitcoin. But perhaps the most bizarre payloads are the cremated remains and DNA of more than 200 people sent to the great beyond by their loved ones for an out-of-this-world memorial service. Really, or is this just occult stuff as usual? 2 different companies, Celestis and Elysium Space, are launching space memorial missions on board Peregrine. That includes DNA from legendary science fiction author Arthur C. Clarke, as well as the trace cremated ashes of the creator of Star Trek, Gene Roddenberry, and several members of the cast, including Nichelle Nichols, best known for her role as Lieutenant Nyota Uhura. The mission will also endearingly include longtime Star Trek fan Gloria Nolan, a mother of 8 from Vancouver who died 12 years ago, and whose family wanted to pay tribute by including her remains on the flight. Isn't that nice? Hair continuing DNA samples that are believed to be from George Washington, Dwight Eisenhower, and John F. Kennedy will also be on the flight. Just a mishmash of deluded people and secret society members, all in one occult, immortal soul ritual to go to the moon. So there you go. This is the new thing, is making a business out of... See, NASA was the original business out of this. Now it's becoming a privatized thing where people are... Of course, NASA is the one that's screening all of these people. You don't get to go out in space and do anything unless you have permission from NASA. But NASA has proliferated their schemes through all of these non-governmental organizations, through corporations, through private companies. So the echo chamber builds and builds and builds. And you think, well, it's not just NASA now that's getting the heat. Everybody's going to space, so it must be true. And of course, they're making a ton of money at it as they go. That's the promise. This is from 2024 also now. So now we're in 2024, the January 2024. TheGuardian.com actually. Why landing on the moon is proving more difficult today than 50 years ago. Moon mission records provide a clue as to why getting to the lunar surface remains far from straightforward. Did I highlight anything? I don't think I highlighted. I did. No, I didn't. But this is just a joke, folks. Just like that video. I didn't play it, but the guy that was asking him about how can you operate it, mechanical, basically, door in a vacuum. And that same guy, there's another video of him running around online where he's like, well, we can't go back to the moon because we just lost all the technology. It's like, what do you mean you lost all the technology? We're more technologically advanced now than in 1969. And it's just nonsense. So you have these apologetic articles that they're constantly shifting their story because people are figuring it out. And so they have to adjust and make it, how can we make this more believable? And of course, here's the famous picture. They use the picture from the moon and the reflector. These basically show you that there's a cameraman and so on. And there's so many of these where the reflectors basically debunk their whole lunar landing nonsense. This is from the Byte, futurism.com. Japanese moonlander dying after touching down on lunar surface. Oh, isn't that sad? While Japan has technically become the 5th country in the world to land a spacecraft on the surface of the moon, following the Soviet Union, the United States, China, and India, its lander didn't stick the landing and its power reserves are quickly running out. The Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency Smart Lander for investigating the moon landed just after 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Get out of here. Seemingly surviving its 20 minutes of terror. But it's a bittersweet moment. While it's survived its journey to the surface largely unscathed and it's communicating with stations back on Earth and even receiving and responding to commands, JAXA officials confirmed at a press conference that its solar cells are not generating power. Gosh, so much drama. It's still unclear exactly why, though it sounds like the lander likely touched down at an awkward angle that's keeping it from generating solar energy. Officials are still investigating the exact cause. Officials also confirmed that to preserve battery life, the team shut off the spacecraft's heating elements. In short, Japan has made it to the moon, but it's just quite didn't stick to the landing. It just didn't quite stick the landing, I guess, is what they're trying to say. So they made it to the moon, don't worry. Do you see the propaganda, all these things? It's just propaganda, folks. Propaganda. And hopefully you can see it very clearly now. Here's one that's funny from Yahoo News. Houthis could attack Britain's underwater internet cables. Oh no, well wait a minute, if we have satellites, then who cares? Houthi rebels could attack Britain's underwater internet cables, a new report has warned. The Iran-backed militia have conducted drone and missile attacks against ships in the Red Sea, disrupting global shipping in response to the war in Gaza. A report by Policy Exchange has warned that the Houthis could broaden their response to the conflict by taking it, quote, to the subsea domain and targeting underwater cables. Undersea cables are vital digital connectivity infrastructure with some 500 fiber optic cables crossing the ocean floor across the world. Did you know that? British companies are among the consortia which own the Red Sea cables, with British Telecom owning a stake in the major AAE1 cable that runs from Europe through Africa to Asia. Policy Exchange has warned that Iran-backed groups, including the Houthis and Hezbollah, have indicated on official social media channels that they could target the cables. And everybody's panicking because you're going to target the internet cables. But wait a minute, don't we have satellite internet? I thought most internet's from satellites. It's not, folks. You got those gliders that we looked at. We have internet cables. We have buoys. It's a terrestrial system for the most part, with, of course, a few of those exceptions. This is from 2024, March. Every 2.4 million years, Mars tugs on the Earth so hard it changes the ocean floor, if you can believe that. A new geological study suggests that Mars' gravitational field pulls the Earth closer to the Sun over cycles lasting millions of years, warming our climate. This is what you need to know. You're going to hear some scientific gobbledygook, and you're going to see what the point is. What is the point of all this scientific gobbledygook? It is because it's creating climate change. Mars' gravitational pull on the Earth may be influencing the climate of our planet, new research hints. Geological evidence tracing back more than 65 million years and taken from hundreds of sites across the world suggests that deep sea currents have repeatedly gone through periods of being either stronger or weaker. This happens every 2.4 million years and is known as the astronomical grand cycle, if you can believe that. The stronger currents, known as giant whirlpools or eddies, may reach the seafloor at the deepest parts of the ocean, known as the abyss. These powerful currents then erode away at the large pieces of sediment that accumulate during calmer periods in the cycle, according to research published Tuesday in the journal Nature Communications. What if their model is completely wrong and it's not 2.4 million years? What if something else is happening? You ever question that? Nobody ever seems to question these things. They tell you, research has been published. Okay, so what? And they're presenting to you as like, this is now the thing that you have to believe. These cycles happen to coincide with the timing of known gravitational interactions between Earth and Mars as the two planets orbit the Sun, the study found. What do you mean known gravitational interactions? There's no gravity. How can you have known gravitational interactions? The gravity fields of the planets in the solar system interfere with each other, and this interaction, called a resonance, changes planetary eccentricity, a measure of how close to circular the orbits are. The study co-author Dietmar Müller, a professor of geophysics at the University of Sydney, said in a statement. Again, you can't have non-circular orbits. If you have any amount of non-circular orbit, that means gravity is fluctuating constantly, and there's no explanation as to why a planet would continue to be in an oval of any kind orbit throughout millions and millions of years. If gravity is increasing, decreasing, if that happens, the planet would either be let go on the out of it when the gravity is decreasing, or it would be sucked into the Sun when gravity is increasing to bring it closer. It's nonsense. Due to this resonance, the Earth is pulled slightly closer to the Sun by Mars' gravitational pull, meaning our planet is exposed to more solar radiation and hence has a warmer climate, before drifting backward again, all over a period of 2.4 million years. So there you go. Now they're changing their story. It's not about the man-made climate change. Now it's these cycles that you just can't affect, and so you just got to believe it because the research says, and so we have to do something about it to start cutting carbon emissions because we're in that 2.4 million year cycle. It's nonsense. Why does it always go to the bottom? Newfound glitch in Einstein's relativity could rewrite the rules of the universe, study suggests. Einstein's theory of general relativity is our best description of the universe at large scales. Is it? You know better now, don't you? But a new observation that reports a glitch in gravity around ancient structures could force it to be modified. Artist's rendition, to give you a little picture so you can think. A strange cosmic glitch in gravity could explain the universe's weird behavior on the largest scales, researchers suggest. First formulated by Albert Einstein in 1915, the theory of general relativity remains our best and most accurate understanding of how gravity works on medium to large scales. No, it is a lie and a conjecture, and you know that by now. Yet zoom out even farther to view enormous groups of gravitational-bound galaxies interacting, and some inconsistencies appear to emerge. This suggests that gravity, which is theorized to be a constant across all times and scales, could actually become slightly weaker at cosmic distances. In a study published on March 20th in the Journal of Cosmology and Astroparticle Physics, researchers describe this discrepancy as a cosmic glitch that they say their proposed fix for it could help us understand some of the universe's most enduring mysteries. Quote, it's like making a puzzle on the surface of a sphere, then laying the pieces on a flat table and trying to fit them together. Can't make this stuff up, folks. Yeah. At some point, your model, which is fake, is going to not explain reality so well. So you have to figure out some more conjecture, some more band-aids to put those pieces together. Said co-author Nietzsche Ashfordy, a professor of astrophysics at the University of Waterloo in Ontario. At some point, the pieces on the table will not quite fit each other because you're using the wrong framework. Exactly. Is it a table or is it a ball? Well, you know from episode 4 in this series that you can take math and take a table and turn it into a ball, and nobody's the wiser because the math works out if your assumptions aren't corrected. The glitch is the smoking gun for a fundamental violation of Einstein's equivalence principle, or the Lorentz symmetry, which could point to radically different pictures for quantum gravity, the Big Bang, or black holes, as Ashfordy said, i.e. conjecture, conjecture, conjecture. These are just conjectures, folks, but they do these things, again, because they're trying to pivot and pivot and pivot and get away from the expiration date that is on every lie that they create. This is, again, from 2024. This is recent, May 26th. A force more powerful than gravity within the Earth. How magnetism locked itself inside our planet. As the magma cooled to form what is today the world's solid outer crust, magnetism was locked into minerals containing iron, such as magnetite. Give you the story. So there's a phenomenon. Then really quick, the snake comes in front and says, no, this is what's happening. Gives you an artist's rendition. Are you noticing a pattern of what's happening? They give you all these things. I wonder if I highlighted something. No, I did not. But this is it. They're acknowledging to you that magnetism exists, that's very powerful, and that it's in the Earth. And yet, somehow Cavendish and all these people are sensing something so minuscule and are able to isolate that tiny vibration and possible attraction between masses from every other vibrational force and magnetic manifestation in the universe, right? Somehow they're able to isolate that. Of course, it's nonsense if you understand scientific principles. This is from the debrief.org. Gravity without mass? New study challenges the existence of hypothetical dark matter. June 2024. A recent study that presents new challenges to the existence of dark matter suggests gravity may be able to exist even in the absence of mass. So there you go, folks. Now we've crossed into the deep end that we don't even need mass for gravity to exist. Because, of course, that's a circular problem that they have to overcome. Although all life on Earth experiences effects daily, gravity remains one of the great mysteries of modern physics. Now, a new study published by Dr. Richard Liu of the University of Alabama in Huntsville proposes that the gravitational effects observed in galaxies and clusters may be the result of what he likens to topological effects in the universe, a theory that does not require the inclusion of dark matter to explain phenomena observed in our universe, i.e., conjecture. This is all just conjecture on top of conjecture. A hypothetical non-luminous material believed in many to account for as much as 85% of the mass of the known universe, dark matter was initially conceived to help account for gravitational effects that scientists presently cannot explain with Einstein's theory of general relativity. Yeah, because relativity is bogus. And of course, some things do not have explanation, especially when you look through the telescope into the firmament, whatever you're looking at. And so they have to keep adding to the conjecture. Well, this band-aid and this circumstance, well, maybe now gravity doesn't have to deal with mass, and on and on and on and on. First proposed in 1932 by Dutch astronomer Jan Oort, astrophysicists have continued searching for evidence of this mysterious invisible material, which remains unconfirmed, i.e. because it's a conjecture. Just like gravity, just like gravitational waves, just like gravitons, just like all of this stuff. However, not everyone is convinced that dark matter offers the best solution to the questions astrophysicists have about the cosmos. In his recent study, Liu suggests an entirely new approach that could fundamentally upend our current understanding of the universe's mass and gravitational forces. Well, let's say he's right. He's not right, but let's say he's right. Are they willing to go back and say, well, I guess Cavendish was wrong, or all these other experiments? Of course they're not. But nobody's ever going to say that, because that is the establishment you're dealing with. This is from Study Finds. Cosmic bombshell may change everything we know about the Milky Way galaxy. Every year there's something changing everything we know about science. And nobody stands to question like, if that's the case, then do they really know anything at all to begin with? Isn't that the $1 million question? Benjamin Button effect allows astronomers to better calculate the last big crash. A stunning new study may upend everything we know about our cosmic home, the Milky Way galaxy. According to researchers from the Rensselaer Polytechnical Institute, our galaxy may have collided with another galaxy billions of years later than scientists previously thought. In fact, according to the study, the last time the Milky Way collided with another star cluster, the Earth had already formed. What a light show that must have been! gosh, and then you imagine it, then there's a little CGI, and that's all you need. And suddenly you are in the delusion. And of course, these things are just fake news, folks. When you're looking out and you see something like what they call the Milky Way, what are you seeing? If your assumption is, I'm looking at a void, this endless void, and there's these giant spheres of gas called stars and nebulas, and sure, you're interpreting it from that lens, then okay, that's what you would interpret it as. But what if you're interpreting it from the lens of a biblical cosmology lens? There's a firmament, maybe there's a scar in the firmament where it opened up and water came through. I mean, I don't know. You're looking at something. This is the challenge, is that we've all been programmed with these images. And again, there's the phenomenon, which is true, it's there. And then the snake really quickly comes in and tickles your ear with what's happening, so that he imprints his meaning and his matrix on top of the phenomenon. So when you look at something like this, of course, this is a fake image, but when you look and you see these things through a telescope, or you see these phenomenon, you have to deprogram the story that you've been told about them. There's the phenomenon, there's you, and then in between you and the phenomenon is the Antichrist spirit that's coming in to tell you exactly what's happening, so that eventually you can be steered away from God and into the power of this world, which is the devil. This is from earth.com. Lightning sparks the discovery of a new electromagnetic wave. In the realm of electromagnetic waves, new discoveries often stir the academic world. But when lightning leads to the identification of an entirely new type of wave that challenges current understanding, it generates ripples beyond academia. This is precisely the case with a recent investigation by 2 scientists from the University of Alaska. The breakthrough research has led to the discovery of a new type of electromagnetic wave referred to as specularly reflected whistler. The role of lightning energy. The remarkable discovery was made by Vikas Sonwalkar, a highly respected professor emeritus, and Amani Reddy, a dynamic assistant professor at UAF. The researchers identified this new wave, which intriguingly carries lightning energy from the ionosphere at low altitudes all the way to the magnetosphere, a critical region of space surrounding the Earth. Previously, it was believed that lightning energy entering the ionosphere at low altitudes remained trapped within the atmospheric layer and did not reach the radiation belts, those crucial zones of charged particles encircling our planet. However, the current study completely turns that long-held assumption on its head, revealing a much more complex interaction between lightning energy and Earth's magnetic environment. That's right, you live in a clock battery type of system that is so profound and so well designed and so specifically timed with everything. It's running on electromagnetic energy, it's infinite energy, it doesn't run out of energy, and electromagnetism, the rules of electricity and magnetism, rule how these things work. Of course, I'm sure there's probably some supernatural elements too. Who knows how it all works? But what is the point of this article? The point is that if they're discovering a new type of electromagnetic wave, that now after, 2024, after how many hundreds of years of studying gravity since Cavendish, are you willing to go back to Cavendish and say, yeah, he discovered gravity, when there are so many things that could have polluted his results, and you're constantly finding out, like we've covered many times, new results, new discovery upends our understanding of magnetism, new magnetic wave is discovered, and on and on and on and on, constantly showing you that we don't know all there is to know about this electromagnetic system. So how can you possibly say that you isolate something so sensitive as gravity, quote unquote, is claimed to be, when you have all of this electromagnetic pollution and noise that is constantly in the Earth because of these various mechanisms? You can't. If you're an honest scientist, you can't. You can't isolate that. And unfortunately, they're not honest. Quanta magazine, do we need a new theory of gravity? Observations of the cosmos suggest that unseen sources of gravity, dark matter, tug at the stars and galaxies, while another mysterious force, dark energy, drives the universe to expand at an ever-increasing rate. Now, remember really quick, Hubble's law is not a law, it's a fraud. It's Hubble's fraud. The universe is not expanding. So already we're failing here. The evidence for both of them, however, hinges on assumptions that gravity works the same way at all scales. What if that's not true? In this episode, theoretical physicist Claudia de Ram explains her work on an alternative explanation called massive gravity to host Jana Levin. Of course, they don't know their left from their right, and it's just theory after theory. Well, what if it works like this? The math models say this. Well, maybe we can do some math and reflect it this way. It's nonsense. Now we get to some of the nitty-gritty good stuff. Catholic news agencies. What can science tell us about eternity? Vatican Observatory to present latest reflection. Now do you see everything coming together? Eternity between space and time, from consciousness to the cosmos, is the title of an upcoming report to be released by the Vatican Observatory, where unpublished reflections on eternity studied from different disciplines will be presented. Take a note of all of this. The University of Padua in Italy, together with the Vatican Observatory, have investigated eternity from new scientific perspectives thanks to 24 contributions from some of the world's greatest scholars in different disciplines such as physics, psychology, philosophy, and theology. Contributors include Nobel Prize winners Gerard Hooft and Roger Penrose, joined by Federico Fagin, Mauro D'Ariano, Gabriele Veneziano, Massimo Cacciari, Giulio Goggi, and Kurt Appel. Questions about God and consciousness are addressed alongside quantum theory, black holes, cosmic inflation, and the Big Bang, and string theory, considering the contributions of neuroscience and artificial intelligence. The report, which will be released September 6th, is the result of the International Conference of the Theme of Eternity held in May 2022 at the University of Padua. The conference was attended by the world's leading scholars in the fields of physics, philosophy, theology, and psychology. Do you see now what I've been talking to you about? How the missing piece, which a lot of flat earthers do not have, unfortunately, maybe they will after seeing all of this, is that this leads you back to Rome. Rome is uniting spirituality and science once again. Because again, the whole point of separating them was that they could come back and Rome would be the moral authority above all things. Rome is hosting all of these intellectuals, philosophy, theology, quantum physics, sure, all the mystery religion stuff that we've covered in this entire presentation. Come back to Rome. Now, Rome is going to give you its idea of God and consciousness, and it's going to unite, it's going to find the theory of everything for you that ties all of this into a spiritual mindset, of course, that will be broadcast to the rest of the world because all these people are puppets of Rome. The Nobel Prize hasn't been an intellectually honest prize in a while. You're selected, just like presidents are selected, just like everybody else is selected. So all these people are just puppets of Rome. And Rome is now bringing everybody back to itself, and it is the voice of reason in science. Why is Rome having a lecture with all these people who are quantum physics and cosmic inflations and Big Bang Theory and all this nonsense, which most of the stuff is occult science, which we've looked at over and over again? It's because the mystery religion is coming to the forefront, folks. And you will see more and more of this. Rome will be the voice of reason that unites science and spirituality back to itself, which is just like spirituality, or the state and spirituality. How communism and religious nationalism were separated after the French Revolution, so that communism could be the bad cop and beat you up and make you desire a religion again and the control of religion, because it's way better than this communist guy. And this is exactly what's happening now. The left has pushed people to the right, and people are embracing religious nationalism, and Rome is bringing everything to itself. Whether it's science or politics or religion or whatever else, it is truly fascinating to see all of these threads come together in one place, which tells you that the Bible is true, that the devil did give great power, his throne, and his authority to the beast, because otherwise there's no explanation for how well coordinated they are and how absolutely influential they are over all of this evil. It's truly fascinating. And I know why John marveled greatly at Mystery Babylon. A couple more here. Quantum experiment could finally reveal the elusive gravity particle. Now remember, what's the issue with relativity and quantum mechanics is that they hijack Schrodinger's wave equations and they're applying them to a non-existent particle model of the atom. And so the reason they get any predictions right about the electron or the photon is because they're using wave mechanics, Schrodinger's wave equations, because light and electricity and magnetism and all these things are waves. They're a medium that's being waved, the ether. Again, who knows how it all works? I don't know. I'm not going to pretend I know. But I know it's not this. I know that when they have these articles like quantum experiment, immediately you think, oh, this is too complicated for me to understand. So I'm just going to trust what the science says. And I guess they almost discovered the gravity particle. Nonsense. There's no such thing as gravity, therefore there's no such thing as a gravity particle. And even if there was gravity, it would be a force through a field. There would be no particle attached to such a field or a force. The graviton, a hypothetical particle that carries the force of gravity, has eluded detection for over a century. But now physicists have designed an experiment set up that could, in theory, detect these tiny quantum objects. Remember, quantum is nonsense. So even if they do detect it, they're probably detecting some sort of wave, electromagnetic wave. And how do you separate that information from all of the other things we've looked at? How do you separate the two? It doesn't make sense. Not scientific whatsoever. In the same way, individual particles called photons are force carriers for the electromagnetic field. No, there's an ether, and it's oscillating. That's what creates these effects, not particles. Gravitational fields could theoretically have its own force-carrying particles called gravitons. In theory, in math, in the world of abstract math. The problem is they interact so weakly that they've never been detected, and some physicists believe they never will. But a new study led by Stockholm University is more optimistic. The team has described an experiment that could measure what they call the gravitophononic effect and capture individual gravitons for the first time. The experiment would involve cooling a massive 1,800 kilogram bar of aluminum to a hair above absolute zero, hooking it up to a continuous quantum sensors, whatever that is, and waiting patiently for the gravitational waves to wash over it. When one does, the instrument would vibrate. Now notice how they say, really quick, you see how they said gravitational waves to wash over it? They're not saying gravitational particles, but it's because of their quantum nonsense of saying, well, wave-particle duality. That's nonsense. There's no such thing as wave-particle duality. If they do detect any kind of waves, they're not particles, number one, and certainly it's not gravity. It's who knows what sort of electromagnetic frequency that's going through the ether, through the electromagnetic atmosphere that we live in. When one does, the instrument would vibrate at very tiny scales, which the sensors could see as a series of discrete steps between energy levels. How do you know what it is that you are measuring? If a wave oscillates this giant, cooled block of aluminum, how do you know? It's nonsense. Each of these steps or quantum jumps could mark the detection of a single graviton. It could, but that's theory. That's all theory and conjecture. Do you see how they just assume that they're right, as opposed to, let's test it and see what happens, and then let's see if we can isolate that from the billions of other things that are fluctuating in the universe. Here's another thing. You can look this up for yourself, but alien abductions call on Jesus. And there's so many documented cases, hundreds of cases of people being quote unquote abducted by aliens, calling on Jesus, and the experience ending. Now, if we're dealing with little green men from Mars, I don't think they would care. But if we're dealing with what the Bible tells you, that the earth is enclosed, there was fallen angels, there's demons, there's spiritual principalities at work, and you're calling on the name of Jesus Christ, and these experiences, which are very similar to sleep paralysis, they're ending. What's going on here? What's going on is a spiritual experience. Of course, these people are being oppressed by demons, and who knows how all it is playing out, but there's definitely a lot of cases documenting that people call on the name of Jesus and these experiences end, which tells you that this is demonic. Absolute proof that this is demonic. Meaning there's no little green men from Mars, folks. These are demons appearing to people, and maybe they're fallen angels. Who knows what's going on exactly? There's certain theories about that, but that is definitely not the case that they're from Mars or from other planets, as they're telling you. Here's another. If you go to BitChute and you type in NASA bloopers, there's so many videos, guys. This is 20 minutes, 30 minutes. Here they are in their little spacesuits, faking the ISS, old videos, mistakes in camera shots, fisheye lenses, CGI in the ISS. So much stuff. There's so much stuff. Just if you believe that the ISS is real, look at this. Look at this and see what. Here's a little sh sign. They love to do the Freemason stuff. It's all over the place. It's all over the place. And of course, the last one, breaking news, leaked NASA footage, the first dog on the moon. Look at him digging away. Leaked NASA footage of the first dog on the moon. Very cute. Anyway, just a little fun way to end this off. So conclusion, as you can see, my friends, the deception is very much alive and well. And notice all of the themes that we discussed before in this entire presentation coming together. Discoveries that refute the model are quickly explained away. Bad science and conjectures are building on top of previous bad science and conjectures. Many signs and wonders like fear, distractions with the kitty and the laser and the God of Chaos asteroid, everything to push you in one direction, which of course is climate change, transhumanism, evolution, ecumenism, and so on. And of course, the final wrapping element of that was that meeting in Rome, I believe it was this year, 2024, the year that I'm recording this, to basically, for Rome to gather all of the intellect of the world and say, oh, it's time for you to honor your mother now, the mother of all of these abominations. Now we're gathering to Rome, all the Nobel Prize winners, and Rome is reflecting on consciousness and the universe and cosmology and everything else. So religion and science are coming back and uniting because all roads lead to Rome. So in other words, nothing new under the sun. In the coming years, more of these signs and wonders will probably take place to unify the world into one culture, one spirituality, because the mystery religion is coming forward from the shadows into the light. That is the point of the woman that rides the beast and the kings of the earth giving their power to this entity. You're going to see things with climate change being very ecumenical. I've covered that quite a bit, how climate change has gone from dark to light. It's gone from being a liberal atheistic thing to now all the Christians and the Protestants and evangelicals are all about climate change. And it's become an ecumenical point. Muslims and Jews and Christians, doesn't matter, let's all get together for the planet. So it's become a religious, ecumenical thing because we all believe in one God and God gave us this planet. So let's all take care of this. So again, you are seeing the union of false science, really, and spirituality. You're going to see more of that. You're going to see science returning to spirituality more and more, just like that meeting. You're going to see more and more Rome is going to stamp its authority on all things, whether it's artificial intelligence, whether it's climate change, whether it's space exploration or whatever else. It's going to be more and more Rome. What does Rome think? What shall Rome tell us about this? And eventually it's going to be pretty much unified as it was before. You'll see dialectics, like weather manipulation, holograms, visions, UFOs, all kinds of stuff to basically move people into the ultimate destination. Remember that the Great Delusion that comes upon the earth, which of course is people marveling after the beast, comes with all power and signs and wonders of Satan. This is 2 Thessalonians, let me get the window right here. There we go. 2 Thessalonians 2, verses 9 through 12. The coming of the lawless one, which, by the way, is the first beast of the sea in Revelation 13. So the world marveling after the beast is the coming of the lawless one, which is the Great Delusion, is by activity of Satan with all power and false signs and wonders, and with all wicked deception for those who are perishing because they refuse to love the truth and so be saved. Therefore, God sends them a strong delusion so that they may believe what is false, in order that all may be condemned who did not believe the truth, but had pleasure in unrighteousness. Now, I'm not saying through this text that if you believe in heliocentrism, you've taken the mark of the beast, or you're not elect, or you're going to be thrown in hell, whatever. No, that's not at all what I'm saying. I'm saying that the marveling of the beast, which is coming very soon, folks, in the next 10 years, you're going to see this being fulfilled, I believe. Give or take, maybe less than that. But the coming of the world marveling after the beast, the lawless one, because this is an institution of men. The lawless one is not a singular individual, it's an institution of men. And I talk about that quite a bit in my End Time series, also my episode on True Antichrist. Check that out. The man of lawlessness revealed, or the man of sin revealed, something like that. But it's an institution of men. The coming of this institution being worshipped and adored and marveled after as the authority of all things is by all signs and wonders and power and deceptive power of Satan, which is exactly what the Bible tells you in Revelation 13, that Satan gave his throne, his authority, and great power to the first beast from the sea. So out of all the satanic vehicles on the earth, the devil chose the papacy to be his vehicle, the vicar of Satan, really, to rule the earth through. And at the end of time, there will be a resurgence in the mystery religion principles, a union of church and state. All things will unite back into a religious mindset, and everything will be in the domain of the beast. And this is the direction we're going to. And in order to accomplish that direction, there will be massive deception. Part of that deception is the heliocentric deception. There are other parts, and that's why I've created major series to look at. End Time series, the Trinity series, the Great Delusion series, the Sabbath series, Afterlife series. All these things are going to come in play. Right now, as the time of this production, I still have to create the series on salvation, which will be very in-depth, because that's another hook that Rome has. And if you are Arminian or you believe in free will salvation and synergism, that hook will get you, because synergism is exactly what runs the NAR, the climate change movement, politics. All of these things are based on synergism and synergistic attitudes. Ecumenism, we have to do it, otherwise it's not going to happen. That synergistic mindset is the devil's version of salvation, which of course is damnation. So that's not done yet as of the time of this video, but it may be in the future. So if you're watching, make sure you check it out. But the point is this: don't be deceived. Don't be swayed. Do not feel ashamed if people call you stupid for believing the Bible or for claiming that you believe what the Bible says, that you live in an enclosed space where the earth is flat with local light sources. Don't feel stupid. Don't feel ashamed, because there will come a time when maybe you may have to stand up for this belief when they start pulling false signs and wonders and holograms and UFOs or all kinds of things, and you'll have to say, that's fake. It's not true. What they're doing is lying. They're staging something. I don't know how it's all going to play out. I'm sure that more things like this will come down the pipeline, so be aware of them is the point. But now you know, so don't be ashamed if people call you stupid for believing the Bible. And don't be afraid, because now you know the truth about the heliocentric conspiracy. Onward to the final part of this, which is the epilogue.
The heavens declare the glory of God. The skies proclaim the work of his hands. Day after day they pour forth speech. Night after night they reveal knowledge. They have no speech. They use no words. No sound is heard from them. Yet their voice goes out into all the earth, their words to the ends of the world. In the heavens, God has pitched a tent for the sun. It is like a bridegroom coming out of his chamber, like a champion rejoicing to run his course. It rises at one end of the heavens and makes its circuit to the other. Nothing is deprived of its warmth. The law of the Lord is perfect, refreshing the soul. The statutes of the Lord are trustworthy, making wise the simple. The precepts of the Lord are right, giving joy to the heart. The commands of the Lord are radiant, giving light to the eyes. The fear of the Lord is pure, enduring forever. The decrees of the Lord are firm, and all of them are righteous. They are more precious than gold, than much pure gold. They are sweeter than honey from the honeycomb. By them your servant is warned. In keeping them there is great reward. But who can discern their own errors? Forgive my hidden faults. Keep your servant also from willful sins. May they not rule over me. Then I will be blameless, innocent of great transgression. May these words of my mouth and this meditation of my heart be pleasing in your sight, Lord, my rock and my Redeemer.
All right. Well, welcome to the Epilogue. Boy, it's been quite a journey, hasn't it? I'm very grateful that you're on it with me, that you've been on it. Hopefully you haven't just skipped just here from the very beginning, but you've watched the whole thing. And hopefully you've learned a lot too. It's certainly been an adventure for me to put all this information together for you and to present to you, again, a narrative that I personally haven't seen on anybody talking about biblical cosmology. Because we have to tie it back into the Bible and ultimately the prophetic scheme of things. Because if there's a deception in the world, then it has to do with the ultimate deception, which is the world marveling after the beast. The crazy thing is that what I've covered for you in the last however many 20 hours or whatever it's been is not even scratching the surface. It's not even scratching the surface of the satanic activity that's been done over the last 2,500 years to deceive people into the ultimate goal of a worldwide system that will honor the beast. It is profound how busy the devil has been with these various threads, not only creating them, but also integrating them into one final satanic masterpiece. But now you have enough to know that you don't live on a ball, that the things you've been told about cosmology have been total deceptions, that every major figure in cosmology has been an occultist, a mystic, very deceived, propped up, and of course the narrative has always been shaped one direction or another. But more importantly, you also know who is behind the lie and for what purpose. That is really one of the main things I want you to get out of this whole presentation. It's not so much to believe that the earth is flat. Great. That's pretty life-changing. It's a big one. But you also have to go the extra step and realize, well, who is the one that created this lie and for what purpose? Of course, the ultimate person is the devil, but he does so through his agents. And you've seen that by now as we looked at all of the history that we covered. Very important, I am not a flat earther. I do not want you to be a flat earther. This is not a flat earth presentation. I am not part of the flat earth movement. In the next episode, we're going to look at 15 problems with the circular flat earth model, and we'll see what the truth is beyond that, beyond the dialectic of it's a ball, no, it's flat, it's a ball, no, it's flat. What is the truth here? Because this is a dialectic. And as usual, it seems the enemy controls both sides. I don't have all the answers. I don't claim to, but we're going to explore the mystery together. And I think it's going to be very fascinating. So hopefully you tune in, because again, just like this one, I haven't seen the next episode I'm going to do that. I haven't seen anybody, one person has talked about this, maybe two, about what is the actual truth that we're living on. Not too many people talk about it. A lot of people are caught up in the circular flat earth debate versus the ball, but they don't realize that the earth cannot be a circle. It's not. And I'll prove that to you next time. However many questions that seems to bring up, and of course there are many, as in how do we have continuity? Which of course the answer is supernatural. And we'll look at that next time. But for today, I want you to realize that Satan and the occult have influenced science much more than people realize. Science is good, but the devil and the enemy have infiltrated it, like they have with everything else, to use it for their agenda. Heliocentrism is a grand conspiracy, and it's a grand conspiracy that spanned thousands of years to ultimately end in the ultimate result, which is the devil being worshipped as God. It is also a powerful spiritual belief system, and it's not based at all on science. As you can see, in the last 2,500 years of history, all the major figures of heliocentrism were occultists and mystics. Heliocentrism can never, at any point in time in history, and we looked quite thoroughly, never at any point in time in history can heliocentrism ever be divorced from the occult, because it is a cult. It's part of the mystery religion. It's worship of the sun, which is really worshiping Satan. And it's one of the threads that the devil created long ago to ultimately bring the world into obedience under him. And God has allowed it so that the wicked will be deceived and destroyed. Thank God that it's not going to be for a long time. So yes, the devil will be worshipped. Yes, the papal power will come back into power, but it's not going to be a long time. And that we can be grateful for. Thank goodness. Because Jesus says, otherwise nobody would be left alive if the days had not been cut short. So they have been cut short. But that thread of the mystery religion got integrated into the Catholic Church obviously because Satan in the church age picked the Catholic Church as his locus, as his foci, basically the center of operation. And because of the Counter-Reformation and the Jesuits in response to the Reformation, the Catholic Church has now subsumed the cosmological thread. Like all things, like the charismatic thread, like the political thread, the state thread, everything is being slowly subsumed back into the Catholic Church, where the devil has centered his power. But either way, the point is to destroy biblical truth and to destroy people's connection to the Bible as the inerrant word of God, and to bring in this false cosmology that has certain problems with it that only the beast can solve, by being the mediator, by giving the voice of reason to climate change and AI, and by telling people what is actually the voice, the thing with eternity, talking about eternity and consciousness. So the beast is telling you all these things and telling you what is left and right. Today we're seeing the final pieces of that thread come together. And if you want to protest Rome, you have to remember that you have to protest everything of Rome. You can't just protest one or two things. You have to protest everything, folks. And that takes courage. It really does take courage. The original reformers lost the Reformation immediately, before it even got started, because at the Council of Trent, they were rebuked for keeping Sunday. The Catholic Church said, look, if you want to protest our traditions, then the only biblical thing for you to do is to keep Saturday, like the Jews, because it's the seventh day. You're keeping Sunday, therefore you refute yourselves because you believe tradition is above the Bible. And so they lost, and they were condemned, and the rest is history. So the reformers could not let go of Sunday rest. They couldn't let go of the institutionalized religion and the hierarchy and all the poisons and the comforts of Rome. They couldn't let go of the immortality of the soul. They couldn't eventually let go of cosmology because the Protestants initially were skeptical, remember? With Luther and, what's his name? Calvin. I'm sure other ones too. Nobody's going to think that the earth is moving. But eventually, with some Jesuit infiltration, some, science-y type of things, some new inventions, some propaganda, pretty soon everybody believed Roman cosmology. So people today, Protestants, quote unquote, believe Roman cosmology. They believe Roman eschatology thanks to all the three Jesuits like Francisco Ribera, Manuel Lacunza, and Robert Bellarmine, who I talk about quite a bit in my series. But because of them, you have Darby and Irving and Schofield and all of these dispensational things that happened and charismatic things that happened that today is manifesting as the NAR. And I talk about that quite a bit in my Great Delusion series. So you can see the history of how that evolved. But if you believe in a future millennial reign of Christ, 1,000 years, if you believe the Jews have to build a third temple, you believe Roman Catholic eschatology. And the purpose of Roman Catholic eschatology is to make your attention go either to the right or to the left. Either be a preterist, which was created by Luis, what's his name? Jesuit named Luis something. I forget his name now. But anyway, Jesuit made preterism. And Jesuits also made futurism. Now, futurism was before the Jesuits. It was a historically traditional thing for a lot of the church fathers to believe that there was a future millennial reign of Christ, meaning they read Revelation 20 literally. That, you can't blame them. I don't blame them for that. I can see why they made that error. But nevertheless, they didn't believe in the Jews building a third temple. They didn't believe in the Jews getting their own promised land back. They didn't believe in all of this other stuff that came with it, a rapture, dispensations, all this kind of stuff. This was developed much later. So the Jesuits hijacked futurism, turned it into a Jewish-focused idea, and took the attention off the mother church. Meanwhile, this was all happening in the 1700s, 1800s, especially, while all the cosmology stuff was taken off too, because guess what? You can't, if you know Rome is the Antichrist power on the earth, that the devil literally gave his throne to, and Rome is telling you that this is what's happening with the planets and the Jesuits are so involved in the sciences, you would not be accepting Rome's version of cosmology. So you need to change eschatology too. Do you see how these two things are related? Rome had to change eschatology so that everything else, all of its other poisons, could be accepted, because Rome is just here to help. Rome is not the Antichrist power on the earth. But of course, if you know the truth about eschatology, then it opens up the door to all of these other lies and seeing their connections to Rome. But this is the thing, folks. Sunday rest, institutionalized religion, immortality of the soul, cosmology, eschatology, salvation is another one through Arminius and Arminianism and synergism, basically. That's Rome's view of salvation is you have to do something. Now, the Protestants rejected the sacramental system. They rejected the sacraments, that you have to do things to continually basically purge yourself and, atone for your sins because Christ atoned for you. But they didn't reject the fundamental philosophical foundation of the sacramental system. Do you see the problem? They didn't reject the fundamental philosophy that makes the sacramental system even possible. The sacramental system is not the problem. It is a symptom of the problem. The sacramental system is just a manifestation of the underlying forbidden fruit of you must do something in order to achieve the outcome. God's up there and certainly he's doing stuff, but at the end of the day, if you don't do it, then it's not going to happen, or you might lose your salvation. This is Roman Catholic salvation. Of course, it's not salvation, but it's the counterfeit gospel, which is the Arminian free will salvation gospel, that you have some part to play in terms of the outcome. We do have a part to play. We are here to participate. God has brought us here to live and experience and participate. There are over 1,800 imperatives in the New Testament, i.e., do something. And yet, if you don't understand the mystery of how those imperatives are framed within the overall framework of a predestined plan for God's glory that is intimate, meaning he predestined you to live and to be and to come into existence and to get to know Jesus Christ so that you could worship him forever. That was predestined. If indeed you have faith in Christ, that's been predestined. And also, yes, you have to run the race, love your neighbor, do all these things. You have to do those things. But the mystery of life is that when you do them and then you look back on them, it was actually God that was doing them through you. This is a profound mystery. It's the dance of life, folks. But Rome's version is you have to do it. The onus of responsibility is on you. Jesus is great and all, but his death is just a coupon. It's you that has to take the coupon to God and say, okay, sign me up. Whereas the Bible says that you are dead and that Jesus went to the bottom of the river, picked you up, put your dead body on the shore, gave you CPR, and resurrected you. And as a result, you're never looking back. You're never going back in that river because you're walking with him. This is the true salvation. So all of these ways that I just listed off, you have to protest if you want to be independent of Rome. Otherwise, you're not. You're really not, because you're believing Roman Catholic ideas. Sunday rest, institutionalized religion, immortality of the soul, cosmology, eschatology, and salvation. All of these points are being worked simultaneously in the world to bring the world back to the Mother Church. In this presentation, we've looked at one of them, which is cosmology. And hopefully you see how really they're all related. Because climate change, which needs cosmology, being deceived, people need to be deceived on cosmology in order to accept the idea that climate change is happening. They also need to be deceived on the sovereignty of God. Do you see how these two things are connected? In order for people to be emotionally manipulated into accepting the solution of whatever Rome is going to provide for climate change, they need to be deceived on the ball, that well, we're on a ball, we're in the middle of space, we need to save our planet. And they need to be deceived that a sovereign God doesn't exist. Because if you believe in climate change, that it's up to you, you need to do something, otherwise we're going to destroy this world, and God gave us this world and he's going to let us destroy it. Where the Bible tells you that the only person destroying the world is God. God is going to come back and create the world anew after he judges everything. And the heavens and earth are going to burn. However that's going to play out, I don't know. But the point is, God is the only one authorized and powerful enough to destroy the world if there's going to be a destruction. You're not going to destroy the world with nukes, with climate change, with cow farts, with anything else. You are going to live in God's predetermined plan that reveals his glory, and things are going to get worse. Then devil's going to be worshipped, and then Jesus is going to return, judge the world, and eternity will be from that point onward. And if you have faith, then you can thank God for that faith, and you will live with Christ forever. That is not going to be delayed. That's not going to be rushed. That's going to happen exactly when it's supposed to happen. But if you believe that, then all these little tugs at you, come on, you got to do something. Oh my gosh, pollution's getting worse. Look, it's getting warmer. Gravity, Mars is tugging on Earth. We're getting warmer, so climate change is changing. So we need to do something. All these little tugs by the beast, by the snake, tugging at you with little hooks in your skin. Come on, move over here, move to the left. No, move to the right. These are things that are designed to tug at you, to go off balance. And you say, no, you're not doing anything. It's like trying to hook something made of metal because your armor is on. Your armor is on, and you see and you hear rightly. And none of these things can fool you because you're not a synergist. I believe in a sovereign God who has preordained everything for his glory. So if indeed the climate is changing, then it just fulfills Bible prophecy that there's going to be signs in the sky, the sun is going to be scorching people at the end with the bowls, and so on and so forth. So yeah, I believe the Bible is sovereign and the events are coming to pass. I don't believe that we did something suddenly and now the earth is going to be destroyed, so then we need to do something more, i.e. align with Rome and listen to Rome for what we need to do and unite the world into one earth citizen friendship, fratelli tutti mentality, and the rest, as they say, is history. So this is the problem, folks. All these things are intertwined. Cosmology, salvation, immortality of the soul. People have visions of, people above the earth. Their ancestors are taking them up the globe earth and they're giving them these visions, or, the what do you call them? The Pleiadians, or, the various interdimensional beings. This is all just fairy tales. It's all fairy tales. And it's all coming into one satanic tapestry, which is really, truly profound. So I've created an in-depth series on all of these, minus salvation at the time of this video. The point is, look, if you want to walk a narrow road, you need to reject all of these things. Rome is the mother of abominations. In order for you to walk the narrow road, you need to reject all the abominations. Otherwise, she's going to have room in your armor to go, hook, gotcha. So you need to cover yourself with armor over all of these abominations. Otherwise, they will get to you one way or another, either directly or indirectly through the people around you. And this is the point. It's very important that we remember that science is a gift from God. He's the one who gave us our analytical minds. And these are a gift. They should be embraced, and we should rejoice in math, in science, in experiments. I love doing experiments. I think having an experimental mind is one of the most fun things to do. Like I said, when I was growing mushrooms, oyster mushrooms, that was so much fun. I felt like I was a kid again, back in chemistry class in junior high, doing experiments. I don't know if you enjoyed that or not, but for me, those things were so much fun. And not so much even the analytical work, but just like watching stuff change and grow. And we live in a very supernatural universe that nothing can ever replace the fascination and the joy of seeing life blossom, or the rules of the universe coming into observation, when you're doing a chemistry experiment or something. It's so fun and so cool. And I think that is by design, because these things reveal the glory of God. So they are good. Science is good. But the truth is that we're at the end of time. And again, if you are deceived on eschatology by Rome, you will not have the same sense of urgency. Most people think the best is yet to come, when in fact the Bible tells you the worst is yet to come, until Jesus returns, of course. But science has been infiltrated. And instead of using science to glorify and discover God's work and give God glory, Satan has infiltrated it and used it to create a false religion, a false model of the universe, and ultimately to hide God so that he can present himself as the authority, as the Antichrist. It also hides the fall of man and puts away the idea that, we're totally depraved and hopeless and we need a savior, by presenting to you things like evolution and transhumanism. Remember, even in the old days with what's his name, Erasmus Darwin, transhumanism didn't begin 20 years ago, folks, with the internet. Transhumanism began a long time ago. It began in the garden in Genesis 3. But it had evolution over time, right? And so with Erasmus Darwin, he was telling you about, we were talking about transhumanist stuff like synthetic life and all kinds of things that then the author of Frankenstein latched onto, and she built her novel and so on. That influenced other things. So this Antichrist spirit idea that man can become like God and evolve into something better has been around since the very beginning. So the cosmological model is designed to give authority and strength to all these things, to give life to things that aren't real. The old science also was very atheistic, and now the new science is very quantum, new agey, transhumanist, to be like God, and ultimately to unite religion and science once more. So that is actually happening as we speak. And of course, the moral authority over that will be Rome. Today, people worship science, and scientists are very much like priests and bishops, mediators, right, between you and the truth. And people like Neil deGrasse Tyson are viewed as these prophets, essentially. And whatever Neil says, oh my gosh, it must be true. And it's just nonsense. They're just charlatans. They're paid actors that are very charming and charismatic, and people swallow it up because they've lost all discernment. Even if they're not biblically based, they have no critical thinking skills. And the ones that do think they have critical thinking skills, they're deceived by the indoctrination. Again, like my friends, and I'm sure you have friends like this too, that are specialists in physics and engineering that are so specialized, unfortunately, that they have expertise bias to where they don't see outside of their little box. Well, no, the math model says this. Well, hold on a second. What if math can be used to misrepresent reality? You ever consider that? What if I can show you experimental proof that you can take a table and turn it into a ball with math, and the math works out, yet it's not accurately representing reality? What would you do? Well, you would question your model at that point, but most people don't. Unfortunately, Rome is going to merge science and spirituality all into one cultural paradigm. We know that. How it's all going to shape out, who knows? You got to keep your thumb on the pulse, and you have to know the direction of history. That's my goal with this presentation, and all my presentations really, is to give you principles, enough details so you see the pattern, but principles on how to keep your thumb on history, because that's what really matters, folks. All this stuff is going to be meaningless, and in 10, 20 years, whenever it is when Jesus returns and we're in eternity, we're not going to be arguing about flat Earth and the ball Earth anymore. NASA's not going to be even a thing. So this is just here to, again, point you to the truth, which is the ultimate destination of history, that all roads lead to Rome. And so when other things happen, like the charismatic movement, like building the third temple in the Middle East, and so on and so forth, that you realize that these things are false signs and wonders coming to pass by all power and signs and wonders of Satan. And they are going to deceive the world into a common reality. But Rome is reining them in one at a time. Astronomy, climate change, AI, all of them coming just one at a time. The Pope this year, I think we read that article, this was this year, 2024, when he had that conference. I don't know if the Pope was there, but anyway, the Jesuits are there for sure. The conference on eternity, what the Vatican has to say about eternity and the cosmos. And what also happened this year was the Pope was, for the first time, invited, I think, to the G7 conference, where he gave a lecture on AI and the responsible use of AI. So you see, the Vatican is reining all of these threads in. Climate change is becoming moral through the Pope's Fratelli Tutti and what is it, the other one? Laudato Si, the basically ecumenical climate change gospel that he put forward a couple years ago. Then he's talking about AI. Now they're talking about eternity in the cosmos. So all these threads are being integrated back to Rome, one at a time. And of course, it's going pretty quick because they don't have that much time left. But that's the thing. And all of the technological marvels that we have are also designed to bring the world under the beast. All these marvels, your phone, I always think to myself, I'm walking, I'm like, man, if I showed this to like David, the psalmist, the King David, or Moses, or Noah, they would look at me and they'd think this is sorcery. Imagine telling Paul, like, hey, I can literally like call somebody, I can talk to somebody who is 100 miles away or 1,000 miles away, and their image appears in my hand, and I'm communicating with them in real time, and they see a vision of me in their hand. That's sorcery, folks. That is by all definition sorcery. Just because it's called technology and we call it a cell phone and it's got all of these, it's got a microchip and it's got this and that. No, this is sorcery. Now, God has used this sorcery for the good in the sense that he's been able to, for the elect and for his purposes, to magnify his glory and spread the gospel. But nevertheless, this is sorcery. And this is exactly the kind of false signs and wonders that are used to bring the world into the beast. Now you need your phone for everything. You're dead without your phone. Everything requires, even when I'm shopping online now, I have to put in my phone number in order to verify myself. Like, what? Are you kidding me? Since when? And of course, they send you a little text so they know exactly where you are when you bought it. I mean, it's nonsense, but this is the point. This is sorcery, and it's false signs and wonders designed to ultimately enforce the buy no sell rule that the Bible warns you about. So all of these are channeled. They're given to them. If you've learned how all these people do their thing, just like Einstein, how he was channeling his ideas, these people are in communion with the devil, folks. One way or another, whether they're secret society members or mystics or whatever else, they are puppets of Satan. If people knew the truth behind their beliefs, we're talking cosmology now, but I guess really anything, but specifically cosmology, they wouldn't worship science like they do. They would question and they would do their own science in return. They would realize that the Bible is true, and as a result, that Jesus is true, and that they would come back to God and believe the gospel. The whole world system, as it exists right now, with all of its lies and smoke and mirrors, would come crumbling down immediately if people learned that the Bible is true about cosmology. That is a nightmare scenario for Satan. And so that's why this particular lie is so heavily invested in, and why everybody's ridiculing people who believe in a biblical cosmology left and right. Like that Barack Obama speech where like, oh, this is not a meeting of the Flat Earth Society. Like just constant jabs at the idea that, oh, well, you know, you believe biblical cosmology. Well, you must be an idiot. What are you, born like 1,000 years ago? It's nonsense. But of course, they don't want you to believe it, because if you do, then all the lies come crumbling down. Again, the globe is needed for climate change, overpopulation, meteor alien invasion propaganda, science fiction industry, evolution, transhumanism, money laundering with all the space organizations and now private companies that are getting so much money, banking off all these things, et cetera, et cetera. Do the math. This is why it's one of the biggest conspiracies there is, and it's, of course, the foundation of many, many schemes. So I hope you've learned a lot in this presentation. I hope also that you'll share it with others to help them out of the deception. Don't be afraid of what other people think of you. Don't be shy. Don't feel ashamed. Truth fears no investigation. And hopefully, I provided you with more than enough evidence to see the truth. Do your best to stand for the truth and let God do the rest. Now, let's do a review of this entire presentation, just for the sake of completion and having everything kind of in one spot. In ancient times, we covered from about 600 BC to about 900 AD. We looked at the Greeks and how they were some of the first, where basically Satan began inverting the cosmology through people like Pythagoras. Pythagoras had his own cult and secret society, and there were many people influenced after him, like Eratosthenes. And as empires were conquered, Satan had to constantly migrate the secret knowledge and the occult from one place to another because everything had an expiration date. Eventually, the knowledge came back to Rome. Rome became the seat of the occult, but it went through many iterations in the Islamic world because they also cross-pollinated with the Indian world. And so the Gnosticism and the occult really went through all these different worlds, and eventually it settled in Rome, but these other places were still hanging on to it as well. So Rome was, again, the seat of the occult power, but that doesn't mean these places went back to biblical cosmology. They were shaped by it, and today Muslims, I don't know what the large majority of Muslims believe, whether they believe the Quran or they believe later Muslim mystics who basically changed Muslim astronomy, but either way, it shaped those places forever, meaning once Rome began to actualize its power, then all those other places that the devil had started would be ready for accepting the Roman cosmology and the Roman authority, really, over cosmology. But anyway, the point is that at no point in any of this was there ever a true scientist, like some empirical scientist. All of these people were philosophers, occultists, or mysticists. Hermes Trismegistus, who was a very mysterious type of counterfeit of Melchizedek, priest and king type of figure, very antichrist, very much against Christ and in place of Christ simultaneously. This figure is all over heliocentric history. And a lot of these people from ancient to modern really read Hermes' writings and used his ideas and basically worshipped Hermes as a god, as the messenger of the gods. Now, we skipped to the Reformation, the Enlightenment, which is around 1500s to about 1700s. And one reason we did that was because Rome had no reason to weaponize its cosmology. It really didn't, up until the Reformation. Rome was completely dominant in Europe. It ruled with an iron fist. It had no reason to weaponize occult knowledge because it enjoyed total sovereignty. So that changed with a lot of things, with the Ottoman Empire, with the printing of the Bibles, the Reformation. All these things were loosening Rome's grip over the world. And so the Jesuits were created. The Jesuits were the psyop / military wing of the Vatican. Well, of course, the Vatican didn't exist until 1929, but of Rome, of the papacy. And they also engaged in learning against learning. which is the strategy basically to create counter narratives and to infiltrate and to create an echo chamber, which is exactly what you live in today. They infiltrated the Protestants. They created theaters across Europe. They began shaping culture with science and contributions, quote unquote. And of course, the original reformers were aware that cosmology was changing, and they rebuked these changes as nonsense. But through things like the Copernicus and Galileo affairs, where basically we looked at how these things were staged. They were totally staged. They were PR stunts designed to bring the debate of heliocentrism to the forefront so that Catholics and Protestants could argue and debate. And meanwhile, the Jesuits are infiltrating the Protestants from behind and getting into their denominations with spies and creating the echo chamber, and then creating, theaters and productions and et cetera, and secret societies. And eventually, everybody believes Roman cosmology. And then 200 years later, Rome finally accepts Copernicus's teachings. And it seems like Rome has finally seen the light. So of course, why did they do that? They did that because they wanted to infiltrate the Protestants so that by the time Rome accepted the cosmology, which of course Rome was the seat of the occult, they had that cosmology since the beginning. But by the time Rome publicly accepted it, now the whole world was ready for that, and anybody who would continue to protest would look like an outsider, and you'd be ridiculed. And there would also be a precedent to say, oh, look, don't be like this antiquated Rome, which took it 200 years to accept, science. So it created a dialectic between fundamentalism and science, quote unquote science, but it's really not. What it really is doing is demonizing people who hold to the Bible, i.e. fundamentalists, versus people that embrace Rome's science, which is not science, it's actually occultism. So it's very, very clever, but either way, that's what happened. And eventually, when the Protestants and the world had a majority acceptance, the church came along and made it seem like, oh, we finally accept these things, which of course is not true. They've always had that cosmology. We looked at even like Alexander VI papal apartment. He had these paintings of Osiris and Hermes Trismegistus in his apartment. I mean, come on. And that's just one pope. How many of them did all sorts of occult things? We also looked at Henry Cavendish, who was another influential figure during this time, and why his experiment was flawed. Of course, everybody brings up Cavendish, but Cavendish is nonsense. It's just a fairy tale you've been told about something that who knows what, if anything, he measured. We looked at many articles, as well as in the most recent section with the current events, that show you that these people have no clue what they're looking at. They really don't. They're constantly changing it and all vacillating on their model. One minute, oh, gravity's fluctuation this. Oh, the other minute, the sun is greater than it used to be. Then it's actually smaller. Oh, actually, we don't need gravity. We don't need mass for gravity. Oh, actually, maybe gravity changes when you go. They have no clue. They have no clue. And people just take it into their minds because it's quantum. So, I guess I just don't understand it. You do understand it. And the reason it doesn't make sense is because it's wrong, not because it's too complicated. It's all just one big conjecture on top of conjectures. They admit it's impossible to measure precisely the constant of gravity, even though it's a constant. They admit there's a huge margin of error. Yet some today are advocating the divorcing of gravity from mass altogether to in favor of dark energy, which again is another conjecture on top of a conjecture. Just like how they misinterpreted redshift. Remember what we talked about with redshift being interpreted as a Doppler effect, being something's moving away, that's why it's changing frequency. What if it's not moving? What if it's just red that's you're seeing and it's not a product of movement? You're assuming that it's moving, and of course Hubble made some serious flaws in his experiments, and he falsified his reports. He presented his data, what's the word I'm looking for? Surreptitiously, he was very dishonestly, right? He presented his data on the Hubble constant, quote unquote constant, very dishonestly. And ever since, no, it's a law, Hubble's law, Big Bang Theory, and everything else, it's expanding. So we have to have, from that model, everything's moving. And so when you're looking out there, well, what's making it move? Well, dark energy is making it move, which is a conjecture. Nobody's ever discovered dark energy. This is all just nonsense, folks. It's one big house of cards. And of course, as a person in physics today, you are completely indoctrinated with this stuff. By the time you even get your doctorate, you're more confused than when you start, and nobody knows left from right. We also looked at Rome's involvement in astronomy and cosmology in the last 500 years. with the Jesuits being named on the moon, the Jesuit craters. The Jesuits were the first to calculate the gravitational constant in quotation marks. Countless lay and clergy Catholic scientists over the last 500 years, the Lucifer telescope debacle in Arizona, which we highlighted. And of course, the Vatican rallying the world's intellect for a common moral vision of the universe, which we just saw this year. Again, if you believe heliocentrism, you believe in Roman cosmology. It's really pagan because that's where it's from, but in this day and age, it's Roman. Now, the next section after that was the 1800s. The 1800s saw a lot of satanic activity exploding out of the French Revolution. Remember, the beast from the bottomless pit comes out, kills the two witnesses, which is the word of God. They die for 3 years, they resurrect. But this beast from the bottomless pit is the beast that the woman rides at the very end, that the kings of the earth give their power to. So that means this system arose from the 1700s with the French Revolution. The French Revolution was a very satanic event. A lot of false light, a lot of debauchery, a lot of evil and murder, and all of the fruits of the devil. And of course, after that, you saw nothing but more of that kind of stuff. 1812, the Jesuits were reinstated. They began waging war on America with infiltration, with secret societies, revolutions, learning against learning, and eventually, by 1872, America was broke after all the fires that happened throughout the country. If you don't know about that, all the major cities were burned down, which is very interesting in itself. And then you had the Civil War, of course. You had presidential assassinations. By 1872, with the Act of 1872, Washington, D.C. was created. Rothschilds took over, and they began doing the bidding of the beast. America has been doing the bidding of the papacy since 1872, for sure. Meanwhile, while all that stuff was happening, eschatology was also being changed through Darby and Schofield by the Jesuits. Dispensationalism, Zionism was being created through Napoleon and other people in Europe, which I talk about in other places. But of course, all these things are integrating into one thing. The devil isn't waging just war in one direction. He's waging war in like 50 directions. And unless you can consistently spot the pattern, you won't see the bigger picture. But we saw a lot of secret societies taking over science in the 1800s. Lunar Society, the Cosmos Club, Skull and Bones was formed in Yale, and many others. And a lot of people were from Yale too, a lot of these people in science. The Smithsonian by James Smithson, who was a Freemason. Charles Darwin and the Darwin family, they were all Freemasons. So do the math. Do the math, folks. All this stuff is occult, and it's controlled by the powers that be. We also saw a lot of spiritual deceptions in the 1800s. Theosophy, the First World Parliament of Religions, which was like an 1890-something ecumenical event of all the worlds coming together. And you had the Satanists there, you had the New Agers there, you had the occults, you had the Catholics, you had the Presbyterians. It's all one love and light. That happened towards the end of the 1800s. You also had false prophets like Joseph Smith, Ellen White, cults like the Sacred Name Movement, Jehovah's Witnesses, massive interest in the occult. See my Great Delusion series, because Darby and Schofield are definitely involved in that one way or another, through Freemasonry, through occult writings. It's all one big club, folks. The 1800s also brought forward 100% proof that the Earth is not spinning through experiments like the Michelson-Morley experiment, Sagnac, Airy, so on and so forth. And of course, as the century wound down, this prompted the enemy to quickly pivot into relativism and bring relativism, which is part of the forbidden fruit. You are the one who determines reality, to bring that to science through people like Einstein. So in the 1900s to present, which is the next section after that, we looked at many scientific figures in physics. Of course, obviously people like Niels Bohr, Albert Einstein, JPL, Tsiolkovsky in the Soviet Union. They're all occultist folks. There's so many we looked at. And what do you see? They're all neck deep in the devil's soup. That's the one thing they all had in common. Whether they were bitter atheists or mystics or secret society members, they all had something in common, is that they were deceived by the devil. And they were being puppeted by the devil for his agenda. Conjectures, or building on top of conjectures through, everybody had some false model, and then the next guy would come in and add to the falsity, to the falseness. Is that the word? Anyway, to the fairy tale. Niels Bohr came up with his planetary model of the atom that he pretty much got from the Greeks. And then there was no explanation for how electrons move, because electrons aren't a particle. their wave. Then Schrodinger came and added his wave equation, said, this is actually how things happen. There's no electrons. They're just an electron medium, an electricity medium that oscillates and creates these ionic negative charges. However that works, I mean, it's a profound idea to think about. But the point is then quickly people say, oh, okay, well, we must have wave-particle duality then, and so on and so forth. So it's just bad science upon bad science. But the role of the false prophet in the 1900s really came forward, working signs and wonders in the presence of the beast. Space exploration and all of these, things like Universal Studios, Hollywood, and so on, initiated people into the mentality of globalism, into the mentality of Earth worship, New Age, transhumanism, climate change, so on and so forth, being a global citizen. All of that was done through the false prophet in the United States. Now, again, the false prophet is not NASA. NASA is part of the false prophet, because other things that the false prophet was doing was exporting the charismatic movement to the world, Jesus revolutions, liberalism, all these things that eventually are going to be common threads into the Roman ideal. Now, after that, we talked about relativity and how it's gaslighting you. Relativity, of course, they say it's the best model that explains the universe. It's really not. Relativity is absolute nonsense. But relativity does something very powerful for the globe, which is that it allows it to be hidden and unfalsified. Because without an objective frame of rest, you can never say for sure, well, is it the earth moving or is it the heavens moving? I don't know which one it is, if you don't have an objective frame of reference. Because remember, all those people that we looked at, they said they're equally valid. But that's the point. You know that the earth isn't moving because the Bible tells you, and the Bible is the objective word of God. So we do have an objective frame of reference, and the earth is a reflection of God and the Creator, who is unmoving, unchanging, who is the rock, and so on. So either way, relativity seems very complicated and crazy, and it is, because it's wrong, not because it's something that you're too stupid to get or I'm too stupid. That's what the scientists want us to think, that we're just too stupid to understand it. You just don't get it. It's too complicated. No, relativity is very confusing because it's wrong. It's contradictory. And we looked at that, countless examples of Einstein contradicting himself. He was holding untenable and confusing positions. One minute he's saying one thing, then another minute he's breaking his own principles. And it's just contradictory all the time. People in his day thought that his ideas were science fiction and ridiculous. And yet people today think that, it's the best explanation we have. No, it's not. Not at all. The Bible tells you where you're living. Of course, the Bible is not a cosmological manual, but the Bible tells you the truth. Either way, most of his ideas that he had were taken from people before him, and he just basically plagiarized. He brought relativism to the space and time, meaning that there's no absolute time and there's no absolute frame of rest. That was his gift to mankind, is absolute relativism. And he's propped up as this genius who just figured it out, and he's just this mad scientist in a lab, just isolated from society. He's just figuring all these complex equations, and oh man, he's so smart. This is the same stuff that you see throughout history. There's always one guy they prop up, and it's the hero. Oh, this person, Eratosthenes, measured the circumference of the earth with just sticks, and this other dude he had walking across, and it's just this amazingly brilliant man. When Eratosthenes was the chief librarian of the Library of Alexandria, which was the seat of the occult, by the way, in ancient times. Einstein inverted reality by getting rid of the ether, which is the medium for light and electricity and all these things to basically go through. And he turned it into empty space. And as a result, he had to do something with light, so he turned it from waves to particles. So basically, he inverted everything, which is a trademark of the devil. But in this way, heliocentrism could forever hide behind relativity, making it unfalsifiable. And this is the point. This is why relativity is so in your face with all these science articles, because relativity is needed for the globe to basically hide behind. Because if you have an absolute frame of rest, which they have acknowledged is possible, you can interpret what you see as the heavens moving, not the earth moving. That's a completely valid frame of interpretation, according to all of those physics heads that we looked at. But either way, without an absolute frame of rest, then the globe can always be true, could always be possible. So that's how they hide. But it's wrong for many reasons, and we go into specific reasons why in the videos that we highlighted in this section, so make sure you check that out. And I'll say this again, you do not have to have the perfect understanding for all of these things. You don't. You don't have to understand everything that's in those videos about quantum mechanics or relativity. You just have to see what they did. They inverted the truth. They lied. They made contradictions. They have bad science on top of bad science. The good science that did come up, like Schrodinger's wave equations, they quickly misappropriated to their own model so that they could hijack it. So there's nothing you understand. Stealing, lying, cheating, these are puppets of the devil, folks. Now, the next section was quantum sorcery, and we looked at quantum mechanics and quantum physics, which again, they're all bogus, self-contradictory, and deceptive, just like relativity. So don't feel stupid if you don't get it 100%. It is confusing. It's confusing because it's wrong and it's contradictory. Particles do not behave like waves. And life does not manifest when you put your attention on it. That's nonsense. That's sorcery. That's why it's called quantum sorcery. Again, it all started with Niels Bohr's mystical view of the atom. And basically, they needed conjectures to explain the gross problems. Because if an electron is a particle, then how do you explain the change of, basically states? So with a particle, he explained it by quantum leap. And that, it goes instantly there. Well, how does that work? Well, you have wave particle duality, and you can't measure, there's Heisenberg's uncertainty principle where you can't measure the, direction or the momentum or the position of an electron at the same time, which are all based off of particle physics. But particle physics is nonsense for subatomic things. Schrodinger's wave equation describes the atomic level, the atomic world much more accurately with reality. That's why they use his equations, but yet they haven't let go of particle physics. Because if they do acknowledge Schrodinger's, this is where it all comes back, folks. This is like a house of cards built on top of a house of cards built on top of another house of cards. If they acknowledge Schrodinger's equations as the truth, and that electrons were not particles, but you're looking at a field that's being oscillated, that's creating negative charge, and light is a field, and it's in a medium, in ether. We're back to square one now. Do you see the problem for the enemy? We're back to square one, where you have a medium that's being oscillated to create these phenomena like light and electricity and so on. And what that means is, if there's a medium, then you go back to all the science that was done to prove that medium and to prove that the Earth is stationary. It's the ether that's moving across the Earth. We're back to the same problem. So they have to maintain this backwards way of interpreting the world while forcing wave equations to do the math and filling in the gaps of logic with wave-particle duality or quantum superposition, where something can be in two places at once, or two things can be on top of each other in the same space at the same time, which is total nonsense. This is impossible. That does not work. Waves can do that because waves are not particles. They're not things. Waves can superimpose, and that's what happens when waves interfere with each other, and they create interference patterns, where there's constructive and destructive interference. But with particles, it's a particle, man. It's not going to be, there's no such thing as superposition. But they have to come up with these conjectures because they're avoiding the elephant in the room. Do you see the point? If we just said, listen, Schrodinger was right, and this whole quantum view of the micro universe, the atomic universe, is totally wrong. There's no such thing. Einstein was wrong. He inverted reality. Light is not a particle. Electrons are not particles. There's an ether. There's a field. Everything is operating on fields because we live in an electromagnetic universe. Well, what does that mean? Well, that means, wait a minute. Let's go back to all those experiments in the 1800s. What were they talking about? You see, this is a major problem. So they can't ever admit the truth. This is what happens when you are a compulsive liar. All you do is you create a new lie, and then you put another one. And when that one expires, you tell another lie, and so on eventually until you can't anymore, because that's the point we're approaching. We're approaching the point where it's going to be so unbearable to deal with all this stuff. And you're just going to just pray to God that the day that you wake up, that's the day that Jesus returns. That's how unbearable it's going to be. But anyway, don't get lost in the nonsense of quantum nonsense. Quantum computers don't exist. They never have existed. They never will exist. They're just random number generators that they're being propped up through propaganda, just like they had with the nuclear arms race and the Cold War, how it was all staged to make people want world peace and to make the dialectic to bring a world union about. This is all just part of the plan. quantum computing and AI is very much tied together. I haven't seen the papacy talk about quantum computing, but you did see that article where they were talking about, Rome's vision of eternity, whatever, through the cosmos, how they integrated the whole quantum thing to it. So quantum computing is not yet reined into the beast, but it is part of AI. And a lot of people are saying we need quantum computers to do all this AI stuff. And of course, the papacy has talked about AI and responsible use of AI. And of course, AI is going to be a big tool in the digital inquisition that's coming to monitor you and to, keep track of everything you're doing so they can enforce the mark. That's what it's all about. That's why they're developing AI in the first place. So I don't know how quantum computing will be threaded into this whole thing, but it will be. Don't worry. The point is that quantum computers don't exist. So whatever comes down the pipeline, where you hear quantum this, quantum that, quantum computing this, quantum computing that, quantum supremacy, quantum superposition, whatever, quantum flux, quantum leap, whatever it is, it's all sci-fi nonsense. It's lying to you. And if you want the proofs of that, watch the section again and take notes. But it's all nonsense. It's just there to shape culture towards ultimately the false light, the globalism, transhumanism, union of the world into one religio-political system under the beast. Now, the last two sections were NASA plus current events we looked at. And there's a lot today you can look up on NASA. We just scratched the surface of their trickery. And again, my goal is not to spend everything I do on NASA because that's low-hanging fruit to me. But we did look at some key things, like their track record of the occult and mysticism and the lying that they have in everything that they do. We looked at topics like satellites, gyroscopes, eclipses, the ISS, and we saw the fakery in everyone. And we rebutted it with very plain and simple empirical evidence. We looked at plenty of videos about their psyops, like the Challenger explosion, how they basically killed off, quote unquote, killed off those astronauts to make space look dangerous and make it seem like, oh gosh, we need to do more. Like what they are with that recent article is like, 50 years later, it may be much harder to go to the moon now than it was 50 years ago. Are you kidding me? How can it possibly be harder to go to the moon now after 50 years of innovation in transistors and whatever else in propulsion and lasers and all these things and guidance and math than it was 50 years ago with those rinky-dink cardboard, looking aluminum tinfoil hat, whatever, lunar lander. It's just nonsense. But this is it. People buy it up and they're so indoctrinated that they accept whatever is given to them. That's how you know the spell is complete. But we saw, for example, the Saturn V rocket where I don't know how loud the video on that one was, but the bird was flying in the air and then as soon as it started taking off, it just fell to the ground, basically knocked out, and it got dissolved by the power of the sound. 220 decibels is enormous. 203 is 10,000 jet engines. 10,000 jet engines, 203 decibels. And 220, I don't know what that's equivalent to, but it's an enormous amount. And so there's no way that anybody could be inside that spaceship. They tell you, oh, well, it's in an airtight capsule and they're 350 feet away through all kinds of this and that. Like, really? Come on, man. It's just so nonsense. Even if you get into a void with your spaceship, the free expansion of gases tells you that there is no thrust whatsoever that you can achieve when you are releasing a thrust of any kind in a void. It's not going to happen. You're not going to get anything. You're not going to get any push because you're not pushing off anything if you're in a void. Do you get the problem? So all this stuff about rockets in space and thrusters and this, it's nonsense. They never went to the moon. And if that's the case, what does that mean? That they're willing to go through to such great extents to lie to you. And people like Musk who go on record saying, oh yeah, we went to the moon. Oh no, for sure. 100% we went to the moon. When you either are stupid, you must be really deceived, or you're totally in on it. And if either one is not a good news, if he's stupid and he's really that deceived, then that's really like something for somebody that wealthy and influential to be that deceived. The other side of it is, which I'm much more likely to believe, is that he's completely in on it. He knows, and he's lying to you. He's lying. He's totally comfortable being a liar on, public TV, lying over and over and over again and being committed to a lie. Not just telling like a little white lie, like, oh, okay, I don't want to deal with press, but really you're committed to this lie. That's a whole nother conversation. And that tells you everything. These people, the devil has them by the neck and they do the devil's bidding. And otherwise they get suicided or they get, whatever else. By the way, we looked at a lot of things like that. We looked at many current events where the deception is still ongoing, where they keep using bad science and conjectures to try to explain a model that has no logic to it. It's all just conjecture and math. And constantly there's things happening that disprove the model, so they have to quickly apologize. No, it's actually this one. Maybe gravity without mass is a better explanation. I mean, that tells you everything. There's also biblical discoveries like the firmament, where it's like electrons are hitting a glass wall, and that kind of thing. Or they've discovered a force field, or they discovered the waters below. And of course they have to frame it in this model of theirs. Or the atmosphere extending beyond the moon. That was my favorite. Now the atmosphere goes around the moon, 600,000 kilometers or whatever. I mean, come on. It's just like, if that's ever a come on man moment, that one definitely is. We also see signs and wonders, like the Apophis, the god of chaos asteroid that everybody's coordinating now to make sure we don't get hit by the asteroid. And of course, the cat video from 30 million miles away. It never ends, folks. It never ends, but it will end when Jesus returns. And that's the good news. That is our hope. And that's why all of this at the end of the day should point you to Christ. I have documented for you probably more than most people would document on this topic, and especially with how we look at the angle of Bible prophecy. The heliocentric conspiracy is real. It is very real, but it's part of the greater conspiracy of Satan being worshipped as God on the earth. And that's what you have to realize, that the Bible warns you that this outcome will happen because God has decreed it to separate those who believe and those who don't. Those who are elect will not take the mark. They will not fall into this system, this great delusion that's going to take over the world through false signs and wonders. Those who are not elect will be deceived. We don't know who those people are, but the point is that after everything's said and done, you look back on this, you say, yeah, there's no way I had any chance if it wasn't for God's Spirit giving me supernatural discernment so that I could be separated and come out of Babylon. If it wasn't for God's Spirit, you would have been deceived. Guaranteed. There's not even a chance against all signs and powers and 100% maximum effort by Satan. No chance. And that's the point. To separate the elect from the non-elect in the final generation, to reveal God's sovereignty over salvation and over all things when he returns. Because if you see the massive power on this earth, and truly it's a marvel, hopefully you've marveled at that, like John marveled at Mystery Babylon. You see the massive power and coordination these people have over containing this narrative over thousands of years. It's truly profound. It really just blows my mind. That's what I love about history, is that when you piece all these pieces together, you can sit back and you're like, wow, what a show. What a show it's been. And what a show it is that we get to be able to look down the corridor of time and put this all together. But nonetheless, it's a marvel. It's a marvel. And when you put it all together, you're like, wow, the devil has been really busy. And there is no way in heck that I would ever have a chance against such a being, such an evil being with so much resource at his disposal and so many agents all over the world. You have no chance. Not even a chance. None, zero whatsoever. And that's the point, because that reveals to you that you need a savior, and that if you can see clearly, then God has saved you, and that glorifies him as the savior. And it also gives you peace because you're not going to lose your salvation. Unlike the Arminius and the Catholics and the modern Protestant charismatic movement will have you believe, which of course is Antichrist, because God's plan for his people cannot be foiled. God has chosen to save some people. Obviously, he hasn't chosen to save everybody, but he's chosen to save some people out of history, not the majority of human history, or not the majority of human population, but a good deal of people. I don't know how many, but a lot of people throughout history. He's revealed himself to, he's saved them, and his work cannot be undone. And that's good news. That is the basis for the gospel. If you don't believe that, then you can't have good news. What good news is there if it's you that determines the outcome? So that's why the devil wants you to believe that, to rob you of peace and to rob God of glory. But either way, the greater conspiracy of Satan to rule the world is coming to a head, folks. It's coming to a head in this generation, I believe. Again, if you need edification on that, watch all my series that I mentioned, but don't fear. Instead, rejoice. Rejoice that the end is coming close, that there isn't much time left, and ultimately what that means is the Bible is true. that Jesus is returning soon, and all of this will just be one day a faint figment of our memories, if that. So I hope this presentation has edified you and also armed you to the teeth against the devil's schemes. Well, take care. We'll see you the next time, and God bless.